Introduction ***. The ordinary youth Yi, marked by a unique Bagua birthmark, traverses into the beast mastery world, where he initially summons a Qilin from the classic of mountains and seas. Harnessing the extraordinary powers bestowed by his birthmark, he contracts a beast with each realm he transcends, summoning divine creatures such as Bifang, Xuanwu, and Baize, each possessing strength far exceeding that of their peers. From the academy to the guild, and subsequently into the military, he valiantly combats the tide of ferocious beasts, ultimately unraveling the mystery of his journey and saving the beast mastery continent. Chapter 1. The ordinary Yi's journey begins. The Bagua birthmark calls forth the Qilin. Yi, an unremarkable boy residing in an ordinary city, led a life devoid of excitement. Daily traversing between home and school, he harbored little ambition for the future, merely wishing to navigate his student years with diligence. Yet, fate often intervenes unexpectedly, without warning. On a tempestuous night, as thunder rumbled and lightning illuminated the darkened sky, Yi found himself gazing vacantly at the rain through his window. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning struck his room, flooding the space with an intense brilliance. Before he could react, darkness enveloped him, and consciousness slipped away. When Yi regained awareness, he discovered himself in an unfamiliar forest. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows. A faint mist lingered in the air, exuding an aura of mystery and strangeness. Fear and confusion gripped his heart as he stood up in a panic, striving to comprehend his whereabouts. At that moment, he felt a warmth emanating from his chest. Upon inspection, he found the Bagua birthmark, which had been with him since childhood, glowing with an otherworldly light. The radiance intensified, nearly blinding him, and within it, a majestic Qilin materialized, exuding an aura of auspiciousness. The creature's eyes blazed with wisdom as it regarded Yi solemnly. The Qilin spoke, its voice reverberating through Yi's mind like a resounding bell. "Young one, you have crossed into this beast mastery world due to the enigmatic Bagua birthmark. Henceforth, you shall embark on a journey of beast mastery. In this realm, the levels of cultivation are delineated as awakening, spirit nurturing, spirit master, spirit general, spirit king, spirit emperor, spirit monarch, spirit sage, spirit deity, and spirit god. With each breakthrough, one can contract extraordinary beasts, drawing upon their power to elevate one's own strength. As for you, due to this birthmark, you may contract an additional beast with each level attained." Listening to the Qilin's exposition, Yi gradually grasped the gravity of his situation. Though numerous questions lingered, he understood that acceptance of this new reality was imperative for survival in this strange world. The Qilin, observing Yi's calming demeanor, nodded slightly, seemingly pleased with his response. From this moment forth, Yi, the ordinary boy, embarked on his adventure in the beast mastery world, with the Qilin as his steadfast companion and guide. In this realm rife with the unknown and fraught with challenges, Yi harbored both trepidation and anticipation for the future as he commenced his exploration. He recognized that the path ahead would be fraught with obstacles, yet he resolved to press forward, determined to unveil the mysteries of the beast mastery world and uncover the truth behind his transference. Yi composed himself and began to scrutinize the Qilin. The creature radiated a golden luminescence, its scales as hard as iron, each one seemingly imbued with boundless strength. Its powerful limbs suggested that even the slightest step could cause the earth to tremble. The Qilin's tail flickered like flames, exuding a searing warmth. Yi cautiously approached, his heart racing with a mix of anxiety and excitement. The Qilin displayed no signs of aggression. Instead, it regarded him with gentle eyes, as if encouraging him. "Qilin, I hope you will look after me from now on," Yi mustered the courage to say. The Qilin emitted a soft sound, seemingly acknowledging his words. Yi felt the goodwill emanating from the creature, and his apprehension dissipated significantly. Subsequently, Yi began to survey his surroundings. The forest was tranquil yet enigmatic, with the occasional distant roar of unfamiliar beasts echoing through the air. The ground was carpeted with thick layers of fallen leaves, yielding softly underfoot. The trees exhibited a variety of shapes, some adorned with peculiar patterns, while others bore luminescent fruits that sparkled faintly. Yi treaded cautiously forward, the Qilin closely following behind him. As he walked, Yi noticed a narrow path emerging ahead. The winding route led deeper into the forest. After a moment of hesitation, He resolved to proceed along the path, hoping to uncover clues about this world or encounter someone who might assist him. During his journey, Yi pondered the realms of the beast mastery world and the concept of contracting extraordinary beasts as described by the Qilin. He understood that to survive in this realm, he must swiftly enhance his abilities and forge contracts with more powerful beasts. For now, he could only rely on the Qilin, building a deeper bond to harness its formidable strength. After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly heard a cacophony of sounds ahead. Alarmed, he signaled to the Qilin to halt and cautiously approached the origin of the commotion. Peering through the dense underbrush, he beheld a pack of wolf-like creatures assaulting an injured small animal. These agile beasts possessed sharp teeth and fierce glints in their eyes. A surge of compassion welled within Yi, and he seized the opportunity to witness the Qilin's prowess. He whispered to the Qilin, "Let us aid that small creature." Without hesitation, the Qilin let out a low growl and charged toward the pack of diminutive beasts. It moved with astonishing speed, akin to a streak of golden lightning. The small beasts, caught off guard, were swiftly overwhelmed by the Qilin's advance. The Qilin raised its front hooves, striking the ground with such force that the earth cracked beneath it. The small beasts stumbled, disoriented by the sheer force. The Qilin then unleashed a torrent of blazing flames, enveloping the attackers in a fiery embrace. Their anguished cries echoed as they writhed amidst the flames. Yi watched in exhilaration, reassured by the Qilin's might. In mere moments, the small beasts lay defeated, devoid of the will to fight. The Qilin ceased its assault and returned to Yi's side. Overcome with excitement, Yi affectionately stroked the Qilin's head, exclaiming, "You are truly magnificent, Qilin." The creature nuzzled against Yi's hand, displaying its affection. Yi approached the injured small animal, which resembled a fawn adorned with white spots. Its leg was wounded, and it gazed at Yi with pleading eyes. Tearing a strip from his clothing, Yi gently bandaged its injury. Just then, footsteps echoed nearby. Yi warily lifted his head and spotted a middle-aged man clad in a green robe approaching them. The man, upon seeing Yi and the Qilin, exhibited a flicker of surprise. He approached with a smile, saying, "Greetings, young one. I am Lin Shu, one of the guardians of this forest. I witnessed your battle. You and your Qilin exhibited remarkable synergy." Yi quickly introduced himself. "Hello, Uncle Lin. I am Yi, having just arrived in this place and still unfamiliar with it." Lin Shu nodded, explaining, "I see. As you may know, individuals can attain formidable strength by contracting extraordinary beasts. Awakening is the starting point for beast masters, wherein one must establish a spiritual connection with a beast to enhance mutual understanding. You have successfully summoned the Qilin, marking your first step. The key to transcending the awakening realm lies in seeking a herb known as awakening grass and a spirit source stone, both of which will aid you in solidifying your power and advancing beyond your current realm." Why? He listened intently to Uncle Lin's narration, gaining a clearer understanding of the beast master world. Uncle Lin continued, "There may be spirit awakening grass in the nearby forest, but it is guarded by numerous dangerous beasts. If you wish to find the spirit awakening grass, you must proceed with caution. As for the spirit source stone, I have no knowledge of its whereabouts. You'll need to inquire yourself." Yi expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the warning, Uncle Lin. I will be careful." After bidding farewell to Uncle Lin, Yi resolved to heed his advice and search for the spirit awakening grass and the spirit source stone, striving to break through to the spirit awakening realm as soon as possible. He understood that only by continuously enhancing his strength could he survive in this perilous beast master world and unravel the mystery of his transmigration. With the Qilin by his side, he embarked on a challenging journey to seek out the spirit awakening grass and the spirit source stone, where further challenges and opportunities awaited him. Chapter 2. Innocently coming to know the world, striving to adapt to the new environment of beast mastery. With the Qilin at his side, Yi, filled with a sense of innocence and curiosity about the beast master world, embarked on the arduous journey of acclimating to this entirely new environment. After parting ways with Uncle Lin, Yi continued along the forest path. He meticulously observed everything around him, striving to remember the various characteristics of this world. Along the roadside, peculiar flowers and plants occasionally appeared. Some blossoms radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, while others exuded a unique fragrance from leaves that glistened with a crystalline liquid. Yi recognized that in this unfamiliar realm, Every entity might conceal unknown dangers and opportunities. The Qilin closely trailed Yi, its vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings, ensuring his safety. As they walked, Yi communicated with the Qilin, inquiring about certain aspects of this world. Although the Qilin could not articulate details like a human, Yi could perceive vague information through their mental connection. As he journeyed, Yi arrived at the bank of a crystal-clear stream. The water flowed melodiously, creating a delightful sound. Feeling parched, Yi crouched down to scoop some water to drink. At that moment, the Qilin emitted a low growl, causing Yi's heart to race as he immediately halted his actions. The Qilin gestured with its head towards a stone at the stream's edge. Upon closer inspection, Yi discerned subtle patterns on the stone, resembling some form of warning sign. Through their mental connection, the Qilin conveyed that the stream's water might contain unknown toxins and should not be consumed carelessly. Yi felt a surge of gratitude towards the Qilin, realizing the potential danger he had narrowly avoided. He stood up, patting the Qilin's head, and said, "Thank you, Qilin. Had it not been for your warning, I might have fallen victim." After leaving the stream, Yi pressed onward. He began to contemplate how to survive in this world and enhance his strength. Recalling Uncle Lin's mention of the Spirit-Awakening grass, the key to breaking through to the Spirit-Awakening realm, he resolved to be more vigilant in his surroundings and seek traces of the grass. To better adapt to this world, Yi commenced learning fundamental survival skills. He observed the flora and fauna of the forest, discerning which plants were edible and which might be toxic. He also learned to utilize surrounding materials to construct a rudimentary shelter for emergencies. The Qilin patiently watched Yi, occasionally offering assistance, such as using its strength to help him break sturdy branches. Throughout this process, Yi gradually grasped some of the rules governing the Beast Master world. He recognized that Beast Masters held a revered status, but also faced numerous challenges. Different beasts possessed varying habits and abilities. Thus, a Beast Master needed to establish profound trust and rapport with them to unleash their maximum potential. Yi was acutely aware of his current limitations and the necessity to elevate his capabilities swiftly. In addition to searching for the Spirit-Awakening grass and the Spirit Source Stone to transcend his boundaries, he needed to refine his coordination with the Qilin. Consequently, he devised simple training plans, directing the Qilin in exercises to enhance speed and strength while he practiced conveying instructions more precisely. During one training session, Yi tasked the Qilin with traversing an obstacle-laden area within a set time frame. The Qilin, with its graceful form and agile reflexes, effortlessly completed the challenge. Yi clapped in delight, simultaneously recognizing the growing synergy between them. However, the process of adapting to the new environment was not without its hurdles. On one occasion, while foraging for food, Yi inadvertently stumbled into a marshland. His foot became ensnared in the mire, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Upon witnessing this, the Qilin swiftly rushed over and used its formidable strength to pull Yi from the bog. Clambering ashore in a disheveled state, Yi felt a mix of gratitude for the Qilin's aid and chagrin at his own carelessness. After this lesson, Yi became increasingly cautious. Each step was taken with deliberation as he carefully scrutinized his surroundings. Simultaneously, he diligently pursued knowledge to comprehend the dangers and opportunities inherent in this world. As time passed, Yi gradually acclimated to the rhythm of life in the Beast Master world. The unfamiliarity of this realm began to wane, replaced by anticipation and determination for the future. He understood that many unknown challenges lay ahead, but he firmly believed that as long as he and the Qilin worked in unison, they could surmount obstacles and continually enhance their strength, solidifying their foothold in this world. The quest for the Spirit-Awakening grass and the Spirit Source Stone, aimed at breaking through to the Spirit-Awakening realm, would mark the first step towards his empowerment. Consequently, Yi would persist in exploring this enigmatic forest, diligently striving towards his aspirations. Chapter 3. Attempting to communicate with the Qilin and establishing a preliminary connection of the mind, Yi understood profoundly that within the realm of beast mastery, forging a profound and intimate mental connection with extraordinary creatures was of paramount importance. Not only would this enhance the creature's comprehension of his commands, but it would also unleash their formidable powers. Thus, he resolved to wholeheartedly immerse himself in the dialogue with the Qilin. In a tranquil valley, Yi came to a halt, preparing to commence today's communication training with the Qilin. He selected a flat boulder to seat himself upon and gestured for the Qilin to approach. The The majestic creature advanced with steady strides, quietly gazing at him. Yi inhaled deeply, gradually closing his eyes, striving to concentrate and attune himself to the Qilin's presence. Initially, Ye's mind was a cacophony of chaotic thoughts, distractions incessantly flooding his consciousness. However, he did not succumb to discouragement, repeatedly recalibrating his mental state. Gradually, tranquility enveloped him, allowing him to sense the Qilin's unique and powerful aura. Silently, he beckoned to the Qilin in his heart, attempting to convey feelings of friendliness and trust. The Qilin seemed to sense Ye's intentions, emitting a gentle call, a warm and soothing energy coursing into Ye's mind. To his astonishment, it felt as though an invisible bridge had been established between him and the Qilin. Though fragile, it was capable of transmitting simple emotions and messages. Through this mental bridge, Yi conveyed the command for the Qilin to run forward. Instantly, the creature comprehended, galloping across the valley with abandon. The Qilin's speed was astonishing, stirring up a gale as its golden form flashed through the landscape. Watching the Qilin, Ye's heart swelled with joy. He knew this was a promising beginning in their quest for a mental connection. In pursuit of further deepening their communication, Yi began to experiment with more complex commands. He instructed the Qilin to suddenly change direction and leap while running, and the creature executed these tasks with precision. However, when Yi attempted to direct the Qilin to harness and unleash a unique skill involving the concentration of fiery energy, he encountered a hurdle. Although flames flickered around the Qilin upon receiving the command, the creature struggled to condense the flames into a form suitable for projection. Yi recognized that their mental connection was still too tenuous, and their understanding and coordination regarding the skill were insufficiently synchronized. Therefore, he calmed his mind, meticulously recalling the Qilin's previous manifestation of the fiery skill, and through their mental link, he conveyed his comprehension and visualization of the technique to the Qilin. The Qilin closed its eyes, seemingly endeavoring to grasp Ye's transmitted thoughts. After a brief moment, it reopened its eyes, a flicker of enlightenment shimmering within them. The flames surrounding its body surged brilliantly, and subsequently, a concentrated burst of fire erupted from the Qilin's mouth, accurately striking a distant boulder. Instantly, the rock was engulfed in flames, emitting a hissing sound as its surface glowed red-hot. He sprang to his feet, elated, rushing towards the Qilin and embracing its neck tightly. "Qilin, you are magnificent. We did it," he exclaimed with fervor. The Qilin responded joyfully, nuzzling Ye's shoulder, as if sharing in his exuberance. However, establishing a deep mental connection is not an instantaneous endeavor. Throughout subsequent training sessions, Yi and Qilin would encounter a myriad of challenges. At times, Yi's commands would be miscommunicated due to emotional fluctuations, leading to misunderstandings by Qilin. On other occasions, during moments of combat, Qilin would become so engrossed in the opponent that it would overlook Yi's directives. Confronted with these issues, Yi remained undeterred. He understood that only through continuous training and mutual adaptation could these problems be resolved. Thus, he communicated with Qilin with greater patience, meticulously analyzing the reasons behind each issue and making targeted adjustments. During a skirmish with a small, exotic beast, Yi commanded Qilin to launch an attack. However, due to the nimble movements of the creature, Qilin's strikes repeatedly missed the mark. Amidst the tension of battle, Yi suddenly realized that his commands were too hurried, preventing Qilin from accurately gauging the beast's trajectory. He swiftly recalibrated his mindset, calmly observing the creature's behavioral patterns, and then conveyed more precise instructions through their mental link. Acting upon Yi's guidance, Qilin adeptly anticipated the small beast's movements, seizing the opportunity to successfully repel it. As time progressed, the mental connection between Yi and Qilin grew increasingly robust, facilitating smoother communication. They developed a harmonious synergy in battle, built on mutual trust. Yi recognized that this was merely a small step on their journey in beast mastery, with a more extensive path ahead. Yet, he firmly believed that as long as he and Qilin maintained this close bond and continued striving, they would undoubtedly grow stronger. This nascent mental connection would also lay a solid foundation for his adventures in the realm of beast mastery. In the next chapter, Yi, accompanied by Qilin, would delve deeper into this enigmatic world, embracing further challenges. Chapter 4. Exploring surrounding areas and encountering small exotic beasts. With the initial mental connection established with Qilin, Yi's confidence surged, prompting him to explore the surrounding region further in search of the spirit-awakening grass essential for transcending into the spirit-awakening realm. While also yearning to deepen his understanding of the world of beast mastery, Yi and Qilin navigated a winding path, surrounded by increasingly extraordinary scenery. The tree branches twisted and spiraled, seemingly imbued with life, occasionally adorned with vines that emitted a soft glow. The ground was a riot of vibrant flowers and exotic plants, each vying for attention with their kaleidoscopic hues. As Yi walked, he remained vigilant for any signs of the spirit awakening grass. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from ahead. Qilin immediately became alert, positioning itself protectively in front of Yi, its scales slightly raised as it cautiously regarded the source of the noise. Yi's heart raced. Sensing the approach of potential danger, he clenched his fists tightly, conveying a message of vigilance to Qilin through their mental connection. Before long, a group of small exotic beasts resembling foxes erupted from the underbrush. These creatures were petite, covered in silvery gray fur, their eyes shimmering with a mischievous emerald glow. They circled around Yi and Qilin, advancing slowly while emitting low growls, seemingly challenging them. Yi felt a twinge of anxiety within, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. He meticulously observed the movements of the small, aberrant beasts, seeking to discern their vulnerabilities. Through the psychic connection with his Qilin, he sensed its battle spirit. As the Qilin awaited his command, Yi decided to adopt a defensive stance, transmitting the directive of protection to the Qilin. With a low growl, the Qilin emanated a soft golden glow, forming a formidable barrier. The small aberrant beasts seemed to perceive the Qilin's might, refraining from immediate attack and instead continuing to circle, searching for an opportunity. Suddenly, one slightly larger aberrant beast launched an assault, dashing towards Yi like a silver bolt of lightning. The Qilin reacted swiftly, sidestepping and delivering a powerful kick with its front hoof toward the creature. The small beast adeptly evaded the Qilin's strike, and soon, several others joined the fray, charging from various directions towards Yi and the Qilin. Yi watched the unfolding battle with trepidation, acutely aware that panic would be detrimental. He needed to think clearly. Through the established psychic link, he could vividly perceive the Qilin's state and the movements of their adversaries. He observed that although these small aberrant beasts were swift in their actions, their strength was relatively feeble, and their attacks lacked coordination. Yi swiftly conveyed a command to the Qilin, instructing it to concentrate its power on one small beast to disrupt their assault rhythm. Upon receiving the order, the Qilin locked onto a small beast approaching from the side. It pivoted sharply, opened its mouth wide, and unleashed a torrent of searing flames. The flames surged forth like a wall of fire, engulfing the small beast. Caught off guard, it was struck by the flames, emitting a piercing cry as its fur ignited. Witnessing their companion in distress, the remaining aberrant beasts intensified their offensive. They ceased their reckless attacks, instead coordinating their efforts to distract the Qilin. One small beast drew the Qilin's attention from the front, while several others stealthily approached from the sides and rear. Yi discerned their intentions and promptly alerted the Qilin, feigning ignorance of the beasts flanking it. The Qilin waited until they drew near before abruptly turning, delivering a violent lash of its tail. The tremendous force sent several small beasts flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, these small aberrant beasts proved remarkably resilient. They quickly regained their footing and renewed their assault. Yi realized that prolonging the battle was futile. It needed to be concluded swiftly. He scrutinized the battlefield, noticing that when attacking, the beasts briefly exposed their eyes, which appeared to be their most vulnerable spot. Yi immediately relayed this revelation through the psychic connection, simultaneously commanding the Qilin to feign an attack on one of the small beasts. Following his directive, the Qilin charged toward a small beast, feigning a full-force assault. The creature hastily dodged, while its companions seized the opportunity to close in. At that moment, the Qilin abruptly altered its attack trajectory, targeting the eye of another small beast. With precision, the Qilin extended its sharp claws, striking true upon the vulnerable eye of the aberrant creature. The diminutive aberration let out a pained howl, succumbing to its incapacity for battle. The remaining aberrations, witnessing this, finally felt trepidation and ceased their assault, turning instead to vanish into the underbrush. Yi, observing their retreating figures, let out a long sigh of relief. Although this skirmish had passed without calamity, it illuminated the omnipresent dangers within the world of beast taming. Approaching the Qilin, he gently caressed its form, stating, "Qilin, you have worked hard. Our coordination was impeccable." The Qilin affectionately nuzzled Yi's hand, emitting a low, resonant call. Through this confrontation, the rapport between Yi and the Qilin was further strengthened, their mental connection growing more robust. In the aftermath of this conflict, instead of retreating in fear, Yi felt an intensified resolve to explore the surrounding areas. He understood that only through continual challenges could he expedite his growth. Thus, after a brief respite, Yi and the Qilin resumed their journey, seeking the Qilin grass while eagerly anticipating the discovery of more secrets within this enigmatic realm. Chapter 5. The Qilin demonstrates its power, effortlessly repelling the approaching aberrations after fending off the pack of fox-like aberrations. Yi and the Qilin continued their exploration of the surrounding area. However, this mysterious forest seemed to conceal endless dangers. They had scarcely ventured far when they encountered new troubles. This time, a group of wild boar-like aberrations appeared, their massive forms cloaked in rough, resilient black scales. With long tusks protruding from their jaws, glinting ominously. These wild boar aberrations bore fierce expressions, emitting deep, menacing roars that encircled Yi and the Qilin. A chill ran down Yi's spine as he sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the group of aberrations. Yet, he remained composed. Having gained confidence in the Qilin's strength from their earlier encounter with the smaller aberrations, he trusted their synergy would suffice to address this crisis. The Qilin, sensing Yi's conveyed trust and calmness, raised its head and unleashed a thunderous roar, a golden radiance enveloping its form, its scales shimmering with a dazzling brilliance. An imposing aura radiating forth. The wild boar aberrations appeared momentarily daunted by the Qilin's presence, their previously eager movements faltering. Yi swiftly analyzed the formation of the wild boar aberrations, noting that despite their numbers, they had not formed an effective encirclement. A plan began to take shape in his mind. He mentally conveyed instructions to the Qilin. Qilin, let us break through at the weakest point of their formation and then take them down one by one. The Qilin understood implicitly, propelling itself forward with a powerful leap, akin to a golden cannonball, charging towards a solitary wild boar aberration. The Qilin's speed was remarkable, and before the wild boar could react, it was struck fiercely by the Qilin's sharp claws. The force was tremendous, sending the wild boar hurtling backward, crashing into several small trees. Seeing this, the other wild boar aberrations erupted in furious roars and charged towards the Qilin. The Qilin gracefully navigated through the herd of wild boar beasts, skillfully evading their assaults while seizing the opportune moments to counterattack. Whenever a wild boar beast drew near, the Qilin would retaliate with its hooves, tail, or fiery breath. Dust swirled around the battlefield, and the Qilin's golden form stood out brilliantly against the dark mass of wild boar beasts. Yi watched intently from the sidelines, anxiously monitoring the unfolding conflict. Through their mental connection, he relayed real-time battlefield information to the Qilin while contemplating more effective strategies for commanding its combat. He observed that although these wild boar beasts were tough and resilient, their movements were relatively sluggish. As long as the Qilin maintained its agile maneuvers, it could evade harm. Swiftly, Yi conveyed new instructions to the Qilin. Utilize your speed advantage and target their leg joints to hinder their mobility. Upon receiving the command, the Qilin immediately adapted its tactics. It ceased to engage the wild boar beasts head-on, opting instead to maneuver around to their sides or rear, striking at their legs. As one wild boar beast prepared to turn and attack the Qilin, it seized the opportunity to bite down on its hind leg joint, forcefully tossing it aside. The wild boar beast lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Witnessing their comrades fall, the remaining wild boar beasts became increasingly frenzied, charging recklessly at the Qilin. However, at that moment, the Qilin had taken the initiative, moving through the wild boar herd as if in a realm untouched, relentlessly targeting their leg joints. Not long after, several wild boar beasts found themselves impaired due to injuries to their legs. The Qilin then focused its strength on one severely wounded beast, unleashing a series of searing flames that enveloped it. The wild boar beast struggled amidst the flames, emitting pitiful cries. Before long, it succumbed to its inability to resist. The other wild boar beasts, witnessing the fate of their companion, finally recognized the formidable nature of the Qilin before them. They ceased their battle, turning to flee in disarray. The Qilin, observing their retreat, did not pursue but returned to Yi's side. Filled with excitement, Yi embraced the Qilin's neck, exclaiming, "You were incredible, Qilin. Once again, you effortlessly repelled the invading beasts." The Qilin responded with a joyful cry, seemingly acknowledging Yi's praise. This battle not only showcased the Qilin's extraordinary strength, but also deepened Yi's understanding that in the world of beast taming, establishing a harmonious rapport and fully leveraging each other's strengths could lead to triumph over formidable foes. After a brief respite, Yi and the Qilin resumed their journey of exploration. Following these two encounters, Yi was acutely aware that more unknown dangers awaited them ahead. Yet, he held firm belief that with the Qilin by his side, they would surmount numerous challenges and ascend to greater heights. while also eagerly anticipating the discovery of the key spirit herbs and spirit source stones essential for breaking through the spirit awakening realm. Chapter 6. Meeting a kindred traveler and acquiring fundamental information about the beast-taming world after repelling the wild boar beasts. Yi and the Qilin continued their trek through the forest. At this moment, Yi stood before the forest, filled with a profound sense of reverence, while simultaneously yearning for a deeper understanding of the beast mastery world to better acclimate to this realm. As he pondered his forthcoming journey, a figure emerged ahead. It was an elderly man clad in a gray robe, who approached Yi with a steady gait, leaning on a wooden staff. The old man's face bore a warm smile, and his eyes radiated wisdom and kindness. Feeling a stirring in his heart, Yi took the initiative to greet him. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Yi, newly arrived in this world, and I find myself quite unfamiliar with it. Might you share some insights with me? The elder scrutinized Yi and the Qilin by his side, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes, before he chuckled and replied, "Ah, young one. It is evident that you and your Qilin share a remarkable bond. You must have just entered this realm of beast mastery. Since you seek knowledge, allow me to enlighten you." Yi's heart swelled with joy as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you ever so much, venerable elder." The elder nodded and began. The world of beast mastery is vast and boundless, with beast masters forming its core strength. They forge contracts with extraordinary beasts, harnessing their powers to enhance their own abilities. As you may know, the ranks of beast masters are categorized into various realms, including the awakening realm, nurturing realm, and spirit master realm, among others. Each ascension is crucial, not only augmenting one's strength, but also allowing for the binding of more formidable beasts. Enthralled, Yi inquired, what distinct characteristics define each realm? The elder smiled and continued. The awakening realm serves as the starting point for beast masters. In this stage, one must establish a mental connection with their beast, fostering mutual understanding. Your successful summoning of the Qilin and your ability to collaborate in battle indicate that you have made significant strides in the awakening realm. The nurturing realm, on the other hand, requires a beast master to consolidate their spiritual energy and nurture their beast, thereby enhancing its abilities further. As for the higher realms, you will gradually come to comprehend them as you progress. Yi pressed on. What can be done to expedite the advancement through the realms? I have heard that breaking through the awakening realm necessitates the awakening grass and spirit source stones. Is this true? The elder affirmed with a nod. Indeed. The awakening grass and spirit source stones are pivotal for transcending the awakening realm. The awakening grass flourishes in hidden locales, often guarded by powerful beasts. Beyond these materials, the accumulation of training and battle experience is equally vital. By continuously engaging in combat alongside your beast, you can fortify both your strengths and synergy, laying a solid foundation for your ascension. Yi then asked, are there other aspects of the beast mastery world that I should be wary of? The elder's expression grew serious as he cautioned, though the beast mastery world brims with opportunities, it is fraught with peril. Different regions harbor beasts of varying levels, some of which possess the power to obliterate entire towns effortlessly. Moreover, competition exists among beast masters. Some may resort to unscrupulous means for their gain. Thus, it is imperative that you exercise caution and protect yourself in this world. Yi attentively absorbed every word of the elder's wisdom, gaining a more comprehensive understanding of the beast mastery world. With heartfelt gratitude, he remarked, "Thank you, venerable elder, for imparting such significant knowledge. I shall remain vigilant." The elder smiled and waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for formality. Seeing that you are a diligent child, I felt compelled to share a few more words. I hope you carve out your own niche in the Beastmaster world." After bidding farewell to the elder, Yi was filled with emotion. Through his interaction with the elder, he not only acquired fundamental knowledge about the Beastmaster world, but also gained clarity regarding his aspirations. He understood that in this challenging realm, survival and the continuous enhancement of his abilities would require greater effort. Gazing at the Qilin beside him, Yi resolutely declared, "Qilin, we must diligently cultivate our strength and swiftly break through to the awakening realm to grow even more formidable." The Qilin emitted a deep, resonant call, seemingly responding to Yi's determination. Subsequently, Yi and the Qilin resumed their journey of exploration, seeking the awakening grass while remaining vigilant to the sounds around them. Ever prepared to confront any impending dangers, and eagerly anticipating the accumulation of experience that would thoroughly prepare them for a breakthrough in their realm. Chapter 7. Hearing of the key to awakening. Seeking the opportunity for a breakthrough following his conversation with the elder, Yi Yi's resolve to seek the awakening grass and spirit source stone for a breakthrough into the awakening realm was fortified, guided by the elder's directions. Yi Yi learned of a mysterious valley deep within the forest, a place where the awakening grass was likely to flourish, albeit fraught with peril. Yi Yi and the Qilin proceeded along the general direction indicated by the elder. As they journeyed, the forest transformed around them. The trees grew taller and denser, casting an impenetrable shadow, with sunlight filtering through the layers of leaves, creating scattered patches of light. The presence of exotic beasts intensified, and Yi Yi sensed that the deeper they ventured, the more formidable the beasts they would encounter. To prepare for potential dangers, Yi Yi and the Qilin intensified their training. Yi Yi continuously attempted to engage in more intricate mental communication with the Qilin, enabling it to master various offensive and defensive skills. The Qilin cooperated eagerly, displaying remarkable learning abilities, and increasingly comprehended Yi Yi's commands with precision. During one training session, Yi Yi instructed the Qilin to simulate a battle against a powerful beast. Flames erupted around the Qilin, exuding an aura of formidable power, while Yi Yi directed its agile movements and attacks. Suddenly, Yi Yi discovered that while the Qilin unleashed its fiery abilities, it could enhance their lethality by manipulating the temperature and form of the flames. He immediately shared this revelation with the Qilin, which, after several attempts, successfully mastered the technique. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Yi Yi and the Qilin finally approached the vicinity of the mysterious valley described by the elder. A faint mist enveloped the valley's entrance, hinting at an enigmatic presence within. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yi cautiously led the Qilin into the valley. Upon entering, Yi Yi was immediately struck by an oppressive atmosphere. The surrounding rocks bore peculiar shapes, seemingly distorted by some formidable force. The ground was marked with strange patterns, suggesting the presence of some arcane power. Yi Yi and the Qilin proceeded along the narrow path within the valley, maintaining a constant state of vigilance. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated from the front, as a colossal beast appeared before them. This creature resembled a black bear, yet its entire body was adorned with a layer of azure scales, and its eyes shimmered with an eerie blue light, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Yi's heart tightened. He understood that this formidable beast would not be easily vanquished. However, in pursuit of the spirit awakening herb, he could not afford to retreat. He swiftly observed the creature's characteristics, noting that despite its massive size, its movements appeared somewhat sluggish. Through a mental connection, Yi communicated with the Qilin to devise a battle strategy. The Qilin launched the first attack, dashing towards the scaled beast like a bolt of golden lightning. It opened its jaws and unleashed a torrent of searing flames directed at the creature. Unperturbed, the beast swung its forepaw, releasing a surge of blue energy that collided with the Qilin's fire. In an instant, sparks flew as powerful energy waves radiated outward. Yi keenly monitored the unfolding battle, discerning a fleeting defensive gap on one side of the beast while it was fending off the Qilin's fiery assault. Immediately, Yi relayed this information to the Qilin, which swiftly adjusted its attack trajectory toward the beast's vulnerable spot. With its razor-sharp claws, the Qilin struck fiercely at the creature's flank, leaving deep gashes upon its scales. The beast let out a furious roar and turned to pounce on the Qilin. The Qilin nimbly evaded the attack and launched another fiery onslaught. This time, it concentrated the flames into a massive fireball aimed at the beast's head. The creature had no time to dodge, and the fireball struck, engulfing its head in flames. During the fierce confrontation between the Qilin and the beast, Yi remained vigilant. He provided support through their mental link, while simultaneously searching for traces of the spirit awakening herb in the surroundings. At that moment, he spotted a herb emanating a gentle glow nestled within a crevice of a nearby rock, its shape strikingly similar to the spirit awakening herb described by the elder. Yi's heart soared with joy, yet he knew he could not afford to be distracted at this critical juncture. The battle between the Qilin and the beast had escalated to a fervent intensity. Though the creature had sustained some injuries, its counterattacks grew increasingly ferocious. Yi focused intently, orchestrating the Qilin's movements against the beast. He instructed the Qilin to leverage its speed advantage, continuously shifting attack positions to exhaust the beast's stamina. After an intense struggle, the Qilin ultimately succeeded in driving the beast back. The creature, dragging its wounded body, vanished into the depths of the valley. Yi sighed in relief and hurried to the rock, carefully plucking the spirit awakening herb. Holding the glowing herb in his hands, Yi realized he was one step closer to transcending into the spirit awakening realm. Chapter 8. Rigorous Training of the Qilin. Enhancing mutual understanding and strength. Having acquired the spirit awakening herb, Yi felt no exhilaration, for breaking through to the spirit awakening realm required a spirit source stone. He understood that before such a breakthrough, further enhancing both his and the Qilin's strength and synergy was of paramount importance. Thus, Yi led the Qilin to a relatively safe and secluded area within the valley, commencing a new round of intensive training. Yi began by summarizing Qilin's performance in battles against the blue-scaled beasts. He noted that while Qilin exhibited formidable strength during combat, its reactions to the beast's sudden counterattacks were somewhat lacking in swiftness. To remedy this, Yi devised targeted training regiments. He gathered several branches and arranged them around the training area to simulate a variety of intricate obstacles. Subsequently, he instructed Qilin to navigate through these barriers while he intermittently hurled stones to mimic the beast's assaults. Initially, Qilin struggled to adapt to this training method, occasionally being struck by the stones. However, as the training progressed, Qilin gradually mastered the techniques, deftly evading the stones and maneuvering through the obstacles with ease. In addition to evasive training, Yi also intensified Qilin's offensive drills. He had Qilin unleash various skills, such as flame breath and claw strikes, against massive boulders in the valley to enhance the potency and precision of its abilities. After each attack, Yi meticulously observed and analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the skills, communicating promptly with Qilin to facilitate adjustments. During one session focused on flame attacks, Yi discovered that while the flames emitted by Qilin were of high temperature, their coverage area was insufficient. Therefore, through their mental connection, he conveyed the idea of expanding the flame's reach. Qilin experimented with different techniques and ultimately devised a method to double the coverage by manipulating the flow of its breath while releasing the flames. To further enhance their synergy, Yi and Qilin engaged in advanced telepathic training. Yi sat nearby, contemplating various complex commands, which he then transmitted to Qilin through their mental link. Qilin was required to comprehend and execute Yi's instructions without the aid of spoken language or gestures. Initially, Qilin could only grasp simple commands, but as the training continued, its understanding of more intricate directives grew increasingly adept. During one session, Yi envisioned Qilin running a lap around the valley, subsequently performing a defensive skill at the center, and finally launching a flame attack at a distant boulder. Upon receiving the command, Qilin executed Yi's wishes without hesitation, flawlessly completing the task. Witnessing Qilin's performance filled Yi with satisfaction, as their mutual understanding ascended to a new level. Beyond skill and synergy training, Yi also prioritized Qilin's physical conditioning. He recognized that enduring stamina is crucial for triumphing over formidable opponents. Yi had Qilin engage in long-distance running and jumping exercises, consistently challenging the limits of its physical capabilities. Qilin devoted itself wholeheartedly to the training, resulting in a progressively stronger physique, along with notable enhancements in speed and endurance. While focusing on Qilin's physical training, Yi did not neglect his own cultivation. By observing Qilin's application of power, he endeavored to merge Qilin's strength with his own spiritual energy. During one session, Yi concentrated intently, guiding his spiritual energy to resonate harmoniously with Qilin's might. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that when the two resonated, he could perceive the thoughts of the Qilin with greater clarity, while his own spiritual power was also enhanced. After a period of rigorous training, the Qilin's strength had significantly improved. Its fire skills became more potent, with a wider range of attack. Its claw strikes were sharper and swifter. Meanwhile, the rapport between Yi and the Qilin reached new heights, allowing them to coordinate seamlessly in battle without excessive communication. Observing the Qilin's progress filled Yi with joy. He understood that all these efforts aimed to better prepare him for the challenges of the Beast-Master world following his breakthrough into the Spirit Awakening realm. At that moment, Yi held the Spirit Awakening grass in his hand, his heart brimming with anticipation. He believed that through his relentless endeavors, he would undoubtedly locate the Spirit Source Stone, enabling him to embrace the breakthrough into the Spirit Awakening realm and embark on a new chapter in the path of a Beast-Master, confronting formidable foes and exploring the myriad mysteries of the Beast-Master world. Chapter 9. Discovering a mysterious ruin and deciding to form a team for exploration. Yi, Qilin Lingfeng, Azure Eagle Su Yao, water beast after Yi and the Qilin had diligently trained, significantly enhancing their strength and synergy. They continued their explorations in the valley. One day, as they traversed a secluded path within the valley, Yi suddenly stumbled upon an ancient stone door, cloaked in vines and moss. The door was adorned with peculiar carvings, seemingly narrating an ancient tale. Curiosity surged within Yi as he approached the stone door, scrutinizing the engravings. The Qilin stood vigilantly beside him, sensing the unusual aura of the area. Yi attempted to push the stone door, but it remained immovable. Just as he began to feel disheartened, he noticed several depressions on the door that perfectly matched the shape of his palm. Tentatively, Yi placed his hand upon the indentations. Suddenly, a radiant light illuminated the stone door, flowing along the carvings, before the door slowly creaked open. Behind the door lay a profound passage, shrouded in an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. A spark ignited within Yi. He realized he might have uncovered a hidden ruin. He was acutely aware that ruins often concealed immense opportunities, yet they also bore unpredictable dangers. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to seek assistance and form a team to explore the ruin. Thus, Yi and the Qilin departed from the valley, returning to the location where they had previously encountered the Elder, hoping to find companions willing to embark on this adventure. During the waiting period, Yi met a young beast master named Ling Feng, who possessed a wind element azure eagle. Upon hearing of Yi's discovery of the mysterious ruin, excitement sparkled in Ling Feng's eyes. He expressed his long-standing desire to explore unknown ruins in search of powerful treasures to enhance his and his beast's strength, promptly agreeing to Yi's invitation without hesitation. Before long, Yi also became acquainted with another beast master named Su Yao, who specialized in water element beasts. Su Yao, with her cheerful disposition, was equally intrigued by the mysterious ruins. Upon comprehending Yi's plan, she willingly joined the ranks. Thus, Yi, Ling Feng, and Su Yao formed an adventurous trio, accompanied by their respective extraordinary beasts, and once more approached the entrance of the enigmatic ruins. Yi gazed at her companions and remarked, "This exploration of the ruins is fraught with unknown perils. We must collaborate closely to ensure our safety." Both Ling Feng and Su Yao nodded, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. As they ventured into the ruins, the passageway was shrouded in dim light, forcing them to rely on the occasional flicker of luminescence from the walls to guide their way. The walls on either side of the corridor were inscribed with a plethora of peculiar symbols and patterns, seemingly conveying ancient messages. Yi and her companions tread cautiously, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from ahead. The Qilin let out a low growl, alerting them to the imminent danger. Yi gestured for her teammates to halt. She communicated with the Qilin through their mental link, attempting to discern the source of the threat. The Qilin informed her of a swarm of spider-like beasts rapidly approaching them. Yi swiftly relayed this information to Ling Feng and Su Yao. Ling Feng promptly summoned a hawk, which soared through the passage, keenly surveying the situation. Su Yao, in turn, conjured a blue water beast, which shimmered with a radiant azure glow, poised to strike at any moment. Yi also prepared for battle, synchronizing her efforts with the Qilin as they awaited the appearance of their foes. Before long, a horde of colossal spider-like beasts surged forth from the shadows of the passage. These creatures, adorned with menacing spikes, possessed 8 eyes gleaming with a sinister red light, and they opened their massive mandibles, emitting a chilling sound. Yi initiated the assault, directing the Qilin to unleash a torrent of searing flames upon the swarm. The flames swiftly engulfed several of the spider beasts, eliciting anguished cries. Ling Feng commanded the hawk to attack, which swooped down with remarkable speed, its sharp talons targeting the arachnids. Meanwhile, Su Yao ordered the water beast to unleash a barrage of water arrows, each akin to a deadly projectile aimed at the spiders. Through their collective onslaught, the spider beasts sustained considerable damage. However, these formidable foes were resilient, quickly regrouping and charging towards Yi and her companions. Realizing the need for strategy rather than brute force, Yi observed the arachnids' movements, seeking out their vulnerabilities. After a fierce battle, she discerned that the underbelly of the spider beasts was notably weaker during their attacks. She promptly shared this revelation with her teammates. Ling Feng directed the hawk to target the vulnerable area, seizing the moment to rend the abdomen of one spider beast with its sharp claws. Su Yao took advantage of this distraction, commanding the water beast to unleash a powerful torrent, toppling the injured spider beast to the ground. Yi and the Qilin intensified their assault, encircling several spider beasts in flames, rendering escape impossible. Through their united efforts, they ultimately succeeded in repelling the horde of spider beasts. This battle allowed Yi and his companions to gain a deeper understanding of each other's strengths and combat styles, while also highlighting the significance of teamwork. As they venture further into the ruins, they eagerly anticipate uncovering powerful treasures that could aid them in transcending their limits and enhancing their abilities, all while confronting an array of unknown challenges. Chapter 10. The ruins conceal numerous mechanisms, Yi approaches with caution after repelling the swarm of spider-like beasts. Yi, Lingfeng, and Su Yao pressed onward into the depths of the ruins, accompanied by their respective beasts. The passage grew increasingly narrow, and the faint luminescence of the walls dimmed further, enveloping them in an atmosphere that was both enigmatic and perilous. Before long, they stumbled upon a spacious hall. The floor was etched with intricate patterns, and at its center stood a colossal stone pedestal, emanating a gentle glow as if beckoning them closer. However, Yi refrained from acting impulsively, fully aware that in such a mechanism-laden ruin, every step could harbor danger. Yi meticulously examined the layout of the hall and noticed 4 small pedestals situated at each corner, each seemingly holding something of significance. Though they were too distant to discern clearly, Ling Feng's falcon circled overhead, surveying the surroundings for any potential threats. Suddenly, the falcon emitted a sharp cry, causing Ling Feng's expression to shift as he remarked, "We must be cautious. There appears to be hidden mechanisms within the hall." At that moment, numerous sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground. Yi reacted swiftly, commanding the Qilin to leap high, evading the onslaught of spikes. Both Ling Feng and Su Yao directed their beasts to deploy their abilities to dodge the assault. After a brief interval, the spikes gradually retracted back into the earth. Yi understood that this was merely the beginning of the ruin's traps. After conferring with Ling Feng and Su Yao, they decided to investigate the corners of the hall to seek clues for deciphering the mechanisms. Yi and the Qilin approached one of the corner pedestals, taking each step with utmost caution, ever mindful of their surroundings. As Yi neared the pedestal, he discovered a circular stone adorned with peculiar symbols. When he attempted to grasp the stone, countless sharp arrows suddenly shot forth from the walls of the hall. The Qilin swiftly manifested a golden shield, enveloping both Yi and itself in protection. The arrows struck the shield, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. Seeing this, Ling Feng and Su Yao immediately mounted a counteroffensive. Ling Feng directed the falcon to charge toward the openings from which the arrows were fired, using its razor-sharp talons to damage several of the apertures, thereby reducing the frequency of the arrow assaults. Meanwhile, Su Yao commanded her water beast to conjure a massive water curtain, intercepting a portion of the arrows and buying Yi precious time. Focusing intently on the stone in his hand, Yi realized that the symbols inscribed upon it seemed to correlate with the intricate patterns on the hall's floor. Through a mental connection, he communicated with the Qilin, seeking its assistance in deciphering these enigmatic symbols. The Qilin closed its eyes, channeling a mysterious power into Yi's mind, granting him clarity in understanding the symbols. After a period of contemplation, Yi realized that they needed to tread upon the patterns on the ground in a specific sequence to halt the onslaught of the mechanisms. He swiftly conveyed this revelation to Ling Feng and Su Yao, and the trio, under Yi's guidance, directed their respective beasts to carefully step on the patterns in the prescribed order. As the beasts complied, the mechanisms within the hall gradually ceased their attacks. The walls no longer unleashed deadly arrows, and the ground refrained from erupting with stone spikes. Yi exhaled a sigh of relief, aware that they had successfully deciphered the mechanism. However, before they could revel in their triumph, a blinding radiance erupted from the colossal stone platform at the center of the hall. As the light dissipated, a gigantic stone beast slowly emerged from the platform. Composed entirely of formidable rock, its eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Yi's heart tightened. He understood that this stone beast was the true guardian of the hall. He exchanged a glance with Ling Feng and Su Yao, and the three promptly reached a consensus, preparing to engage in a fierce battle against the beast. Yi commanded the Qilin to initiate the attack. The Qilin unleashed a torrent of searing flames directed at the stone beast. The flames struck, leaving only faint traces upon its rocky exterior. Ling Feng directed the Tsang to assault from above, as it darted towards the beast with remarkable speed, aiming for its eyes with its claws. The stone beast swung its massive claws, sending the Tsang hurtling away. Su Yao instructed the water beast to release a powerful surge of water, attempting to topple the stone beast. Yet, the beast stood resolutely, unfazed by the onslaught. Realizing the stone beast's formidable defense rendered conventional attacks ineffective, Yi meticulously observed its movements. He discerned that the beast's turning speed was relatively slow, and a particular section of rock on its back appeared to be its Achilles heel. Yi shared this insight with his comrades, and they resolved to adjust their strategy, focusing their efforts on exploiting the beast's vulnerable back. The Qilin launched another assault, seizing the opportunity as the stone beast turned, its sharp claws striking fiercely at the weak point on the beast's back. The Tsang provided aerial support, continually drawing the beast's attention. Meanwhile, Xuanwu commanded the water beast to unleash a water sphere imbued with immense impact, aimed at the beast's vulnerable back. Through their collective efforts, a fissure finally emerged in the stone beast's back. Seizing the moment, the Qilin unleashed another wave of intense flames, which surged into the beast's interior through the crack. The stone beast let out a pained roar, its body convulsing violently. Ultimately, it collapsed with a resounding crash, disintegrating into a pile of rubble. After their victory over the stone beast, Yi, Ling Feng, and Xuanwu collectively exhaled a breath of relief. This exploration of the ruins had profoundly impressed upon them the inherent dangers and complexities of the mechanisms within. Yet, rather than retreating in fear, they felt an even stronger resolve to continue their quest, eagerly anticipating the discovery of powerful treasures deeper within the ruins, enhancing their own strength and that of their beasts, while also accumulating invaluable experience for future adventures and breakthroughs into the Qilin realm. They would press onward, ready to confront the myriad challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 11. Encountering the guardian beast and engaging in a fierce battle. After vanquishing the stone beast, Yi, Ling Feng, and Xuanwu delved deeper into the ruins. At the end of the passage lay a vast cavern, shrouded in a delicate mist that glimmered with an otherworldly light. As they stepped into the cavern, a colossal guardian beast materialized before them. This creature bore the semblance of a white tiger, yet it was encircled by a mysterious ring of purple flames, its eyes glowing like two blazing orbs of violet fire, exuding a powerful and imposing aura. Yi felt a shiver down his spine, acutely aware of the immense pressure emanating from this guardian beast. He understood that an arduous battle awaited them. Ling Feng and Xuanwu shared his grave expression, each summoning their own beasts in preparation for the impending confrontation. Yi initiated the assault, commanding his Qilin to charge at the guardian beast. The Qilin was enveloped in golden flames, resembling a golden meteor as it hurtled towards the creature. Undaunted, the guardian beast opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of purple flames that collided with the Qilin's golden blaze. In an instant, flames erupted in all directions, and a powerful wave of energy rippled throughout the cavern. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng directed his Tsang-Ying to launch an aerial attack. The Tsang-Ying spread its wings and dove like a bolt of black lightning, its sharp talons aimed at the guardian beast's back. The guardian beast detected the incoming assault and swiftly pivoted, striking at the Tsang-Ying with its tail. The agile bird narrowly evaded the blow, yet still felt the searing touch of the purple flames, singeing a portion of its feathers. Observing the unfolding chaos, Xuanwu commanded her water beast to unleash a massive water dragon. The water dragon roared as it surged towards the guardian beast, intent on engulfing it. However, the guardian beast remained unperturbed, its purple flames intensifying, instantly evaporating the water dragon. The creature transformed into a mist, permeating the cavern. Yi realized that a relentless offensive would be futile. He meticulously analyzed the guardian beast's attack patterns and discovered a brief charging motion preceding its powerful strikes. Swiftly, he relayed this revelation through their mental connection to the Qilin, while also informing Ling Feng and Xuanwu. When the guardian beast prepared to strike once more, Yi commanded the Qilin to evade in advance. Ling Feng and Xuanwu similarly directed their beasts to launch a counterattack. The Tsang-Ying circled in the air, seeking an opportunity to strike at the guardian beast's eyes, while the water beast released a series of water spheres to divert the guardian beast's attention. At the opportune moment, the Qilin lunged towards the guardian beast from the side, its sharp claws inflicting a wound upon the creature's leg. The guardian beast let out a furious roar, pivoting to pounce on the Qilin. The Qilin nimbly dodged the attack and unleashed another fiery assault. This time, the Qilin concentrated its flames into a massive fireball, propelling it towards the guardian beast's head. The guardian beast raised its forepaws to shield itself from the fireball, yet the impact still forced it to stagger back several paces. Ling Feng seized this moment, directing the Tsang-Ying to charge with all its might towards the guardian beast's eyes. The guardian beast hastily shut its eyes and shielded its head with its paws. At that moment, Xuanwu commanded the water beast to unleash a torrent imbued with formidable freezing power, ensnaring the claws and body of the guardian beast in ice. The guardian beast struggled to free itself from the icy constraints, and Yi seized this opportune moment to direct the Qilin to launch its most powerful assault. The Qilin radiated an intense brilliance, emitting a column of golden flames imbued with immense energy, which hurtled towards the guardian beast. Upon impact, the flame column ignited a violent explosion. As the smoke dissipated, numerous wounds appeared upon the guardian beast, its vitality waning. Yi and his companions offered no respite, continuing their relentless assault. United in purpose, they ultimately overwhelmed the guardian beast, which collapsed to the ground. Following their triumph over the guardian beast, Yi, Lingfeng, and Su Yao felt an overwhelming fatigue, yet their hearts brimmed with joy. This fierce battle not only tested their strength and teamwork, but also provided them with invaluable experience in confronting formidable adversaries. Subsequently, they resolved to search the cave for potential treasures, hoping these artifacts would significantly aid their breakthroughs and enhance their powers, while also bolstering their adventures in the world of beast taming. Chapter 12. With wisdom and courage, successfully overcoming the Guardian to obtain the treasure after vanquishing the Guardian Beast. Yi, Lingfeng, and Su Yao took a brief respite before embarking on their quest for treasure within the cave. The walls of the cave were adorned with gems radiating a soft luminescence, illuminating the surroundings. They discovered a stone platform deep within the cave, upon which rested an exquisite box. Cautiously, they approached the platform, remaining vigilant for any lurking dangers. Upon nearing the platform, they detected no anomalies. Yi stepped forward and gently opened the box. Inside lay a crystal emanating a kaleidoscope of colors, seemingly harboring immense energy. The moment Yi grasped the crystal, a deep rumble reverberated through the cave. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, fissures spreading across the surface. Alarmed, Yi realized they may have triggered a concealed mechanism. "Everyone, be cautious," he called out. The Qilin immediately positioned itself beside Yi, on high alert. Lingfeng and Su Yao swiftly summoned their beasts, prepared to confront the unforeseen situation. As the ground quaked, a colossal rock golem slowly emerged from the depths. Towering over them, the golem's body was composed of hard stone, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. Yi recognized this as yet another formidable adversary. However, having just triumphed over the guardian beast, their spirits were high, and anticipation for the crystal within the box fueled their resolve to conquer the rock golem. Yi swiftly assessed the golem's structural anatomy, noting its joints were relatively vulnerable. Through a mental connection, he communicated with the Qilin to devise a battle strategy. The Qilin initiated the assault, charging towards the rock golem and aiming its sharp claws at the golem's leg joints. The golem retaliated by swinging its massive fists towards the Qilin. With agility, the Qilin evaded the attack, once again targeting the golem's joints. Lingfeng commanded the Kanjing to initiate an aerial assault, directing it towards the eyes of the rock golem in an attempt to disrupt its line of sight. The rock golem sensed the threat above and lifted its head, striking at the Kanjing with one of its massive hands. Swiftly, the Kanjing altered its course, evading the attack. Su Yao instructed the water beast to unleash a powerful torrent, crashing against the body of the rock golem. Though the water flow could not inflict substantial damage, it effectively captured the golem's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Yi directed the Qilin to concentrate its efforts on assaulting the knee joints of the rock golem. After several relentless strikes, fissures began to appear in the golem's knee joints. Realizing its vulnerabilities had been exposed, the rock golem became increasingly frantic in its assaults. It swung its fists, creating a deafening rush of air that swept across a vast area. Yi, Lingfeng, and Su Yao each maneuvered their mystical beasts with agility, simultaneously searching for opportunities to counterattack. Yi observed that the rock golem, due to its colossal size, executed its movements with a certain sluggishness, creating intervals between its attacks. Seizing this moment, he conveyed through their mental connection to the Qilin. "Qilin, once it completes its next strike, unleash your full force." The Qilin comprehended Yi's intent, fixating its gaze upon the rock golem. As anticipated, following a powerful punch, the golem paused momentarily. In an instant, the Qilin surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, exhaling a concentrated and searing flame directed at the knee joint of the rock golem. The intense heat caused the rock to glow a fiery red, and the fissures rapidly expanded under the scorching temperature. Witnessing this, Lingfeng directed the Kanjing to charge at the rock golem from the side. As it approached, the Kanjing's talons shimmered with the essence of wind, fiercely grasping at the cracks upon the golem's knee. With the Kanjing's assault, additional claw marks marred the knee, further widening the fissures. Meanwhile, Su Yao remained undeterred, commanding the water beast to condense the water into sharp ice spikes, launching them into the crevices of the rock golem's joints. The ice spikes, propelled by tremendous force, wedged into the gaps, rendering the golem's joints even more fragile. Sensing the impending peril, the rock golem attempted to shield itself with its hands. Yet the coordination among Yi and his companions was impeccable, allowing them to strike before it could mount a defense. Under the relentless barrage, the rock golem's knee finally succumbed, snapping with a resounding crack. Its immense form lost balance and collapsed to the ground. As it lay there, it struggled to rise, but its body had sustained severe damage. Seizing the moment, Yi and his allies pressed their advantage. The Qilin unleashed another torrent of flames, this time directed at the core of the rock golem. Under the intense heat, cracks began to form in the core, culminating in a thunderous explosion. With the obliteration of the rock golem, the tremors within the cave gradually subsided. Yi and his companions triumphed over this formidable adversary, and the threat surrounding the crystal was finally dispelled. Yi picked up the radiant, multicolored crystal, feeling the immense power it contained, his heart brimming with joy. After engaging in fierce battles against the guardian beast and the rock puppet, Yi, Ling Feng, and Su Yao, through their wisdom and bravery, successfully acquired the precious crystal. They understood that this crystal would significantly aid them in transcending their current boundaries and enhancing their strength. Their next endeavor was to explore the crystal's applications, hoping to harness its power to take more resolute steps in their adventures within the Beastmaster world, confronting unknown challenges and unraveling further mysterious secrets. Chapter 13. The treasure aids in cultivation. Yi's power gradually increases with the invaluable multicolored crystal in hand. Yi, Ling Feng, and Su Yao departed from the enigmatic ruins. They sought a safe and tranquil location to study the crystal's potential and utilize its power for cultivation. In the Beastmaster world, while the awakening realm merely marked the beginning, a solid foundation would greatly enhance future growth potential. And this multicolored crystal might be the key to Yi advancing beyond the awakening realm. Yi settled into a comfortable position, cradling the multicolored crystal in his palm, and began to observe it intently. The crystal emanated a gentle, multicolored glow, within which streams of energy seemed to flow. Taking a deep breath, Yi focused his mind, attempting to resonate his spiritual power with the energy contained within the crystal. Initially, the energy of the crystal was highly volatile, akin to a wild stallion. As soon as Yi's spiritual power made contact, it was rebounded. Undeterred, Yi continually adjusted the frequency and intensity of his power, striving to communicate with the crystal's energy in various ways. After numerous attempts, he finally discovered a harmonious point, enveloping the crystal's energy with his spiritual power in a gentle and accommodating manner, gradually guiding it into his own spiritual system. As the crystal's energy integrated, Yi felt a warm current spreading throughout his body, emanating from his dantian and coursing through his meridians. His meridians seemed to expand and strengthen under the influence of a powerful force, allowing his spiritual power to flow more smoothly and swiftly. The Qilin stood guard nearby, quietly sensing Yi's state through their mental connection, timely conveying encouragement and reassurance. During the process of merging the crystal's energy, Yi not only enhanced the intensity of his spiritual power, but also gained new insights into its application. He realized that by adjusting the ratio of the crystal's energy to his own spiritual power, he could alter the characteristics of his power. For instance, when infusing more of the crystal's fire attribute energy, his spiritual power became more fervent and aggressive. Conversely, when incorporating water attribute energy, it became gentler and more resilient. To test his cultivation results, Yi decided to conduct a coordinated exercise with the Qilin. Through their mental connection, he conveyed his instructions, and the Qilin promptly understood, igniting its body in golden flames and charging toward a distant hillock. Simultaneously, Yi channeled his spiritual power, infusing the recently merged crystal energy into the Qilin's flames. The flames emitted by the Qilin instantly intensified, the temperature soaring, as the trees atop the hill turned to ashes under the searing heat, and the ground glowed a fiery red. Watching the hill engulfed in flames, Yi felt a profound satisfaction in his heart. He was aware that, with the power of the colorful crystals, both he and the Qilin had experienced a remarkable enhancement in their abilities. In the days that followed, Yi continued to harness the remaining energy of the colorful crystals for cultivation, while simultaneously exploring ways to better integrate the newfound power with the Qilin's skills. Yi discovered that by infusing spiritual energy into the Qilin's claw attack technique, he could bestow upon its claws a formidable cutting force. Through mental connection, he communicated and practiced with the Qilin repeatedly, and gradually, the Qilin mastered this novel application of its skills. During one practice session, the Qilin effortlessly cleaved a massive boulder in two with its claws, the cut smooth and even, showcasing its immense power. In addition to training in tandem with the Qilin, Yi also endeavored to utilize the energy of the colorful crystals to enhance his physical attributes. He guided the crystal energy to permeate his muscles and bones, continuously honing and fortifying his physique. After a period of diligent practice, Yi felt his body becoming lighter and stronger, with notable improvements in both speed and strength. As his training progressed, Yi's prowess steadily advanced under the auspices of the colorful crystals. His spiritual energy grew ever more robust, and his control over the Qilin became increasingly adept. Yi knew he was one step closer to breaking through to the spirit awakening realm, and each incremental growth bolstered his confidence in the adventure within the Beastmaster world, fueling his anticipation of soon transcending realms to explore the myriad mysteries it held. Chapter 14. Delving deeper into the ruins to uncover clues for the spirit awakening breakthrough. After enhancing his strength with the colorful crystals, Yi was not content to rest on his laurels. His desire to break through to the spirit awakening realm intensified. He understood that within the Beastmaster world, each breakthrough in realm signified not only greater power, but also broader horizons for development. Consequently, he resolved to delve once more into the enigmatic ruins, seeking the crucial clues for the breakthrough to the spirit awakening realm. Accompanied by the Qilin, Yi once again entered the ruins, where the atmosphere remained shrouded in mystery and depth. Navigating the familiar passageways, Yi reminisced about previous explorations, remaining vigilant to the changes around him. Upon reaching the vicinity of the cave where they had previously discovered the colorful crystals, Yi noticed new patterns etched into the cave walls. These patterns shimmered with a faint luminescence, distinct from any designs he had encountered before. Yi approached the wall for a closer examination of these patterns, while the Qilin stood guard nearby, alertly sniffing the air for any signs of danger. Yi discerned that these patterns seemed to form a map, yet the locations indicated were unlike any they had previously explored. A spark of realization ignited within him. He recognized this could potentially lead to deeper recesses of the ruins, where the key to the spirit awakening breakthrough might be concealed. Following the direction of the patterns, Yi discovered they pointed towards a hidden corner of the cave. In that corner, a massive boulder stood, covered in a myriad of intricate symbols. These symbols appeared to bear a connection to the patterns on the wall. Yi concentrated intently, attempting to decipher the meaning behind these symbols. He recalled the various pieces of information acquired in the ruins, as well as the knowledge about the Beastmaster world imparted by the Elder, diligently seeking the connection between the symbols and the breakthrough to the spirit awakening realm. After a period of contemplation and analysis, Yi discovered that these symbols seemed to narrate a unique method of spiritual cultivation, intricately linked to the breakthrough of the spirit awakening realm. The symbols indicated that to achieve this breakthrough, a Beastmaster must be in a specific location, harnessing the special fluctuations of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth to guide their own spiritual energy through a profound transformation. This specific location appeared to reside within a mysterious space deeper within the ruins. To further validate his thoughts, Yi continued to search for clues in the surroundings. He uncovered a hidden groove at the base of a rock, the shape of which resembled a small object he had previously obtained in the ruins. Yi recalled that this object had been discovered after battling a stone beast, found atop the stone platform from which the beast had emerged, though its purpose had remained elusive at that time. Tentatively, Yi placed the small object into the groove, and suddenly, the rock emanated a radiant glow, within which a blurred image materialized. In this vision, a Beastmaster stood in a luminous space alongside his extraordinary beast, radiating a powerful wave of spiritual energy. The extraordinary beast complemented him, and as the Beastmaster guided their energies, they intertwined, ultimately leading to the Beastmaster's successful breakthrough to the spirit awakening realm. Elated, Yi recognized that he had uncovered a crucial clue for the breakthrough. However, entering that mysterious space would not be an easy feat. It required traversing perilous regions and fulfilling certain conditions. Determined, Yi resolved to prepare immediately, departing the ruins with his Qilin to seek essential materials and information. Gearing up for another venture into the ruins to challenge the breakthrough to the spirit awakening realm. He was acutely aware that the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Yet he firmly believed that with the right approach and unwavering perseverance, he would undoubtedly achieve the breakthrough and take a more solid step within the Beastmaster world. Chapter 15. Preparing to challenge the realm, gathering strength for the breakthrough with the pivotal clues obtained from the ruins. Yi devoted himself wholeheartedly to the preparations for the breakthrough to the spirit awakening realm. He understood that this breakthrough was of paramount importance for his journey in the Beastmaster world. It was not merely a leap in power, but also a vital cornerstone for ascending to higher realms. First, Yi began to gather the materials necessary for the breakthrough. According to the hints from the ruins, he needed to locate a special mineral known as the Spirit Source Stone. This mineral contained rich and pure spiritual energy, capable of providing significant support for the breakthrough. Through inquiries with other beast masters and explorations in the surrounding mountains and forests, Yi eventually learned of a treacherous mountain range where spirit source stones might be found. Setting forth on the quest for the spirit source stone alongside his Qilin, Yi encountered a mountain characterized by perilous terrain, steep peaks, and swirling mists. Not only did the mountain harbor various ferocious, extraordinary beasts, but it also concealed complex topographies and hidden dangers. Yi and his Qilin navigated cautiously through the mountain range, remaining ever vigilant to the sounds around them. During their search, they encountered a massive rock beast. The rock beast, adorned with impenetrable stone scales, possessed immense strength. Upon discovering Yi and the Qilin, it unleashed a thunderous roar and charged towards them. Yi promptly directed the Qilin to engage in battle, as the creature ignited with golden flames, initiating a fierce confrontation with the rock beast. The Qilin adeptly evaded the beast's assaults while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Utilizing a mental connection, Yi provided tactical guidance, instructing the Qilin to target the vulnerable joints of the beast's legs. Seizing the moment, the Qilin struck with its sharp claws, leaving deep gashes on the beast's scales. In pain, the rock beast intensified its attacks, yet the Qilin, employing its agility and Yi's commands, ultimately repelled the creature. After several arduous days of exploration, Yi discovered the spirit source stone within a concealed cave. This stone emanated a gentle blue glow, as if imbued with flowing spiritual energy. Carefully securing the stone, Yi's heart brimmed with joy, for he understood that he was one step closer to a breakthrough. In addition to seeking the spirit source stone, Yi began to adjust his own state of being. He recognized that a breakthrough required not only external forces, but also the importance of his own condition. Each day, he engaged in meditation to cultivate a more tranquil and pure mindset, thereby enhancing his ability to channel spiritual energy. Throughout the meditation process, Yi reflected on his experiences in the beast mastery world, summarizing his cooperation with the Qilin while contemplating the essence of a breakthrough into the spirit awakening realm. To facilitate a harmonious breakthrough with the Qilin, Yi engaged in extensive mental communication and training to develop synergy. He conveyed his aspirations and plans for the breakthrough to the Qilin, which, in turn, expressed unwavering support through their mental link. Together, they conducted simulated breakthrough training, with Yi attempting to guide the Qilin's spiritual energy to harmonize with his own, preparing for the impending breakthrough. During this preparatory phase, Yi sought insights from Lingfeng and Suyao. Although they had not experienced a breakthrough into the spirit awakening realm, they possessed valuable perspectives on cultivation and combat. They offered Yi advice on energy control and mental state adjustment, which he diligently absorbed and applied. After a period of thorough preparation, Yi felt ready. He brought the Qilin to the entrance of the ruins that led to the mysterious space. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the Qilin and declared, "Qilin, we are prepared. It is time to strive for the breakthrough into the spirit awakening realm." The Qilin responded with a resounding call, echoing Yi's determination. Clutching the spirit awakening grass and the spirit source stone tightly, he focused his entire being, ready to embrace the forthcoming challenge of the breakthrough. Firmly believing in his ability to succeed and unveil a more splendid chapter in the beast mastery world. Chapter 16. Successful breakthrough into spirit awakening. Unexpectedly summoning Bifang under his command, Yi, near the entrance of the ruins, wholeheartedly immersed himself in the endeavor to breach the spirit awakening realm. With the spirit awakening grass and the spirit source stone in hand, he first consumed the Qilin grass, then closed his eyes tightly, placing the spirit source stone in the palm of his hand. With unwavering focus, he directed his spiritual energy to merge with the formidable energy contained within the stone. The Qilin, standing vigilantly by his side, remained fully attentive, ever ready to offer support to Yi. As the spiritual energy intertwined with the essence of the spirit source stone, the air around Yi began to oscillate violently, radiating with a luminous glow of spiritual power. His body trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth, harnessing his resolute will to guide this potent energy through his meridians in an orderly fashion. The process of breakthrough was far from smooth. The energy of the spirit source stone was immensely powerful, requiring Yi to navigate with utmost caution to prevent the energy from spiraling out of control. At a critical juncture, he sensed a formidable resistance, as if an invisible barrier obstructed the further elevation of his spiritual power. Realizing that this was the pivotal obstacle to transcending the Qilin realm, he knew he must exert every effort to breach it. Yi continuously adjusted the flow of his spiritual energy while drawing upon the stabilizing force transmitted through the psychic link with the Qilin, gradually uncovering a method to overcome the barrier. Concentrating all his spiritual energy, he coalesced it into a sharp force and launched a decisive strike against the barrier. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered, and an overwhelming surge of power erupted within Yi. His spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a torrential river, transforming his body in wondrous ways. His meridians expanded, becoming broader and more resilient, while the vortex of spiritual energy in his dantian deepened and strengthened. Yi had successfully transcended the Qilin realm. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented strength, and his perception of the surrounding world sharpened remarkably. Yet, the marvel of his breakthrough was not limited to this alone. As Yi reveled in the ecstasy of his achievement, the Bagua birthmark upon his chest suddenly radiated a blinding light. The brilliance shot towards the heavens, gradually coalescing into the ethereal form of a mythical beast. This divine creature resembled a celestial crane, engulfed in azure flames, exuding a powerful and mysterious aura. As the light began to dissipate, the mythical beast gradually materialized before Yi and the Qilin. Astonished, Yi gazed at the creature, his heart brimming with questions. At that moment, the beast spoke. "I am Bifang. The unique spiritual energy fluctuations you emitted during your breakthrough resonated with me, hence my appearance. It seems our destinies are intertwined." Elated, Yi replied, "Honorable Bifang, it is a pleasure to meet you. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Bifang nodded slightly, saying, "Having established this connection, I shall lend you my support. However, you must strive diligently in your cultivation and not squander this opportunity." The Qilin stepped forward, locking eyes with Bifang. It emitted a friendly, low rumble, seemingly welcoming the legendary creature. Bifang reciprocated with a sound of acknowledgement, and the atmosphere between the two mythical beings grew increasingly harmonious. Yi understood that Bifang's emergence would bring forth new opportunities and challenges in his journey of beast mastery. He began to observe the form and abilities of Bifang closely, noting that the azure flames enveloping the creature harbored a unique power, characterized by extreme temperatures and formidable purifying and incinerating effects. In order to swiftly establish a rapport with the mythical creature Bifang, Yi initially endeavored to engage in a form of telepathic communication. He conveyed his thoughts and emotions, to which Bifang responded with alacrity, although their initial interactions were somewhat awkward. As time progressed, the connection between them flourished, becoming increasingly seamless. Yi recognized that he needed to invest time and effort into understanding Bifang's unique characteristics, thereby devising a reasonable training regimen that would empower both Bifang and his Qilin to become formidable allies in his adventures within the Beastmaster realm. The successful breakthrough into the Spirit-Awakening realm and the unexpected summoning of Bifang positioned Yi at a new juncture in his quest, instilling him with anticipation for the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. Chapter 17. Understanding Bifang's characteristics and formulating a training growth plan following his successful breakthrough into the Spirit-Awakening realm and the unforeseen summoning of Bifang. Yi was acutely aware that to harness Bifang's formidable powers, he must delve deeply into its characteristics, enabling him to craft an appropriate training plan that would enhance their synergy and strength. Yi, accompanied by the Qilin and Bifang, ventured to an expansive meadow, a locale perfect for conducting various tests and training exercises. He first observed Bifang's manner of movement and discovered that its flight was graceful and swift, with the currents generated by its wings imbued with tremendous force. The azure flames enveloping its form morphed in accordance with Bifang's will during flight, at times resembling tumultuous waves of fire, and at others, sharp blades of flame. He commenced an attempt to communicate with Bifang to glean the intricacies of its fiery abilities. Through their mental connection, Bifang unveiled the multifaceted nature of its flames. The azure fire not only possessed an exceptionally high temperature capable of instantaneously melting boulders, but it also harbored formidable purifying powers that could eradicate various negative energies and toxins. Furthermore, when unleashed in an attack, this flame could penetrate an adversary's defenses, inflicting sustained burn damage upon the target. To further explore the potency of Bifang's flames, Yi instructed Bifang to launch an assault on a distant hillock. With a clarion cry, Bifang unfurled its wings and unleashed a robust column of azure fire. The flame struck the hillock like a colossal projectile, resulting in a resounding explosion. The hillock was engulfed in flames, its rocky surface rapidly melting away, sending plumes of thick smoke skyward. Once the flames dissipated, the summit of the hillock lay flattened, and the surrounding earth had been charred black, a testament to the immense power of Bifang's fire. Yi also noted that the execution of Bifang's fiery skills demanded considerable expenditure of its spiritual energy. Continuous powerful assaults would soon leave Bifang fatigued. This indicated that in practical combat, it was imperative to judiciously plan Bifang's attack rhythm to prevent premature depletion of its energy reserves. After comprehensively understanding Bifang's fiery capabilities, Yi turned his attention to its defensive and speed attributes. Although Bifang was relatively smaller in stature compared to the Qilin, it exhibited remarkable speed, adeptly evading attacks in midair. Its feathers, seemingly delicate, were in fact remarkably resilient, able to withstand a degree of physical strikes. Moreover, when Bifang enveloped itself in azure flames, it could form a formidable flame shield, offering protection against various magical assaults. Based on his understanding of the unique characteristics of the Firebird, Yi devised a training regimen. Initially, to address the issue of the Firebird's energy consumption during its flame skills, he decided to implement endurance training. Yi instructed the Firebird to maintain a steady output of flames for as long as possible, thereby enhancing its efficiency in utilizing energy and improving its sustainability through rigorous practice. To elevate the power and precision of the Firebird's flames, Yi established a series of targeted training objectives. In the vast expanse of the grassland, he arranged an assortment of objects of various shapes and materials as targets, allowing the Firebird to practice striking these targets with precision. He encouraged the Firebird to adjust the form and temperature of the flames according to the characteristics of each target. For instance, when facing a sturdy rock target, the Firebird needed to concentrate its fiery force to melt it at a higher temperature. Conversely, for agile moving targets, it was essential to enhance the speed and tracking ability of the flames. In terms of speed and agility training, Yi took advantage of the complex terrain of the grassland, setting up various obstacles. The Firebird was required to navigate swiftly through these obstacles while evading sudden simulated attacks. Such training served to further enhance the Firebird's maneuverability in the air and its ability to evade danger. For defensive training, Yi enlisted the help of the Qilin. The Qilin unleashed a variety of attack skills, such as flame bursts and claw strikes, prompting the Firebird to experiment with feather and flame shields for defense. Through this process, the Firebird could better master defensive techniques and augment its defensive capabilities. Additionally, the collaborative training with the Qilin fostered a deeper rapport between them. Yi also actively participated in the training, maintaining close communication with the Firebird through a mental connection, continuously adjusting the training plan to ensure effectiveness. Throughout the training, he placed great emphasis on nurturing their bond, frequently engaging in dialogue and showing concern for the Firebird's well-being, allowing it to feel his trust and respect. Yi understood that to transform the Firebird and the Qilin into reliable companions in the world of beast taming, a substantial investment of time and energy was required. However, he firmly believed that through a scientifically sound training plan and the cultivation of mutual understanding, they would surely harness formidable strength in their future adventures, ready to embrace various challenges and explore the deeper mysteries of the beast-taming realm. Subsequently, Yi, alongside the Qilin and the Firebird, would steadily progress according to the training plan, eagerly anticipating their continuous growth and advancement. Chapter 18. The synergy of the Firebird and Qilin in facing daunting challenges. After Yi established the training plan for the Firebird, the duo embarked on a rigorous yet orderly training regimen. As the training progressed, the Firebird and the Qilin gradually became familiar with each other's abilities and combat styles. However, true synergy required further refinement through real combat experience. During an exploration deep within the forest, Yi, the Qilin, and the Firebird encountered a formidable pack of wolf-like beasts. These creatures were imposing in size, each comparable to an adult male lion, with fur that shimmered in an eerie black hue and eyes that glimmered with a sinister green light, exuding an ominous aura. The pack of wolves swiftly encircled Yi and his companions, emitting low, menacing growls as if to assert their dominance. Yi quickly assessed the situation, commanding Qilin and Bifang to prepare for combat. Qilin was the first to launch an assault, dashing towards the wolves like a streak of golden lightning, flames of brilliant gold engulfing its form. The radiant flames illuminated the surroundings, rendering the wolves' movements transparent. Meanwhile, Bifang spread its wings and soared into the skies, surveying the battlefield from above in search of the wolves' vulnerabilities. Observing the scene, several larger alpha wolves led the charge against Qilin. With remarkable agility, Qilin navigated through the throng of wolves, battling with its sharp claws and searing flames. However, the sheer number of wolves and their synchronized attacks aimed to wear down Qilin's stamina. Through their mental connection, Yi sensed the pressure mounting on Qilin and immediately commanded Bifang to join the fray. Bifang let out a piercing cry, unleashing a torrent of azure flames that surged towards the wolves like a raging flood. The moment the blue flame struck, the wolves howled in agony, their dark fur igniting in an instant, a foul odor permeating the air. Under the onslaught of Bifang's flames, the wolves' formation fell into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Qilin intensified its attack, focusing its strength on one of the alpha wolves, raking its claws viciously across the creature's back. The wounded alpha, in pain and fury, turned to pounce on Qilin. At that moment, Bifang swooped down from above, aiming its sharp claws at the alpha's eyes. The alpha dodged swiftly, inadvertently exposing a weakness in its abdomen. Qilin seized the chance, sinking its teeth into the alpha's belly and violently tossing it aside. Seeing their leader injured, the remaining wolves became frenzied, ignoring Bifang's fiery barrage as they lunged madly at Qilin and Yi. Realizing that this reckless assault could not continue, Yi understood the necessity of finding a breakthrough to escape the encirclement. With keen observation, he noted that the wolves exhibited brief moments of disarray whenever one of their own was wounded. He quickly relayed this insight through their mental connection to Qilin and Bifang, instructing them to focus their efforts on targeting key individuals within the pack to create chaos, thereby seeking an opportunity to break free. Understanding the strategy, Qilin and Bifang coordinated their efforts anew. Bifang maneuvered through the air, drawing the wolves' attention with its azure flames, while Qilin waited for the opportune moment to strike a lethal blow against the commanding alpha. As the wolves were momentarily distracted by Bifang's flames, Qilin surged forward with incredible speed, colliding forcefully with the alpha and bringing it crashing to the ground. With the alpha incapacitated, the wolves descended into greater chaos. Seizing this moment, Yi commanded Qilin and Bifang to charge in a singular direction to break free. Qilin led the way, wielding its formidable strength to carve a path, while Bifang provided aerial cover with flames to thwart the wolves' pursuit. After a fierce battle, Yi, Qilin, and Bifang successfully broke through the encirclement of wolves. This encounter significantly enhanced the synergy between Bifang and Qilin. Through their collaboration in battle, they developed a unique fighting style, supporting one another with increasing harmony. Yi profoundly recognized that only by fostering a more harmonious collaboration between the Qilin and the Bifang could they stand invincible against formidable adversaries. Henceforth, they would continue their adventures within the Beast-Mastery Realm, confronting more arduous challenges, relentlessly honing their skills, and delving deeper into the enigmas of this mysterious world. Chapter 19. Participating in a minor tournament and earning renown following their skirmish with the wolf pack, the synergy between Bifang and Qilin grew increasingly seamless, and Yi's prowess was further augmented. At this juncture, Yi learned of an upcoming minor beast master tournament in a nearby town. This event attracted numerous beast masters from the surrounding areas, presenting an excellent opportunity to showcase their abilities and accumulate experience. Yi resolved to participate along with Qilin and Bifang, aspiring to distinguish himself in the competition and assess the fruits of his recent training. Upon arriving at the bustling town hosting the tournament, Yi found it alive with energy, teeming with beast masters from far and wide, and the streets were adorned with a plethora of exotic creatures. He completed the registration process at the tournament's sign-up booth and received his contestant number. The tournament was structured into several phases, commencing with the preliminary rounds, which employed a knockout format determined by random draws. Yi's first opponent in the preliminaries was a beast master named Zhang, who commanded a robust brown bear. The bear, with its muscular physique, emanated an aura of formidable strength. As the competition commenced, Zhang initiated the assault, directing his brown bear to charge at Yi and Qilin. The ground trembled beneath the bear's powerful strides, exuding an intimidating presence. Yi remained composed, instructing Qilin to meet the charge head-on. Qilin ignited with golden flames, engaging in a direct confrontation with the bear. The bear swung its massive paw in an attempt to overpower Qilin, but the latter nimbly evaded the strike and retaliated with its sharp claws, inflicting a wound on the bear's arm. At that moment, as Qilin battled the bear, Yi utilized their psychic link to command Bifang to launch an aerial assault. Bifang swiftly unfurled its wings, soaring above the brown bear and unleashing azure flames from its maw. The azure flames cascaded like meteorites towards the bear. Sensing the imminent threat from above, the bear sought to evade. However, Qilin ensnared it tightly, preventing any escape. The azure flames struck the bear, igniting it in flames as it roared in agony. Witnessing this, Zhang attempted to direct his bear to shake off Qilin and Bifang's relentless onslaught, but Yi and his beasts worked in perfect synchrony, leaving the bear no opportunity to recover. Qilin continued its offensive, steadily depleting the bear's stamina, while Bifang maintained aerial pressure with its flames. Ultimately, the brown bear succumbed to the combined assault of Qilin and Bifang, losing its combat capability. Yi triumphed in the first match of the preliminaries. As the tournament progressed, Yi, bolstered by the formidable strength of Qilin and Bifang, along with their harmonious coordination, advanced smoothly to the semifinals. The competition in the semifinals intensified, with the participating Beastmasters proving to be formidable opponents. Yi's adversary in this round was a Beastmaster named Linyu, renowned for her mastery over wind element beasts. Linyu's wind eagle was remarkably swift, darting through the air with agility, presenting considerable pressure to Yi and his companions. As the competition commenced, the wind eagle surged towards the Bifang with remarkable speed, intent on neutralizing the aerial threat. Unfazed, Bifang adeptly maneuvered through the skies, evading the wind eagle's assault while retaliating with bursts of azure flames. Leveraging its speed advantage, the wind eagle skillfully dodged the fire. Meanwhile, the Qilin remained grounded, seeking opportunities to support Bifang at a moment's notice. Yi observed the unfolding battle and noted that although the wind eagle was swift, it exhibited a brief pause after each attack to recalibrate its trajectory. Seizing upon this flaw, he commanded the Qilin to strike during the wind eagle's momentary halt post-attack. Timing its assault perfectly, the Qilin unleashed a powerful column of flames towards the wind eagle. Caught off guard, the wind eagle was singed by the flames. Its feathers charred, and its flight speed diminished. Capitalizing on this opportunity, Bifang darted towards the wind eagle, inflicting wounds upon its wing with its razor-sharp claws. Following the injury, Linyu attempted to direct the wind eagle to retreat and reassess its strategy. However, Yi denied her the opportunity, orchestrating a relentless pursuit by the Qilin and Bifang. The duo, in perfect synchrony, attacked from both ground and sky, leaving the wind eagle no respite. Ultimately, the wind eagle succumbed to their fierce onslaught, unable to continue the fight, allowing Yi to advance to the finals. In the final round, Yi faced a formidable opponent, Wang Chong, a beastmaster renowned for his thunderous beast with lightning attributes. Wang Chong's thunder leopard radiated with blue lightning, displaying astonishing speed and offensive power. As the match commenced, the thunder leopard charged like a bolt of blue lightning towards the Qilin and Bifang, overwhelming them with its rapid assaults, each strike accompanied by formidable arcs of electricity that inflicted considerable damage. Yi swiftly recalibrated his strategy, instructing Bifang to soar to higher altitudes, thereby evading the thunder leopard's direct strikes, while directing the Qilin to engage in evasive maneuvers. Through their mental connection, Yi meticulously observed the thunder leopard's attack patterns, identifying a brief charging motion preceding its powerful lightning strikes. He relayed this insight to the Qilin and Bifang, advising them to swiftly evade during the thunder leopard's charging phase. As the thunder leopard prepared to unleash its next lightning strike, the Qilin and Bifang adeptly sidestepped in accordance with Yi's guidance. The thunder leopard's strike missed its mark, its potent lightning crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Seizing the moment, the Qilin retaliated with a torrent of golden flames, while Bifang dove from above, unleashing azure fire in concert with the Qilin's assault. Gradually, the thunder leopard found itself on the defensive against their combined onslaught. After an intense battle, the thunder leopard ultimately succumbed, losing its capacity to fight. Through a blend of intellect, strength, and the seamless cooperation of the Qilin and Bifang, Yi emerged victorious in this small-scale Beastmaster competition. Following the event, Yi's name spread rapidly throughout the town, as his and his companions' remarkable performance left onlookers in awe. Yi garnered a stellar reputation, along with an invitation to the Beastmaster Academy and substantial rewards, including rare cultivation resources and materials for beast training. These rewards would further enhance the powers of Yi, the Qilin, and Bifang. In the ensuing journey, Yi shall advance through the realm of beast taming, equipped with the knowledge and experiences gleaned from recent competitions, preparing to transcend into the realm of essence cultivation and to embrace even greater challenges. Chapter 20. Reflecting on competition experiences to prepare for the breakthrough into essence cultivation. After triumphing in the minor Beast-Tamer competition, Yi did not allow the euphoria of victory to cloud his judgment. Instead, he swiftly regained his composure and commenced a meticulous analysis of the lessons learned throughout the event, laying the groundwork for his breakthrough into essence cultivation. Yi understood that, despite his recent success, it represented merely a small milestone on the protracted journey through the world of beast taming. He recognized that the requirements for essence cultivation, as opposed to spirit awakening, were significantly more demanding for both beast tamers and their extraordinary beasts, necessitating a profound reservoir of spiritual power, formidable beast capabilities, and an innate synergy between them. During the competition, Yi discerned the critical importance of adapting tactics in response to the diverse attributes and characteristics of opposing beasts. For instance, while battling the wind elemental wind eagle, he capitalized on the creature's momentary lapses in attack to mount counteroffensives. Similarly, in his confrontation with the lightning elemental thunder leopard, he skillfully evaded its strikes during its brief moments of charge, launching a counterattack of his own. This experience illuminated the necessity of keen observation and analysis of adversaries' vulnerabilities, enabling him to devise targeted strategies when confronting unknown foes in the future. Moreover, Yi deeply appreciated the significance of the cooperation between Qilin and Bifang. Throughout the competition, they provided mutual support, showcasing formidable combat prowess through coordinated aerial and terrestrial assaults, as well as shielding one another from enemy attacks. Nevertheless, Yi noted that their synergy could be further refined to ensure a more seamless and rapid response to unforeseen circumstances. To enhance the strength and cooperative instinct of Qilin and Bifang, Yi utilized the rewards obtained from the competition to seek out suitable resources for their cultivation. He learned of a mystical fruit known as Lingyun Gua, which significantly augments the spiritual power and physical attributes of extraordinary beasts. Through various channels, he finally acquired a selection of Lingyun Gua. Upon consumption, Qilin and Bifang emanated a gentle luminescence, their spiritual power visibly amplified, and their physiques rendered even more robust. In addition to bolstering the abilities of his beasts, Yi recognized the necessity of further enhancing his own spiritual prowess. Thus, he dedicated himself to rigorous training, investing substantial time each day in the condensation and circulation of his spiritual energy. He endeavored to integrate the insights gained from the competition regarding the application of spiritual power into his cultivation, achieving greater precision and efficiency in its control. Yi also devoted considerable effort to fostering communication with Qilin and Bifang. Through increased telepathic exchanges and daily interactions, he cultivated trust and understanding between them. Furthermore, he devised specialized training regimens to simulate various complex combat scenarios, allowing Qilin and Bifang to continually refine their coordination and adaptability in the face of unexpected situations. Simultaneously, Yi actively sought information regarding the breakthrough into essence cultivation. He consulted seasoned beast tamers within the town and perused ancient tomes, hoping to uncover pivotal insights for his advancement. He discovered that transcending into essence cultivation requires a profound fusion of the beast tamer's spiritual energy with that of their extraordinary beasts, achieving a state of mutual coexistence and prosperity. Moreover, the process of breaking through necessitates a specific environment and opportune circumstances. In pursuit of such an opportunity, Yi resolved to embark on another journey of exploration. Accompanied by Qilin and Bifang, he ventured into mysterious and perilous locales, hoping to uncover the key to transcending the spirit-nurturing realm. Throughout this exploration, Yi faced formidable beasts and treacherous environments, all while diligently honing the strength of himself. Qilin and Bifang, acknowledging the challenges of surpassing the spirit-nurturing realm, Yi remained steadfast in his belief that through continuous reflection on his experiences, relentless enhancement of his capabilities, and a harmonious collaboration with Qilin and Bifang, he would undoubtedly discover a path to breakthrough, advancing to greater heights within the beast mastery world and embarking on even more thrilling adventures. Chapter 21. A deeper understanding of spirit nurturing and a clear direction for strengthening abilities in the realm of beast mastery. The spirit nurturing realm represents a crucial stage in a beast master's developmental journey. In contrast to the spirit awakening realm, it imposes more profound and comprehensive demands on both the beast master and the mystical beasts. Upon entering the spirit nurturing realm, the beast master must not only deepen their own spiritual cultivation, but also achieve a tighter integration of their spiritual energy with that of their mystical beasts, thereby facilitating a synergistic progression in their respective strengths. Since his emergence in a minor competition, Yi has resolutely set his sights on the spirit nurturing realm. He understands that only by transcending to this realm can he traverse further in the world of beast mastery and embrace greater challenges and opportunities. To gain a comprehensive understanding of the spirit-nurturing realm, Yi commenced an extensive and profound exploration. He navigated the streets and alleys of towns, diligently inquiring about the whereabouts of seasoned beast masters. With each encounter, he approached these experienced individuals with humility, attentively absorbing their insights and experiences regarding the spirit-nurturing realm. One venerable elder with silver hair imparted to him that the essence of the spirit-nurturing realm lies in the character nurture. A beastmaster must, like a meticulous gardener tending to seedlings, infuse their spiritual energy into the core of the mystical beast spirit in a delicate and sustained manner. Through this method, they assist the mystical beast in cultivating a more potent and pure spiritual energy, thereby enhancing its various skills and physical attributes. Simultaneously, the beastmaster must not grow complacent. They need to employ specialized cultivation techniques to continuously refine and amplify their own spiritual energy, achieving a state of profound resonance with their mystical beasts. Yi also dedicated considerable time to immersing himself in the town's library, poring over the towering stacks of ancient tomes. Amidst the yellowed pages, he diligently sought traces of knowledge pertaining to the spirit-nurturing realm. From the obscure and cryptic texts, Yi gradually distilled key insights. The breakthrough into the spirit-nurturing realm necessitates the beast master possessing formidable control over their spiritual energy, enabling them to precisely perceive and guide its flow. Moreover, the communication between the beast master and their mystical beasts must reach a new pinnacle, characterized not only by tacit understanding, but also by a profound level of mutual comprehension and support on the spiritual plane. After thorough research, Yi began to reflect on his cultivation during the spirit awakening realm. He realized that although he had established a relatively solid mental connection with the Qilin and the Bifang, and could achieve a certain level of coordination during battles, he still merely skimmed the surface in terms of spiritual energy fusion. To successfully advance to the spirit-nourishing realm, he needed to exert effort in areas such as the precision of spiritual energy control, the depth of interaction with the otherworldly beast's spiritual energy, and the acquisition and utilization of cultivation resources. In pursuit of the first step toward enhancing his strength, Yi ventured into a tranquil valley accompanied by the Qilin and the Bifang. Surrounded by towering mountains and lush trees, the serene environment served as an exceptional place for cultivation. Yi found a flat boulder to sit upon, took a deep breath, and began to guide his own spiritual energy to flow gently through his meridians. With his eyes closed, he focused intently on the movement of the energy, akin to a keen observer meticulously detecting every subtle change as the energy coursed through his channels. Once he confirmed the smooth operation of the energy, Yi attempted to transfer it to the Qilin and the Bifang in a gentle and stable manner. Through their mental connection, he conveyed his intentions to them, preparing them to receive the spiritual energy. Sensing Yi's will, the Qilin and the Bifang stood quietly by, relaxing their bodies and awaiting the arrival of the energy. When Yi's spiritual energy reached the Qilin, it responded instantly, its golden flames flickering slightly, as if enthusiastically welcoming the influx of energy. To Yi's delight, he discovered that the Qilin could swiftly assimilate the energy he imparted, transforming it into an enhancement of its fiery powers. The once blazing golden flames became even more vibrant, their temperature seemingly rising a few degrees. As the spiritual energy approached the Bifang, the azure flames surrounding it danced gently, as if joyfully celebrating. The Bifang converted Yi's energy into an enduring capacity for its blue flames, allowing them to burn more persistently. During this process, the flames took on a more stable form, subtly hinting at a burgeoning strength. Through this experimentation, Yi profoundly recognized the significant differences in how various otherworldly beasts absorbed and transformed spiritual energy. This insight made him realize that, in the ongoing cultivation process, he must devise personalized training plans tailored to the unique characteristics of the Qilin and the Bifang, employing a method of teaching that maximizes their potential. Moreover, Yi engaged in an in-depth exchange with the Qilin and the Bifang via their mental connection. He vividly illustrated the objectives and challenges of the spirit-nourishing realm, ensuring they comprehended the difficulties and opportunities that lay ahead. Yi sincerely expressed his fervent desire to enhance their collective strength and his unwavering determination for future adventures. The Qilin and the Bifang seemed to understand his words, responding with affectionate gestures and mental communication, indicating their steadfast commitment to cooperating fully in their training. After reaching a consensus with the Qilin and the Bifang, Yi began contemplating the acquisition of cultivation resources. From ancient texts, he learned of a precious mineral known as spirit crystal ore, which possessed extraordinary effects for enhancing the spiritual energy of beast-tamers and otherworldly beasts alike. This spirit crystal ore was typically concealed deep within perilous mines, often guarded by formidable beasts. However, in pursuit of a breakthrough on the path of spiritual enlightenment, Yi resolved to embark on a daring quest to seek the spirit crystal mine. He commenced preparations for the journey to the cavern, gathering an array of essential supplies, including sturdy armor, sharp weapons, and special items that could provide assistance in critical moments. Simultaneously, he meticulously researched various information regarding the mine's location, encompassing the terrain of the cave, the types of exotic beasts that might emerge, along with their habits and vulnerabilities. Yi devised a comprehensive action plan, considering every detail from the route into the cavern to strategies for encountering the strange creatures, ensuring the utmost safety for himself and his companions. Bifang and Qilin during the pursuit of the spirit crystals. Chapter 22. Training Bifang and Qilin. Enhancing the synergy of skills with a clear direction for enhancing their strength. Yi dedicated his primary focus to the training of Bifang and Qilin, striving to comprehensively fortify their abilities while further elevating the harmony of their collaboration. He led Bifang and Qilin to an expansive valley, a naturally splendid training ground surrounded by towering mountains, with lush green grass and blooming wildflowers adorning the landscape. At the onset of training, Yi instructed Bifang and Qilin to showcase their currently mastered skills. Qilin, invigorated, ignited with a brilliant golden flame that enveloped its body, resembling a radiant sun. It surged forward, its claws slicing through the air, unleashing torrents of fiery waves that melted the stones beneath, leaving behind charred remnants. Bifang, on the other hand, unfurled its broad and powerful wings, soaring gracefully into the sky. After elegantly circling above, it unleashed a torrent of azure flames from its mouth. The azure fire, akin to sharp arrows, shot towards a distant hillock, engulfing it in an instant, the surface rock rapidly melting under the intense heat, rising in billowing smoke. Yi observed the display of skills with keen attention, astutely identifying the strengths and shortcomings of each. Qilin's flame abilities were exceptionally potent, delivering tremendous damage in an explosive manner. However, its attack range was relatively focused, primarily confined to a linear area directly in front, rendering it ineffective against foes approaching from the sides or behind. Conversely, Bifang's azure flames had a broader attack range, capable of encompassing a larger area, yet lacked the potency needed for single-target strikes, often failing to inflict lethal damage on more resilient adversaries. In response to these challenges, Yi tailored a specific training regimen for Bifang and Qilin. For Qilin, he instructed it to experiment with controlling the spread of its flames, aiming to enhance their effectiveness across a wider area. Qilin diligently practiced, concentrating its efforts on adjusting the output of its spiritual energy and the form of the flames. Through repeated attempts, Qilin gradually discovered the method, skillfully guiding its spiritual energy to expand the once concentrated flames into a vast sea of fire. The inferno spread around the Qilin, engulfing vast expanses of the valley, making it nearly impossible for adversaries to escape the onslaught of flames, regardless of their location. For the Bifang, Yi emphasized the training of maintaining a formidable attack range while enhancing the density of the flames to amplify the potency of its singular strikes. Fully engrossed in its training, Bifang endeavored to concentrate the flames into smaller, yet significantly hotter pillars. After countless attempts and refinements, Bifang finally mastered this technique. When it unleashed its flames once more, the previously dispersed fire coalesced into razor-sharp pillars. These fiery spikes not only boasted extreme temperatures, but also possessed formidable penetrating power, effortlessly piercing through thick rock and delivering catastrophic blows to its foes. Building upon the enhancement of skills, Yi shifted the focus of training towards refining the synergy between Bifang and Qilin. He meticulously designed a series of intricate and dynamic simulated combat scenarios to test and hone their collaborative combat capabilities in real-world situations. One such scenario involved confronting a group of scattered and agile enemies. As the battle commenced, Qilin initiated the assault, swiftly deploying its sea of fire skill to envelop a large number of adversaries in searing flames. The intense heat and ferocious blaze effectively restricted the enemy's movements, rendering them unable to maneuver freely. While the enemies struggled within the inferno, Bifang soared onto the battlefield from above. Utilizing its keen observational skills, it accurately targeted those attempting to find an escape amidst the flames. Bifang concentrated azure flames into sharp fire thorns, raining them down upon the enemies. The fire thorns struck true, inflicting substantial damage. Throughout the training process, Bifang and Qilin relied on Yi's mental connection to receive commands and continuously adjusted their actions and coordination in response to the evolving battlefield dynamics. Initially, they encountered challenges in their collaboration, such as misjudging the timing of attacks, which prevented their efforts from forming an effective synergy, or experiencing a lack of coordination that led to mutual interference. However, as training progressed, they gradually became attuned to each other's movement patterns and rhythms. Qilin learned to anticipate Bifang's attack direction and timing, consciously creating optimal conditions for Bifang's assaults during the execution of the Sea of Fire skill. In turn, Bifang adapted its flight path and attack positioning based on Qilin's flame coverage and the distribution of enemies, ensuring that its strikes were maximally effective. To heighten the training's difficulty and realism, Yi introduced strict time constraints and various terrain obstacles. Within the narrow confines of the valley passages, Bifang and Qilin needed to coordinate even more closely, carefully avoiding collisions while executing precise attacks. Under the pressure of time, they were compelled to react swiftly and efficiently collaborate to tackle unforeseen circumstances. After prolonged and arduous training, the synergy between Bifang and Qilin became increasingly seamless, allowing them to navigate simulated battles with remarkable agility, responding swiftly and accurately to a myriad of complex situations. Their skills had been remarkably enhanced, achieving unprecedented heights in both attack power and range. As Yi observed the significant progress of Bifang and Qilin, his heart brimmed with pride and satisfaction. He was acutely aware that this would lay a solid foundation for his advancement in the Spirit Realm and his forthcoming adventures. Chapter 23. Receiving a mission from the Academy. Out to resolve the Beast-Master dilemma while Yi celebrated the impressive strides made in training Bifang and Qilin, he received an important mission from the Beast-Master Academy. The Academy holds a pivotal position within the Beast-Master world. It is not only a vital place for Beast-Masters to acquire specialized knowledge and enhance their skills, but also provides abundant resources and rare opportunities for growth. The tasks issued by the Academy often pertain to various aspects of the Beast-Master world. Resolving these tasks not only brings honor and rewards to the Beast-Masters, but also allows them to accumulate invaluable experience through practical engagement, thereby enhancing their abilities. The mission assigned to Yi was to address an unusual issue concerning the beasts of a remote village. According to the task description, the beasts in this village had originally coexisted harmoniously with their beast-masters, each fulfilling their duties and collectively sustaining the village's production and daily life. However, at an unknown point, these beasts had suddenly become agitated and lost their ability to communicate normally with their beast-masters. They no longer obeyed commands, ran amok, and even wreaked havoc on the surroundings, plunging the village into chaos. The villagers, at their wits' end, turned to the Beast-Master Academy for assistance. Yi recognized this as an exceptional opportunity to showcase his abilities and accumulate practical experience, as well as a test of the training Xuanwu he had achieved with Bifang and Qilin. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely accepted the task. Setting forth with Qilin and Bifang, Yi embarked on the arduous journey to the village. Throughout the journey, he pondered various potential causes for the beast's abnormal behavior. Was it influenced by some mysterious force, or had they contracted a rare disease? Or could it be related to environmental changes in the vicinity of the village? He diligently recalled the myriad of knowledge acquired at the Beast-Master Academy, striving to extract relevant clues from the intricate information. After several days of arduous travel, Yi finally arrived at the remote village. The scene before him was profoundly shocking. Chaos reigned. Beasts were rampaging everywhere, emitting piercing roars. Some trampled the crops that the villagers had painstakingly cultivated, while others displayed menacing expressions, forcing the villagers to cower indoors in fear. The Beast-Masters stood aside, their faces etched with anxiety and helplessness, watching the uncontrollable beasts with no means to intervene. Disregarding his travel fatigue, Yi immediately launched a comprehensive investigation. He first engaged in in-depth discussions with several seasoned Beast-Masters, meticulously inquiring about the specific timeline of the beast's unusual behavior, the symptoms exhibited, and any recent anomalies occurring in the vicinity of the village. An elderly Beast-Master, his hair a cascade of silver, expressed his deep-seated concerns to Yi, recounting an extraordinary phenomenon that had emerged in the nearby mountains approximately a week prior. A peculiar radiance, vibrant yet imbued with an inexplicable eeriness, had manifested in the forest. Since that moment, the beasts of the village had begun to exhibit increasingly erratic behavior. Initially, only a few had shown signs of agitation, but soon this unrest spread like wildfire, plunging all the creatures into a frenzy. Upon hearing the elder's account, Yi felt a stirring within, keenly surmising that this strange light was likely intricately linked to the beast's unusual state. Resolute, he decided to venture into the forest at once in search of the light's origin. Intent on uncovering the truth behind the beast's affliction, the Qilin and Bifang seemed to sense Yi's determination, closely shadowing him, their muscles taut and senses heightened, prepared to confront any imminent peril. Chapter 24. An ambush encountered on the journey. Bifang and Qilin unite in battle. Yi, accompanied by the Qilin and Bifang, cautiously made their way toward the location of the strange light, as indicated by the elder beast master. The forest was enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility tinged with an unsettling quality. Towering trees loomed overhead, filtering the sunlight into a mosaic of dappled shadows. The surroundings were unnaturally quiet, with the occasional call of a bird sounding jarringly in the stillness. As they delved deeper into the woods, the oppressive ambience intensified. Abruptly, a piercing shriek shattered the silence, and a swarm of bat-like creatures surged forth from all directions like a tide of darkness. These monstrous bats were colossal, their wingspan towering over a man, and their eyes glowed with a menacing crimson light, reminiscent of two blazing flames. Their sharp fangs glinted ominously in the sunlight, emitting chilling cries that sent shivers down the spine. Yi was taken aback, instantly recognizing they had fallen into an ambush. He swiftly conveyed commands to the Qilin and Bifang through their mental connection. The Qilin responded in an instant, igniting with a brilliant golden flame that formed a protective barrier around Yi. The fire illuminated the surrounding gloom, casting the bat creature's grim visages into stark relief. Meanwhile, Bifang unfurled its wings and soared into the air like a streak of azure lightning, seeking a vantage point to launch an aerial assault. Unfazed, the swarm of bat creatures divided into several waves, with one group charging directly at the Qilin, attempting to breach its defenses through sheer numbers with their sharp claws and fangs. The Qilin deftly maneuvered its body, skillfully evading the attacks while using its flames to repel the onslaught. The flames clashed with the bat creatures, hissing and crackling, igniting some of them in a blaze, their anguished cries echoing as they plummeted from the sky. In the air, Bifang engaged in a fierce aerial battle with another wave of bat creatures. It unleashed jets of azure flames, which sliced through the air like burning blades aimed at the bat swarm. However, the creatures proved remarkably agile, darting through the sky with ghostly precision, evading Bifang's fiery onslaught. Simultaneously, they exhaled black smoke from their mouths, attempting to obscure Bifang's line of sight and disrupt its attack. Below, Yi observed the battle with bated breath. He noted that although the bat-like creatures were numerous and agile, their assaults lacked effective organization and coordination, relying solely on instinct and numerical superiority for their blind onslaught. Yi swiftly communicated through their mental link, urging Qilin and Bifang to concentrate their efforts on the leader of the bat creatures. Understanding his intent, Qilin ceased to recklessly fend off every attack from the bat horde and instead awaited the opportune moment to charge towards a larger figure commanding from the rear of the swarm. Meanwhile, Bifang attracted the attention of other bat creatures in the air, creating a chance for Qilin. Harnessing immense strength and swiftness, Qilin surged forward like a golden projectile, breaching the defenses of the bat creatures and confronting their leader. The leader seemed to sense impending danger, emitting a piercing cry in an attempt to rally the other bats for aid. However, it was already too late. Qilin opened its mouth wide and released a torrent of searing golden flames, engulfing the leader completely. The leader writhed in agony amidst the flames, emitting a series of anguished cries as its fur ignited, releasing a noxious stench of charred flesh. With the loss of their leader, the bat horde descended into chaos, their previously organized assaults devolving into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Bifang and Qilin launched a full-scale attack. Bifang dove from above, concentrating azure flames into a colossal pillar, unleashing widespread devastation upon the bat horde. Wherever the fire struck, the bat creatures plummeted to the ground. On the ground, Qilin charged through the fray, repelling surrounding bats with flames and sharp claws. United in their assault, Bifang and Qilin ultimately overwhelmed the bat creatures, forcing them to flee the battlefield. Yi exhaled a sigh of relief as he watched the retreating bats. This encounter deepened his understanding of the significance of the cooperation between Qilin and Bifang, instilling him with confidence for the tasks ahead. After a brief respite, Yi, accompanied by Qilin and Bifang, continued onward, following the radiant light to uncover the true cause of the beastly anomalies. Chapter 25. Successfully repelling the enemy and continuing the mission after driving back the swarm of bat creatures, Yi, Qilin, and Bifang took a moment to regroup, shaking off their fatigue and resolutely advancing deeper into the forest, guided by the peculiar light. The atmosphere in the woods grew increasingly enigmatic, shrouded in a thin veil of mist that imparted an indistinct yet oppressive sensation. Aware that unknown dangers may lurk ahead, Yi's gaze radiated unwavering determination. Qilin and Bifang remained closely by his side, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, ever ready to respond to any sudden developments. As they delved further into the forest, The mysterious force intensified, and Yi sensed that their objective lay just ahead. At long last, they arrived at a valley enveloped in dense fog. The mist exuded an eerie aura, with flickering lights barely visible, as if beckoning them closer while simultaneously warning them to stay away. He took a deep breath, transmitting trust and courage to Qilin and Bifang through their mental connection, and resolutely stepped into the valley. A peculiar radiance enveloped the valley, flickering and vibrant yet tinged with an air of the uncanny. The ground was adorned with an array of strange flora, exuding a distinctive fragrance that mingled with the mist, inducing a slight dizziness. Deep within the valley, Yi discovered a stone emanating an extraordinary light. Its surface was inscribed with enigmatic runes, which glimmered faintly, influencing the surrounding environment and causing abnormalities among the village's beasts. As he approached the stone, he scrutinized it, seeking a solution to the problem. Suddenly, the stone erupted with a blinding light, revealing a colossal guardian beast. This beast resembled a lion, yet its body was enveloped in shimmering scales, and its eyes blazed like twin infernos, exuding a formidable aura. With a thunderous roar, the guardian's voice echoed throughout the valley, causing the nearby flora to tremble. Before it charged at Yi and his beasts, Yi swiftly commanded Qilin and Bifang to confront the beast. Qilin was the first to leap forward, engulfed in golden flames, striking the guardian head-on like a radiant meteor. Qilin's sharp claws raked at the guardian, but the scales proved remarkably resilient, leaving only faint marks. Bifang launched its assault from the air, unleashing azure flames in an attempt to disrupt the guardian's movements. The azure fire sliced through the air like a flurry of blades, but the guardian deftly sidestepped, evading most of the onslaught. Yi observed the battle with bated breath, noting that while the guardian was powerful, its movements were somewhat sluggish. Quickly, he communicated through their mental link, advising Qilin and Bifang to exploit their speed advantage and strike at the guardian's vulnerabilities. Understanding the strategy, Qilin darted around the guardian, searching for an opening, its form a blur as it circled the beast. Bifang, seizing the moment, concentrated its fire to target the guardian's eyes. As Qilin and Bifang's relentless assaults continued, the guardian began to show signs of weakness. At the opportune moment, Qilin leaped high, sinking its teeth into the guardian's neck with all its might. The guardian roared in agony, thrashing in an attempt to dislodge Qilin. Just then, Bifang dove from above, injecting azure flames into the guardian's wound, inflicting considerable damage. The scales at the wound melted under the intense heat, and the guardian's blood flowed profusely. Under the combined onslaught of Qilin and Bifang, the guardian could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed with a resounding thud. Yi approached the stone once more, meticulously examining the source of the strange light. He recognized similarities between the runes and some of the rune knowledge he had acquired at the Beastmaster Academy. After deep contemplation and experimentation, Yi successfully deciphered the runic power, causing the light to gradually fade. With Qilin and Bifang by his side, Yi departed the valley, returning to the village. As the radiance of the stone faded away, the beasts of the village gradually returned to their normal state, re-establishing communication with their beast masters, thus restoring the tranquility that once enveloped the village. The villagers expressed their profound gratitude to Yi, many offering him cherished food and items from their homes as tokens of appreciation. After accomplishing his mission, Yi embarked on his journey home, filled with a sense of achievement. Along the way, he reflected on the experiences of this task, contemplating the performances of the Qilin and the Bifang during battles, as well as his own command strategies. He understood that this experience not only enhanced his problem-solving abilities, but also provided valuable practical training for the Qilin and Bifang, accumulating precious experience for their growth in the spirit realm. Moreover, Yi's determination to enhance his strength solidified, preparing him more thoroughly for future breakthroughs in the spirit realm. Chapter 26. Exploring the mysterious valley in search of opportunities for breakthroughs in the spirit realm upon returning from the Academy's task. Yi was not content with the status quo. Instead, he set his sights firmly on a breakthrough in the spirit realm. He had heard whispers of a mysterious valley hidden within a distant mountain range, said to conceal opportunities for such breakthroughs. Yi resolved to venture forth, hoping to discover the key to advancement therein. Together with the Qilin and Bifang, Yi embarked on a lengthy journey. Along the way, they traversed dense forests, crossed rushing rivers, and scaled treacherous peaks. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the mysterious mountain range. The mountains undulated, shrouded in mist, exuding an aura of enigma and peril. A potent essence of spiritual energy permeated the air, as if revealing that secrets unknown lay hidden within. Following a narrow path into the valley, Yi was immediately enveloped by a rich surge of spiritual energy. This energy was several times denser than that of the outside world, invigorating him instantly. The valley's scenery was extraordinary, with the surrounding rocks displaying a kaleidoscope of colors, seemingly stained by some formidable spiritual force over time. Various exotic flowers and plants thrived within, each emanating a unique fragrance. Some glimmered softly, while others released pleasant aromas. Proceeding cautiously, Yi was closely followed by the Qilin and Bifang, who remained vigilant, attuned to their surroundings. They sensed that while this place was rife with opportunities, it also harbored countless dangers. Deeper within the valley, Yi stumbled upon a colossal vortex of spiritual energy. This swirling mass contained immense power, continuously rotating, as if beckoning everything nearby. At its center, flickering lights obscured the mysteries concealed within. Intrigued, Yi surmised that this vortex might be related to breakthroughs in the spirit realm. However, approaching it was no simple task. The turbulent currents of energy surrounding the vortex were formidable, and any misstep could result in being drawn into its depths. Should that occur, the overwhelming spiritual force could tear one to shreds. Yi began to meticulously observe the patterns of the vortex, noting a certain periodicity in its rotational speed and the fluctuations of spiritual energy. During moments when the vortex spun more slowly and the energy wave stabilized, brief intervals of safety emerged, allowing for cautious proximity. Yi resolved to seize this opportunity, gradually approaching the vortex with Qilin and Bifang. He focused intently, ever vigilant to the fluctuations of the spiritual energy vortex, while maintaining a close mental connection with Qilin and Bifang, ensuring they were prepared for any unexpected developments. As they neared the vortex, a deep roar suddenly echoed from one side of the valley. A massive beast emerged from the dense foliage. This creature resembled a rhinoceros, yet its form was enveloped in a layer of tough black scales, and a glimmering horn atop its head shone with a cold light, its eyes radiating a fierce glare as it charged towards Yi and his companions. Yi reacted swiftly, directing Qilin and Bifang to engage in battle. Qilin was the first to strike, igniting in golden flames, akin to a golden projectile, and hurtled towards the beast. It clawed fiercely at the creature's scales, but the scales proved exceptionally resilient, rendering Qilin's assault largely ineffective. Bifang unfurled its wings, soaring into the air, unleashing azure flames in an attempt to target the beast's vulnerabilities from above. Observing the unfolding battle, Yi noted that while the beast possessed formidable defenses, its movements were relatively sluggish. Through their mental link, he instructed Qilin and Bifang to exploit their speed advantage, continuously wearing down the beast's stamina. Understanding his intent, Qilin adeptly dodged the beast's attacks while intermittently launching fiery strikes, whereas Bifang constantly shifted positions in the air, using flames to disrupt the creature's movements. Under the relentless assault from Qilin and Bifang, the beast grew increasingly agitated, its attacks becoming more frenzied. However, Yi and his summoned beasts did not falter. They continued to maneuver around the beast, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Simultaneously, Yi contemplated how to utilize this chance to further uncover the secrets of the valley, seeking additional clues for a breakthrough in the spiritual realm. Chapter 27. The ferocious beasts of the valley. In the face of this formidable creature from the valley, Yi remained composed, leveraging the profound synergy with Qilin and Bifang to orchestrate the battle with precision. Qilin danced around the beast with agility, its golden flames blazing like a fluttering banner, capturing the creature's attention. Meanwhile, Bifang circled above, its sharp gaze fixed on the beast, searching for the perfect moment to strike. Enraged by Qilin's flames, the beast let out a thunderous roar and suddenly lowered its head, charging at Qilin with its glimmering horn. Qilin, quick to respond, deftly sidestepped this fierce assault and, in turn, slashed its claws against the beast's flank. While this did not inflict fatal damage, it successfully provoked the creature further. Seizing the opportunity during the beast's attack on Qilin, Bifang dove from the sky like a meteor. It condensed azure flames into sharp, fiery spines, raining them down upon the beast's back. The spines penetrated the gaps in the creature's scales, causing it to howl in pain and fury. Infuriated, it turned to face Bifang, swinging its forelegs in an attempt to swat the creature down. Bifang quickly flapped its wings, soaring high to evade the beast's onslaught with ease. Yi closely monitored the battlefield, acutely aware of the states of the Qilin and the Bifang through their mental connection. He realized that engaging in a prolonged frontal battle with this formidable beast, known for its robust defense, was not viable. He needed to swiftly identify its weaknesses and deliver a decisive blow. Observing the creature's movements with keen attention, Yi noted that prior to executing a powerful attack, the beast would exhibit a brief charging motion, during which its abdomen momentarily became exposed. Instantly, he conveyed this revelation through their mental link to the Qilin and the Bifang, instructing the Qilin to continue drawing the creature's attention, enticing it to strike. The Qilin understood the strategy and charged once more towards the beast, persistently provoking it. As anticipated, the creature became enraged, lowering its head and aiming its horn at the Qilin, preparing for a fierce charge. In the very instant the beast began to gather power, the Qilin nimbly leapt aside. Seizing the opportunity, the Bifang dove from the sky at high speed, unleashing a concentrated torrent of azure flames upon the beast's abdomen. Although the abdomen was protected by scales, they were notably weaker compared to other parts of its body. Under the force of the Bifang's formidable flames, cracks began to form in the scales, allowing the fire to seep in and inflict severe damage upon the creature. The beast writhed in agony, emitting a series of mournful cries. However, this creature was exceptionally tenacious. Despite its injuries, it refused to relent in its assault, enduring the pain as it charged once more at the Qilin and the Bifang. Yi maintained his composure, directing the Qilin and the Bifang to continue their evasive maneuvers while contemplating how to expand their advantages further. He instructed the Qilin to exploit its speed, continually circling the beast to distract it, while the Bifang persisted in its aerial assaults, gradually depleting the creature's stamina. With the relentless onslaught from both the Qilin and the Bifang, the beast's movements grew increasingly sluggish, and its wounds multiplied. Yi recognized that the scales of victory were beginning to tilt in their favor, yet he remained vigilant. He continued to command the Qilin and the Bifang to maintain their relentless rhythm of attack, denying the beast any respite. Ultimately, under Yi's guidance, the Qilin and the Bifang successfully cornered the beast, which collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. After vanquishing the creature, Yi did not hasten to depart. He understood that this valley concealed numerous secrets, and this beast might serve as a key to unlocking them. He began to meticulously examine the creature's carcass, hoping to unearth clues related to the valley's mysteries and the breakthrough to the spiritual realm. Meanwhile, he instructed the Qilin and the Bifang to remain vigilant, prepared for any lurking dangers. In this enigmatic valley, Yi was acutely aware that every discovery could be pivotal in aiding his advancement to the spiritual realm. Chapter 28. Obtaining the mysterious fruit. Assisting the Beastmaster's progression following their triumph over the valley's beast, Yi meticulously scrutinized its remains, seeking clues related to the valley's secrets and the breakthrough to the spiritual realm. The Qilin and the Bifang stood guard nearby, ever watchful of their surroundings. Upon examining the beast's neck, Yi discovered a peculiar mark resembling a leaf, emanating a faint glow. He endeavored to decipher the mark, yet found himself momentarily at a loss. Just as Yi was poised to seek further clues, Bifang suddenly emitted a call that captured his attention. Following the direction indicated by Bifang, Yi beheld, not far away, an extraordinary plant flourishing beneath a grand tree. The leaves of this plant shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, glistening under the sun's rays. At its apex, it bore a fruit the size of a fist, its surface smooth and exuding an alluring fragrance. Intrigued, Yi surmised that this fruit might possess remarkable properties. He approached the plant with caution, meticulously observing its form and characteristics. He noted that the spiritual energy surrounding the plant pulsed with unusual vitality, seemingly channeling a continuous flow of energy towards the fruit. Through a mental connection, he communicated with Qilin and Bifang, urging them to remain vigilant, lest this be some form of trap. Upon confirming there was no imminent danger, Yi reached out and plucked the fruit. The moment he grasped it, a surge of powerful and pure spiritual energy coursed through his arm and into his body. Overjoyed, Yi realized that this fruit could very well be the key to aiding him and his beasts in their breakthroughs. He examined the fruit closely but found no record of anything resembling it in any texts he had encountered. He resolved to secure the fruit for further study in a safer location. However, just as he prepared to depart, a rustling sound emanated from the thicket. Yi immediately heightened his vigilance, with Qilin and Bifang adopting defensive stances. Suddenly, a troop of monkey-like creatures burst forth from the woods, their eyes gleaming with cunning and chattering excitedly as they surrounded Yi and his companions. Though these monkey-like beasts were not particularly large, their numbers suggested they could pose a significant challenge. Yi quickly assessed the situation, understanding that engaging in conflict with these creatures could lead to unnecessary depletion of his energy and spiritual reserves. He communicated through his mental link, advising Qilin and Bifang to remain calm and refrain from initiating an attack. Attempting to communicate with the monkey-like creatures, he used simple gestures and emitted friendly sounds, conveying his lack of malice. The creatures seemed to sense Yi's goodwill, their wariness diminishing somewhat, yet they showed no intention of dispersing. Yi speculated that they might be guardians of the fruit, drawn near upon witnessing its removal. After some contemplation, he retrieved a few spiritual fruits he had gathered during his journey and placed them on the ground, signaling a desire to trade. The monkey-like beast displayed a glimmer of desire upon seeing the spiritual fruits. After exchanging glances, a larger monkey-like creature stepped forward, sniffing the fruit before consuming it. The others quickly followed suit, clamoring for the remaining fruits. Seizing the opportunity, Yi gradually retreated with Qilin and Bifang, escaping the encirclement of the creatures. With the mysterious fruit in hand, Yi continued his exploration of the valley, hoping to uncover further clues pertinent to his breakthrough in the spiritual realm. During his exploration, Yi continually pondered how to utilize this enigmatic fruit to aid both himself and his beast in achieving breakthroughs. He was acutely aware that this fruit might serve as a pivotal support on his journey to transcending the spirit infusion realm. Yet the precise method of application necessitated further investigation and experimentation. Simultaneously, Yi harbored hopes of uncovering more discoveries within the valley to provide comprehensive support for his breakthrough. Chapter 29. The remarkable efficacy of the fruit. A significant enhancement in the strength of the Qilin with the mysterious fruit in hand. Yi cautiously extricated himself from the encirclement of the monkey-like beasts and resumed his exploration of the valley. In his quest for a secure location to study the fruit, he stumbled upon several clues related to the energy whirlpools, though he did not uncover any direct key information pertinent to breaking through the spirit infusion realm. Consequently, Yi resolved to depart the valley for a tranquil and safe haven to investigate the fruit's effects on the Qilin and Bifang. After a considerable journey, Yi, accompanied by the Qilin and Bifang, arrived at a secluded cave outside the valley. The cave was dry and warm, surrounded by a serene environment, making it an ideal venue for research. Seated within, Yi meticulously examined the mysterious fruit in his possession. It emanated a soft radiance, its fragrance intensifying. With a powerful energy seemingly coursing within, Yi decided to allow the Qilin to be the first to try the fruit. Through their mental connection, he conveyed his intentions to the Qilin, which expressed its willingness to cooperate. Yi handed the fruit to the Qilin, which opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a brilliant light enveloped the Qilin, with golden flames blazing more fervently than ever before. The Qilin's body quivered slightly, as if grappling with an overwhelming surge of energy. Yi watched the Qilin anxiously, sensing its condition through their mental link. He observed that the Qilin's spiritual power was ascending rapidly. The once stable energy pathways now surged with newfound vitality, becoming increasingly vibrant and potent. As time progressed, the Qilin underwent astonishing transformations. Its scales grew tougher, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its muscles became more defined, exuding a sense of might. The Qilin's fire abilities also saw a remarkable enhancement, with flames burning hotter, spreading wider, and exhibiting greater force. To assess the extent of the Qilin's newfound strength, Yi led it to an open area outside the cave. He instructed the Qilin to unleash an attack on a distant hill. The Qilin inhaled deeply, golden flames coalescing around it, before suddenly unleashing a robust column of fire. The fire column shot forth like a massive projectile, striking the hill with tremendous impact. A resounding explosion reverberated as flames engulfed the hill, swiftly melting the surface rocks and billowing thick smoke into the air. Once the flames subsided, the summit of the hill had been flattened, with the surrounding earth charred black. In comparison to its previous capabilities, the Qilin's attack had significantly intensified, with an expanded range. Witnessing the Qilin's transformation, Yi was filled with elation. He realized that this mysterious fruit possessed extraordinary efficacy. Subsequently, he allowed Bifang to consume the fruit as well. After swallowing it, Bifang too radiated a dazzling light, with azure flames fiercely swirling around its form. The body of Bifang has become increasingly agile and nimble, its wings stirring the air with a newfound, formidable power. The characteristics of its azure flames have also transformed, now possessing greater penetrative strength and leaving behind a persistent burning effect upon striking its target, inflicting even greater damage upon foes. Yi commanded Bifang to perform a flight display. Bifang spread its wings and shot into the sky like a streak of azure lightning, executing a series of intricate maneuvers in midair, such as sharp turns and rapid dives. Its speed and agility far surpassed its previous capabilities. Subsequently, Bifang launched an assault on a massive rock below. It expelled azure flames that coalesced into sharp, fiery spikes, raining down upon the rock. The spikes easily pierced the stone, leaving behind deep craters, while the surface ignited with azure flames, relentlessly scorching the rock. The remarkable efficacy of the fruit filled Yi with exhilaration. He realized that this fruit not only enhanced the strength of the Qilin and Bifang, but might also provide formidable assistance in his quest to break through the spirit refinement realm. Yi began contemplating how to best leverage the opportunity presented by the enhanced powers of the Qilin and Bifang to further advance his own breakthrough. Engaging in profound mental communication with the Qilin and Bifang, Yi sought to understand their experiences after consuming the fruit and their comprehension of their newfound abilities. He discovered that both the Qilin and Bifang had significantly improved their perception and control over spiritual energy. Thus, Yi resolved to devise a more refined training regimen tailored to their newly enhanced capabilities, aiding them in mastering and utilizing their powers more effectively. In the following days, Yi trained alongside the Qilin and Bifang near the cave. The Qilin practiced controlling the shape of the flames, experimenting with forming them into various configurations such as blades and shields to augment the diversity of its fire attacks and defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Bifang focused on honing the precision of its flames and the control of the burning effect, practicing attacks on distant small targets to enhance its accuracy, and adjusting the intensity and duration of the flames based on the target's characteristics. Yi also devised simulated combat scenarios to allow the Qilin and Bifang to refine their enhanced abilities in practical situations. In one simulation, he set up multiple moving targets to mimic enemy actions. The Qilin and Bifang needed to collaborate. The Qilin would first ensnare the target with flames, restricting its movement, while Bifang executed precise aerial assaults to obliterate the target with fire. Throughout this process, the Qilin and Bifang continually adjusted their coordination, gradually acclimating to each other's new power levels, resulting in an increasingly harmonious synergy. As their training progressed, both the Qilin and Bifang became increasingly adept at wielding their new abilities, their teamwork growing ever tighter. Watching their growth, Yi felt a surge of anticipation. He understood that the elevation of the Qilin and Bifang's powers laid a solid foundation for his own breakthrough into the spirit refinement realm. And now he needed to further refine his preparations to launch his assault toward that goal. Chapter 30. Acquiring knowledge of spirit infusion and preparing for new contracts with beasts following the significant enhancement of the powers of Qilin and Bifang. Yi was acutely aware that to transcend the spirit infusion realm and advance further in the realm of beast masters, it was imperative not only to fortify the strength of his existing beasts, but also to contemplate the contract of new exotic creatures. Thus, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of knowledge pertinent to the spirit infusion realm, adequately preparing for the contracting of new beasts. Upon returning to the Beastmaster Academy, Yi immersed himself in the library's archives. Within the library, towering bookshelves were laden with an array of texts encompassing the history, culture, and cultivation methods of the Beastmaster world. Yi navigated through the stacks, meticulously searching for tomes related to the spirit infusion realm and the contracting of exotic beasts. He diligently studied each volume, from ancient scrolls to contemporary research, leaving no detail overlooked. Through his readings, Yi came to understand that contracting new beasts within the spirit infusion realm necessitated an exceptionally high level of control over spiritual energy and the ability to communicate with the beasts. Beastmasters must accurately perceive the fluctuations of a beast's spiritual energy and resonate with it through their own energy, thereby establishing a stable contractual bond. Moreover, the conditions for contracting and the modes of communication varied significantly among beasts of differing attributes and species. To deepen his understanding of this knowledge, Yi sought guidance from the Academy's professors. A seasoned professor of beast mastery elaborated on the critical considerations during the contracting process. The professor advised him that when entering into a contract with a new beast, a beastmaster must first respect the creature's will and avoid coercive agreements, as such actions could inflict grave harm on both parties. Furthermore, the beastmaster must demonstrate sufficient strength and sincerity to gain the beast's recognition. Yi also learned that after contracting a new beast in the spirit infusion realm, the interplay of spiritual energy between the beastmaster and the exotic creature would become increasingly intricate and profound. The beastmaster is required to guide the beast's energy to meld with their own, forming a complementary relationship to unleash greater power. This demands a comprehensive understanding of various spiritual energy attributes, as well as the adept application of one's own energy for harmonization. In addition to theoretical knowledge, Yi paid close attention to the experiences shared by other beast masters within the academy regarding their contracts with new beasts. He participated in numerous exchange meetings, listening intently as fellow masters recounted their contracting experiences, including the challenges they faced, solutions they devised, and the rewards reaped post-contract. From these discussions, Yi garnered a wealth of invaluable practical insights and techniques. Beyond the pursuit of knowledge, Yi also dedicated himself to further refining and solidifying his spiritual energy. He devoted substantial time each day to meditation and the circulation of energy, enhancing both its purity and strength. Yi endeavored to integrate the insights gained from mysterious fruits into his spiritual training, facilitating smoother energy flow and more precise control. To assess his capacity for energy control, Yi undertook a series of rigorous training exercises. Within a cave, he manipulated small objects, such as pebbles and leaves, using his spiritual energy, guiding them to dance and assemble in the air according to his will. As his training progressed, Yi found himself able to command these objects with increasing ease, even orchestrating complex movements. Yi also enhanced his ability to harness spiritual power through coordinated training with Qilin and Bifang. During the sessions, Yi endeavored to guide the release of their skills using his spiritual energy, amplifying their potency and fostering greater synergy. For instance, through subtle adjustments of his spiritual power, he enabled a remarkable reaction between the flames of Qilin and Bifang upon contact, thus augmenting their offensive strength. In preparation for contracting new beasts, Yi began to delve into the habits and characteristics of various extraordinary creatures. He consulted literature and sought insights from other beast tamers, gaining a profound understanding of different species. Yi recognized that a comprehensive knowledge of these creatures was essential for successfully forging a contract when the opportune moment arose. He set his sights on several beasts whose attributes complemented those of Qilin and Bifang, believing that such creatures could enhance their collaboration and elevate the overall strength of the team. Yi continuously envisioned scenarios of encountering these extraordinary beasts in his mind, contemplating how to communicate with them and demonstrate his strength and sincerity to earn their recognition. After a period of study and preparation, Yi felt he had acquired a well-rounded understanding and readiness for contracting new beasts in the spiritual reservoir realm. He was confident that if he encountered the right creature at the right time, he would successfully forge a contract, providing robust support for his breakthrough into the spiritual reservoir realm and future adventures. Subsequently, Yi continued to cultivate and consolidate his strength while remaining vigilant of his surroundings, eagerly anticipating the moment of encountering new extraordinary beasts. Chapter 31. Preparing to break through the realm with meticulous planning. After systematically studying the knowledge of the spiritual reservoir realm and preparing thoroughly for contracting new beasts, Yi shifted his focus to the preparations for breaking through this realm. He understood that achieving a breakthrough required not only the accumulation of personal strength, but also meticulous planning of the necessary conditions for such an endeavor. Yi began to comprehensively assess his existing resources and capabilities. The significant enhancement in power of Qilin and Bifang after consuming mysterious fruits provided him with formidable support for his breakthrough. However, Yi was aware that relying solely on the strength of his beasts would not suffice. His own spiritual power also needed to reach new heights. He returned to the tranquil valley where he had previously secluded himself for cultivation, an environment rich in serenity and abundant spiritual energy, making it an ideal location for his training. In the valley, he discovered a secluded cave, which he designated as the site for his breakthrough into the spiritual reservoir realm. Upon entering the cave, Yi meticulously arranged the space, setting up simple defensive formations at the entrance and around the vicinity to guard against external disturbances. While these formations were not robust enough to withstand powerful attacks, they were sufficient to alert him to any unusual occurrences. Next, Yi began to prepare the necessary supplies for his cultivation. He exchanged some precious spiritual crystals and herbs from the resource repository of the Beast-Tamer Academy. The spiritual crystals, rich in spiritual energy, would replenish his energy during the cultivation process, while the herbs played a crucial role in harmonizing the spiritual power and stabilizing the meridians, essential for breaking through the spiritual reservoir realm. Yi neatly arranged the spiritual crystals and herbs within the cave, ready for any unforeseen needs. In terms of cultivation methods, Yi integrated his experiences from the awakening realm with the breakthrough techniques he gleaned from ancient texts and his mentors, devising a meticulous cultivation plan. He resolved to commence with the profound refinement of spiritual energy, employing specific operational routes to compress and purify his innate power, rendering it more potent and pristine. Each day, Yi devoted considerable time to this endeavor, seated in a cave, his 5 hearts directed toward the heavens, focusing intently as he guided his energy to flow gently through his meridians. Following the predetermined path, the energy circulated within him, and with each cycle, Yi sensed it becoming increasingly condensed. Throughout this process, he maintained an unwavering concentration. Any lapse in focus could lead to a loss of control over the energy, potentially causing harm to himself. In addition to refining his spiritual energy, Yi also prioritized the communication and integration of his power with that of the Qilin and the Bifang. Through a mental connection, he forged a closer bond with these entities, attempting to channel his refined energy to them while simultaneously perceiving their feedback. During this exchange, Yi gradually discovered a method that allowed the 3 energies to intertwine and enhance one another. To simulate the challenges he might face during his breakthrough, he engaged in numerous practice sessions, envisioning scenarios such as encountering energy bottlenecks and external disturbances, pondering strategies to address these obstacles. In one such simulation, Yi encountered an energy bottleneck and found himself unable to advance further. Recalling the knowledge he had acquired, he attempted to adjust the rhythm of his energy flow, leveraging the power of spiritual crystals, ultimately succeeding in overcoming the simulated barrier. As he prepared to challenge the realm, Yi continuously refined his mindset. He understood that transcending the spiritual accumulation realm was not only a test of strength, but also a challenge to his mental fortitude. Through meditation and self-suggestion, he cultivated a calm and resolute disposition, refusing to be swayed by external distractions or inner anxieties. As his preparations progressed, Yi felt increasingly closer to breaking through the spiritual accumulation realm. He sensed the energy within him accumulating like a volcano poised to erupt. The Qilin and Bifang seemed to perceive Yi's state, vigilantly guarding outside the cave, ever attentive to his movements, providing him with spiritual support. Yi was acutely aware of the uncertainties surrounding his breakthrough, yet he felt thoroughly prepared. He believed that with his diligence, the support of the Qilin and Bifang, and the meticulously arranged conditions for his breakthrough, he would undoubtedly succeed in transcending the spiritual accumulation realm, ushering in a new chapter in the realm of beast mastery. Next, Yi would continue his cultivation within the cave, awaiting the opportune moment for his breakthrough. Chapter 32. Successfully breaking through the spiritual accumulation realm and summoning the 9-tailed Xuanwu for assistance after a period of meticulous preparation and diligent cultivation within the cave. Yi sensed that the moment for his breakthrough was drawing near. He took a deep breath, rechecking the defensive array surrounding the cave to ensure no external disturbances would intrude. Subsequently, he returned to the interior of the cave, seated upon the prepared mat, and began to challenge the spiritual accumulation realm. Yi concentrated all his mental faculties, guiding the refined energy within him along a specific meridian route. The spiritual energy surged like a tumultuous river, coursing swiftly through his body. With each passage through an acupoint, he felt his spiritual power growing increasingly potent. As the energy continued to circulate, the air around Yi began to ripple slightly, drawing the spiritual energy within the cave towards him, forming a small vortex of power. As the vortex spun relentlessly, Yi sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. This was the first formidable obstacle in his quest to break through the spirit-nurturing realm, the bottleneck of spiritual energy. Clenching his teeth, he adjusted the rhythm of his energy flow, striving to shatter this barrier. Utilizing the spiritual crystal he had prepared earlier, he absorbed the energy within it, augmenting his strength. Bolstered by the power of the crystal, Yi's spiritual energy surged forth like a raging tide, relentlessly battering against the bottleneck. After a grueling struggle, he finally succeeded in breaking through the barrier. With this breakthrough, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy flooded into his meridians, causing his body to tremble slightly as it endured the tremendous impact of energy. Yet, Yi did not falter. He continued to guide the energy within him, seeking to stabilize it gradually. Just as he believed the breakthrough was nearing completion, a sudden brilliance erupted within the cave, and a mysterious force surged from the depths, enveloping Yi entirely. A jolt of alarm coursed through him as he recognized this as an unexpected occurrence during the breakthrough. However, with no retreat possible, he could only confront it with all his might. Focusing his mind, Yi endeavored to discern the origin and intent of this enigmatic force. Enveloped by this mysterious power, he felt his consciousness transcend into an arcane space. Within this realm, he beheld the ethereal silhouettes of 2 mighty beasts, the Xuanwu and the 9-tailed fox. The Xuanwu was colossal, its shell etched with cryptic runes, exuding an aura of weighty stability. The 9-tailed fox, graceful and alluring, swayed its 9 tails with elegance, its eyes shimmering with intelligence and vitality. A spark ignited within Yi, as he realized that this might be a rare opportunity afforded by his breakthrough into the spirit-nurturing realm. He attempted to communicate with the spectral forms of the two beasts, expressing his goodwill and yearning for power through mental resonance. The Xuanwu and 9-tailed fox seemed to sense his sincerity, their silhouettes gradually becoming more defined. Subsequently, their forms merged with Yi's body. Instantly, he felt a powerful energy surging within him, blending harmoniously with his own spiritual power, enhancing it in strength and diversity. Simultaneously, a subtle connection was forged between Yi and the Xuanwu and the 9-tailed fox, as if they had become integral parts of his being. When Yi emerged from the mysterious space, he discovered that he had successfully broken through the spirit-nurturing realm. Not only had his spiritual power seen a significant elevation, but he had also acquired the ability to communicate with the Xuanwu and the 9-tailed fox. Overjoyed, he recognized that these two formidable beasts would serve as invaluable companions in his adventures within the world of beast taming. As he exited the cave, the Qilin and Bifang, witnessing his triumphant breakthrough, let out joyous cries. Through their mental connection, Yi conveyed the exhilaration of his success and the arrival of his new allies. Qilin and Bifang sensed the transformation within Yi, their anticipation for the impending new companion palpable. Yi centered himself, delving into the connection he shared with Xuanwu and the 9-tailed fox. He discovered that although Xuanwu and the 9-tailed fox had not manifested in corporeal form, he could perceive their existence through spiritual energy and harness their powers. As he attempted to summon the energies associated with Xuanwu, he felt a formidable defensive force enveloping him, akin to donning an impenetrable armor. Conversely, when he invoked the power of the 9-tailed fox, a vibrant essence surged forth, enhancing his agility and sharpening his mind. Successfully transcending the spiritual nurturing realm and receiving the aid of Xuanwu and the 9-tailed fox instilled Yi with newfound confidence. He understood that this was merely a new beginning for his adventures in the beast mastery world. Moving forward, Yi needed to further comprehend the characteristics of Xuanwu and the 9-tailed fox, forge a deeper bond with them, and simultaneously elevate his own strength as well as that of Qilin and Bifang to confront increasingly intricate challenges ahead. Chapter 33. Understanding the dual beast attributes and formulating a comprehensive nurturing strategy. Having successfully transcended the spiritual nurturing realm and established a connection with Xuanwu and the 9-tailed fox, Yi recognized the necessity of thoroughly understanding their traits to fully exploit their powers and devise a holistic nurturing strategy. He sought a serene meadow, seated himself cross-legged, and focused his mind, initiating an exploration of their characteristics through the spiritual connection he had forged with Xuanwu and the 9-tailed fox. As he communicated with Xuanwu, Yi was enveloped by a profound and steady force. The essence of Xuanwu's power lay predominantly in its formidable defense and enduring stamina. The mysterious runes inscribed upon its shell contained earth attribute spiritual energy, capable of manifesting a robust shield to withstand various assaults. Moreover, Xuanwu's remarkable stamina allowed it to maintain a stable state during prolonged battles, providing a solid backbone for the team. Turning his attention to the 9-tailed fox, he sensed a vibrant and ever-changing aura. Possessing both wind and fire attributes, the 9-tailed fox exhibited exceptional speed and formidable magical prowess. Its 9 tails, not only emblematic of its identity, played varied roles in combat, such as bewildering foes and enhancing spell efficacy. The intelligence of the 9-tailed fox was equally impressive, enabling it to swiftly comprehend complex battle scenarios and offer astute advice. To gain a more intuitive understanding of their capabilities, Yi endeavored to mentally simulate a collaborative combat scenario involving Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and the 9-tailed fox. In this imagined scene, confronted by a formidable adversary, Xuanwu utilized its sturdy defensive shield to repel the enemy's ferocious assaults, thereby creating an advantageous environment for Qilin and Bifang to unleash their fiery attacks from the flanks. Meanwhile, the 9-tailed fox, capitalizing on its speed, nimbly navigated the battlefield, employing its wind attribute energy to disrupt the enemy's movements while simultaneously casting fire attribute spells to strike them, all while utilizing its tail's bewildering abilities to sow confusion among the foes. Based on his understanding of Xuanwu and the 9-tailed fox's traits, Yi began to devise a comprehensive nurturing strategy. Regarding the Xuanwu, Yi resolved to focus on enhancing its defensive capabilities and the endurance of its spiritual power. He planned to seek out spiritual artifacts imbued with earth attributes to fortify the runes inscribed upon Xuanwu's shell. Simultaneously, through specialized training methodologies. He aimed to bolster Xuanwu's ability to maintain its shield during prolonged battles. Yi envisioned that in future skirmishes, Xuanwu would serve as a steadfast bulwark for the team, steadfastly guarding its companions against any onslaught. As for the nine-tailed fox, Yi devised a nurturing strategy that emphasized the enhancement of its speed, spellcasting prowess, and intellectual application. He intended to procure wind and fire attribute spiritual crystals, allowing the nine-tailed fox to absorb their essence, thereby amplifying its magical strength. To further augment the fox's velocity, Yi prepared to utilize specific terrains and training apparatuses to facilitate intensive speed training. Additionally, he would frequently engage in profound mental exchanges with the nine-tailed fox, collaboratively exploring various combat scenarios and strategies to fully harness the fox's intellectual advantages. For the Qilin and the Bifang, Yi also adjusted their training trajectories in light of the newly integrated Xuanwu and nine-tailed fox. The Qilin's inherently formidable offensive capabilities would synergize with the nine-tailed fox's spellcasting, culminating in a more potent firepower output. Yi would guide the Qilin to focus more on synchronizing its attacks with the nine-tailed fox's spells. For instance, after the fox ensnares an adversary with wind attribute energy, the Qilin would then deliver a decisive blow. Meanwhile, the Bifang, in addition to fortifying its fire abilities, would leverage its aerial advantages to complement Xuanwu's defenses. While Xuanwu absorbed the brunt of the enemy's assaults, Bifang could launch surprise aerial strikes, inflicting unexpected damage upon foes. Yi also planned to regularly organize collaborative training sessions for the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and nine-tailed fox. By simulating various intricate battle scenarios, he aimed to familiarize them with each other's abilities and combat styles, thereby enhancing their teamwork and synergy. For example, he would create situations involving multi-attribute enemies, assigning Xuanwu the task of defending against earth attribute attacks, Bifang to counter water attribute strikes, and having the Qilin and nine-tailed fox jointly confront fire and other attribute adversaries. Through continual refinement, they would be able to respond swiftly in real combat, maximizing their combat effectiveness. Throughout this nurturing process, Yi would not neglect his own advancement. He was determined to enhance his ability to manipulate spiritual energy, enabling him to more precisely guide the powers of the four extraordinary beasts. Concurrently, Yi would delve deeply into combat techniques and knowledge related to the spirit realm, crafting more rational strategies for the team. He understood that only through the constant enhancement of his own strength could he better harness the formidable abilities of these four companions, thus embarking on a more profound adventure in the world of beast mastery. Chapter 34. Collaborative training of the four beasts to enhance team combat abilities. After formulating his training strategy, Yi eagerly commenced the organization of collaborative training sessions for the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and nine-tailed fox. He led the four extraordinary beasts to an expansive wilderness, characterized by its open terrain, ample space for them to display their abilities, and a complex environment featuring hills, rivers, and forests, which could simulate a variety of combat scenarios. During their inaugural collaborative training, Yi established a straightforward scenario, confronting a dispersed group of adversaries. Yi conveyed the mission directives to the four extraordinary beasts through a mental connection. The Qilin was the first to act, engulfed in golden flames, resembling a golden whirlwind as it charged into the enemy ranks. The flames of the Qilin not only inflicted direct harm upon adversaries, but also drove them in a singular direction, causing them to cluster together. The Bifang unfurled its wings, swiftly ascending into the sky. It expelled azure flames, forming walls of fire in the air to prevent the enemy from fleeing in various directions, thereby assisting the Qilin in concentrating the foes in one area. The Xuanwu approached the encircled enemies with measured steps. Its shell shimmered with earthy radiance, subsequently erecting a robust earthen wall around the enemy, further constraining their movements. The nine-tailed fox, utilizing its agile form, darted between the adversaries. It unleashed wind attribute spiritual power, generating powerful whirlwinds that sent enemies tumbling in disarray, plunging them into chaos. Simultaneously, the nine-tailed fox's nine tails swayed gracefully, exuding an enchanting force that diminished the enemy's judgment. Amidst the turmoil, the nine-tailed fox seized the opportunity to cast fire attribute spells, unleashing flames from its maw that inflicted immense damage upon the foes. However, the training was not without its challenges. During the skirmish, the Qilin, overly focused on offense, charged deep into the enemy ranks, resulting in a brief disconnection from the coordinated efforts of Bifang, Xuanwu, and nine-tailed fox. Bifang's aerial flame attacks also became chaotic as it maneuvered to evade an enemy that abruptly charged toward it, leading to a breach in the firewall. Following the conclusion of the training, Yi summoned the 4 extraordinary beasts to collectively reflect on the lessons learned. Yi emphasized that the Qilin, upon entering the enemy ranks, must remain vigilant of its teammates' positions and actions, maintaining the rhythm of their collaboration. Bifang was advised to respond more nimbly to aerial attacks from the enemy, ensuring the integrity of the firewall. At the same time, Yi commended the performances of Xuanwu and Nine-Tailed Fox during this training session, noting their exceptional defensive and disruptive capabilities. In subsequent training sessions, Yi continually adjusted the difficulty of the scenarios. He arranged encounters against enemies of varying attributes to test the adaptability of the 4 extraordinary beasts. For instance, when facing water attribute foes, the fire attacks of Qilin and Bifang would be significantly less effective. In such instances, the Nine-Tailed Fox would utilize its wind attribute spiritual power to dissipate the water attribute enemies' attacks, while guiding Qilin and Bifang to modify their assault strategies, striking from the sides and above to circumvent the enemy's frontal water curtain defense. Xuanwu would employ its earth attribute spiritual power to create mud pits on the ground, hindering the movements of the water attribute enemies. When confronted with adversaries possessing formidable physical attack capabilities, Xuanwu would advance first, deploying a sturdy defensive shield to absorb the brunt of the enemy's assaults. Meanwhile, Qilin and Bifang would launch attacks from the flanks, diverting the enemy's attention. The Nine-Tailed Fox, capitalizing on its speed advantage, would maneuver behind the enemy to execute a surprise attack on their vulnerable points. To enhance the cooperative combat abilities of the 4 extraordinary beasts in complex environments, Yi simulated combat scenarios across diverse terrains such as hills, rivers, and forests. In the hilly terrain, Xuanwu cleverly utilized the mountain's cover to set earthen wall traps, luring the enemies into them. The Qilin and the Bifang adeptly exploited the elevation differences of the hills, launching fiery assaults that allowed flames to cascade down the slopes, inflicting greater damage upon their adversaries. The Nine-Tailed Fox nimbly darted between the hills, utilizing trees and rocks as shields to confound and strike at the enemy. During training near the river, the Bifang harnessed the reflections on the water's surface to execute fire attacks, disrupting the enemy's line of sight. Meanwhile, the Xuanwu established earth-based spiritual barriers at the riverbed, preventing foes from escaping beneath the water. The Qilin attacked from the riverbank, forcing the enemy into the water, whereupon the Nine-Tailed Fox cast a spell, transforming the river into scalding hot water to assault the enemies. After a period of collaborative training, the synergy among the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and Nine-Tailed Fox became increasingly harmonious. They could swiftly respond in battle, adjusting their strategies based on the enemy's characteristics and the terrain's variations. Yi watched the growth of the 4 extraordinary beasts with immense satisfaction. He recognized that through relentless training and fine-tuning, the combat prowess of this beast-taming team had markedly improved, enabling them to tackle various complex challenges in future adventures. Looking ahead, Yi eagerly anticipated leading them into more practical battles to further test and enhance the team's strength. Chapter 35. Participating in the Academy Exchange. Gaining experience through sparring upon witnessing the enhanced coordination and significant rise in combat effectiveness of the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and Nine-Tailed Fox after their collaborative training, Yi resolved to seize a rare opportunity to participate in an exchange event organized by the Beast Taming Academy. This gathering brought together numerous outstanding beast tamers and their companions, serving as an exceptional platform for display and learning. Yi hoped to further accumulate practical experience and elevate both himself and his beast-taming team through engaging in sparring with others. On the day of the exchange, Yi arrived early at the venue with his 4 extraordinary beasts. The area was already bustling with spectators, as beast-tamers from various classes and grades gathered with their companions, creating an atmosphere that was vibrant and filled with anticipation. Yi's first engagement was in a group sparring competition. His group consisted of 5 beast-tamers who would compete in a round-robin format. In the first match, Yi faced a tamer named Lin Feng, who commanded a wind wolf and a thunderbird. As the competition commenced, Lin Feng launched the first attack. The wind wolf surged forward like a streak of gray lightning towards Yi's beast team, while the thunderbird circled ominously overhead, poised to unleash a lightning strike. Yi quickly reacted, directing the Xuanwu to step forward and deploy a robust defensive shield. The wind wolf collided with the shield, producing a muffled thud. Yet the barrier stood unwavering. The Bifang took to the air, unleashing azure flames towards the thunderbird. The thunderbird adeptly evaded the fiery onslaught while retaliating with bolts of lightning. Observing this, the Qilin ignited in golden flames and charged at the wind wolf. The wind wolf attempted to evade the Qilin's assault, but the Qilin, swift as the wind, swiftly closed the gap and clawed fiercely at the wind wolf. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox, with its agile form, stealthily maneuvered behind the wind wolf and thunderbird. It summoned wind-based spiritual energy, conjuring a powerful whirlwind that ensnared both the wind wolf and thunderbird within its grasp. In the midst of a swirling tempest, the wind wolf and thunderbird struggled, their movements severely hampered. Seizing this opportunity, Yi commanded Bifang and Qilin to intensify their assault. The azure flames of Bifang intertwined with the golden flames of Qilin, launching a fierce attack against the wind wolf and thunderbird. Lin Feng, witnessing his beasts ensnared in peril, endeavored to direct their escape. However, Yi's team of beasts exhibited seamless coordination, leaving no room for counteraction. Ultimately, under the united onslaught of Yi's beast team, the wind wolf and thunderbird succumbed, losing their combat capabilities. Yi emerged victorious in the first contest. In the subsequent matches, Yi encountered a variety of opponents. Some were adept at manipulating water element beasts, leveraging the properties of water for both offense and defense. Others possessed close combat beasts, attempting to breach Yi's defenses with formidable physical assaults. In the face of these diverse challengers, Yi and his team displayed remarkable adaptability. When battling an opponent wielding water element beasts, Xuanwu employed earth element spiritual power to divert the water-based attacks underground, neutralizing their impact. Meanwhile, Qilin and Bifang altered their tactics, launching fiery assaults from the skies, vaporizing the enemy's water barrier. The nine-tailed fox summoned wind element spiritual energy to disperse the steam, obscuring the adversary's vision, before unleashing fire element spells to inflict damage upon the water element beasts. Confronted with close combat specialists, Yi directed Xuanwu and Qilin to form a defensive line, withstanding the physical strikes. Bifang engaged from above, drawing the enemy's attention, while the nine-tailed fox sought out vulnerabilities to mount a surprise attack. Through this series of sparring matches, Yi and his beast team not only achieved commendable results, but, more importantly, amassed invaluable practical experience. He observed the combat styles and strategies of various beast masters, learning numerous methods to counter different elemental attributes and characteristics. He also identified certain issues within his own team during combat, such as the need for swifter responses when faced with mixed element attacks. Following the conclusion of the exchange event, Yi returned to his training grounds with Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and the nine-tailed fox. Together, they reflected on the lessons learned from the exchange, devising a new training regimen to address the identified shortcomings. Yi understood that this exchange was merely the beginning, with greater challenges awaiting them in the future. Through continuous sparring and learning, he believed that both he and his beast team would enhance their prowess, achieving greater feats in their adventures within the world of beast masters. Chapter 36. Showcasing strength in the exchange competition, Yi's beast combination earns acclaim during the exchange event at the Beast Master Academy. Yi, through the harmonious synergy of Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and the nine-tailed fox, distinguished himself amidst a series of sparring matches, showcasing formidable strength. As the contests progressed, the captivating performances of Yi and his beast team drew increasing attention. Their display of agile tactics against various opponents, coupled with the flawless coordination among the four extraordinary beasts, left the audience and fellow beast masters in awe. In a pivotal match, Yi faced a renowned beast master from the academy, who commanded a formidable ice bear and a swift snow eagle. The ice bear, massive in size, emanated an aura of frigid cold, capable of conjuring powerful ice walls and icicles for both offense and defense. The snow eagle, with its incredible speed, darted through the air like a flash of white lightning, its sharp talons and beak possessing lethal prowess. As the match commenced, the ice bear swung its colossal paw, erecting a towering ice wall at the center of the arena, effectively segregating Yi's beast team from its opponent. Seizing the moment, the snow eagle swooped down from the sky to launch an attack on Bifang. With agility, Bifang evaded the onslaught, exhaling azure flames in an attempt to counter the snow eagle's strike. Yi swiftly assessed the situation and commanded Xuanwu to advance. Harnessing the power of earth, Xuanwu gathered the soil beneath, forming a small hill that shielded against the potential onslaught of ice projectiles from the ice bear. Meanwhile, Qilin maneuvered around one side of the ice wall, seeking an opportunity to breach through. The nine-tailed fox unleashed its wind attribute energy, generating a powerful gust to disrupt the snow eagle's flight, rendering its attacks inaccurate. Amidst the chaos wrought by the nine-tailed fox, the snow eagle's trajectory became erratic. Seizing the opportunity, Bifang concentrated its azure flames and launched them towards the snow eagle. Caught off guard, the snow eagle was struck by the flames, singeing its feathers. Witnessing its companion's injury, the ice bear roared in fury, shattering the ice wall and charging towards Qilin. Undeterred, Qilin enveloped itself in blazing golden flames, engaging the ice bear head-on. As the ice bear's paw descended towards Qilin, the latter deftly evaded and retaliated with its claws. Although the ice bear's fur was tough, the intensity of Qilin's flames made it sizzle under the heat. While Qilin battled the ice bear, the nine-tailed fox stealthily maneuvered behind the ice bear, unleashing a fire spell that engulfed the creature's back, eliciting a pained roar. Bifang took this opportunity to launch a coordinated assault alongside the flames of the nine-tailed fox, inflicting significant damage on the ice bear. The snow eagle, overwhelmed by the combined forces of Bifang and the nine-tailed fox, succumbed to defeat. Gradually, the ice bear, too, began to falter under the relentless onslaught from Qilin, Bifang, and the nine-tailed fox, ultimately collapsing to the ground. The thrilling spectacle of the match ignited the audience's fervor, with spectators erupting into applause and cheers for Yi and his beast team. Fellow beast masters gazed upon Yi with admiration, extolling the strength and synergy of his team, deeming their combination as one of the most formidable and harmonious they had ever witnessed. The Academy's instructors also lauded Yi's performance, with a seasoned professor of beast mastery approaching him to express, "Yi, your performance in this exchange match was nothing short of remarkable. Your team's synchrony and tactical agility showcased the prowess of a Spirit Realm Beastmaster. I hope you continue to excel and achieve even greater heights on your journey as a Beastmaster." Yi expressed his gratitude for the professor's encouragement, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, he did not succumb to arrogance. Rather, he became acutely aware of the myriad areas in which he needed to improve. Through this exchange competition, Yi realized that, when confronted with formidable adversaries, both he and his beast companions must continually refine their strategies and enhance their adaptability. After the competition concluded, Yi returned to the training ground with his companions, the Qilin, the Bifang, the Xuanwu, and the nine-tailed fox. Together, they meticulously reviewed each battle from the competition, drawing valuable lessons from their experiences. Yi understood that accolades are fleeting and the journey ahead remains long. He resolved to persist in his efforts, leading his beast team to further elevate their prowess, ready to embrace new challenges and inscribe their glorious narrative within the realm of beasts. Chapter 37. Hearing of a Mysterious Legend. Seeking the truth behind the tale following his remarkable performance at the Beastmaster Academy's exchange competition, Yi's reputation swiftly spread throughout the institution. One day, while perusing materials in the Academy library, he inadvertently overheard several senior students discussing a mysterious legend. According to the tale, in the far northern reaches of the beast world, there lies a secret valley perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, concealing an ancient artifact. This artifact is said to possess formidable power, capable of aiding beast masters in transcending their current limits and acquiring greater strength. Upon hearing this legend, Yi felt a stirring within. He understood that behind every legend in the beast world could lie immense opportunities. Despite the perilous and distant journey to the far north, he resolved to uncover the truth behind this legend in pursuit of enhancing the strength of himself and his beast team. Yi began gathering information regarding the far north and the mysterious valley. He delved deeper into the library's archives, poring over numerous ancient texts in hopes of uncovering clues related to the legend. Within the pages of a weathered tome, he discovered references to the far north. The text described the region as frigid, filled with glaciers and snow-capped mountains, inhabited by many powerful and peculiar creatures. Regarding the mysterious valley, the tome only vaguely mentioned that it lies at the core of the far north, enveloped in a shroud of mysterious power, accessible only to those deemed worthy. In addition to consulting texts, Yi sought guidance from several seasoned teachers within the academy. One instructor, who had ventured to the fringes of the far north, informed Yi that the creatures there are formidable, predominantly possessing ice-related abilities, making survival for an ordinary beast master exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, the far north frequently experiences blizzards and extreme weather, presenting significant challenges to any journey. However, the teacher also encouraged Yi, stating that should he find the legendary artifact, it would present a tremendous opportunity. After amassing sufficient information, Yi returned to the training ground to share the legend with the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and nine-tailed fox. The four beasts, sensing Yi's determination through their mental connection, expressed their willingness to accompany him to the far north. Yi recognized the journey ahead would be fraught with uncertainty and danger, However, bolstered by the support of his 4 companions, he felt increasingly resolute. Understanding that the expedition to seek the mysterious valley would not be a simple endeavor, Yi commenced meticulous preparations for the journey, fortified by the backing of the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and Nine-Tailed Fox. Yi initially prepared an array of supplies, taking into account the frigid climate of the extreme north. He amassed a considerable collection of garments and gear capable of withstanding the cold. These garments were crafted from special materials, offering not only lightweight comfort but also exceptional warmth. Concurrently, he assembled a selection of elixirs and sustenance designed to sustain life in extreme environments, ensuring that survival was guaranteed even in times of scarcity. For his beasts, he also procured corresponding items. He sourced spiritual artifacts that could enhance their resistance to ice attributes, allowing the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and Nine-Tailed Fox to acclimate in advance to potential ice attribute assaults. Furthermore, Yi fashioned unique communication devices to maintain close contact with his beasts in complex environments, ensuring timely coordination and communication in the face of unforeseen circumstances. In terms of tactical preparations, Yi devised a series of strategies based on the characteristics of the extreme north and the ice attribute anomalies they might encounter. He was well aware that ice attribute beasts typically possessed formidable defensive and control capabilities, capable of erecting ice walls and ice spikes for both attack and defense, as well as using the properties of ice to hinder their adversaries' movements. Yi planned for Xuanwu to leverage its robust defensive abilities as a steadfast bulwark against the primary assaults of the ice attribute beasts. Xuanwu could utilize its earth attribute spiritual energy to transform the ground's soil into sturdy fortifications, withstanding the impacts of ice spikes and ice walls. Additionally, Xuanwu could, when necessary, dismantle the ice structures created by the ice attribute beasts using its earth attribute energy, creating offensive opportunities for the team. The Qilin, with its potent fiery abilities, was to counter the ice attribute beasts effectively. Yi intended for the Qilin to focus its fiery assaults during combat, melting the ice shields and defenses of the ice attribute beasts, inflicting direct damage. Bifang would launch aerial attacks, utilizing the agility and penetrative power of its azure flames, complementing the Qilin's offensive strikes against the ice attribute beasts. Bifang could also exploit its aerial advantage to survey the battlefield, promptly relaying information to Yi and the other beasts. The Nine-Tailed Fox's speed and cunning would play a crucial role in the battle. Yi planned for the Nine-Tailed Fox to use its wind attribute energy to disrupt the movements of the ice attribute beasts while simultaneously casting fire attribute spells, creating a synergistic effect with the fiery onslaughts of the Qilin and Bifang. Additionally, the Nine-Tailed Fox could utilize its ability to confuse, disorienting the minds of the ice attribute beasts and creating advantageous moments for the team to strike. Once adequately prepared, Yi set forth with the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and Nine-Tailed Fox on their journey to the extreme north. Along the way, they traversed dense forests, crossed rushing rivers, and scaled treacherous mountains. As they approached the extreme northern territory, the temperature dropped significantly, and the surroundings began to be blanketed in ice and snow. Upon reaching the fringes of the extreme north, a sudden blizzard swept through. The howling winds and swirling snowflakes rendered visibility nearly non-existent. Yi quickly communicated through their mental connection, urging his beasts to remain closely linked and avoid dispersing. Xuanwu moved to the front of the group, deploying a defensive shield to protect them from the onslaught of the blizzard. The Qilin, the Bifang, and the Nine-Tailed Fox closely trailed behind the Xuanwu, while Yi orchestrated their movements from the center, ensuring the safety of all. After laboring through the tempestuous blizzard for a considerable stretch, the storm finally began to abate. Yi and his mystical beasts pressed further into the frigid northern expanse, aware that formidable challenges awaited them ahead. Yet, driven by the desire to uncover the enigmatic valley and the legendary artifact, they remained undaunted. As they delved deeper, Yi noticed peculiar ice sculptures emerging around them, each uniquely shaped, some resembling fierce mythical creatures, others evoking ancient structures, as if narrating the mysterious tales of this land. Realizing they were drawing nearer to the fabled mystical region, Yi understood that heightened caution was imperative, for peril could descend upon them at any moment. Chapter 38. Embarking on the quest, encountering various trials and tribulations. Yi, accompanied by the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and Nine-Tailed Fox, continued their exploration of the extreme northern territory. The environment grew increasingly inhospitable. In addition to the biting cold, the terrain became exceedingly treacherous. Towering glaciers loomed before them, interspersed with bottomless crevices that threatened to swallow them whole with the slightest misstep. As they navigated cautiously along the glacial paths, a sudden, piercing howl shattered the stillness. A flock of ice birds, resembling ethereal avian phantoms, swooped down from the sky. Though diminutive in size, their numbers were overwhelming. Their wings shimmered with a chilling radiance, akin to razor-sharp blades, their eyes emanating an aura of frost. Yi swiftly reacted, commanding the Xuanwu to erect a defensive shield. The Xuanwu's carapace radiated brilliance as a thick earthen wall surged from the ground, encasing Yi and his beasts within. The ice birds collided with the wall, producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters. Although the wall was robust, cracks began to appear under the relentless onslaught. Observing this, Bifang unfurled its wings and ascended into the air, unleashing azure flames that blazed fiercely in the frigid atmosphere, sweeping towards the flock of ice birds. The flames struck the birds, eliciting mournful cries, as some of their wings melted away, causing them to plummet. However, the sheer multitude of ice birds allowed many to circumvent Bifang's flames and continue their assault on the earthen wall. The Qilin ignited in golden flames, leaping from behind the wall and charging towards the mass of ice birds. The intensity of the Qilin's golden flames was immense, instantly melting the surrounding ice birds upon contact. Yet, undeterred by the threat of death, the ice birds surged forward, attempting to overwhelm the Qilin through sheer numbers. The nine-tailed fox harnessed its wind-based spiritual power to conjure a powerful whirlwind upon the ground, ensnaring some ice birds within, preventing them from approaching the Qilin. Concurrently, the nine-tailed fox unleashed fire spells, flames erupting from its mouth, coordinating with Bifang's azure fire to strike at the avian horde. From behind the earthen wall, Yi maintained a vigilant connection with the battlefield through his mental link, directing the movements of his mystical beasts. He observed that while the ice birds were numerous, they lacked effective organization and command. Thus, Yi ordered the Qilin and Bifang to concentrate their fiery assaults on the leader of the ice bird flock. The Qilin and the Bifang exchanged a knowing glance, with the Bifang drawing the attention of the flock of ice birds in the sky, while the Qilin seized the moment to charge towards the leader of the ice birds. With its mouth agape, the Qilin unleashed a robust stream of golden flames that enveloped the ice bird leader entirely. The leader struggled briefly within the flames before succumbing to its demise. The flock of ice birds, now leaderless, descended into chaos, and Yi seized the opportunity to command his beasts to launch a full-scale assault. The Bifang and the nine-tailed fox intensified their fiery onslaught, while the Qilin rampaged through the ranks of the ice birds, and the Xuanwu launched spikes of earth attribute spiritual power from behind a wall of dirt, striking the birds from a distance. Under the combined might of Yi's beasts, the flock of ice birds could no longer withstand the assault and fled the battlefield. After repelling the ice birds, Yi and his beasts took a brief respite before continuing their journey. However, they soon encountered new challenges. Ahead lay a vast expanse of ice, with an exceptionally smooth surface that made traversal exceedingly difficult. Moreover, hidden within the ice were treacherous traps. Stepping onto one would result in entrapment. Yi instructed the Xuanwu to lead the way, utilizing its earth attribute spiritual power to create protrusions on the icy surface to facilitate movement. The Qilin, Bifang, and nine-tailed fox followed cautiously behind. Throughout their passage across the icy expanse, Yi remained vigilant, attentive to the sounds around them. Just as they were nearing the end of the ice field, a colossal ice bear erupted from beneath the surface, towering like a two-story building. The ice bear emanated a formidable aura of ice attribute spiritual power, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. With a thunderous roar, it lunged towards Yi and his beasts. Aware that an even more arduous battle was imminent, Yi swiftly recalibrated his strategy, commanding his beasts to prepare for the confrontation. Chapter 39. Overcoming challenges with the power of beasts in the face of the suddenly emerged gigantic ice bear, Yi promptly adjusted his tactics. He understood the immense strength of this beast and recognized that a direct confrontation was unwise. They must rely on the coordinated efforts of his beasts to leverage their individual strengths. Yi directed the Xuanwu to advance rapidly, establishing its strongest defense. The runes on the Xuanwu's shell shimmered, forming a thick earthen shield that encased Yi and the other beasts securely. The ice bear's massive paw struck the shield with a resounding thud, creating ripples across its surface, yet the shield remained steadfast. Seizing the moment while the ice bear assaulted the shield, the Qilin maneuvered to the side, enveloped in flames of gold. It waited for the opportune moment to unleash a searing blaze aimed at the bear's leg. The ice bear roared in pain and fury, attempting to pivot and retaliate against the Qilin. However, the Bifang swooped down from above, spewing azure flames to disrupt the ice bear's movements. The blue flames shot forth like arrows toward the bear's eyes, forcing it to raise its paw in defense, momentarily diverting its attention from the Qilin. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox took advantage of the distraction caused by the Qilin and Bifang, stealthily moving behind the ice bear. Channeling its wind attributes spiritual power. It conjured a formidable whirlwind that swept up the surrounding snow and ice, creating a barrier that restricted the ice bear's movements. Simultaneously, the nine-tailed fox unleashed a fiery spell, causing flames to spread across the bear's back, inflicting further damage. The ice bear, under the relentless assault of the Beast-Tamers, grew increasingly irritable. With a forceful stomp, fissures appeared across the icy expanse, radiating outward. Yi and the beast struggled to maintain their footing, yet steadfastly held their positions, continuing their barrage against the ice bear. Through a psychic connection, Yi astutely discerned that when the ice bear was enraged, a segment of its icy armor on the chest momentarily loosened. He promptly relayed this discovery to the Qilin. Channeling all its might, the Qilin concentrated golden flames upon its claws. Seizing the opportunity as the ice bear lunged once more at the Xuanwu shield, dashing towards the ice bear's chest with remarkable speed. The Qilin's claws fiercely raked at the loosened icy armor, successfully tearing it apart. The ice bear's chest lay exposed, and both Bifang and the nine-tailed fox seized the moment to unleash their most potent fiery assaults. Azure flames intertwined with fire-based spells, striking the ice bear's exposed chest. The ice bear emitted a pained roar, its body swaying before it ultimately collapsed to the ground. After vanquishing the ice bear, Yi and the beasts exhaled in relief. Yet they remained vigilant. Yi understood that in this enigmatic northern realm, peril could strike anew at any moment. They proceeded cautiously, traversing the icy plains until they reached the base of a snow-capped mountain. Towering into the clouds, the summit shrouded in mist appeared both mysterious and perilous. Observing closely, Yi noticed peculiar runes flickering upon the mountain, seemingly concealing some secret. To uncover the clues to the mysterious valley, Yi resolved to lead the beasts in ascending the snow-covered peak. The path up the mountain was treacherous and laden with deep snow, making each step a formidable challenge. Moreover, the mountain's weather was capricious, with gusts of wind occasionally sweeping up blinding flurries. Supporting one another, Yi and the beasts ascended step by step. During their climb, they encountered a troop of snow apes. Agile and robust, these snow apes excelled at leaping and traversing the snowy terrain. Upon spotting Yi and his companions, the snow apes emitted a chorus of cries, seemingly warning them to stay away. Desiring to avoid conflict, Yi endeavored to convey his benign intentions to the snow apes through mental communication, expressing merely a wish to find the entrance to the mysterious valley. However, the snow apes appeared to misunderstand Yi's intentions and began hurling snowballs at him and the beasts. Left with no alternative, Yi commanded his beasts to defend. The Xuanwu unfurled its shield in front, blocking the majority of the snowballs, while the Qilin, Bifang, and nine-tailed fox remained alert, observing the snow apes' movements. Yi made another attempt to communicate with the snow apes, demonstrating his goodwill and yearning for the mysterious valley, which ultimately conveyed his sincerity to them. A larger snow ape leaped down from the mountain, approaching Yi. With curious eyes, it regarded Yi and the beasts, then gestured with its hands as if to indicate a direction. Yi felt a surge of joy. He realized that the snow ape might possess clues to the elusive valley. Guided by the snow ape, Yi and the beasts continued deeper into the mountain, eager to uncover the entrance to the mysterious valley and unveil the truths hidden behind the legends. Chapter 40. Discovery of the Mysterious Realm, an opportunity for elevation in the spirit realm under the guidance of the snow ape. Yi, accompanied by the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and the nine-tailed fox, traversed a concealed path along the snow-capped mountains. This narrow trail, shrouded between steep cliffs and cloaked in thick layers of snow and ice, would have remained undiscovered had it not been for the snow ape's direction. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding environment grew increasingly extraordinary. The once monotonous white snow walls began to reveal a myriad of shimmering patterns, which seemed to harbor a mysterious power. Resonating faintly with the ancient artifacts Yi had previously encountered in ancient texts, his heart swelled with excitement, sensing that he was drawing nearer to the enigmatic valley. At long last, they arrived before a colossal ice cavern. The cave exuded a soft blue luminescence, with ancient runes intricately carved into the ice columns surrounding its entrance. The snow ape paused at the cave's mouth, emitting a series of calls, seemingly indicating that they had reached their destination. Yi expressed his gratitude to the snow ape, who then turned and departed. With utmost caution, Yi and his beast companions stepped into the ice cavern. The interior was spacious and bright, adorned with countless sparkling ice crystals that illuminated the cavern as if it were daylight. Deep within the cavern stood a stone platform radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, upon which hovered an object pulsating with immense spiritual energy, the fabled ancient artifact. As Yi approached the platform, the artifact's brilliance intensified, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge violently. He could sense the formidable power contained within the artifact, as if it were beckoning him. However, at that moment, the cavern floor suddenly cracked open, and several massive ice lizards emerged from the depths. These creatures, clad in hard ice armor, glared with a cold, menacing intent, their gaping maws wide open as they lunged toward Yi and his beasts. Yi swiftly commanded his beasts to engage in battle. Xuanwu immediately advanced, deploying a protective shield to deflect the ice lizard's assault. The Qilin and Bifang launched their attacks from either side, intertwining golden and azure flames that surged toward the ice lizards. The ice armor encasing the lizards began to melt under the fiery onslaught, yet their defenses remained formidable, sustaining no critical damage. The nine-tailed fox conjured wind-based spiritual energy, generating a powerful current within the cavern that slightly hindered the ice lizard's movements. Seizing the opportunity, the nine-tailed fox unleashed fire-based spells upon the lizards. Observing the unfolding battle, Yi noticed that the lizards' underbellies were relatively vulnerable. He communicated through their mental connection, instructing the Qilin and Bifang to focus their assaults on the lizards' abdomens. Adjusting their attack trajectories, the Qilin and Bifang concentrated their flames on the lizards' underbellies. Under the relentless barrage of fire, the ice armor began to dissolve, eliciting anguished cries from the lizards. One particularly pained ice lizard charged toward Yi in a fit of agony. Xuanwu swiftly moved to intercept, using its body to shield Yi from the lizard's onslaught, while employing earth-based spiritual energy to transform the ground beneath the lizard's feet into a quagmire, ensnaring it within. Taking advantage of this moment, the Qilin and Bifang intensified their assault, ultimately vanquishing the beleaguered ice lizard. As the other ice lizards witnessed their companions fall, they descended into a frenzy. Yet, through the close collaboration of Yi and his beast-taming team, they ultimately managed to repel the creatures successfully. After driving back the ice lizards, Yi ascended the stone platform and grasped the ancient artifact. Upon holding the artifact, a powerful yet gentle surge of spiritual energy flowed into Yi's being, merging with his own spiritual force. To his delight, Yi discovered that this energy not only enhanced his prowess, but also deepened his understanding of the spirit realm. Under the influence of the artifact's spiritual energy, his companions, the Qilin, the Bifang, the Xuanwu, and the nine-tailed fox, underwent remarkable transformations. Their spiritual power was further amplified, and the bond connecting them to Yi grew ever tighter. Yi realized that uncovering this mysterious place and acquiring the ancient artifact represented a significant opportunity for advancement within the spirit realm. Moving forward, he intended to harness the power of the artifact to elevate both himself and his beast-taming team, delving deeper into the mysteries of the beast-taming world and embracing new challenges. Chapter 41. Delving into the mysterious realm, exploring clues for advancement in the spirit realm after successfully obtaining the ancient artifact and enhancing his strength. Yi was not content to rest on his laurels. He had heard whispers of crucial clues regarding advancement in the spirit realm hidden within the enigmatic corners of the beast-taming world. To progress further on his path, he resolved to lead the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and nine-tailed fox deep into this mysterious realm in search of enlightenment. This enigmatic territory lay at the fringes of the beast-taming world, shrouded in a veil of mystical fog. According to legend, only those truly powerful and destined could enter its confines. With the enhanced perception bestowed by the ancient artifact, Yi cautiously guided his beasts toward the depths of the mist. Upon stepping into the mysterious realm, the surroundings transformed into an extraordinary spectacle. Massive rocks floated in the sky, adorned with peculiar plants that shimmered with a soft glow. Beneath them flowed rivers that radiated with vibrant hues, their waters seemingly alive, meandering gently and producing a soothing sound. Yi and his companions advanced with vigilance, ever ready to confront any lurking dangers. As they ventured deeper, Yi stumbled upon ancient ruins. The walls of these ruins were etched with enigmatic patterns and inscriptions, seemingly narrating the ancient history of the beast-taming world. Though the text remained obscure, drawing upon his studies at the Beast-Taming Academy and his research into ancient runes, Yi attempted to decipher the inscriptions. After considerable effort, he discerned that the texts vaguely alluded to the progression within the spirit realm being linked to a special resonance of spiritual energy, yet the specifics remained elusive. While Yi was engrossed in interpreting the inscriptions, the Qilin suddenly emitted a warning roar. Yi looked up to see a pack of wolf-like creatures emerging from the shadows of the ruins. These beasts exuded a ghostly blue glow, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they bared their sharp fangs and lunged toward Yi and his companions. Yi reacted swiftly, commanding the Xuanwu to move forward and establish a defensive stance. The Xuanwu, with its formidable physique, stood resolutely at the forefront, its shell inscribed with glowing runes. As a sturdy earthen wall sprang forth to block the path of the wolf-like creatures, the nine-tailed fox summoned its wind attribute spiritual power, conjuring a whirlwind before the earthen wall that ensnared several of the advancing wolf-like aberrations. Bifang soared into the sky, unleashing azure flames that sliced through the air like sharp blades, targeting the trapped wolf-like creatures. Meanwhile, the Qilin was engulfed in golden flames as it charged toward the horde of wolves, using its claws and fire to assault the enemies encroaching upon the earthen barrier. Amidst the clash between the beasts and the wolf-like aberrations, Yi continued to survey the surroundings of the ruins. Seeking elusive clues regarding the advancement into the spiritual master realm, he discovered a colossal statue at the center of the ruins. Its form an ambiguous blend of human and otherworldly features, grasping a luminous orb that radiated light. Yi speculated that this orb might be intimately connected to the resonance of spiritual power required for ascension. However, the assaults from the wolf-like aberrations intensified. They seemed to have discerned Yi's intentions and began recklessly battering against the defensive earthen wall of the Xuanwu. The wall began to crack under their relentless onslaught, threatening imminent collapse. Yi understood that he must swiftly eliminate these aberrations to continue his quest for clues regarding the spiritual master advancement. Through a mental connection, he encouraged his beasts to unleash their full potential while directing them to adjust their tactics. The nine-tailed fox amplified its output of wind attribute spiritual power, drawing more wolf-like aberrations into the swirling tempest. Bifang concentrated its azure flames, targeting the aberrations at the core of the whirlwind to inflict greater damage. Seizing the moment while the aberrations were distracted, the Qilin maneuvered to their flank and launched a fierce fiery assault. Through their combined efforts, the number of wolf-like aberrations gradually dwindled until they were completely repelled. After routing the wolf-like creatures, Yi approached the statue with his beasts. He scrutinized the orb in the statue's grasp and observed that it was inscribed with runes reminiscent of those adorning the walls of the ruins. Yi attempted to touch the orb with his spiritual power, which instantly emitted a blinding radiance, revealing a series of blurred images. The visions seemed to depict a beast master resonating with a formidable aberration, and Yi realized he was one step closer to uncovering the clues for ascension into the spiritual master realm. Yet, to truly grasp the mysteries contained within, further exploration and study were imperative. Thus, Yi and his beasts delved deeper into this enigmatic locale, hoping to unearth more critical information to unravel the enigma of spiritual master advancement. Chapter 42. Confrontation with a mighty aberration. Xuanwu and nine-tailed fox at the forefront as Yi and his beasts explored the orb held by the statue in this mysterious land. The surrounding space suddenly convulsed violently. A powerful and oppressive aura enveloped them, as if an invisible force were compressing everything nearby. Yi sensed impending danger and immediately heightened his vigilance. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a colossal aberration erupted from the ground. This beast resembled a lion, but possessed 9 robust tails, each tipped with sharp barbs. Its entire body was sheathed in black scales, interspersed with flickering, eerie red light. The creature's eyes blazed like 2 burning crimson flames, exuding an aura of chilling ferocity. Yi swiftly conveyed battle orders to Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and the nine-tailed fox through their mental connection. Xuanwu, the steadfast guardian of the team, was the first to respond. With measured and powerful strides, it advanced to stand before Yi, its shell adorned with glowing runes. A thick earthen wall rapidly rose around Xuanwu, encasing Yi and the other beasts within its protective embrace. The nine-tailed fox, fully aware of the necessity to leverage its illusion and control abilities to assist Xuanwu, swiftly darted to the side of the monstrous beast. Its 9 tails gracefully swayed, unleashing a formidable wave of confusion. This force, akin to invisible threads, sought to disrupt the beast's mind. Simultaneously, the nine-tailed fox summoned wind attribute spiritual energy, conjuring a whirlwind around the beast in an attempt to hinder its movement. However, The formidable creature's strength exceeded all expectations. With a mere shift of its body, it broke free from the nine-tailed fox's illusionary grasp. It then opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames towards Xuanwu's earthen wall. The black fire, imbued with searing heat and corrosive properties, made contact with the wall, which hissed as the soil rapidly melted away, creating a massive breach. Xuanwu felt an unprecedented pressure but remained resolute. It summoned Earth attribute spiritual energy, striving to mend the damaged wall while simultaneously thrusting sharp stone pillars from the ground toward the beast. The creature effortlessly evaded the stones, its nine tails slicing through them like blades. Recognizing the ineffectiveness of its previous tactics, the nine-tailed fox promptly altered its strategy. It unleashed fire attribute spells, shooting searing flames from its mouth towards the beast. Upon striking the creature's black scales, the flames emitted a series of popping sounds, failing to inflict substantial harm, but successfully capturing its attention. Enraged, the beast roared and lunged towards the nine-tailed fox. With agility, the fox leaped and dodged, utilizing the surrounding terrain and its speed to evade the creature's onslaught. Yet, the beast's speed and strength were overwhelming. Each attack brought the nine-tailed fox perilously close to danger. Yi, observing the battlefield closely through their mental connection from behind the earthen wall, recognized the immense pressure that Xuanwu and the nine-tailed fox were under. He rapidly formulated a strategy, searching for the beast's weakness. He noted that the scales beneath the creature's head were relatively sparse during its attacks, potentially revealing a vulnerability. Immediately, Yi relayed this discovery to Xuanwu and the nine-tailed fox, urging them to divert the beast's attention to create an opportunity for Qilin and Bifang to strike. Xuanwu intensified its spiritual energy output, erecting more earthen walls and stone pillars to confine the beast's movements. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox darted around the creature, employing wind attribute energy and fire spells to distract it, ensuring that its focus remained on itself. Despite Xuanwu and the nine-tailed fox's relentless efforts, the beast's assaults grew increasingly fierce, and their situation became more precarious. Yet, they showed no signs of retreat, fiercely battling the creature as they awaited the arrival of Qilin and Bifang for support. Chapter 43. The support of Qilin and Bifang. Uniting to defeat the mighty beast as Xuanwu and the nine-tailed fox were ensnared in a fierce battle against the formidable beast. Qilin and Bifang hastily arrived to lend their aid. Qilin ignited in a brilliant blaze of golden flames, resembling a comet streaking towards the beast. Bifang unfurled its wings, swiftly descending from the heavens, unleashing azure flames from its mouth. With extraordinary strength and speed, Qilin promptly reached the creature, leaping high and striking with its paws, imbued with golden fire, at the beast's vulnerable underbelly. Sensing imminent danger, the beast attempted to evade, but the nine-tailed fox skillfully harnessed the power of wind, creating a potent gust that hindered the creature's movements, causing its evasive actions to falter. Qilin's claws successfully found their mark beneath the beast's head, and the golden flames erupted, searing the creature's scales to a fiery crimson. In that moment, Bifang launched its assault. The azure flames sliced through the air like sharp swords, striking the beast from above. Multiple impacts of the azure fire provoked furious roars from the creature, which thrashed its nine tails in a desperate attempt to repel Qilin and Bifang. Qilin adeptly dodged the beast's tail strikes while persistently targeting its weak points with flames. Meanwhile, Bifang continuously altered its position in the air, seeking the most advantageous angles for attack. Seizing the opportunity while the beast was distracted by Qilin and Bifang, the nine-tailed fox unleashed its bewildering powers once more. This time, it concentrated all its energy, maximizing the effect of its enchantment. Under the influence of this confusion, the creature momentarily lost focus. Yi seized this chance, directing Xuanwu through their mental connection. Xuanwu swiftly summoned earth-based energy, conjuring a colossal mire beneath the beast's feet, ensnaring its lower body. The trapped beast thrashed wildly, its immense strength causing cracks to form in the mire. Qilin and Bifang capitalized on the creature's struggles, intensifying their fiery onslaught. The intertwining golden and azure flames surged towards the beast, causing its scales to shed and blood to flow from its wounds. Despite sustaining severe injuries, the beast displayed a tenacious vitality. It let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a surge of power that broke its bonds with the mire. However, the creature was now considerably weakened, its movements sluggish. Yi recognized this as the opportune moment to vanquish the beast. He commanded Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and the nine-tailed fox to launch their final assault. Qilin concentrated all its flames into a formidable column of golden fire directed at the beast's head. Bifang formed a massive fireball of azure flames aimed at its chest. Xuanwu summoned enormous stone pillars from the earth, targeting the beast's legs. And the nine-tailed fox unleashed its most powerful fire spell, enveloping the beast in flames. Under the combined might of the Beast-Tamer's assault, the creature finally succumbed, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yi and the Beast-Tamers exhaled a sigh of relief as they gazed upon the fallen beast. After this arduous battle, they not only triumphed over formidable beasts, but also further enhanced their camaraderie and combat prowess. Yi understood that the exploration of the mysterious land would persist, and the victory in this battle instilled them with renewed confidence for their forthcoming endeavors. Chapter 44. Acquiring precious materials for crafting superior equipment upon vanquishing the mighty beast. Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. However, his taut nerves remained partially unrelaxed. He was acutely aware that in the realm of beast taming, each victory over a powerful foe could signify the acquisition of invaluable resources, which often serve as pivotal elements for enhancing strength. Thus, he promptly began to meticulously examine the carcass of the beast, hoping to uncover something of worth. Yi's gaze first fell upon the obsidian-like black scales adorning the beast. These scales were closely arranged, each one remarkably hard, glistening with a metallic sheen, and imbued with a distinct energy resonance. As he reached out to touch them, a cold yet solid sensation met his fingertips, revealing the scales' formidable resistance to various forms of spiritual energy. Yi realized that if these scales could be fashioned into armor, they would bestow formidable protection upon the beasts. He cautiously commenced the collection of the scales. With each one he removed, he envisioned the enhanced defensive capabilities of the beasts in the future. Next, his attention turned to the sharp barbs at the tips of the beast's 9 tails. These barbs curved menacingly, possessing an extraordinary sharpness, their surfaces emanating an eerie luminescence, subtly exuding toxicity. Yi attempted to grasp one of the barbs. It felt cold to the touch, yet he could sense the unique power contained within. He surmised that if these barbs were crafted into weapons, whether as arrows or daggers, they could unleash unforeseen effects in battle, delivering fatal strikes to foes. In addition to the scales and barbs, the beast's skeletal structure also captured Yi's interest. The bones were remarkably lightweight, yet extraordinarily sturdy, seemingly coursing with spiritual energy. Yi understood that these were no ordinary bones. Utilizing them to create tools for cultivation could aid the beasts in better absorbing and employing spiritual energy, thereby enhancing their training efficiency. After considerable effort, Yi meticulously organized the collected scales, barbs, and bones, his heart brimming with anticipation. However, he recognized that transforming these precious materials into practical equipment necessitated the expertise of a skilled blacksmith. In the world of beast taming, the renowned Iron City, famed for its forging artistry, became his preferred destination. Accompanied by the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and the nine-tailed fox, Yi embarked on a journey to Iron City. Along the way, they traversed dense forests, where the occasional low growls of beasts heightened the atmosphere of tension, crossed rushing rivers, their icy waters biting yet unable to hinder their progress, and scaled treacherous mountains, the rugged paths challenging, yet their resolve unwavering. After several days of arduous travel, Yi and his beasts finally arrived at Iron City. The city was situated upon a vast plain, its towering walls constructed from massive stone blocks, adorned with an array of mysterious runes that exuded an ancient and formidable aura. At the city gate, a vibrant throng bustled about, with beast tamers ushering their companions in and out, while merchants peddled an array of items associated with these mystical creatures. Yi, accompanied by his beasts, entered the Iron City, where the air was thick with warmth emanating from the numerous blacksmith shops lining the streets. The rhythmic clang of hammers striking metal resonated throughout the city, echoing its unique heartbeat. Inquiring around, Yi learned of a renowned old blacksmith within the city, celebrated for his unparalleled forging skills, capable of transforming precious materials into awe-inspiring, powerful equipment. Guided by the directions of passers-by, he soon arrived at the blacksmith's modest shop, cluttered with various ores, tools, and unfinished creations. The old blacksmith sat at the entrance, meticulously polishing a sword. His hair was gray, his face adorned with wrinkles, yet his eyes bore a sharp intensity. Approaching with respect, Yi greeted the old craftsman and presented the rare materials he had obtained from exotic beasts, sincerely expressing his desire to forge equipment for his companions. Upon seeing the materials, a glimmer of surprise and excitement flickered in the blacksmith's eyes. He set aside the sword, took the scales, barbs, and bones from Yi, examining them closely, occasionally caressing them with his hands or holding them to his ear, as if conversing with the very essence of the materials. After a prolonged moment, the old blacksmith looked up and addressed Yi, stating that these materials were indeed exceedingly rare and precious. Crafting suitable equipment for the beasts would not be a simple task, requiring considerable time and effort. However, he assured Yi that he would dedicate himself fully to ensure the equipment would harness the maximum potential of the materials. The two agreed on the specifics and timeline for the crafting process. The old blacksmith indicated that the creation of the equipment would take at least half a month, during which he would devote himself entirely to the meticulous forging of each piece. Yi entrusted the materials to the blacksmith and sought a tranquil courtyard nearby to settle with his beasts while awaiting the completion of the equipment. During this waiting period, Yi remained industrious, fully aware that enhancing the strength of his beasts must coincide with the development of his own abilities. Thus, he utilized this time to delve deeper into the study of spirit mastery techniques, poring over a wealth of literature on spirit cultivation and beast-tamer skills, diligently striving to elevate his own capabilities in preparation for the forthcoming adventures. Chapter 45. Studying spirit mastery techniques and enhancing the abilities of his beasts while awaiting the crafting of his equipment in Iron City. Yi resolved to immerse himself in the study of spirit mastery techniques. He recognized that the Spirit-Master Realm demanded a higher level of comprehensive ability from beast-tamers compared to previous stages. Only through continuous self-improvement could he better command his beasts and face the increasingly complex and perilous challenges that lay ahead. Yi first ventured to the Grand Library of Iron City. With its ancient and solemn architectural style, the library housed an extensive collection of tomes covering the history, culture, and cultivation techniques of the beast-tamer's world. As he stepped inside, an air of antiquity enveloped him, as if whispering tales of countless stories. He navigated through the aisles, his eyes eagerly scanning for books pertaining to spirit mastery techniques. After a thorough search, Yi discovered a stack of books concerning the perception and control of spiritual energy. He settled into a quiet corner of the library, immersing himself in study. The realm of spirit masters demands an acute sensitivity to spiritual energy. One must not only perceive the subtle fluctuations of energy in the surrounding environment, but also accurately assess the energy states of both beasts and adversaries, thereby providing a foundation for formulating sound strategies. Yi began to practice the techniques outlined in the texts. He found a tranquil room, seated himself upon the floor, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind, releasing his spiritual energy ever so slightly, akin to extending countless invisible tendrils to sense the world around him. Initially, he could only vaguely discern the general flow of spiritual energy in the air, but with persistent practice, he gradually learned to distinguish the unique characteristics of different elemental energies. For instance, fire energy emanated a feeling of warmth and vitality, while water energy felt gentle and fluid. Once he had attained a certain grasp on perceiving spiritual energy, Yi shifted his focus to the intricate control of that energy. He collected fine sand and feathers from the garden outside the library, endeavoring to manipulate them with his spiritual energy. At first, these minute objects merely quivered under his influence, failing to move according to his will. Yet undeterred, Yi continuously adjusted the output and intensity of his energy. After countless attempts, he finally succeeded in arranging the sand into simple patterns and causing the feathers to dance gracefully. As his practice deepened, he became capable of directing the sand and feathers to perform complex movements, forming various shapes, and executing rhythmic dances. Through this diligent training, Yi's ability to control spiritual energy markedly improved, laying a solid foundation for guiding his beast's energy with precision in combat. In addition to energy perception and control, Yi also studied the unique communication techniques of spirit masters. In this realm, the connection between a master and their beasts transcends mere command transmission, evolving into a profound emotional resonance and tactical dialogue. Upon returning to his courtyard, he engaged in profound mental exchanges with the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and the nine-tailed fox. Each day, he dedicated time to share insights and reflections from his learning journey, while also attentively listening to the thoughts and feelings of his beasts. During one such interaction, the nine-tailed fox, through their mental link, presented Yi with a novel strategy for confusion tactics in battle. It proposed that by combining its wind elemental energy with deceptive power, a more complex and formidable confusion effect could be created, capable of simultaneously influencing the minds of multiple foes for an extended duration. Inspired by this revelation, Yi collaborated with the nine-tailed fox to explore and refine this technique. Through relentless experimentation and adjustment, they gradually mastered the application of this newfound skill. Moreover, Yi delved into the principles of combat strategy unique to the Spirit-Master Realm, recognizing the ever-increasing significance of teamwork and tactical coordination in battles. Different attributes of summoned beasts necessitate the flexible adjustment of battle strategies according to the characteristics of the enemy and the battlefield environment, leveraging their respective strengths to form a formidable combat synergy. Yi, in conjunction with the unique traits of his summoned beast team, devised a series of combat plans tailored to various situations. For instance, when confronting foes adept at long-range assaults, Yi intended to position the Black Tortoise at the forefront to provide robust defense, utilizing its formidable earth element spiritual energy to construct a protective barrier against the enemy's ranged attacks. Meanwhile, the Phoenix would disrupt and counterattack from the skies, employing its agile flight and fiery onslaught to unsettle the enemy's attack rhythm. The Qilin and the Nine-Tailed Fox would seize opportunities for close-quarter ambushes, with the Qilin's immense strength and fiery strikes, complemented by the Nine-Tailed Fox's illusionary techniques and nimble agility, delivering lethal blows to the adversary. Conversely, when encountering opponents proficient in close combat, the Qilin and the Black Tortoise would form a tight defensive line to withstand frontal assaults. The Phoenix and the Nine-Tailed Fox would initiate attacks from a distance, with the Phoenix's fire attacks and the Nine-Tailed Fox's magical strikes working in concert to inflict long-range damage. Simultaneously, the Nine-Tailed Fox could utilize wind element spiritual energy and deceptive techniques to disrupt the enemy's movements, alleviating pressure on the Qilin and the Black Tortoise. Through this period of intensive learning, Yi's abilities underwent comprehensive enhancement. His understanding of the Spirit-Master Realm deepened, and his prowess in spiritual perception, control, and communication with his summoned beasts reached new heights. Yi recognized that these advancements would confer significant advantages to him and his summoned beast team in future adventures. Half a month swiftly elapsed, and the old blacksmith's equipment was nearing completion. Yi eagerly anticipated witnessing the formidable prowess of his summoned beasts once they donned their new gear, brimming with confidence for the upcoming adventures. Chapter 46. Crafting exclusive equipment to enhance summoned beast combat strength. The fortnight of anticipation quietly slipped away amid Yi's intense and fruitful study. On this day, he finally received word from the old blacksmith, announcing that the equipment for his summoned beasts had been completed. A surge of excitement welled within Yi as he promptly set out with the Qilin, Phoenix, Black Tortoise, and Nine-Tailed Fox towards the blacksmith's workshop. Upon entering the shop, the old blacksmith greeted them with a broad smile, proudly holding several meticulously crafted pieces of equipment. Firstly, he showcased the black-scaled armor designed for the Black Tortoise. This armor resembled a work of art, with each scale having been meticulously polished to perfectly conform to the contours of the Black Tortoise's body. The scales interlocked closely, gleaming with a mysterious metallic sheen, as if narrating the immense power they embodied. The surface of the armor was inscribed with ancient and enigmatic runes, which resonated harmoniously with the Black Tortoise's inherent earth element spiritual energy, seemingly a bespoke protective emblem for the creature. Together with the blacksmith, Yi assisted the Black Tortoise in donning the armor. The moment the armor made contact with the Black Tortoise's body, its earth element spiritual energy stirred gently, resonating with the runes inscribed on the armor, causing them to radiate with brilliance. The Black Tortoise let out an excited low roar, attempting to channel its internal spiritual energy. And an even more robust and solid earthen wall instantaneously rose from the ground, enveloping a corner of the shop. The surface of the earthen wall gleamed like a mirror, emanating powerful waves of spiritual energy, its intensity having increased several-fold compared to before. Through their mental connection, Xuanwu conveyed joy and satisfaction to Yi, acutely aware that its defensive capabilities had undergone a remarkable transformation. Subsequently, the old blacksmith presented a finely crafted dagger to the Nine-Tailed Fox. This dagger, forged from the sharp barbs at the end of a mystical beast's tail, featured a hilt adorned with a translucent gem that radiated a gentle glow, enhancing the wielder's spiritual power. The blade was extraordinarily sharp, glinting with a cold sheen under the light, subtly exuding the toxicity of the otherworldly creature. Upon receiving the dagger, the Nine-Tailed Fox infused it with its own spiritual energy, causing the dagger to emit an eerie luminescence imbued with a mysterious force. As the fox wielded the dagger, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, and it felt the tremendous power contained within. The Nine-Tailed Fox was confident that this dagger would become a lethal weapon in its future battles, complementing its deceptive techniques and agile movements to pose a formidable threat to its adversaries. Next, the old blacksmith produced a pair of flame gauntlets, custom crafted for the Qilin. These gauntlets, forged from the bones and scales of a mystical beast, boasted a unique design brimming with an aura of power. The surface was etched with flame patterns, as if ready to unleash fire at any moment. The Qilin eagerly donned the gauntlets, and its golden flames surged more vigorously, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. When the Qilin attempted to unleash a blast of golden fire, the range expanded nearly twofold, with a heightened temperature and increased potency. Excitedly, it struck a nearby iron block with its gauntlet-clad paw, instantly melting the block into a puddle of molten iron. The gleam of excitement sparkled in the Qilin's eyes as it expressed its admiration for this equipment through their mental link. Finally, the old blacksmith unveiled a set of flight-enhancing gear crafted for Bifang. This equipment, meticulously fashioned from the bones of a mystical beast, was both lightweight and remarkably sturdy. Embedded within were special gems that resonated with Bifang's fiery spiritual energy. Upon donning the gear, Bifang immediately sensed a transformation within its body. It spread its wings and gently flapped them, discovering that flight had become significantly easier and its speed markedly increased. Bifang showcased its aerial prowess, executing various complex maneuvers such as sharp turns and vertical ascents and descents. It even attempted a fiery attack, noting an enhancement in its power, with the flames becoming more concentrated and penetrating. Observing the formidable prowess exhibited by his beasts in their new gear, Yi felt a surge of joy and pride. He understood that these specialized equipments would serve as invaluable allies in their battles, augmenting their adventurous journey with immense support. To facilitate the beasts' adaptation to their new gear, Yi led them to a spacious clearing on the outskirts of Iron City for practical training. During the exercise, Yi simulated various combat scenarios. Initially, he instructed the Qilin and Bifang to attack Xuanwu, testing the defensive capabilities of its new armor. The Qilin and the Bifang unleashed a fervent assault of flames, intertwining golden and azure fire that surged forth like a tumultuous tide towards the Xuanwu. The Xuanwu stood resolutely in place, channeling its earth attribute's spiritual power, as the runes upon its armor gleamed brilliantly, raising a robust defensive earthen wall once more. The flames collided with the wall, producing a deafening roar. Yet the earthen barrier remained steadfast, effortlessly withstanding the combined onslaught of the Qilin and Bifang. Furthermore, the Xuanwu utilized its earth attribute power to transform the ground into a quagmire, attempting to ensnare the Qilin and Bifang. The two, however, nimbly evaded the mire, continuing their relentless attacks, engaging in an intense drill of offense and defense against the Xuanwu. Subsequently, Yi simulated a scenario involving multiple adversaries, allowing the nine-tailed fox to unleash the potential of its new weaponry. Clutching a dagger, the fox glided like a specter amid the foes. It first employed a technique of confusion, plunging the enemies into a momentary disarray, and then seized the opportunity to strike at their vital points with the dagger. The toxin from the dagger swiftly permeated the enemies' bodies, rendering their movements sluggish. The nine-tailed fox also harnessed wind attribute power to conjure whirlwinds around the foes, further disrupting their formation, and in concert with the Qilin, Bifang, and Xuanwu's attacks, systematically vanquished each opponent. In the simulated aerial combat scenario, the Bifang, aided by flying assistive equipment, showcased formidable agility in the skies. It darted through the air, constantly shifting positions to launch fiery assaults upon the enemies below. The precision and potency of the Bifang's fire attacks heightened, posing a significant threat to the adversaries. Meanwhile, the Qilin coordinated with the Bifang's strikes, pursuing enemies attempting to evade the flames, delivering devastating blows with its immense strength and fire. After a rigorous practice session, the beasts grew increasingly familiar with their new gear, their synergy intensifying. Yi was confident that with these specialized tools, the combat prowess of the beast team would be greatly enhanced. He prepared to lead them on further adventures, testing the efficacy of their new equipment in real combat, while seeking opportunities to ascend to the Spirit-Master Realm. Aware that the path ahead was fraught with challenges, he and his beasts stood ready to embrace the uncertainties of their journey. Chapter 47. Preparing to ascend to the Spirit-Master Realm and entering seclusion for breakthrough upon witnessing the significant enhancement in his beast's strength and their growing harmony following their outfitting with new gear. Yi recognized that the moment for his own ascent to the Spirit-Master Realm was drawing near. Yet, transcending realms was no trivial endeavor. It necessitated comprehensive preparation to confront the myriad difficulties and challenges that could arise. To ensure the success of his breakthrough, Yi resolved to seek a tranquil and spiritually abundant locale for seclusion and cultivation. Guided by the residents of Iron City, he learned of a mysterious valley nestled within a deep mountain near the city. It was said that this valley was a convergence point of spiritual energy, with a density far surpassing that of the outside world, rendering it exceptionally suitable for advanced cultivation. Thus, Yi embarked on the journey to the valley alongside the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and nine-tailed fox. The forest grew denser along the way, and the surrounding environment became increasingly serene. Occasionally, the melodious chirping of birds resonates through the air, yet their presence remains elusive, as if this forest is silently safeguarding the impending cultivators. As he ventured deeper into the valley, a rich and pure essence of spiritual energy enveloped Yi, invigorating his spirit. Upon entering the valley, Yi meticulously searched for an ideal location for seclusion. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a concealed cave deep within the valley. The entrance of the cave was obscured by vines and massive stones, making it nearly imperceptible without careful observation. Utilizing his spiritual energy, Yi moved the boulder aside and cleared the vines, stepping into the cave. The interior of the cave was spacious and dry, its walls shimmering with a faint glow, resembling countless tiny stars embedded within. Yi understood that this place was perfect for his breakthrough into the realm of spiritual practitioners. Upon entering, he first set up several defensive arrays, skills he had mastered during his studies of spiritual techniques, composed of intricate runes and lines of energy. He retrieved precious spiritual crystals from his satchel, embedding them at critical nodes of the arrays to provide a continuous flow of spiritual energy. Once the arrays were established, Yi activated them. Instantly, the spiritual energy surrounding the cave began to surge, forming an invisible barrier capable of sensing fluctuations in the surrounding energy. Should any anomalies occur, it would emit an alert while simultaneously blocking external disturbances. With his preparations complete, Yi began to assess his current cultivation state. He was acutely aware that to transcend into the realm of spiritual practitioners, he needed to address several pivotal bottlenecks. Among these, the most crucial was the integration and elevation of his spiritual energy. Although Yi had previously mastered the collaboration between his own spiritual energy and that of his beasts, achieving the spiritual practitioner realm required a deeper fusion of his energy with that of the ancient artifacts obtained from mysterious lands, as well as the energies of his beasts, culminating in a harmonious union that would elevate his spiritual power. To tackle this challenge, Yi embarked on arduous spiritual training. He devoted significant time each day to meditation. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the cave, palms facing the sky, and slowly closing his eyes to delve into his inner self. He first guided his spiritual energy to flow gently through his meridians, attuning himself to its ebb and flow. Next, he cautiously summoned the energy of the ancient artifact. The moment the artifact's energy emerged, it radiated a formidable and enigmatic force, exhibiting a slight repulsion to his own spiritual energy. With gritted teeth, Yi focused all his mental faculties, adjusting the frequency and rhythm of his energy in an effort to facilitate mutual acceptance. After countless attempts and adjustments, Yi finally achieved a preliminary fusion between his own spiritual energy and that of the artifact. However, this was merely the initial step. The more challenging task lay in incorporating the energies of his beasts. Through their mental connection, he conveyed his intentions to the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and the nine-tailed fox. The beasts, understanding his call, began to transmit their energies through the bond. The Qilin's golden flames were fierce and powerful. Bifang's azure flames were agile and sharp. Xuanwu's earth attribute energy was dense and steady, while the nine-tailed fox's wind and fire attributes were ever-changing. The four distinct energies surged into Yi, colliding with his own and the artifact's spiritual powers. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though a tempest of spiritual energy erupted within Yi, with various forces clashing violently, inflicting profound agony upon him. Beads of sweat, akin to large pearls, cascaded down his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. Yet his resolve remained as steadfast as steel. He persistently recalled the methods of harmonizing spiritual energy he had gleaned while mastering the techniques of a spirit master, endeavoring to guide the disparate forces along a predetermined path, enabling them to gradually acclimate to one another. After an extended period of arduous effort, Yi finally discovered a point of equilibrium, allowing the myriad energies to begin circulating within him in an orderly fashion, thereby achieving a preliminary fusion. Beyond the amalgamation of energies, Yi also confronted the formidable challenge of breaking through the barriers of spiritual perception and control. Within the realm of spirit masters, the ability to perceive spiritual energy demands heightened acuity and precision, enabling one to detect the most subtle fluctuations in the surrounding environment, and even to ascertain the location, strength, and intent of an adversary through the vibrations of the energy. Upon completing the initial phase of energy fusion, Yi turned his focus to the enhancement of his perceptual capabilities. Exiting the cave, he ventured into the valley, closed his eyes, and released his own spiritual energy, casting it forth like an invisible net that enveloped the surrounding area. Initially, he could only vaguely discern the general distribution of energy around him, but with continued practice, he gradually became adept at distinguishing the faint differences in the spiritual energy emanating from various plants and rocks. He could sense that certain areas of the valley were rich in energy, while others were comparatively sparse. To further augment his perceptive abilities, Yi concealed his mystical beasts, Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and the nine-tailed fox, in different corners of the valley, then sought to pinpoint their locations through the energy they emitted. As his practice deepened, he became capable of accurately sensing the positions of his beasts in an exceedingly brief span, even discerning their emotional states through the fluctuations of their energy. In terms of energy control, Yi engaged in more meticulous exercises. Within the cave, he discovered minute mineral particles and endeavored to shape them into various forms using his spiritual energy. From simple spheres to intricate rune patterns, Yi continuously challenged the limits of his abilities. His energy became akin to an invisible hand, deftly manipulating the mineral particles into precise arrangements. Through this practice, his control over spiritual energy saw considerable enhancement, laying a solid foundation for the accurate guidance of his beast's energies and the execution of powerful spells in combat. During his period of seclusion and cultivation, Yi also engaged in profound introspection, reflecting upon the lessons learned from his past battles. He understood that transcending the realm of spirit masters entailed not only an elevation of spiritual energy, but also a qualitative leap in combat techniques and strategies. He recalled the scenes of his confrontations with formidable beasts, analyzing both his strengths and weaknesses in commanding his mystical beasts. He recognized that his adaptability in the face of a complex and ever-changing battlefield required improvement. At times, he had relied too heavily on established tactics, neglecting the sudden shifts in the battlefield's dynamics. To remedy this shortcoming, Yi mentally simulated a variety of intricate combat scenarios, encompassing diverse terrains, enemies of varying attributes, and myriad unforeseen circumstances. He meticulously contemplated how to flexibly adjust his tactics in these situations, maximizing the advantages of his beasts. For instance, in a simulated forest battle, the adversaries launched a surprise attack utilizing the cover of trees. Yi, through this simulation exercise, conceived the idea of leveraging Bifang's aerial advantage to swiftly scout the enemy's position, while commanding Qilin and Xuanwu to encircle from both flanks, employing flames and deceptive techniques to disrupt the enemy's formation. Xuanwu, positioned at the rear, provided defensive support to prevent any escape from the foes. Through relentless simulations and contemplation, Yi's combat strategies became increasingly sophisticated, and his adaptability saw remarkable enhancement. As his seclusion and cultivation progressed, Yi sensed that he was nearing the threshold of the Spirit Master Realm. His spiritual energy exhibited significant advancements in fusion, perception, and control, while his combat skills and strategies matured further. Nonetheless, he understood that the pivotal moment for his breakthrough was imminent, serving as the ultimate test of his will and strength. Taking a deep breath, Yi adjusted his state of mind, preparing to confront the final challenge of transcending into the Spirit Master Realm. Chapter 48. Successfully breaking through to the Spirit Master Realm, accompanied by the divine Beast-Tamer after enduring a prolonged and arduous seclusion in a cavern. Yi experienced significant enhancements across his abilities, now merely a step away from breaking through to the Spirit Master Realm. He was acutely aware that this final breakthrough necessitated not only formidable strength, but also the ability to seize that fleeting opportunity. On a particular day, Yi engaged in the profound fusion and cultivation of his spiritual energy, as usual. He harmoniously blended his own spiritual energy with that of the ancient artifact and the energy transmitted from his spirit beasts, constructing a complex yet orderly cycle of spiritual power within his body. Suddenly, the weather outside the cave shifted dramatically. The previously clear sky darkened instantaneously, with thick clouds roiling above the valley and purple lightning flickering within the clouds, accompanied by a deafening roar. Yi's heart stirred. He realized that this might be the advent of his breakthrough opportunity. He swiftly adjusted his state, immersing himself fully in the process of transcending. He guided the fused spiritual energy towards a critical acupoint, a vital juncture connecting the Spirit Master Realm with his current state. Breaching this point would grant him access to the gates of the Spirit Master Realm. As the spiritual energy continued to converge, the pressure at the acupoint intensified, as if an invisible force was obstructing the passage of energy. Yi gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, sweat soaking his garments. He persistently amplified his spiritual output, striving to breach this barrier. However, the obstruction proved exceedingly resilient. Each assault was met with a rebound, leaving Yi momentarily dazed. Just as he began to feel overwhelmed, Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and Jiu, who sensed his plight, through their mental connection, they conveyed encouragement and strength to Yi, unreservedly channeling their purest and most potent spiritual energy to him. Feeling the unwavering support from his spirit beasts, a resolute belief surged within Yi. He refocused his strength and once more directed his spiritual energy towards the acupoint. This time, Yi concentrated all of his spiritual power, launching forth with an overwhelming force towards the acupoint. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the acupoint was finally breached, and a powerful, pure torrent of spiritual energy surged into Yi's meridians. Yi's body trembled slightly, as he felt his meridians becoming increasingly resilient and expansive under the onslaught of this spiritual energy, the velocity of its circulation enhancing several-fold. At the moment of his breakthrough, a resplendent light erupted from Yi, illuminating the entire cavern and piercing through it to ascend into the heavens. In an instant, the ominous clouds above were dispelled by this radiance, allowing sunlight to cascade once more into the valley. As Yi slowly opened his eyes, excitement and joy sparkled within them. He had successfully ascended to the realm of Spirit Master, experiencing a profound enhancement of his strength. However, the transformation brought about by this breakthrough was far from over. Just as Yi reveled in his success, a mysterious portal emerged within the cavern, emanating a gentle glow, within which ancient runes faintly materialized. Yi and his beasts watched the portal with vigilant eyes, uncertain of the secrets it concealed. Moments later, two divine beasts emerged from the portal. One resembled a tiger, yet bore the tusks of a wild boar, its fur a vivid crimson like flames. This was the legendary Xuanwu. The other resembled a horse, adorned with the markings of a leopard, its head crowned with a sharp horn. This was the Bois. Upon stepping from the portal, Xuanwu and Bois gazed silently at Yi and his companions. Yi could sense the formidable and ancient aura radiating from them. These divine beasts were no ordinary entities. Xuanwu spoke first, its voice deep and resonant, as if echoing from the depths of antiquity. We sense the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy at your breakthrough, as well as the profound bond you share with your beasts. You have passed the trial. We are willing to accompany you on the path of beast mastery. Yi's heart surged with joy. He had not anticipated that his elevation to Spirit Master would attract such formidable divine beasts. He respectfully bowed to Xuanwu and Bois, welcoming their addition to his team. Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and the nine-tailed fox also expressed friendly gestures towards these new allies. Engaging in profound dialogue with Xuanwu and Bois, Yi learned of their origins. They were the guardian beasts of the Spirit Master breakthrough legacy, and only those who genuinely ascended to this realm, possessing both formidable strength and a deep bond with their beasts, could earn their recognition. To facilitate Xuanwu and Bois' integration into the team, Yi led them to an open area within the valley. He introduced them to Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, and the nine-tailed fox, detailing each of their abilities and characteristics. Qilin showcased its formidable fire attacks, engulfed in golden flames that instantly melted a massive boulder into magma. Bifang displayed its agile flight and potent azure flames, shooting them like arrows towards a distant peak, leaving deep marks upon it. Xuanwu demonstrated its impenetrable defense as the runes on its shell glowed, summoning a thick earthen wall that shielded everyone within. The nine-tailed fox conjured illusions and unleashed potent magical assaults, its nine tails gracefully swaying, creating a mesmerizing spectacle, while simultaneously spewing forth searing flames that ignited a swath of forest. After witnessing the displays of Yi's beasts, Xuanwu and Bois revealed their own remarkable abilities. The Xuanwu emitted a thunderous roar, its flames instantly swelling several-fold, forming a colossal barrier of fire that enveloped the surrounding space, the intense heat causing the ground to begin melting. Bois demonstrated its astonishing speed and formidable charging capability, darting like a bolt of lightning towards a distant hill, effortlessly creating a massive breach with its horn. Observing the formidable prowess of Xuanwu and Bois, Yi felt a surge of confidence. He understood that with the addition of these two new companions, the strength of his beast-taming team would be significantly enhanced. Determined, Yi resolved to lead his beasts away from the valley and embark on a new adventure. Before departing, he meticulously inspected the cave, dismantling the defensive formations he had set up. As he gazed upon this place that had witnessed his breakthrough, He was filled with a profound sense of nostalgia. This was the starting point of his ascent to the realm of spiritual masters, and it would remain a vital milestone in his journey through the world of beast taming. Yi departed the valley accompanied by the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, nine-tailed fox, Xuanwu, and Bo. The world beyond the valley remained vibrant and full of challenges, yet Yi was no longer the person he once was. He had ascended to the realm of spiritual masters, possessing greater strength and a more powerful team of beasts. He looked forward to creating further glories alongside his companions in the adventures that lay ahead, delving deeper into the mysteries of the beast-taming world. On their way out of the valley, Yi conversed with his beasts about their future plans. He understood that the realm of spiritual masters was merely a new beginning, with more challenges awaiting them. He decided to first visit the nearby spiritual alliance to gather information and tasks pertinent to this new realm, while also allowing Xuanwu and Bo to better acclimate to their surroundings. The beasts were filled with anticipation for the adventures ahead, expressing their resolve and confidence through their mental connection with Yi. Observing his companions, Yi felt a warm surge of strength within him. He believed that as long as they remained united, they could overcome any obstacles and carve out their own legend in the world of beast taming. Throughout their journey, Yi and his beasts traversed lush forests, where various exotic creatures curiously regarded them, sensing the powerful aura they exuded, and thus refrained from approaching. Yi seized this opportunity to familiarize Xuanwu and Bo with their environment, while also fostering synergy among his beasts. He directed them in simple cooperative drills, such as launching a combined flame attack with the Qilin and Xuanwu, while Bifang and the nine-tailed fox provided aerial cover, with Xuanwu managing defense and Bo executing swift assaults. As time passed, the coordination among his beasts gradually improved. Yi felt a deep sense of satisfaction witnessing their progress. He recognized that to become a truly formidable beast-taming team, they would need to endure many more real-world trials. As they continued forward, a bustling town appeared on the horizon, the very location of the spiritual alliance. Yi quickened his pace, eager to embark on a new journey within the alliance. Chapter 49, Understanding Xuanwu and Bo. Exploring their unique abilities and traits, Yi and his beasts stepped into the lively town that housed the spiritual alliance, which was abuzz with activity. In the bustling streets, the spirit beings traversed back and forth, each accompanied by their uniquely shaped beast companions. Yi sought refuge in a tranquil inn, seizing the opportunity to delve deeper into the distinctive abilities and habits of the Xuanwu and Bo, aiming to better integrate into the team and maximize his combat potential. Once settled, Yi gathered his beasts in the inn's backyard. He first turned his gaze to the Xuanwu, a divine creature resembling a tiger, yet adorned with fiery red fur that radiated an intense heat. Through a mental connection, he conveyed his desire to understand its powers more profoundly, to which Xuanwu willingly acquiesced. As Xuanwu stepped into the center of the courtyard, its fiery energy erupted, causing the surrounding temperature to soar dramatically. It opened its mouth wide, releasing a robust column of flame that not only boasted extreme heat, but also contained formidable force. The flaming column struck a massive stone within the courtyard, instantly reducing it to mere powder that dispersed into the air, leaving behind a charred ground. Yi was astounded by the potency of Xuanwu's flame attack, which far surpassed any fire magic he had previously encountered. Subsequently, Xuanwu unveiled a unique ability, the Flame Shield. Flames enveloped its entire form, coalescing into a solid protective barrier. Yi commanded his Qilin to attack, and the golden flames collided with the shield, generating a fierce surge of spiritual energy. However, the shield remained unyielding. Xuanwu explained that this flame shield not only deflected external assaults, but also inflicted burns upon any enemies that dared to approach, serving as a crucial defensive mechanism in battle. Regarding its habits, Xuanwu revealed its preference for training in scorching environments, absorbing fiery energy. Generally, it possessed a bold and generous disposition, yet in combat, it exhibited unwavering bravery, committing wholeheartedly to its targets without retreat. It was filled with fervor for battle, with each encounter invigorating it further, allowing it to enhance its strength more rapidly through combat. Having comprehended Xuanwu, Yi shifted his attention to Bo. This creature, resembling a horse yet adorned with the spotted patterns of a leopard and a singular horn, emanated an aura of both speed and strength. Bo eagerly showcased its abilities, digging its front hooves into the ground before dashing forth like a bolt of lightning, circling the courtyard in an instant, its speed rendering it nearly invisible. Yi realized that Bo's swiftness would enable it to close in on enemies rapidly and launch surprise attacks. To demonstrate its formidable charging power, Bo raced toward a solid earthen wall at one corner of the yard. With a resounding crash, The wall was breached, debris scattering in all directions. Bo's horn shimmered with brilliance, seemingly embodying immense strength. Yi understood that this horn was not only a weapon of attack, but also a means to concentrate force during a charge, amplifying its destructive capability. In addition to speed and charging, Bo possessed a remarkable sensory ability. It could keenly detect any unusual fluctuations in spiritual energy within its surroundings, thus foreseeing potential dangers. For instance, when Yi instructed Bifang to conceal itself at a distance and quietly release its energy, Bo instantly sensed Bifang's location and accurately pinpointed it. In terms of habit, Bo relished running across vast grasslands, savoring the exhilarating rush of the wind. Its temperament is relatively gentle, yet it transforms into a fierce warrior when confronted by foes. It exhibits unwavering loyalty to its master, and once it has pledged allegiance to Yi, it will fight for him without reservation. Moreover, it possesses remarkable intelligence, capable of swiftly grasping complex tactical commands and executing them with agility during combat. After familiarizing himself with the abilities and habits of the Xuanwu and Bo, Yi began to contemplate how to seamlessly integrate them into the team's strategies. He envisioned a scenario where, when facing long-range attackers, the Xuanwu could establish a defensive front, while the Xuanwu employed a flame shield to bolster defenses and simultaneously unleash fiery assaults on distant adversaries. The Bifang and the nine-tailed fox would take to the skies to disrupt the enemy's line of sight, while Bo, utilizing its incredible speed, would rapidly close the distance to launch a charging attack, thereby unsettling the enemy's formation. The Qilin would then unleash a powerful flame attack at the opportune moment, delivering a decisive blow to the foes. To facilitate the beast's adaptation to the new tactical collaboration, Yi resolved to conduct a simulation exercise in the courtyard of the inn. He first established a scenario involving distant ice-type adversaries. As the battle commenced, the Xuanwu quickly advanced to the front, raising a formidable earthen wall to withstand the onslaught of ice spells. The Xuanwu positioned itself behind the Xuanwu, activating a flame shield that melted the incoming shards of ice upon contact. The Bifang and nine-tailed fox soared into the air, the former exhaling azure flames in an attempt to evaporate the enemy's icy assaults, while the latter employed its illusionary techniques to disrupt the enemy's spellcasting. Bo darted towards the enemy like a bolt of lightning. Upon detection, the adversaries hastily erected an ice wall in a bid to obstruct its advance. However, Bo, with its exceptional velocity, shattered the ice wall and surged forth, delivering a powerful blow with its horn. Seizing the moment, the Qilin unleashed a massive column of golden flames upon the disoriented foes. Under the combined onslaught of the beasts, the simulated enemies were swiftly vanquished. After the exercise, Yi and the beasts gathered to review their experiences, refining their tactics for greater synergy. After several days of training, the coordination among the beasts became increasingly proficient. Yi understood that it was time to venture to the Spirit Master Alliance to undertake a mission, thereby testing the team's strength in real combat. He led the beasts to the mission hall of the Alliance, where a bustling crowd of Spirit Masters congregated around the task board, selecting missions suited to their capabilities. As Yi surveyed the array of tasks displayed, he contemplated choosing one that would not only challenge the team, but also yield sufficient resources. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a mission titled Purification of the Misty Forest. The description indicated that the forest had recently been infiltrated by a mysterious dark force, causing the creatures within to become exceedingly ferocious, thereby threatening the surrounding villages. The Spirit Master Alliance sought capable Spirit Masters to cleanse the forest and dispel the dark influence. Yi deemed this mission to be of moderate difficulty, offering an opportunity for the beasts to engage in combat across diverse environments and hone the team's adaptability. Thus, he accepted the mission and set forth with his beasts towards the misty forest. Along the way, Yi elucidated the mission's details to the beasts, reiterating the importance of teamwork. The beasts, invigorated and eager, brimmed with anticipation for the impending battle. As they approached the edge of the misty forest, a dense black fog enveloped them, exuding an eerie aura that sent chills down their spines. Yi took a deep breath and led his beasts into this mysterious and perilous woodland, bracing for the unknown challenges ahead. Upon entering the forest, the towering trees appeared both grand and twisted, their branches ensnared by black vines as if contorted by dark forces. Yi instructed Bo to lead the way, utilizing its keen senses to scout for potential dangers. Cautiously, Bo advanced, only to halt suddenly, emitting a wary hiss towards a patch of fog ahead. Yi understood that danger was imminent and quickly commanded his beasts to enter combat mode, as an intense battle was about to unfold in this mist-shrouded forest. Chapter 50. The six beasts trained together, refining skills to formulate new tactics. Yi and his beasts ventured deeper into the misty forest, the specter of battle looming large. Following Bo's alert, Yi promptly reacted, drawing upon his knowledge of each beast's abilities to devise a strategy. A pack of shadowy figures, resembling wolves, emerged from the fog, surrounded by a swirling black mist, their eyes glinting with an ominous red light, clearly corrupted by dark powers. Yi commanded Xuanwu to advance swiftly, instructing Xuanwu, erect a defensive earthen wall. Heeding the command, Xuanwu's runes glowed brightly as a formidable earthen barrier rose instantaneously, shielding Yi and the other beasts behind it. The wall's surface was remarkably sturdy, resonating with the vibrations of earth element energy, effectively repelling enemy assaults. Tao Wu, positioned behind the earthen wall, summoned flames that surged around it, poised to unleash a fiery attack as adversaries drew near. He called out to Tao Wu, who let out a low growl, manipulating the flames to coalesce into several massive fire spears, ready to strike. Bifang and the nine-tailed fox soared into the air simultaneously. Bifang circled above, aiming to disrupt the enemy's movements by unleashing flames to scatter their formation. With a call, Bifang expelled azure flames that transformed into a net of fire, ensnaring the wolf-like creatures. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox employed its illusionary skills, gently swaying its 9 tails to emit potent psychic waves, bewildering the foes and instilling chaos among them. Under the influence of the 9-tailed fox, some of the wolf-like beasts appeared dazed, their movements growing sluggish. Qilin and Bo remained on standby. Qilin's golden flames flickered with anticipation. Qilin, await the enemy's opening before striking. Qilin was poised, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Bo, leveraging its speed advantage, maneuvered along the periphery of the battlefield, seeking the opportune moment to disrupt the enemy's rear. Bo, keep a vigilant watch. Once an opportunity arises, charge in to sow confusion among the foes. The wolf-like beasts lunged at the earthen wall, their claws and fangs glimmering menacingly as they savagely clawed and bit at the barrier. The wall trembled slightly under the assault, but remained steadfast. Seizing the moment, Tao Wu launched the gathered fire spears towards the wolf-like creatures. The fiery projectiles, infused with intense heat and formidable impact, pierced through several of the beasts, eliciting anguished cries from those struck. The fire net cast by the Bifang proved instrumental, ensnaring several wolf-like aberrations, their dark mists scorched by the flames, emitting a sizzle. The cunning illusions of the 9-tailed fox further plunged more aberrations into chaos, prompting them to turn against one another, disrupting their formation. The Qilin seized the opportunity to target a solitary wolf-like aberration, dashing forth like a streak of golden lightning. Its claws sank fiercely into the creature, as golden flames engulfed it instantaneously. The bow also capitalized on the moment, swiftly penetrating the enemy ranks, using its horn to deliver a powerful thrust to a larger wolf-like aberration. This beast was sent flying, colliding with several of its companions. Under the combined assaults of their beasts, the wolf-like aberrations began to falter. However, just as Yi believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, a low growl resonated through the mist. A massive wolf-like aberration emerged, exuding an even more potent aura of darkness, the black mist swirling ominously around it. The appearance of this giant wolf escalated the tension in the atmosphere. Yi swiftly contemplated a strategy, realizing a tactical shift was imperative. Xuanwu, bolster defenses. Refrain from reckless assaults. Tao Gu, conjure a flame shield to safeguard the group while preparing a more formidable fiery onslaught. Bifang and the 9-tailed fox, concentrate aerial assaults on its eyes, aiming to disrupt its vision. Qilin and Bo, lie in wait, poised to launch flanking strikes. Xuanwu summoned its full spiritual power, thickening the earthen wall, the runes on its surface glowing brilliantly. Tao Gu sheathed its fiery spear, coalescing flames around itself to forge a more robust flame shield. Bifang and the 9-tailed fox soared above the giant wolf, directing their flames towards its eyes. The giant wolf sensed the impending threat, letting out a roar, unleashing a torrent of black energy from its maw in an attempt to repel the fiery onslaught. Meanwhile, Qilin and Bo stealthily approached the giant wolf from either side. The flames enveloping Qilin blazed with greater intensity, and Bo's horn shimmered with radiance, as Bifang and the 9-tailed fox successfully obstructed the giant wolf's sight. Yi issued the command to attack. Qilin lunged from the left, claws aimed at the creature's neck. Bo charged from the right, aiming its horn at the wolf's abdomen. The giant wolf, sensing the dual assault, attempted to evade, but the flames from Bifang and the 9-tailed fox obscured its vision. In a hasty maneuver, it turned, using its claws to parry Qilin's strike while bracing its body against Bo's charge. Qilin's claws left deep gashes on the wolf's neck, and Bo's horn pierced its abdomen. The giant wolf howled in pain, its dark essence swirling violently. Observing this, Yi commanded Gu to unleash its most potent fiery attack. Gu opened its maw, releasing a colossal column of flame, imbued with formidable spiritual power, directly impacting the giant wolf. The creature writhed within the flames, its dark essence gradually dissipating under the scorching assault. Ultimately, the giant wolf succumbed to the collective onslaught of the beasts, collapsing to the ground, dissolving into a wisp of black smoke. After vanquishing the giant wolf, Yi and his beasts exhaled in relief. Yet, they were acutely aware that the dark forces within the misty forest still lingered, necessitating further purification. As they ventured further along their journey, Yi adeptly adjusted their tactics in response to the diverse adversaries and shifting environments they encountered. For instance, when confronted by the elusive dark spider, he instructed Bo to utilize his keen perception to locate the creature, subsequently directing the nine-tailed fox to disperse the surrounding mists with her wind attribute spirit energy, thereby revealing the spider. Following this, Bifang and Qilin unleashed a fiery assault, vanquishing the arachnid. When faced with a swarm of bats capable of casting dark spells, Yi commanded Xuanwu to construct an all-encompassing earthen defense wall to thwart the magical onslaught. Simultaneously, Wu released flames within the confines of the wall, creating a fiery barrier to repel the bats. Bifang and the nine-tailed fox took to the skies, employing fire and deception to drive the bats away, while Qilin and Bo remained on the ground, poised to strike any approaching foes. Through a series of battles, the spirit beasts grew increasingly familiar with one another's abilities and coordination. Yi, attuned to the realities of combat, devised a more refined tactical system. In this strategy, Xuanwu served as the defensive cornerstone, providing a stable front line. Wu and Qilin focused on delivering formidable firepower, inflicting lethal blows upon the enemy from a secure position. Bifang and the nine-tailed fox engaged in aerial disruption, controlling and assisting attacks, leveraging their flight to dominate the battlefield, and Bo, with his speed and charging prowess, navigated the fray, disorienting the enemy formations and seeking out vulnerabilities. As they delved deeper into the misty forest, Yi and his spirit beasts drew closer to the source of the dark power. They sensed the surrounding aura of darkness thickening. Yet the spirit beasts no longer harbored fear. After their arduous battles and mutual acclimatization, they brimmed with confidence, believing they could successfully purify the misty forest and accomplish their mission. During their journey, Yi also utilized rest periods to facilitate exchanges of combat experiences among the spirit beasts. Qilin shared insights with Wu on enhancing the precision of fire control during battles to elevate their attack efficacy. Bifang engaged in discussions with the nine-tailed fox on how to synergize more effectively in the air, amplifying spell potency. Bo gleaned techniques from Xuanwu regarding defense and anticipating enemy strikes. Through these interactions, the spirit beasts not only strengthened their bonds, but also further honed their combat prowess. Observing the growth of his spirit beasts filled Yi with a sense of pride. He realized that this team of 6 had gradually matured, now equipped to tackle various complex situations. Ahead lay the ultimate challenge of purging the source of dark power, and Yi and his spirit beasts were thoroughly prepared to face this pivotal battle. Chapter 51. Engaging in Spirit Master Tasks. Resolving complex spirit beast dilemmas, Yi led his 6 spirit beasts deeper into the misty forest, and as they drew nearer to the source of the dark power, the surrounding environment grew increasingly sinister. The previously warped trees appeared even more menacing, while black veins spread across the ground, as if the earth itself had been tainted by this dark force. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, occasionally pierced by chilling howls. Yi understood well that the closer they approached the core area, the greater the peril. Yet neither he nor his spirit beasts exhibited the slightest inclination to retreat. They continued to advance cautiously, ever vigilant. Suddenly, a vast expanse of a black lake materialized ahead, its surface roiling with dark bubbles that incessantly emanated an aura of malevolent energy. Encircling the shore were a multitude of bizarre creatures resembling humans. Yet their bodies were adorned with glossy black scales, their eyes gleaming with an eerie green luminescence, and they wielded weapons steeped in the essence of darkness. Yi swiftly conveyed tactics to his beast companions through their mental link. Xuanwu, establish a defensive barrier at the forefront and be vigilant of their ranged assaults. Wu, prepare to unleash a fiery onslaught. Ignite the lake as the enemies draw near. Bifang and the nine-tailed fox, take to the skies to disrupt the enemy's line of sight, seizing opportunities to launch spell attacks. Qilin and Bo execute a flanking maneuver from both sides, striking when the enemy's attention is diverted. Xuanwu, embodying steadfastness, advanced to the forefront of the formation, its runes aglow with brilliance. In an instant, a formidable earthen wall surged from the ground, enveloping Yi and the other beasts in protective shelter. Upon sighting Yi and his companions, the humanoid entities emitted piercing shrieks, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards the earthen barrier. Some among them chanted incantations, unleashing beams of black light that struck the wall, sending plumes of dust into the air. Yet, the barrier remained resolute. Xuanwu stood behind the wall, flames roaring around its form. As the adversaries approached the lake's edge, it unleashed a colossal column of fire, which accurately descended upon the lake's surface. The inky waters ignited instantaneously, a conflagration spreading across the lake, warping the surrounding air with its intense heat. The foremost foes were engulfed in flames, their anguished cries echoing into the night. Bifang and the nine-tailed fox ascended rapidly into the sky. Bifang expelled azure flames, weaving fiery nets that cascaded down upon the foes below. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox employed its enchanting techniques, its nine tails swirling to unleash potent mental energy, plunging a portion of the enemies into chaos as they began to turn upon one another. Qilin and Bo executed their plan, flanking the enemy from either side. With golden flames enveloping its form, Qilin darted towards the adversaries with remarkable speed. Bo, akin to a bolt of lightning, capitalized on its velocity to swiftly approach the enemy's rear. As the enemy's focus was captured by the aerial and frontal assaults, Qilin and Bo launched their strikes in unison. Qilin's claws raked fiercely at the foes, engulfing them in golden flames, while Bo rammed its horn into the enemies, the forceful impact sending them sprawling. However, these foes appeared undeterred by the specter of death, relentlessly pressing onward towards Yi and his companions. Yi discerned that the dark power of these adversaries seemed to be inexorably drawn from the Black Lake. We must sever their connection to the lake. He urged his beasts through their mental link. Upon receiving the command, Xuanwu summoned a vast reservoir of earth attribute energy, conjuring enormous boulders from the depths of the ground to hurl towards the Black Lake. The stones splashed into the water, sending dark droplets spraying, momentarily disrupting the flow of dark energy. Xuanwu intensified its fiery output, igniting even more of the lake's surface, the searing heat making it increasingly difficult for the dark forces to draw strength. Bifang and the nine-tailed fox coordinated their efforts in the skies. Bifang concentrated azure flames on those enemies, siphoning power from the lake, while the nine-tailed fox harnessed wind energy to propel the flames towards a greater number of adversaries. The Qilin and the Bo continued their fierce battle against the adversaries on the ground, relentlessly vanquishing those who dared approach, thwarting their efforts to regain strength by the lakeside. After an intense skirmish, the number of enemies gradually dwindled. Yet, at that moment, a colossal black silhouette abruptly emerged from the waters. This figure, reminiscent of an octopus yet bearing a human head, possessed tentacles adorned with sharp spines, each radiating an immense dark spiritual energy. It was the guardian of dark forces. Everyone, exercise caution, Yi exclaimed. He swiftly recalibrated their strategy. Xuanwu, bolster your defenses with utmost effort to withstand its assaults. Xuanwu, prepare your most potent flame attack directed at its head. Bifang and the nine-tailed fox, take to the skies to divert its attention, employing various spells to disrupt it. The Qilin and the Bo sought opportunities to strike its tentacles, aiming to incapacitate its movements. Xuanwu immediately fortified its defenses. The earth wall grew sturdier, enveloped in a shield formed of earth element spiritual energy. The enormous octopus monster swung its tentacles, crashing them against the earth wall. The impact resonated with a deep thud, creating cracks in the wall, yet Xuanwu remained steadfast. Xuanwu concentrated all its fiery essence into a robust fire pillar, hurling it towards the octopus monster's head. Sensing the impending danger, the creature raised several tentacles to shield itself. The fire pillar struck its tentacles, charred them black, but failed to inflict any fatal damage. Bifang and the nine-tailed fox continuously shifted their positions in the air. Bifang unleashed azure flames, while the nine-tailed fox cast fire-based and confounding spells. The intertwining azure and crimson flames surged towards the octopus monster, while the nine-tailed fox's mesmerizing techniques caused a brief delay in the creature's movements. Seizing the moment, the Qilin and the Bo charged towards the octopus monster. The Qilin leapt, grasping one of its tentacles with its claws, flames cascading along the appendage. The Bo, utilizing its horn, rammed into another tentacle in an attempt to sever it. The octopus monster, feeling the pain, flailed its tentacles wildly, flinging the Qilin and the bow away. Yi felt a pang of anxiety upon witnessing the injuries inflicted upon the Qilin and the bow. However, he understood that panic was unwarranted. He needed to maintain composure. Do not lose heart, everyone. Continue to execute our strategy. We shall triumph. He encouraged his beasts. Reinvigorated, the beasts resumed their efforts. Xuanwu continued to reinforce its defenses. Taowu relentlessly unleashed fire attacks, while Bifang and the nine-tailed fox persistently disrupted the octopus monster from above. After a brief regrouping, the Qilin and the bow once again charged towards the creature. This time, the Qilin deftly evaded the monster's frontal assault, launching a surprise strike from the side, leaving several deep claw marks upon its form. The bow, leveraging its speed, circled behind the octopus monster and delivered a powerful blow to its tail. Through their collective endeavors, the octopus monster's movements grew increasingly sluggish, and the dark spiritual energy that enveloped it began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Yi commanded Taowu to deliver the final blow. Taowu concentrated all flames into a colossal fireball, propelling it towards the monster's head. The fireball collided with the octopus monster, erupting in a thunderous roar, as the creature thrashed in the flames before ultimately succumbing to the onslaught. After vanquishing the octopus monster, the dark forces within the Black Lake began to dissipate gradually, and the surrounding environment slowly returned to normalcy. Yi and his beasts successfully accomplished the task of purifying the misty forest, and their names began to circulate within the Spiritist Alliance, becoming the focal point of discussion among fellow Spiritists. Yi understood that this was merely a minor episode in their journey as Spiritists. Many more intricate challenges involving their beasts awaited resolution. He and his companions were fully prepared to embrace the forthcoming trials. Upon returning to the Spiritist Alliance, Yi collected the rewards for their mission. The rewards included precious spirit crystals, cultivation manuals, and special items capable of enhancing their beast strengths. Yi judiciously allocated these rewards among his beasts, aiding them in further elevating their prowess. Concurrently, he also utilized these rewards to support his own cultivation. In the days that followed, Yi did not relent in training his beasts. Drawing from the combat experiences in the Misty Forest, he continually refined the team's tactical framework, devising detailed counter-strategies for various types of adversaries. He also subjected his beasts to rigorous training to enhance their capabilities. The Qilin improved its control and explosive power over flames. The Taowu learned to weave more spiritual energy fluctuations into its fiery assaults. The Bifang and nine-tailed fox enhanced their aerial coordination. The Xuanwu fortified its defensive and supportive attack skills, and the bow further augmented its speed and impact. Yi was convinced that only through relentless enhancement of their strengths could they navigate the complexities of future Spiritist missions, safeguarding both themselves and their beasts while contributing to the peace and stability of the Beast Realm. Meanwhile, new tasks and challenges awaited them within the Spiritist Alliance, and Yi and his beasts were on the brink of embarking on a new journey. Chapter 52. Crisis during a mission. Yi commands his beasts to turn danger into opportunity after completing the task in the Misty Forest. Yi's reputation within the Spiritist Alliance soared. A multitude of intricate and challenging missions presented themselves before him, and after careful consideration, he accepted a task to escort vital supplies to a remote town. This town was under threat from a nefarious faction and urgently required the supplies to bolster its defenses and assist injured civilians. Yi set forth on the escort journey accompanied by the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, nine-tailed fox, Taowu, and bow. They traversed vast plains and passed tranquil villages, where villagers gazed upon Yi and his formidable beast team with admiration and gratitude. However, Yi was acutely aware that danger could strike at any moment. The malevolent forces would not relinquish the supplies easily. As they entered a narrow valley, the atmosphere suddenly grew oppressive. Yi's heart tightened, and he conveyed a signal of caution to his beasts through their mental connection. As anticipated, a group of individuals clad in black attire surged forth from the slopes of the valley, armed and menacing, clearly sent by the nefarious faction to seize the supplies. Among them were several individuals resembling Spiritists, stationed at the rear, directing their minions' actions. Yi swiftly assessed the situation, noting the overwhelming number of enemies. However, the strength of his beasts and their harmonious coordination suggested that with appropriate tactics, they could turn peril into safety. He promptly issued his orders. Xuanwu, construct a formidable defensive barrier around the supplies to safeguard them. Qilin and Taowu, prepare to unleash a fiery assault. Let us deliver a powerful warning when the enemy approaches. Bifang and the nine-tailed fox ascend into the sky to disrupt the enemy's ranged attacks, while seeking opportunities to strike the enemy's spiritual practitioners with your spells. Bo, utilize your speed to maneuver along the battlefield's edge, identifying the enemy's vulnerabilities for a surprise attack. Xuanwu, embodying steadiness, approached the supplies. Its carapace shimmering with light as a robust earthen wall erupted from the ground, enveloping the supplies securely. The wall towered high and sturdy, adorned with a protective shield of earthen spiritual energy capable of effectively resisting various assaults. Qilin and Xuanwu stood behind the wall, flames swirling around them. The golden flames of Qilin blazed fiercely, while the red flames of Xuanwu radiated a ferocious power, both waiting for the enemy to enter their attack range. Bifang and the nine-tailed fox spread their wings and swiftly ascended. Bifang exhaled azure flames, creating walls of fire in the air to obstruct any potential ranged projectiles from the enemy. The nine-tailed fox employed a technique of confusion, its 9 tails swaying gently as potent mental energy was released, seeking to disrupt the enemy's minds. For a moment, some enemies appeared dazed, their movements sluggish. Bo darted like a black lightning bolt along the battlefield's periphery, keenly observing the enemy formations for any weaknesses. The black-clad thugs charged towards the earthen wall, heedless of the fiery threat posed by Qilin and Xuanwu. As the enemy neared the wall, Qilin and Xuanwu launched their assault simultaneously. Qilin opened its mouth wide, unleashing a robust column of golden flames that instantly engulfed the approaching foes. Xuanwu, not to be outdone, transformed its flames into countless burning meteors, raining down upon the enemy ranks. The enemies, struck by the flames, emitted anguished cries, their formation thrown into disarray. However, the enemy's spiritual practitioners quickly regained their composure. Chanting incantations, they summoned various spells to counter Yi's beasts. One practitioner manifested an icy bow, drawing back the string as several ice arrows flew towards Bifang. Bifang adeptly evaded in the air, simultaneously spewing azure flames in an attempt to melt the arrows. Another practitioner conjured a fierce wind, striving to disperse the nine-tailed fox's confusion tactics, aiming to restore clarity to his subordinates. Observing this, Yi immediately commanded the nine-tailed fox and Bifang to adjust their strategy. Nine-tailed fox, concentrate your mind and strengthen your confusion powers, targeting the enemy's spiritual practitioners. Bifang, use your flames to disrupt their spellcasting. Upon receiving the orders, the nine-tailed fox focused all its mental energy on the enemy practitioners, its confusion power acting like an invisible blade, piercing into their minds. The enemy practitioners suddenly felt dizzy, their spellcasting hindered. Seizing the opportunity, Bifang intensified its flame output, the azure flames shooting forth like cannonballs toward the enemy practitioners. They were compelled to split their focus to defend against Bifang's onslaught, momentarily unable to direct their subordinates. At this juncture, Bo identified a relatively weak defense among the enemy's supply transport team at the rear. Seizing the moment, it surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. With a fierce charge, Bo collided violently with one of the members of the transport team, the sheer force of the impact sending him flying and toppling several others. Bo's sudden assault threw the enemy's plans for resource plunder into disarray, prompting them to allocate a portion of their ranks to confront him. Seizing this opportunity, Yi commanded Qilin and Xuanwu to unleash a more ferocious barrage of flames. Qilin, Xuanwu, attack with all your might. Expand our advantage. The two summoned their fiery energies to their utmost potential, intertwining golden and crimson flames to create a blazing inferno that surged towards the enemy. The adversaries struggled within the sea of flames, many suffering burns and retreating in dismay. Seeing the tide turning against them, the enemy spiritists resolved to intervene personally. They united to cast a formidable dark spell, launching a massive black beam towards the earthen wall. The wall trembled violently under the impact, cracking ominously. Xuanwu sensed the immense pressure but steadfastly maintained its position, continuously channeling earth attribute spiritual energy to repair the wall. Yi understood that should the wall crumble, their resources would be in jeopardy. Swiftly formulating a strategy, he called out to his beasts, "Everyone, heed my command. Qilin, Xuanwu, infuse the flames into the wall to bolster its defenses. Bifang, Xuanwu, unleash your strongest aerial spells to disrupt their casting. Bo, return and assist in the defense." Qilin and Xuanwu enveloped the wall in flames, not only enhancing its defensive capabilities, but also inflicting burns upon any enemy who dared approach. Bifang and Xuanwu concentrated their power in the sky, with Bifang launching a massive azure fireball, while Xuanwu executed a powerful skill that combined fire attribute and confusion spells. The fireball and the bewildering force hurtled towards the enemy spiritists, forcing them to divert their strength to counter the aerial assault, thereby weakening the potency of the black beam. Both swiftly returned to the earthen wall, reinforcing the defenses alongside Xuanwu. Through their collective efforts, the wall ultimately withstood the onslaught of the black beam. Seizing the opportunity presented by the enemy spiritist's momentary lapse in casting, Yi commanded his beasts to mount a counteroffensive. Now, unleash your full assault. Qilin and Xuanwu reignited their flame attacks, while Bifang and Zhou, who coordinated in the air, continually releasing powerful spells. Bo once again charged into the enemy ranks, using his speed and strength to disrupt their formation. Under the relentless barrage from the beasts, the enemy could no longer withstand the pressure and began to crumble, fleeing in disarray. Yi and his beasts successfully safeguarded their resources and continued their journey towards the remote town. Following this crisis, the synergy between Yi and his beasts grew ever more harmonious, deepening his understanding of their strengths and characteristics. Yi recognized that in future missions, various crises would undoubtedly arise, but as long as he and his beasts remained united, they would consistently turn peril into safety, fulfilling their missions and preserving peace and tranquility in the realm of beast taming. Upon arriving in the remote town with the resources in tow, Yi was met with a warm welcome from the local residents. The mayor personally came out to greet him, expressing profound gratitude for Yi and his beast team. Observing the town's dilapidated state and the injured populace, Yi resolved to stay for a while to assist in rebuilding their homes. During this period, he enlisted the help of his beasts to transport building materials and tend to the injured residents. The benevolence and strength of the beast companions have won the affection and respect of the townsfolk. During this time, Yi took the opportunity to reflect on the lessons learned from the recent mission. He discovered that when confronted with simultaneous attacks from multiple spirit practitioners, their own defense and offense could be more agile and adaptable. Consequently, he began to explore new tactics, devising more detailed response strategies tailored to the various types of spirit attacks. Simultaneously, he imparted new skills and coordination techniques to his beast companions, further enhancing the team's combat prowess. Upon the completion of the town's reconstruction, Yi received new news from the Spirit Practitioner Alliance. The Alliance was about to host a grand Spirit Practitioner tournament, a magnificent event that would gather renowned spirit masters from various regions, serving as an excellent platform for showcasing strength and exchanging experiences. Inspired by this prospect, Yi decided to lead his beast companions to participate in the tournament, not only to demonstrate the capabilities of himself and his team, but also to enhance their abilities through interactions with other masters, thereby preparing for more complex challenges in the future. Bidding farewell to the townspeople, Yi embarked on the journey to the tournament's venue, where a new challenge awaited. Chapter 53. Meeting Spirit Masters, exchanging experiences to enhance self-awareness. Yi and his beast companions set forth towards the tournament location. Along the way, they heard numerous tales about the formidable spirit masters who might participate, which heightened Yi's anticipation for the event while simultaneously instilling a sense of urgency to improve himself. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at the bustling city hosting the tournament. The city was alive with energy, filled with spirit practitioners and beast companions from various places, their distinctive forms and attire visible in every corner. After settling into an inn, Yi took his beast companions on a stroll through the city, hoping to familiarize themselves with the surroundings and meet some accomplished spirit masters to exchange insights. In the central square of the city, Yi noticed a gathering of people, seemingly captivated by a remarkable performance. Drawing closer with his beast companions, he realized that several spirit practitioners were demonstrating their beast skills. Among them was a spirit practitioner named Ling Feng, whose beast was a pristine white unicorn, radiating a soft glow. With its horn shimmering with mysterious power, Ling Feng commanded the unicorn to cast a healing spell, enveloping the injured beasts in a holy light that swiftly healed their wounds and restored their vitality. Moved by the display, Yi approached Ling Feng and greeted him. "Hello. I am Yi. Your unicorn's healing abilities are truly remarkable. I am curious, how did you train it to master such a powerful healing spell?" Ling Feng smiled in response. "Greetings, Yi. In fact, training a unicorn to wield healing spells requires extensive time and guidance. I often take it to places abundant with healing energy for practice, and through mental communication, I help it profoundly understand the significance and power of healing. How about you? Do you have any unique methods for training your beasts?" Yi introduced to Ling Feng his methods of interacting with and training his beast companions, detailing how to cultivate rapport with them and tailor personalized training plans based on their unique characteristics. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, expressed his admiration, remarking on Yi's profound understanding of beast training. He conveyed his eagerness to learn from Yi's approach, noting that he had been primarily focused on healing spells, leaving other areas lacking. As they conversed, another spirit master approached. His name was Yin Lai, a robust figure accompanied by a massive flame tiger, engulfed in orange flames and exuding a powerful presence. With a hearty laugh, Yin Lai interjected, "I couldn't help but join your discussion on beast training. Having overheard your conversation from afar, my flame tiger excels in close combat, and I am keen on discovering methods to maximize its potential in battle. Do you have any suggestions?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi replied, "Given the flame tiger's formidable close combat abilities, perhaps integrating some ranged support skills would be beneficial. For instance, coordinating with a beast adept in ranged attacks could allow the flame tiger to draw the enemy's attention while the ranged beast strikes. Additionally, you might train the flame tiger to utilize the force of its flames for aggressive advances, thereby disrupting enemy formations." Yin Lai's eyes brightened at this notion. What a splendid idea. I had been solely focused on enhancing the direct attack power of my flame tiger, but I see now that tactical coordination and skill application can also be pivotal. By the way, are you both planning to participate in the upcoming Spirit Master tournament? Yin Lai inquired. Yi nodded. Yes, we aim to enhance our skills and those of our beasts through the competition. That's fantastic. Perhaps we will even face each other in the tournament. I eagerly anticipate sparring with a thoughtful Spirit Master like you, Yin Lai exclaimed. Subsequently, Yi acquainted himself with several other Spirit Masters, some skilled in manipulating water-type beasts, capable of conjuring a variety of wondrous water spells. Others were adept in taming techniques, enabling their beasts to unleash combat prowess beyond their inherent capabilities. Yi exchanged a wealth of knowledge, skills, and insights concerning beast training with them. Through these interactions, Yi recognized that while he possessed considerable experience in training and combat with his beasts, there remained ample opportunity for learning and improvement. For instance, he realized he needed to diversify the skills of his beasts. Ling Feng's unicorn, aside from healing, could also perform supportive combat spells, while Yin Lai's flame tiger could master additional combat techniques through specialized training. Upon returning to the inn, Yi shared the insights and experiences gained from the day's exchanges with his beasts. Addressing the Qilin, he proposed, "Qilin, let us endeavor to develop new flame skills, such as refining the flames into more penetrating forms or imbuing them with tracking capabilities." The Qilin, excited, let out a low roar, indicating its willingness to try. Turning to Bifang, he continued, "Bifang, we must enhance your collaborative skill training with other beasts, such as coordinating with the nine-tailed fox to create a more formidable combined attack of your flames and her spells." Bifang responded with a call, nodding in understanding. Regarding Xuanwu, Yi stated, "Xuanwu, we must further enhance your defensive skills and endeavor to develop techniques for defensive counterattacks, striking back at our adversaries while repelling their assaults." Xuanwu responded with a deep affirmation, its earth attribute spiritual energy subtly surging around it. Yi also proposed new training directions and objectives for the nine-tailed fox, Taowu, and Bo. The beast companions brimmed with enthusiasm, eager to elevate their prowess through these novel training regimens. In the ensuing days, Yi, accompanied by his beasts, embarked on rigorous training. In a vacant expanse on the outskirts of the city, they engaged in arduous exercises daily. Qilin persistently attempted to coalesce flames, and after countless failures, ultimately succeeded in forming sharp fire arrows. These arrows not only possessed formidable penetrating power, but also exhibited the ability to track targets within a certain range. Bifang and the nine-tailed fox practiced synchronized attacks, adjusting the timing and angles of their spellcasting until they achieved a perfect fusion of azure and crimson flames, resulting in a new flame form exponentially stronger than their previous individual assaults. Xuanwu dedicated itself to fortifying its defenses and developing defensive counterattack techniques. It constructed multiple layers of earthen barriers around itself and learned to rebound enemy attacks using its earth attribute spiritual energy, inflicting damage upon its foes. Taowu, through its training, enhanced the ferocity of its flame attacks, broadening their scope. Bo, through specialized training, elevated its speed to a new echelon, mastering the ability to execute more powerful charge attacks while in rapid motion. Simultaneously, Yi remained vigilant regarding the dynamics of the upcoming competition. He learned that the participants in this tournament were exceptionally formidable, with intricate rules encompassing not only one-on-one duels, but also various team formats. Yi was acutely aware that to excel in the tournament, he and his beasts needed to continuously augment their capabilities while formulating appropriate strategies in accordance with the competition's guidelines. As the tournament drew near, Yi and his beasts entered the final phase of their training. He was confident that through interaction with other spiritual masters and the arduous training period, he and his beasts were well prepared to showcase their skills in the tournament, enhance their strength and renown, and leave a remarkable chapter in the world of beast masters. Finally, the day of the tournament's inauguration arrived. Yi and his beasts arrived early at the competition venue, surrounded by throngs of spectators eagerly anticipating this extraordinary spiritual master contest. Yi took a deep breath, observing the spirited determination of his beasts, his heart swelling with confidence. He understood that the intense battles ahead awaited them, but he and his beasts were ready to embrace the challenges and strive for victory in the tournament. Chapter 54. Upon hearing of the Spiritual Master Tournament, Yi resolves to compete and showcase his skills. After engaging with numerous spiritual masters and completing rigorous training, the Spiritual Master Tournament finally commenced. The competition venue is an immense circular arena, encircled by tier upon tier of seating, now brimming with spectators. Their cheers and discussions intertwine, creating an extraordinarily vibrant atmosphere. The arena's floor is laid with a special material, capable of withstanding powerful surges of spiritual energy without suffering damage. The host of the tournament steps into the center of the arena, adorned in splendid attire and wielding a wand that sparkles with brilliance. He projects his voice, resonating loud and clear. Esteemed spiritualists, beast tamers, and those watching from the magical images, welcome to this grand spiritualist tournament. This event gathers the finest spiritualists and their formidable beasts from across the lands, promising a series of breathtaking battles. The host then elucidates the rules of the competition. The tournament consists of 3 phases: preliminary rounds, elimination rounds, and the finals. The preliminary rounds will feature one-on-one battles determined by a drawing of lots, with victors advancing to the elimination rounds. The elimination phase will showcase various formats, including one-on-one and team battles, with specific match formats announced prior to the contests. The finals will present the most exhilarating peak confrontations, determining the champion of this grand tournament. Yi attentively absorbs the information from the sidelines, swiftly contemplating his strategies. He understands the critical importance of the one-on-one battles in the preliminary rounds. His beast must swiftly familiarize itself with the opponent's characteristics to secure victory and progress. The results of the draw for the preliminary rounds are soon revealed, and Yi learns that he is to face a spiritualist named Mou. Mou possesses a tall, slender physique and a stern countenance, with a powerful shadow leopard as his companion. The shadow leopard, cloaked in darkness, resembles a phantom of the night, emanating an enigmatic shadow energy. As the match approaches, Yi strides onto the arena with his Qilin. The Qilin is enveloped in golden flames, exuding a formidable aura that elicits a wave of cheers from the audience. Meanwhile, Mou stands at the opposite end with his shadow leopard, its eyes gleaming with a haunting emerald light, fixated intently on the Qilin. With the host signal, the match commences. Mou initiates the attack, commanding the shadow leopard to execute a shadow pounce. In an instant, the shadow leopard transforms into a streak of black, lunging towards the Qilin with astonishing speed, so swift that the audience perceives only a fleeting shadow. Remaining calm and collected, Yi communicates with the Qilin through their mental link. Qilin, remain composed and deploy the flame shield for defense. The Qilin swiftly gathers flames around itself, forming a robust shield of fire. The shadow leopard collides with the flame shield, producing a deep, muffled sound. The shield quivers slightly, but successfully repels the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Yi directs the Qilin to counterattack. Qilin, unleash a flame strike. The Qilin opens its mouth wide, releasing a thick pillar of golden flames aimed at the shadow leopard. The shadow leopard deftly sidesteps, narrowly avoiding the fiery assault, which instead strikes the arena floor, instantly melting a sizable crater into the ground. Upon witnessing the shadow leopard evade the attack, Mou promptly commands it to utilize the shadow clone technique. Several identical clones of the shadow leopard materialize around its body, all charging towards the Qilin from different angles. Yi furrows his brow, aware that this is the shadow leopard's deceptive tactic, and he must quickly discern its true form. The Qilin, undistracted by its doppelgangers, attuned itself to the fluctuations of spiritual energy to discern the true form. With its eyes closed, the Qilin concentrated, sensing the surrounding spiritual currents. It soon detected that one of the doppelgangers exhibited a distinctly different energy signature, revealing the true essence of the shadow leopard. Seizing the opportune moment, the Qilin charged towards the shadow leopard's authentic self, unleashing a torrent of flames from its mouth. The shadow leopard, taken aback by the Qilin's swift insight, found itself unable to evade and was struck by the fire. Golden flames ignited upon its body, and it roared in agony, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the blaze. Witnessing this, Mou immediately commanded the shadow leopard to invoke its shadow healing technique. A veil of dark light enveloped the shadow leopard, gradually quelling the flames and restoring its injuries to some extent. Realizing that he could not afford to grant the shadow leopard a moment's respite, Yi shouted to the Qilin. Qilin, unleash Inferno Burst. The Qilin's body blazed intensely before it unleashed a powerful shockwave, igniting the air around it and culminating in a colossal explosion of fire. The force of the explosion hurled the shadow leopard across the arena, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, the shadow leopard, gravely wounded, found itself incapable of further combat. With no other recourse, Mou recalled the shadow leopard, conceding defeat. Yi and the Qilin emerged victorious in the preliminary round, successfully advancing to the elimination stage. The audience erupted in fervent applause and cheers for their spectacular performance. As they descended from the arena, Yi joined his other summoned beasts, gazing at them as he remarked, "As you have all witnessed, our opponents possess formidable strength. The competition in the elimination stage will be even more intense. We must remain vigilant and devise appropriate strategies tailored to each adversary." The summoned beasts nodded in agreement, their eyes alight with determination. During the interlude before the elimination stage commenced, Yi meticulously analyzed the profiles and battle footage of the other advancing competitors. He discovered that among the forthcoming challengers were spiritists adept at manipulating ice-based summoned beasts, as well as those proficient in area control spells, each opponent formidable in their own right. In response to the characteristics of his adversaries, Yi formulated a series of tactical responses against the opponent's skilled in ice spells. He planned to have the Xuanwu construct a robust defense to withstand the icy onslaught, while the Qilin and the Taowu unleashed powerful fire attacks to melt the enemy's icy defenses. The Bifang and the nine-tailed fox would then disrupt the enemy's spell casting from the air, leveraging their speed for surprise assaults. For the opponent excelling in group control spells, Yi decided to have the nine-tailed fox employ its bewildering techniques to disrupt the enemy's spellcasting, while the Bifang launched formidable fire assaults from the skies to divert the enemy's attention. The Qilin, Taowu, and Bifang would then strike from various angles to shatter the enemy's control spells, with the Xuanwu poised at the rear, ready to defend against any counterattacks. As the elimination stage drew near, Yi and his summoned beasts prepared themselves thoroughly. They understood that each battle would be a tremendous challenge, yet they were fortified by unwavering conviction and formidable strength, resolutely determined to carve their path toward the championship throne in the grand competition. Yi arrived at the elimination arena with his beasts, poised for the imminent clash with his adversaries. A more intense battle was about to unfold. The elimination venue was significantly more spacious than the preliminary round, and the spectators in the stands were increasingly fervent. Yi, accompanied by his beasts, stood attentively at one side of the arena. Soon, his opponent emerged, a spiritist named Han Xing, accompanied by a colossal ice bear. The bear, with its pristine white fur, emanated an aura of frigidness that caused the surrounding air to crystallize into frost. Han Xing regarded Yi with a chilling demeanor and proclaimed, "Your prowess in the preliminary round was commendable, yet before me, you stand no chance. My ice bear possesses formidable ice powers capable of encasing both you and your beasts in ice." Yi smiled faintly and replied, "Let us see about that." With the host's command, the battle of the elimination round commenced, presenting Yi and his beasts with an even more formidable trial. Whether they could triumph over Han Xing and his ice bear to advance to the next round remained to be seen, and all awaited the outcome with bated breath. Chapter 55. Preparing for the competition, training the Beast Legion against the opponent as the elimination match between Yi and Han Xing was about to commence. He was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead, particularly given the ice bear's formidable ice powers. In the brief moments before the battle began, Yi swiftly organized strategies in his mind tailored to counter Han Xing and his ice bear, simultaneously conveying these tactical insights to his beasts through a mental connection. "Xuanwu, you shall be the cornerstone of our defense. The ice bear's ice attacks are immensely powerful. You must exert all your strength in defense, utilizing earthen walls and earth attribute shields to withstand its onslaught. Once the ice bear draws near, transform the ground beneath its feet into a quagmire, using your earth attribute spiritual power to hinder its movement." Xuanwu responded with calm assurance, the runes on its shell shimmering with readiness. "Qilin and Taowu, you are tasked with the primary offense. Once Xuanwu withstands the ice bear's initial assault, unleash your most potent fire attacks. Qilin, utilize your flame burst skill to disrupt the bear's defenses. Followed closely by Xuanwu with a torrent of flames. Ensure to inflict significant damage. Maintain synergy to enhance the continuity of our fire attacks. Qilin and Xuanwu roared in unison, their bodies ablaze with fervent flames, eager to engage. Bifang and the nine-tailed fox, you are to provide aerial support. Bifang, employ your azure flames to obscure the ice bear's vision, thwarting its ability to accurately cast ice spells. Nine-tailed fox, utilize your illusion technique to disorient Hanxing, preventing him from effectively commanding the ice bear. If the opportunity arises, launch a combined fire spell to amplify our assault. Bifang soared high, emitting a sharp cry, while the nine-tailed fox, with its 9 tails gracefully swaying, exuded confidence. Bo, continue to leverage your speed advantage. Flit along the edges of the battlefield, seeking vulnerabilities in the ice bear and Hanxing. Once the ice bear is restrained by our attacks, charge in at the swiftest pace, delivering a fierce blow to its weak spots, such as the abdomen or legs. Bo eagerly pawed the ground, muscles taut and ready for the impending strike. As the battle commenced, Hanxing was the first to initiate the attack. He waved his staff, murmuring incantations, as the ice bear let out a deafening roar, unleashing a colossal storm of ice shards that surged toward Yi and his beasts. The ice shards shimmered with a frigid light, racing through the air at an astonishing speed, freezing everything in their wake. Xuanwu, defend. Yi commanded, and Xuanwu immediately summoned the earth's elemental energy. A robust earthen wall rapidly rose, followed by a solid shield of earth energy forming on its surface. The storm of ice shards collided with the shield, producing a sharp, ringing sound as ice fragments scattered. Though the shield quivered slightly under the impact of the ice shards, it steadfastly held against the assault. Simultaneously, as the ice bear unleashed its storm, the Qilin and Xuanwu began to gather their strength. As the ice storm subsided, the Qilin was the first to strike. With flames erupting from its body, it stomped the ground, melting the earth beneath it. Then, the Qilin executed its Inferno Burst skill, launching a massive fireball toward the ice bear. Wherever the fireball traveled, the air ignited, creating a towering column of flames. Seeing the fireball approach, the ice bear attempted to evade, but at that moment, Bifang dove from the sky, spewing azure flames that obstructed its vision. The ice bear had no choice but to hastily conjure an ice shield to defend against the Inferno Burst. The fireball collided with the ice shield, erupting in a brilliant flash of light and a wave of heat, causing numerous cracks to appear in the shield. Following this, Xuanwu unleashed a torrent of flames. It opened its gaping maw, and a surging stream of fire surged forth like a roaring dragon, charging toward the ice bear. The fiery torrent swiftly shattered the already cracked ice shield, enveloping the ice bear in flames. The ice armor upon the bear began to melt, emitting a hissing sound as it roared in agony. Observing this, Hanxing immediately commanded the ice bear to utilize its ice mist skill. The ice bear gasped heavily, and a thick mist enveloped the surroundings, concealing both it and Hanxing from view. Yi understood that Hanxing aimed to use the cover of the mist to allow the ice bear to recover and counterattack. Nine-tailed fox, employ your illusion technique to disrupt Hanxing. Bifang, continue to use your flames to disperse the mist. Yi swiftly issued his commands. The nine-tailed fox concentrated, its 9 tails releasing a potent aura of confusion that surged toward Hanxing. Hanxing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, hallucinations clouding his mind, causing the commands to the ice bear to become sluggish. Meanwhile, Bifang intensified the output of its azure flames, which burned through the mist, gradually dispersing it. As the mist began to dissipate, the form of the ice bear reemerged. Seizing the opportunity, Bo charged forward like a bolt of black lightning. It darted through the still lingering mist, arriving before the ice bear. With a fierce thrust of its horn, Bo collided forcefully with the ice bear's abdomen, causing the bear to stagger in pain. Furious, the ice bear swung its massive paw toward Bo. Bo nimbly evaded, using its speed to circle around to the bear's rear and launch another charge. The ice bear, caught off guard, stumbled forward from the impact. The Qilin and Xuanwu, recognizing the opening in the ice bear's defense, launched another fiery assault. The Qilin unleashed a thick column of golden flames, while Xuanwu condensed its flames into a sharp fiery spear, shooting it toward the ice bear. The ice bear was struck multiple times by flames. Its icy armor melted and its skin burned. Observing the ice bear in distress, Hanxing felt a surge of anxiety. He struggled to break free from the enchantment of the nine-tailed fox and directed all his efforts to command the ice bear for a final counterattack. With a fierce roar, the ice bear unleashed its ice elemental energy, executing the ice prison technique. Centered around itself, a thick layer of ice rapidly formed, imprisoning the Qilin, Taowu, and Bo within. Xuanwu, break the ice prison, Yi commanded. Xuanwu summoned its entire earth elemental energy and launched an assault on the ice prison. Earth walls erupted, crashing violently against the icy barrier. Although cracks began to appear, the prison remained steadfast. Everyone, attack the ice prison together. Yi instructed his beasts. The Qilin, Taowu, and Bo unleashed fiery assaults from within the prison, while Bifang spewed azure flames from above and the nine-tailed fox cast fire spells. Xuanwu continued to batter the ice prison with earth elemental energy. Under the relentless combined assault of his beasts, the ice prison finally succumbed, shattering with a resounding crash. At that moment, the ice bear was utterly exhausted, its body marred with wounds. In a state of resignation, Hanqing had no choice but to recall the ice bear and concede defeat. Yi and his beast triumphed in the first round of the elimination match, successfully advancing to the next stage. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, marveling at the splendid coordination and formidable power displayed by Yi and his beasts. As Yi descended from the arena with his companions, he understood that the forthcoming matches would grow increasingly arduous. Yet, he and his beasts were thoroughly prepared, determined to strive relentlessly towards the championship throne. In the ensuing days, Yi meticulously adjusted and refined their tactics according to the tournament schedule and the opponents they faced, ensuring his beasts underwent targeted training to confront more complex and powerful adversaries. With each training session, his beasts gave their all, their strength and synergy continuously improving. Yi believed that as long as they remained united, they would undoubtedly forge their own brilliance in the grand competition. Chapter 56. The tournament officially commences. Yi and his beasts make their debut after successfully advancing to the next round of the elimination matches. The atmosphere of the tournament became increasingly fervent. The entire arena was enveloped in tension and anticipation, with spectators eagerly awaiting the upcoming thrilling confrontations. Yi was acutely aware that each elimination match would be a formidable battle, as opponents would only grow stronger, necessitating that he and his beasts constantly adapt to present themselves in the best possible condition to meet the challenges ahead. At last, the next elimination match arrived. Yi, accompanied by the Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, the nine-tailed fox, Taowu, and Bo, entered the arena with vigor. Their entrance immediately drew cheers from the audience. With a resolute gaze, Yi scanned the arena, searching for his impending adversary. Before long, his opponent emerged. This spirit master, named Yanfeng, was tall and imposing, his sharp eyes radiating confidence and authority. His beast was a massive flame dragon, engulfed in searing red flames. Its enormous wings stirred the air, creating a scorching wave that distorted the surrounding atmosphere. Yanfeng regarded Yi with a slight smirk, seemingly brimming with self-assurance for the impending battle. With the host command, the competition officially commenced. Yanfeng took the initiative, commanding the flame dragon to launch an assault. The flame dragon opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged forth like a roaring fire dragon, racing towards Yi and his beasts with astonishing speed. Wherever the flames passed, the ground melted instantly, leaving behind a deep chasm. Yi reacted swiftly, shouting, "Xuanwu, defend!" Xuanwu immediately summoned its earth attribute spiritual power, and a formidable earthen wall rose rapidly, shielding Yi and the other beasts behind it. The surface of the wall shimmered with the glow of runes, forming a powerful barrier. The torrent of flames collided with the earthen wall, producing a deafening roar as fire and earth clashed in a fierce stalemate. Seizing this opportunity, Yi instructed Qilin and Taowu. "Qilin, Taowu, prepare for a fiery counterattack. When there is a gap in the flame dragon's assault, unleash your full strength." The flames surrounding Qilin and Taowu blazed even more fiercely as they fixated on the flame dragon, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Bifang and the nine-tailed fox also sprang into action. Bifang soared high above, releasing azure flames in an attempt to disrupt the flame dragon's line of sight, hindering its ability to control the direction of the fiery torrent accurately. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox employed its bewildering techniques, gracefully swaying its nine tails to unleash a powerful mental force that swept toward the flame dragon and Yanfeng, seeking to disturb their focus. Sensing the threat from above, the flame dragon tilted its head slightly and expelled a stream of fire towards Bifang. Bifang deftly evaded in midair while continuing to unleash azure flames, intertwining with the flame dragon's fire to create a dazzling sea of flames. Yanfeng struggled against the nine-tailed fox's enchanting influence, concentrating intently as he commanded the flame dragon to persist in its assault on the earthen wall. At the very moment the torrent of flames from the flame dragon paused, Yi issued the command to attack. Qilin, Xuanwu, strike. Both Qilin and Xuanwu launched their assaults simultaneously. Qilin's body erupted in golden flames as it executed the flame burst skill, sending forth a massive golden fireball towards the flame dragon. Concurrently, Xuanwu opened its maw wide, releasing a robust pillar of fire that complemented Qilin's flame burst, creating a formidable combined attack. The flame dragon, noticing the incoming assault, quickly flapped its wings, conjuring a fierce wind in an effort to disperse the fiery onslaught. However, the power of Qilin and Xuanwu's flames was immense, and the gale failed to fully negate the strength of the fire. The fireball from the flame burst struck the flame dragon's wing, eliciting a pained roar as the flames upon its wing intensified. Xuanwu's pillar of fire also made contact with the flame dragon's body, inflicting significant damage. Observing this, Yanfeng immediately commanded the flame dragon to deploy the dragon flame shield. Flames coalesced around the flame dragon, forming a solid shield that resisted the fiery attacks from Qilin and Xuanwu. Simultaneously, the flame dragon, utilizing the cover of the shield, swiftly readied itself for a new wave of assault. Yi understood that the flame dragon was formidable and could not be afforded too many moments of respite. He turned to Bo and instructed, Bo, take advantage of the flame dragon's shield deployment and rush forward to break it. Bo surged forth like a bolt of black lightning, racing towards the flame dragon with incredible speed. With its speed advantage, Bo skillfully evaded the fiery assaults of the flame dragon, swiftly positioning itself before the creature. Using its horn, Bo struck fiercely against the dragon's shield, the tremendous impact causing cracks to appear across its surface. Sensing the imminent threat to its shield, the flame dragon attempted to retaliate with a clawed attack. However, Bo deftly dodged while persistently assaulting the shield with its horn. Under Bo's relentless onslaught, the dragon's fiery shield ultimately shattered. At that moment, Yi commanded Bifang and the nine-tailed fox to launch a coordinated offensive. In the air, Bifang and the nine-tailed fox executed their maneuvers with remarkable synergy. Bifang unleashed azure flames, while the nine-tailed fox infused them with its own fire attribute spiritual energy. The azure flames surged in intensity, transforming into a colossal beam of fire that hurtled towards the flame dragon. Caught off guard, the dragon was struck by the fiery onslaught. The explosion engulfed it, causing its flames to burn even more fiercely as it writhed in agony. Witnessing the flame dragon's plight, Yanfeng felt a surge of anxiety. He attempted to orchestrate a final counterattack, yet Yi's beasts denied him that opportunity. The Qilin, the Xuanwu, and Bo renewed their assault. The fiery onslaught of the Qilin and Xuanwu, in conjunction with Bo's charging attack, converged upon the flame dragon. Ultimately, succumbing to the combined might of Yi's beasts, the flame dragon collapsed onto the ground. With no recourse left, Yanfeng was compelled to recall the dragon and concede defeat. Yi and his beasts emerged victorious in this elimination round, advancing to the next stage with triumph. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, praising Yi and his companions for their spectacular performance. Descending from the arena, Yi was filled with joy and pride. Yet he understood that the upcoming battles would prove even more formidable, with each adversary presenting unprecedented challenges. In the ensuing days, Yi meticulously prepared for the elimination rounds, tailoring his training for his beasts based on the match schedule and the nature of their opponents. He scrutinized each performance, identifying strengths and weaknesses, and devised a more comprehensive training regimen. Simultaneously, he kept a vigilant eye on the matches of other advancing competitors, familiarizing himself with their combat styles and the characteristics of their beasts, ensuring he was fully prepared for the challenges ahead. Both Yi and his beasts brimmed with determination, resolute in their pursuit of the championship throne. Chapter 57. Overcoming obstacles to enter the elimination rounds. Following their victory over Yanfeng, Yi and his beasts were reinvigorated. Their remarkable display during the elimination rounds left an indelible mark on the arena. As the competition progressed, they faced several more intense battles. In the next elimination round, Yi's opponent was the composed Lingshi, Xuanwu. Her beast was an ice phoenix, its pure white form shimmering with the brilliance of ice crystals, its wings unfurling to an impressive length, exuding a bone-chilling aura. As the match commenced, Xuanwu commanded the ice phoenix to launch its assault. With a resonant cry, the ice phoenix flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of ice blades that shot forth like a storm of frozen rain towards Yi and his beasts. These blades, razor-sharp, glinted with a chilling light under the sun, freezing the air into mist wherever they passed. Yi reacted swiftly, shouting, "Xuanwu, defend! Tonka, melt the ice blades with flames!" Xuanwu immediately constructed multiple layers of earthen walls ahead, the surface of which solidified into a thick layer of ice to bolster its defensive capabilities. Tonka unleashed a torrent of searing flames, which met the ice blades with a sizzle, causing a multitude of them to melt instantly, dissipating into vapor in the air. However, the Ice Phoenix's assault did not relent. It flapped its wings once more, sending a colossal ice pillar crashing towards the earthen wall. The ice pillar, infused with formidable ice elemental energy, was astonishingly powerful. With a resounding crash, the earthen wall fractured under the impact of the ice pillar. Yi understood that a counterattack was imperative. He instructed Qilin and Bifang. Qilin, unleash the flame burst impact. Bifang, use azure flames to assist and target the Ice Phoenix's wings. Qilin concentrated its fiery essence, then erupted violently, sending a tremendous wave of flame hurtling towards the Ice Phoenix. Bifang also dove from the sky, expelling azure flames directly at the Ice Phoenix's wings. Sensing the impending threat, the Ice Phoenix evaded sideways while releasing a veil of icy mist, attempting to obstruct the fiery assault. The flame burst impact collided with the icy mist, resulting in a powerful explosion that dissipated the mist instantaneously, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Bifang's azure flames successfully struck the Ice Phoenix's wings, leaving behind traces of melting ice. Seeing this, Frost Moon immediately commanded the Ice Phoenix to employ the Ice Shield skill. A crystalline shield materialized around the Ice Phoenix, inscribed with enigmatic runes, radiating potent ice elemental energy. After a moment's contemplation, Yi directed the Nine-Tailed Fox and Bo, Nine-Tailed Fox. Use your confusion technique to disrupt Frost Moon's commands. Bo, exploit your speed to breach the ice shield and strike at the Ice Phoenix's abdomen. The Nine-Tailed Fox concentrated, its 9 tails emanating a powerful aura of confusion that swept toward Frost Moon. Frost Moon felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, hallucinations clouding her mind, causing her commands to the Ice Phoenix to falter. Bo, like a black flash of lightning, surged towards the Ice Phoenix with incredible speed. Skillfully dodging the ice attacks surrounding the Ice Phoenix, he swiftly reached its front. Bo rammed his horn into the ice shield, the tremendous force creating fissures across its surface. Following this, Bo exerted another burst of strength, successfully shattering the ice shield and stabbing toward the Ice Phoenix's abdomen. The Ice Phoenix screeched in pain, flailing its wings to send Bo flying. In that moment, Qilin and Tonka seized the opportunity to launch another fiery assault. Their flames intertwined, forming a massive torrent of fire that surged toward the Ice Phoenix. Under the onslaught of the flame torrent, the ice layer upon the Ice Phoenix gradually melted, ultimately collapsing to the ground. With no other recourse, Frost Moon recalled the Ice Phoenix, conceding defeat. Yi and his companions emerged victorious once more, advancing smoothly to the next round. Their spectacular performance in the arena sent the audience into a frenzy, with cheers and applause resonating throughout the venue. In the ensuing elimination rounds, Yi and his companions faced formidable opponents, including adept summoners skilled in controlling poison-type beasts and those proficient in wind-based spells. Confronted with the poisonous beasts, Yi commanded the Xuanwu to erect a formidable defense, thwarting the assault of toxic mists. Simultaneously, he instructed the Qilin, Taowu, and Bifang to unleash fiery attacks, their intense heat dispersing the noxious fog while inflicting damage upon the venomous creatures. The Nine-Tailed Fox employed its enchanting techniques to disrupt the commands of the opposing Spirit Master, allowing the bow to launch a surprise attack, delivering a fatal blow to the poisonous beasts. Against a Spirit Master adept in wind-based spells, Yi directed his beasts to maintain a tight formation. The Xuanwu fortified its defenses to withstand the onslaught of wind blades. Bifang and the Nine-Tailed Fox engaged in a magical duel with their adversaries in the air, while Qilin and Taowu awaited the perfect moment to unleash their devastating flames upon any lapse in the enemy's defenses. Utilizing the gusts generated by wind spells, Bo accelerated its speed to execute flanking maneuvers against the foes. After a series of intense battles, Yi and his beasts, bolstered by their formidable strength, seamless cooperation, and Yi's exceptional leadership, cleaved through their opponents and reached the final stage of the tournament's elimination rounds. At this juncture, the entire arena brimmed with anticipation for Yi and his team of beasts, with spectators speculating whether this outstanding squad could continue to perform miracles in the upcoming matches and ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of victory. Yi and his beasts were acutely aware that their forthcoming adversaries would be unprecedentedly formidable, yet they remained undaunted, brimming with confidence as they prepared to embrace new challenges, striving for the glory of championship. Chapter 58. encountering a strong foe in the elimination rounds. Yi Yi's ingenious response to overcome difficulties as Yi Yi and his beasts advanced to the final stage of the elimination rounds. Their renown in the tournament grew ever louder, with each battle becoming a focal point of discussion among the audience. This time, their opponent was the formidable spirit master Feng, whose tall stature exuded an innate air of arrogance. His beast, a rare thunder Qilin, was enveloped in purple lightning, each roar accompanied by flickering electric sparks. The overwhelming power of electricity causing the surrounding air to crackle. As the match commenced, Feng launched the first attack, confidently directing the thunder Qilin to execute its thunderous skill. The thunder Qilin reared its head and roared, dark clouds rapidly gathering in the sky. Thick bolts of purple lightning descended from the heavens, targeting Yi Yi and his beasts with ferocious intent. The speed of the lightning was astonishing, closing in on them in an instant. Yi Yi reacted swiftly, shouting, "Xuanwu, initiate the strongest defense. Taowu, create a fire shield to assist our protection." The Xuanwu immediately summoned its full reservoir of earth attribute spiritual energy, a robust earthen wall rising swiftly, adorned with shimmering runes. At the same time, a shield composed of condensed earth attribute energy enveloped Yi Yi and his other beasts securely. Taowu exhaled flames, forming a protective fire shield around the earthen wall. As the purple lightning struck the earthen wall and fire shield, an ear-splitting roar erupted. The force of the lightning was tremendous, causing the earthen wall to tremble violently, the runes flickering erratically, while the fire shield steadily diminished under the relentless assault. Nevertheless, Xuanwu and Taowu gritted their teeth, steadfastly maintaining their defense. Yi Yi understood that mere defense was not a sustainable strategy. He must seek an opportunity to counterattack. Through the bond of the mind, he spoke to the Qilin. "Qilin, wait until the thunderstorm weakens, then unleash an inferno burst to shatter the electric barrier and create an opportunity for us to counterattack." The Qilin was ablaze with golden flames, ever ready to strike. Meanwhile, Bifang and the nine-tailed fox took to the skies. Bifang exhaled azure flames, attempting to disperse some of the ominous clouds and disrupt the formation of lightning. The nine-tailed fox employed its enchanting skills, targeting Feng in an effort to disturb his focus and create a misalignment in his commands to the thunder Qilin. However, Feng, being immensely powerful, fought valiantly against the seductive influences of the nine-tailed fox, maintaining a steady command over the thunder Qilin's assaults. As time passed, the intensity of the lightning strikes finally began to wane. Seizing the moment, Yi Yi shouted, "Qilin, unleash the inferno burst." The Qilin gathered flames around its body, then erupted in a colossal explosion of golden fire directed at the stormy clouds above. The force of the inferno burst shattered the electric confinement, dispersing some of the clouds and revealing a fleeting glimpse of clear skies. Observing this, Feng swiftly ordered the thunder Qilin to alter its tactics. The thunder Qilin ceased summoning lightning from the sky and instead released its own potent electric energy, charging toward Yi Yi and the beasts. The thunder Qilin moved with astonishing speed, its electric aura resembling a suit of armor, scorching the ground as it passed. Yi Yi quickly recalibrated the strategy, instructing, "Bo, divert the thunder Qilin using your speed. Do not confront it head-on. Qilin, Taowu, prepare for a fiery assault. Concentrate your attacks on its legs as it approaches." Bifang, nine-tailed fox, coordinate from the air to disrupt its movements with fire. Bo, like a streak of black lightning, darted toward the thunder Qilin, skillfully weaving around it to capture its attention. Enraged, the thunder Qilin turned and pursued Bo. Just as it neared the Qilin and Taowu, both launched their fiery attacks simultaneously. The Qilin unleashed a robust column of golden flames, while Taowu formed a sharp flame spear aimed at the thunder Qilin's legs. Sensing the assault on its legs, the thunder Qilin attempted to evade, but at that moment, Bifang and the nine-tailed fox unleashed their flames from above, further hindering its movements. The flames struck the thunder Qilin, and though they did not inflict fatal damage, they slowed its actions considerably. Seeing the thunder Qilin in distress, Feng immediately commanded it to deploy the lightning shield. Electric energy coalesced around the thunder Qilin, forming a formidable shield to fend off the fiery onslaught. Utilizing the shield as protection, the thunder Qilin released a powerful surge of electricity that radiated outward. Yi Yi, recognizing the dire situation, called out to Xuanwu, "Xuanwu, expand the defensive perimeter and protect everyone." Xuanwu summoned its earth-based spiritual energy with all its might, causing the earthen walls to grow rapidly, encasing all the beasts and Yi Yi within. As the lightning struck the walls, the runes on their surface flickered intensely, and tiny fissures appeared. Yet they steadfastly resisted the electric onslaught. Observing the stalemate, Yi's mind raced for a solution. He noted that during the activation of the lightning shield, the defense around the Thunder Qilin's head was relatively weak. Therefore, he instructed the Nine-Tailed Fox, concentrate all your enchanting power and strike at the Thunder Qilin's head to disrupt its mind. The Qilin and the Xuanwu prepared their most formidable flame attack, awaiting my command to concentrate their assault on the head of the Thunder Qilin. The Nine-Tailed Fox focused its entire essence, unleashing an unprecedented wave of bewildering power from its 9 tails, sweeping toward the head of the Thunder Qilin. For a fleeting moment, the Thunder Qilin's gaze faltered, and Alfing felt a hint of disturbance. At that instant, he issued the attack command. Qilin, Xuanwu, attack. The Qilin and Xuanwu maximized the potency of their flames, intertwining golden and crimson flames to form a colossal torrent of fire that surged toward the Thunder Qilin's head. Upon impact, the torrent struck the Thunder Qilin's head, causing cracks to appear in its lightning shield. The Thunder Qilin roared in agony, its electrical power waning. Seizing the opportunity, he commanded the bow to launch a final assault. The bow charged at the Thunder Qilin with unparalleled speed, delivering a fierce blow with its horn to the creature's head. Under the combined onslaught of the beasts, the Thunder Qilin finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Reluctantly, Alfing recalled the Thunder Qilin, conceding defeat. Yi and the beasts triumphed over Alfing, advancing smoothly to the finals. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, marveling at their splendid performance. As he descended from the arena with his beasts, he understood that the finals would present an even greater challenge, yet they were fully prepared to make one last push for the championship throne. In the time ahead, Yi and his beasts would devise meticulous strategies tailored to the characteristics of their final opponent, engaging in rigorous training to face this pinnacle confrontation with unwavering resolve. Chapter 59. Successfully advancing to the finals. Preparing vigorously for the championship, Yi and his beasts had successfully advanced to the finals, igniting a fervor throughout the arena for their dazzling display. The audience's cheers surged like a tide, each wave louder than the last. As Yi and his beasts exited the field, his heart brimmed with joy and pride, yet he was acutely aware that the challenge ahead would be even more formidable. Upon returning to the resting area, Yi promptly gathered his beasts to analyze the potential scenarios they might encounter in the finals. By reviewing previous matches of other competitors, Yi learned that their final opponent would be the Spirit Master Xuanwu. Xuanwu's beast was a mysterious shadow dragon, capable of wielding shadow power, excelling in stealth and ambush, with its formidable shadow spells posing a significant threat to adversaries. Yi understood that against such a potent foe, an exceptionally detailed strategy was imperative. He began to assign tasks to his beasts. Xuanwu, you shall remain our defensive cornerstone in the finals. The shadow dragon excels in ambushes, so you must remain ever vigilant, utilizing earth walls and earth-based shields to protect us comprehensively. Should you detect the shadow dragon's presence, immediately disrupt its movements with earth energy, creating quagmires or earth walls to obstruct its advance. Xuanwu responded with a resolute acknowledgement, its runes shimmering, reflecting its unwavering determination. Qilin, Xuanwu, you are responsible for the primary firepower. While the shadow dragon possesses a degree of resistance to shadow power against flames, we can shatter its defenses through the intense heat and impact of our fire. Qilin, when you unleash the flame explosion, be mindful of timing. Strive to strike during the intervals when the shadow dragon casts its shadowy spells to inflict maximum damage. Xuanwu, utilize the fire torrent in conjunction with Qilin to enhance the continuity and coverage of your fiery assaults. Both Qilin and Xuanwu were enveloped in flames, their eyes gleaming with a fierce desire for battle. Bifang and the Nine-Tailed Fox, you shall assist from the sky. Bifang, employ azure flames to disrupt the shadow dragon's vision, preventing it from easily concealing its form. Nine-Tailed Fox, utilize your illusion techniques not only to target the shadow dragon, but also to interfere with Xuanying's commands. Should the opportunity arise, launch a combined flame spell from the air to strike the shadow dragon. Bifang soars, emitting a crisp call, while the Nine-Tailed Fox elegantly sways its 9 tails, signifying its understanding of the task at hand. Bo, your speed is our advantage. Glide along the periphery of the arena, seeking the shadow dragon's vulnerabilities. Once it is ensnared by our assaults, dart in with utmost swiftness, targeting its weak points, such as the abdomen or flanks, with your horn charge. Simultaneously, remain vigilant to evade its shadowy attacks. Bo excitedly paws the ground, brimming with anticipation for the impending conflict. In the ensuing days, Yi and the beasts commenced intensive training for the decisive battle. On the training grounds, Yi simulated various scenarios, prompting the beasts to repeatedly practice their strategies. To counter the Shadow Dragon's ability to conceal itself, Yi trained Bo to utilize its keen perception to track the creature's movements in shadowy environments. Through relentless drills, Bo gradually learned to detect the Shadow Dragon's position through minute fluctuations in spiritual energy and shifts in air currents. Qilin and Xuanwu focused on amplifying the potency and precision of their flame attacks. They targeted various simulated objects, continuously refining their methods of flame concentration and release timing, thereby increasing the power of the flame explosion and fire torrent while ensuring greater accuracy in striking their targets. Bifang and the nine-tailed fox engaged in extensive cooperative training in the skies, practicing seamless coordination in complex environments to ensure that the azure flames and the nine-tailed fox's spells melded perfectly, enhancing the efficacy of their combined assaults. Concurrently, the nine-tailed fox intensified its training in illusion techniques, striving for greater effectiveness in disrupting Xian and the Shadow Dragon during the finals. Xuanwu concentrated on fortifying its defensive skills, consistently enhancing the strength of its earthen barriers and soil-based shields while practicing rapid transformations of its defensive forms to counter the various attacks of the Shadow Dragon. Throughout the training process, Yi continually refined tactical details, for instance, determining how Xuanwu's earthen walls could optimally block the Shadow Dragon's shadowy ambush while creating opportunities for Qilin and Xuanwu to counterattack. Additionally, when the nine-tailed fox employed its illusion techniques, identifying how Bifang could exploit this moment to launch a more threatening fire assault became essential. Beyond tactical training, Yi also emphasized the physical conditioning and spiritual energy reserves of the beasts. He provided them with various precious spiritual items and elixirs to aid in the restoration of their stamina and enhancement of their spiritual power. In the intervals between training sessions, the beasts enjoyed appropriate rest and relaxation to maintain their optimal competitive state. As the date of the finals approached, Yi and his beast companions intensified their preparations. Yi understood that this final match was not merely a test of their strength, but a significant step towards ascending to greater heights within the beast realm. He held a firm belief that through their arduous training and meticulous preparations, he and his beasts would undoubtedly showcase their utmost capabilities in the finals, vying for the championship title. With unwavering conviction, Yi and his beasts awaited the impending competition, ready to give their all on the battlefield in pursuit of honor. At long last, the day of the finals arrived. Yi, accompanied by his beasts, arrived at the arena early. The venue was filled to capacity, with the audience's enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch. Observing the spirited beasts by his side, Yi inhaled deeply and silently declared, "We are prepared, champion. We are coming for you." As the host introduced the competitors, Yi and Xian, each accompanied by their respective beasts, stepped onto the arena, heralding the commencement of an epic showdown. Chapter 60, Fierce Confrontation in the Finals. Yi claims victory through strength. The atmosphere at the finals was charged with tension. Yi faced off against Xian, flanked by his Qilin, Bifang, Xuanwu, 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 and Bo Xianying's demeanor was stern, with the Shadow Dragon concealed in darkness, revealing only its eyes that glimmered with an eerie light, sending shivers down the spine. With the host's command, the match officially commenced. Xianying initiated the assault, murmuring an incantation as the Shadow Dragon lunged forth from the shadows like a bolt of black lightning, hurling itself towards Yi and his beasts while unleashing a jet of dark energy. Xuanwu, defend. Yi swiftly commanded. Xuanwu summoned earth attribute energy, erecting a robust earthen wall that materialized instantly, its surface coalescing into a sturdy shield. The dark energy struck the wall with a resounding thud, causing it to tremble violently, waves rippling across the shield, yet it steadfastly absorbed the blow. Qilin, Xuanwu, prepared to counterattack. Yi called out. Flames erupted from Qilin and Xuanwu, brimming with anticipation. Bifang and Xuanwu swiftly ascended into the air, with Bifang emitting azure flames in an attempt to disperse the shadows surrounding the Shadow Dragon, while Xuanwu unleashed a confounding technique, directing potent mental energy towards both the Shadow Dragon and Xian. Feeling the influence of the confusion, the Shadow Dragon hesitated momentarily, but Xian promptly reinforced its control. The Shadow Dragon shook its head and charged toward the earthen wall once more. As it neared, it flapped its massive wings, conjuring a tempest of darkness to attempt to dismantle the wall. Increase the defensive strength, Xuanwu. Yi commanded. Xuanwu exerted all its might, fortifying the earthen wall further. Despite the ferocity of the dark tempest, it could not budge the wall in the slightest. At that moment, Yi issued the order, Qilin, Xuanwu, attack. Qilin and Xuanwu unleashed their offensive simultaneously. Qilin executed the Inferno Burst technique, sending forth a colossal golden fireball toward the Shadow Dragon, while Xuanwu unleashed a torrent of flames, working in unison with the Inferno Burst. The fireball and flame torrent surged toward the Shadow Dragon like two dragons of fire. Sensing the formidable threat, the Shadow Dragon opened its maw and once again expelled a beam of dark energy, colliding with the fiery assault. In an instant, the arena was illuminated with dazzling brilliance, as flames clashed with shadows, producing a deafening roar. Although the flames were formidable, the shadow beams wielded an equally tenacious force, resulting in a stalemate. Upon witnessing the thwarted assault, Yi swiftly called out to Bifang and the Nine-Tailed Fox. Bifang, Nine-Tailed Fox, unite your attacks to amplify the power of the flames. In harmonious synergy, Bifang and the Nine-Tailed Fox merged their respective fiery energies in midair, creating a more robust and searing beam of flame that shot down towards the Shadow Dragon. The Shadow Dragon, caught in the predicament of fending off the fire attacks from the Qilin and the Taotai below, while simultaneously guarding against the combined fiery beam from above, found itself in a dire situation. Its shadow beams gradually faltered, unable to withstand the onslaught of flames. As the fire struck the Shadow Dragon's body, it emitted a pained roar, with wisps of black smoke rising from the scorched shadow energy enveloping it. Seeing this, Xuanwu promptly directed the Shadow Dragon to employ its shadow concealment skill. The Shadow Dragon's form became shrouded in swirling shadows, vanishing instantaneously from the sight of the spectators. Everyone, be cautious. The Shadow Dragon has concealed itself. Bo, sense its location, exclaimed Yi. Bo concentrated intently, utilizing its acute perception to search for the Shadow Dragon's whereabouts within the arena. By detecting subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy and changes in the air currents, it discerned that the Shadow Dragon was stealthily approaching Yi's direction. It's behind you, Yi. Bo conveyed the message through their mental connection. Reacting swiftly, Yi commanded the Xuanwu to construct an earthen wall behind him. Just as the wall began to rise, the Shadow Dragon lunged from the shadows, crashing forcefully against the barrier. The wall cracked under the tremendous impact, but successfully thwarted the Shadow Dragon's assault. Qilin, Taotai, attack the earthen wall, Yi shouted. Without hesitation, the Qilin and Taotai unleashed their fiery assaults upon the wall. The flames penetrated through the cracks, striking the Shadow Dragon, which once again emitted a cry of anguish, its form flickering amidst the flames. Meanwhile, Bifang and the Nine-Tailed Fox remained active in the air, continuing to release flames in an effort to force the Shadow Dragon out of its hidden state. The Nine-Tailed Fox also employed its illusionary techniques to disrupt Xuanying's command over the Shadow Dragon. Despite Xuanying's efforts to resist the confounding power, some influence seeped through, causing slight deviations in his commands. Under the relentless fire attacks, the Shadow Dragon was compelled to re-emerge from its concealment. Its body bore multiple burn marks from the flames, and its shadow energy had been significantly diminished. Yet, as a formidable beast, it retained a fierce fighting spirit, poised to initiate a new wave of assault. Recognizing the unfavorable turn of events, Xuanying resolved to take a desperate gamble, commanding the Shadow Dragon to unleash its most potent shadow spell, the Shadow Black Hole. The Shadow Dragon opened its maw, forming a swirling black vortex that began to absorb surrounding spiritual energy, generating an immense pull. The sands and dust of the arena were drawn into the vortex, and Yi and his beasts felt the powerful tug. Everyone, hold steady. Do not be drawn in. Xuanwu, reinforce the defenses, Yi commanded. Xuanwu summoned all his earthly energy to construct layer upon layer of earthen walls around the group, simultaneously stabilizing their forms with his power. Qilin, Xuanwu, Bifang, and the Nine-Tailed Fox intensified their fiery output, striving to counteract the gravitational pull of the shadowy black hole. Bo clung tightly to the ground, resisting the force attempting to draw him away. Yi understood that they must shatter the black hole swiftly, otherwise they would all face peril. He quickly devised a strategy, recalling that while the shadowy force was formidable, it possessed certain vulnerabilities to light and fire. Everyone, concentrate all fiery energy and attack the shadowy black hole, Yi commanded. Instantly, Qilin, Xuanwu, Bifang, and the Nine-Tailed Fox focused their flames to the utmost, unleashing 4 powerful pillars of fire towards the black hole. The flames collided with the shadowy vortex, erupting in a brilliant display of light and energy fluctuations. Under the relentless assault of fire, the pull of the black hole began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Yi urged Bo, now is the time. Charge forth and strike the Shadow Dragon. Like an arrow released from a bow, Bo surged toward the Shadow Dragon, utilizing the moment of reduced gravitational force to swiftly approach. With a fierce thrust of his horn, he struck the dragon's abdomen. The shadow dragon, gravely wounded, let out a mournful roar. The black hole it had conjured dissipated instantly, and its body swayed unsteadily. Witnessing the shadow dragon's loss of combat capability, Qilin, in resignation, recalled the dragon and conceded defeat. Yi and his beasts triumphed in the finals, claiming the championship of the tournament. The arena erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. As spectators rose to celebrate the remarkable performance of Yi and his companions. Filled with gratitude and pride, Yi gazed at his beasts, acknowledging that this victory was a testament to their collective efforts. During the award ceremony, Yi solemnly received the champion's trophy from the tournament organizers. The trophy radiated a resplendent glow, symbolizing unparalleled honor. Standing on the podium, Yi and his beasts basked in the adulation and respect of the audience. In that moment, they became the focal point of the Beast realm, their names forever etched in the annals of the tournament's history. Yet, Yi understood that this was merely a new beginning in his journey with his beasts, with countless challenges and adventures awaiting them ahead. Upon returning to the training grounds, Yi swiftly adjusted his mindset, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to transcending his own limits. The intense battles within the competition bestowed upon him a wealth of insights, and the spiritual energy within him surged as if on the brink of a transformative emergence. Yi calmed his mind and engaged in profound spiritual communication with his beast companions. The Qilin conveyed a fervent desire for power and an unwavering determination to protect its allies. The Bifang expressed a yearning for broader skies and mastery over more potent flames. The steady essence of the Xuanwu imparted to him the true meaning of guardianship. The nimble thoughts of the nine-tailed fox allowed him to perceive the strength of wisdom, while the Taowu and bow displayed an indomitable spirit of perseverance. Through his exchanges with these beasts, Yi's mental state underwent significant elevation, deepening his understanding of the path of beast mastery. To facilitate his breakthrough, Yi meticulously arranged a spiritual energy convergence array. He gathered rare spiritual crystals and, following ancient formations, placed them around the training ground, inscribing mysterious runes. As the runes were etched, spiritual energy rapidly converged, forming a dense energy field. Immersed within this sanctuary, Yi commenced his secluded cultivation. Under the influence of the array, external spiritual energy surged into Yi and the beasts like a tidal wave. Yi guided his companions to unleash their respective energies, allowing them to intertwine and amalgamate. The fiery energy of the Qilin, the agile azure flames of the Bifang, the solid earth energy of the Xuanwu, the delicate mental energy of the nine-tailed fox, the fierce power energy of the Taowu, and the swift speed energy of the bow gradually established a stable cycle. As the cultivation deepened, Yi's own spiritual energy underwent a remarkable transformation. Once abundant but somewhat dispersed in the Spirit Master realm, it now became highly concentrated and compressed. He distinctly felt his meridians fortifying and widening under the cleansing of this energy, akin to steel forged through countless trials. With each breath, he absorbed more spiritual energy, and his strength continuously amplified. During this period of seclusion, Yi reflected on the battles from the competition, contemplating how to better leverage his beast's advantages in various scenarios to maximize their power. He increasingly believed that beast mastery transcends mere command in battle. It requires a profound connection with the beasts, functioning as a cohesive entity that adapts to the ever-changing battlefield and makes appropriate decisions. This necessitates an intimate understanding of the beast's capabilities and the establishment of deep trust and emotional resonance with them. After several days of arduous cultivation, Yi finally encountered the moment of breakthrough. He directed all the spiritual energy of his beasts to converge upon himself, while simultaneously releasing the energy he had compressed to its utmost. In an instant, the training ground radiated brilliance, and a formidable wave of spiritual energy surged forth like a roaring tsunami, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Gritting his teeth, Yi channeled this immense energy to assault the barrier of the Spirit-General realm. With a thunderous roar, akin to shattering shackles, Yi successfully ascended to the Spirit-General realm. At that moment of breakthrough, his perception sharpened to an extraordinary degree, enabling him to discern the subtle flows of spiritual energy in the air and detect the presence of distant spiritual entities. His mastery over spiritual energy reached unprecedented heights, allowing him to manipulate it at will, condensing or dissipating it as he pleased. The strength of his beasts also significantly increased due to Yi's breakthrough. The temperature of the Qilin's flames surged, capable of instantly melting rock into magma. The Bifang soared through the air with astonishing speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. While its azure flames intensified, distorting space as they burned, the Xuanwu possessed an indomitable defense, its shell inscribed with runes that shimmered with a mysterious light. Seemingly impervious to all attacks, the nine-tailed fox wielded mesmerizing techniques, capable of ensnaring foes in endless illusions with a mere glance. The Taowu and bow displayed newfound strength and speed, their movements causing the ground to tremble, their attacks potent enough to shatter small mountains. Shortly after breaking through to a new realm, Yi's training ground was suddenly engulfed by an unusual surge of spiritual energy. The sky flickered with vibrant colors as a mysterious spiritual portal gradually opened, from which emerged two formidable and enigmatic divine beasts, Baize and Xiongqi. Baize radiated a sacred light, its form elegant, adorned with twin horns, its gaze imbued with boundless wisdom. In contrast, Xiongqi was colossal, surrounded by swirling black flames. Emanating a fierce and powerful aura, its eyes a blood red, exuding a menacing presence. Yi regarded them with caution, and Baize spoke first. Its tone gentle and compassionate. Yi, we sense the powerful surge of spiritual energy when you transcended your boundaries, as well as the profound bond you share with your beasts. We have come to propose a contract with you, to embark on a new journey together in the realm of beast mastery. Yi, taken aback, understood that Baize possessed knowledge of all things and wielded immense wisdom and supportive abilities, while Xiongqi was renowned for its formidable offensive and combat prowess. The opportunity to forge a contract with such beings was indeed rare. Weighing his options swiftly, Yi sensed the sincerity of the two divine beasts and recognized that this would entail greater responsibility and challenges. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to enter into a contract with Baize and Xiongqi. Standing opposite Baize and Xiongqi, Yi felt the spiritual energy around them surge wildly. He guided his own energy to intertwine with theirs as mystical runes emerged, shimmering with an extraordinary light before slowly merging into the bodies of Yi and the two divine beasts. The moment the contract was sealed, Yi felt a profound mental connection established with Baize and Xiongqi, akin to that with his existing beasts. Through this connection, Baize conveyed, from now on, we shall fight side by side, facing the challenges of the future together. Xiongqi emitted a low growl, signifying its acceptance of the contract. Yi gazed at Baize and Xiongqi, his heart brimming with joy and confidence. He knew that their inclusion would catalyze a qualitative transformation in the strength of his team of beasts. Just then, a special letter arrived in Yi's hands, extending an earnest invitation from a prestigious high-level beast master team from the Spirit-Deity Realm, inviting him to join in safeguarding the peace and stability of the beast world. Holding the letter, Yi fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 62. Receiving a special invitation to join a high-level beast master team, clutching the letter from the high-level beast master team of the Spirit-Deity Realm. Yi's mind was awash with myriad thoughts. Joining this team would mean stepping onto a broader stage, gaining access to advanced knowledge and resources regarding beast mastery. Yet it also came with unknown dangers and challenges. The beasts gathered around Yi, sensing his inner turmoil through their mental connection. The Qilin nudged him gently, conveying an encouraging sentiment. Baize, with its wise eyes fixed on Yi, remarked, this may indeed be a splendid opportunity for us to enhance our strength and protect the world of beasts. He took a deep breath, gazing into the resolute eyes of his summoned beasts, and ultimately resolved to accept the invitation. He began to prepare for his journey to the Spirit-Deity Realm, meticulously selecting precious cultivation materials, organizing notes on his experiences with his summoned beasts, and carefully packing them into his satchel. His summoned beasts also adjusted their states. The Qilin's flames burned with greater fervor, the Bifang showcased its agile aerial maneuvers, the runes on the black turtle's shell shimmered with light. The nine-tailed fox leaped gracefully, while the Taowu and the bogue charged forth with vigor, and the white Zi and the Xiongqi emanated powerful auras. As they embarked on the path to the Spirit-Deity Realm, Yi and his summoned beasts perceived the gradual transformation of their surroundings. The sky deepened into a brilliant blue. Clouds formed extraordinary and resplendent shapes. The land stretched out into boundless expanses, and mountains and rivers displayed a magnificent beauty. The spiritual energy in the air intensified, invigorating their spirits and unconsciously accelerating their cultivation pace. Days later, they reached the boundary of the Spirit-Deity Realm. A grand checkpoint loomed before them, adorned with intricate, mysterious runes that radiated powerful spiritual energy. After the spirit guards inspected Ye's invitation, they respectfully granted passage and directed them towards the team's base. Upon entering the Spirit-General Realm, Yi was astounded by the bustling scene. Towering edifices lined the streets, each emanating a unique spiritual glow, while spirit practitioners traversed the thoroughfares with their diverse summoned beasts. Guided by a kind-hearted spirit practitioner, Yi arrived at the residence of an elite summoned beast team. The base was a magnificent estate, surrounded by lush greenery, with a grand and solemn entrance adorned with exquisite carvings that showcased the team's glory and history. The team leader, Song Yan, awaited their arrival. Tall and wise, he greeted Yi with a warm smile. "Welcome, Yi. We have long anticipated your joining us." Song Yan escorted Yi on a tour of the estate, first arriving at the training grounds where numerous team members were engaged in training with their summoned beasts. Song Yan explained, "This is where everyone enhances their strength and refines their cooperation. You are welcome to spar and exchange insights at any time." Yi observed some members manipulating water elements, their summoned water python unleashing surging columns of water, while others, skilled in wind magic, had their wind eagle soaring swiftly in the skies. Next, they visited the library. Song Yan remarked, "This repository houses the accumulated knowledge of the team over many years, which will greatly aid your and your summoned beast's growth." Yi gazed at the multitude of books, his heart brimming with anticipation, fully aware that this knowledge would be an invaluable treasure. Subsequently, Song Yan introduced Yi to the team members, who warmly welcomed his arrival. During their conversations, Yi learned that the team had recently been tracking a malevolent force that had been plundering resources and capturing spirit beasts for sinister experiments on the fringes of the Spirit-General Realm, severely disrupting local peace and order. Yi realized that his integration into the team would soon lead him into a formidable challenge. Chapter 63. Team Executes Mission. Delving into peril to confront evil forces after joining the team, Yi swiftly immersed himself in preparations, harmonizing with team members to understand their combat styles and specialties. Simultaneously, he intensified training with his beasts, enhancing their mutual understanding and strength. Before long, the team received credible intelligence indicating that malevolent forces were frequently active in a valley at the edge of the Spirit-General Realm, suspected of conducting a large-scale sinister ritual. Song Yan resolved to lead the team into action to dismantle the enemy's nefarious plot. On the day of the operation, the team members bore solemn expressions, each summoning their beasts. Yi Ichi, mounted atop a Qilin, exhibited unwavering determination. Song Yan commenced the deployment of the battle plan. The vanguard team would draw the enemy's attention from the front, creating a diversion. The flanking team would maneuver from the sides to encircle and prevent any escape. The main force, alongside me and Yi, would launch a surprise attack from the rear, targeting the heart of their ceremonial ground. The team stealthily advanced toward the valley, and as they drew near, the vanguard team initiated the assault. The sounds of battle and the clash of spiritual energies erupted instantaneously, prompting the malevolent guards to react fiercely against the vanguard team. Seizing the opportunity, the main force, where Yi was positioned, swiftly pressed deeper into the valley. However, the path ahead proved treacherous, laden with traps and hidden foes. Suddenly, a throng of dark figures surged forth from the surrounding rocks, revealing a pack of wolves, manipulated by malevolent forces. These wolves were colossal, their eyes gleaming with eerie red light, their mouths oozing green venom, exuding an abhorrent stench. Yi promptly issued commands. "Qilin, Xiongqi, Taowu, Bo, confront them head-on and show them our strength. Bifang, take to the skies and employ flames for ranged attacks to disrupt their movements. Xuanwu, utilize your bewilderment techniques to minimize their effective strikes. Xuanwu, guard the surroundings to prevent any ambushes. Baize, observe the battlefield closely and seek out the enemy's weaknesses." The Qilin roared and charged forward, unleashing searing flames that instantly ignited several wolves. Xiongqi followed closely, its body engulfed in black flames that surged towards the enemy like a tumultuous tide, eliciting anguished howls from the wolves. Taowu and Bo, leveraging their formidable strength and speed, rampaged through the pack, each strike sending a wolf flying. Bifang circled overhead, azure flames descending like meteors, striking the foes with precision. Xuanwu concentrated, her 9 tails swaying gently, releasing potent bewilderment that caused some wolves to turn on each other, disrupting their once cohesive formation. Xuanwu stood resolutely beside Yi, its massive shell radiating a dense aura of spiritual energy, forming a robust defensive barrier. A few wolves attempting to ambush were repelled by Xuanwu's defense. Baize, observing calmly from the side, noted that despite the wolves' numbers, their movements seemed constrained by some unseen force, rendering their attacks somewhat awkward. Through a mental connection, Baize relayed this insight to Yi, who pondered briefly before proclaiming loudly, "Everyone, concentrate your attacks on the joints of the wolves' legs. Their movements are restricted, and targeting these joints will incapacitate their fighting capability." Upon hearing Yi's call, the team members promptly adjusted their assault direction. The flames of the Qilin and the Xuanwu converged, targeting the legs of the wild wolves, while the Taowu and the Bo utilized their sharp claws and formidable strength to rend the joints of their prey. Under the combined assault, one by one, the wild wolves fell. Chapter 64. Encounter with an evil organization. Baize and Xuanwu take the lead after repelling the wolf pack. Yi and his team pressed deeper into the valley. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, suffused with a pungent stench of decay, as if a malevolent force lurked in the shadows. Suddenly, a massive black barrier loomed ahead, resembling a towering wall that obstructed their path. The surface was etched with twisted, eerie runes, each emanating a chilling dark energy, silently warning intruders to turn back. Song Yan's expression turned grave as he murmured, "This must be a formidable defense set by the forces of evil. We must remain vigilant." No sooner had he spoken than a throng of dark-cloaked figures emerged from the barrier. They varied in stature, yet all bore expressions of ferocity and cruelty. Wielding weapons infused with dark energy, their edges shrouded in swirling black mist, poised to strike. Among the cloaked figures, two stood out remarkably. One was tall and imposing, draped in a black hood that concealed all but his eyes, which blazed with an infernal flame. He grasped a black staff crowned with a large, dark crystal, within which countless tormented souls seemed to writhe in agony, emitting faint, mournful wails. The other figure was shorter, yet radiated a chilling malevolence. His hands resembled talons, glinting with a sinister light, leaving shallow black footprints with every step he took. Through their mental connection, Baize swiftly conveyed to Yi, the one wielding the staff possesses immense spiritual power. He is likely the leader of this group. The other appears to be his subordinate, agile and skilled in close combat. Yi nodded slightly, contemplating strategies for their impending confrontation. Before Yi could issue a command, Baize and Xuanwu surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Baize, agile as a flash of white lightning, swiftly reached the leader. Chanting incantations, a brilliant white light erupted between his horns, resembling a majestic white dragon. Charging straight at the leader. The leader, upon witnessing this, scoffed disdainfully and swung his staff. From the black crystal erupted a dense cloud of black smoke, resembling a vast dark curtain that collided with the white luminescence. In an instant, the light and smoke intertwined, unleashing a potent surge of spiritual energy, causing the air around them to boil and churn violently. Meanwhile, Xuanwu lunged towards the subordinate, its body engulfed in roaring black flames, akin to a moving volcano, radiating a sense of annihilation. With its massive jaws agape, revealing razor-sharp fangs, it aimed a bite at the subordinate. The subordinate, agile as a specter, deftly evaded Xuanwu's attack and, with lightning speed, clawed towards Xuanwu's eyes. Xuanwu swiftly turned its head, employing its sharp claws to deflect the attack from the subordinate, while flames erupted from its mouth like a surging tide, enveloping the subordinate in a fiery embrace. Surrounded by flames, the subordinate let out an enraged roar, his black robe thrashing violently as he struggled to withstand the onslaught. Upon witnessing Baize and Xuanwu engaging the enemy, Yi immediately utilized their mental connection to issue commands to the other beast tamers. Qilin, swiftly assist Xuanwu, focusing your strength on that subordinate. Bifang, ascend into the air and unleash your most potent flames upon the leader to disrupt his movements. Xuanwu, employ your bewildering techniques to diminish the combat efficacy of the surrounding members in black robes. Xuanwu, ensure the protection of our team members to prevent any surprise attacks from the enemy. Tonglu and Bo, remain vigilant, prepared to respond to any unexpected situations. Upon receiving the command, Qilin charged towards the battlefield like a red meteor, its arrival intensifying the pressure on the subordinate. Qilin expelled scorching flames that harmonized with Xuanwu's black fire, creating a formidable torrent of flames that surged towards the subordinate. The subordinate dodged left and right amidst the flames, his robe ignited and emanating billows of black smoke. Yet, with his agile prowess, he tenaciously resisted. Bifang circled in the air before stretching its wings, unleashing a barrage of azure flames that rained down upon the leader. The leader, caught in a frenzy of trying to fend off Baize's white light while evading the onslaught of Bifang's azure flames, appeared increasingly flustered. The clash of white light and azure flames incessantly battered his dark spiritual defenses, causing him to stagger slightly. Meanwhile, Xuanwu concentrated all its energy, its 9 tails gently swaying, releasing a powerful aura of confusion. The expressions of the surrounding black-robed members gradually turned dazed, their weapons slipping from their grasp. Some even began to attack one another, mumbling incoherent phrases. The once orderly ranks of the malevolent organization were plunged into chaos. Amidst the intense battle, Yi meticulously monitored the situation on the battlefield. He understood the critical importance of this fight. Any misstep could not only endanger the team, but also threaten the entire beast-taming world with catastrophic repercussions. He remained ever vigilant for the enemy's weaknesses, searching for the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. Chapter 65. The coordination of other divine beasts to repel the forces of evil. As Baize and Xuanwu clashed fiercely with the enemy, Qilin arrived at the subordinate's side, forming a powerful pincer attack alongside Xuanwu. With a fierce roar, Qilin unleashed a torrent of searing flames from its mouth, resembling a surging pillar of fire, aimed directly at the subordinate. Taken by surprise, the subordinate found his black robe ignited, flames rapidly consuming him. Seizing this opportunity, Xuanwu lunged fiercely at the subordinate, its sharp claws glinting ominously as they aimed directly for the subordinate's shoulder. The subordinate fought back valiantly, barely managing to block Xuanwu's assault with his talons. Yet he was still forced to stagger back from the sheer force of Xuanwu's strike. At that moment, Bifang's attack on the leader also bore significant results. The leader, fully occupied with fending off Baize's white radiance, was suddenly caught off guard by Bifang's azure flames. The azure flames danced like ethereal sprites, swiftly penetrating the leader's dark energy defenses and striking his corporeal form. The leader emitted a muffled groan, his body shuddering slightly as black smoke billowed from him, attempting to obscure his wounded state and restore his strength. The enchantment of the nine-tailed fox continued to wreak havoc, ensnaring an ever-increasing number of cloaked members in disarray. Their gazes became vacant, their movements sluggish, with some even turning upon themselves in a frenzied melee. This significantly diminished the overall combat effectiveness of the malevolent organization, creating advantageous conditions for Yi and his team. The Xuanwu stood steadfast, akin to an impregnable fortress, diligently guarding the perimeter of the team. The runes etched upon its formidable shell glimmered, emanating a powerful aura of spiritual energy that formed an unassailable barrier. Occasionally, a cloaked member would attempt to breach the line for a surprise attack, only to be effortlessly repelled by the Xuanwu. Its presence allowed the team members to engage in battle without a trace of worry. Tao Wu and Bo stood ready at the side, their eyes fixed intently on the battlefield, poised to assist their beleaguered comrades at a moment's notice. They radiated an overwhelming essence of power, reminiscent of two volcanoes on the brink of eruption, instilling immense trepidation in the enemy. Yi astutely seized the moment when the leader was injured, a spark igniting within him as he concentrated all his spiritual energy into his palm. His hand blazed with a brilliant light as a formidable beam of spiritual energy arced toward the leader like a bolt of lightning. Having just recovered from the assaults of Baize and Bifang, the leader found himself facing Yi's beam and, in a hasty reaction, could only raise his staff to defend. The beam struck the staff with tremendous force, causing it to tremble violently in his grip, while the leader himself was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. With the loss of their leader's command, the morale of the evil organization's members plummeted into chaos. Xuanwu and Qilin seized the opportunity presented by the injury of the lieutenant, launching a ferocious counterattack. Xuanwu sank his teeth into the lieutenant's arm, eliciting a blood-curdling scream, while Qilin engulfed him entirely in flames, reducing him to ashes after a brief struggle. Witnessing the consecutive downfall of their leader and lieutenant, the remaining cloaked members, still unscathed by confusion, were gripped by fear and began to scatter in all directions. Without hesitation, Yi commanded the summoned beasts to pursue relentlessly. Do not let them escape. We must thoroughly repel this evil force. Upon receiving the directive, the beasts sprang into action. Qilin and Xuanwu led the charge, racing after the fleeing cloaked members, flames and dark fire blazing behind them, devouring those who attempted to flee. Bifang soared high above, striking the retreating foes with azure flames, accurately hitting targets and leaving them with no avenue of escape. The nine-tailed fox continued to weave its illusions, further disorienting the panicked fleeing members, causing them to collide and descend into chaos. Under the onslaught of the summoned beasts, the members of the malevolent organization fell one by one. The remaining members, sensing the dire turn of events, could do naught but flee into the depths of the valley. Yi and his team triumphed in repelling this malevolent force, yet they understood that this was but a fraction of the organization's might. Far graver challenges awaited them on the horizon. Song Yin gazed at Yi and his team of spirit beasts, his eyes brimming with admiration. Yi, you and your spirit beasts have exhibited remarkable prowess. The victory in this battle is a testament to your collective efforts. We must now persist in our pursuit of the enemy, dismantling their stronghold entirely to thwart their nefarious schemes. Yi nodded, his expression resolute as he replied, "Rest assured. Senior Song Yin, my spirit beasts and I shall exert every effort." At that moment, Yi understood that despite their triumph, the path ahead remained fraught with peril. The sinister organization's machinations loomed like a colossal shadow hidden in darkness, poised to unleash devastation upon the realm of spirit beasts. They had to hasten their actions to impede the organization's forthcoming stratagem. Chapter 66. Pursuing the trail of evil and uncovering the hidden conspiracy following the repulsion of the malevolent forces, Yi and his comrades exhibited no signs of complacency. Acutely aware of the necessity to swiftly track the enemy's trail, to unveil the concealed conspiracy orchestrated by the evil organization, thereby eradicating the threat. Baize, drawing upon its vast knowledge and keen perceptive abilities, meticulously scoured the battlefield for any remnants left by the nefarious forces. It intermittently lowered its head to sniff the ground and used its hooves to excavate the soil, leaving no potential clue overlooked. After considerable effort, Baize discerned that the direction of the enemy's flight seemed to lead towards a mysterious area deeper within the valley, perpetually shrouded in thick fog, emanating faint ripples of dark spiritual energy, rumored to harbor formidable and malevolent power. After conferring with Song Yin, Yi resolved to guide the team along the path of the enemy's retreat. Throughout their journey, the group remained vigilant, attuned to their surroundings. The spirit beasts, too, exhibited heightened alertness. The Qilin stood proud, flames flickering around its form, ever poised for an assault. Bifang circled in the air, its sharp gaze scanning the terrain below. Xuanwu closely trailed the group, its shell adorned with glowing runes enhancing its defenses. The nine-tailed fox darted gracefully around the team, vigilant for any ambushes. The Taowu and bow flanked the sides, muscles taut and ready to spring into action. Baize and Xuanwu remained closely tethered to Yi, perpetually prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. As they ventured deeper into the fog-laden expanse, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. The mist thickened as though tangible, obscuring vision to a mere few meters ahead. Haunting sounds occasionally echoed through the haze, reminiscent of countless tormented souls weeping, or perhaps the sinister whispers of malevolence attempting to unhinge their minds. Suddenly, Bifang emitted a sharp cry, causing Yi's heart to constrict as he sensed imminent danger. Indeed, a phantasmal assembly emerged before them. Their translucent forms flickered in the mist, exuding a bone-chilling aura. With each step closer, the ambient temperature plummeted drastically. Yi swiftly assessed the situation, discerning that these apparitions were likely the defensive line established by the malevolent organization. Through a mental connection, he calmly addressed his spirit beasts. "Be cautious, everyone. These specters may appear ethereal, yet they undoubtedly possess formidable spiritual attacks. Qilin, use your flames to disperse the mist, allowing us to discern the enemy's movements. Bifang, unleash a searing flame attack upon the specters. They should fear the heat." The nine-tailed fox harnessed its mental prowess to disrupt the movements of the apparitions. The black tortoise fortified its defenses, ensuring the safety of all. The Taowu and the bow prepared to counter any close-range assaults from the phantoms. Meanwhile, the Baize and the Xuanwu remained vigilant for any hidden adversaries lurking in the shadows. Without hesitation, the Qilin opened its maw wide and unleashed a torrent of blazing flames. The fire, akin to a searing sword, swiftly cut through the mist, spreading outward with fervor. As the flames danced, the fog gradually dissipated, revealing the once obscured forms of the ghosts. Following closely, the Bifang spread its wings, propelling a cascade of azure flames towards the specters like shooting stars. Struck by the intense heat, the ghosts emitted piercing cries, their bodies contorting and distorting. Black fissures appearing on their formerly translucent forms. Concentrating fiercely, the nine-tailed fox released a formidable wave of mental energy. Its eyes shimmered with an enigmatic light, while its nine tails swayed gently, the psychic force extending like invisible tendrils towards the spirits. Some of the phantoms faltered, their movements slowed, and the previously organized formation of their attacks descended into chaos. The black tortoise, meanwhile, conjured a robust spiritual shield around the team, radiating a gentle glow that repelled the occasional frigid assaults of the ghosts. When the icy energies struck the shield, they produced a crisp sound before dissipating into wisps of mist. The Taowu and the bow, leveraging their immense strength, sent the approaching phantoms flying. The ghosts, upon impact, soared backward like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground. The Baize and the Xuanwu remained on high alert, meticulously scanning their surroundings for any additional concealed foes seeking to exploit the situation. Their gazes were sharp, leaving no minute detail unobserved. After a fierce skirmish, Yi and his beast companions succeeded in repelling the band of spirits. As they pressed onward, they finally stumbled upon clues regarding the nefarious organization's wicked plot. Within a concealed cave, they discovered an ancient tome tainted by dark spiritual energy. The cover of the book was tattered and worn, inscribed with bizarre symbols and patterns. Cautiously, Yi opened the volume. A wave of dark energy surged forth, but with Baize's assistance, he managed to withstand its force. The tome detailed a forbidden dark ritual seemingly linked to the summoning of a formidable dark demon. The ceremony demanded a plethora of spirit beasts as sacrifices, to be conducted at a specific location and time. If successful, the dark demon would descend, plunging the entire realm of spirit beasts into interminable darkness and chaos. Yi realized that the evil organization's intentions were far more horrific than they had imagined. If they did not act swiftly to thwart them, the world of spirit beasts would face utter catastrophe. He conveyed the contents of the ancient text to Song Yin and the team members, their expressions turning grave. Song Yin asserted, "We must hasten our actions to locate the stronghold of the evil organization and thwart their sinister plans." Yi nodded, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. "Regardless of the cost, we shall protect the peace of the spirit beast realm." At that moment, Yi and his companions understood that the path ahead was fraught with peril, yet not a single thought of retreat crossed their minds. A more formidable battle loomed on the horizon. Chapter 67. Discovering the mysterious stronghold. Preparing for an in-depth investigation, Yi and his team gazed solemnly at the ancient tome, tainted by the darkness of malevolent energy. They were acutely aware that if the nefarious organization's plot succeeded, the entire Beast-Master realm would be plunged into irretrievable ruin. Based on the clues within the tome and Baize's analysis, the mysterious stronghold of the evil organization was likely hidden deep within the fog-laden area. The group continued their arduous search through the mist, each step taken with the utmost caution, fearful of triggering concealed dangers. The beasts remained on high alert, prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. The flames of the Qilin blazed more fiercely, illuminating the surrounding fog. Bifang circled overhead, its keen gaze piercing through the haze. Scrutinizing the movements ahead, the runes upon Xuanwu's shell glimmered brightly, bolstering their defenses. The agile figure of the nine-tailed fox flitted through the ranks, acutely sensing the ambient energies. Xuanwu and Bo flanked the team, muscles taut and brimming with strength. Baize and Xuanwu closely followed Yi, their wisdom and power serving as a safeguard for the group. After a prolonged search, they finally uncovered a concealed entrance beneath a steep cliff. The entrance was shrouded in a faint veil of dark energy, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Surrounding the entrance were intricate runes that exuded an eerie glow, seemingly whispering ancient and malevolent incantations. The power of the runes intertwined, forming an invisible barrier that thwarted the entry of outsiders. Song Yin gazed at the entrance, his expression grave as he remarked, "This must be the mysterious stronghold of the evil organization. We must exercise extreme caution. It is surely riddled with deadly traps and formidable guards. We need to devise a meticulous plan to ensure the success of our mission." Yi nodded, having prepared himself and his beasts thoroughly for the impending challenge. The team began formulating a plan for their investigation. Song Yin proposed, "We should divide into several groups. One to scout for traps, utilizing specialized energy detectors and acute perception to identify and neutralize dangers in advance. Another group will divert the enemy's attention, creating disturbances to draw away the guards within the stronghold. A third group will seek crucial information regarding the malevolent ritual, as this knowledge is vital to thwarting the organization's scheme. Yi, your team of beasts possesses great mobility. You will provide flexible support to the various groups. Throughout the operation, we must maintain close communication to relay updates." Yi concurred, turning to his beasts and saying, "This mission is fraught with peril. Yet we bear the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the Beast-Master realm. We must prevail. Qilin, in critical moments, you shall lead the charge with your formidable strength. Bifang, conduct aerial reconnaissance to promptly identify enemy movements and furnish us with accurate intelligence. Nine-tailed fox, your skills in deception will aid our infiltration, minimizing conflict. Xuanwu, ensure the safety of your comrades, particularly during perilous times. Your defense is paramount. Xuanwu and Bo, Be ever ready to launch a decisive assault, delivering a lethal blow to our foes. Baize and Xuanwu, with your wisdom and strength, assist us in confronting various unforeseen circumstances, particularly by remaining vigilant against the dark spells that malevolent organizations may employ. The beasts responded in unison, their eyes brimming with determination and resolve. The Qilin let out a thunderous roar, flames soaring towards the heavens, signifying its unwavering commitment. Bifang called out and took to the skies, exhibiting its agility. The nine-tailed fox gracefully swayed its 9 tails, eyes glimmering with the light of wisdom. Xuanwu stood steadfastly, the runes on its shell glowing even more brightly. Tao Wu and Bo excitedly paced back and forth, eagerly anticipating action, while Baize and Xuanwu exuded an aura of formidable power, poised for the commencement of their endeavor. Once prepared, the team cautiously advanced towards the entrance of the enigmatic stronghold. The group assigned to scout for traps led the way, wielding spiritual energy detectors to meticulously assess the surrounding fluctuations of spiritual energy. As they neared the entrance, the detector emitted a faint alarm. One team member crouched down to examine the ground closely, discovering subtle traces of runes. He carefully enveloped the runes with spiritual energy, attempting to disarm the trap. However, at the moment his fingers brushed against the runes, they suddenly illuminated, and a beam of dark energy shot forth from the ground, hurtling towards him. Yi reacted swiftly, shouting, "Xuanwu, protect him." Xuanwu immediately positioned itself in front of the team member, its massive shell shielding him from the dark energy beam. The beam struck the shell with a thunderous sound, causing the runes to flicker, yet Xuanwu steadfastly withstood the blow. The team member cast a grateful glance at Yi and Xuanwu before returning his focus to disarming the trap. Under Baize's guidance, he identified the critical node of the trap and successfully neutralized it. The group continued onward, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the stronghold. The dark energy barrier at the entrance loomed before them like a formidable wall. Baize stepped forward, scrutinizing the runes inscribed upon the barrier, its eyes shimmering with intelligence as it endeavored to decipher the power and method of breaking the rune seal. After a moment, Baize conveyed through a mental link to Yi. These runes are interconnected, forming a dark seal. Should we force our way through, it will undoubtedly provoke a fierce counterattack. We must locate the weak point of the seal and approach it from there. Yi nodded in agreement, signaling for everyone to remain silent and await Baize's instructions. Baize circled the barrier slowly, its hooves lightly tapping the ground, releasing a gentle wave of spiritual energy in an attempt to resonate with the runes. Suddenly, Baize halted, its gaze fixed upon a rune at the base of the barrier. Baize unleashed its spiritual energy once more. This time, the rune quivered slightly, and the flow of energy around it became momentarily chaotic. Baize addressed Yi, saying, "This is the spot. This rune appears to be one of the keys to the entire seal. I shall attempt to stabilize it while you and the Qilin channel your energy to strike another rune connected to it. Perhaps we can shatter this barrier." Heeding Baize's counsel, Yi concentrated alongside the Qilin, directing their energy towards the rune indicated by Baize. The Qilin opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of searing flames, while Yi infused his own spiritual energy into the flames, forging a powerful pillar of spiritual fire aimed directly at the target rune. The runes flickered erratically under the impact of the arcane fire pillars. Just as the runes were on the verge of shattering, other runes on the barrier suddenly illuminated, unleashing a formidable force of darkness in an attempt to withstand the assaults of Yi and Qilin. However, at that moment, Baize was exerting every effort to stabilize the crucial rune, preventing the other runes from forming an effective defense. Under the relentless onslaught of Yi and Qilin, the targeted rune eventually shattered, resulting in the dissolution of the dark energy barrier. The group successfully entered the interior of the stronghold. This space was expansive yet permeated with a suffocating aura of darkness. Massive stone pillars supported the ceiling, each engraved with sinister patterns. Surrounding them were various instruments powered by dark energy, emanating an eerie glow and a low, resonant hum, as if engaged in some nefarious ritual. Numerous figures in black robes busily traversed the area, their faces alight with fervor, seemingly brimming with anticipation for the impending malevolent ceremony. Yi understood that an intense battle was imminent, and they needed to acquire crucial information regarding the wicked ritual in order to thwart the evil organization's schemes. He once again communicated commands to his beast companions through their mental link. Everyone, remain vigilant. Proceed according to plan, avoid revealing your positions, and await the opportune moment to strike. The beasts comprehended his intent, each seeking a concealed position to lie in wait. The group tasked with diverting the enemy's attention quietly maneuvered to the side of the stronghold, producing pre-prepared magical artifacts that released a powerful wave of energy. This surge rippled through the stronghold like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly inciting chaos within. The robed figures surged towards the direction of the energy disturbance, chanting incomprehensible spells. Seizing this moment, Yi led the team responsible for locating critical information, along with his beast companions, deeper into the stronghold. However, the malevolent organization was evidently well prepared, as traps lay in wait along their path. Ahead, a vast circular chamber emerged, its floor adorned with intricate runes. The instant Yi stepped into the room, the runes flared to life, and from the walls surged countless black tendrils, reaching out to seize them. These tendrils were robust and powerful, their surfaces cloaked in a layer of black scales, exuding an utterly repulsive odor. Yi urgently called out, "Xuanwu, deploy the defense." Xuanwu swiftly enlarged, its shell inscribed with glowing runes, forming a formidable shield that thwarted the onslaught of the black tendrils. The tendrils collided with the shield, producing a dull thud, yet Xuanwu's defense stood unyielding, not budging an inch. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox employed its illusionary techniques in an attempt to disrupt the control exerted over the tendrils. Its eyes sparkled with enchanting light, nine tails swaying gracefully, releasing a potent mental force. With the nine-tailed fox's efforts, the movements of some tendrils slowed, their attack rhythm disrupted and no longer as ferocious as before. Seizing the opportunity, Qilin and Xiongqi launched their assault, intertwining flames of Qilin and the dark fire of Xiongqi, igniting the black tendrils. Upon contact, the tendrils ignited, the black scales sizzling in the flames, gradually succumbing to the inferno. The tentacles writhed in agony amidst the flames, emitting deep, resonant howls. After traversing this chamber, they encountered yet another barrier of spiritual energy. Dark spiritual power flowed through the barrier, rebuffing any who dared approach with formidable force. Baize scrutinized the barrier and discerned a relatively weak point. He instructed Bifang to concentrate its fiery essence and launch an assault at this vulnerable spot. After spiraling gracefully in the air, Bifang flapped its wings with vigor, unleashing a searing azure flame that shot towards the barrier like a laser. Under the relentless onslaught of Bifang, a slender crack began to form upon the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Yi and his beast companions exerted their strength in unison, successfully breaching the barrier. As they delved deeper into the stronghold, they drew nearer to the core of the nefarious ritual. However, the guards here were even more formidable. Several powerful figures in black robes stood sentinel at the entrance, exuding a darker spiritual power than the foes they had previously encountered. Yi inhaled deeply, aware that the true challenge was only just beginning. He and his beasts would have to muster their utmost strength to acquire the vital information needed to thwart the malevolent ceremony. Chapter 68. Infiltrating the sinister stronghold. Cautiously evading numerous traps, having breached the previous barrier, Yi and his team became increasingly vigilant, fully aware that proximity to the core area amplified the peril. The black-robed sentinels guarding the entrance to the heart of the evil ritual towered before them like insurmountable mountains, radiating a powerful and chilling aura of dark spiritual energy. Observing these sentinels, Yi noted their apparent anticipation as they did not immediately launch an attack. He surmised that this might be a deliberate psychological tactic employed by the malevolent organization to instill fear and provoke a lapse in their defenses. Through a mental connection, Yi whispered to his beasts, "Do not be intimidated by their presence. Remain composed as we seek an opportunity to breach their line." The nine-tailed fox took the initiative, stealthily approaching the black-robed figures while utilizing the surrounding shadows for cover. When sufficiently close, the nine-tailed fox employed its bewilderment technique, aiming to disrupt their mental focus. Its eyes shimmered with an otherworldly light as its nine tails swayed gently, sending forth an invisible wave of psychic energy toward the sentinels. However, these black-robed figures appeared to possess a degree of resistance to the bewilderment technique. They merely staggered momentarily before regaining their composure. The sentinels detected the presence of the nine-tailed fox, and one of them suddenly conjured a black scythe, plunging it toward the shadows where the fox resided. The nine-tailed fox nimbly evaded this lethal strike. Observing this development, Yi promptly commanded the Qilin to attack. With a resounding roar, the Qilin surged forth like a blazing meteor, exhaling searing flames that formed a wall of fire, sweeping toward the black-robed figures. The sentinels, in response, summoned their dark spiritual energy to defend themselves. Their hands moved in concert, and black mist rose from the ground to collide with the Qilin's flames. The flames and mist clashed, erupting in a brilliant display of light that illuminated the entire corridor. Xiongqi also joined the fray, its body ablaze with dark flames as it lunged fiercely at the black-robed sentinels. The cloaked figures were divided into two groups. One continued to fend off the flames of the Qilin, while the other focused all their efforts on countering the assault of the Xiongqi. Bifang circled above, keenly awaiting the opportune moment to unleash azure flames upon the cloaked figures. The azure flames shot forth like arrows, compelling the cloaked figures to split their attention. At that moment, Yi discerned a slight crack in their defenses and seized the opportunity to urge Tonglu and Bo. Now is the time. Rush in and strike at their vulnerabilities. Like lightning, Tonglu and Bo charged toward the cloaked figures, utilizing their immense strength and speed to breach the defenses in an instant. Launching a close-range assault, under the combined onslaught of the beast companions, the cloaked figures gradually faltered. One of the figures, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to flee to alert the other guards. However, Baize acted swiftly, releasing a beam of white light from its dual horns, immobilizing that cloaked figure. The remaining cloaked figures, witnessing this, fell into further disarray, ultimately succumbing to Yi and the beast's relentless assault. Having vanquished the guardians at the entrance, Yi and his team ventured into the core area of the sinister ritual. The surroundings grew increasingly eerie, dominated by a massive black altar at the center, adorned with mysterious runes that flickered with an ominous glow, as if resonating with some malevolent force. Surrounding the altar were various nefarious offerings, predominantly the carcasses of spirit beasts tainted by dark energy, exuding a repugnant stench. Yi understood that crucial information likely lay hidden near this altar. Yet, the traps here were far more intricate and perilous. As they approached the altar, the ground suddenly cracked open, and a multitude of sharp black bone spikes erupted from below. Lunging toward them, Xuanwu rapidly enlarged its shell, forming a colossal shield that enveloped the group. The spikes collided with the shell, producing a cacophony of grating sounds. Yet they could not penetrate Xuanwu's defenses. Soon after, a gigantic black vortex appeared above the altar, from which countless black bats surged forth, their eyes gleaming with a blood-red light as they charged toward the group. Bifang immediately exhaled azure flames, creating a fiery barrier around them to thwart the bats' advance. However, the sheer number of bats relentlessly assaulted the flames, attempting to breach the defenses. Realizing they could not remain in a passive stance, Yi called out to his beast companions, "We cannot be ensnared here. Qilin, Xiongqi, attack the altar and dismantle the source of this trap. Nine-tailed fox, amplify your illusionary techniques to disrupt the bat's movements. Xuanwu, maintain your defensive stance. Bifang, while attacking the bats with flames, remain vigilant for any other traps in the vicinity. Tonglu and Bo, be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Baize, seek out the means to dismantle the traps." The Qilin and Xiongqi surged toward the altar, unleashing their flames with full force in an offensive strike. The altar flickered under the onslaught, the runes shimmering erratically. The nine-tailed fox concentrated intently, honing its illusionary skills to their utmost, causing a portion of the bats to become disoriented and turn on one another, thereby diminishing the impact upon the fiery barrier. Meanwhile, Baize meticulously surveyed the surroundings, striving to uncover the key to dismantling the traps. In the midst of a fierce battle, Baize discerned that the flickering frequency of one particular rune on the altar differed from the others, surmising that it might hold the key to unraveling the trap. Through a mental connection, Baize conveyed this insight to Yi, who promptly commanded the Qilin and Xiongqi to concentrate their fiery energies on the unique rune. Under the relentless assault of flames, the rune ultimately shattered, causing the black vortex and ebony bats to vanish in an instant. While the bone spikes on the ground retracted into the earth, Yi and his team continued their search for pivotal information within the core area. On one side of the altar, they discovered a black scroll emanating a potent aura of dark spiritual energy. Yi cautiously picked up the scroll, and as he unfurled it, a wave of dark power surged forth. However, with Baize's assistance, he successfully withstood this force. The scroll detailed the specific steps of a nefarious ritual, the conditions required, and its ultimate objective, to summon a dark demon god to dominate the Beast-Master world. Aware that time was of the essence, Yi understood they must swiftly thwart the evil organization's scheme. Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted outside, signaling the approach of more adversaries. Chapter 69. Confronting the enemy head-on. Having just acquired crucial information, Yi heard the commotion outside, clearly indicating that more foes were converging on the core area. He quickly secured the scroll and prepared his beasts for battle. Before long, A throng of black-robed figures surged into the core area, encircling Yi and his team. Each of these dark figures exuded formidable power, their presence thick with dark spiritual energy. Leading them was a tall, stern-faced black-robed man, wielding a longsword that glimmered with an eerie light. His gaze filled with disdain and murderous intent towards Yi and his companions. "You dare to intrude this far? This shall be your tomb." His voice was cold and deep, echoing as though from the abyss of hell. Unfazed, Yi boldly retorted, "Your wicked schemes shall not prevail. Today marks your doom." With that, he issued a series of commands to his beasts. "Qilin, unleash your full power and break through their encirclement. Bifang, launch an aerial assault to disrupt their formation. Nine-tailed fox, employ your illusionary techniques to sow confusion among the enemy ranks. Xuanwu, safeguard the team against surprise attacks. Taowu and Bo, coordinate with Qilin to deliver a decisive blow. Baize and Xuanwu, assist us in countering the enemy's special attacks." The Qilin initiated the assault, letting out a thunderous roar as flames erupted around it, swelling to towering heights, resembling an enraged fire giant charging into the ranks of black-robed figures. Wherever the flames spread, the dark figures recoiled in terror, yet many were still caught in the fiery onslaught, emitting anguished cries. Bifang soared through the air, flapping its wings to release countless azure flames that rained down with precision upon the black-robed adversaries. They hastily conjured dark energy shields to defend. But under Bifang's formidable fire attack, their shields began to falter. The nine-tailed fox focused intently, its nine tails thrashing vigorously as it unleashed a powerful aura of confusion. The surrounding black-robed figures' expressions gradually turned bewildered, their once cohesive formation descending into chaos. Some began to turn against one another, their minds disrupted by the nine-tailed fox's enchantments, completely losing their rationality. Amidst the chaos, the Qilin and the Taowu seized the opportunity to launch an assault. The Qilin blazed a trail with its flames, while the Taowu and the Bo charged through the throngs of dark-clad figures with their formidable strength and speed. Their strikes were fierce and powerful, sending the cloaked assailants sprawling with each blow. The Xuanwu joined the fray, its black flames burning even more intensely as it unleashed a column of dark fire that engulfed the dark-robed adversaries ahead. Yi attentively monitored the battlefield, noting that the leader among the dark figures, though momentarily restrained by the beast's onslaught, persisted in attempting to command the others to maintain their formation. Yi understood that if the leader were not dealt with first, the conflict would descend into a stalemate. Thus, he urged the Xuanwu, accompany me in eliminating that leader. With a thunderous roar, the Xuanwu surged forward alongside Yi towards the leader. The leader, upon seeing Yi and the Xuanwu charging at him, smirked coldly and swung his sword, sending forth a wave of dark energy toward them. The Xuanwu opened its maw wide, consuming the dark energy before continuing its advance. Meanwhile, Yi concentrated his spiritual energy in his palm, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the leader. Just as the Xuanwu was about to reach the leader, the latter suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Yi, thrusting his sword toward him. In that critical moment, the Xuanwu appeared just in time, shielding Yi with its shell. The leader's sword struck the shell with a piercing sound, but failed to penetrate the Xuanwu's defense. Yi swiftly turned and unleashed a spiritual attack against the leader. Taken by surprise, the leader was struck by the energy, causing him to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, the Xuanwu lunged at the leader, its jaws snapping toward him. The leader hastily raised his sword to defend, and the Xuanwu's teeth clashed against the blade, sending sparks flying. At that moment, the Bifang, observing the right moment, dove from the sky, its azure flames aimed directly at the leader. The leader, caught between fending off the Xuanwu's assault and evading the Bifang's fire, became disoriented. Yi capitalized on this chance, once more gathering his spiritual energy, and a powerful beam shot forth toward the leader. Struck by the beam, the leader coughed up blood and fell heavily to the ground. With the leader down, the morale of the dark-clad figures plummeted. Yi seized this opportunity to command the beasts to pursue the retreating foes relentlessly. Under the fierce assault from the beasts, the dark figures fell one after another, and the remaining ones began to scatter in flight. Yi recognized that although they had successfully repelled the enemy this time, the threat posed by the sinister organization remained. They needed to relay the information swiftly and devise a plan to thwart the malevolent ritual. Chapter 70. Successfully acquiring intelligence and understanding the evil organization's plan. After successfully extricating themselves from the clutches of the malevolent stronghold, Yi and his team dared not linger. Hastening toward a pre-selected safe haven. This refuge lay hidden within a secluded valley, ensconced among the mountains, surrounded by dense forests. The rich spiritual energy enveloped the area like a gentle mist, imparting an air of mystery to the land. Upon finally reaching the valley, Yi cautiously placed the black scroll, obtained from the evil stronghold, atop a flat boulder. The scroll emanates an eerie, shadowy glow, its inscribed runes pulsating as if imbued with life, casting a chilling aura of malevolence. The team members swiftly gather around, their expressions grave and solemn, their eyes betraying a mix of curiosity and unease regarding the scroll's contents. The antiquities expert, Elder Lin, approaches the scroll with deliberate caution. His gaze reveals a blend of focus and prudence as he gently brushes away the dust from its surface, squinting to decipher the ancient and obscure text. Meanwhile, Baize draws near, employing his vast knowledge of the ages to assist Elder Lin in the interpretation. As their understanding deepens, the sinister plans of the malevolent organization unfold before them like a dark tapestry. They have set their sights on the impending lunar eclipse, with the ominous location being the mysterious and perilous Shuriwe Valley in the northern realm of Lingjiang. The very name of Shuriwe Valley exudes a disquieting essence. During each lunar eclipse, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth undergo strange and chaotic transformations, and dark forces surge forth like a beast unleashed from its chains, recklessly consuming all in their path. In pursuit of their nefarious scheme to summon the dark demon, the organization has spent years in preparation. They have clandestinely constructed a chamber deep within the bowels of Shuriwe Valley, resembling a dark abyss. This chamber is shrouded in layers of dark prohibitions, housing countless spirit beasts that have been tainted by dark energies. These wretched creatures have become sacrifices for the wicked rituals. Once free to roam the corners of the Beast Master world, they have been cruelly captured by the malevolent organization. Dark sorcery has warped their minds and corroded their bodies, plunging them into ceaseless agony and despair. Their mournful cries seem to transcend the boundaries of space and time, resonating painfully in the hearts of those who hear them. Moreover, the evil organization has unleashed forbidden dark magic in the core of Shuriwe Valley, forcibly creating a passageway to the dark realm. This passage resembles a colossal and terrifying black hole, incessantly devouring the surrounding light and positive energy. At its center, Shuriwe Valley remains perpetually cloaked in a shroud of darkness, with eerie whispers and strange sounds occasionally emanating from the mist, as if countless malevolent souls are struggling and wailing within. The land surrounding the passage has become desolate and barren, life extinguished. The once beautiful valley has devolved into a silent hell. When the night of the eclipse arrives, as the moon is entirely consumed by darkness and the balance of yin and yang reaches its zenith, the malevolent organization aims to harness this overwhelming chaotic power, along with the dense dark energy contained within the sacrifices in the chamber, to attempt the summoning of the dark demon. Should the dark demon descend, the entire Beast Master world shall plunge into an abyss of endless darkness. This dark demon possesses the terrifying power to annihilate the heavens and earth, trampling upon all existence at will. Cities will crumble into ruins, forests will be reduced to ashes, rivers will run dry, and all life will vanish into the shadows, leaving the Beast Master world in a state of irreversible devastation. As he gazed at the information inscribed on the scroll, his expression grew as grave as forged iron. Feeling as though a colossal weight pressed upon his heart, he was acutely aware that time was no longer on their side. Every fleeting moment was as precious as gold, leaving no room for even the slightest negligence. The team members sat together, the atmosphere stifling to the point of suffocation, as if an invisible boulder bore down upon each of their hearts. They all understood the monumental duty they bore to save the Beastmaster world. In this battle, victory was their only option. With a deep breath, he shattered the silence, his voice resolute and powerful, reverberating through the valley like a resounding bell. Esteemed colleagues, we are now aware of the enemy's plans. Although formidable challenges lie ahead, we must not falter. The safety of the Beastmaster world rests in our hands. We must give our all. The team members nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination, as if ignited by a blazing flame illuminating the oppressive valley. At that moment, Elder Lin spoke slowly. From the information on the scroll, it is evident that the evil organization has thoroughly prepared for this ritual. They have established numerous defenses in the Eclipse Valley, presenting us with immense challenges. We must not only breach their defenses, but also dismantle their plans within a limited time frame. A single misstep could render our efforts futile. He nodded thoughtfully and replied, Elder Lin is correct. We must devise a detailed and comprehensive counter-strategy. Let us each contemplate how we can approach this, and how we might best thwart the malevolent ritual. A contemplative silence enveloped the group. Beside Yi, the Qilin lay quietly, its eyes betraying a hint of anxiety as it conveyed its concerns through their mental link. Master, the enemy is formidable. What shall we do? Yi gently stroked the Qilin's head, reassuringly stating, Fear not, Qilin. Our team possesses great strength, and with so many companions, we shall surely devise a plan. After a moment, Shen Feng, adept in tactical analysis, spoke up. I propose that we divide our forces into several groups. One team can search for and dismantle the underground chamber where the offerings are kept, depriving them of the essential conditions to conduct the ritual. Another group should seek out and seal the dark passage, severing their connection to the shadowy realm. Finally, a third team could launch a direct assault on the ritual site during the eclipse night to prevent the evil organization from completing their summoning. This proposal received unanimous support, though some voiced concerns. However, the Eclipse Valley is fraught with peril. The enemy is likely to have stationed formidable guards and traps at every critical location. How can we successfully breach their defenses and accomplish our mission? At this juncture, Baize interjected, I possess a certain understanding of dark spells and mysterious passages. Perhaps I could be of assistance in exploring the dark passage. As for the underground chamber, we must seek out individuals knowledgeable in dark prohibitions to aid us in breaching their defenses. After a moment's contemplation, Yi responded, Baize is correct. We must maximize each member's strengths. Senior Tsang Yin is well acquainted with the terrain of the Spirit-General Realm and the fluctuations of dark spiritual energy. I propose that Senior Tsang Yin lead a team to locate and dismantle the underground chamber. My companions and I, alongside a select few adept at tracking and confronting dark forces, embarked on a quest to locate and seal the dark passage. The remaining elite members formed a strike team, poised to launch a surprise assault on the ritual site during the night of the lunar eclipse. Tsang Yin nodded and declared, Very well. My team will swiftly locate the underground chamber and devise a method to sabotage the offerings. However, we require artifacts capable of dispelling dark enchantments and members well-versed in the techniques of breaking such seals. Yi responded, This poses no issue. We can enlist the assistance of Elder Lin to prepare some runes and tools for dispelling enchantments, and select several individuals proficient in seal breaking to join your team. Subsequently, the group engaged in a meticulous discussion regarding the specifics of each task, from the infiltration route into the Eclipse Valley to strategies for countering potential hazards. From communication methods with other teams to the designated assembly point post mission, every detail was thoroughly examined. Throughout this discourse, Yi continuously envisioned various scenarios in his mind. Contemplating appropriate responses, he understood that this battle allowed for no errors. Even the slightest misstep could plunge the entire Beastmaster world into irretrievable doom. After several hours of intense deliberation, a comprehensive strategy was finally established. Each member was made aware of their respective tasks and responsibilities, their eyes radiating determination and confidence, as if they were already poised to embrace the forthcoming challenges. Yet, Yi was acutely aware that merely having a plan was insufficient. They required ample preparation. Time was of the essence, and they needed to act swiftly. Thus, Yi proclaimed, Everyone, the plan has been devised. Now we must hasten our preparations. Each of you should gather the necessary tools and equipment while simultaneously intensifying your training to enhance your abilities. We must be thoroughly prepared before the arrival of the lunar eclipse to thwart the nefarious organization's schemes. The team members promptly rose, immersing themselves in their preparations. Watching their industrious figures, Yi silently vowed, regardless of the cost, I shall protect the Beastmaster world and ensure that the machinations of the evil organization do not prevail. As the sun gradually dipped toward the horizon, its waning light bathed the valley, cloaking this serene land in a golden veil. However, Yi and his team were acutely aware that behind this seemingly tranquil facade, an exhilarating battle was on the brink of unfolding. They had to race against time, striving to save the Beastmaster world. In the ensuing days, Yi and his Beastmaster team underwent rigorous training. The Qilin incessantly elevated the temperature and potency of its flames, roaring in the valley as fire surged skyward, instantly melting the surrounding rocks into magma. The Bifang practiced its aerial maneuvers, gaining speed like a streak of cerulean lightning across the sky. It also endeavored to compress its azure flames, rendering them more concentrated and formidable. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox focused on honing its illusionary skills, casting spells upon the trees in the valley, ensnaring them in a mirage, causing their branches and leaves to sway erratically. Xuanwu has intensified its defensive training, rendering its shell more formidable, with runes shimmering with an even more radiant glow, capable of withstanding more powerful assaults. Tonglu and Bo engage in rigorous training for strength and speed, chasing and colliding with one another in the valley, each impact resonating with a thunderous sound that causes the ground to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, Baize and Xuanwu remain industrious. Baize, utilizing its intellect, researches methods to counter dark spells, while Xuanwu relentlessly explores the mysteries of its dark flames, striving to develop more potent defensive skills. Concurrently, the team led by Tsangyan, with the assistance of Lin Lao, has amassed a plethora of runes and artifacts to dispel dark restraints. They meticulously surveyed the terrain surrounding the eclipsed moon valley, formulating several infiltration routes and devising contingency plans for various scenarios. The assault team, poised to strike at the ritual site on the night of the lunar eclipse, is also undergoing intense training. They simulate diverse combat scenarios to enhance their teamwork and study the combat style and weaknesses of the malevolent organization, seeking the optimal moment to launch their attack. As time progresses, the night of the lunar eclipse draws ever closer. Yi and his team members approach the conclusion of their preparations, fully aware that a life-and-death battle looms ahead, with the fate of the entire Beastmaster world hanging by a thread. Yet, they harbor no fear, their hearts brimming with unwavering belief and courage. Armed with this conviction and bravery, they embark on a journey to save the Beastmaster world, ready to engage in a breathtaking confrontation with the nefarious organization. Chapter 71. Formulating countermeasures and preparing to annihilate evil forces in a valley enveloped by an atmosphere of tranquility interwoven with tension. Yi and his team members engage in a profound and comprehensive discussion regarding their strategy to counter the malevolent organization. They understand that, in the face of such a meticulously crafted and sinister conspiracy, only by devising a detailed and interconnected strategic plan can they hope to achieve victory in the impending life-and-death struggle and rescue the Beastmaster world from peril. After extensive and fervent deliberation, a meticulously planned multi-pronged operation gradually takes shape. They decide to split into 3 groups to launch a comprehensive and lethal assault on the malevolent organization from different directions. The first group, led by the experienced and highly esteemed Tsangyan, has the primary task of locating and destroying the underground chamber where the sacrifices are kept. Having navigated the realm of spiritual generals for many years, Tsangyan possesses an intimate knowledge of every inch of this land, particularly attuned to the fluctuations of dark spiritual energy. As if endowed with an innate ability to track dark auras, he selectively chooses several members, each with unique strengths, to accompany him. These individuals are all top-tier experts in tracking and dispelling restraints. They plan to employ a specialized spiritual energy detector for a thorough search around the eclipsed moon valley. This detector, crafted with immense resources and dedication by the team's skilled artisans, boasts a complex and intricate design, embodying profound spiritual energy principles. It functions akin to a sophisticated radar, capable of precisely detecting the subtle fluctuations of dark spiritual energy, and, based on the intensity, frequency, and characteristics of these fluctuations, discerning the approximate location and distance of the target. Once the approximate location of the underground secret chamber is determined, they will exert their utmost effort to breach the intricate layers of dark prohibitions surrounding it. To confront this formidable challenge, they have prepared an abundance of precious spiritual energy shielding artifacts. These items, crafted from rare spiritual materials, are adorned with defensive runes that can unleash potent spiritual shields at critical moments, capable of withstanding the fierce onslaught of dark forces. They also carry various runes designed to dismantle the dark prohibitions, each inscribed with ancient and enigmatic incantations, resonating with powerful waves of spiritual energy. These runes were meticulously drawn by Elder Lin, who drew from numerous ancient texts and his years of research, serving as the key to unraveling the dark prohibitions. Furthermore, recovery elixirs are indispensable to ensure that the members maintain ample spiritual energy amidst the intense battles, allowing them to respond to unforeseen circumstances. The second route will be personally led by Yi, accompanied by a select group of elite members and his team of spirit beasts, tasked with exploring and sealing the dark passage. Yi's spirit beast team possesses extraordinary abilities. Each beast is endowed with unique powers and formidable strength, communicating with Yi in perfect harmony. Notably, Baize, possessing profound knowledge of all things, has an intricate understanding of both mysterious passages and dark sorcery, undoubtedly serving as a pivotal asset in this endeavor. They will follow the trail of dark spiritual energy emanating from the malevolent stronghold, akin to hunting dogs tracking their prey, gradually narrowing the search until they pinpoint the exact location of the dark passage. During this pursuit, Yi's spirit beasts will fulfill their designated roles. The Qilin, with its acute perception, can sense hidden dangers lurking in the shadows, providing early warnings to the team, enabling timely responses. Bifang, soaring through the skies, acts as a watchtower, capable of detecting any anomalies, whether they be enemy ambushes or subtle traces of the dark passage, leaving no detail unnoticed. The nine-tailed fox employs its beguiling skills to confuse potential adversaries, disrupting their mental states and clearing obstacles for the team's movements. Upon locating the dark passage, they will utilize the sealing artifacts and spiritual energy runes meticulously prepared by the team. These sealing artifacts, crafted over several years by the team's premier spiritual artisans, amalgamate various rare and potent materials, such as millennium cold iron and stellar crystals, embodying ancient and arcane sealing spells that can exert formidable binding power over the dark passage. The spiritual energy runes are carefully inscribed based on the sealing methods documented in ancient texts by the team's rune masters. At that moment, the team members must collaborate harmoniously, activating the runes in a specific sequence and rhythm, leveraging their power to sever the connection between the malevolent organization and the dark realm, ultimately sealing the dark passage completely. The third route will comprise the remaining elite members of the team, who will stealthily infiltrate the Eclipse Valley on the eve of the lunar eclipse, concealing themselves near the ritual site. These members are the creme de la creme of the team, battle-hardened with extensive combat experience and formidable prowess. Their mission is of paramount importance. Following the successful completion of their tasks by both Yi and the Xuanwu teams, they are to coordinate an assault on the malevolent organization at the ritual site, delivering a decisive blow to annihilate the enemy and thwart the dark ritual. To ensure the operation is foolproof, they meticulously scrutinized and refined every detail of the plan, from the clandestine route into the eclipsed moon valley to the optimal timing for the raid. From the methods of collaboration with the other two teams to contingency plans for various unforeseen circumstances, everything was crafted with thoroughness, leaving no room for error. They are acutely aware that this battle determines the fate of the Beast Master world, allowing for not the slightest misstep, as even a minor blunder could lead to total defeat. Once the plan was finalized, all parties swiftly engaged in intense preparations. They diligently inspected and organized their gear, weapons, and spiritual equipment, ensuring that each item was in perfect working order and ready for combat. Simultaneously, each individual silently reviewed their tasks and action plans, committing every detail to memory. Yi and his Beastmaster team were no exception. Through a mental connection, Yi communicated deeply with his beasts, reiterating their respective tasks and combat strategies. The beasts were invigorated, their eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. They shared a profound understanding with Yi of the arduous and crucial nature of this mission, willing to fight alongside him and expend every effort to safeguard the Beastmaster world. During the preparation of the tools, Elder Lin led several members skilled in rune drawing, working tirelessly day and night to produce the runes necessary for dismantling restrictions and sealing pathways. They were wholly focused, pouring all their energy into every stroke, striving for the perfection and potency of the runes. Meanwhile, the artisans crafting the spiritual shields and sealing artifacts were fervently busy in a makeshift workshop within the valley. Utilizing their exquisite skills, they melted and forged various rare spiritual materials, imbuing the items with formidable spiritual power. Concurrently, the team led by Xuanwu conducted a more detailed survey of the terrain surrounding the eclipsed moon valley. They not only created comprehensive maps, but also marked potential danger zones and enemy defense strongholds. To address various scenarios, they devised multiple contingency plans, ensuring swift adjustments in the face of unexpected developments. Yi and his Beastmaster team engaged in high-intensity simulation training at the practice grounds. They simulated various perilous scenarios they might encounter while exploring the dark passages, such as shadow traps and enemy ambushes. Yi continually adjusted the coordination of his beasts, optimizing tactics to enhance the team's adaptability and combat efficiency. During training, the Qilin persistently endeavored to achieve a deeper fusion of flames and spiritual power, aiming to amplify the potency and range of its fire. Bifang focused on increasing flight speed and the precision of its flames, striving for more effective strikes against foes in battle. The nine-tailed fox, through its mental connection with Yi, practiced its illusionary techniques, attempting to confound even stronger adversaries. Meanwhile, the Xuanwu bolstered its own defenses while also experimenting with sharing its defensive energy with team members, thereby enhancing the overall defensive capabilities of the group. Through arduous training, the formidable creatures, Xuanwu and Bua, have reached unprecedented heights in strength and speed, exhibiting tremendous impact during simulated battles. Baize and Xuanwu observed the training closely. Baize, with his sagacity, offered tactical advice to Yi, while Xuanwu persistently delved into the mysteries of his dark flames, striving to develop more potent offensive skills. Meanwhile, the assault team, preparing for a surprise attack on the ritual site during the night of the lunar eclipse, engaged in rigorous training. They divided into small groups to practice teamwork, enhancing their coordination and familiarizing themselves with each other's combat styles and characteristics through simulated combat scenarios. Additionally, they conducted an in-depth study of the evil organization's fighting style and weaknesses, formulating targeted attack strategies. In a valley, they constructed a mock ritual site, rehearsing the assault process repeatedly, from infiltration to launching an attack and responding to enemy counterattacks, practicing each step multiple times to ensure flawless execution. As time passed, the night of the lunar eclipse drew nearer, and Yi and his team's preparatory efforts approached their conclusion. They understood that a life-and-death battle was imminent, with the fate of the Beastmaster world hanging in the balance. Yet, they harbored no fear. Instead, they were filled with unwavering faith and courage. With this conviction and bravery, they would embark on a journey to save the Beastmaster world. Chapter 72. Uniting forces to combat the evil organization as the night of the lunar eclipse approached. Yi and his team recognized that relying solely on their strength to confront the evil organization and thwart the dark ritual was akin to scaling the heavens. Thus, while meticulously preparing their established plan, they proactively reached out to various factions, hoping to unite all possible forces to collectively oppose the malevolent organization. Leveraging the extensive connections cultivated over years by the team in the Spirit-Deity realm, Song Yin swiftly sent out a distress signal to the surrounding spirit clans and beast tribes. He described in detail and with sincerity the chilling plans of the evil organization and the catastrophic fate that awaited the Beastmaster world should their scheme succeed. His heartfelt plea urged all to set aside past grievances and disputes, standing shoulder to shoulder against the encroaching darkness. In no time, responses poured in. The spirit practitioners from Lingfeng Valley were the first to reply. Renowned for their mastery of wind-based spiritual spells, the practitioners of Lingfeng Valley shared a profound bond with wind attribute spirit beasts. Harnessing the power of the wind, they moved with agility, their spells unpredictable. The valley's leader, Feng Yi, personally led a team of elite practitioners, clad in flowing azure robes, his gaze resolute and determined. Upon hearing of the evil organization's audacious intent to annihilate the world, he declared, "Lingfeng Valley stands ready to lend our modest strength. Our expertise in wind spells may prove effective in tracking, reconnaissance, and disrupting enemy formations." Simultaneously, representatives from the spirit beast tribes of Qilin Mountain also made their presence known. Qilin Mountain was famed for nurturing powerful rock attribute spirit beasts, known for their tough skin, immense strength, and formidable defensive capabilities. At the forefront was a colossal rock-armored beast, its physique resembling a small hill, its rocky armor gleaming with a metallic sheen. The actions of the malevolent organization are utterly abhorrent. I, the spirit beast of Qilin Mountain, am willing to fight alongside all of you. Our defenses and strength will undoubtedly bolster our efforts against evil. In addition to Lingfeng Valley and Qilin Mountain, numerous spirit clans and beast tribes have responded to the call. The spirit practitioners of Shuyan's excel in water-based spiritual power, capable of manipulating water for both offense and defense, as well as healing the wounded. The practitioners of Huolinling, in perfect harmony with fire attribute spirit beasts, can unleash formidable fire spells with immense offensive capability. The spirit beasts of Biwu Forest are masters of nature's power, able to draw upon the strength of flora to aid in battle. Yi and his team warmly welcomed the support from various parties and swiftly organized a joint conference. The meeting took place in a spacious grassy area within the valley, surrounded by trees, with sunlight filtering through the leaves casting dappled shadows. Yi stood before the assembly, his demeanor solemn as he addressed the gathering. "Dear friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance in this critical moment. The malevolent organization harbors exceedingly sinister intentions, and we must unite as one to have any chance of success." Subsequently, Yi provided a detailed account of the organization's plans and the strategies devised by their team to counteract them. The plan entails splitting into 3 groups, one to sabotage the sacrificial chamber, another to seal the dark passage, and the last to launch a surprise attack at the ritual site during the lunar eclipse. The addition of all of you fortifies our endeavor. Friends from Lingfeng Valley are adept at tracking and disrupting the enemy, and can assist in locating the chamber and ambushing the ritual site. The spirit beasts of Qilin Mountain possess formidable defenses, playing a crucial role in breaching restrictions and guarding key positions. The practitioners of Xuanwu excel in healing and support, ensuring the team's sustained combat efficacy. The fierce offensive capabilities of the fire practitioners from Huolinling will surely shine in direct confrontation with the enemy. Meanwhile, the spirit beasts of Biwu Forest can leverage nature's power to provide concealment and intelligence support. Representatives from various factions nodded in agreement, affirming Ye's arrangements. Feng Yi remarked, Ye's plan is comprehensive. We from Lingfeng Valley will fully cooperate. We can dispatch a portion of our members to assist in locating the chamber, while others utilize wind-based spells to disrupt the enemy's formation during the ambush. The rock-armored beast rumbled. We, the spirit beasts of Qilin Mountain, shall lead the charge, breaching the adversary's defenses and paving the way for all. The representative from Shuyan's, Shui Ling, assured, we will ensure the restoration of your spiritual power and the treatment of injuries during combat, allowing all to fight without concern. Hui Yin from Huolinling declared, our flames will make the enemy feel our wrath. The spirit deer envoy from Biwu Forest softly stated, we will utilize nature's power to provide concealment and intelligence, assisting your actions. Following this, the assembly began to meticulously discuss the particulars of their united action. From communication methods between teams to combat coordination, and from resource allocation to contingency plans for unexpected situations, in-depth discussions ensued. To facilitate communication, they devised special spiritual energy transmission talismans, which, when infused with spiritual power, could convey messages within a certain range. Regarding resource distribution, important supplies such as spiritual shields, runes for breaking restrictions, and potions for restoring spiritual energy were allocated reasonably based on each team's strengths and task requirements. During the discourse on combat coordination, everyone expressed their thoughts freely. Yi stated, in the quest to locate the hidden chamber, the practitioners of Lingfeng Valley can utilize wind-based spells to perceive the flow of dark spiritual energy, thereby assisting the esteemed Sanyan's team in swiftly identifying the chamber's location. The armored beasts of Qilin Mountain, along with other spiritual creatures, are tasked with defense, repelling potential enemy assaults. Upon breaching the chamber's restrictions, Sanyan's team is responsible for unraveling the seals, while the armored beasts harness their formidable strength to stabilize the situation and prevent any backlash from the wards. Regarding the operation to seal the dark passage, Yi continued, my beast-taming team will explore the passage ahead, while the practitioners of Lingfeng Valley conduct aerial reconnaissance to thwart any enemy ambushes. The practitioners of Shuyan's will provide spiritual support and healing from behind. Once the passage is discovered, we shall unite our efforts to seal it according to the predetermined plan. During the assault on the ritual site on the night of the lunar eclipse, Yi orchestrated, the practitioners of Lingfeng Valley will employ wind-based spells to create chaos, disrupting the enemy's sight and movements. The practitioners of Huolinling will unleash powerful flame attacks to draw the enemy's attention. The spiritual creatures of Qilin Mountain will form a defensive line to protect the assault team. The beasts of Biwu Forest will utilize the forces of nature to conceal our whereabouts until the opportune moment for the attack arises. The practitioners of Shuyan's will remain poised to heal the injured, ensuring the team's combat efficacy. In discussing contingency plans for unexpected situations, careful consideration was given. Should an enemy ambush occur, the practitioners of Lingfeng Valley will swiftly scout the surrounding environment using wind spells to identify the enemy's positions and vulnerabilities. The practitioners of Huolinling will execute wide-ranging fire attacks to disrupt the enemy formations. The spiritual creatures of Qilin Mountain will establish a protective circle for their comrades, while the practitioners of Shuyan's will attend to the wounded. If confronted with potent dark spells during the operation, Baize, drawing upon his understanding of dark magic, will guide everyone in seeking countermeasures, while Yi and the beast-taming team, alongside other practitioners, will channel their spiritual energy to combat the dark sorcery. As the discussions deepened, the plan for joint operations became increasingly refined. The eyes of all present gleamed with confidence and resolve. Despite their awareness of the perils that lay ahead, the power of unity rendered them fearless. Following the meeting, all parties commenced joint drills. Yi's beast-taming team collaborated with the practitioners of Lingfeng Valley to conduct coordinated training in both aerial and terrestrial maneuvers. The Qilin and Bifang launched attacks from the sky, while the practitioners of Lingfeng Valley directed the flames using wind spells to enhance the offensive impact. The nine-tailed fox employed illusionary techniques, with the practitioners of Lingfeng Valley complementing this with wind spells to further confuse the enemy, amplifying the bewilderment. The spiritual creatures of Qingyan Mountain engaged in joint training with Songyan's team, focusing on defense and breach tactics. The armored beasts formed a robust defensive line to withstand simulated assaults from Songyan's team, which experimented with various methods to penetrate the creatures' defenses while simultaneously learning how to dismantle the seals under their protection. The practitioners of Shuyan's practiced healing and spiritual support with other teams, swiftly tending to injured comrades during simulated combat and replenishing the spiritual energy of those who had overexerted themselves. The practitioners of Hualinling conducted training and offensive coordination with other teams, collaboratively guiding flames through wind spells to deliver precise strikes on their targets. The spirit beasts of the Biu Forest engaged in covert operations and intelligence transmission training with each team, harnessing the power of nature to obscure their movements and relay information about their surroundings in a timely manner. In the days that followed, the united team practiced tirelessly, honing their coordination day and night. They established various simulated scenarios within the valley for real combat drills, from infiltrating enemy strongholds to breaching defenses and responding to unforeseen circumstances. Every aspect was meticulously rehearsed. Yi and his team members understood that this battle was pivotal for the survival of the Beast Master world, allowing no room for negligence. They had to present themselves in the most impeccable state to confront the impending night of the eclipse and engage in a life-and-death struggle against the malevolent organization. As the night of the eclipse approached, the atmosphere in the valley grew increasingly tense. Each member of the united team prepared for battle, checking their gear, familiarizing themselves with the action plan, their hearts brimming with a fervent desire for victory and an unwavering belief in safeguarding the Beast Master world. Yi gazed upon this cohesive team, filled with profound emotion. He realized that only by uniting all possible forces could they hope to overcome the evil organization and rescue the Beast Master world. Now, they stood ready, awaiting the arrival of the night of the eclipse to launch their final assault against the malevolent organization. Chapter 73. The battle erupts in full force. Yi commands the spirit beasts to display their might. The night of the eclipse finally arrived, the night sky resembling a vast expanse of black satin, heavy upon the earth. In the heavens, the moon began to be gradually consumed by darkness, and the air surrounding the eclipse valley felt as though it had solidified, suffused with an eerie and oppressive atmosphere. Yi and the united team had already stealthily infiltrated the periphery of the eclipse valley, each awaiting the signal to act. Led by Songyan, the team tasked with locating and destroying the sacrificial chamber, with assistance from the spirit masters of the Lingfeng Valley, successfully discovered the entrance to the underground chamber. Concealed within a crevice of a steep cliff, the entrance was surrounded by dark prohibitions, with runes flickering ominously. The rock-armored beast surged forward, its immense bulk colliding with the barriers, causing them to shudder under its formidable strength. The members of Songyan's team quickly advanced, adhering to their predetermined plan, placing runes to dispel the prohibitions at critical points, while simultaneously infusing them with spiritual energy. The spirit masters of Lingfeng Valley unleashed wind-based spells to disrupt the flow of dark spiritual energy, creating conditions favorable for breaking the barriers. However, the evil organization was well prepared. A cohort of cloaked figures emerged from all directions, wielding weapons imbued with dark spiritual energy, launching an assault on Songyan's team. The Qingyan Mountain spirit beasts immediately formed a defensive line, with the rock-armored beasts steadfastly resisting the enemy's onslaught, while other spirit beasts employed their defensive skills. The spirit masters of Shuyan swiftly healed the injured spirit beasts and spirit masters from the rear, continuously providing spiritual support to their frontline comrades. Seizing the moment, the spirit masters of Hualin Ridge unleashed a powerful fire attack, flames surging like a tidal wave towards the cloaked figures, illuminating the surrounding darkness in an instant. Leading the expedition to seek and seal the dark passage, Yi's team, guided by Baize, delved deep into the core area of the Eclipse Valley, tracing the remnants of dark spiritual energy. Suddenly, black tendrils surged from the ground, attempting to ensnare the feet of the crowd. The Qilin roared in fury, flames erupting from its body and instantly incinerating the tendrils into ash. Bifang soared through the air, observing a towering edifice of dark spiritual energy coalescing ahead. It was the locus of the dark passage. Yi swiftly assessed the situation, directing the beast-taming team and other members toward the tower. At that moment, a swarm of flying dark creatures emerged from the tower. They resembled bats but possessed enormous wings, their eyes gleaming with a blood-red light. The spiritual practitioners of Lingfeng Valley promptly unleashed wind-based spells, conjuring blades of wind to slice at the dark entities. The nine-tailed fox employed a technique of confusion, causing some of the dark beings to turn upon one another. Seizing the opportunity, Yi and the beast-taming team accelerated their advance, soon reaching the base of the tower. Surrounding the tower was a formidable shield of dark spiritual energy. Baize scrutinized the shield and identified its vulnerable point. Yi commanded Bifang to concentrate its fiery might on the weak spot. With a powerful flap of its wings, Bifang unleashed a searing azure flame, akin to a laser, directed at the shield. Concurrently, Yi and the other spiritual practitioners launched their own magical assaults. Under the combined might of their attacks, a fissure finally appeared in the dark energy shield. At that moment, an elderly man in a black robe emerged from the tower, grasping a black staff topped with a colossal black crystal, within which countless tormented souls seemed to writhe in agony. The black-robed elder sneered, waving his staff to unleash a wave of dark energy toward the group. Yi quickly commanded Xuanwu to defend. The giant turtle's shell shimmered with runes, forming a sturdy barrier that repelled the dark energy wave. Meanwhile, Qiongqi and Taowu seized the opportunity to charge at the black-robed elder, launching their assault. The team at the site of the moon eclipse night ambush, shielded by the spiritual beasts of the Bihu forest, stealthily approached the evil organization's ritual ground. At that moment, the members of the nefarious group were busily preparing the ceremony around the dark altar, utterly oblivious to the impending peril. As the moon was completely engulfed by darkness, the balance of yin and yang reached its zenith, and dark forces surged wildly. The leader of the evil organization stood atop the altar, wielding a black dagger, poised to commence the final ritual. The spiritual practitioners of Lingfeng Valley initiated the attack, casting wind-based spells to conjure a powerful storm that sent the black-robed figures reeling. Following closely, the practitioners from Huolin Ling unleashed formidable fire attacks, flames surging toward the altar like dragons. The spiritual beasts from Qingyan Mountain formed a defensive line to protect the ambush team from counterattacks. The beasts of Bihu Forest harnessed the power of nature, causing surrounding trees and flowers to grow and entangle the enemy's feet, restricting their movements. In the battle to seal the dark passage, Yi observed the beasts locked in a stalemate with the black-robed elder. He concentrated all his spiritual power, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the elder. He called out to his beasts, "Let us coordinate. Qilin, amplify my power with your flames." Bifang, obscure his vision. Nine-tailed fox, muddle his mind. Xuanwu, bolster our defenses to prevent his escape. Taowu and Qiongqi, prepare for the final strike. The beasts understood his intent, and each unleashed their skills. The Qilin infused flames into Yi's body, igniting a blazing inferno around him and significantly amplifying his spiritual power. Bifang unleashed azure flames from the sky, creating a luminous barrier that obscured the vision of the elder in the black robe. The nine-tailed fox exerted its full prowess in a bewildering technique, causing a fleeting moment of confusion in the elder's gaze. Seizing this opportunity, Yi unleashed a formidable beam of spiritual energy directed at the elder. Despite the elder's attempts to defend himself, his dark barriers crumbled under the weight of Yi's potent attack, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Yi swiftly led his beast-taming team and other members towards the towering structure, arriving at the threshold of the dark passage. At that moment, a surge of ominous energy poured forth from the passage, seeking to thwart their efforts to seal it. Yi commanded his companions to follow the predetermined strategy, positioning the sealing artifacts around the passage while simultaneously activating the spiritual runes. Baize chanted ancient incantations, guiding the force of the seal. Through their collective efforts, the dark passage began to shrink gradually, ultimately achieving a successful seal. Meanwhile, the battle within the underground chamber reached a fever pitch. Waves of cloaked figures surged forth, attempting to prevent them from disrupting the sacrificial offerings. Song Yan shouted, urging his comrades to stand firm, declaring, "We must not falter. We shall complete our mission." The rock-armored beast let out a furious roar, its form swelling in size as it barreled through a throng of dark figures, clearing a path for Song Yan's team to advance into the chamber. Inside the chamber, countless spirit beasts, tainted by dark spiritual energy, were imprisoned within colossal cages. Writhing in anguish, the Song Yan team sprang into action, commencing their destruction of the sacrificial offerings. However, at that moment, black fissures appeared on the chamber walls, and a massive dark beast emerged from the cracks. The dark beast loomed large, exuding a suffocating aura of darkness, and opened its gaping maw to unleash a torrent of dark flames upon Song Yan's team. The rock-armored beast charged forward, shielding them from the onslaught of dark flames. The other spirit beasts from Qilin Mountain launched their own assaults, engaging in fierce combat with the dark beast. At the site of the ritual ambush, the leader of the malevolent organization, witnessing the disruption of the ceremony, roared in fury. Brandishing a black dagger, he unleashed powerful dark spells in a bid to retaliate. The spiritual practitioners from Lingfeng Valley conjured barriers of wind to deflect the dark spells. The fire practitioners from Huolin Ridge unleashed relentless fire attacks, striving to weaken the leader's strength. Meanwhile, the spirit beasts of Qilin Mountain charged boldly into the fray, engaging in close combat with the members of the nefarious organization. After sealing the dark passage, Yi promptly led his team to the underground chamber to support Song Yan. Upon their arrival, they found Song Yan's team locked in a desperate struggle against the dark beast. Yi directed the beast-taming team to join the battle. The Qilin exhaled searing flames, clashing with the dark beast's own dark fire. Bifang launched assaults from above, sending azure flames towards the beast's eyes. The nine-tailed fox employed its bewilderment technique in an attempt to disrupt the dark beast's mind. Xuanwu provided defensive protection for the injured spirit beasts and practitioners, while Tao Wu and Qiongqi flanked the dark beast, striking it with formidable force. Under the relentless onslaught from their combined efforts, the dark beast began to falter. At the opportune moment, Song Yan led his team to swiftly dismantle the sacrificial offerings. As the offerings were destroyed, the dark beast emitted a piercing wail, its form gradually dissipating. Song Yan's team successfully accomplished their mission. Simultaneously, the battle at the ritual site reached a critical juncture. The leader of the malevolent organization began to show signs of defeat under the relentless assaults of the assembled fighters. Yi, having rushed from the underground chamber with his team, joined the fray. He commanded the beast tamers to launch a final onslaught alongside the other spirit masters against the leader. The flames of the Qilin, the azure fire of the Bifang, and the flames of the Fire Lin Ridge spirit masters intertwined, forming a formidable torrent of fire that surged towards the leader. Despite his attempts to resist, he was ultimately engulfed by the flames under the overwhelming force of their attack, causing the members of the evil organization to scatter in panic. Yi and the allied forces successfully thwarted the dark ritual of the malevolent organization. The dark energies in the moon eclipse valley gradually dissipating, while the moon in the sky began to regain its luminosity. Nevertheless, Yi understood that the battle was far from over. They needed to eradicate the remnants of the evil organization to ensure the safety of the Beast-Tamer world. Chapter 74. After a fierce battle, the evil organization is defeated with the leader of the malevolent organization vanquished at the ritual site. Chaos erupted among its members, who fled in all directions. Yet, Yi and the allied forces did not relent. They recognized the imperative of completely eradicating the evil. They swiftly initiated a pursuit of the remnants of the organization. Yi divided the allied forces into several small teams, each pursuing the fleeing cloaked figures in different directions. He personally led the Beast Tamers, forming an elite squad with core members like Song Yan and Feng Yi, tasked with pursuing the more formidable remnants that still posed a threat to the Beast-Tamer world. During the chase, they encountered a group of defiant cloaked figures who had gathered in a secluded valley, utilizing the terrain to establish a defensive formation. Their dark weapons glimmered ominously, and their eyes betrayed a mix of madness and defiance. Yi observed the adversaries and calmly instructed his comrades, "Be cautious, everyone. Although these enemies are in disarray, a cornered beast fights fiercely. We must not underestimate them." The spirit masters of Lingfeng Valley took the lead, casting wind spells to conjure a tempest directed at the cloaked figures. The howling wind whipped up sand and stones, severely obstructing the visibility of their foes. Seizing the opportunity, the spirit masters of Fire Lin Ridge unleashed fiery assaults, their fire dragons propelled by the gale, striking the enemies like arrows. The spirit beasts of Qilin Mountain advanced with heavy strides, preparing to engage in close combat. Yi orchestrated the Beast Tamer's coordinated efforts. The Qilin unleashed searing flames that harmonized with the fire of the Fire Lin Ridge spirit masters, intensifying the inferno and enveloping the cloaked figures in a conflagration. The Bifang darted through the air, continuously raining down azure flames upon the vital points of the cloaked adversaries. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox employed illusionary techniques, ensnaring some of the cloaked figures in delusions that led them to turn on one another. However, the cloaked figures were not without their means of retaliation. Among them, those skilled in dark sorcery swiftly formed a magical array amidst the chaos, conjuring a formidable dark barrier that rose before them to repel the fiery onslaught. The barrier shimmered with eerie runes, continuously absorbing the surrounding dark spiritual energy, growing increasingly robust. Observing this spectacle, Yi furrowed his brow, rapidly contemplating countermeasures. He communicated with Baize through a mental link, and with his understanding of dark sorcery, Baize quickly discerned the array's vulnerabilities. Yi issued commands to his summoned beasts. Qilin, concentrate your fiery assault on the lower left corner of the barrier. Bifang, from above. Coordinate with Qilin and unleash azure flames upon the same point. Xuanwu, prepare to launch a surprise attack when the barrier shatters. The summoned beasts sprang into action. Qilin roared, its flames coalescing into a formidable fire pillar that surged toward the barrier's lower left corner. Simultaneously, Bifang exerted its power, azure flames shooting forth like lasers toward the target. Under their combined onslaught, the dark barrier began to fracture, just as it was on the verge of collapse. Xuanwu darted through the fissure like a bolt of black lightning, lunging toward the figure in the black robe. It opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of potent black flames that instantly disrupted the dark sorcery array. The black-robed figure was thrown into disarray, and the spiritual beasts of Qinyan Mountain seized the opportunity, charging into the enemy ranks to engage in close combat. With their formidable strength and resilient defenses, the spiritual beasts rampaged through the ranks of the black-robed foes. Songyan, leading the spiritualists in the team, seized the moment to unleash various spiritual techniques, delivering precise strikes against the adversaries. After an intense battle, the group of black-robed figures was ultimately vanquished. Yi and his companions did not linger, pressing on to pursue other remnants of the malevolent forces. In the ensuing days, teams continually reported victories, systematically eradicating the remnants of the nefarious organization. Yet, Yi understood that there might still be hidden malevolent forces lurking in the shadows. Thus, after conferring with the leaders of the allied forces, he resolved to conduct a comprehensive search in the Spirit-Deity realm. They issued announcements urging spiritualists and the populace to remain vigilant, reporting any sightings of the evil organization immediately. Concurrently, the allied forces divided into several smaller groups, delving into every corner of the Spirit-Deity realm for meticulous searches. During the investigation, Yi's team of summoned beasts played a pivotal role. Qilin, with its keen senses, could detect the dark spiritual energy fluctuations concealed underground or within dense forests. Bifang conducted extensive aerial reconnaissance, uncovering hidden strongholds that were difficult to perceive, while the nine-tailed fox utilized its deceptive skills to extract intelligence from individuals who might be connected to the evil organization. After a period of diligent effort, they finally uncovered a deeply hidden secret stronghold of the malevolent organization. This stronghold was situated in an abandoned mine at the edge of the Spirit-Deity realm, shrouded in formidable dark prohibitions, making its existence nearly undetectable without the meticulous investigation of Yi's team. Yi and the allied forces swiftly surrounded the stronghold. They were acutely aware that this could be the last bastion of the evil organization, housing foes likely more formidable. Before launching their assault, Yi once again conferred with his comrades on strategy. The prohibitions surrounding this stronghold appeared exceedingly powerful. They could not afford to strike recklessly. Master Songyan, your understanding of the restrictions is profound. Do you have any advice? Yi inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Songyan responded, we should first attempt to identify the vulnerabilities within the restrictions and then concentrate our efforts to breach them. Simultaneously, we must guard against any sudden assaults from the enemy during our breakthrough. Feng Yi added, the spiritual practitioners from Lingfeng Valley can cast wind-based spells in the vicinity to detect the movements of our adversaries. Should any enemy attempt to break through, we will be able to respond promptly. A representative from Qilin Ridge spoke up. Our duty lies in launching a formidable attack on the foes within the stronghold after we breach the restrictions, thereby suppressing their resistance. Yi nodded in agreement with everyone's suggestions. He then commanded the beast companions to begin searching for the weak points in the restrictions. Baize carefully examined the runes and the flow of spiritual energy, transmitting information to Yi through their mental connection. On the western side of the stronghold, there exists a point where the fluctuations of the rune's spiritual energy are relatively weak. This may be the key to our breakthrough. Yi promptly led his beast companions, including Qilin and Bifang, to the western side. Qilin unleashed flames while Bifang released azure fire, their flames intertwining as they directed their assault towards the weak point in the restrictions. The other spiritual practitioners maintained vigilance around them to deter any opportunistic attacks from the enemy. Under the sustained barrage of flames, the restrictions began to weaken. At that moment, a group of figures clad in black robes surged forth from within the stronghold, wielding dark weapons as they charged toward Yi and his companions. The spiritual beasts of Qilin Mountains swiftly intercepted them, engaging in battle with the black-robed assailants. Meanwhile, the practitioners from Shuyan's provided healing support from the rear, ensuring the fighting strength of their allies was preserved. Upon witnessing the emergence of the black-robed figures, Yi recognized that the moment to breach the restrictions had arrived. He shouted to his beast companions, "Increase the intensity of the attack. We must break through the restrictions." Qilin and Bifang exerted their utmost efforts, pushing the temperature and power of their flames to the limit. Finally, the restrictions were successfully breached. The practitioners from Huolin Ridge did not hesitate to launch their assault, flames surging like a tidal wave into the stronghold. Yi led his beast team and the other practitioners to follow closely behind. Inside the stronghold, the black-robed figures were thrown into disarray by the fiery onslaught. Yet, they continued to resist stubbornly. Some invoked dark spells in a desperate attempt to fend off the oncoming tide of attacks. Yi directed his beast companions into a fierce confrontation with the black-robed foes. Xuanwu engaged in a duel with a towering black-robed figure, its dark flames clashing with the dark spells of its opponent, illuminating the battlefield. The nine-tailed fox darted across the fray, employing confusing techniques to hinder the movements of the black-robed assailants. Meanwhile, Xuanwu stood guard beside Yi, offering defensive protection to injured teammates. As the collective efforts of the group intensified, the resistance of the black-robed figures gradually waned. After a grueling battle, the last of the black-robed adversaries within the stronghold was finally eradicated. Yi and the allied forces successfully dismantled the nefarious organization's final stronghold, utterly vanquishing the malevolent entity. With the demise of the evil organization, the realm of spiritual generals, and indeed the entire world of beast companions, welcomed a long-awaited peace. The populace erupted in jubilant celebrations, rejoicing in this hard-won victory. Yi and the members of the allied forces were hailed as heroes, receiving admiration and accolades from people across the land. In the midst of the celebrations, however, Yi and his team did not forget the comrades who had sacrificed their lives in the battle. They held a grand funeral to honor the sacrificed spiritual beings and beasts, memorializing their valorous deeds. Yi was acutely aware that this victory was purchased with the blood and lives of countless individuals. The peace of the Beast Mastery Realm requires the collective guardianship of all. In the ensuing days, Yi and the united team assisted the administrators of the Spirit Commander Realm in restoring order. They aided in the reconstruction of the devastated towns and villages, soothing the afflicted populace. Simultaneously, they instituted a series of measures to bolster the defenses and oversight of the Spirit Commander Realm, preventing the resurgence of similar malevolent organizations. Yi also remained committed to the cultivation and enhancement of the Beastmaster team. He led his beasts to areas abundant in spiritual energy within the Spirit Commander Realm, allowing them to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, thereby further augmenting their strength. The beasts, having been tempered by the crucible of battle, emerged more mature and formidable. The Qilin's flames burned with even greater intensity. The speed and fiery prowess of the Bifang had significantly improved. The illusionary techniques of the nine-tailed fox became more exquisite, the defenses of the Xuanwu grew sturdier, and the might of the Tao Tai and Xuanwu ascended to new heights. As tranquility gradually returned to the Beast Mastery Realm, a new thought stirred within Yi's heart. He had heard whispers of mysterious regions surrounding the Spirit Commander Realm, areas yet to be fully explored, said to conceal many unknown secrets and formidable opportunities. Yi resolved to venture into these enigmatic territories after attending to the affairs of the Spirit Commander Realm, aiming to further enhance his own capabilities and those of his Beast Master team, preparing more thoroughly for the safeguarding of the Beast Mastery world. Chapter 75, After Resolving the Crisis. Exploring the mysterious regions nearby following the successful defeat of the malevolent organization and the restoration of peace and order in the Spirit Commander Realm. The seed of exploration took root in Yi's heart. He often heard about the existence of mysterious regions surrounding the Spirit Commander Realm, shrouded in layers of mist, steeped in countless fantastical legends, rumored to harbor powerful opportunities and secrets that could yield unexpected rewards for intrepid explorers. Yi shared his thoughts with his team members, all of whom were filled with enthusiasm for exploring these mysterious areas. Thus, after ensuring the proper implementation of defensive and regulatory measures and completing the necessary follow-up work in the Spirit Commander Realm, Yi led his Beastmaster team, along with several like-minded companions, on a journey to explore the mysterious regions nearby. Their first destination was the misty forest in the eastern part of the Spirit Commander Realm. From a distance, The forest appeared cloaked in a heavy veil of mist, emanating an air of mystery. Upon entering the forest, a damp, fresh scent enveloped them. However, Yi and his companions remained vigilant, fully aware that this seemingly tranquil forest might conceal various dangers. The Qilin trot ahead of the group, its keen senses attuned to the surrounding movements. Suddenly, the Qilin halted, issuing a low growl. Yi instantly recognized the approach of danger and signaled for everyone to prepare for combat. From the shadows of the surrounding trees emerged a pack of wolf-like spirit beasts, exuding a faint mist, their eyes shimmering with an eerie green light. Yi swiftly deduced that these mist wolves were one of the guardians of this forest. Through a mental connection, he conveyed to his summoned beasts, "Do not panic, for although the mist wolves are numerous, we possess sufficient strength to confront them. Qilin, lead Taogu and Bo to engage them head-on and draw their attention. Bifang, launch your attacks from the sky and seek out their weaknesses. Xuanwu, employ your bewildering techniques to disrupt their formation. Xuanwu, guard our rear to prevent any stragglers from launching surprise assaults." Upon receiving their orders, the summoned beasts swiftly sprang into action. With a fierce roar, Qilin ignited in flames and charged towards the pack of mist wolves. Taogu and Bo followed closely behind, utilizing their formidable strength to engage in intense close combat with the wolves. Bifang soared high above, flapping his wings as azure flames rained down like droplets, striking the backs of the mist wolves. Xuanwu, concentrating intently, gently waved her 9 tails, unleashing a power of confusion that caused some of the mist wolves to fall into disarray, turning against one another. Under the combined assault of the summoned beasts, the formation of the mist wolves began to falter. Yi and his companions also unleashed their spiritual powers to assist the beasts in battle. After a fierce struggle, the mist wolves could no longer withstand the onslaught and scattered in retreat. As Yi watched the fleeing wolves, he understood that this was merely the beginning of the myriad challenges within the misty forest. Continuing deeper into the forest, they stumbled upon a meandering stream. The water was crystal clear, yet emanated an extraordinary glow. Yi approached the stream, crouching down to observe it closely. Baize drew near and communicated through their mental link. This water contains a unique spiritual essence, which may aid in cultivation, but be cautious, for there may also be unknown dangers. Heeding Baize's advice, Yi refrained from hastily allowing everyone to drink from the stream. He instructed Bifang to gather some water by forming a container with spiritual energy. Just as Bifang completed this task, a massive water serpent abruptly sprang from the stream. The serpent's robust body shimmered with iridescent scales, and it opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Bifang. Bifang swiftly ascended to evade the attack, prompting Yi to command the summoned beasts to engage once more. Qilin unleashed a torrent of flames, attempting to strike the serpent's head. The serpent adeptly twisted its body, avoiding the flames, while simultaneously expelling a powerful jet of water toward Qilin. Taogu and Bo attempted to flank the serpent, seeking to seize its body. However, the serpent's tail swept through the air, repelling both Taogu and Bo, seizing the moment. Xuanwu executed her confusion technique, momentarily slowing the serpent's movements. Yi capitalized on this opportunity, gathering his spiritual energy to shoot a beam towards the serpent. Enraged by the attack, the serpent roared furiously, its body swelling as the waters around it churned violently. Xuanwu swiftly positioned himself beside Yi, creating a defensive barrier to shield against the spray of water. Bifang continuously shifted his position in the air, searching for the serpent's vulnerabilities before launching a strike with azure flames. Through the united efforts of the summoned beasts, they ultimately succeeded in driving the water serpent back. Following this encounter, Yi and his companions became increasingly vigilant. They continued along the stream, hoping to uncover the core region of the misty forest and explore the secrets hidden within. As they walked, a vast stone forest emerged before them. The stones within the forest took on various forms, some resembling swords piercing the sky, while others resembled colossal beasts crouching upon the ground. Upon entering the stone forest, Yi discerned an extraordinary fluctuation of spiritual energy, seemingly governed by a certain rhythm. He and his companions advanced in the direction of this energy, only to discover that the forest concealed numerous traps. In some areas, the ground would suddenly give way, while in others, sharp stone arrows would be launched. Yi and his companions proceeded with utmost caution, relying on the abilities of their beast companions to evade the traps. The Qilin used its formidable strength to clear the boulders obstructing their path, while the Bifang surveyed from the skies, detecting the locations of the traps in advance. The nine-tailed fox, with its keen perception, alerted them to changes in their surroundings. After navigating through the stone forest for a while, they finally reached its heart, where an ancient stone platform stood, etched with enigmatic runes. Approaching the platform, Yi attempted to decipher the meaning of the runes. With the assistance of Baize, they gradually comprehended the message conveyed by the runes. It turned out that this stone platform was a remnant left by a powerful spiritual practitioner of ancient times, who had once cultivated here and left behind insights into cultivation and potent spiritual treasures. However, to acquire these treasures, they would need to undergo the trials set by the platform. Yi and his companions resolved to accept the challenge. The runes on the platform illuminated, enveloping them in a barrier of spiritual energy. From all directions, numerous ethereal manifestations emerged, taking forms such as warriors and mages, and they launched an assault on Yi and his companions. Yi commanded his beasts and companions to swiftly form a defensive formation. The Qilin and the Tao Tai stood at the forefront, fending off the rapid attacks of the phantom warriors. The Bifang engaged the phantom mages from the air, preventing them from unleashing powerful spells. The nine-tailed fox employed its bewildering techniques to disrupt the movements of the phantoms, and the Xuanwu stood in the center, safeguarding everyone while providing defensive support to the injured. Yi and his companions unleashed their respective spiritual spells, engaging in battle with the phantoms. The strength of these apparitions was formidable, yet through their harmonious cooperation and indomitable will, Yi and his comrades gradually gained the upper hand. After an intense confrontation, they successfully vanquished all the phantoms, causing the spiritual barrier to dissipate. A hidden compartment appeared on the platform. Yi opened it to find an ancient tome radiating light and a crystal of spiritual energy. The tome contained unique cultivation methods, while the crystal harbored immense spiritual power. Yi and his companions emerged with significant gains, taking a brief respite in the stone forest before preparing to explore further into the misty forest, eager to uncover more surprises that awaited them. Chapter 76. Discovery of the Mysterious Relic. Said to conceal opportunities for spiritual ascendance, having acquired the invaluable ancient tome and spiritual crystal within the stone forest, Yi and his companions felt invigorated and continued their exploration deeper into the misty forest. As they advanced, the surroundings became increasingly peculiar. The trees towered ever higher and denser, with sunlight scarcely penetrating the thick canopies, enveloping the forest in an aura of mystery and tranquility. Suddenly, the Qilin, leading the way, halted, lifting its head to emit a deep, resonant roar. Following the Qilin's gaze, Yi beheld the faint outlines of ancient structures emerging in the distant valley. The edifices were enveloped in a faint halo, exuding an aura of mystery and formidable power. Yi and his companions eagerly ventured towards the valley, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Upon nearing, they discovered an ancient relic. The grand entrance was constructed from colossal stone blocks, adorned with exquisite patterns and enigmatic runes. The runes shimmered with a subtle glow, as if whispering tales of the passage of time. Baize stepped forward, meticulously examining the runes on the door, and through a mental connection, conveyed to Yi that these runes appeared to guard the relic while also hinting that within lay treasures related to the spiritual realm's opportunities. Yet, to enter the relic, they must unravel the secrets of these runes. Yi and his companions gathered around the entrance, delving into their study. They discerned that the arrangement of the runes seemed to adhere to a certain pattern, albeit one exceedingly intricate and challenging to decipher. Just as they fell into contemplation, Yi suddenly recalled an ancient tome he had obtained in the stone forest. Some of its contents might pertain to these runes. He hastily retrieved the tome and began to peruse its pages. After a thorough search, he finally unearthed clues related to the runes on the door. Following the tome's guidance, Yi and his allies commenced the activation of the runes. They infused their spiritual energy into the corresponding runes in a specific sequence. As the energy coursed through, the rune's brilliance intensified, and the door gradually creaked open. An ancient, musty scent wafted forth, and Yi and his companions cautiously entered the relic. Inside, they found a vast courtyard, surrounded by towering stone pillars, each similarly etched with mysterious designs. At the center of the courtyard stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a crystal orb radiating a gentle luminescence. As Yi and his companions approached the orb, it suddenly erupted with brilliance, sending forth a powerful wave of spiritual energy. They quickly channeled their energy to shield themselves. Once the light subsided, vivid images materialized within the orb, depicting a formidable spiritual practitioner cultivating within the spiritual realm, showcasing the unique skills and insights he had mastered. Baize remarked that the crystal orb seemed to reveal a potent cultivation opportunity closely linked to the enhancement of power within the spiritual realm. However, to seize this opportunity, they might need to undergo certain trials. No sooner had he spoken, the ground of the courtyard began to tremble, and numerous stone figures emerged from the depths. These stone giants, towering and formidable, emanated a heavy, earthy spiritual energy. They brandished massive stone axes, charging towards Yi and his companions. Yi swiftly commanded his beasts to engage. The Qilin roared fiercely, flames erupting instantaneously and surging towards the throng of stone figures. The flames collided with the earthy energy of the stone giants, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Bifang soared through the air, unleashing azure flames upon the stone beings, targeting their vital points. The nine-tailed fox employed a bewildering technique, attempting to disrupt the stone giants' movements, yet they appeared somewhat resistant to such illusions. Pausing momentarily before resuming their assault, Xuanwu and Bo engaged in close combat with the stone figures, utilizing their immense strength. Each assault against the stone golems caused their formidable bodies to tremble. However, their defenses remained remarkably resilient, rendering it challenging to inflict any fatal damage. Xuanwu stood steadfastly beside Yi, providing protection to prevent any of the stone golems from breaching their defenses to strike at him. Yi and his companions unleashed their spiritual powers, aiding the beasts in battle. Yi concentrated his energy to form a protective barrier around his comrades. Meanwhile, his allies employed various offensive spells, such as Ice Spire and Windblade, to assail the stone golems. Amidst the fierce conflict, Yi discerned a vulnerability in the joints of the golems. Through a mental link, he communicated with the beasts. Focus your attacks on the joints of the stone golems, for that is their Achilles heel. Upon hearing this, the beasts modified their strategy. The Qilin directed its flames with greater precision towards the joints of the golem's legs, while the Bifang unleashed azure flames targeting the joints of its arms. The Tao and Bo adeptly maneuvered closer to the golems, utilizing their sharp claws to strike at the vulnerable joints. Through the concerted efforts of the beasts, one golem's leg joint was ultimately compromised, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. The remaining golems, seemingly provoked, intensified their assault. The earth elemental energy surrounding them thickened, forming a dense shield that thwarted the beasts' attacks. Recognizing the stalemate, Yi understood that they could not afford to linger in this deadlock. Observing the patterns in the golems' movements and the interconnection of their energies, he realized there was a form of spiritual link among them, amplifying their collective strength. Quickly devising a strategy, Yi called out to his companions, "Listen, these golems share a spiritual connection. We must attempt to separate them and take them down one by one." He directed the Qilin and Tao, while Bo engaged the group of golems to divert their attention. Bifang continuously shifted positions in the air, using azure flames to obscure the golem's vision, creating opportunities for separation. The nine-tailed fox, with its agility, wove between the golems, seeking the right moment to employ its deceptive techniques, temporarily disorienting them. Seizing the moment, Yi and the other companions executed control-type spells. Yi conjured a spiritual rope that ensnared one golem's leg, exerting force to pull it away from the group. His companions followed suit, employing spells like Ice Prison and Wind Binding to restrict the golem's movements. After considerable effort, they successfully isolated one golem from the collective. The beasts swiftly converged, focusing their might on the stranded golem. The flames of the Qilin, the azure fire of the Bifang, the powerful strikes from Tao and Bo, combined with Yi and his companions' spiritual spells, converged upon the golem. Under the overwhelming onslaught, it was swiftly vanquished, reduced to a pile of rubble. With the fall of the first golem, the spiritual connection among the remaining golems weakened, diminishing their overall strength. Yi and his companions pursued their advantage, employing the same tactics to continue isolating and defeating the golems. After an arduous battle, all the stone golems were successfully eradicated. The courtyard returned to tranquility, allowing Yi and his companions a brief respite to recover their expended spiritual energy. They approached the crystal orb, its radiance now softening, revealing a shifting tableau within. A concealed chamber hidden deep within the ruins emerged, housing a mysterious treasure said to empower spiritual practitioners to transcend their current realms and ascend to the exalted heights of spiritual generals. Yi and his companions resolved to delve deeper into the ruins in search of this chamber. They traversed a corridor flanking the courtyard, its walls etched with an array of spiritual techniques and cultivation insights. As Yi walked, he meticulously studied these engravings, absorbing knowledge and wisdom from them. Suddenly, a colossal fissure materialized ahead, spewing forth searing magma. The chasm's width surpassed the collective leaping capabilities of the group, and no discernible materials for bridging it were in sight. Yi gazed at the rift, lost in contemplation. Baize, through their mental connection, remarked, "This may well be another trial. We must devise a means to cross this chasm." Yi lifted his gaze to the surroundings and noticed several protruding rocks atop the corridor, seemingly viable as leverage points. He shared his thoughts with his companions, proposing to employ the abilities of their spiritual beasts to construct a temporary passage. The Qilin unleashed flames, melting certain rocks into solid pillars that were then embedded within the chasm. Bifang utilized his spiritual energy to maneuver smaller stones, filling the gaps between the pillars. Xuanwu and Bo exerted their formidable strength to position larger boulders atop the pillars, fortifying the pathway. Through the collective effort of the spiritual beasts, a rudimentary stone bridge gradually took shape. Yi and his companions cautiously stepped onto the bridge, progressing slowly towards the opposite side of the fissure. Just as they neared the end, the bridge jolted unexpectedly, the surging magma below striking against the pillars. Yi quickly called out, "Everyone, hold steady. Remain calm." Xuanwu immediately positioned itself in the center of the group, unleashing a powerful defensive aura to stabilize the bridge. Yi and his companions hastened their steps, ultimately succeeding in crossing the fissure. Continuing onward, they arrived at a circular hall. At its center stood a colossal compass, adorned with an array of runes and patterns. The compass needle spun incessantly, pointing in various directions. Baize scrutinized the compass, stating, "This compass appears to be guiding us towards the hidden chamber. But we must decipher these runes to ascertain the correct path." Yi and his companions gathered around the compass once more, diligently analyzing the runes inscribed upon it. After considerable effort, they finally unraveled the meanings of the runes. The direction indicated by the compass needle shifted periodically, and the correct path lay in the direction indicated when the needle pointed to a specific combination of runes. Yi and his companions patiently awaited the needle to align with the correct rune combination. When the needle finally pointed to their objective, Yi led the group forward in the direction indicated. After traversing the corridor for a while, they encountered a tightly sealed stone door. This door, too, was inscribed with runes, albeit distinct from those they had previously encountered. Yi attempted to activate the runes using the method from before, but to no avail. Just as confusion began to settle among them, Yi suddenly noticed a recessed handprint upon the stone door. Yi tentatively placed his hand upon the handprint, channeling his spiritual energy. Instantly, the runes adorning the stone door illuminated, and the door gradually creaked open. Beyond the threshold lay a hidden chamber, radiating a resplendent glow. At the center of this chamber rested a meticulously crafted box, undoubtedly the enigmatic treasure revealed within the crystal ball. Yi and his companions stepped into the chamber, approaching the box with anticipation. Just as Yi prepared to unveil its contents, the door to the chamber abruptly slammed shut, and potent waves of spiritual energy surged forth, forming a formidable seal. An ethereal apparition materialized before them, bearing the essence of an ancient spiritualist. The spectral remnant intoned, "Your arrival here signifies that you possess a measure of strength and wisdom. Yet, to claim this treasure, you must first endure my final trial." Yi exchanged resolute glances with his companions, nodding firmly to signify their willingness to accept the challenge. With a mere wave of his hand, the ancient spiritualist altered their surroundings. They found themselves immersed in a vast expanse of starry sky, where countless celestial bodies shimmered with mysterious radiance. The remnant continued, "Within this cosmic realm lie hidden fragments of stellar power. You must gather a sufficient amount of this power within the allotted time to shatter the seal and obtain the treasure. However, be wary, for dangers lurk among the stars. Tread carefully." Yi swiftly assessed the situation, addressing his companions and spirit beasts. "Let us disperse in search of stellar power, yet maintain our connection, ready to provide support should danger arise. Qilin, you shall guard the regions close to the ground. Bifang, conduct a broad aerial search. Xuanwu, utilize your perceptive abilities to uncover clues to the stellar power. Xuanwu, fortify our defenses to ensure our safety. Xuanwu and Bo, remain prepared for any unforeseen circumstances." The spirit beasts and companions promptly heeded their instructions, embarking on their quest amid the celestial expanse. Yi too harnessed his spiritual energy, attuning himself to the fluctuations of stellar power surrounding him. Suddenly, he spotted a star pulsating with a captivating blue light, seemingly harboring immense stellar energy. He soared towards the star, but as he neared, a swarm of star beasts surged forth from the shadows. These star beasts, diverse in form, some resembling lions, others akin to soaring birds, radiated a dazzling starlight as they launched an assault upon Yi. Without hesitation, He conjured a protective shield of spiritual energy to fend off their attacks, while simultaneously reaching out through their mental connection to summon his allies for assistance. Upon hearing his call, Qilin swiftly arrived, unleashing a torrent of flames against the star beasts. Bifang also descended from above, striking at the beasts with azure flames. Through their combined might, Yi and his spirit beasts successfully repelled the star beasts, seizing the opportunity to collect the blue star's stellar power. Meanwhile, the other companions faced their own distinct challenges, yet through their individual abilities and harmonious teamwork, they too managed to gather stellar energy. As time progressed, the amount of stellar power collected by Yi and his companions grew steadily. Upon reaching a critical mass, the surrounding spiritual seal began to waver. The ancient spiritualist's remnant observed this development with satisfaction, nodding in approval as he declared, "You have passed the trial. The treasure is now yours." The seal of spiritual power was lifted as Yi opened the box, revealing a radiant spirit crystal that emanated a kaleidoscope of colors. This crystal contained immense and pure spiritual energy, as if it possessed boundless strength. Yi understood that this spirit crystal was the opportunity they had long sought to transcend to a higher realm of spiritual mastery. With the crystal in hand, Yi and his companions departed from the mysterious relic, fully aware that this gem would significantly alter their cultivation journey and enhance their capabilities in safeguarding the Beastmaster world. Henceforth, Yi would lead his companions and their beasts to harness the power of this crystal and strive towards greater heights. Chapter 77. Entering the relic for exploration. Encountering various peculiar mechanisms, having left the enigmatic relic with the precious spirit crystal, Yi and his companions remained undeterred in their zeal for exploration. After a period of rest, they learned of an ancient relic hidden in the northwestern region of the Spirit-Master Realm, shrouded by the sands of time, said to conceal boundless secrets and potent opportunities. Driven by curiosity and desire for the unknown, Yi resolved to embark on another adventure, guiding his comrades to this mysterious site. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the location of the relic. This relic lay nestled within a desolate desert, surrounded by swirling sands, with only its towering and ancient walls partially visible, whispering tales of its former grandeur. The entrance loomed skyward, crafted from an unknown black stone, intricately inscribed with archaic and mysterious runes that, despite the ravages of time, still emitted a faint luminescence. Cautiously, Yi and his companions approached the grand door, where Baize stepped forward to scrutinize the runes closely. In its gaze, one could discern a blend of focus and contemplation. Moments later, through a mental link, Baize conveyed to Yi, these runes differed from those previously encountered. They appeared to form a complex mechanism, and any hasty interaction might provoke peril. Yet, I sensed that unraveling the mystery of these runes could reveal the way to open this door. Yi and his companions began to analyze the runes surrounding the entrance. They observed that the arrangement, though seemingly chaotic, harbored a hidden logic. After prolonged observation and numerous attempts, Yi finally discerned a clue within the trajectories of the runes. Following a specific sequence, he channeled his spiritual energy into the corresponding runes. As the energy was gradually infused, the runes began to glow, and the door emitted a deep rumbling sound, slowly creaking open. An ancient and musty aura enveloped them as Yi and his companions stepped into the relic. Inside lay a lengthy corridor, its walls adorned with softly glowing gemstones that barely illuminated the path ahead. However, they had not ventured far when they encountered the first peculiar mechanism. Suddenly, the ground beneath the corridor split open, revealing bottomless chasms from which searing flames erupted intermittently. The heat was intense, instantly rendering the surrounding air unbearable. Yi quickly shouted, "Everyone, be cautious. Do not approach the chasms." The Qilin promptly positioned itself at the forefront of the group, unleashing a formidable flame shield to fend off the inferno erupting from the chasm, thereby granting the others precious moments to devise a strategy. Yi meticulously observed the width of the chasm and the pattern of the flames, discerning that the fire did not continuously spew forth, but rather had brief intervals. He addressed his companions, stating, "We must seize the moments between the flames to leap across swiftly. Bifang, you shall go first and fly to the opposite side to assess the safety of the area." Obeying the command, Bifang soared into the sky and successfully reached the far side of the chasm. It circled above, relaying through their mental connection that there was no immediate danger on the other side. Yi continued, "Qilin, cease the flame shield for now. The moment the flames cease, we shall leap without hesitation. Joey Fox, use your spiritual energy to assist everyone, ensuring our jumps are precise. Xuanwu, You will guard the rear to prevent any unforeseen incidents. With preparations complete, as the flames halted, Yi and his companions, aided by the Jiawei Fox's spiritual energy, nimbly leaped across the chasm. Pressing onward, they arrived at a spacious hall. Countless sharp spikes hung from the ceiling, while the floor was etched with intricate runes. Upon their entrance, the runes suddenly illuminated, and the spikes began to descend slowly. Yi realized this was yet another trap. He swiftly surveyed the hall's layout and discovered 4 stone platforms, each adorned with distinct patterns, located at the corners of the hall. Baize communicated through their mental link. These platforms may hold the key to deactivating the trap. We must identify the runes corresponding to the patterns on the platforms and activate them in a specific order to halt the descent of the spikes. Immediately, Yi and his companions dispersed, scouring the hall for the runes that matched the patterns on the platforms. After a diligent search, they finally located the corresponding runes. Following Baize's hypothesis, Yi activated the rune corresponding to the pattern on the southeast platform first. As the rune was activated, the descent of the spikes noticeably slowed. Subsequently, they activated the runes on the other 3 platforms in the prescribed order. When the final rune was activated, the spikes ceased their descent and gradually ascended back to the ceiling. However, the danger within the hall was far from over. For powerful currents of spiritual energy surged from the corners of the hall, racing towards Yi and his companions. Yi swiftly commanded the beasts and his allies to form a defensive formation. The Qilin and Xuanwu positioned themselves at the front, using their immense strength to withstand the oncoming currents. Bifang cast wind-based spiritual spells from the air, attempting to redirect the flows. The Jiawei Fox employed diversionary techniques to disrupt the current's movement. Xuanwu provided defensive support in the center, while Yi and the others summoned their own spiritual shields to bolster their defenses. Despite the ferocity of the spiritual currents, they could not breach the collective defense. While fending off the onslaught, Yi pondered a solution. He realized that the currents seemed to be controlled by a spiritual nexus located at the center of the hall. Through their mental connection, he instructed Bifang, find a way to approach the spiritual nexus in the center of the hall and see if you can disrupt it. After receiving the command, Bifang seized the opportune moment, skillfully evading the onslaught of spiritual energy, and soared towards the center of the grand hall. As it approached the spiritual energy nexus, it discovered a formidable shield enveloping the area. Bifang unleashed azure flames, striving to breach the barrier. Concurrently, Yi and his companions intensified their resistance against the torrent of spiritual energy, diverting the enemy's attention to buy Bifang precious time. After considerable effort, Bifang ultimately succeeded in penetrating the shield surrounding the nexus. It unleashed its potent flames upon the spiritual energy core, and with a brilliant flash of light, the nexus was shattered, causing the 4 torrents of spiritual energy to dissipate. The hall returned to tranquility, and Yi and his companions pressed onward. They traversed a narrow corridor and arrived at a vast circular chamber. The floor was intricately etched with a complex star map, while the walls were adorned with crystals of various hues. Upon entering the room, the crystals suddenly emitted a blinding radiance, causing the temperature within to plummet sharply. Sensing impending danger, Yi realized that the crystals appeared to be interconnected, forming a powerful freezing energy field. If they did not decipher the mechanism swiftly, they would be ensnared in ice within the chamber. Yi quickly scrutinized the star map, attempting to discern clues to unlock the mystery. With Baize's assistance, he discovered a correlation between the arrangement of the stars on the map and the positions of the crystals. Following the guidance of the star map, he sequentially activated the corresponding crystals. As each crystal was ignited, the temperature in the chamber began to rise gradually, and the freezing energy field weakened. When the final crystal was activated, a downward passageway appeared in the center of the room. Yi and his companions exchanged knowing glances and, without hesitation, ventured deeper into the ruins. They understood that the further they delved, the greater the risks they might encounter, yet it also promised even greater opportunities awaiting them. After descending the passage for some time, they arrived at a colossal cavern enveloped in dense spiritual mist, within which shadowy figures could be discerned moving about. Yi and his companions remained vigilant, bracing themselves for the challenges ahead. Suddenly, a gigantic spiritual turtle emerged slowly from the mist. Its back was adorned with mysterious patterns, and its eyes shimmered with wisdom. The spiritual turtle gazed at Yi and his companions, emitting a deep voice. "You have intruded upon my domain. To proceed, you must pass my trial." Without hesitation, Yi and his companions expressed their willingness to accept the challenge. The spiritual turtle continued. "In this cavern lie 5 spiritual energy orbs. You must locate them within the span of 1 hour and place them upon the corresponding positions on my back. Should you succeed, I shall allow you to pass. If not, you shall remain here forever." With that, the spiritual turtle submerged back into the mist, disappearing from sight. Yi swiftly instructed his companions and beasts to disperse in search of the spiritual energy orbs, urging them to remain vigilant, for other dangers may lurk within the cavern. "Qilin, pave the way ahead. Bifang, conduct aerial reconnaissance. Nine-tailed fox, use your perceptive abilities to uncover clues to the spirit orbs. Xuanwu, stay close to the group and be ready to provide defensive support. Taowu and Bo, safeguard the surroundings." The beast companions and allies swiftly sprang into action, commencing their search for the spirit orbs within the cave. Yi also employed his spiritual perception, meticulously scouring every nook and cranny. The ethereal mist that enveloped the cave posed significant challenges to their search, yet none of them faltered. During their quest, they encountered several small spirit beasts. These creatures, though diminutive in size, displayed remarkable agility, relentlessly launching attacks against them. Qilin, Taowu, and Bo took up the mantle of defending against the spirit beasts, while Bifang unleashed fiery assaults from above. The nine-tailed fox employed disorienting techniques to hinder the beast's movements. Yi and the other companions also cast their spiritual spells to assist the beasts in combat. After a fierce battle, they successfully repelled the spirit beasts and resumed their search for the spirit orbs. As time passed, nearly an hour had elapsed, yet they had only uncovered 4 spirit orbs. Yi felt an acute sense of urgency and scrutinized the cave's environment once more, suddenly noticing a hidden recess at the cave's apex, seemingly concealing something. He instructed Bifang to ascend and investigate. Indeed, the final spirit orb lay concealed therein. Bifang carefully retrieved the orb and handed it to Yi. With 5 spirit orbs in hand, Yi approached the spirit turtle. Following the patterns etched upon the turtle's shell, he placed the 5 orbs in their corresponding spots. Upon positioning the last orb, a radiant glow emanated from the spirit turtle, causing the mist within the cave to gradually dissipate. The spirit turtle spoke slowly. "You have passed the trial. Proceed onward. However, the dangers that lie ahead exceed your imagination. Tread carefully." Yi and his companions expressed their gratitude to the spirit turtle and continued deeper into the ruins. Unaware of the peculiar mechanisms and formidable foes that awaited them, they embraced each challenge with unwavering faith, united strength, and exceptional wisdom. Chapter 78. Utilizing wisdom and beasts to unravel mechanisms and forge ahead after passing the spirit turtle's trial. Yi and his companions delved further into the ruins. Before them lay a narrow, winding passage, its walls shimmering with an otherworldly glow, as if an array of eyes were watching them. This eerie atmosphere heightened their vigilance, prompting them to tread with utmost caution. As they progressed, the passage unexpectedly widened into a vast circular chamber. The floor was inscribed with a multitude of intricate runes, and at the center of the space, a sphere radiating a kaleidoscope of colors hovered. Surrounding the sphere were chains of spiritual energy, binding it to the walls of the chamber. The moment Yi stepped into this chamber, the runes ignited with a blinding brilliance, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged toward them. Baize immediately alerted them through their mental connection. "Be cautious. These runes appear to form a formidable spiritual trap. We must swiftly discover a means to unravel it. Otherwise, if triggered in its entirety, we shall be ensnared here." Yi and his companions swiftly dispersed, meticulously observing the arrangement of the runes and the flow of spiritual energy. Yi discerned the presence of a logical relationship among the runes, reminiscent of certain ancient formations he had encountered in the ruins. He recalled the ancient texts acquired in the stone forest, which detailed similar formations. Noting that the key to unraveling them lay in identifying pivotal runes and activating them in a specific sequence. With the assistance of Baize, Yi and his companions commenced their search for the crucial runes among the multitude. The Qilin, endowed with acute perception, detected that certain runes emitted a distinct fluctuation of spiritual energy, suggesting they were likely the keys. Yi directed his companions to concentrate their spiritual energy on these suspected pivotal runes, carefully attempting to activate them. However, upon the activation of the first crucial rune, an unexpected event transpired. Numerous phantoms of spiritual energy suddenly manifested in the space, resembling ancient warriors armed with weapons, charging toward Yi and his companions. A wave of anxiety washed over Yi as he realized that the activation of the runes had triggered a defensive mechanism. He swiftly issued commands to his beasts. "Qilin, you and Taowu confront them head-on, using your formidable strength to break their formation. Bifang, Launch aerial assaults to disrupt their movements and seek out weaknesses. Xuanwu. Employ your illusionary techniques to disorient their minds. Xuanwu. Guard our rear to prevent any potential sneak attacks. With a thunderous roar, the Qilin was engulfed in flames, charging at the spiritual phantoms like a blazing meteor. Tao Wu and Bo followed closely behind, utilizing their robust physiques and sharp claws to engage in close combat with the phantoms. Bifang soared high into the air, unleashing azure flames like arrows toward the phantoms. The Xuanwu focused intently, its 9 tails swaying gently, releasing a powerful illusionary force in an attempt to sow chaos among the phantoms. Yi and his companions also cast their spiritual spells to assist their beasts in battle. Yi concentrated his spiritual energy, forming blades that soared toward the phantoms, slicing through their forms. Others employed ice spells to freeze the phantoms, while some used wind spells to disrupt their movements. Amidst the fierce combat, Yi observed that although the phantoms were numerous, their actions seemed to be governed by certain rules. They attacked in specific patterns and rhythms, and by mastering this rhythm, vulnerabilities could be uncovered. Through a mental connection, Yi relayed this revelation to his beasts, urging them to keenly observe the phantoms' movement patterns. Gradually, the Qilin discerned the rhythm of the phantoms' attacks, skillfully evading their strikes and seizing the opportune moment to deliver a fiery blow to the phantoms' vital points. Bifang also utilized the intervals in the phantoms' movements to execute more precise fire attacks from the air. The Xuanwu's illusionary techniques began to yield greater results, causing some phantoms to turn on one another. Through the concerted efforts of the beasts and companions, the spiritual phantoms were gradually eliminated. As the last phantom dissipated, the tense atmosphere in the space temporarily eased. Yi and his companions remained vigilant, continuing their study of the runes in an attempt to activate the next crucial rune. After much effort, they successfully activated the second key rune. This time, no new foes emerged from the space. Instead, the ethereal chains surrounding the orb began to gradually loosen. Yi understood that they were progressing towards unraveling the mechanism. However, just as they prepared to activate the third key rune, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Numerous sharp stone spikes erupted from the earth, lunging towards them. Yi urgently shouted, "Xuanwu, deploy the defenses." Xuanwu swiftly moved to the center of the group, its massive shell adorned with glowing runes, forming a solid shield that deflected the onslaught of the stone spikes. Yi observed the attack patterns of the spikes and discerned a correlation between their frequency and direction and the fluctuations of the rune's ethereal energy. He meticulously examined the runes again and uncovered a concealed rune combination. This combination could temporarily halt the assault of the stone spikes, but it required activation within a limited time frame. Yi quickly directed his companions and their beasts to infuse their ethereal energy into the hidden rune combination in a specific sequence. Through their combined efforts, the rune combination was successfully activated, causing the stone spikes to cease their attack and gradually retract into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yi and his companions focused their efforts on activating the third key rune. As the third key rune was activated, the ethereal chains surrounding the orb loosened further, and the colorful radiance became even more resplendent. Subsequently, they successfully activated the remaining key runes. When the final key rune was activated, the ethereal chains surrounding the orb shattered entirely, and the orb descended slowly. Yi stepped forward and gently touched the orb. A powerful and pure ethereal energy surged into his body in an instant. Baize remarked, "This orb contains formidable ethereal energy. It appears to be the essential artifact for unlocking the next stage of our journey. We can harness its power to unravel more mechanisms ahead." Yi carefully stored the orb and continued onward with his companions along the passage. Not long after, they arrived before a colossal stone door. The door was intricately carved with exquisite patterns depicting ancient battles and mysterious rituals. Yi scrutinized these patterns, seeking clues to unlock the stone door. At the edge of the patterns, he discovered several minute runes. These runes bore similarities to those encountered previously in the space, yet with subtle differences. Yi attempted to apply the method he had used to decipher the runes before, but to no avail. Just as confusion began to set in, Baize communicated through their mental link. These runes seemed to require a specific ethereal energy fluctuation for activation. We might try to combine the orb's ethereal energy with our own, creating a unique ethereal wave to infuse into the runes. Following Baize's suggestion, Yi guided the orb's ethereal energy and fused it with his own. He then carefully infused the blended ethereal energy into the runes on the stone door. The runes began to shimmer with light, and the stone door slowly creaked open. Behind it lay a long staircase, descending into the depths below. Yi and his companions descended the staircase, the temperature around them gradually dropping, enveloped in a chilling atmosphere. Suddenly, numerous ice sculptures materialized on either side of the walls, each one vividly lifelike, as if ancient warriors had been instantaneously frozen in time. Approaching one of the ice sculptures, Yi observed with keen scrutiny that it was inscribed with peculiar symbols. Baize communicated through their mental connection, suggesting that these symbols could serve as a warning or clues to unravel the mechanisms ahead. They needed to study them meticulously. Yi and his companions began their careful examination of the symbols adorning the ice sculptures. After considerable effort, they discerned that these symbols formed an ancient script, conveying a message about a formidable ice mechanism ahead, which required a unique flame to dismantle. Yi fell into deep contemplation, realizing that the flames they currently possessed seemed inadequate to meet the mechanism's demands. At that moment, Bifang emitted a sudden cry, stirring Yi's attention towards it. Through their mental link, Bifang conveyed that it sensed the presence of a special flame not far beneath the staircase. Following Bifang, Yi and his companions continued their descent. At the foot of the staircase, they stumbled upon an ice cave. In its center stood an ice platform, upon which blazed a mesmerizing blue flame. This flame radiated an extraordinary glow, causing the surrounding ice walls to shimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors. Yi recognized that this was the special flame they had been seeking. However, as they approached the ice platform, a swarm of ice spirits suddenly emerged from the cave. These diminutive, translucent beings brandished ice swords and charged towards Yi and his comrades. Yi swiftly directed his beasts and allies to confront the onslaught. The Qilin unleashed flames in an attempt to melt the ice spirits, but they nimbly evaded the fire, swiftly closing the distance to the group. Bifang unleashed azure flames from above, causing cracks to appear on the surfaces of the ice spirits, yet they persisted in their relentless assault. The nine-tailed fox employed illusion techniques to disrupt the ice spirits' movements, but they exhibited a resistance to such tricks, remaining largely unaffected. The tawny and the bow engaged the ice spirits in close combat, their claws leaving marks upon the ethereal forms. Yi and his companions also cast their spiritual spells to support their beasts in battle. Yi executed an ice spell, encasing several ice spirits in frost and creating opportunities for his allies to strike. Others conjured wind spells, sending the ice spirits tumbling haphazardly. Some invoked earth spells, using rocks to impede the spirits' advance. Amidst the fierce conflict, Yi discerned that the ice spirits' weakness lay in their core. Attacking this vital point would ensure their complete annihilation. Communicating this revelation through their mental connection, Yi alerted his beasts and companions, prompting them to adjust their strategy and concentrate their efforts on the ice spirits' cores. Through their combined assaults, the ice spirits were gradually vanquished. Yi approached the ice platform cautiously, carefully collecting the blue flame. He could sense the immense power within it, potent enough to dismantle the ice mechanism that lay ahead. Yi and his companions, fueled by the azure flames, pressed onward. Uncertain of the challenges that lay ahead, they placed their faith in their wisdom and the strength of their beast companions, confident that they could unravel every mechanism and delve into the deeper mysteries of the ruins. Chapter 79. Fierce Battle in the Depths of the Ruins. Conquering the Guardian to acquire the mysterious artifact, Yi and his companions ventured deeper into the ruins, the blue flames illuminating their path. After traversing a narrow passage, they emerged into a vast subterranean chamber. This space was suffused with an intense chill, the floor, walls, and ceiling encrusted with a thick layer of ice that sparkled with a cold luminescence under the feeble light. At the center of the chamber stood a colossal ice sculpture, depicting the formidable figure of a warrior, wielding a massive ice sword that emanated a potent and frigid aura. As Yi and his companions entered the chamber, the eyes of the ice sculpture suddenly ignited, casting a piercing, icy gaze upon them. Baize immediately communicated through their mental link, declaring, "This must be the powerful guardian of this place. It appears we must defeat it in order to advance and obtain any potential mysterious artifacts." Yi and his companions swiftly formed a battle formation, their beast companions brimming with vigor, ready to face the impending challenge. The ice warrior swung its ice sword, unleashing a massive blade of ice that hurtled towards Yi and his companions. "Xuanwu, defend!" Yi shouted urgently. Xuanwu stepped forward, its enormous shell shimmering with runes that coalesced into a formidable ice shield. The ice blade crashed against the shield, producing a tremendous roar and scattering countless ice shards. Yet Xuanwu's shield steadfastly withstood the assault. Witnessing this, Qilin let out a ferocious roar, flames erupting around it. charging towards the ice warrior like an enraged fire beast. It opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of searing flames, striving to melt the ice sculpture. However, the ice warrior deftly evaded the fiery onslaught, then wielded its sword to carve several arcs in the air, conjuring sharp ice spikes that shot towards Qilin. With agility, Qilin leaped and dodged, simultaneously spewing flames in an attempt to close the distance to the ice warrior. Bifang soared high above, seizing the opportune moment to swoop down upon the ice warrior, its wings fanning out as azure flames shot forth like lasers towards the warrior's head. The ice warrior, sensing the impending attack, raised its ice sword to defend, the blue flames colliding with the blade, hissing as it showed signs of melting. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox employed its illusionary techniques to confound the ice warrior's movements. Its eyes sparkled with enchanting light, and its 9 tails swayed gracefully, unleashing a potent mental force. The ice warrior appeared momentarily affected, its movements slightly delayed. Seizing the opportunity, Yi concentrated his spiritual energy, directing a beam of power towards the ice warrior. The ice warrior deflected the beam with its sword, but this action exposed a brief vulnerability. Taking advantage of the moment, Xuanwu and Bo charged from either side towards the ice warrior, leveraging their formidable strength and speed as they aimed their sharp claws at the warrior's legs. The ice sculpture warrior swiftly reacted, blocking the onslaught of the beast Xuanwu and the creature Bo with its ice sword, simultaneously sending Bo flying with a powerful kick. After being struck, Bo skidded across the ground for a distance, but quickly regained its footing and charged once more at the ice sculpture warrior. Yi and his companions unleashed their spiritual power spells to assist their beasts in battle. Some allies conjured wind-based spells, creating razor-sharp blades of air that sliced through the body of the ice sculpture warrior, while others summoned massive rocks through earth-based spells to crash down upon it. Despite the relentless assault from all sides, the ice sculpture warrior appeared unfazed, deftly wielding its ice sword to parry the myriad of attacks while launching counterstrikes. During the fray, Yi discerned that although the ice sculpture warrior was formidable, its movements seemed constrained by the ice elemental energy of the surrounding space. Each attack and maneuver drained a significant portion of its ice energy to sustain its form. Through a mental connection, he communicated to Baize, "Baize, let us devise a means to disrupt the ice elemental energy of this realm, depriving the ice sculpture warrior of its energy support." Baize replied, "I shall attempt to interfere with the flow of ice energy using a unique wave of spiritual power. You coordinate the beasts and our companions to intensify the assault, ensuring it cannot spare a moment to replenish its energy." Yi immediately relayed the plan to the beasts and his allies. The Qilin unleashed even more intense flames, and Bifang's azure fire grew fiercer, intertwining as they surged towards the ice sculpture warrior. The 9-tailed fox exerted its full prowess in illusion techniques, plunging the ice sculpture warrior into deeper confusion. Xuanwu and Bo relentlessly attacked, drawing the ice sculpture warrior's attention. Yi and his companions also cast their most powerful spiritual spells, bombarding the ice sculpture warrior with a torrent of attacks. Baize concentrated, releasing a distinct wave of spiritual energy that resonated with the ice elemental energy in the space, disrupting its normal flow. Sensing the anomaly in its energy, the ice sculpture warrior attempted to halt its assault to stabilize its own power, yet the relentless barrage from the beasts and companions prevented any escape. As the ice elemental energy became chaotic, cracks began to form in the ice sculpture warrior's body, and its movements grew increasingly sluggish. Recognizing the opportunity, Yi called out to the beasts, "Everyone, unleash the final assault. Qilin, use your mightiest flames. Bifang, focus your fire on its core. 9-tailed fox, amplify your illusion effects. Xuanwu and Bo, prepare for a decisive strike." The beasts obeyed, each exhibiting their most formidable abilities. The Qilin's flames coalesced into a robust pillar of fire, while Bifang's azure flames concentrated into a singular point, both launching towards the ice sculpture warrior's chest. The 9-tailed fox's illusions rendered the ice sculpture warrior utterly devoid of will to resist, allowing Xuanwu and Bo to seize the moment, charging with all their strength towards its core. With a resounding crash, the combined might of the flames and the assaults from Xuanwu and Bo shattered the ice sculpture warrior's chest, a radiant light emanating from within. The body of the ice sculpture warrior began to collapse, transforming into countless shards of ice scattered across the ground. The light gradually coalesced into a chest radiating a gentle glow. Yi and his companions approached the treasure chest and opened it. Within lay an extraordinary artifact, emanating a peculiar radiance. The object resembled a jade pendant, yet its surface was inscribed with enigmatic runes that shimmered faintly, as if harboring boundless power. After closely examining the treasure, Baize communicated through their mental link, stating, "This artifact appears to be an ancient relic, imbued with formidable spiritual energy that could greatly enhance our strength. Furthermore, it may conceal other unique abilities that we need to explore gradually." Yi carefully secured the treasure, his heart brimming with joy. After enduring fierce battles deep within the ruins, they had triumphed over the Guardians and acquired this mysterious object. However, Yi was aware that the ruins likely held more secrets yet to be unveiled. Following a brief respite and adjustment, Yi and his companions resolved to continue their exploration of other areas within the ruins, eager to uncover further treasures. With anticipation for the unknown and a yearning for greater power, they embarked on a new journey. Chapter 80. The mysterious artifact aids breakthrough. Striving towards the Spirit King Realm, Yi and his companions settled in a tranquil valley rich with spiritual energy, carrying the mysterious artifact obtained from the depths of the ruins. The jade-like object, adorned with intricate runes that glowed with a soft and mysterious light, seemed to whisper ancient secrets. Yi cradled the artifact in his palm, his gaze fixed intently upon the runes. Baize leaned closer, utilizing his vast reservoir of knowledge to decipher the information contained within the runes alongside Yi. After extensive study, Baize conveyed through their mental connection, these runes construct a unique and ancient method of spiritual energy guidance. It not only aids us in efficiently absorbing the energy within the artifact, but also directs the energy to flow within our bodies along specific pathways, thus enhancing our cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Yi followed Baize's guidance, gradually closing his eyes and calming his mind. He cautiously connected his own spiritual energy with that of the artifact, meticulously guiding the powerful and pure energy within to flow into his body along the routes indicated by the runes. As the energy coursed through him, Yi felt as though he were immersed in a warm and potent river, with the spiritual energy washing over his meridians, each surge rendering them more resilient and expansive. Observing Yi as he began to cultivate with the artifact, his companions quickly formed a formidable defensive perimeter around him to thwart external disturbances. The beast companions stood vigilantly nearby, acutely aware of the powerful waves of spiritual energy emanating from the artifact, understanding that their master was in a critical moment. Yet, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. The energy flow routes dictated by the runes were exceedingly intricate, and at several pivotal junctures, controlling the flow of energy became immensely difficult. A moment's negligence could trigger a backlash, inflicting severe harm upon oneself. Nevertheless, Yi remained undeterred, bolstered by his unwavering will and intense desire to transcend his current realm. He continually fine-tuned the rhythm of his spiritual energy, patiently harmonizing it with that of the artifact. Days turned into weeks as Yi immersed himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation. At last, after several days of arduous endeavor, Yi successfully guided the spiritual energy to circulate completely within his body for a full cycle. In that moment, a tremendous sense of power surged throughout him, and Yi distinctly perceived a remarkable enhancement in his strength, drawing him tantalizingly close to the realm of Spirit King. Yet, he was acutely aware that to genuinely transcend this threshold and break into the Spirit King realm, he would require further diligence and fortuitous opportunities. With a slow opening of his eyes, Yi generously shared the insights and experiences from his cultivation with his companions. Upon hearing his words, they eagerly endeavored to practice under Yi's guidance, harnessing the power of the treasures to aid their cultivation. With Yi's meticulous assistance, his companions gradually mastered the technique of channeling the treasure's spiritual energy, embarking upon their journey to enhance their own strengths. However, Yi was not content to rest on his laurels. He continued to delve deeper into the mysteries of the enigmatic treasure. In the ongoing process of guiding the spiritual energy, he was astounded to discover that the energy within the treasure seemed inexhaustible, a wellspring of limitless potential. Moreover, as the energy flowed more profoundly, the runes upon the treasure grew increasingly radiant, as if gradually unlocking more concealed functionalities. Yi firmly believed that this treasure would play a pivotal role on his path toward achieving the Spirit King realm. In the days that followed, Yi devoted himself rigorously to his training, striving with all his might to break through to the Spirit King realm and embark on a new journey within the Beast Mastery world. Chapter 81. A full-scale assault on the Spirit King realm, a successful breakthrough to a new beginning with a heart full of anticipation for the mysterious treasure. Yi immersed himself even more deeply in his cultivation. Each day, he lost himself in the fusion with the treasure's spiritual energy, guiding the seemingly boundless energy to circulate along the intricate pathways indicated by the runes within him. As his cultivation progressed, Yi gradually felt a tighter bond forming between himself and the treasure, as if it had become an integral part of his being. During one profound session of cultivation, Yi discerned that the variations in the radiance of the treasure's runes appeared intricately linked to his mental state and the flow of his spiritual energy. When his mind was tranquil and his energy flowed smoothly, the runes shone with brilliant luminosity. Conversely, any fleeting distraction or stagnation in the energy would cause the runes to dim. This revelation led Yi to understand that to unlock the hidden features of the treasure further, one must not only possess exquisite control over spiritual energy, but also cultivate a serene and clear mental state. To refine his mental state, Yi often retreated to a tranquil lakeside in a secluded valley during his breaks from training. Perched upon a large rock by the lake, he would close his eyes, attune his senses to the gentle breeze caressing his face, and listen to the soothing ripples of the water, gradually emptying his thoughts. In this process, he endeavored to harmonize the natural forces of the outside world with the spiritual energy within, merging his body and mind with the surrounding environment. After numerous attempts, Yi finally discovered a balance. His mental state became increasingly peaceful and stable, allowing him to wield spiritual energy with greater ease and proficiency. With the enhancement of his mental clarity, Yi could concentrate more effectively on guiding the treasure's spiritual energy during his cultivation. Ultimately, after an extended period of focused training, the runes on the treasure blazed with unparalleled brilliance, and a formidable and mysterious force surged forth from the treasure, integrating into Yi's being. Yi was pleasantly surprised to discover that his spiritual energy reserves had undergone a significant expansion, and his meridians had become more resilient and broader, as if they had been reforged anew. He recognized this as a gift bestowed upon him by the mysterious treasure after unlocking its hidden functions. At this moment, he found himself on the cusp of breaking through to the realm of the Spirit King. Resolute in his determination, he decided to make a final push, fully immersing himself in the cultivation required to transcend this boundary. He sought out a cave rich in spiritual energy, setting up a defensive barrier to ensure that he would not be disturbed during his breakthrough. Sitting cross-legged at the center of the cave, he placed the enigmatic treasure before him and once again guided the treasure's spiritual energy to fuse with his own, launching an assault against the barrier that obstructed his entry into the realm of the Spirit King. The spiritual energy surged within Yi like a torrential flood, crashing wave after wave against the invisible barrier. Each impact was accompanied by intense pain, yet Yi persevered through sheer willpower. As the assault continued, Yi gradually sensed the barrier beginning to weaken, fissures spreading like veins across its surface. Just when he felt he could no longer endure, a surge of unwavering belief surged within him. He recalled the adventures shared with his companions, the moments of fighting alongside his beasts, and his insatiable desire to explore the unknown realms of the beast world. This conviction transformed into a formidable force, infusing his assault with enhanced spiritual energy. With a thunderous crash, the barrier finally shattered, and a tremendous power instantly filled Yi's entire being. He successfully transcended to the realm of the Spirit King, and his body underwent a dramatic transformation. His skin became as smooth and exquisite as jade, radiating a subtle luster. His bones emitted a crisp sound, appearing denser and more robust. The flow of spiritual energy through his meridians quickened and became more effortless, with each cell brimming with potent strength. Slowly opening his eyes, Yi's gaze sparkled with excitement and joy. Rising to his feet, he gently waved his hands, and an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy surged forth like a tangible force, stirring a tempest of energy within the cave. As he emerged from the cave, his companions and beasts sensed the formidable aura emanating from him and gathered around. His companions expressed their heartfelt congratulations, while the beasts joyfully circled him, displaying their delight through affectionate gestures. Yi understood that breaking through to the realm of the Spirit King was merely a new beginning. In this elevated realm, he would encounter greater challenges and opportunities. He began to contemplate the direction and objectives of his future cultivation. With the breakthrough, his perceptive abilities were significantly enhanced, allowing him to acutely sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him and communicate more clearly with his beasts on a mental level. Through this mental connection, Yi shared his newfound feelings and insights with his beasts. He realized that their bond had grown tighter and more fluid, as though the distance between them had diminished considerably. This close connection deepened his understanding of their capabilities and potentials, providing him with greater possibilities for future training and combat. Yi resolved to reassess his training and combat strategies alongside his beasts. He realized that, within the realm of the Spirit King, it was essential to delve deeper into the capabilities of his spirit beasts and to further enhance the synergy among his team. He began to devise a new training regimen, aspiring to unlock greater power for himself and his spirit beasts within this exalted realm. Simultaneously, Yi understood that upon breaking through to the Spirit King level, his responsibilities within the world of spirit beasts had grown significantly. He resolved to step out of the valley and explore the broader world, seeking to comprehend the mysteries of the Spirit King realm and to discover ways to augment both his own strength and that of his spirit beast team. Embarking on this new beginning, Yi was filled with confidence and anticipation. He set forth with his companions and spirit beasts, embarking on a journey replete with challenges and opportunities. Chapter 82: Summoning the White Tiger and the Fae, exploring the unique abilities of the dual beasts. After Yi's breakthrough into the Spirit King realm, through a profound exploration of his own spiritual energy and a continuous resonance with mysterious artifacts, he discovered that he possessed the ability to summon two enigmatic spirit beasts, the White Tiger and the Fae. This revelation filled Yi with both excitement and curiosity. He was eager to encounter these legendary creatures and explore their unique powers. In a spacious clearing within the valley, rich in spiritual energy, Yi concentrated his mind. Following the summoning method he sensed within, he guided the spiritual energy within him to form specific oscillations. His hands moved swiftly, weaving intricate seals, while he chanted incantations. As the spiritual energy continued to accumulate, the surrounding air began to tremble violently, as if the very fabric of space were being torn apart, radiating brilliance. The first to appear was the White Tiger. Majestic in stature, its length spanning several feet, its snow-white fur gleamed with the purity of freshly fallen winter snow, each hair shimmering with a delicate silver luster, resembling countless scattered stars. At the center of its forehead lay a diamond-shaped blue gem, emanating a mysterious and chilling light. As if it could perceive all, its claws were extraordinarily sharp, akin to divine weapons, leaving deep imprints in the hardened ground with each step. A robust tail trailed behind, its tip adorned with fur that danced like burning white flames, exuding an aura of majesty and strength. Following closely was the Fae, appearing beside the White Tiger. Though smaller in size, it radiated an essence of agility and enigma. Its form resembled that of an ox, yet it possessed a serpentine tail and bore a pair of enormous wings upon its back. Its hide displayed a unique shade of purplish-black, flickering with a mysterious dark light. Its eyes glowed like two flames of purple fire, imbued with an air of mystique. As it gently flapped its wings, it stirred a peculiar wave of spiritual energy, distorting the air around it. Yi, along with his companions and spirit beasts, were awestruck by the formidable presence of the White Tiger and the Fae. Through a mental connection, he attempted to communicate with them, and both the White Tiger and the Fae responded amicably. Yi discovered that the White Tiger wielded powerful ice-based spiritual energy, capable of instantly condensing the surrounding moisture into various forms of ice weaponry, such as sharp ice spikes, enormous ice walls, and even creating an icy domain that could ensnare foes and restrict their movements. Within this icy realm, the temperature plummeted, swiftly diminishing the enemy's spiritual power and combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, the Fae possessed unique poison-based and flight capabilities. It can emit a noxious mist from its mouth, a vapor that possesses not only potent corrosive properties, but also swiftly erodes the spiritual shields of its adversaries, inflicting significant harm. Simultaneously, the creature boasts formidable aerial capabilities, allowing it to navigate the skies with remarkable agility and speed, rendering it elusive to its foes. It can harness its flying energy to conjure powerful whirlwinds in the air, disrupting the movements of its enemies. Yi decided to first practice in coordination with the White Tiger. He commanded the White Tiger to unleash an ice-based attack. With a wide-open maw, the White Tiger released a beam of icy blue light, instantaneously creating a forest of ice ahead, with sharp ice spikes standing tall. Yi instructed the Qilin to simultaneously breathe fire, resulting in a violent clash between the flames and the ice spikes, generating a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. Throughout this process, Yi observed the synergy between the White Tiger and the Qilin. Realizing that the ice-based energy of the White Tiger could stabilize the form of the Qilin's flames to a certain degree, making them more concentrated and powerful. Next, Yi continued his exploration with the creature Fae. He directed Fae to soar to great heights before swiftly diving down while releasing the toxic mist. Yi commanded the nine-tailed fox to employ its bewildering techniques, ensnaring the enemies in confusion as they attempted to evade the poisonous vapor. At this juncture, Bifang launched a cyan flame attack from the side, and under the dual distraction of confusion and toxicity, the enemies found it exceedingly difficult to evade Bifang's fiery assault. Yi also endeavored to facilitate cooperation between the White Tiger and Fei. The White Tiger conjured an ice bridge using its ice energy, enabling Fei to fly swiftly along the bridge while releasing toxic darts from its wings aimed at distant targets. This cooperative strategy rendered their assault more diverse and challenging to anticipate. During the exploration, Yi noted the White Tiger's proud yet composed demeanor, possessing a unique perspective on combat and perpetually seeking the opportune moment to strike. In contrast, Fei exhibited a more agile and cunning disposition, relishing in launching unexpected attacks during battles. Yi recognized that to enhance the synergy between the White Tiger, Fei, and the Beastmaster's team, it was essential to thoroughly consider their personality traits and make prudent adjustments. Yi shared the insights and experiences gained from exploring the capabilities of the White Tiger and Fei with his companions, who were all astounded by the formidable powers of these mystical spirit beasts. His companions promptly offered their perspectives and suggestions to assist Yi in better comprehending and utilizing the abilities of the White Tiger and Fei. Yi resolved to develop a specialized training regimen tailored to the characteristics of the White Tiger and Fei, aiming to further unearth their potential and enhance their rapport with the Beastmaster's team. In the ensuing days, Yi and the Spirit Beasts would embark on a more rigorous and in-depth training journey centered around this training plan, preparing diligently for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 83. Understanding the White Tiger and Fei. Formulating a new training scheme aligned with their abilities after initially exploring the cooperative capabilities of the White Tiger and Fei with the Beastmaster's team. Yi was acutely aware that to maximize the potential of these two powerful spirit beasts within the entire team, a profound understanding of their characteristics was imperative. Alongside the creation of a bespoke training program tailored to their needs, Yi began to dedicate considerable time to bonding with the White Tiger and Fei, engaging in deep communication through mental connection while meticulously observing their performances in various situations. He discovered that the ice-based spiritual power of the White Tiger was exceptionally potent and intricate. It possessed the remarkable ability to effortlessly manifest various forms of ice weaponry and to exercise meticulous control over its ice energy. For instance, the White Tiger could alter the trajectory of ice spikes mid-flight to pursue its foes or fortify ice walls to render them more resilient and elastic, effectively rebounding adversarial strikes. Furthermore, the White Tiger exhibited a profound mastery over the domain of ice, adeptly regulating its range, shape, and temperature according to the exigencies of battle. When confronted by multiple adversaries, the White Tiger could swiftly expand its icy realm, enveloping all enemies within, thereby sapping their spiritual strength and mobility through frigid temperatures. Conversely, in the presence of a single formidable opponent, it could concentrate its icy domain around that foe, exerting immense pressure to restrict their movement, while employing ice weaponry within this domain to deliver precision strikes. On the other hand, the poisonous spiritual essence of the Fei was equally distinctive. The toxic mist it exhaled possessed not only corrosive properties, but also the capacity to erode spiritual energy, exhibiting a high degree of finesse in its dispersal and form manipulation. The Fei could shape the noxious fog into specific configurations in the air, such as poisonous clouds or swirling mists, adapting to diverse combat scenarios. Additionally, it could alter the nature of the poison through spiritual energy, bestowing effects such as paralysis or dizziness, thereby enhancing the variety of its attacks. The Fei's aerial agility was further amplified by its flight-based spiritual energy, allowing it to execute intricate aerial maneuvers at astonishing speeds, even changing direction instantaneously, rendering it elusive. Moreover, it could synergize its flight and poison abilities to unleash toxic winds, broadening the reach of its venomous clouds. With a profound understanding of the capabilities of the White Tiger and the Fei, Yi formulated a comprehensive and meticulous training regimen. For the White Tiger's ice energy, he devised a series of training exercises. He had the White Tiger practice forming ice weaponry in various environments and conditions, ranging from ordinary grassy plains to spiritually barren valleys, and even to the searing terrain of lava, enhancing its mastery and adaptability over ice energy. Concurrently, Yi mandated that the White Tiger refine its precision control over ice weaponry, guiding ice spikes through intricate obstacles to strike targets accurately or adjusting ice walls to respond appropriately to varying intensities of attacks. In terms of training within the icy domain, Yi encouraged the White Tiger to apply its ice realm in battles of varying scales, He established simulated battlefields where the White Tiger faced adversaries of differing numbers and strengths, practicing the control of the icy domain's range and shape and adjusting its attacking strategies in response to enemy movements. Furthermore, Yi guided the White Tiger in exploring how to integrate its icy domain with the abilities of other beasts, such as harmonizing with the flames of the Qilin to create a fusion of ice and fire attacks or collaborating with the defensive energies of the Xuanwu to bolster the team's protective capabilities. In regard to the phase poison energy training, Yi had the Fae practice expelling toxic mists across various terrains and environments. From the narrow canyons to the vast plains, Fae must master the art of controlling the diffusion range and velocity of the toxic miasma in varying environments. Concurrently, Yi instructs Fae to experiment with altering the nature and effect of the toxins, selecting the most suitable poisonous attack method based on the characteristics of the adversary. For instance, when confronting a formidable yet sluggish opponent, one should employ a toxin with a paralyzing effect. Conversely, when faced with an agile but weaker foe, a toxin that erodes spiritual energy would be more effective. To enhance Fae's aerial prowess, Yi devised a series of challenging flight training exercises. He established a multitude of intricate obstacles and traps, demanding that Fae traverse them at the highest speed within the shortest time while evading potential hazards. Through relentless practice, Fae's flight speed and maneuverability were significantly enhanced, allowing for instantaneous directional changes to avoid various dangers. Furthermore, Yi guided Fae in better integrating aerial energy with toxic energy, enabling the release of more potent poisonous wind attacks in midair or swiftly approaching foes to unleash a sudden cloud of toxic mist, delivering unexpected strikes. To improve the synergy between Baihu, Fae, and the Beastmaster team, Yi formulated a series of collaborative training sessions. He designed diverse simulated combat scenarios, allowing Baihu, Fae, and other beasts to engage in coordinated drills. For example, in a simulated siege battle, the Qilin would initiate a powerful flame attack to draw the attention of enemies atop the walls, while Baihu utilized ice-based energy to create icy steps around the walls to facilitate the assault by Xuanwu and Bo simultaneously. Fae would fly above, releasing toxic mist to disrupt the enemy's defenses, while the Jiawei who employed confusion techniques to sow chaos among the adversaries. Bifang would scout the enemy's reinforcements from the air, and Xuanwu would protect teammates from surprise attacks from behind. Throughout the training process, Yi emphasized the cultivation of rapport among Baihu, Fae, and the other beasts. He encouraged the beasts to interact and communicate in their daily lives to deepen their understanding and trust in one another. Through playful engagement and the completion of simple tasks together, the bonds among the beasts grew closer, enabling them to better comprehend each other's intentions and execute optimal coordination during battles. Yi shared this training regimen with his companions, who unanimously expressed their agreement and support. In the days that followed, Yi, his companions, and the beasts devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the training, firmly believing that this tailored training plan, designed to harness the capabilities of Baihu and Fae, would further enhance the strength of Yi and the Beastmaster team, preparing them thoroughly for the graver challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 84. Joint training of the 8 beasts to strengthen team synergy. After crafting a bespoke training plan for Baihu and Fae, Yi resolved to integrate it into the broader training framework of the Beastmaster team, allowing all 8 beasts to train together, thereby reinforcing their collaborative synergy. He understood that the challenges faced in the realm of the Spirit King were becoming increasingly formidable. Only through close cooperation could the Beastmaster team maximize their combat effectiveness. Yi commenced by conducting a comprehensive and meticulous assessment of the abilities of all 8 beasts. As the formidable powerhouse of the team, the Qilin wields a potent and blazing firepower, its fierce and fearless combat style capable of swiftly breaching enemy defenses. The Bifang, endowed with exceptional flying abilities and formidable azure flames, can execute precise strikes from a distance while leveraging its speed for reconnaissance and surprise attacks. The nine-tailed fox possesses mesmerizing skills that can confound the enemy's mind, creating splendid opportunities for assault, while its agile movements allow it to navigate the battlefield with grace. The Xuanwu stands as a steadfast defensive bulwark for the team, capable of erecting formidable barriers to shield its comrades from harm and utilizing earth-based spiritual energy to aid in combat. The Taowu and Bo excel in raw power, specializing in close-quarters combat, serving as powerful shock troops on the battlefield, able to deliver decisive blows at critical moments. The newly joined White Tiger, harnessing ice-based spiritual energy, can conjure various ice weapons and domains, manipulating the tide of battle, and its sense of space and rhythm perfectly complements the assaults of other spirit beasts. The Fae, with its unique poison and aerial abilities, can launch toxic assaults from the skies, disrupting enemy movements, and its agility affords the team greater tactical flexibility. Based on the distinctive capabilities of the spirit beasts, Yi devised a series of diverse training exercises. The first exercise is the fusion of spiritual energies. Yi encouraged the spirit beasts to experiment with merging their energies, creating more potent and varied attack methods. For instance, the fusion of the Qilin's flames with the white tiger's ice energy generates a formidable force of fire and ice. Possessing both the searing heat of flames and the chilling cold of ice, capable of triggering a devastating ice-fire impact upon contact with enemies, inflicting double damage. The combination of Bifang's azure flames with the phase toxic energy results in flames imbued with deadly poison, so that any enemy struck must endure not only fire damage but also corrosive toxins. The merging of the nine-tailed fox's bewildering abilities with the strength of Xuanwu and Bo enables enemies to be caught off guard and subjected to powerful attacks, while in a state of confusion. Throughout the training, the spirit beasts encountered numerous challenges. Each type of spiritual energy possesses unique attributes and fluctuating frequencies, making perfect fusion a daunting task. Initially, their attempts at energy fusion often resulted in repulsion and instability. However, through unwavering determination and a steadfast belief in teamwork, they continuously adjusted the frequency and intensity of their energies. Through repeated trials and explorations, the spirit beasts gradually mastered the art of fusion, skillfully blending their energies to unleash greater power. They consistently innovated during training, experimenting with various combinations of energies to tackle an array of complex combat scenarios. The second exercise focuses on collaborative defense training. The Xuanwu assumes the core defensive role within the team, while Yi instructs the other spirit beasts to establish a cooperative defense around it. In the face of enemy assaults, the white tiger rapidly constructs ice walls around the Xuanwu, enhancing defensive strength. Meanwhile, the phase circles overhead, employing its flying energy to generate powerful whirlwinds, disrupting the trajectory of enemy spell attacks, rendering them less likely to strike their intended targets. The Qilin spewed forth flames, creating a curtain of fire before the icy wall. This intense heat not only obstructed certain ranged assaults, but also inflicted damage on any approaching foes. With its agile flight capabilities, the Bifang swiftly scouted the enemy's subsequent attack trajectories, promptly alerting its comrades. The nine-tailed fox employed its bewildering techniques to disrupt the adversary's rhythm, inducing a momentary confusion that diminished the potency of their strikes. The Xuanwu and Bo patrolled the perimeter of the defensive circle, thwarting any attempts by the enemy to breach it for close-quarter ambushes. Upon detecting an enemy's approach, they would utilize their formidable strength to repel them. In this training exercise, the Beastmasters were required to remain ever vigilant, engaging in real-time communication through their mental connections to closely monitor the movements of their allies and the enemy, adjusting their defensive strategies as necessary. Initially, the coordination among the Beastmasters was less than fluid, encountering issues such as the untimely construction of icy barriers and ineffective vortexes of airflow. However, as the training progressed, they gradually attuned to each other's rhythms and characteristics, their collaborative defense becoming increasingly harmonious, effectively withstanding various formidable assaults. Whether faced with a barrage of magical attacks or the enemy's close-range incursions, the Beastmaster team managed to avert crises through their tight-knit cooperation. The third segment involved tactical coordination training. Yi devised an array of intricate and variable simulated combat scenarios, encompassing diverse terrains such as mountainous forests, deserts, marshes, and plains, along with various environmental conditions including day and night and torrential rain, prompting the Beastmasters to formulate and execute corresponding strategies based on the differing contexts. In one simulated mountainous battle scenario, characterized by its complex terrain and dense vegetation conducive to stealth and ambush, the nine-tailed fox took the initiative to utilize its bewildering abilities, transforming into human form to infiltrate the enemy ranks, diverting their attention and cleverly luring them into a predetermined trap zone. Concurrently, the white tiger conjured an icy domain around the trap, hindering the enemy's mobility. The Qilin lay in ambush, poised to unleash a torrent of searing flames once the adversaries entered the trap, ensnaring them within an interwoven realm of ice and fire. The Bifang, soaring above, monitored the movements of the enemy's reinforcements. Upon detecting incoming support, it quickly launched an azure flame attack to hinder their advance. The Xuanwu and Bo flanked the assailed enemies, executing close-range strikes to deliver decisive blows. The Fey soared overhead, continuously emitting toxic miasma to further diminish the enemy's combat efficacy. Meanwhile, the Xuanwu fortified the rear defenses, preventing any potential escape by the enemy while safeguarding its allies from possible ambushes. In another simulated desert combat scenario, characterized by its vast openness, intense sunlight, and formidable sandstorms, the Beastmaster team devised distinct tactics suited to the desert's attributes. The Bifang ascended to great heights, utilizing the principle of sunlight reflection to generate a blinding radiance with its azure flames, dazzling the enemy. The Fae, taking advantage of the sandstorm's cover, swiftly approached the enemy, then unexpectedly released a cloud of toxic mist, catching them off guard. The Qilin, positioned at the rear, launched long-range fiery assaults, employing the dunes as shields while continually shifting its attack positions, making it difficult for the enemy to predict its movements. The White Tiger harnessed the power of ice to create an icy refuge amidst the desert, providing defensive protection for its comrades. The Nine-Tailed Fox employed its bewildering techniques, plunging the enemy into chaos, leading them to turn upon one another. Seizing this opportunity, the tawny beast and the bizarre beast charged forth, delivering a crushing blow to the disoriented foes. Meanwhile, the Black Tortoise utilized its earth-based abilities to erect earthen walls in the desert, thwarting the enemy's counterattacks and establishing a stable defensive stronghold for its allies. During tactical training exercises, the Beast-Tamers were required to fully exploit their respective talents and intellect, making swift decisions based on the evolving battlefield dynamics. Through continuous drills and the assimilation of experiences, they gradually forged an efficient combat strategy system, capable of adeptly responding to various complex combat scenarios. Throughout the training process, Yi often invited his companions to assume the roles of adversaries, simulating different types of opponents to enhance the difficulty and realism of the training. The companions wielded diverse magical spells and combat techniques, engaging in fierce confrontations with the beast teams, thereby honing the beast's abilities under genuine pressure. In addition to routine training regimens, Yi emphasized the cultivation of camaraderie among the beasts. He frequently organized lighthearted activities such as chase games on the grass to enhance their speed and agility in a playful manner, swimming competitions by the river to improve their physical endurance and aquatic skills, or treasure hunts in the mountains to sharpen their perception and teamwork abilities. Through these activities, the bonds among the beasts deepened, and their trust and understanding of one another flourished. They learned to assist and support each other, a spirit of teamwork that was vividly manifested in battle. After a period of collective training among the 8 beasts, their teamwork and synergy were significantly strengthened. In combat, they could coordinate intuitively, exhibiting a formidable strength that surpassed mere individual contributions. Whether through the fusion of magical attacks, collaborative defense, or intricate tactical maneuvers, the beast team demonstrated remarkable proficiency. Observing the growth and progress of his beasts, Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction and pride. He understood that this rigorously trained beast team would accompany him in facing various challenges ahead, crafting their own illustrious saga. Furthermore, Yi would continue to lead the beast team, relentlessly enhancing their strength as they embraced more unknown challenges, aspiring towards greater ambitions. Chapter 85. Joining the Spirit King Alliance and engaging in its significant affairs after a period of joint training that elevated their abilities and synergy to new heights. Yi and the Beast team became aware of numerous rumors surrounding the Spirit King Alliance. This grand organization, comprised of formidable beings at the Spirit King level, aimed to uphold peace and order within the Spirit King realm, foster its development, and provide a platform for communication, collaboration, and advancement among its members. Recognizing the pivotal significance of joining the Spirit King Alliance for both his and the Beast team's growth, Yi resolved to journey to the Alliance's headquarters to apply for membership. Thus, Yi led his companions and the Beast team on their expedition to the headquarters of the Spirit King Alliance. Throughout their journey, they traversed vast forests, boundless deserts, and perilous mountains, experiencing the diverse topography and rich cultural heritage of the Spirit King realm. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at Linghui City, the headquarters of the Spirit King Alliance. This magnificent city boasted towering walls that reached into the clouds, constructed from a unique stone that radiated a gentle glow. This material was not only incredibly sturdy, but also capable of withstanding formidable spiritual attacks. At the city gates, a strict guard was maintained, with members of the Spirit King Alliance clad in uniform, standing watch with spirited vigilance. As Yi approached, he expressed his intent to the guards, seeking an audience with the Alliance leader to apply for membership in the Spirit King Alliance. Upon confirming Yi and his companions' identities and purpose, the guards ushered them into the city. Within Linghui City, The atmosphere was bustling and lively, with broad, tidy streets lined with shops showcasing a plethora of spiritual artifacts and magical treasures. Strong individuals from the Spirit King realm moved about, exuding powerful spiritual energy. Under the guidance of the guards, Yi and his companions arrived at the headquarters building of the Spirit King Alliance. This grand edifice stood proudly at the heart of the city, constructed from alternating white and golden stones, exuding a solemn and majestic appearance, with lavish yet elegant interior decor. Upon entering the building, they were led to a spacious conference room. Shortly thereafter, a distinguished middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes entered the room. He was Elder Xianfeng, a high-ranking official of the Spirit King Alliance. Elder Xianfeng scrutinized Yi and his companions, along with their beast team. Perceiving the powerful aura and unique spiritual fluctuations emanating from them, Yi respectfully introduced himself and his beast team, recounting their adventures in the Beastmaster world and their growth and progress upon breaking through to the Spirit King realm. After listening, Elder Xianfeng expressed his admiration for Yi and his companion's strength and experiences. Following this, Elder Xianfeng provided a detailed overview of the Spirit King Alliance's mission, organizational structure, rules, and the rights and responsibilities of its members. He emphasized that the Alliance is dedicated to maintaining peace and stability within the Spirit King realm, combating various threats and malevolent forces, while also encouraging mutual exchange, learning, and collective enhancement of strength among its members. Joining the Spirit King Alliance would grant members opportunities to partake in various Alliance-organized activities, access precious cultivation resources, and collaborate with other powerful Spirit Kings. However, members were also expected to adhere to the Alliance's regulations and actively contribute to its development. After hearing Elder Xuanfeng's introduction, Yi's resolve to join the Spirit King Alliance strengthened. He expressed his willingness to abide by the Alliance's rules and contribute his efforts to its advancement. Seeing Yi's sincere attitude, Elder Xianfeng arranged for him and his companions to undergo a series of assessments. The evaluation would encompass strength testing, moral assessment, and comprehension of the Alliance's ideals. During the strength testing segment, Yi commanded the beast team to showcase their formidable combat prowess. The Qilin unleashed searing flames, instantly melting a massive rock. The white tiger conjured an icy realm, freezing the surrounding space. The Fae emitted a noxious mist from the sky, corroding a specially crafted defense barrier. Other spirit beasts also showcased their unique abilities. The close collaboration and formidable strength of the spirit beast team garnered waves of admiration from the evaluators present. In the virtue assessment, Yi and his companions recounted their experiences of aiding the weak and combating evil during their adventures, as well as their sincere attitudes toward friends and allies. Their kindness, bravery, and sense of justice were duly recognized by the evaluators. Finally, during the assessment of their understanding of the League's principles, Yi articulated his views on preserving peace and order in the Spirit King realm, along with thoughts on fostering its development. His insights were profound and constructive, earning high praise from Elder Xianfeng. After a comprehensive evaluation, Yi, his companions, and the Spirit Beast team successfully passed the review and officially became members of the Spirit King League. Elder Xianfeng personally presented the League membership badges to Yi and the others. The badges, crafted from special spiritual materials, bore the emblem of the Spirit King League and radiated unique spiritual energy, symbolizing the members' identity and honor. Upon joining the Spirit King League, Yi and the Spirit Beast team began to engage in various League affairs. Their first significant task was to assist the League in investigating a mysterious spiritual energy anomaly. In the bordering regions of the Spirit King realm, a peculiar wave of spiritual energy had emerged, affecting the local energy balance and causing some spirit beasts to behave erratically and even attack humans. Yi and the Spirit Beast team formed an investigative group with other League members and swiftly proceeded to the incident site to conduct their inquiry. Upon arrival, Yi and the members of the investigation team discovered that the spiritual energy was extraordinarily chaotic and complex, with various energies intertwining and colliding, as if a mysterious force were manipulating them from behind. Utilizing his perceptive abilities from the Spirit King realm, Yi meticulously traced the source of the energy fluctuations. He discerned that the anomaly seemed connected to an ancient ruin deep underground. The investigation team decided to delve into the ruin for further exploration. Inside the ruin, the atmosphere was dark and damp, permeated by a decaying scent. The walls of the passage were inscribed with mysterious runes and patterns that emitted a faint glow, yet evoked an inexplicable sense of oppression. As they advanced through the ruin, they encountered various dangers, such as sudden traps and formidable energy phantoms. Yi commanded the Spirit Beast team to engage in combat against these threats. The Qilin's flames illuminated the dark corridors, repelling the energy phantoms. The White Tiger's ice-infused powers froze the mechanisms within the traps. The Fae's toxic abilities dealt with lurking dangers. With the Spirit Beast team's assistance, the investigation group successfully ventured deeper into the ruin. After a thorough exploration, they finally located the source of the energy anomaly, a colossal spiritual energy crystal. The crystal emanated an eerie glow, continuously releasing chaotic spiritual energy into the surroundings. As they prepared to delve deeper into the mysteries of the crystal, a sudden, intense tremor resonated through the ruins, and a mysterious figure emerged slowly from the shadows. How would Yi and the investigation team respond to this enigmatic apparition? What conspiracies lie hidden behind this extraordinary event of spiritual energy? The journey of Yi and the Beastmaster team within the Spirit King Alliance was only just beginning, with more challenges and opportunities awaiting them. Chapter 86. The Alliance issues a mission to resolve the major crisis in the Spirit King realm. The atmosphere grew palpably tense as the mysterious figure manifested before Yi and the investigation team. Enveloped in a dense aura of dark spiritual energy, the figure's features remained obscured, yet its powerful and malevolent presence was unmistakable. With a low, chilling laugh, the figure spoke. You members of the Spirit King Alliance have no business here. The secrets of this ruin are beyond your reach. Undeterred, Yi responded resolutely. No matter who you are, we will not stand idly by while you create chaos in the Spirit King realm and endanger lives. With that, he commanded the Beastmaster team to assume a battle formation. The Qilin ignited with blazing flames, radiating an intense heat, poised to launch an attack. The White Tiger conjured an icy shield to protect its allies, while seeking an opportunity to unleash an ice attack. The Fae circled overhead, gathering toxic mist in its mouth, ready to deliver a lethal strike to the enemy. The other summoned beasts took their positions, bracing for the impending confrontation. Observing this, the mysterious figure waved its hands, and dark spiritual energy surged toward Yi and his comrades like a tidal wave. Yi swiftly ordered the Xuanwu to initiate a defensive stance, its massive shell adorned with glowing runes, forming a robust barrier that withstood the onslaught of dark energy. Simultaneously, the Qilin unleashed a torrent of flames, colliding violently with the dark energy, resulting in a fierce explosion. The White Tiger seized the moment to create an ice blade amidst the dark energy, launching it toward the mysterious figure. However, the figure deftly evaded the icy projectile and retaliated with an even fiercer assault of dark energy, causing cracks to appear in Xuanwu's protective barrier. Realizing that the mysterious figure possessed formidable strength and that their current assaults would not suffice for victory, Yi communicated with his beasts through a mental connection to devise a new strategy. He instructed the nine-tailed fox to employ its illusionary skills, aiming to disrupt the figure's movements. Focusing intently, the nine-tailed fox swayed its 9 tails gently, releasing a potent aura of confusion. The mysterious figure appeared somewhat affected, its movements slightly hindered. Seizing this opportunity, Yi commanded the Qilin and White Tiger to launch a simultaneous attack. The flames of the Qilin merged with the icy spiritual energy of the White Tiger, forming a formidable force of ice and fire that surged toward the mysterious figure. Sensing the threat of this powerful force, the figure quickly concentrated dark energy to form a protective shield in front of itself. The ice and fire collided with the dark shield, erupting in a dazzling display of light, and a fissure appeared on the dark barrier. Amidst the fierce battle, Yi suddenly discerned a connection between the dark spiritual energy of the figure and the energy crystals within the ruins. He speculated that if they could destroy the energy crystals, it might weaken the figure's power. Yi conveyed his thoughts to his companions and the Beastmaster team through a mental connection, and they swiftly devised a new battle plan. He instructed Bifang to soar above the spirit crystal, unleashing azure flames upon it. Bifang flapped his wings, and the azure flames fell like raindrops, striking the spirit crystal. The mysterious figure sensed the intentions of Yi and his allies, attempting to thwart Bifang's assault. Yi commanded the Beastmaster team to fully obstruct the mysterious figure as Qilin, Baihu, and Fei launched their attacks to restrain its movements. The mysterious figure was immobilized by the onslaught from the Beastmaster team, unable to divert its attention to stop Bifang. Under Bifang's relentless onslaught, cracks began to appear on the spirit crystal, and as they widened, the chaotic spiritual energy emanating from the crystal gradually diminished. The mysterious figure, feeling the change in the spirit crystal, became increasingly frantic, launching all-out attacks in a desperate attempt to breach the defenses of the Beastmaster team. Yi and his companions gritted their teeth, resolutely withstanding the mysterious figure's assaults. Ultimately, with Bifang's final strike, the spirit crystal shattered with a resounding crash. As the crystal broke, the mysterious figure let out a shriek, its dark spiritual energy dissipating swiftly, and its power significantly weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Yi directed the Beastmaster team to unleash their final assault. Qilin emitted searing flames, Baihu shot icy blades, and Fei expelled toxic mists into the air, while the other beasts unleashed their respective skills. Under the combined might of the Beastmaster team's onslaught, the mysterious figure was ultimately vanquished, dissolving into a wisp of black smoke. With the destruction of the spirit crystal, the spiritual energy within the ruins gradually returned to normal, and the surrounding environment was no longer affected by chaotic energies. Yi and the investigative team successfully resolved the anomalous spiritual event at the edge of the Spirit King realm, eliminating a potential major crisis. Upon returning to the Spirit King Alliance headquarters, Yi and the investigative team reported the detailed circumstances of the incident to the higher-ups. The Alliance lauded Yi and his Beastmaster team for their commendable performance during the mission. They not only resolved the spiritual anomaly, but also demonstrated formidable strength and exceptional teamwork. However, the Alliance's leadership recognized that a more significant conspiracy may lurk behind this incident. It is exceedingly rare for such organized and premeditated chaos to manifest within the Spirit King realm. The Alliance decided to establish a specialized investigative team to delve deeper into the forces behind this event, inviting Yi and his Beastmaster team to join. Yi understood that this would be an even more formidable task, yet he accepted the invitation without hesitation. He recognized that as a member of the Spirit King Alliance, it was his duty to uphold peace and order within the Spirit King realm. Yi and the Beastmaster team would continue to embrace challenges, investigating the truth behind the events, and fighting for the tranquility of the Spirit King realm. What difficulties and dangers would they encounter in the ensuing investigations? What objectives lie behind the mysterious forces in the shadows? All remains shrouded in uncertainty, awaiting Yi and the Beastmaster team to unveil the truth. Chapter 87. Undertaking Alliance missions, encountering a formidable and mysterious opponent. Yi and his Beastmaster team joined a specialized investigative group formed by the Alliance, embarking on a profound inquiry into the enigmatic forces behind the anomalous spiritual energy events. They commenced their investigation at the site of shattered spiritual crystals, meticulously gathering various clues in an effort to unveil the shadowy figure orchestrating the chaos. Through the analysis of residual spiritual energy fluctuations within the ruins, coupled with inquiries directed at the local populace and spirit beasts, the investigation team gradually unearthed leads pointing towards a clandestine organization known as the Shadow Society. Hidden deep within the Spirit King realm, it was revealed that the Shadow Society had long dwelled in obscurity, their operations shrouded in secrecy, with few aware of their true intentions and capabilities. They appeared to be covertly plotting a series of conspiracies aimed at destabilizing the peace and order of the Spirit King realm. Resolute in their pursuit, Yi and the investigative team decided to follow the trail of clues to trace the whereabouts of the Shadow Society. After a grueling pursuit, the team finally located a secret stronghold belonging to the Shadow Society, nestled within the depths of a mysterious forest in the Spirit King realm, encircled by formidable spiritual barriers that rendered it imperceptible to ordinary individuals. Cautiously approaching the stronghold, Yi and the team deftly evaded traps and sentinels surrounding the area. Upon infiltrating the interior, they discovered a heavily fortified environment, with members of the Shadow Society patrolling every corner. The team split into smaller units, silently neutralizing patrolling members as they advanced deeper into the core of the stronghold. However, just as they were nearing their objective, an alarm suddenly blared. They had inadvertently triggered a concealed spiritual mechanism during their operation. As the alarm echoed, members of the Shadow Society quickly assembled, encircling Yi and his companions. Among the throng, a figure clad in a long black robe and had stepped forward, emanating an aura of formidable and mysterious power. Yi sensed that this individual possessed unfathomable strength, likely the most formidable opponent they had encountered thus far. The figure coldly regarded Yi and the others, declaring, "Indeed, the Spirit King Alliance proves to be a tenacious adversary, managing to locate this place. However, none of you shall leave here alive today." Undeterred, Yi met the black-robed figure's gaze and retorted, "Your Shadow Society wreaks havoc in the Spirit King realm, sowing chaos and endangering the innocent. The Spirit King Alliance will not let you escape unscathed." With that, Yi swiftly conveyed instructions to his beasts. prompting the Qilin and White Tiger to enter a state of combat readiness, their spiritual energy surging around them. With a wave of his hand, the black-robed figure signaled the members of the Shadow Society to surge forward like a tidal wave against Yi and his team. Commanding his Beastmaster team to confront the onslaught, Yi directed the Qilin to unleash a furious roar, exhaling searing flames that formed a wall of fire to thwart the advance of the Shadow Society members. Meanwhile, the White Tiger harnessed ice-based spiritual energy, creating a slick layer of ice before the wall of fire, causing the charging members of the Shadow Society to slip and fall. The nine-tailed fox employed illusionary tactics, ensnaring a portion of the Shadow Society's members in a hallucinatory state, leading them to turn against each other. Nevertheless, the members of the Shadow Society, well-trained and disciplined, quickly regained their composure. They unleashed a barrage of dark spiritual spells, engaging in an intense confrontation with Yi's Beastmaster team. In a moment, various ethereal lights flickered, and the cacophony of battle cries resonated through the air. Yi was acutely aware that these ordinary members were merely a facade. The true threat lay in the figure cloaked in black before him. He remained ever vigilant of the black-robed man's every move while commanding his beast-taming team to fend off the assault and seek an opportunity to break free from the encirclement. Just as the two sides reached a stalemate, the black-robed man suddenly launched an attack. With his hands forming intricate seals and incantations escaping his lips, a colossal beam of darkness erupted from his grasp, hurtling toward Yi. Alarmed, Yi swiftly directed Xuanwu to initiate its most formidable defense. The vast shell of Xuanwu shimmered with radiant runes, coalescing into an indomitable shield. The dark beam collided with the shield, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, sending ripples across the surface, yet the shield remained unbroken. Seizing the moment when the black-robed man was momentarily distracted, Yi communicated with his beasts via a mental link to devise a strategy. He discerned that although the black-robed man's dark energy was formidable, each time he unleashed a grand attack, there was a brief period of stagnation. Yi resolved to capitalize on this opportunity to launch a surprise assault against the black-robed man. He instructed the Qilin and White Tiger to prepare their most potent strikes, while Faye stood by, ready to deliver a fatal blow once the black-robed man exposed a weakness following his next attack. Noticing that his initial strike had failed, the black-robed man summoned a horde of dark phantoms, their forms eerie and their speed blinding, as they surged toward Yi and his companions from all directions. Yi directed his beast-taming team to resist with all their might. Bifang soared through the air, engaging the dark phantoms with azure flames, while Xuanwu and Bo relied on their immense strength to engage in close combat with the encroaching shadows. At that moment, as the black-robed man focused intently on commanding the dark phantoms, Yi observed a fleeting vulnerability in his stance. Without hesitation, he issued a command: Qilin, White Tiger, attack. The Qilin and White Tiger unleashed their powers simultaneously, the flames from the Qilin intertwining with the icy energy of the White Tiger to create a formidable torrent of ice and fire, surging towards the black-robed man. Concurrently, Faye darted at remarkable speed to the black-robed man's rear, releasing a cloud of toxic mist. The black-robed man sensed the impending assault from behind and swiftly pivoted, conjuring a layer of dark shield to deflect the torrent of ice and fire, as well as the noxious mist. However, this maneuver also disrupted the offensive of his dark phantoms, allowing Yi to command his beast-taming team to break through the encirclement of the Shadow Society members. Drawing closer to the black-robed man, realizing the precariousness of his situation, the black-robed man rapidly formed seals with his hands, preparing to unleash a more potent dark spell. Yi understood that he could not allow this to transpire. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. He called out to his beasts, "Everyone, together. We must not allow him to complete the spell." The beasts unleashed their most powerful abilities: the flames of the Qilin, the icy blades of the White Tiger, the azure flames of Bifang, the enchanting powers of the nine-tailed fox, the formidable assaults of Xuanwu and Bo, the toxic mist of Faye, and the defensive support of Xuanwu, all converging in a unified assault against the black-robed man. The black-robed man exerted his full strength to withstand the onslaught. However, under the combined efforts of the beasts, fissures began to appear in his dark shield. Yet, the black-robed man's strength remained formidable, and despite being at a disadvantage, he continued to resist tenaciously. Just as the confrontation reached a critical impasse, Yi suddenly discerned that at a specific point on the black-robed man's dark shield, the energy was comparatively weak. He swiftly commanded the Qilin and the White Tiger to concentrate their powers on a specific point. Understanding his intent, The Qilin and the White Tiger focused all their energies on the flames and ice elemental forces, charging towards the vulnerable spot in the dark shield. With a resounding crash, the dark shield was finally shattered. The cloaked figure, bereft of the shield's protection, was struck by the beast's onslaught and was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing their leader's injury, the members of the Shadow Council were thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Yi and the investigation team launched a full-scale assault, defeating the members of the Shadow Council one by one. However, as Yi and his companions approached the cloaked figure, he suddenly rose to his feet, a manic glint flashing in his eyes, as the dark energy within him surged uncontrollably. The cloaked figure bellowed, "Do you think this will be enough to defeat me? If I cannot survive, then I shall take you all with me." With that, he began to ignite his own dark energy, preparing for a devastating self-detonation. Realizing the dire situation, Yi quickly directed his beasts to protect the members of the investigation team, while seeking a strategy to counter this impending disaster. In this critical moment, would Yi find a way to thwart the cloaked figure's self-detonation and avert catastrophe? Was this incident merely the tip of the iceberg in the Shadow Council's schemes? What challenges would Yi and his beast team face in their forthcoming investigation? All remained shrouded in suspense, awaiting their revelation. Chapter 88. Yi and his beast strike. Engaging in a fierce battle with a mysterious foe, Yi gazed at the frenzied cloaked figure preparing for self-detonation, his heart racing with urgency. He understood all too well the immense power of the figure's explosion. Should it succeed, not only would they be reduced to ashes, but it could also inflict grave repercussions on this mysterious forest and the entire Spirit King's realm. Yi quickly regained his composure, relaying commands to his beasts through their mental link. Qilin, suppress his dark energy with flames, delaying his self-detonation. White Tiger, create ice shackles to bind his movements. Bifang, attack from above to disrupt his energy flow. Nine-tailed Fox, employ your most potent illusion techniques to restore a semblance of reason. Xuanwu, bolster our defenses to safeguard everyone. Taowu and Bo, prepare for a sudden strike. Fei, look for an opportunity to weaken his energy with poison. The Qilin was the first to act, opening its mouth wide and unleashing a torrent of searing flames akin to a volcanic eruption, surging towards the cloaked figure. The flames clashed with the violently swirling dark energy surrounding the figure, producing a hissing sound and billowing clouds of smoke. The Qilin's flames sought to suppress the expansion of the dark energy, buying time to avert the impending explosion. Following closely, the White Tiger launched its attack, its powerful claws scraping the ground as an immense surge of ice energy erupted, swiftly forming enormous ice shackles around the cloaked figure. The ice shackles glimmered with a chilling light, tightly binding the figure's limbs and body, restricting his movements. Yet, the dark energy emanating from the cloaked figure was overwhelmingly potent, causing cracks to appear in the ice shackles. Bifang soared high in the sky, its wings flapping as azure flames shot forth like lasers towards the cloaked figure. The azure flames struck the figure with precision, disrupting the dark energy he was attempting to consolidate, momentarily throwing his energy flow into disarray. The figure cloaked in black roared with fury. The dark energy coursing through him surged wildly, striving to break free from the constraints of the Qilin's flames. The White Tiger's icy shackles and the fiery interference of the Bifang. The nine-tailed fox concentrated its entire essence, its 9 tails standing erect, unleashing an unprecedented power of illusion. This illusory force swept over the black-cloaked figure like an invisible mental tempest. For a fleeting moment, a glimmer of confusion flickered in his eyes, causing his self-detonation to momentarily halt. Yet, drawing upon his formidable willpower, he soon extricated himself from the state of bewilderment and resumed preparations for his explosion. The Xuanwu stood guard beside Yi and the investigative team, its immense shell radiating with runes that formed a solid defensive barrier. The Xuanwu continuously channeled its spiritual energy to reinforce this barrier, ready to withstand any impending explosive shockwave. The Taowu and Bo lingered nearby, poised for action, their gaze fixed intently on the black-cloaked figure, awaiting Yi's command to launch a surprise attack. Poised to deliver a lethal blow, Fei circled above, seeking out vulnerabilities in the black-cloaked figure's defenses. At last, seizing the opportune moment, it soared above the figure, opened its maw, and unleashed a dense cloud of toxic mist. This noxious vapor swiftly enveloped the black-cloaked figure, attempting to erode his spiritual energy and diminish his strength. Coughing amidst the toxic haze, the figure felt the impact on his dark energy, further delaying the countdown to his self-detonation. As Yi orchestrated the assaults of his beast companions, he contemplated a definitive method to thwart the black-cloaked figure's explosion. Observing the figure's manipulation of dark energy, he discerned that the figure was gathering all his dark power towards his heart, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic blast. Yi realized he must find a way to sever the connection between the figure and his dark energy or redirect it elsewhere. Focusing his own spiritual energy, Yi endeavored to ensnare the figure's energy core with ethereal chains. With rapid hand seals, he unleashed a barrage of spiritual chains that shot forth towards the figure's heart. However, the black-cloaked figure sensed Yi's intent, struggling fiercely and unleashing a powerful shockwave of dark energy, shattering the chains before they could reach their target. At that moment, the dark energy surrounding the figure reached a critical point, as his body began to emit a blinding radiance, warping the surrounding space due to the immense fluctuations of power. Yi understood that time was running out. He needed to make a final decision, deciding to take a bold risk. He communicated through their mental link to his beasts. Everyone, heed my command. Channel all your spiritual energy to me. I shall endeavor to redirect his dark energy deep underground, preventing catastrophic damage to the surface. Without hesitation, the beasts responded to Yi's directive, transferring their energy to him. Yi felt a potent and intricate surge of energy flood into him, and he concentrated all his focus, striving to counterbalance the dark energy of the black-cloaked figure. With every ounce of strength, he endeavored to alter the trajectory of the figure's impending dark explosion. Under the combined efforts of Yi and his mystical beasts, the dark energy of the cloaked figure began to show signs of wavering, subtly shifting in the direction guided by Yi. However, the cloaked figure seemed to sense Yi's intentions, fiercely resisting and attempting to regain control of the dark energy, aiming to unleash it. Yi and his beasts gritted their teeth, exerting their last ounce of strength, engaging in a breathtaking tug-of-war of spiritual energy against the cloaked figure. In this fierce contest, would Yi and his beasts succeed in guiding the cloaked one's dark energy, averting a catastrophic disaster? How would they contend with the cloaked figure's frenzied resistance? Everything hung in the balance, awaiting the final outcome. Chapter 89. The Mysterious Opponent's Might. Yi ensnared in a dire predicament, Yi and his mystical beasts poured all their efforts into guiding the dark energy of the cloaked figure, striving to lead it deep underground. Yet, the cloaked figure fought with all his might, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. The dark energy emanating from him surged like a tumultuous black tide, relentlessly battering the spiritual defense line forged by Yi and his beasts. Beads of sweat the size of peas adorned Yi's forehead. He understood that should their defense be breached and the cloaked figure succeed in self-detonation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gritting his teeth, he persisted while continuously encouraging his beasts through their mental connection. Everyone, let us muster all our strength. We shall prevail. We cannot allow him to succeed. The mystical beasts, sensing Yi's unwavering conviction, let out fierce roars, channeling their energies into Yi. The Qilin's fiery energy burned even more brightly, ceaselessly pouring into Yi, transforming into a searing force to counteract the dark energy. The white tiger's icy power steadfastly reinforced the defense, preventing the dark energy from breaching from the sides. The Bifang circled in the air, unreservedly transmitting azure flames energy, bolstering the stability of Yi's guiding force. The nine-tailed fox concentrated all its mental prowess on its illusions, attempting to further disrupt the will of the cloaked figure, thereby diminishing his resistance. The Xuanwu exerted its utmost to maintain the defensive barrier, ensuring that Yi and the investigative team would not suffer harm from the overflow of the cloaked one's dark energy. The Taowu and Bo combined their strengths, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the cloaked figure at a critical moment, aiding Yi in guiding the dark energy. The Fae shifted positions in the air, seeking out the cloaked figure's weak points. Upon discovering an opportunity, it would unleash its venom, weakening his resistance. However, the cloaked figure's power was beyond imagination. With formidable willpower and dark energy, he relentlessly assailed Yi and his beast's defenses. The dark energy was akin to a frenzied behemoth, incessantly gnawing at the spiritual barrier, which began to show fine cracks. As the fissures multiplied, the dark energy gradually seeped through, enveloping the surrounding space in darkness, permeated by a stifling and perilous aura. Observing the defense line crumbling, Yi understood that this course could not continue. He swiftly contemplated alternative strategies, scanning the environment for potential sources of aid. Suddenly, he noticed that the energy barrier surrounding their stronghold appeared to be of use. A stirring sensation coursed through Yi's heart as he addressed his beast companions. urging them to heed his words. Listen, everyone. Let us endeavor to channel the dark energy from the cloaked figure towards the energy barrier at our stronghold, utilizing its power to mitigate a portion of the malevolent force and alleviate our burden. The beasts immediately grasped Yi Yi's intentions, adjusting the direction and intensity of their energy flow to assist him in guiding the dark energy toward the barrier. With unwavering focus, Yi Yi meticulously manipulated the flow of the dark energy, gradually steering it closer to the protective barrier. Just as the dark energy was on the verge of making contact, the cloaked figure seemed to sense Yi Yi's plan. With a furious roar, he recklessly intensified the output of his dark energy, striving to break free from Yi Yi and the beast's control and to detonate the dark power directly. In an instant, the situation escalated into a dire predicament. The dark energy surged forward like a wild stallion, relentlessly battering against the fragile defenses of Yi Yi and his companions. They were jolted back several paces by the overwhelming force, the energy barrier teetering on the brink of collapse. Yi Yi felt his own energy dwindling, while the beasts, exhausted from overexertion, struggled to maintain their resolve. Yet they understood that surrender was not an option. To give up would render all their efforts futile. In this arduous plight, a cascade of memories flooded Yi Yi's mind, moments shared with his beasts, battles fought together, and growth experienced side by side, all of which fortified his spirit. Drawing in a deep breath, he rallied himself and spoke to his companions. We cannot falter. We have overcome so many challenges together. We shall prevail this time as well. Let us concentrate our energies once more. We must successfully redirect the dark power. The beasts, sensing Yi Yi's unwavering determination, let out a series of fervent roars, rekindling their remaining energy to stand united against the dark force of the cloaked figure. With gritted teeth, Yi Yi channeled the dark energy with all his might, his gaze brimming with resilience and resolve. Under their combined effort, the dark energy began to slowly shift towards the energy barrier once more. However, the cloaked figure continued his frantic resistance, his dark power relentlessly assailing Yi Yi and his companions' control. Would they succeed in guiding the dark energy to the barrier and resolving this crisis? What challenges awaited them ahead? All remained shrouded in uncertainty, awaiting their courage to confront it. Chapter 90. A pivotal breakthrough. The beasts unite to reverse the tide of battle as Yi Yi and his beasts engaged in a desperate struggle against the dark energy of the cloaked figure. The tension reached a crescendo. The dark energy surged like a tumultuous black tsunami, incessantly battering their precarious defenses, each collision warping the surrounding space. Yi Yi and his companions had reached their limits. Their energy was nearly exhausted, and their bodies were weary. Yet the steadfast belief within their hearts urged them to persevere. Just as the dark energy threatened to breach their defenses and the cloaked figure was poised to unleash his devastating power, Yi Yi suddenly sensed a remarkable transformation within his own energy. In the midst of confronting the formidable dark force, his energy appeared to be invigorated, beginning to transcend its previous limits. The profound connection he had always shared with his spirit beasts now revealed its unexpected significance. The continuous influx of spiritual energy from the spirit beasts resonated harmoniously with Yi Yi's own essence, creating a remarkable synergy. This resonance rejuvenated Yi Yi's spirit, akin to a parched land welcoming a torrential downpour, swiftly replenishing and elevating his powers. To his astonishment, Yi Yi discovered that not only had his spiritual energy returned to its zenith, but it had also transcended to a new echelon. This newfound strength imbued him with renewed confidence. Seizing this rare opportunity, he called out to the spirit beasts, "Hold steady, everyone. I have found a way. Together, we shall guide the dark energy to the spiritual barrier. This time, we shall surely succeed." The spirit beasts, sensing the sudden surge of power and unwavering resolve emanating from Yi Yi, felt invigorated. The Qilin let out a thunderous roar, its flames intensifying as it poured its fiery energy unreservedly into Yi Yi's being. The white tiger's ice-infused energy grew more resilient, harmonizing with the Qilin's flames to stabilize the direction of the dark energy. The Bifang soared through the sky, its wings stirring the air as azure flames shot towards Yi Yi like arrows, enhancing his control over the spiritual currents. The nine-tailed fox concentrated all its mental prowess on its illusionary skills, launching another powerful confusion attack against the dark-robed figure, seeking to sow chaos and diminish his resistance. Meanwhile, the Xuanwu fortified the defensive barrier with all its might, ensuring the safety of Yi Yi and the investigative team. The Tao Wu and Bo combined their strength, poised to deliver a final, decisive blow to the dark-robed man. Fei hovered in the air, searching for any weakness in the dark figure's energy. ready to unleash a torrent of venom to weaken his defenses at the first opportunity. With unwavering focus, Yi harnessed his formidable power post-breakthrough to guide the dark energy with unprecedented precision. Under the full cooperation of the spirit beasts, the dark energy began to move slowly towards the stronghold's spiritual barrier, aligning with Yi's intentions. The dark-robed figure sensed Yi's objective and unleashed a desperate, frenzied roar, attempting to amplify the dark energy's output in a bid to break free from Yi and the spirit beast's control. Yet, Yi and the spirit beasts had transformed. With their newfound strength and tighter coordination, they firmly held dominion over the dark energy. Under their guidance, the dark energy finally made contact with the stronghold's spiritual barrier. The barrier radiated a brilliant light upon the dark energy's impact, causing the entire stronghold to tremble violently. The collision of dark energy and the spiritual barrier resulted in an explosive surge of power. Yi and the spirit beasts remained vigilant, tirelessly directing the dark energy to ensure its complete integration with the barrier. Through their relentless efforts, the dark energy was gradually absorbed and neutralized by the spiritual barrier. As the dark energy diminished, the dark-robed figure's resistance waned. His body began to tremble, the madness in his eyes slowly giving way to fear. Ultimately, through the combined strength of Yi and the spirit beasts, the dark energy was successfully guided and dispelled, averting a catastrophic disaster. The figure cloaked in black, having lost the support of his dark spiritual power, collapsed to the ground. Yi and his beast companions, though weary, exchanged glances of satisfaction. They had successfully turned the tide of battle and averted a catastrophic self-detonation that could have wrought havoc upon the realm of the Spirit Kings. Yi approached the fallen figure and solemnly inquired, "What sinister plot does your Shadow Society harbor? Who orchestrates your actions from behind the scenes?" The cloaked man lifted his head, a flicker of resentment glimmering in his eyes, yet under the formidable intimidation emanating from Yi, he slowly began to speak. "You believe that by thwarting me, you can dismantle the Shadow Society's scheme? This is merely the beginning. Our leader harbors grand ambitions to reshape the order of the realm of the Spirit Kings, and you, the self-proclaimed guardians of peace, are but stumbling blocks in our path." Yi furrowed his brow, realizing that the conspiracy ran far deeper than he had initially surmised. He pressed further, "Who is your leader? What are the specifics of your plan?" However, the cloaked man suddenly let out a cold laugh and fell silent. Yi understood that extracting further information from him would prove exceedingly difficult. At that moment, the members of the investigation team gathered around, expressing their admiration and gratitude towards Yi and his beast companions. Yi addressed them, stating, "This victory is not solely mine. It is the culmination of our collective efforts. Yet, it is evident that the threat posed by the Shadow Society still looms large, and we must remain vigilant." The members of the investigation team nodded in agreement, pledging to delve deeper into the machinations of the Shadow Society. Yi and the team meticulously combed through their base, hoping to uncover more clues regarding the Shadow Society. They stumbled upon scrolls documenting the Society's operations, along with peculiar spiritual devices. Upon analysis, it appeared that these devices bore a connection to the spiritual crystals previously encountered in ancient ruins, likely serving as tools for inducing spiritual chaos. Yi reported these findings to the headquarters of the Spirit King Alliance. The higher-ups expressed profound appreciation for the actions of Yi and his team, deciding to intensify their investigation into the Shadow Society. Additionally, the Alliance bestowed special rewards upon Yi and his beast companions to recognize their valor and significant contributions during the mission. Upon returning to the Alliance headquarters, Yi and his team were met with a hero's welcome. The members of the Spirit King Alliance lauded their strength and bravery. Yi was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary victory. The threat from the Shadow Society still loomed like a dark cloud over the realm of the Spirit Kings. In preparation for future challenges, he resolved to utilize the rewards provided by the Alliance to further enhance both his and his beast companions' capabilities. The Alliance granted Yi rare spiritual materials, which could be employed to concoct elixirs that would amplify spiritual energy, along with an opportunity to access high-level training facilities within the Alliance. Yi first entrusted the spiritual materials to the alchemists within the Alliance for the preparation of elixirs. While awaiting the completion of the elixirs, Yi led his beast companions into the advanced training area. This location, suffused with abundant spiritual energy and uniquely conducive to overcoming cultivation bottlenecks, offered an ideal environment for rigorous training. Thus, Yi and his beast companions embarked on arduous training within the facility. Yi harmonized his own spiritual energy with the rich spiritual essence surrounding him, continuously refining his power to render it more pure and potent. The beasts each sought their own methods of cultivation. The Qilin immersed itself in the searing spiritual fire pool, enhancing the temperature and potency of its flames. The white tiger honed its skills in the frigid spiritual ice cave, augmenting its control over ice-type spiritual energy. The Bifang practiced amidst the towering spiritual storms, accelerating its flight speed and intensifying its flames. The nine-tailed fox trained within a realm rich in spiritual energy, refining its illusionary techniques and mental prowess. The Xuanwu fortified its defenses in the dense spiritual earth veins, while the Taowu and Bo engaged in rigorous training within the energy-laden stone formations, bolstering their strength and combat skills. The Fae cultivated in the noxious spiritual mists, enhancing its poison-based abilities and flight. Throughout the training process, Yi and the beasts encountered varying degrees of challenges. Yi occasionally faced conflicts during the fusion of spiritual energy, which hindered his progress. However, with unwavering determination and persistent efforts, he gradually discovered solutions, facilitating smoother integration of energies. The beasts also confronted their own trials. The Qilin, while training in the fire pool, encountered temperatures that nearly surpassed its limits. Yet, it persevered through sheer grit, ultimately adapting to the scorching environment and significantly enhancing its flame power. The white tiger, grappling with overpowering ice energy in the cave, initially struggled to maintain control, but through relentless adjustments, mastered even more formidable ice-based skills. After a period of rigorous training, Yi and the beasts achieved remarkable advancements. Yi's spiritual energy became more robust and profound, reaching a new pinnacle of mastery. The beast's strengths surged as well. The Qilin's flames could instantaneously melt a small mountain. The white tiger could conjure an ice domain spanning several miles. The Bifang's flight speed rivaled lightning. The nine-tailed fox's illusionary techniques became remarkably refined. The Xuanwu's defenses proved unassailable. The combined might of the Taowu and Bo could shake the earth. And the Fae's poison energy grew increasingly lethal. At this juncture, the medicinal elixirs were also completed. After consuming the potions, Yi and the beasts felt a renewed enhancement in their internal spiritual energies. Yi recognized that they were now even better prepared to confront the next challenge posed by the Shadow Society. However, just as Yi and his beastly companions prepared to delve deeper into the investigations of the Shadow Society, the Spirit King Alliance received alarming news. A series of strange occurrences had emerged in another region of the Spirit King Realm. The spiritual energy in several towns had inexplicably vanished, leaving the residents in a state of panic, and various malevolent forces began to stir. Yi realized that this was likely another scheme orchestrated by the Shadow Society. Without hesitation, he and his beastly team accepted the Alliance's mission, embarking once more on a journey to unveil the new machinations of the Shadow Society and uphold the peace and order of the Spirit King Realm. What arduous challenges would they encounter on this new journey? What fresh plots and tricks awaited them from the Shadow Society? All remained uncertain. Yet Yi and his beastly companions brimmed with confidence, ready to embrace the new challenges with their formidable strength and steadfast beliefs. Chapter 91. Completing the Alliance mission and receiving the Alliance's generous rewards, Yi and his beastly team set forth once more, heading towards the region in the Spirit King Realm where spiritual energy had mysteriously dissipated. Along the way, they witnessed countless townsfolk displaced, their faces etched with fear and despair. A blaze of fury ignited within Yi, further solidifying his resolve to unearth the insidious schemes of the Shadow Society. Upon their arrival at the site of the incident, they were met with an unusually intricate flow of spiritual energy, as if an enigmatic force were voraciously consuming it. Utilizing his perceptive abilities honed in the realm of the Spirit King, Yi meticulously sought the source of the vanishing spiritual energy. After an extensive investigation, they discerned that the anomaly was linked to an ancient castle. Nestled within a foreboding forest, the castle was shrouded in eerie mist, evoking an unsettling chill. Cautiously, Yi led his beast-taming team toward the castle. The grand entrance stood resolutely shut, adorned with peculiar runes that emitted a faint, dark spiritual energy. Yi endeavored to decipher the runes with his own spiritual force, but was met with a violent backlash. At that moment, a horde of dark creatures surged forth from the castle's periphery. These grotesque beings radiated malevolence as they lunged at Yi and his companions. Swiftly, Yi commanded his team to confront the looming threat. The Qilin unleashed a torrent of searing flames, igniting the surrounding dark entities. The white tiger conjured icy blades that pierced the creatures, encasing them in frost. The Bifang launched azure flames from the sky, incinerating the malevolent beings. The nine-tailed fox employed illusions to sow chaos among the dark creatures, leading them to turn on one another. The Xuanwu erected a protective barrier, shielding Yi and his allies, and the Tao Wu and Bo, with their formidable strength, engaged the dark entities in close combat, while Fei unleashed a miasma of toxic vapors, debilitating their foes. Under the concerted assault of the beast-taming team, the dark creatures were gradually vanquished. Yi once more attempted to unravel the runes on the castle's entrance. This time, he harmonized the spiritual forces of his beasts, forging a mental connection to collectively guide their energies, successfully deciphering the runes. The castle doors creaked open, releasing a wave of oppressive dark spiritual energy. As Yi and his team stepped inside, they were greeted by a dim, damp interior, where walls flickered with ominous luminescence. Progressing through the corridor, they encountered various traps and assaults from dark creatures. Yet, bolstered by their formidable prowess, Yi and his team adeptly navigated each peril. Deep within the castle, they finally uncovered the source of the dissipating spiritual energy, a colossal device designed to devour spirit energy. This contraption incessantly absorbed the surrounding spiritual essence, transmuting it into dark energy. Adjacent to the apparatus stood several members of the Shadow Society, their visages contorted into sinister grins upon noticing Yi and his companions. "You have finally arrived. We have awaited your presence for quite some time," one of the Shadow Society members proclaimed. Yi regarded them with a steely gaze and declared, "Your nefarious plot shall not prevail. Today marks your demise." With that, he signaled his team to launch their assault. The Qilin, White Tiger, and other beasts unleashed their formidable abilities, engaging in fierce combat with the Shadow Society's members. Although the adversaries were not without strength, they gradually found themselves overpowered by Yi and his team's relentless onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Yi approached the energy-devouring device, intent on dismantling it. However, a formidable defensive barrier enveloped the apparatus, thwarting his attempts. Just then, Yi discerned a vulnerability at the core of the device. Through a profound mental connection, he instructed his beast companions to concentrate their powers on exploiting their adversaries' vulnerabilities. The Qilin unleashed the most formidable flames, while the White Tiger shot forth icy blades. The Bifang ignited azure flames, and the nine-tailed fox employed its mesmerizing techniques to disrupt the defensive barrier. Meanwhile, the Xuanwu, Taowu, and Bo took on the role of shielding against the attacks of the Shadow Society members, with Fei providing aerial support. Under the combined assault of the beast team, the defensive barrier was finally shattered. Yi swiftly advanced to dismantle the spirit-absorbing device. As this device was destroyed, the surrounding spiritual energy began to normalize. Sensing the imminent danger, the members of the Shadow Society attempted to flee. However, Yi and his beast companions would not allow their escape, swiftly subduing them all. Yi and his team successfully completed the Alliance's mission, resolving the crisis of the vanishing spiritual energy within the Spirit King realm. They returned to the Spirit King Alliance headquarters with the captured members of the Shadow Society, where they were met with warm welcomes and high praise from the Alliance. The Spirit King Alliance bestowed generous rewards upon Yi and his team, in addition to precious spiritual materials, elixirs, and cultivation resources. The Alliance conferred upon Yi the esteemed title of Spirit King Guardian, one of the highest honors bestowed upon its members. Furthermore, the Alliance offered Yi the opportunity to enter the elite cultivation site, the Spirit Source Secret Realm, where it is said one could attain greater power through training. Yi fully understood the value of these rewards and recognized them as a testament to the Alliance's trust and expectations of him and his beast team. He resolved to utilize these rewards to further enhance both his own strength and that of his companions, preparing himself thoroughly for the next challenge posed by the Shadow Society. Yet, after this setback, would the Shadow Society relent, or would they concoct even more nefarious schemes? How would Yi and his beast team respond? All remained shrouded in uncertainty, awaiting their revelation. Chapter 92. Rewards facilitate cultivation, elevating the strength of beasts and self upon receiving the substantial rewards from the Spirit King Alliance. Yi eagerly began to strategize how to utilize these resources to enhance his own strength and that of his beast team. He meticulously categorized the valuable spiritual materials, designating a portion for the creation of elixirs aimed at amplifying spiritual energy, while reserving another portion for crafting or fortifying his beast's equipment. Yi sought out the foremost alchemist within the Alliance, entrusting him with the suitable spiritual materials for alchemy, and articulating the specific needs of both his beasts and himself regarding the elixirs. The alchemist praised the quality of these materials, assuring Yi that he would exert his utmost effort to concoct the finest elixirs. During the interim of waiting for the elixirs to be produced, Yi accompanied his beasts to the Alliance's weapon forging facility, selecting additional spiritual materials in preparation for crafting bespoke equipment for his companions. The weaponsmith meticulously devised equipment designs tailored to the distinctive characteristics and abilities of each beast. A fiery armor was crafted for the Qilin, capable of absorbing and amplifying its flame's spirit energy, thereby enhancing the potency of its fire-based assaults. For the white tiger, a pair of ice gauntlets were fashioned, enabling it to adeptly manipulate ice spirit energy and forge formidable ice weaponry. The Bifang was bestowed with ethereal wings that could elevate its flight speed and agility, while simultaneously augmenting the ferocity of its azure flames. The nine-tailed fox received an enchanting necklace designed to bolster its illusionary skills, broadening the scope and efficacy of its beguilements. A spirit shield was created for the Xuanwu, fortifying its defensive capabilities to withstand even the most formidable of attacks. Sharp spirit claw sets were shaped for the Taowu and bow, empowering them to unleash greater strength in close combat. A venomous pouch backpack was devised for the Fae, enabling it to store and enhance the toxic mists it exhaled, rendering its poison attacks even more lethal. Concurrently, Yi led his beast-taming team into the premier cultivation venue provided by the Alliance, the Spirit Source Secret Realm. Upon entering the sanctum, a dense and pure essence of spirit energy enveloped them, akin to being immersed in an ocean of spiritual power. The energy here was not only of high concentration, but also rich with various elemental essences, greatly aiding in cultivation endeavors. Yi and his beasts swiftly identified their respective cultivation zones. Yi opted for a platform at the heart of a spirit energy vortex, where the flow was most vigorous, allowing for optimal honing of his own spirit energy. Calming his mind, he guided the surrounding energy into his being, practicing according to a unique route of spirit energy circulation. Throughout his cultivation, Yi consistently pushed beyond his limits, compressing and purifying the energy to render it more concentrated and powerful. The Qilin ventured into a valley abundant with fiery spirit energy, where it fervently absorbed the flames, continuously elevating the temperature and might of its fire. It dashed and leaped through the valley, unleashing formidable pillars of flame that instantaneously melted the surrounding rocks. The white tiger chose an icy cavern, where the ice spirit energy was exceptionally pristine, enabling it to refine its ice skills, masterfully controlling the realm of ice to create intricate and potent ice weaponry. The Bifang trained amidst a tempest of spirit energy, where the storm's formidable force honed its flying prowess and mastery over azure flames. It maneuvered through the tempest with ease, blending its azure flames with the storm, culminating in a powerful offensive force. The nine-tailed fox practiced in a garden abundant with spiritual energy, where the essence enhanced its illusionary techniques and mental fortitude. Here, it experimented with new illusionary skills, rendering its effects more realistic and expansive. The Xuanwu cultivated in a region rich with earthy spirit energy, connecting with the soil to continuously absorb earth's spirit energy, thereby fortifying its defensive strength. The shell of the Xuanwu grew increasingly robust, with runes shimmering with a brilliant light, as if capable of withstanding any assault. In a vast forest of immense spiritual stones, Xuanwu and Bo diligently honed their skills, utilizing the unique environment to enhance their power and combat techniques. They relentlessly collided with the towering stones, fortifying their strength while simultaneously mastering the art of agile combat within the intricate surroundings. Meanwhile, Fae immersed itself in a toxic marsh imbued with poison-based spiritual energy, significantly augmenting its venomous abilities. Fae became adept at precisely controlling the release of lethal miasma, skillfully adjusting the attributes of its toxins according to varying circumstances. After a period of rigorous training, Yi and his beast companions achieved remarkable progress. Yi's spiritual energy surged with unparalleled vigor, enabling him to effortlessly wield formidable spiritual spells, reaching a level of mastery where he could manipulate his power at will. His beasts also experienced substantial enhancements. The Qilin's flames could instantly reduce a mountain peak to ashes. The white tiger's icy domain could freeze an entire lake. Bifang's speed of flight was so swift it was nearly imperceptible. The nine-tailed fox's illusions could throw an army into disarray, and the Xuanwu's defenses were utterly impregnable. Xuanwu and Bo's strength was sufficient to rend the very fabric of space, while Fae's toxic assaults could dispatch even the mightiest adversaries in an instant. At this juncture, the elixirs were complete. Upon consuming the potions, Yi and his beasts felt a renewed surge of spiritual energy, elevating their prowess to new heights. Yi understood that they were now better prepared to confront the impending challenges posed by the Shadow Society. Yet, the threat of the Shadow Society lingered ominously. In what manner would they reemerge? Would Yi and his team be able to thwart their schemes once more? All remained shrouded in suspense, awaiting resolution. Chapter 93. Whispers of a Mysterious Realm, said to enhance the strength of spiritual kings after Yi and his beast companions had significantly improved their abilities through rigorous training. They learned of a legend regarding a mysterious realm while at the headquarters of the Spiritual King Alliance. It was said that in the far west of the Spiritual King domain lay a mystical space known as the Abyss of Spiritual Radiance. This place was imbued with enigmatic powers. Those spiritual kings who entered and overcame its various trials could experience monumental enhancement in strength, possibly even transcending their current limitations. Intrigued, Yi recognized the necessity of continual empowerment in the face of such formidable and enigmatic foes as the Shadow Society. Thus, he resolved to journey to the Abyss of Spiritual Radiance. He shared his intentions with his companions and beast team, all of whom expressed profound curiosity and eagerness to accompany him. Yi sought counsel from the elders within the alliance regarding detailed information about the Abyss of Spiritual Radiance. The elders informed him that the environment surrounding the abyss was exceedingly harsh, beset by powerful spiritual storms, with the path to entry being both concealed and perilous. Furthermore, within the abyss resided various formidable guardian beasts and intricate traps. Each trial was capable of bringing even the mightiest spiritual kings to the brink of despair. However, the rewards for successfully navigating these challenges were immeasurable. Yi and his companions, along with the beast team, prepared diligently. They equipped themselves with various devices to counter the spiritual storms and tools to dismantle the traps. Yi meticulously studied the maps provided by the elders, along with the experiential records left by predecessors regarding the abyss of Lingyao, in an effort to unearth methods for entering this enigmatic realm and confronting its myriad challenges. After several days of preparation, Yi and his companions embarked on their journey to the farthest reaches of the Spirit King domain. Their expedition took them through expansive deserts, treacherous mountains, and dense forests. While traversing the desert, they were beset by a formidable sandstorm. The swirling sands and debris hurtled toward them like bullets, prompting Yi to swiftly command Xuanwu to erect a formidable defensive barrier, shielding the group from the onslaught. Simultaneously, Qilin unleashed flames, forging a path ahead to enable their advance against the raging tempest. As they navigated the mountains, they encountered a formidable assembly of mountain spirits, towering and immensely powerful. These guardians protected their domain fiercely. Yi directed his beast tamers to engage in battle with the mountain spirits. The white tiger conjured an icy domain, confining the spirits' movements. Bifang launched azure flames from the sky to draw their attention. The nine-tailed fox employed its illusionary techniques to disrupt the spirits' focus, while Xuanwu and Bo engaged in close combat, leveraging their prodigious strength. After a fierce confrontation, they successfully repelled the mountain spirits and continued their journey. Upon entering the forest, they found themselves ensnared in a thick fog, fraught with hidden traps and phantasmal beasts that threatened to disorient them. Yi instructed Baize to utilize its wisdom and perception to find a way out. By observing the growth patterns of the trees and the flow of spiritual energy, Baize ultimately discerned the correct path, leading the group safely out of the misty woods. With Baize's guidance, Yi and his companions emerged from the fog and pressed onward towards the westernmost reaches of the Spirit King domain. As they drew nearer to the abyss of Lingyao, the fluctuations of spiritual energy in their vicinity intensified and became increasingly chaotic, signaling their imminent arrival at their destination. After several more days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the site of the abyss of Lingyao. The sight before them left them in awe. A vast chasm loomed, unfathomably deep. Surrounding the abyss was a tumultuous spiritual energy storm, resembling a colossal tornado, emitting a deafening roar as it relentlessly tore at the surrounding space. The storm was interspersed with vibrant hues of spiritual energy, intertwining and colliding, releasing tremendous power. Yi scrutinized the spiritual energy storm, seeking the opportune moment and method for entry. He discerned that although the storm's energy flow appeared chaotic, brief moments of tranquility periodically emerged. Through a mental connection, Yi communicated with his beasts to devise a plan for entry. During the calm interval, Xuanwu would unleash a potent defensive energy to shield them from any residual storm effects. Qilin and the white tiger would simultaneously release stabilizing flames and ice energy from either side, forming a protective barrier to mitigate the storm's impact. Bifang, Utilizing its exceptional flying prowess, would scout from above and issue timely warnings upon detecting danger, while the nine-tailed fox, Xuanwu, Bo, and Fei would remain alert, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. At long last, the moment of calm arrived. With a decisive command from Yi, they sprang into action. The immense shell of the Xuanwu radiated with shimmering runes, as a thick, protective barrier of spiritual energy was swiftly erected, enveloping everyone within. The Qilin and the white tiger simultaneously exerted their powers, intertwining flames with icy energies to form a resilient layer of defense outside the shield. Bifang soared high above, circling to scout the surroundings. Yi led his companions and other beast tamers rapidly towards the abyssal entrance. Just as they were about to enter, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from the tempest, far exceeding their expectations. The Xuanwu's defensive shield trembled violently, manifesting fine cracks. Yi's heart tightened. He immediately commanded the beasts to amplify their energy output. The Qilin's flames flared with greater intensity, while the white tiger fortified its icy barrier, continuously channeling their energies into the Xuanwu's defensive shield, ultimately stabilizing the situation. Seizing the opportunity, they surged into the abyss. Upon entering the spirit radiance abyss, the sights within were even more extraordinary. The surrounding walls shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, seemingly formed from the convergence of various elemental energies. The ground was engraved with ancient runes, emanating faint energy fluctuations. Yi understood that these runes were likely connected to the mechanisms and trials within the abyss. They proceeded cautiously along the passage when suddenly, countless arrows of spiritual energy shot forth from the walls on either side. Yi swiftly commanded his beasts to defend. The Xuanwu's protective shield once again proved its worth, blocking most of the arrows. Simultaneously, the Qilin unleashed flames to incinerate the approaching projectiles, while the white tiger conjured an icy barrier to further enhance their defense. The nine-tailed fox employed its illusionary techniques to disrupt the flight paths of the arrows, causing some to veer off course. Under the combined defensive efforts of the beasts, they successfully withstood the first wave of attacks. However, before they could catch their breath, the ground suddenly fissured, revealing several enormous chasms from which a pack of wolf-like guardian beasts emerged. These creatures were enveloped in dark spiritual energy, their eyes gleaming with an eerie red light, as they howled and lunged towards Yi and his companions. Yi promptly issued commands. Qilin, use flames to hinder their movements. White tiger, create icy cages to trap them. Bifang, attack from above to weaken their strength. Nine-tailed fox, confuse their minds. Xuanwu and Bo, prepare for close combat. Fei, employ poison to diminish their combat effectiveness. Xuanwu, maintain defense to prevent unforeseen incidents. The Qilin was the first to strike, its flames surging forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the nearest guardian beasts in a fiery inferno. The white tiger swiftly conjured a massive icy cage, ensnaring some of the guardians within. Bifang circled above, its wings flapping, as azure flames rained down like droplets, striking the guardians and eliciting their anguished howls. The nine-tailed fox concentrated, its nine tails gracefully swaying, releasing a powerful aura of confusion that led some of the guardians into chaos, turning them against one another. Seizing the moment of disarray, Xuanwu and Bo plunged into the fray, utilizing their formidable strength and agility to engage in close combat with the guardians, wielding their sharp claws and powerful strikes against the beasts. In the air, Fei seized the opportune moment to unleash a noxious mist, which spread rapidly upon proximity, corroding the guardian beasts' bodies and diminishing their combat prowess. Meanwhile, Xuanwu steadfastly maintained its position at the center of the group, continuously reinforcing the defensive shield to ensure the safety of all. Through the concerted efforts of the beast tamers, the guardian beasts began to be repelled. Yet, Yi was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning of the myriad trials within the Lingyao abyss. Formidable challenges awaited them ahead. After a brief respite and adjustment, Yi guided the group deeper into the abyss, oblivious to what the next trial would entail. Armed with unwavering conviction and formidable team strength, they pressed forward, undaunted by the uncertainties that lay before them. What hardships would they encounter next? Would they successfully navigate the trials of the Lingyao abyss and achieve a monumental enhancement of their abilities? All remained shrouded in mystery, eagerly awaiting their exploration. Chapter 94. Journey to the Mysterious Realm. Encountering various dangers along the way after repelling the guardian beasts, Yi and his companions continued their exploration of the Lingyao abyss. The passage gradually narrowed, and the surrounding aura of spiritual energy intensified, almost blinding. Utilizing his formidable perception as a spirit king, Yi struggled to discern the direction, leading the group cautiously forward. Suddenly, a vast quagmire of spiritual energy appeared ahead, its surface shimmering with an eerie luminescence and emitting a pungent odor. Yi realized that this swamp harbored potent corrosive spiritual energy. Should they become ensnared within, their power would be swiftly eroded. Yi halted, contemplating a strategy. He observed that the flow of spiritual energy around the swamp seemed to follow a certain pattern, perhaps allowing for the discovery of a safe passage. Through a mental connection, he conferred with Baize, whose extensive knowledge and keen insight aided them in analyzing the trajectory of the spiritual energy. After careful deliberation, they concluded that by traversing along specific waves of energy, they might evade the corrosive zones of the swamp. Yi shared this revelation with the group and instructed the Beast-Tamers to prepare. Qilin and Baihu positioned themselves at the forefront, employing flames and ice-based spiritual energy to probe the path, melting or freezing any potentially hazardous areas. Bifang surveyed from above, keenly observing the surface changes of the swamp to provide real-time updates to the team. The nine-tailed fox utilized its illusionary techniques to distract any hidden threats lurking within the mire. Xuanwu guarded the center of the group, ever ready to deploy defenses against unforeseen circumstances. Tao Wu and Bo Duan remained alert at the rear, vigilant against any potential ambushes. Fei circled around the team, employing venomous spiritual energy to sense latent dangers. With utmost caution, they advanced along the route determined by Yi and Baize. As they traversed a relatively expansive area of the swamp, suddenly, a colossal tendril of spiritual energy surged forth from the mire, lunging towards one of their companions. Yi's heart raced, and he swiftly shouted, "Baihu, ice-bind." Baihu reacted instantly, unleashing a powerful stream of ice-based energy that encased the tendril in a thick layer of frost, temporarily restraining its movement. Concurrently, Qilin expelled flames, scorching the tendril. Observing this, Bifang also launched a blue flame attack from the sky, concentrating their efforts on vanquishing the menacing appendage. Under the combined assault of the beasts, the tentacles began to thrash violently, sending forth tremendous ripples across the surrounding swamp. Suddenly, several more tentacles emerged from the mire, lunging towards the team. Yi swiftly recalibrated their strategy, directing the beasts to counter the onslaught. The Xuanwu unfurled a protective shield, safeguarding the team from the tentacle strikes. The nine-tailed fox intensified its bewilderment techniques, aiming to disorient the tentacles. The Taowu and Bo employed their formidable strength to deliver crushing blows to the encroaching appendages. Fei released a noxious mist from the air, corroding the tentacles. Amidst the fierce battle, Yi discerned that these tentacles appeared to be under the control of some core power within the swamp. He resolved to lead the beasts in search of this core to eradicate the crisis entirely. By sensing the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations, he pinpointed the approximate location of the core. He commanded the Qilin and White Tiger to forge ahead, forcefully breaking through the tentacles' blockade as they advanced towards the core. As they drew near, a colossal entity of spiritual energy slowly ascended from the mire. This creature, resembling an octopus, was adorned with scales that shimmered with the glow of spiritual energy, its enormous eyes radiating a fierce light. It swung its thick tentacles, launching a vigorous assault on Yi and his companions. Understanding the creature's formidable nature, Yi promptly issued commands to the beasts. Qilin, unleash your mightiest flames upon its eyes. White Tiger, conjure blades of ice to target its tentacle joints. Bifang, disrupt its movements from the air while seeking its vulnerabilities. Nine-tailed fox, employ your confusion techniques to unsettle its mind. Xuanwu, maintain full defense to protect us all. Taowu and Bo, look for opportunities to strike closely and damage its scales. Fei, prepare your venom for a decisive blow when the moment arises. With a fierce roar, the Qilin released a torrent of searing flames directed at the creature's eyes. Perceiving the threat, the creature swiftly waved a tentacle to shield itself from the flames. Seizing the moment, the White Tiger conjured a multitude of ice blades, targeting the joints of the creature's tentacles and severing several of them. Bifang nimbly darted through the air, continuously launching azure fire attacks to disrupt the creature's actions. The nine-tailed fox concentrated its energy, unleashing a potent wave of confusion that momentarily slowed the creature's movements. Taowu and Bo, seizing the opportune moment, dashed towards the creature like lightning, raking their sharp claws against its scales. However, the creature's scales proved incredibly resilient, leaving only faint marks from their assault. Fei hovered in the air, waiting for the right moment. Finally, as the creature exposed a vulnerability due to the barrage of attacks, Fei swiftly closed in, releasing a cloud of venomous mist that enveloped the creature's body. The creature emitted a pained roar, its body beginning to tremble as its scales gradually lost their luster. Observing the creature's weakened state, Yi recognized the opportunity had arrived. He commanded the beasts to launch their final assault. The combined forces of the Qilin's flames, the White Tiger's ice blades, Bifang's azure fire, the Nine-Tailed Fox's confusion power, Xuanwu and Bo's powerful strikes, Fei's toxic mist, and Xuanwu's defensive support converged upon the creature. Under the relentless barrage of the beast's united attack, the creature ultimately succumbed, crashing down and sinking into the depths of the swamp. Yi and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, yet they were acutely aware that further dangers awaited them ahead. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey, traversing the ethereal marshlands, venturing deeper into the abyss of spirit radiance. What perils would they encounter next? Would they successfully navigate this treacherous expanse? All remained shrouded in suspense, poised for revelation. Chapter 95. Overcoming trials and tribulations with beast mastery following their triumph over the spirit power octopus. Yi and his companions delved further into the abyss of spirit radiance. As they emerged from the ethereal marsh, the passage grew increasingly narrow, steep, and rugged, with strange arcs of spirit energy flickering along the surrounding walls. A careless touch would result in a formidable electric shock. Yi urged his beasts to proceed with caution, with the Qilin leading the way, its mighty physique dispersing some of the arcs with its blazing flames. Meanwhile, the White Tiger assisted by utilizing its ice-based spirit energy to freeze the arcs encroaching upon the group, thereby diminishing their potency. Bifang soared above, keenly observing the situation overhead, promptly alerting the group to avoid hazardous areas. As they continued their trek, a massive stone door suddenly loomed ahead. The door was intricately inscribed with complex runes that emitted a mysterious glow, seemingly narrating ancient tales. Yi approached the door, attempting to decipher the meaning of the runes, but they proved to be exceedingly obscure. At that moment, Baize connected with Yi through their mental link, recalling similar runes from ancient texts, suggesting a connection to an archaic spirit power cipher. Together, Baize and Yi endeavored to unravel the method to unlock the stone door, leveraging their understanding and conjectures regarding the runes. After considerable effort, they finally discerned the correct sequence of the runes, and Yi infused spirit energy into them accordingly. The stone door creaked open, unleashing a wave of powerful spirit energy. Beyond the door lay a vast circular chamber, its floor etched with enigmatic patterns, and at its center floated a crystal orb radiating a spectrum of colors. Surrounding the orb were beams of spirit energy connecting to the walls of the chamber. As Yi stepped into the space, the patterns on the floor blazed with brilliant light, and a tremendous force emanated from the crystal orb, attempting to draw Yi and his companions closer. Recognizing the peril, Yi shouted, "Xuanwu, steady yourself and deploy defenses. Everyone, do not approach the crystal orb." Xuanwu quickly stabilized its position, its massive shell aglow with runes, forming a formidable defensive barrier against the overwhelming pull. Simultaneously, numerous spirit energy phantoms surged forth from the walls of the chamber. These phantoms took on various forms, some resembling ancient warriors, while others appeared as mysterious spirit beasts, charging towards Yi and his companions. Yi swiftly commanded his beasts to engage. Qilin, unleash fire attacks. White Tiger, employ ice blades. Bifang, strike from afar with azure flames. Nine-Tailed Fox, use illusion techniques to disrupt them. Xuanwu and Bo, engage in close combat. Fei, deliver toxic strikes. Everyone, coordinate your efforts and remain composed. The Qilin was the first to launch an assault, unleashing flames that surged like a torrent towards the ethereal phantoms, instantly engulfing the illusions ahead. The White Tiger conjured a multitude of icy blades, shooting them towards the phantoms, which pierced through their forms, causing them to dissipate. The Bifang attacked from the air, its azure flames striking the phantoms like arrows, inflicting considerable damage. The Nine-Tailed Fox employed its bewildering techniques, ensnaring some of the phantoms in confusion, leading them to turn upon one another. The Xuanwu and Bo relied on their formidable strength to engage the advancing phantoms in close combat, using their sharp claws and powerful physiques to repel the illusions. Fei waited for the opportune moment in the sky, releasing toxic mists that spread and corroded the ethereal phantoms, slowing their movements. However, the phantoms continued to pour forth from the walls in an unending stream, their numbers swelling, and the situation gradually intensified. Yi, while orchestrating the battle of his beasts, keenly observed his surroundings, striving to find a solution to the encroaching crisis. He discerned a connection between the phantoms and the crystal orb. As long as the orb existed, the phantoms would keep materializing. Determined to take a risk, Yi resolved to approach the crystal orb and attempt to destroy it, severing the link with the phantoms. He conveyed his intentions to his beasts, who fought with renewed vigor, striving to create an opportunity for him to reach the orb. The Qilin expelled even more intense flames, forming a firewall that temporarily staved off the phantom's onslaught. The White Tiger erected a thick ice shield in front of the firewall to bolster their defense. The Bifang darted through the air, using azure flames to attack those phantoms attempting to circumvent the firewall and ice shield. The nine-tailed fox exerted its full power in bewildering the phantoms further. Xuanwu and Bo valiantly resisted at the forefront, repelling the advancing phantoms, while Fei continuously shifted positions, releasing toxic mists to weaken the phantom strength. The Xuanwu amplified its spiritual energy output, solidifying the defensive barrier to ensure everyone's safety. Under the protective cover of his beasts, Yi painstakingly approached the crystal orb. Whenever a phantom breached their defenses and charged towards him, his beasts intervened just in time to thwart the attack. At last, Yi reached the vicinity of the crystal orb, focusing all his spiritual energy in preparation for an assault. However, when his energy made contact with the radiant energy surrounding the orb, it was met with a fierce backlash. Yi's heart sank. He realized that a reckless attack was ill-advised. He meticulously observed the flow of the radiant energy and discerned that it seemed to flicker in a specific rhythm. Calming himself, Yi attempted to adjust the frequency of his own spiritual energy to match the pulse of the light. After numerous attempts, he finally discovered the harmonious frequency and infused his energy into the light once more. This time, his energy successfully traversed along the light into the crystal orb. The orb erupted with brilliance, causing the surrounding phantoms to halt their movements instantaneously and gradually fade away. Yi exhaled in relief. He had successfully severed the connection between the phantoms and the orb. However, after the orb's brilliance flickered, it suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, propelling Yi away. Upon witnessing this, his beasts rushed to protect him. Yi steadied himself, gazing at the crystal orb, which now radiated a gentler glow, seemingly awaiting something. Approaching the orb once more, Yi found it no longer emitted any hostile energy. He reached out to touch the orb, and a warm surge of spiritual power coursed through his body, while fragments of information about this realm surfaced in his mind. It became evident that this crystal orb was the key to unlocking the next phase of trials, and the previous illusions and allure were merely tests for those who dared to enter. Only by overcoming these challenges could one gain the privilege to explore further. Yi shared this revelation with his companions. After a brief respite, they braced themselves for the upcoming trials. They delved deeper into the space, traversing a narrow passage until they arrived at the shores of a vast lake brimming with spiritual energy. The waters shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, emanating powerful waves of spiritual force. As Yi approached the lake, a colossal spiritual whale leapt from its depths. The whale exuded a soft luminescence, and its eyes conveyed an ancient and enigmatic aura. With a wide-open mouth, a fierce vortex of spiritual energy erupted forth, rushing toward Yi and his companions. Yi swiftly commanded his beasts to respond. Xuanwu, strengthen the defensive shield. Qilin, counter the vortex with flames. Baize, create an ice barrier for added defense. Bifang, attack the whale's eyes from above. Xuanwu, confuse the whale to halt its assault. Xuanwu and Bo, prepare for close combat. Fei, seek an opportunity to unleash poison and weaken its strength. Xuanwu immediately fortified the defensive shield to its utmost capacity, bracing against the onslaught of the spiritual vortex. Qilin unleashed searing flames in an attempt to dissipate the vortex, while Baize erected an ice barrier, harmonizing with Qilin's flames to stabilize their defense. Bifang soared high, launching a turquoise flame assault on the whale's eyes. Xuanwu focused intently, employing its illusionary skills to sway the whale's mind. Xuanwu and Bo stood ready, waiting for the chance to engage the whale up close. Fei circled above, searching for the whale's vulnerabilities. Perceiving the threat, the whale thrashed its massive body, intensifying the spiritual vortex. Cracks began to appear in Xuanwu's shield under the relentless force of the vortex. Yi realized the urgency of finding a way to break through this predicament. Observing the whale's movements, he noted that each time it unleashed a vortex attack, a brief weakening of spiritual energy occurred on one side of its body. Through a mental connection, Yi instructed his beasts, everyone, be vigilant. When the whale attacks again, Qilin and Baize must concentrate their efforts on the weakened spiritual area on its left side. Bifang, take the opportunity to strike its eyes. Xuanwu, amplify the confusion. Xuanwu and Bo, prepare to charge at its abdomen. Fei, get ready with the poison. As the whale opened its mouth once more to unleash the vortex attack, the beasts acted in accordance with Yi's directives. Qilin and Baihu combined their powers, intertwining fire and ice energies, launching toward the whale's left side. The formidable assault struck the whale, which let out a furious roar, its body swaying. Seizing the moment, Bifang unleashed a turquoise flame attack, precisely hitting the whale's eye. The whale closed its eyes in anguish as the power of the spiritual vortex diminished. The nine-tailed fox intensified its bewildering techniques, plunging the whale into a momentary state of confusion. Seizing the opportunity, the Tengu and the Qilin charged toward the whale like lightning, attacking its abdomen with their sharp claws and formidable strength. At the opportune moment, the Fae ascended above the whale, unleashing a noxious mist that swiftly enveloped its body. Under the combined assault of the Beast-Tamers, the whale gradually lost its ability to resist, its form slowly sinking to the lake's bottom, with the spiritual vortex dissipating alongside it. Yi and his companions triumphed over the spiritual whale, continuing their exploration of this enigmatic realm. What formidable challenges awaited them next? Would they successfully navigate the trials of the spirit's abyss and enhance their powers? All remained shrouded in uncertainty, awaiting their unraveling of the mysteries. Chapter 96. Arriving at the mysterious land. Exploring the secrets within after vanquishing the spiritual whale, Yi and his companions delved deeper into the spirit's abyss. Crossing through the spiritual lakes, they arrived at a mystical stone forest. The stones within the forest took on various forms, some jutted skyward like swords, while others resembled colossal beasts resting on the ground, each emanating a unique aura of spiritual energy. Yi led the beast-tamers cautiously through the stone forest, ever vigilant for potential dangers. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the stones to emit a low, resonant hum, as if conveying some message. Sensing impending peril, Yi promptly instructed the beast-tamers to prepare for battle. In an instant, the stones began to stir, transforming into towering stone giants that encircled Yi and his companions. These giants stood several meters tall, their bodies as unyielding as iron, each step sending tremors through the ground. Yi swiftly observed their movements, noting that their joints appeared comparatively vulnerable. He issued commands. Qilin, unleash a fiery assault on the giants' joints. Baihu, target the joint areas with your icy blades. Bifang, attack from above to disrupt their sight. Xuanwu, cast your bewildering techniques to disorient their formation. Xuanwu, erect a protective shield for us. Tengu and Qilin, strike at the joints when the time is right. Fae, prepare your poison to weaken their strength. The Qilin launched the first strike, scorching flames directed at the stone giant's joints, causing cracks to appear under the intense heat. Baihu followed suit, sending icy blades toward the seared joints, further exacerbating the fissures. Bifang circled above, bombarding the giant's eyes with azure flames to hinder their movements. The nine-tailed fox unleashed its bewildering power, causing some of the stone giants to fall into chaos, colliding with one another. Xuanwu manifested a sturdy defensive shield, safeguarding Yi and his allies from the giant's onslaught. Tengu and Qilin seized the moment, rushing toward the giants to strike their vulnerable joints with sharp claws. Fae waited in the air, poised to unleash the toxic mist once the giants' defenses weakened. Under the combined might of the beast-tamers, the stone giants began to topple. However, as one threat fell, another emerged. The ground suddenly fractured, releasing a surge of black liquid. The liquid surged forth swiftly, corroding all stones in its path with a hissing sound. Yi discerned that this was a potent corrosive fluid and promptly instructed his spirit beasts to evade it. The Qilin and the white tiger harnessed their fire and ice powers to create a barrier in the direction of the advancing corrosive liquid, thus decelerating its spread. Bifang soared in the air, scouting for a secure path, while the nine-tailed fox employed its illusionary skills to disrupt the flow of the corrosive substance. Yi observed a towering stone platform within the stone forest, seemingly impervious to the corrosive liquid. He commanded everyone to sprint towards this platform. As they ran, the corrosive fluid relentlessly pursued them. The spirit beasts defended against its attacks, while simultaneously shielding their companions. The defensive shield of the Xuanwu continuously thwarted the splashes of corrosive liquid, while the Qilin and the white tiger reinforced the barrier. Bifang guided the way from above. The nine-tailed fox interfered with the fluid's trajectory, and the Taowu and Bo remained vigilant on either side, watchful of their surroundings, ready to deploy their venom against any potential threats. At last, they successfully ascended the stone platform. Yi exhaled in relief and began to survey the environment. He discovered that the platform was inscribed with ancient runes and patterns, which seemed to conceal the secrets of the Lingyao abyss. Through careful examination of these markings, and with insights gained from discussions with Baize and his own understanding of spiritual power, he gradually deciphered some information. It was revealed that the Lingyao Abyss was a mysterious realm created by a formidable spiritual king of antiquity to test and bequeath power. Those who underwent a series of trials would have the opportunity to inherit the enigmatic forces left behind by this king. The various dangers they had encountered previously were all part of this trial. Yi relayed this information to the group, igniting their anticipation for the forthcoming exploration. They continued to study the runes and patterns on the platform, attempting to uncover clues for the next trial. After considerable effort, they discerned that the runes directed them towards a mysterious tower deep within the stone forest. Yi led the group towards the tower, noting that while the corrosive liquid had receded, a palpable sense of danger still pervaded the air. They advanced cautiously, unaware of the challenges that awaited them within the tower. Nevertheless, bolstered by their unwavering resolve and formidable strength, Yi and his spirit beast team pressed on, determined to unveil the secrets hidden within the Lingyao Abyss. What awaited them in the tower? Would they successfully navigate the trials and obtain the mysterious power? All remained shrouded in suspense, awaiting their revelation. Chapter 97. Uncovering mysterious powers and attempting to enhance spirit beast strength. Yi and his companions proceeded slowly towards the tower. The atmosphere within the stone forest growing increasingly tense, as if countless eyes lurked in the shadows, watching them. As they drew nearer to the tower, an invisible pressure enveloped them, rendering their movements ever more burdensome. Finally, they arrived at the base of the tower. This edifice loomed towards the heavens. Constructed of an extraordinary black stone, its surface shimmering with the glow of mysterious runes. The entrance loomed closed, adorned with a grand mural depicting a fierce battle, where various formidable spirit beasts contended against enigmatic forces. Yi scrutinized the painting on the door, endeavoring to uncover clues to unlock it. He discerned certain details within the artwork that bore a resemblance to the runes inscribed on the stone platform. Through careful comparison and analysis, he surmised that specific patterns within the painting required the infusion of spiritual energy in a precise sequence. With meticulous caution, Yi proceeded to channel his spiritual energy into the patterns. As he did so, the designs on the painting began to shimmer with radiant light, and the door gradually creaked open. A wave of ancient and potent spiritual energy surged forth from the tower, carrying an aura of antiquity. Upon entering the tower, the group found themselves enveloped in dim light, illuminated only by a few glimmering crystals embedded in the walls. The interior space was vast, filled with a plethora of ancient artifacts and tomes. At the center of the tower lay a colossal spiritual array, within which floated a luminous spirit pearl radiating a spectrum of colors. As Yi approached the spirit pearl, he felt an overwhelming and enigmatic force, establishing a mental connection. He communicated with his beasts, discovering that they too were acutely attuned to this power. Yi speculated that this spirit pearl might be the key to enhancing their strength, which they had been seeking. However, as he attempted to draw nearer to the spirit pearl, a legion of phantom warriors materialized on the tower's walls. Clad in ancient armor and wielding weapons, they charged towards Yi and his companions. Swiftly, Yi commanded his beasts to engage. Qilin unleashed a fiery surge. Baihu conjured an icy tempest. Bifang enveloped the phantom warriors in azure flames. Xuanwu created diversions. Xuanwu shielded them with a formidable defense. Wu and Bo engaged in close combat, and Fei launched a toxic assault. Qilin expelled a torrent of flames, forming a colossal blaze that engulfed the foremost phantom warriors. Baihu followed suit with an icy storm, sharp ice shards spiraling through the tempest, inflicting substantial harm upon the phantoms. Bifang spread azure flames in the air, restricting the movements of the phantom warriors. Xuanwu employed deceptive techniques, plunging some of the phantoms into disarray as they turned upon each other. Xuanwu erected a sturdy defensive barrier, safeguarding Yi and his allies from the phantom onslaught. Wu and Bo, utilizing their formidable strength, engaged the phantoms in fierce melee, delivering heavy blows with their claws and strikes. Fei seized the opportune moment, releasing a cloud of venomous mist that swiftly cascaded, corroding the phantom warriors. Under the combined assault of his beasts, the phantom warriors were gradually repelled. Yet, Yi understood that this was merely one of the tower's trials. Once the phantoms were vanquished, he redirected his focus to the spirit pearl. Attempting to communicate with it using his spiritual energy, he sensed that the pearl recognized his sincerity, its glow intensifying. Suddenly, it unleashed vibrant beams of light that enveloped Yi and his beasts. He felt a mysterious force surge into their bodies, flowing within them as if awakening a long-dormant potential. Yi realized that this was an exceptional opportunity to enhance the power of his mystical beasts. He guided them to concentrate their minds, to attune to this enigmatic force, and to attempt to assimilate it into their own spiritual energy. The Qilin endeavored to absorb the mysterious fire attribute, its flames growing increasingly fervent, transitioning from a vivid red to a resplendent gold. The white tiger focused on merging with the icy essence, its icy spiritual energy becoming pure, significantly amplifying both the range and potency of its icy domain. The Bifang's azure flames, fortified by the mysterious energy, became more ferocious, with its speed of flight dramatically increasing. The nine-tailed fox's illusionary techniques, under the influence of this arcane power, reached new heights, even able to sway the souls of its adversaries. The Xuanwu's defensive prowess, when intertwined with the mysterious energy, ascended to unprecedented levels, rendering its shield impervious. The Tao Wu and Bo absorbed this enigmatic force, their strength becoming more formidable and their bodies more resilient. The Fei's toxic energy, under the sway of the mysterious power, grew increasingly lethal, capable of corroding spiritual shields. However, the integration of this mysterious energy was fraught with challenges. During the merging process, the beasts encountered various obstacles. The Qilin's fiery energy briefly clashed with the mysterious force, resulting in a severe thermal reaction within its body. The white tiger's icy essence nearly spiraled out of control, threatening to freeze everything in its vicinity. The Bifang struggled to maintain balance as its flight speed surged unexpectedly. Yi continuously soothed the mystical beasts through their mental connection, assisting them in adjusting their states. He employed his own spiritual energy to guide the mysterious force smoothly through their beings. After considerable effort, the beasts gradually acclimated to this enigmatic power, successfully integrating it into their spiritual energy. Their strength experienced a tremendous enhancement, and Yi felt his own spiritual power swell as well. Yet, he understood that the trials of the Lingyao Abyss were far from over. What challenges awaited them next? What transformations would this mysterious power bestow upon them? With a mix of anticipation and trepidation, Yi and his team of mystical beasts continued their exploration of the tower, seeking a path out of the Lingyao Abyss and uncovering more secrets about the arcane energy. Chapter 98, Mastering the Power. The beasts experience a significant leap in strength with Yi's guidance. The mystical beasts successfully assimilated the mysterious energy into their spiritual essence, achieving a qualitative leap in their strength. The golden flames of the Qilin blazed ever more fiercely, their scorching heat distorting the surrounding air, as if capable of incinerating all that obstructed its path. The white tiger's icy energy was as pure as the essence itself, with a mere wave of its paw. It could conjure a magnificent ice palace from the air, its icy domain capable of transforming vast expanses into frozen plains, ensnaring any foe that dared to tread upon them. The Bifang's speed of flight became so rapid that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving behind trails of azure light, while its flames, as it moved, possessed the power to effortlessly melt even the most resilient of stones. The mesmerizing techniques of the nine-tailed fox have reached an unparalleled pinnacle, with merely a fleeting glance. It can ensnare its adversaries in profound illusions, even conjuring false memories within their minds, rendering them utterly lost to themselves. The defenses of the black tortoise are impregnable, its shell resembling the mightiest shield in existence. Any assault upon it merely stirs ripples of spiritual energy, leaving it unscathed. The strength of the Taowu and the Biao is astonishing, their punches capable of triggering seismic tremors that shatter the ground around them, their bodies forged as if from steel, impervious to ordinary attacks that leave no mark upon them. The poison-infused spiritual energy of the Fei has become lethally potent. Its noxious mists can swiftly corrode spiritual shields and penetrate the very cores of its enemies' powers, fundamentally dismantling their strength. Yi, observing the formidable beasts under his command, felt a swell of pride and contentment. Nevertheless, he recognized that within the enigmatic abyss of spiritual radiance, danger lurked at every turn. They continued their exploration within the tower, hoping to uncover a means of escape and further secrets regarding the mysterious powers at play. On the second level of the tower, they stumbled upon an ancient tome. Its cover, crafted from an unknown hide, was inscribed with enigmatic runes. Yi carefully opened the book and discovered it contained the origins of the abyss of spiritual radiance and information about the arcane forces therein. It revealed that this mysterious power was birthed from the fusion of various spiritual entities by a formidable ancient spirit king, intended to select heirs capable of inheriting his will and assisting the strong of the Spirit King realm in transcending their limits. The text further noted that to fully master this enigmatic power, one must endure a final trial. This trial awaited at the pinnacle of the tower, and only by overcoming it could one truly unleash the full potential of the mysterious forces. Yi relayed this information to his beasts and companions, and they all prepared themselves to face the ultimate challenge. Ascending the staircase of the tower, they felt the pressure of spiritual energy intensifying with each step. Upon reaching the summit, they were confronted by a colossal barrier of spiritual energy. Within this barrier floated a sphere radiating a brilliant light, the very core of the final trial. The surface of the sphere shimmered with runes, its luminescence flowing as if it contained boundless energy. As they approached the barrier, a powerful repulsive force surged forth, seemingly intent on preventing their advance. Yi understood that this marked the commencement of the trial, a test of their ability to truly command the mysterious power. Through a mental connection, he soothed his beasts, urging them to remain calm while he meticulously observed the patterns of the energy barrier. After careful scrutiny, Yi discerned that the runes upon the barrier pulsed in a specific rhythm, as if conveying a certain message. With unwavering focus, Yi endeavored to interpret the meaning of the runes, drawing upon the experience amassed in the abyss of radiance and a profound comprehension of spiritual energy. He gradually discerned that to traverse the barrier, they must resonate their own spiritual energy with that of the sphere, harmoniously integrating into its essence. Yi articulated his findings to his companions and their beasts, prompting everyone to adjust their spiritual energies in an effort to forge a connection with the sphere. The Qilin took the initiative, unleashing its golden flame energy as it approached the barrier. At the moment of contact, the runes upon the barrier ignited with brilliance, emanating a formidable force that repelled them. The Qilin steadied itself, meticulously modulating the frequency and intensity of its flame energy to counterbalance the barrier's rejection. Observing this, the white tiger released its icy spiritual energy, complementing the Qilin's flames. The icy energy flowed like a gentle stream along the trajectory of the flames, seeking an opportunity to breach the barrier. Through the concerted efforts of the Qilin and white tiger, the barrier's repulsive force appeared to wane. The Bifang unfurled its wings, releasing azure flame energy from the sky to join the fray against the barrier. The azure flames spiraled in the air, creating vortices of energy that gradually approached the barrier. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox focused its mind to employ its illusionary techniques, endeavoring to disrupt the barrier's energy fluctuations and create favorable conditions for a breakthrough. The Xuanwu maintained a steadfast defense, ensuring that their attempts to breach would not be met with unforeseen dangers. The Taowu and Bo vigilantly patrolled the perimeter, prepared to confront any sudden developments. Fei circled overhead, observing the barrier's changes and searching for potential points of entry. Yi stood amidst his companions, linking his spiritual energy with theirs, guiding their collective might. He continuously refined the manner of their energy convergence, striving to discover the optimal state for resonance with the sphere's energy. After prolonged effort, at last, a flicker of resonance emerged between their energies and that of the sphere, softening the brilliance of the runes and significantly diminishing the repulsion. Seizing this moment, Yi commanded his companions to amplify their energy output. The golden flames of the Qilin, the icy energy of the white tiger, the azure flames of the Bifang, the illusionary powers of the nine-tailed fox, the defensive energy of the Xuanwu, along with the strength of the Taowu and Bo, and the toxic energy of Fei converged with Ye's own, coalescing into a formidable torrent that surged into the spiritual barrier. Under their united assault, a fissure finally manifested in the barrier. Following the direction of the crack, Yi and his beasts exerted their strength once more, resulting in a resounding shatter of the barrier. They successfully entered the barrier's interior, standing before the sphere that radiated an intense luminescence. Sensing their approach, the sphere's brilliance pulsed even more fervently. Suddenly, it unleashed beams of light directed at Yi and his companions, each infused with immense power, seemingly presenting them with a final trial. Yi, acutely aware of the significance of the power within the beams, understood that this was a pivotal step in mastering the mysterious forces. Through a mental link, he urged his beasts to concentrate, guiding the energy of the light into their own spiritual essence. The Qilin took the lead, its golden flames intertwining with beams of light as it continuously adjusted its spiritual structure to absorb and transmute the power within the light. The white tiger, undeterred, clashed its icy spirit with the light, gradually assimilating it. The Bifang danced in the air, encasing the light in azure flames, melding it into its own spiritual essence. The nine-tailed fox employed its illusionary skills to guide the power of the light, merging it with its own mental energy. Meanwhile, the Xuanwu, relying on its formidable defensive prowess, absorbed the light's energy to enhance its own fortifications. The Taowu and the bow, with their robust physiques, weathered the impact of the light, converting its energy into their own strength. The Fei, soaring in the sky, channeled the light into its venomous energy, allowing the two to merge and amplify the potency of its toxic abilities. Yi observed the fusion process of the Beastmasters closely, offering guidance and assistance as needed. After a strenuous effort, the Beastmasters successfully integrated the power of the light into their spiritual essence, thereby mastering the enigmatic force. At this moment, their presence grew increasingly formidable, and their strength experienced a qualitative leap. Having completed all trials in the Spirit Radiance Abyss, Yi and the Beastmasters, empowered and enriched, prepared to depart. Yet, Yi understood that this was merely a significant phase in their journey within the Beastmaster world, with more challenges and opportunities awaiting them in the future. They were on the verge of emerging from the Spirit Radiance Abyss, ready to embrace new adventures. At this juncture, news of an impending prestigious tournament in the Spirit King continent reached Yi's ears. Realizing this was an exceptional opportunity to test their strength and enhance their prestige, he resolved to lead the Beastmaster team to participate in the event. How would they prepare for this tournament? What foes and challenges awaited them? All was shrouded in uncertainty, poised for exploration. Chapter 99. Preparing for the Spirit King Challenge. Participating in the continent's premier tournament. Upon deciding to partake in the prestigious tournament of the Spirit King continent, Yi immediately devoted himself to the preparatory tasks. He was acutely aware that this event would attract the creme de la creme of the Spirit King realm, ensuring fierce competition. To enable the Beastmaster team to perform at their utmost during the tournament, Yi commenced the formulation of a detailed and highly targeted training regimen. First, he analyzed the tournament rules and the characteristics of previous competitions to identify potential combat scenarios and types of adversaries that could arise, tailoring strategies for various situations and opponents. He devised multiple tactical approaches for the Beastmaster team. For instance, against foes adept in ranged attacks, Yi crafted a defensive counterattack strategy, wherein the Xuanwu would erect a formidable barrier to withstand long-range assaults, while the Qilin and White Tiger sought opportunities for powerful close-range strikes. Conversely, when facing adversaries skilled in group combat, he instructed the Nine-Tailed Fox to employ its illusionary techniques to disrupt the opponent's cohesion, allowing the Beastmaster team to dismantle them one by one. In the daily training sessions, Yi focused on enhancing the combat skills and synergy of the Beastmasters. Every day, the Qilin engages in flame control training within a specially designed arena. Yi has established an array of intricate obstacles and moving targets, challenging the Qilin to strike these targets with precision in the shortest possible time while minimizing unnecessary damage to the surrounding structures. Through this rigorous training, the Qilin has significantly enhanced its ability to manipulate flames, achieving not only accurate strikes, but also the flexibility to adjust the form and intensity of the fire according to combat needs. Meanwhile, the White Tiger undergoes specialized training on an expansive ice field. Yi directs the White Tiger to set up various complex ice traps and defensive structures, simulating attacks from diverse enemy types to hone its adaptability in real combat. Gradually, the White Tiger learns to swiftly deploy the most effective ice-based defenses and offensive strategies in response to the actions and characteristics of its foes, mastering the manipulation of the icy domain to instantly alter the battlefield environment, thus creating advantageous conditions for the Beastmaster team. In the lofty heights, the Bifang practices flight techniques and flame attacks. Yi employs a unique spiritual energy apparatus to generate complex air currents and spiritual disturbances, compelling the Bifang to navigate these harsh conditions while accurately launching azure flame attacks on ground targets. After a period of training, the Bifang's speed and agility in flight have remarkably improved, maintaining stable postures even in intricate environments, while the power and accuracy of its azure flame attacks have significantly increased. The Nine-Tailed Fox cultivates its illusion techniques within a realm suffused with spiritual energy. Yi has arranged numerous puppets to simulate adversaries with varying willpower, allowing the Nine-Tailed Fox to practice its deceptive skills on them. Through continuous practice, the Nine-Tailed Fox's mastery of illusion has grown increasingly sophisticated, enabling it not only to deceive the minds of its enemies, but also to adjust the intensity and method of its illusions based on the willpower of its foes, even casting different levels of confusion on multiple adversaries simultaneously. The Black Tortoise fortifies its defensive capabilities in an underground cavern rich with spiritual energy. Yi instructs other Beastmasters to launch various formidable attacks against the Black Tortoise, prompting it to continuously refine the strength and structure of its defensive energy to withstand these assaults. Throughout this process, the Black Tortoise's defensive abilities have advanced further, with its protective barriers becoming more resilient, capable of enduring more potent spiritual impacts, while also learning to cleverly redirect the direction of enemy attacks, thus alleviating its own burden. The Xuanwu and Bo train their strength and combat skills amidst a forest of colossal spiritual energy stones. Yi encourages them to confront the immense stones, enhancing their power and agility through relentless collisions and climbing. Additionally, he arranges simulated close-quarters combat with other beasts, sharpening their combat techniques and reflexes in real scenarios. As a result, the Xuanwu and Bo have grown increasingly powerful, their combat skills becoming more refined, allowing them to unleash formidable attacks in an instant, thereby gaining the upper hand in melee confrontations. Fei hones its toxic spiritual energy and flying abilities in a valley replete with lethal spiritual toxins. Yi instructs Fei to gather various rare poisons within the valley, refining them into more potent toxins, while also utilizing the valley's complex terrain for flight training. The venomous spiritual power of Fei has experienced a tremendous enhancement, enabling the creation of various toxic mists with distinct effects. Its speed and maneuverability have also become remarkably superior, allowing it to swiftly approach adversaries and unleash its deadly venom, posing a significant threat to foes. In addition to the individual training of the beasts, Yi places great emphasis on the overall coordination of the beast team. He meticulously arranges multiple simulated battles each day, allowing the beasts to engage in practical exercises under diverse scenarios and opponents. During these simulations, Yi keenly observes the coordination among the beasts, promptly addressing any issues that arise and adjusting tactics accordingly. After a period of training, the synergy of the beast team has reached unprecedented heights. They can swiftly comprehend each other's intentions during combat, executing precise collaborations and showcasing formidable collective combat prowess. As the competition draws near, Yi diligently gathers intelligence on various participating experts. He thoroughly investigates the types of beasts each expert commands, their combat styles, and commonly employed tactics, devising corresponding strategies to counter different opponents. Simultaneously, Yi engages in exchanges with other experts within the Spirit King Alliance, learning from their experiences and techniques to further refine the training regimen of the Beast Team. With the event approaching, Yi and the Beast Team are thoroughly prepared. Armed with unwavering faith and confidence, they are ready to step onto the grand stage of this premier competition, bracing themselves for challenges from formidable adversaries across the land. What kinds of fierce opponents will they encounter in this tournament? Will they stand out amidst fierce competition? All remains shrouded in suspense, awaiting their revelation. Chapter 100, Masters Gather. Yi displays his brilliance. The day of the prestigious competition on the Spirit King continent has finally arrived, drawing experts from every corner of the Spirit King realm to the venue in Linghui City. This bustling city, already teeming with life, now finds itself inundated with throngs of powerful beings, spectators, and merchants, resulting in an atmosphere charged with tension and excitement. Yi leads the Beast Team, adorned in specially designed competition attire, as they confidently enter the arena. The venue is a vast circular expanse, paved with a unique spiritual crystal capable of withstanding formidable spiritual shocks, surrounded by tiered stands where the cheers and discussions of the audience resonate. The competition is divided into multiple rounds, with the first round conducted through a randomized grouping method. Fortune smiles upon Yi and his Beast Team, as their initial opponents hail from the eastern region of the Spirit King realm. This team primarily commands beasts of the wind and lightning elements, excelling in speed and ranged assaults. As the match commences, the opponents launch their attack first. Several wind-type beasts transform into swift gales, hurtling towards Yi's Beast Team, while the lightning-type beasts in the rear unleash bolts of electricity, attempting to strike Yi's team from a distance. Yi remained composed and swiftly issued commands. Xuanwu, deploy the defensive shield to withstand the lightning strikes. Qilin, prepare a fiery assault and unleash it when the wind element beasts draw near. Baize, create an icy barrier to bolster our defenses and ready the ice blades for an attack. Bifang, disrupt the lightning element beasts from the air with azure flames. Xuanwu, employ your illusionary techniques to confuse the wind element beasts. Xuanwu and Bo, prepare for close combat. Fei, seek opportunities in the skies to release toxic mists. Xuanwu promptly unfurled the protective shield, its surface shimmering with earthy hues, successfully repelling the lightning onslaught. Flames enveloped Qilin, poised for action. Baihu conjured an icy barrier, enhancing their defenses while remaining ready to launch ice blades at a moment's notice. Bifang soared high, engaging the lightning element beasts in aerial combat as azure flames clashed with lightning, producing a dazzling display. Xuanwu executed her illusionary arts, momentarily bewildering several wind element beasts, causing their speed to markedly diminish. As the wind element beasts approached, Qilin unleashed a fiery surge, a colossal column of flames erupting forth, engulfing multiple wind element beasts instantaneously. Seizing the opportunity, Baihu launched the ice blades, which, shielded by the flames, struck true, inflicting severe damage upon the wind element foes. The accuracy of the lightning element beast strikes faltered under Bifang's interference. Concurrently, Fei identified the opportune moment to release his toxic mists, which swiftly spread, debilitating the lightning element beasts and slowing their movements. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos among the wind element beasts, Xuanwu and Bo charged at them like tigers descending from the mountains, engaging in fierce close combat with their formidable strength and sharp claws. Under the unified assault of Yi's beastly cohort, the opposing wind and lightning element beasts gradually succumbed to defeat, leading Yi's team to a resounding victory in the first round of the competition. In the subsequent round, Yi faced a formidable opponent, a powerful spirit king whose beastly ensemble was predominantly composed of water and wood elements, endowed with remarkable restorative and controlling capabilities. As the match commenced, the adversary conjured an immense water curtain, using his water element beasts, shrouding Yi's team within its depths, while the wood element beasts unleashed vines from within the curtain. Attempting to ensnare Yi's beasts, Yi maintained his composure, directing his beasts, Qilin, evaporate the water curtain with flames. Baihu, sever the encroaching vines with ice blades. Bifang, seek the vulnerabilities of the water element beasts from above. Xuanwu, employ your illusions to disrupt the wood element beasts. Xuanwu, fortify defenses to prevent the vines from breaking through. Xuanwu and Bo, utilize your strength to break free from the vines and attack the wood element beasts. Fei, prepare your toxins to strike the exposed water element beasts after the flames have evaporated the curtain. Qilin unleashed a torrent of intense flames, swiftly dissipating the water curtain into steam. Baihu's ice blades sliced through the encroaching vines with precision. Bifang, soaring through the air, identified the water element beast's vulnerability, noting that their focus was concentrated in their heads while manipulating the water curtain. Without hesitation, Bifang launched an azure flame attack, striking the water element beast's head and delivering a significant blow. The nine-tailed fox unleashed its bewildering techniques, causing the wood-based beasts to descend into chaos. They ceased to release their vines and instead turned upon one another. The formidable Xuanwu and Bo broke free from the entanglements of the vines, charging towards the wood-based beasts with their powerful claws, delivering devastating blows. In the air, the Fei awaited the opportune moment. When the water-based beasts were laid bare after being evaporated by flames, it unleashed a noxious mist. Upon inhaling the toxins, the combat capabilities of the water-based beasts diminished significantly. After a fierce battle, Yi's team of summoned beasts triumphed over their opponents once more, advancing smoothly to the next round. As the competition progressed, Yi and his team encountered increasingly formidable adversaries. However, through their exceptional strength, seamless cooperation, and Yi's precise command, they navigated each challenge with determination, gradually emerging as a prominent force in the tournament. In subsequent matches, Yi and his team continued to vanquish numerous powerful foes, successfully reaching the top 8. At this juncture, the competition intensified, with each opponent being a top-tier master from the Spirit King realm. Yi understood that the battles ahead would be even more arduous, yet he and his team brimmed with confidence, prepared to exert their utmost effort to showcase their brilliance in this gathering of elite contenders. What formidable foes would they encounter in the quarterfinals? Would they continue their ascent toward the coveted championship throne? All remained shrouded in uncertainty, awaiting their challenge. Chapter 101. The Continental Tournament rages on. Yi and his beasts brave the trials. Yi and his team successfully advanced to the top 8 of the tournament, a revelation that sparked considerable excitement within the Spirit King realm. The public cast their gaze upon this formidable team of summoned beasts, eagerly anticipating their captivating performances in the upcoming matches. In the first match of the quarterfinals, Yi faced an adversary from the northern icy plains of the Spirit King realm, a powerful figure whose team specialized in ice and light elements, excelling in frigid environments. The battleground was swiftly transformed into a winter wonderland by the opponent's ice-based beasts, with temperatures plummeting dramatically. The ice beasts erected colossal ice fortresses, while the light-based beasts unleashed blinding beams to disrupt Yi-Yi's team's visibility. Yi-Yi responded swiftly. Xuanwu, deploy the defensive shield to withstand the low temperatures and intense light. Qilin, use flames to raise the ambient temperature and shatter the icy environment. Baihu, engage the opponent's ice beasts, crafting ice blades for counterattacks. Bifang, break through the blinding light from above to strike at the light-based beasts. Nine-tailed fox, employ your bewildering techniques to disrupt their rhythm. Xuanwu and Bua, approach the ice fortress and prepare to dismantle it. Fei, remain airborne and look for opportunities to unleash toxins. Xuanwu's defensive shield rapidly enveloped the team, not only shielding them from the frigid cold and blinding light, but also creating a relatively warm space. Qilin expelled scorching flames that blazed fiercely amidst the icy landscape, gradually raising the surrounding temperature, leading to the first signs of melting from the ice fortress. Baihu engaged in a battle of ice elemental energies against the opponent's ice beasts, crafting sharper ice blades to launch at them. The opposing ice-type beasts were equally unyielding, commanding an icy fortress to unleash icicles in retaliation. Utilizing exceptional aerial agility, Bifang deftly navigated through the blinding light interference and launched an azure flame assault against the light-type beasts. In response, the light-type beasts erected radiant barriers, striving to fend off Bifang's onslaught. The nine-tailed fox employed its bewildering techniques, causing several ice-type beasts to descend into chaos, turning their aggression upon their own allies. Seizing the opportunity, Xuanwu and Bo approached the icy fortress, delivering powerful blows against its structure. Under the relentless assault of flames, the piercing ice blades, and the forceful impacts from Xuanwu and Bo, the fortress began to crack. Fei, surveying the battlefield from above, discerned the vulnerabilities exposed by the chaos among the opposing ice-type beasts and swiftly descended, releasing a noxious mist. The toxic vapor spread rapidly, severely debilitating the spiritual energy of the ice-type beasts that inhaled it. Under the collective offensive of Yi-Yi's beast team, the opposing icy fortress collapsed with a resounding crash, leaving both the ice and light-type beasts incapacitated. Yi-Yi's team emerged victorious in the first match of the quarterfinals, invigorated and ready to face their second challenge. Their next adversaries hailed from a prosperous city-state in the central region of the Spirit King's domain, with a beast team predominantly composed of space and earth types, skilled at employing spatial forces for both offense and defense, while the earth-type beasts fortified their defenses and delivered formidable physical assaults. As the competition commenced, the opposing space-type beasts initiated their attack, conjuring multiple spatial whirlpools around Yi-Yi's team in an attempt to draw them in. Simultaneously, the earth-type beasts raised colossal boulders from the ground, hurling them towards Yi-Yi's beasts. Yi-Yi swiftly issued commands. Xuanwu, fortify the ground with defensive spiritual energy to prevent being ensnared by the spatial whirlpools. Qilin, shatter the incoming boulders with a fiery surge. Baihu, create an icy barrier to resist the pull of the spatial whirlpools. Bifang, soar to great heights to evade the whirlpools and seek an opportunity to strike the space-type beasts. Nine-tailed fox, employ bewilderment techniques to disrupt the spatial manipulation of the space-type beasts. Xuanwu and Bo focus their strength to dismantle the boulders on the ground, clearing a safe area. Fei, prepare toxins to unleash as soon as the opposing beasts draw near. Xuanwu channeled formidable defensive energy into the ground, rendering it exceptionally resilient against the tug of the spatial whirlpools. Qilin unleashed searing flames, instantly melting the approaching boulders into magma. Baihu erected an icy barrier, which, though slightly deformed by the whirlpool suction, steadfastly shielded the beast team. Bifang soared high above, deftly escaping the spatial whirlpools, and then dove downwards, launching an azure flame attack at the space-type beasts. Sensing the impending danger, the space-type beasts generated spatial distortions around themselves, attempting to neutralize Bifang's assault. The nine-tailed fox concentrated its efforts, employing bewilderment techniques that briefly disoriented the space-type beasts, thereby impacting the stability and suction of the spatial whirlpools. Meanwhile, Xuanwu and Bo exerted their immense strength to shatter the raised boulders, carving out a secure area for their team. As the soaring creature awaited the opportune moment, the earth elemental beasts, seeking refuge from the flames of the Qilin, drew near. In an instant, the creature unleashed a noxious fog. Upon inhaling the venomous vapors, the earth beasts became sluggish, their defenses compromised. Seizing this moment, Yi-Yi commanded his team of summoned beasts to launch a comprehensive counterattack. The Qilin intensified its fiery onslaught, while the white tiger transformed an icy barrier into lethal blades of frost, directing them alongside the flames toward the opposing beasts. In the air, the Bifang resumed its assault, and the nine-tailed fox further disrupted the movements of the adversary's beasts. The Xuanwu and the bow charged headlong into close combat with the enemy's earth elemental beasts. Under the relentless assault of Yi's team, the opposing space and earth elemental beasts gradually faltered, ultimately succumbing to defeat. Yi's team triumphantly secured victory in the second match of the quarterfinals, advancing towards the semifinals. In the final match of the quarterfinals, Yi faced a formidable opponent skilled in dark and poison elemental beasts. The battlefield was instantly shrouded in darkness, with toxic mists beginning to permeate the arena. The dark beasts lurked within the shadows, poised to launch surprise attacks, while the poison beasts continuously released increasingly potent clouds of venom. Yi remained composed. Xuanwu strengthened the defensive shield to ward off the poison mist. Qilin unleashed flames to illuminate the darkness and dispel the toxins. White Tiger create an icy domain to restrict the movements of the enemy beasts. Bifang release azure flames from the sky to seek out the dark beasts. Nine-tailed fox employ deception techniques to mentally disrupt the enemy beasts. Xuanwu and bow remain vigilant within the icy domain for sudden attacks from the dark beasts. Fei use your formidable poison energy to counter the enemy's toxic mist while searching for an opportunity to strike back. The brilliance of Xuanwu's defensive shield surged, keeping the poison mist at bay. The Qilin spewed forth roaring flames, which illuminated portions of the darkness, while simultaneously dissipating some of the toxins. The White Tiger conjured an icy domain, causing the temperature in the arena to plummet, thereby slowing the movements of the opposing beasts. Bifang continuously unleashed azure flames from above, using their glow to locate the hidden dark beasts. At last, Bifang spotted a dark beast concealed in the shadows and swiftly launched an attack. The nine-tailed fox employed its deception techniques, attempting to mentally confuse the enemy's dark and poison beasts, plunging them into disarray. Xuanwu and bow stood ready within the icy domain, prepared to counter any assaults from the dark beasts. Fei matched its potent poison energy against the enemy's toxic mists while seeking an opportunity to unleash even deadlier toxins in retaliation against the poison beasts. Through the seamless coordination of Yi's team, they gradually gained the upper hand. The dark beasts, under the barrage of Bifang's assault and the nine-tailed fox's confusion, revealed vulnerabilities that Xuanwu and bow exploited, delivering powerful blows. The poison beasts, weakened by Fei's toxic counterattack, ultimately lost their combat capability. Yi's team successfully navigated the challenges of the quarterfinals, fortified by unwavering determination, formidable strength, and harmonious teamwork, advancing to the semifinals. What formidable adversaries and challenges await them in the upcoming semifinals? With confidence, Yi and his summoned beasts prepared to embrace the new battle, continuing their march toward the grand finale. Chapter 102. Overcoming various masters to successfully advance to the semifinals. The news of Yi and the Beastmaster team advancing to the top four spread like wildfire throughout the Spirit King realm, igniting anticipation among the realm's powerful beings and spectators regarding their forthcoming performances. The opponents in the semifinals were undoubtedly among the elite of the Spirit King realm, and each match promised to be a formidable challenge. In the first semifinal match, Yi faced a formidable opponent from the southern forests of the Spirit King realm. This adversary's Beastmaster team primarily harnessed the powers of nature, including beasts of the wood, water, wind, and plant attributes, whose harmonious synergy enabled them to wield formidable combat prowess through the forces of nature. The arena was instantly transformed into a lush forest, with trees rapidly sprouting, water beasts conjuring rivers and lakes, and wind beasts stirring the leaves to create a soothing rustle, akin to a natural battle hymn. The opposing plant beasts lay concealed within the foliage, poised to strike at any moment. Yi swiftly assessed the battlefield and issued commands. Xuanwu, erect sturdy earthen walls around us to thwart any surprise attacks. Qilin, unleash flames to incinerate the surrounding trees, clearing a safe zone. Baize, create an ice barrier outside the earthen walls, establishing a dual defense. Bifang, soar aloft to monitor the enemy's movements and employ azure flames to target their vulnerabilities. Xuanwu, utilize your illusionary techniques to disrupt the communication among their beasts. Xuanwu and bow remain poised, ready to unleash a powerful assault upon any approaching foes. Fei, search for opportunities in the air to release toxic attacks on their plant beasts. Xuanwu swiftly erected robust earthen walls around the team, rising tall and thick, its surface adorned with shimmering runes. Qilin unleashed a torrent of flames that rapidly engulfed the nearby trees, carving out a spacious safe zone. Baihu conjured an ice barrier beyond the earthen walls, its crystalline structure exuding a chilling aura, fortifying their defenses. Bifang ascended to the skies, keenly observing the enemy's maneuvers. It discerned that the opposing water beasts were manipulating the currents, preparing for a large-scale water assault. Bifang immediately unleashed azure flames that fell like meteors, striking the water beasts and disrupting their actions. Xuanwu employed its illusionary techniques, casting confusion upon several of the enemy's wind beasts, which ceased to follow commands and instead unleashed chaotic gusts upon their own allies, unsettling their formation. Taogu and Bo, within the earthen walls, remained vigilant, eyes fixed on their surroundings, ready to deliver a lethal blow to any encroaching foes. Face circled in the air, diligently seeking traces of the enemy's plant beasts. At last, it discovered the hidden plant beasts deep within the thicket and swiftly approached, releasing a cloud of toxic mist. The noxious vapors rapidly enveloped the plant beasts, inflicting severe damage upon them. Under the relentless assault from Yi Yi's Beastmaster team, the opposing nature-based team descended into chaos. Seizing the moment, Yi Yi commanded his team to launch a full-scale offensive. The Qilin unleashed an overwhelming inferno, incinerating vast swathes of timber. The white tiger conjured ice blades, hurling them towards the enemy's beasts. The Bifang continuously summoned azure flames in the sky. The nine-tailed fox employed its enchanting skills, exacerbating the enemy's confusion. The Taowu and Bo surged through earthen walls and icy barriers, charging at their adversaries to engage in close combat. Under the formidable offensive of Yi Yi's beast team, the opposing nature-based beast team gradually faltered, ultimately succumbing to defeat. Yi Yi's beast team triumphed in the first match of the semifinals, placing one foot firmly on the threshold of the finals. In the second match of the semifinals, Yi Yi faced a formidable opponent skilled in metal and lightning-based beasts. The battlefield was instantly cloaked in metal, with arcs of lightning flickering and leaping across the surface, creating a powerful electric field. The opponent's metal-based beasts formed an impenetrable defense, while their lightning-based beasts unleashed relentless electrical assaults. Yi Yi swiftly adapted his tactics. The Xuanwu utilized defensive spiritual energy to neutralize the lightning strikes, reinforcing their defenses. The Qilin melted the metal with intense flames. The white tiger conjured an ice shield to bolster their protection. The Bifang circled above, seeking vulnerabilities in the electric field. The nine-tailed fox employed its deceptive techniques to disrupt the movements of the lightning beasts. The Taowu and Bo lay in wait, ready to strike the moment a flaw in the metal defense appeared, and the Fae prepared lethal toxins to target the lightning beasts. The Xuanwu unleashed a formidable shield of spiritual energy, clashing with the lightning and neutralizing a significant portion of the assaults. The Qilin expelled searing flames, which began to liquefy the metal upon contact. The white tiger reinforced their defenses with an ice shield, further enhancing their protective capabilities. Meanwhile, the Bifang circled in the air, diligently searching for a weakness in the electric field. At last, it discerned a fleeting fluctuation of spiritual energy in a corner of the metal defense as the lightning beasts released their bolts. The Bifang seized the moment, launching an azure flame attack that struck that corner, creating a breach in the metal line. The nine-tailed fox executed its enchanting skills, momentarily slowing the lightning beast's actions. The Taowu and Bo capitalized on the opening, charging forth to attack the metal beasts. The Fae, poised in the air, awaited the opportune moment. When the lightning beast faltered under the Bifang's onslaught, it swiftly released a cloud of deadly toxins. Under the combined efforts of Yi Yi's beast team, the opposing metal and lightning beasts gradually lost their combat effectiveness. Yi Yi's beast team emerged victorious in the second match of the semifinals, securing their place in the finals. With their exceptional strength, precise tactical command, and harmonious teamwork, Yi Yi and his beast triumphed over formidable adversaries, advancing to the final showdown. As the decisive match looms, they prepare for an epic confrontation against their strongest rival. How will Yi Yi and his team respond? Can they seize the championship in the finals and carve out their own legacy? All remains shrouded in suspense, awaiting their revelation. Chapter 103. Facing a stalwart foe in the semifinals, Yi Yi's ingenious tactics break the stalemate. Following their successful entry into the finals, Yi Yi and his beast team became the focal point of attention throughout the Spirit King realm. The opponent in the finals is a renowned powerhouse from the Spirit King realm, commanding a beast team composed of light, darkness, holy, and evil attributes, creating a complex interplay of strengths and balances, rendering them extraordinarily formidable. As the match commenced, the adversary immediately exhibited an overwhelming aura. The light beasts unleashed blinding radiance, Attempting to obscure the vision of Yi Yi's beast team, the dark beasts lurked in the shadows, poised for a surprise attack. The holy beasts summoned potent divine power, bestowing enhancements and protection upon their allies, while the evil beasts prepared sinister spells, ready to deliver lethal blows. Fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead, Yi Yi swiftly devised a strategy. Xuanwu would deploy a comprehensive defensive shield to withstand the divine power and the onslaught of light. Qilin would dispel the darkness with flames, simultaneously preparing to assault the holy beasts. Baihu would conjure blades of ice, defending against the dark beast's ambush while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Bifang would breach the blinding light from above, targeting the evil beasts. The nine-tailed fox would employ confusion techniques to disrupt the minds of the dark and evil beasts. And Xuanwu and Bo would concentrate their strength, ready to strike when a chink appeared in the holy beast's defenses. Fei would remain airborne, surveying the battlefield, prepared to unleash toxic attacks at any vulnerabilities. Xuanwu swiftly erected the all-encompassing defensive shield, which shimmered with an earthy glow, successfully repelling the impacts of divine power and blinding light. Qilin breathed forth a torrent of flames, illuminating the arena and dispelling the darkness conjured by the dark beasts, directing the inferno towards the holy beasts. The holy beasts activated their divine shield, absorbing the heat of Qilin's flames. Baihu fashioned ice blades that encircled the team, forming a protective barrier. The dark beasts attempted to launch a surprise assault from the shadows, but were thwarted by the icy blades. Seizing the moment, Baihu unleashed the ice blades in retaliation against the dark beasts. Bifang, utilizing exceptional aerial agility, navigated through the light's interference and launched an azure flame assault on the evil beasts. The evil beasts countered with malevolent spells, clashing with Bifang's azure flames. The nine-tailed fox executed confusion techniques, ensnaring the dark beasts and causing their movements to falter. The evil beasts were also affected, their dark spells losing potency. Xuanwu and Bo remained poised, fixated on the holy beasts, as Qilin's flames continuously assaulted the holy beasts, creating a minute crack in their divine shield. Xuanwu and Bo surged forward like lightning, delivering a powerful strike. Fei, observing the battlefield from above, noticed the dark beasts' diminished defenses due to the confusion and swiftly descended, releasing a cloud of toxic mist. The dark beasts inhaled the poison, severely weakening their strength. However, the adversary was not to be underestimated. The holy beasts rapidly repaired their divine shield, while the light beasts intensified their brilliance, striving once more to disrupt Yi Yi's team's vision. Once restored, the dark beasts coordinated with the evil beasts to launch a more forceful assault. The evil beasts unleashed a dark curse, attempting to weaken Yi Yi's team, while the dark beasts transformed into shadows, darting about in search of defensive weaknesses. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Yi Yi promptly recalibrated his strategy. Xuanwu was to bolster its defenses, particularly against the dark curses. Qilin was to meld fire and ice energies, launching an offensive against the light-type beasts. Baihu was to synergize with Qilin, amplifying the ice-based assaults. Bifang was tasked with disrupting the curse spells of the evil-type beasts. Xuanwu would intensify its perplexing abilities to control the dark-type beasts, and Xuanwu and Bo were to safeguard Xuanwu, preventing any breaches in defense by the dark-type foes. Fei prepared a more potent toxin in anticipation of the enemy's counterattack. Xuanwu fortified its defenses with unwavering resolve, repelling the dark curses from breaching its sanctum. Qilin and Baihu coordinated their efforts, intertwining flames and ice to forge a formidable duality that was unleashed upon the light-type beasts, whose brilliance flickered chaotically under the onslaught. Bifang hovered aloft, continually unleashing azure flames to thwart the curse incantations of the evil-type beasts, rendering their spells ineffective. Xuanwu concentrated its full mental faculties, amplifying its confounding efforts, causing the dark-type beasts to become utterly disoriented and inadvertently turn against their comrades. Xuanwu and Bo remained vigilant near Xuanwu, ready to strike should any dark-type beasts approach. Fei stood poised with its enhanced toxin, awaiting the opportune moment. As the fierce confrontation raged on, the situation reached an impasse. Aware that such a stalemate could not persist, Yi Yi meticulously observed the flow of spiritual energy and the coordination of the opposing beasts, discerning a brief vulnerability in the defenses of the holy-type beasts during their large-scale assaults. Seizing this opportunity, he devised a tactical breakthrough. Qilin was to prepare its most potent flame attack. Baihu was to expand the domain of ice, constraining the enemy's movements. Bifang was to strike swiftly at the holy-type beasts following Qilin's attack. Xuanwu would ensnare the evil-type beasts, preventing them from providing support. Xuanwu would momentarily weaken its defenses to channel energy into enhancing the strikes of Qilin and Baihu. Taowu and Bo were to ready themselves for close combat. And Fei would unleash its toxic barrage once the enemy's defenses faltered. Xuanwu momentarily diminished its defenses, transferring a substantial amount of spiritual energy to Qilin and Baihu. Qilin unleashed its most formidable flames, while Baihu expanded its icy domain, their combined might exerting tremendous pressure on the opposing team. The light and dark-type beasts found themselves ensnared by the flames and the icy domain, leading to a noticeable decline in the defenses of the holy-type beasts. Bifang seized the moment, rapidly launching an azure flame attack that struck true against the holy-type beasts, inflicting severe damage and shattering their defenses. Xuanwu successfully bewildered the evil-type beasts, rendering them incapable of providing assistance. Taowu and Bo seized the opportunity to charge forward, engaging the enemy beasts in close quarters. Fei unleashed its most potent toxin from the skies, the virulence spreading rapidly as the enemy beasts gradually succumbed to the relentless barrage of attacks. Through astute tactics, Yi successfully dismantled the stalemate, leading his beast team to triumph over a formidable adversary in the semifinals, thus securing a place in the finals. As the grand finale approached, facing their most formidable opponent yet, Yi and his beast team stood on the precipice of unprecedented challenges. Would they be able to exert their utmost efforts in the finals and clinch the championship? The entire Spirit King realm awaited with bated breath. Chapter 104. A successful advance to the finals. A pinnacle duel with the mightiest opponent Yi and his beast team's successful advancement to the finals sent waves of exhilaration throughout the Spirit King realm. The grand stage of the finals is undoubtedly the most coveted arena for the mighty beings of the Spirit King realm, and Yi, along with his formidable beast team, is poised to engage in an epic confrontation with the strongest of adversaries. Their opponent, a recognized paragon among Spirit Kings, boasts a powerful and well-balanced team of beasts, each meticulously cultivated and embodying various formidable spiritual attributes. This formidable individual commands immense respect within the Spirit King realm, known for his adaptable combat style and masterful tactical execution, making him an object of admiration and reverence among his peers. On the day of the competition, the venue was thronged with spectators, their hearts aflame with anticipation for this pinnacle clash. As Yi led his beast team into the arena, their gazes were resolute and spirits high, undaunted by the strength of their formidable opponent. The match commenced with the adversary launching the first strike. A powerful lightning-type beast unleashed a barrage of thick bolts of lightning, reminiscent of a soaring dragon, aimed directly at Yi's team. Concurrently, a wind-type beast conjured a fierce gale, amplifying the lightning's potency while disrupting the movements of Yi's creatures. Meanwhile, a earth-type beast raised colossal boulders from the ground, directing them toward Yi's beasts in a three-dimensional assault. Reacting swiftly, Yi issued his commands. Xuanwu, deploy the strongest defensive shield to withstand the lightning and rock assaults. Qilin, create a barrier of flames to fend off the tempest. Baihu, unleash icy blades to strike the wind-type beast while simultaneously conjuring an ice shield for defense. Bifang, break through the gale from above to attack the lightning-type beast. Xuanwu, employ your illusion techniques to confuse the earth-type beast. Taowu and Bo, stand ready to strike once the enemy draws near. Fei, scout from the skies for an opportunity to unleash a venomous assault on the lightning-type beast. Xuanwu swiftly erected the strongest defensive shield, its surface shimmering with a deep earthen glow, effectively repelling the oncoming lightning and boulders. Qilin expelled a roaring blaze, forming a steadfast barrier that withstood the onslaught of the wind. Baihu simultaneously launched icy blades towards the wind-type beast while conjuring an ice shield around the team to bolster their defenses. Bifang, utilizing exceptional aerial skills, navigated the tumultuous winds, finally breaching the barrier to launch a cerulean flame at the lightning-type beast. Sensing the threat, the lightning-type creature surged with electric energy, attempting to counter Bifang's assault. Xuanwu utilized its illusion techniques, momentarily disorienting the earth-type beast, causing its boulders, initially aimed with precision at Yi's team, to veer off course. Taowu and Bo remained poised, their focus unwavering on the opposing beasts, ready to unleash their ferocity upon any approach. Fei circled above, awaiting the opportune moment. As the lightning-type beast was distracted by Bifang's attack, Fei swiftly descended, releasing a cloud of venomous mist. After inhaling the noxious fumes, the lightning-type beast's formidable electric strikes significantly diminished. Realizing their initial assault had failed to secure a decisive advantage, the opponents quickly adapted their strategy. A water-type beast joined the fray, conjuring a massive tidal wave aimed at Yi's team, seeking to breach Xuanwu's defensive shield. Simultaneously, the fire-based beasts unleashed searing flames that intertwined with the surging waves, culminating in a formidable steam assault that not only inflicted intense thermal damage, but also further obscured the vision of Yi's beast team. Yi promptly issued commands, Xuanwu, fortify our defenses and harness the power of the waves and steam. Qilin, neutralize the steam with flames to mitigate its damage. Baihu, expand the realm of ice and freeze the oncoming waves. Bifang, continue your assault on the lightning beasts to prevent their recovery. Xuanwu, sow confusion among the water and fire beasts. Taowu and Bo, prepare to counter any enemies that might breach our defenses. Fei, ready a more potent toxin aimed at the water and fire beasts. Xuanwu employed its formidable defensive power to redirect the force of the waves and steam, altering their trajectory. Qilin exhaled flames that interacted with the steam, neutralizing some of the extreme heat. Baihu expanded the icy dominion, swiftly freezing the tumultuous waves into colossal ice blocks. Bifang relentlessly targeted the lightning beasts, ensuring they could not focus on recuperation. Xuanwu executed its deception techniques, plunging the water and fire beasts into disarray, causing them to turn against one another instead of coordinating their attacks. Taowu and Bo stood vigilant, anticipating any adversaries that might breach their defenses. Fei readied a more potent toxin, prepared to strike when the water and fire beasts approached. The battle raged fiercely, with both sides exchanging blows in a state of deadlock. Yi recognized the formidable strength of his opponents, understanding that every decision was pivotal. He continuously observed the attack patterns and energy expenditures of the enemy's beasts, seeking an opportunity for breakthrough. Concurrently, he encouraged his beasts through their mental connection to remain composed and perform at their utmost capacity. Amidst the fierce combat, Yi discerned that the enemy's lightning beast underwent a brief energy adjustment period following each powerful lightning strike, during which its defenses were relatively weakened. Seizing this moment, Yi resolved to mount a concentrated attack. He swiftly instructed his beasts, Qilin, Baihu, prepare your most potent strikes. Bifang, await my signal to launch an immediate attack on the lightning beast. Xuanwu, intensify your confusion tactics to prevent support for the others. Xuanwu, brace for defense against potential counterattacks. Taowu and Bo, prepare for close combat. Fei, ready your toxin for timely assistance. As the lightning beast unleashed another powerful bolt of electricity, Yi commanded, now attack. Qilin and Baihu channeled their energies simultaneously, with Qilin's flames merging with Baihu's icy essence, creating a powerful torrent of ice and fire that surged toward the lightning beast. Bifang swiftly launched an azure flame attack, concentrating 3 formidable forces upon the lightning beast. The defenses of the lightning beast crumbled under the dual assault of the ice-fire torrent and the azure flames, sustaining significant damage. Xuanwu amplified its confusion tactics, plunging the other beasts into deeper chaos, rendering them incapable of providing timely support to the lightning beast. Seizing the moment of disarray, Taowu and Bo charged forward to engage the enemy's earth and fire beasts in rapid combat. Meanwhile, Fei unleashed a more potent cloud of toxin, which swiftly enveloped the water and earth beasts, affecting them as well. Can Yi seize this opportunity to expand his advantage and triumph in this pinnacle confrontation? The atmosphere in the finals remains palpably tense, as the audience holds their breath, fixated on the fierce battle, eagerly anticipating the ultimate outcome. Chapter 105, Finals. With unwavering resolve, Yi narrowly secures the championship under the concentrated assault of Yi's Beast Mastery team. The Thunder Element beasts suffer significant damage, revealing flaws in the opponent's tactical arrangement. Yi seizes this rare opportunity, continuing to command his team to pursue victory. The Qilin unleashes a relentless torrent of flames, amplifying their gains. The White Tiger conjures a multitude of icy blades, sealing the opponent's movements to prevent them from reorganizing their defense. The Bifang gracefully navigates the air, targeting the vulnerable points in the enemy's defenses. The Nine-Tailed Fox maintains its illusionary effects, rendering the adversaries incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. The Xuanwu fortifies their defenses, thwarting any desperate struggles from the opponent. The Taowu and Bo engage in close combat, delivering devastating blows. Fei, observing the battlefield, releases toxic vapors at opportune moments. Yi swiftly issues a series of commands. The flames of the Qilin surge forward like a mighty tide, overwhelming the opposing fire element beasts, which struggle to maintain their fiery intensity and gradually find themselves at a disadvantage. The White Tiger creates a myriad of icy blades, which rained down upon the enemy beasts, obstructing their escape routes and making it arduous for them to evade the onslaught. The Bifang adeptly weaves through the air, skillfully identifying the chinks in the enemy's defenses. With each azure flame strike landing precisely on critical spots, the nine-tailed fox focuses intently, maximizing its illusionary skills, causing the enemy's beasts to descend into chaos. Their coordination rendered ineffective, leading them to even turn upon one another. The Xuanwu steadfastly holds the line, its formidable defensive shield absorbing the occasional counterattacks from the opposing team, ensuring the safety of Yi Yi's rear. The Taowu and Bo, employing their immense strength and agility, gain the upper hand in close combat, inflicting significant damage on the enemy's earth and water element beasts. Fei surveys the battlefield from above, waiting for the right moment to unleash a potent cloud of poison, further diminishing the enemy beast's combat capabilities. In response to Yi Yi's ferocious assault, the opposing team endeavors to recalibrate their tactics in a bid to reverse the situation. The holy element beasts cast powerful healing spells, restoring strength to the injured thunder element beasts and others, while simultaneously bolstering the team's overall defenses. The dark element beasts lurk in the shadows, poised to launch a surprise attack, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Yi's team. Yi Yi senses their intentions and swiftly formulates a counter-strategy. Xuanwu. Remain vigilant to the movements of the dark element beasts, enhancing defenses in shadowed areas. Qilin. Divide some of your flames to disrupt the holy element beast healing spells. White Tiger. Prepare ice traps to counter the dark element beast's ambush. Bifang. Persist in assaulting the enemy's weak points, denying them any respite. Nine-tailed fox. Attempt to confuse the holy element beasts, disrupting their recovery rhythm. Taowu and Bo. Stay alert for the dark element beasts and strike immediately upon their appearance. Fei. Prepare a more potent toxin, lying in wait for the dark element beasts to reveal themselves. Xuanwu concentrates, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the shadowed regions, ready to bolster defenses at a moment's notice. The Qilin unleashed a portion of its flames, charging towards the sacred beast to disrupt its healing spells, thus impeding the recovery speed of the thunder beast. The white tiger set ice traps around, biding its time for the dark beast to take the bait. Meanwhile, the Bifang continued to assault the opponent's vulnerabilities, compelling them to focus on defense and preventing a full-fledged counterattack. The nine-tailed fox endeavored to bewitch the sacred beast, although the latter possessed formidable willpower. The fox's relentless efforts induced a brief fluctuation in its mental state, diminishing the effectiveness of its healing spells. The Taowu and the Bo remained ever vigilant for the emergence of the dark beast, their eyes fixated on the shadowy area. At last, unable to contain itself, the dark beast leapt from the shadows, lunging towards Yi Yi. The Taowu and Bo immediately launched their assault, engaging in a fierce battle with the dark beast. Simultaneously, the Fei seized the opportune moment to unleash a more potent cloud of toxic mist, significantly weakening the dark beast under the corrosive effects of the poison. Through the concerted efforts of Yi Yi's beast team, the adversary's resistance gradually waned. Ultimately, the opposing beasts succumbed, losing their combat capability, and Yi Yi narrowly triumphed, securing the championship. The arena erupted with thunderous applause and cheers as the audience celebrated Yi Yi and his beast team's remarkable performance. Standing on the field, Yi Yi and his beasts reveled in the joy of victory. In that instant, they became the focal point of the Spirit King realm, basking in glory. However, this was merely a new starting point for Yi Yi on his journey with beasts. What opportunities and challenges awaited him next? Chapter 106. The honor of champions and the resounding fame of the Spirit Emperor's realm. The news of Yi Yi clinching the championship at the pinnacle event of the Spirit King continent detonated like a bombshell, instantly stirring the Spirit King realm into a frenzy. Whether among the common folk or the myriad of powerful beings, all were in awe of Yi Yi and his beast team. His name spread swiftly to every corner of the Spirit King realm, becoming the subject of admiration and discourse for countless individuals. With his rising fame, Yi Yi's prowess captured the attention of the higher echelons of the Spirit King realm. They recognized that Yi Yi exhibited potential and strength surpassing the Spirit King realm through his encounters with numerous experts. Following a thorough evaluation, the authoritative body of the Spirit King realm officially announced Yi Yi's ascension to the Spirit Emperor realm. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the Spirit King realm, for the Spirit Emperor realm is regarded as a highly esteemed existence, with each Spirit Emperor serving as a cornerstone of the Spirit King realm. After obtaining the championship and ascending to the Spirit Emperor realm, Yi Yi and his beast team received invitations from various locales to participate in celebrations and events. Wherever they went, They were met with fervent welcomes and exceptional honors. Yi seized this opportunity to engage with powerful beings from the Spirit King realm, sharing his knowledge and combat insights regarding beasts while also learning invaluable skills and wisdom from them. At one such celebratory event, a seasoned Spirit Emperor addressed Yi, saying, "Yi, you possess an extraordinary talent and unique insights in beast mastery. However, the Spirit Emperor realm entails greater responsibilities and challenges. You must continuously enhance both your own abilities and your beast team's strength to prepare for potential crises that may arise in the future." Yi nodded earnestly, committing these words to memory. In order to live up to the expectations of many, Yi commenced an in-depth study of the characteristics and requirements of the Spirit Emperor realm. He discovered that ascending to this realm necessitated not only the enhancement of one's own spiritual power, but also the establishment of a profound mental connection with one's spirit beasts, unlocking their latent potentials and elevating the synergy of the Spirit Beast team to unprecedented heights. With his Spirit Beast team, Yi returned to the headquarters of the Spirit King Alliance to embark on a new round of training. Utilizing the abundant resources provided by the Alliance, he sought out suitable cultivation sites and spiritual treasures for his beasts to further their development. The Qilin honed its abilities in the depths of a volcano, rich with potent and volatile fire's spiritual energy, continuously refining its flames to achieve greater purity and strength. The white tiger trained in a mysterious land of ice and snow, where ancient ice elemental laws lay hidden. Through exploring these laws, the white tiger experienced a remarkable leap in its ice elemental power. The Bifang cultivated in an ethereal sky realm, where the unique flow of spiritual energy aided in enhancing its flight speed and control over flames. The nine-tailed fox practiced within a tower of illusion, a convergence of spiritual energy, constantly strengthening its mesmerizing techniques and mental prowess. The Xuanwu trained in a deep underground spiritual vein, reinforcing and augmenting its defensive capabilities. The Taowu and Bo engaged in combat against formidable spirit stone giants and enigmatic forest guardians within a forest of colossal spirit stones, enhancing their strength and combat skills. The Fae trained in a toxic abyss, pushing the limits of its poison elemental power. Under Ye's meticulous guidance, the strength of the spirit beasts gradually escalated. Simultaneously, through profound communication and training with them, Yi further deepened the mental connection he shared with his beasts. Their cooperation became increasingly harmonious, approaching a level of intuitive understanding. As Yi and his Spirit Beast team continued to grow in power, their influence within the Spirit King realm expanded significantly. Many young Spirit Beast masters regarded Yi as an idol, emulating his methods and combat style. Yi, in turn, delighted in sharing his experiences, encouraging aspiring Spirit Beast masters to bravely pursue their dreams. Amidst Ye's immersion in enhancing his strength and sharing his knowledge, an invitation from the Spirit Emperor Council arrived in his hands. The Council, a prestigious organization composed of formidable Spirit Emperors, was dedicated to maintaining peace and stability within the Spirit King realm while addressing various high-level Spirit Beast affairs. Holding the invitation, Yi understood that this marked a new beginning in his journey within the Spirit Emperor realm, as well as the onset of greater responsibilities. What tasks and challenges awaited him upon joining the Council? Chapter 107. Invited to join the Spirit Emperor Council and engage in high-level Spirit Beast affairs upon receiving the invitation from the Spirit Emperor Council, Yi recognized it as a rare opportunity, one that simultaneously signified increased responsibilities. Without hesitation, he resolved to join the Council, leading his Spirit Beast team to its headquarters. The headquarters, situated in the heart of the Spirit King realm, was graced by the majestic and grand Spirit Emperor Hall. Upon Yi's entrance into the Spiritual Emperor Palace, he was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of solemn grandeur. The interior was adorned with opulent decorations, and the walls were embedded with various precious spirit crystals, radiating a soft, yet powerful luminescence. Guided by the reception staff of the Spiritual Emperor Association, Yi was introduced to several core members of the organization. These individuals were renowned spiritual emperors of the Spiritual King realm, who warmly welcomed Yi upon his arrival. One venerable elder, with silvery hair yet a vigorous spirit, remarked, "Yi, your outstanding performance in the premier competitions of the Spiritual King continent has captured our attention. The Spiritual Emperor Association recognizes your strength and potential, and we hope you will contribute to the stability and development of the Spiritual King realm." Yi respectfully responded, "Rest assured, esteemed seniors, I shall exert my utmost efforts." Subsequently, the core members of the Spiritual Emperor Association elaborated on the organization's mission, structure, and the sophisticated matters concerning the control of spirit beasts currently facing them. Yi learned that the association primarily dealt with various intricate issues pertaining to the spiritual emperor realm, including mediating conflicts among spiritual emperors, addressing threats from enigmatic forces, and exploring uncharted territories of spiritual power. After Yi's induction into the Spiritual Emperor Association, he swiftly received his first assignment. A mysterious fluctuation of spiritual energy had emerged in the peripheral regions of the Spiritual King realm, causing a chaotic disruption of the local spiritual environment, negatively impacting numerous spirit beasts and residents. The association suspected that a formidable hidden force was at play and dispatched Yi and his spirit beast team to investigate. Yi and his team hastily arrived at the incident site, where a peculiar black mist enveloped the sky, and the flow of spiritual energy on the ground was tumultuous. Several smaller spirit beasts struggled in agony amidst the fog. Yi immediately activated his spiritual perception, endeavoring to discern the source of this mysterious fluctuation. After a thorough investigation, Yi discovered that the source of the enigmatic spiritual energy emanated from an abandoned ancient city. Once a thriving hub of the Spiritual King realm, the city had inexplicably fallen into desolation. Now, it exuded a potent and chaotic spiritual energy, seemingly concealing unknown secrets. Cautiously leading his spirit beast team into the ancient city, Yi was met with a powerful surge of spiritual energy upon entry. He issued commands: Xuanwu, deploy a defensive shield to protect everyone; Qilin, unleash flames to disperse the mist and seek the source; Baize, create ice blades to guard our perimeter against potential dangers; Bifang, soar into the skies to scout for anomalies; Xuanwu, employ your illusionary techniques to confuse any lurking foes; Xuanwu and Bo, prepare for battle and remain vigilant for any sudden developments; Fei, utilize your poison-based spiritual energy to sense surrounding threats. Xuanwu quickly erected a defensive shield, absorbing the onslaught of spiritual energy. Qilin expelled flames in an attempt to dissipate the black mist, but the fog proved exceptionally stubborn, allowing only a brief glimpse of visibility. Baize conjured ice blades that swirled protectively around the team, ever watchful for danger. Bifang ascended into the heights, discovering that the most intense fluctuation of spiritual energy was concentrated in the city's core, indicating the operation of a massive spiritual device. Xuanwu employed her illusionary skills, striving to disrupt any potential enemies concealed within the mist. Xuanwu and Bo clenched their fists, ever ready to engage in battle. Fei circled above, utilizing toxic spiritual energy to sense the looming dangers, identifying several hidden spiritual traps lurking in the shadows. Yi commanded the beast-taming team to circumvent these traps and advance toward the heart of the ancient city. Along their journey, they encountered a horde of grotesque creatures, coalesced from dark spiritual energy. These monsters, their forms twisted and exuding an aura of malevolence, lunged towards Yi and his companions. Would Yi be able to lead the beast-taming team to triumph over these fiends and unveil the truth behind the mysterious fluctuations of spiritual energy within the ancient city? What challenges awaited them in this perilous domain? All remained shrouded in uncertainty, awaiting Yi and his team to explore. Chapter 108. Tasks in the Spirit Emperor Convention. Resolving the unique challenges of the Spirit Emperor Realm. Upon witnessing the onslaught of the dark energy creatures, Yi swiftly and calmly directed his beast-taming team to confront the threat. Qilin, suppress their movements with flames. Baize, unleash an ice storm to freeze them. Bifang, strike from above with azure flames. Xuanwu, enhance your illusionary techniques to confound their minds. Xuanwu, fortify our defenses to protect everyone. Xuanwu and Bo, engage in close combat to breach their lines. Fei, prepare your deadly toxins for a decisive blow. With a fierce roar, Qilin unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the monsters in a raging inferno. The creatures emitted anguished howls, their movements significantly hindered. Baize followed swiftly, conjuring an ice storm, where countless sharp icicles whirled through the tempest, piercing the monsters and instantly freezing some into icy sculptures. Bifang soared high in the sky, his wings flapping as azure flames fell like meteors, striking the creatures with precision and further diminishing their strength. Xuanwu concentrated, her 9 tails swaying gently as they released overwhelming illusionary powers, plunging the monsters into chaos and disrupting their previously coordinated assault. Xuanwu stood steadfastly in the center of the team, his protective shield shimmering as it deflected the occasional attacks from the creatures that slipped through. Xuanwu and Bo, utilizing their formidable strength and agility, charged into the fray like tigers descending from the mountains, tearing through the creature's defenses with their sharp claws and powerful strikes. Fei, seizing the opportune moment as the monsters were rendered disoriented by the team's relentless assault, swooped in and exhaled a cloud of potent toxins. The noxious mist spread swiftly, corroding the bodies of the monsters and eliciting cries of agony as their combat effectiveness plummeted. Under the combined assault of the beast-taming team, the horde of dark energy creatures was swiftly vanquished. Yi and his team pressed on toward the center of the ancient city. As they drew nearer to the central area, the fluctuations of spiritual energy intensified, and the surrounding environment grew increasingly surreal. At last, they arrived at the heart of the ancient city, where a colossal spiritual apparatus loomed before them, its surface etched with ancient runes, continuously emanating a powerful and chaotic spiritual energy. Yi meticulously examined the apparatus, endeavoring to unravel its operational principles and to devise a means to halt its erratic fluctuations of spiritual energy. Through his study of the runes and his innate sensitivity to spiritual forces, Yi discerned that this device appeared to be under the thrall of a dark spiritual energy. To cease its anomalous functioning, one needed to locate the core of the apparatus and infuse it with pure spiritual energy to neutralize the dark force. However, approaching the core was no trivial task, for it was ensconced within a formidable barrier of spiritual energy, intermittently besieged by waves of dark energy assaults. After a moment of contemplation, Yi addressed his spirit beasts. Qilin, test the strength and vulnerabilities of the spiritual barrier with your flames. Baihu, prepare your icy energy. Once a weakness is discovered, launch an assault. Bifang, observe the effects of the attack from the air and identify the optimal breach point. Xuanwu, employ your illusionary techniques to disrupt the waves of dark energy. Xuanwu, provide continuous defensive support. Tao Wu and Bo, remain on standby. As soon as we breach the barrier, rush towards the core. Fei, ready your toxins, in case of unforeseen dangers. Qilin initiated the assault, unleashing flames upon the spiritual barrier, which rippled in response, the runes glimmering with intensity. Baihu remained vigilant, poised to unleash his icy attack at a moment's notice. Bifang meticulously scrutinized the contact point between the flames and the barrier, noting that when a particular rune flickered, the defense would momentarily weaken. Swiftly, Bifang conveyed this insight to Yi through their mental link. Yi commanded, Baihu, now is the time. Unleash your icy blade with full force upon that location. Qilin, coordinate your flames with the icy energy to amplify the attack. Both Qilin and Baihu exerted their powers simultaneously, intertwining flames with the icy blade, striking the barrier at its vulnerable point. A slender fissure appeared in the barrier. Xuanwu employed her illusionary skills to disrupt the firing frequency of the dark energy waves, causing a brief lull in their onslaught. Seizing this opportunity, Yi directed Tao Wu and Bo to swiftly advance towards the core of the apparatus. Just as they neared the core, a powerful surge of dark spiritual energy erupted. Attempting to repel them, Xuanwu immediately intensified the output of his defensive energy, forming a robust shield before Tao Wu and Bo, successfully withstanding the dark energy's assault. Taking advantage of the shield's protection, Tao Wu and Bo approached the core, following Yi's instructions to infuse their pure spiritual energy into it. As the pure energy permeated the core, the runes of the device gradually transformed, and the dark energy began to be neutralized. Ultimately, the apparatus ceased its erratic spiritual fluctuations, restoring the spiritual environment surrounding the ancient city to its normal state. Yi successfully accomplished the task assigned by the Spirit Emperor Society, resolving a unique conundrum at the fringes of the Spirit Emperor Realm. Upon returning to the society, he received high praise from its members. Yet Yi understood that this was merely one of many tasks within the Spirit Emperor Society, with more complex and arduous challenges awaiting him in the future. Soon after, the society received a new mission. In a remote area of the Spirit King Realm, a mysterious ancient ruin had been discovered, rumored to conceal formidable powers and secrets that could significantly impact the Spirit King Realm. The Spirit Emperor Society resolved to dispatch Yi and his team of spirit beasts to explore this enigmatic site. Yi and the Beastmaster team are about to embark on a new journey. What challenges will this mysterious ancient relic present to them? Chapter 109. On the way to undertake a mission, exploring the mysterious ancient relic. Upon receiving the task from the Spirit Emperor's Council to explore the enigmatic ancient relic, Yi promptly set forth with the Beastmaster team. The relic is situated in a remote area of the Spirit King's realm, characterized by its harsh environment, rugged mountains, and dense forests, enveloped in a shroud of mysterious mist. During their journey to the relic, Yi and the Beastmaster team encountered various obstacles. Firstly, the dense forest was rife with traps and concealed dangers. Yi instructed the beasts to remain vigilant, with the black tortoise leading the way, utilizing its formidable sensing abilities to detect the ground and surrounding environment, thereby preventing the team from falling into traps. The Qilin and white tiger flanked the sides, poised to respond to any sudden situations. Suddenly, a pack of wolf-like beasts sprang from the forest, exuding an aura of wild ferocity, their eyes glinting with a fierce light as they charged towards Yi and the others. Yi commanded, "Qilin, unleash a fiery intimidation. White tiger, bind them with ice. Bifang, take to the skies for reconnaissance, keeping an eye out for hidden ambushes. Nine-tailed fox, confuse a portion of the beasts to disrupt their formation. Black tortoise, protect the team. Xuanwu and Bo, prepare for close combat. Fei, ready the toxic mist for support as necessary." The Qilin expelled searing flames, creating a wall of fire that deterred the advance of the beasts. The white tiger seized the opportunity to cast the ice binding, ensnaring several beasts in place. Bifang soared high, meticulously surveying the surroundings and detecting no additional ambushes. The nine-tailed fox employed its confusion technique, causing a number of beasts to fall into disarray, engaging in infighting. Amidst the chaos, Xuanwu and Bo rushed forward, engaging the remaining beasts in close combat. Fei hovered in the air, waiting for the opportune moment. When a beast breached the Beastmaster team's defenses, it unleashed the toxic mist, diminishing the creature's combat prowess. Under the collective assault of the Beastmaster team, the pack of beasts was swiftly repelled. Yi and the team continued their advance, and soon they arrived before a steep mountain range. The mountains towered into the clouds, the path rugged and narrow, intermittently ravaged by spirit energy storms. Yi surveyed the mountain's condition and addressed the beasts. Black tortoise, infuse the path with defensive spirit energy to prevent us from slipping. Qilin, use flames to dispel the spirit energy storm. White tiger, create an ice staircase to facilitate our ascent. Bifang, guide us from the air, steering clear of hazardous areas. Nine-tailed fox, be alert to the fluctuations of spirit energy around us, vigilant for potential dangers. Xuanwu and Bo, stay close to the team and prioritize your safety. Fei, remain watchful, prepare to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The black tortoise infused the path with defensive spirit energy, solidifying it further. The Qilin unleashed flames in an attempt to dissipate the spirit energy storm, but the storm was extraordinarily potent, with the flames only temporarily diminishing its force. The white tiger conjured an ice staircase that extended upward along the mountain. Bifang flew above, carefully observing the terrain and the trajectory of the spirit energy storm, guiding the team along a safe route. The nine-tailed fox focused intently, sensing the fluctuations of spirit energy around them, perpetually alert to potential dangers. The Tengu and the Bo closely followed the team, cautiously ascending the ice steps. The Fei circled above, ever prepared for unforeseen circumstances. With the collective effort of the beast tamers, they painstakingly climbed the mountain. However, just as they were nearing the summit, a formidable spiritual storm descended upon them, obliterating the ice steps and placing the team in peril. Could Yi lead the beast tamers through this crisis to safely reach the ruins? What unknown challenges awaited them within the ruins? The air was thick with suspense. Chapter 110, The Ruins. A perilous journey ahead faced with the sudden onslaught of a powerful spiritual storm. Yi quickly sprang into action. Xuanwu, deploy the defensive shield with all your might to protect everyone. Qilin, intensify your flames to counter the storm. Baihu, use your ice-based powers to stabilize the surrounding environment and prevent us from being blown away. Bifang, maintain your altitude and observe the storm's movements, searching for an opening. Xuanwu, employ your illusion techniques to disrupt the storm's energy fluctuations. Tengu and Bo, grip the mountainside tightly and do not let go. Fei, utilize your poison-based powers to sense the dangers hidden within the storm. Xuanwu's protective shield expanded instantly, encasing Yi and the beast tamers within its embrace. Qilin unleashed a torrent of flames, which collided with the spiritual storm, producing a thunderous roar. The flames flickered under the storm's assault, yet valiantly resisted its force. Baihu swiftly released his ice-based energy, forming a thick layer of ice around them, anchoring the group to the mountainside and preventing them from being swept away. Bifang struggled to maintain flight amidst the storm, keenly observing its movements, and discerned that the storm seemed to swirl around a specific area at the mountain's peak, possibly its core. Xuanwu focused intently, employing her illusion techniques to disrupt the storm's energy flows. Although she could not fully halt the tempest, She successfully diminished its power and caused some deviation in its direction. Tengu and Bo clung tenaciously to the mountainside, their formidable strength and unwavering resolve keeping them steadfast against the storm. Fei Airborne used his poison-based powers to sense the lurking dangers within the storm and suddenly noticed shards of unstable spiritual energy flickering ominously. These fragments appeared to be the storm's destabilizing elements. Through a mental connection, Bifang relayed the discovery of the storm's core to Yi. After a moment of contemplation, Yi resolved to take a risk. Qilin, focus your flames on the storm's core. Baihu, use your ice energy to support Qilin, enhancing the attack's potency. Bifang, wait for the right moment to charge towards the storm's core with azure flames to disrupt its energy structure. Xuanwu, continue to cast your illusions to scatter the storm's power. Xuanwu, maintain the protective shield to ensure everyone's safety. Tengu and Bo, prepare to ascend swiftly once the storm weakens. Fei, keep an eye on those energy shards. And when the storm subsides, destroy them with your poison energy. Simultaneously, Qilin and Baihu unleashed their powers, merging fire and ice energy to create a formidable force that surged toward the storm's core. As Bifang seized the opportune moment, he surged towards the heart of the tempest with the swiftness of lightning. Upon nearing the core, he unleashed azure flames that disrupted the very structure of the core's spiritual energy. The nine-tailed fox exerted its utmost effort to deploy its bewildering techniques, further dispersing the tempest's formidable force. Under the combined assault of the Beastmaster team, the storm's core sustained grievous damage, causing the tempest's might to diminish rapidly. Fei attentively monitored the fragments of spiritual energy, and as the storm weakened sufficiently, he swiftly released toxic spiritual energy to obliterate each fragment. With the disappearance of the energy shards, the storm was completely quelled. Yi and the Beastmaster team finally succeeded in reaching the summit. At the center of the peak, an ancient relic emerged before their eyes. The entrance to the relic was constructed from colossal stones, intricately engraved with enigmatic runes and patterns. Yi approached the grand doorway, endeavoring to decipher the meaning of these runes, yet they proved to be obscure and perplexing. He called upon Baize to apply its wisdom and understanding of ancient runes to assist in their study of the inscriptions upon the door. After considerable effort, they managed to interpret some of the runes' information, discovering that to unlock the door, they needed to channel spiritual energy into the runes in a specific sequence. Taking a deep breath, Yi meticulously infused the runes with energy according to the deciphered order. The runes began to shimmer with light as the door gradually opened, releasing an air of antiquity and mystery from within the relic. With a blend of caution and anticipation, Yi and the Beastmaster team stepped into the relic. Inside, the ambience was dimly lit, shrouded in a mystical mist, where ancient structures and passageways could be faintly discerned. Yi understood that more perilous challenges lay ahead. They had to proceed with utmost vigilance. What traps and dangers awaited them in this treacherous relic? Chapter 111. Triggering the relic's mechanisms and skillfully navigating peril upon entering the relic, Yi and the Beastmaster team advanced along a narrow passageway. The walls on either side were adorned with luminescent stones that emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating their path. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the echoing footsteps of the group. Suddenly, the ground ahead began to tremble. Massive stone slabs rose from the earth, swiftly forming a formidable wall that obstructed their passage. Concurrently, countless arrows of spiritual energy shot forth from holes in the wall, hurtling towards Yi and his companions. Yi reacted swiftly. Xuanwu, deploy the defensive shield to withstand the arrows. Qilin, unleash a fiery assault on the stone wall to ascertain if it can be destroyed. Baihu, counter the arrows with icy blades while preparing an ice attack against the wall. Bifang, ascend into the sky to evade the arrows and survey the surroundings for the mechanism's control position. Nine-tailed fox, employ your bewildering techniques to disrupt the flight path of the arrows. Tao Wu and Bo, stand ready to strike once a weakness in the stone wall is revealed. Fei, prepare your toxic mist to counter any potential threats. Xuanwu promptly erected the defensive shield, encasing the group within its protective barrier. The arrows struck the shield, producing a series of sharp clinks, yet they could not penetrate its defenses. Qilin unleashed a roaring inferno, the flames violently assailing the stone wall, which began to crack under the intense heat. The white tiger conjured a blade of ice, intercepting a portion of the incoming arrows. Meanwhile, it prepared a more formidable ice attack, awaiting a more pronounced flaw in the stone wall. The Bifang soared high above, evading the arrow's range of attack. It meticulously surveyed the surroundings, discovering a device at the top of the passage that flickered with spiritual energy, seemingly the mechanism controlling the stone wall and arrows. The nine-tailed fox employed a confusing technique, altering the flight paths of some arrows, thereby alleviating the pressure on the defensive shield. The Xuanwu and Bo clenched their fists, fixated on the stone wall, anticipating the opportune moment to strike. Fei circled in the air, poised to unleash toxic mist in response to any emerging threats. The Qilin's flames incessantly assaulted the stone wall, causing its fissures to widen. Seizing the moment, the white tiger unleashed its ice attack, channeling icy spiritual energy into the cracks of the stone wall. As the temperature plummeted, the structure grew increasingly fragile. Under the combined assault of the Qilin and the white tiger, the stone wall ultimately collapsed with a resounding crash. Bifang communicated the location of the mechanism to Yi through a mental link. Yi commanded, "Qilin, use flames to attack the mechanism at the top of the passage. White tiger, assist with ice blades." Bifang. Continue to observe from the air to guard against other traps. Nine-tailed fox. Maintain the confusion technique to prevent further arrows from being launched. Xuanwu. Sustain the defensive shield. Xuanwu and Bo. Remain vigilant of the surroundings. Fei. Prepare the toxic mist. The Qilin and white tiger launched their attacks simultaneously. Fire and ice blades soaring towards the mechanism above. Under their combined efforts, the mechanism was damaged, halting the arrow's onslaught. Yi and the beast-taming team advanced further as the passage gradually widened, revealing a vast circular hall ahead. The hall's floor was etched with intricate runes, and at its center lay a colossal spiritual formation. As Yi stepped into the hall, the runes suddenly illuminated, causing the spiritual formation to activate, emitting a powerful suction force from its center, attempting to draw everyone in. Realizing it was yet another trap, Yi swiftly devised a strategy, instructing his beasts, Xuanwu. Use defensive spiritual energy to resist the suction. Qilin, attack the formation with flames to see if it can be shattered. White tiger, expand your icy domain to stabilize the environment and prevent us from being sucked in. Bifang, attack the edges of the formation from the air, searching for weaknesses. Nine-tailed fox, employ your confusion technique to disrupt the flow of spiritual energy within the formation. Xuanwu and Bo, concentrate your strength and strike once a flaw is found. Fei, prepare the toxic mist and await the right moment. Xuanwu infused powerful defensive energy into the ground, countering the suction. The Qilin unleashed flames, targeting the center of the formation. The white tiger expanded its icy domain, solidifying the surrounding ground and diminishing the suction's effect. Bifang continually shifted positions in the air, launching azure flames at the formation's edges. The nine-tailed fox implemented its confusion technique, temporarily weakening the suction by disrupting the flow of spiritual energy. Xuanwu and Bo focused their strength, poised to strike at the first sign of a flaw in the formation. Fei readied the toxic mist, waiting for the opportune moment. With the collective efforts of the beast-taming team, could they successfully unravel this mechanized trap and delve deeper into the ruins? What dangers and challenges lie ahead? Everything is shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 112. Encounter with the guardian beast of the ruins, engaging in a fierce battle. Under the combined efforts of the beast-tamer team, the suction force, though diminished, remains formidable. Yi is acutely aware that this stalemate cannot persist, and he closely monitors the fluctuations in the array, seeking the key to its unraveling. Suddenly, he perceives a brief disturbance in the flow of spiritual energy within the array, seemingly influenced by the assault of the azure flames from Bifang. Seizing this opportunity, Yi calls out to the beasts, Bifang, continue your assault on that position and intensify the flame's potency. Qilin, Baihu, coordinate with Bifang and concentrate your power on that weakness. Xuanwu, amplify your illusion techniques to disrupt the array's repair capabilities. Xuanwu, maintain our defenses and prevent the suction from breaching. Xuanwu and Bo, prepare to rush in for a decisive strike. Fei, ready a more potent poison mist and release it should the array reveal a significant flaw. Bifang unleashes a full-force attack of azure flames, which surge towards the array's vulnerability like a torrent. Qilin and Baihu swiftly adjust their attack vectors, intertwining flames with icy spiritual energy directed at the same spot. Xuanwu focuses all her mental faculties, utilizing stronger illusion techniques to obstruct the flow of spiritual energy within the array, preventing it from rapidly mending its weakness. Under the concentrated onslaught of the beasts, a noticeable fissure appears at the weak point of the array. The suction diminishes instantaneously, and Yi recognizes the opportunity. He commands Xuanwu and Bo, now is the time. Charge forward and dismantle the array. Tao Wu and Bo propel themselves towards the array like arrows released from a bow, striking with formidable force and sharp claws. With a resounding tremor, the array is finally breached, and the suction dissipates. However, before anyone can exhale in relief, a low, rumbling roar emanates from the corner of the hall. A colossal guardian beast of the ruins emerges slowly, its form akin to a mountain, entirely covered in hard scales, emanating potent waves of spiritual energy. The beast's eyes glimmer with a fierce light, fixating intently on Yi and his companions, as if warning them of their encroachment upon its territory. Yi swiftly assesses the guardian beast's strength and issues commands to the beasts. Xuanwu, erect a sturdy defensive barrier to safeguard everyone. Qilin, prepare the strongest flame attack to test the guardian beast's defenses. Baihu, have the icy blades at the ready, poised to exploit any weakness. Bifang, launch azure flame attacks from the air to disrupt the guardian beast's movements. Juehu, employ your illusion techniques to attempt to influence the guardian beast's psyche. Tao Wu and Bo, prepare for close combat, ensuring coordination. Fei, seek an opportunity to unleash potent toxins to weaken the guardian beast's combat prowess. Xuanwu swiftly establishes the defensive barrier, enclosing everyone within its protective embrace. Qilin unleashes the mightiest flames, sending forth a colossal fire column towards the guardian beast. The beast opens its maw wide, releasing a torrent of powerful spiritual energy that collides with the flames, producing a dazzling display of light and a thunderous roar. Baihu stands ready with the icy blades, awaiting the guardian beast to reveal a vulnerability. The mythical creature, Bifang, circled gracefully in the air, unleashing azure flames in a relentless assault. The guardian beast swung its massive claws, attempting to swat Bifang down, yet the latter deftly evaded its strikes with agile maneuvers. The nine-tailed fox employed its enchanting skills, striving to influence the guardian beast's mind, but the creature's willpower proved formidable, resulting only in a fleeting moment of hesitation. Tao Wu and Bo fixed their gaze intently on the guardian beast, biding their time for the opportune moment to engage in close combat. Fei hovered above, seeking a chance to unleash a lethal toxin. As the guardian beast began to acclimate to the onslaught of the Qilin's flames, it surged forward, its colossal form resembling a moving mountain, crashing against the defensive barrier of Xuanwu. Ye's heart tightened, and he urgently commanded, Xuanwu, reinforce your defenses. Qilin, continue your fiery assault to disrupt its movements. Baihu, strike at its legs with icy blades to slow it down. Bifang, target its eyes to divert its attention. Nine-tailed fox, intensify your illusions. Tao Wu and Bo, prepare to strike as it approaches. Fei, ready the venom, and release it when an opening occurs. Xuanwu fortified its defenses with all its might, the barrier glowing brilliantly to withstand the guardian beast's charge. The Qilin's flames relentlessly battered the guardian beast, disrupting its rhythm. Baihu unleashed icy blades that struck the beast's legs. Though its scales were hard, the icy assault still caused a slight delay in its movements. Seizing the moment, Bifang darted towards the guardian beast's eyes, launching a barrage of azure flames. The guardian beast, sensing the threat to its vision, was compelled to divert some of its focus to counter Bifang's attack. The nine-tailed fox concentrated, amplifying its illusions, causing the guardian beast to move sluggishly, its eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Taking advantage of the beast's disarray, Tao Wu and Bo surged forward, their sharp claws and formidable strength targeting the guardian beast's abdomen. The creature howled in pain, attempting to turn and retaliate against Tao Wu and Bo. Yet it was simultaneously hindered by the flames of the Qilin and the azure fire of Bifang, finding itself ensnared in a predicament. Fei awaited the perfect opportunity. As the guardian beast's defenses faltered due to its abdominal injury, Fei swiftly approached, releasing a cloud of potent venom. The noxious mist enveloped the guardian beast, causing it to tremble as its combat prowess diminished significantly. Realizing the dire situation, the guardian beast concentrated its spiritual energy, striving to dispel the toxin and fend off the attacks from the beasts. Its scales emitted a blinding radiance, repelling the surrounding flames and icy blades. Simultaneously, the guardian beast opened its maw wide, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy towards the beastly coalition. Upon witnessing this, Yi promptly directed his companions, Xuanwu, brace yourself against the spiritual shockwave. Qilin, Baihu, and Bifang, combine your might to breach its defenses. Nine-tailed fox, continue to weave your illusions to keep it unfocused. Tao Wu and Bo, prepare for another close engagement. Fei, ready an even stronger toxin. The defensive barrier of the Xuanwu trembled violently under the impact of spiritual energy, yet it resolutely withstood the onslaught. The Qilin, White Tiger, and Bifang simultaneously unleashed their most formidable attacks, as flames, icy spiritual energy, and azure fire converged into a formidable force that surged toward the guardian beast. The nine-tailed fox continued to employ its bewildering techniques, causing a disruption in the guardian beast's manipulation of spiritual energy. Under the collaborative assault of the beast-taming team, the guardian's defenses were finally breached. It was gravely injured and collapsed to the ground. Yi and the beast-taming team triumphantly vanquished the relic guardian. Yet they were acutely aware that other dangers might lurk within the ruins, awaiting them. After a brief respite, Yi resolved to further explore the ruins in hopes of uncovering the treasures guarded by the beast. Would they indeed discover precious artifacts? What kind of assistance would these treasures bestow upon them? Chapter 113. United Efforts of the Beast-Taming Team. Triumph over the Guardian and acquisition of treasures. After defeating the Relic Guardian, Yi and the Beast-Taming Team took a moment to recuperate. Restoring a portion of their spiritual energy, Yi led the group deeper into the ruins, in search of the treasures safeguarded by the Guardian Beast. They meticulously scoured the vicinity of the Grand Hall and uncovered a hidden door concealed within the wall. The door was similarly inscribed with enigmatic runes. And leveraging his prior experience in deciphering these symbols, along with assistance from Baize, Yi successfully opened the hidden passage. Behind the door lay a secret chamber, where an ancient stone pedestal was situated, atop which rested a treasure box emanating a soft, ethereal glow. As Yi approached the box, he sensed a powerful and mysterious wave of spiritual energy. He understood that whatever lay within this treasure box must be extraordinarily valuable. However, just as Yi prepared to open it, fissures suddenly appeared in the chamber's floor, from which spectral manifestations of spiritual energy emerged. These apparitions resembled ancient warriors, brandishing weapons as they charged toward Yi and his companions. Yi swiftly reacted. Beasts, prepare for battle. Xuanwu, deploy a protective shield for everyone. Qilin, unleash a fiery attack to disperse the phantoms. White Tiger, employ icy blades to aid our assault. Bifang, strike from the air to disrupt their formation. Nine-tailed fox, utilize your bewildering techniques to sow confusion among them. Tao Tai and Bo, engage in close combat to breach their defenses. Fei, prepare a toxic mist to weaken their strength. Xuanwu positioned itself defensively, enveloping the team within its protective barrier. Qilin expelled flames that surged toward the spectral apparitions like a tidal wave, instantly consuming those in its path. White Tiger launched icy blades that pierced through the flames, striking the phantoms and causing them to dissipate. Bifang continuously shifted positions in the air, unleashing azure fire attacks to disarray the specter's formation. The nine-tailed fox employed its bewildering techniques, causing some of the apparitions to descend into chaos, sparking infighting among them. Tao Tai and Bo, drawing upon their formidable strength, charged into the fray, using claws and bodies to collide with the phantoms, tearing apart their defenses. Fei patiently awaited the opportune moment, and as the phantoms became disoriented from the relentless assaults, released a toxic mist that rapidly spread, corroding their essence. Through the united efforts of the beast-taming team, the spectral manifestations were swiftly eradicated. Yi once again turned his gaze toward the treasure box, and this time, he cautiously opened it. Within the treasure box lay a crystal-clear spirit orb and an ancient tome. The orb radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. Imbued with potent and pure spiritual energy, the cover of the book was inscribed with archaic runes. Upon deciphering the text, Yi and Baize discovered that it contained advanced knowledge of beast mastery and cultivation techniques suitable for the realm of Spirit Monarch. Yi, filled with elation, grasped the orb and the book, recognizing the immense potential these treasures held for enhancing both his own abilities and those of his beast team. The spirit orb promised to provide formidable spiritual support to the beasts, aiding them in transcending their current limits, while the wisdom and methodologies within the tome would deepen Yi's understanding of beast mastery, improving the synergy between him and his beasts as well as their combat skills. After securing the orb and the book, Yi departed the ruins with his beast team. Upon returning to the Spirit Monarch Association, he eagerly commenced his studies on how to leverage these artifacts to augment his strength. Chapter 114. The treasures are exceptionally precious, assisting in the enhancement of Spirit Monarch power. Upon his return, Yi immediately set about utilizing the acquired treasures to elevate both his own prowess and that of his beast team. He meticulously examined the ancient tome that detailed advanced beast mastery knowledge pertinent to the Spirit Monarch realm. The book expounded on the exquisite techniques of spiritual energy manipulation and how to forge a deeper mental connection with the beasts, thereby unearthing their latent formidable capabilities. Yi began to implement the methods outlined in the book, engaging in profound communication and training with his beasts. He discovered that through specific spiritual energy guidance and mental resonance, the beasts could better comprehend his intentions, while he could more acutely perceive their inherent potential. For instance, the Qilin, which had previously relied solely on its formidable flame attacks in battle, was guided by Yi to combine its fiery spiritual energy with its own life force, thus creating a self-repairing flame guardian skill. When employing this skill, the Qilin was enveloped in a golden flame shield, capable of withstanding powerful assaults while simultaneously absorbing surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy to facilitate self-repair when injured. The White Tiger, under Yi's guidance, mastered the ability to permeate the space with ice spiritual energy, conjuring an ice domain. Within this realm, the White Tiger could manipulate ice blades from various angles, launching attacks while simultaneously slowing the enemy's movements, significantly enhancing its combat capabilities. The Bifang, through a profound mental connection with Yi, acquired a technique known as Azure Flame Phantasm. This technique allowed Bifang to leave countless azure flame illusions during flight, which could not only bewilder foes but also release flames when launching an attack, encircling the enemy and rendering them defenseless. The nine-tailed fox further refined its deception techniques, devising the soul confusion skill. This ability could not only bewilder the enemy's mind, but also directly infiltrate their soul, disrupting the flow of their spiritual power, thereby exerting a noteworthy influence even on powerful adversaries. The Xuanwu has mastered the fusion of Earth's spirit energy, merging its defensive spiritual power with the Earth's soil attributes, thereby fortifying its protective shield to an unparalleled level. This allows it to draw an unending supply of spiritual energy from the ground, effectively creating an impregnable line of defense. The Taowu and Bo have acquired the resonance of strength, enabling them to harmonize their own power with the surrounding environmental spiritual energy, resulting in an instantaneous explosion of might that far surpasses their own, delivering devastating blows to foes in close combat. Fei, through diligent study, has learned to compress toxin-based spiritual energy into toxic spirit crystals. These crystals possess heightened toxicity and can be launched over considerable distances upon striking an enemy. They release a noxious mist that swiftly diminishes the adversary's combat effectiveness. As Yi aids the beasts in enhancing their abilities, he simultaneously harnesses the formidable spiritual power of the spirit orb to elevate his own strength. He places the orb at the center of his training chamber, utilizing a unique method of spiritual energy guidance to allow the pure energy emitted by the orb to flow into his meridians. Under the nurturing influence of the orb's energy, Yi's spiritual power becomes more robust, the speed of its circulation significantly increases, and his control over it becomes more precise. After a period of cultivation, both Yi and his beast team experience a remarkable enhancement in their capabilities. Yi senses that he is increasingly close to breaking through into the Spirit Emperor realm, poised to challenge the even mightier Spirit Sovereign realm. Will Yi successfully breach the Spirit Emperor realm? What new challenges and opportunities will arise following this breakthrough? Chapter 115. Learning advanced knowledge of the Spirit Emperor and comprehending new mysteries of beast mastery. As Yi and his beast team delve deeper into the advanced knowledge of the Spirit Emperor through study and practice, they continually uncover new mysteries of beast mastery. Yi realizes that the path of the Spirit Emperor is not solely about enhancing spiritual power and skills, but also about comprehending the profound connections between the beasts, nature, and the spiritual energy of the universe. The text recounts numerous ancient rituals of beast mastery, prompting Yi to lead his beasts in these ceremonies to strengthen their resonance with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. For instance, on the night of each full moon, Yi and his beasts gather in a spiritually vibrant valley to perform the moon's spirit resonance ritual. Under the moonlight, the beasts, through specific patterns of spiritual energy manipulation, respond to the energy within the moonlight. The flames on the Qilin, illuminated by the moon's glow, reveal a mysterious silver flame pattern, enhancing the fire's potency while imbuing it with the ability to purify negative spiritual energy. During the ritual, the White Tiger harnesses the power of the moonlight to transform its ice spirit energy into a purer, more potent lunar ice power. This energy not only creates a more formidable ice defense, but also infuses attacks with the gentle strength of moonlight, inflicting damage upon the enemy's soul. Bifang, through merging with the moonlight's energy, experiences a significant enhancement in flight speed and agility. Its azure flames, under the moon's influence, become even more mysterious and powerful, capable of penetrating enemy defenses to deliver fatal blows. The nine-tailed fox, during the ritual, achieves a new pinnacle in its illusionary techniques through the spiritual resonance fostered by the moonlight. Under the ethereal glow of the moonlight, it intertwines the enchanting power with the soothing essence of the lunar spirit, ensnaring foes in a state of bewilderment while simultaneously ensnaring their souls in a profound illusion from which they cannot escape. Through the moon spirit resonance ritual, Xuanwu establishes a more profound connection with the spiritual energies of the earth and moonlight. Its defensive capabilities are further enhanced, enabling it not only to withstand various spiritual assaults, but also to transmute the energy of adversarial attacks into its own protective force. Additionally, Xuanwu harnesses the power of the earth to unleash seismic assaults upon nearby foes. In the ritual, Taowu and Bo resonate more intensely with the surrounding natural energies, their might becoming more formidable and their physical resilience significantly amplified. In combat, they can draw upon the forces of nature, such as fierce winds and mighty boulders, to augment their offensive prowess, rendering them formidable entities on the battlefield. Under the influence of lunar spiritual energy, Fei's poisonous essence undergoes a remarkable transformation. Its toxic miasma, bathed in moonlight, glimmers with a phosphorescent glow, intensifying its potency while acquiring characteristics of tracking and infiltration, allowing it to automatically pursue the spiritual fluctuations of its enemies and easily penetrate their defenses, inflicting severe harm. In addition to these resonant rituals with the energies of heaven and earth, Yi has also gleaned new methods of collaboration among his beasts from ancient texts. He discovered that through specific arrangements of spiritual energy and mental guidance, the beasts can form a circular energy array. Within this formation, their spiritual forces can circulate and augment one another. For instance, the fiery energy of the Qilin can be transmitted through the array to the white tiger, which then transforms it into an icy inferno to enhance its ice-based attacks. The azure flames of the Bifang can be passed to the nine-tailed fox, infusing its bewilderment techniques with a fervent fiery impact. Xuanwu's defensive energy can bolster Taowu and Bo, empowering them in close combat. Fei's toxic energy can merge with that of other beasts, creating uniquely effective offensive strategies. Through continuous study of the advanced knowledge of the spirit sovereign, Yi and his beastly companions persistently explore the path of beast mastery, their strength steadily ascending. Yi is acutely aware that these insights and advancements will lay a solid foundation for his ascent to the realm of spirit sovereign. As he prepares to break through and challenge the more formidable realm of the spirit sovereign, Yi, having deeply immersed himself in the higher knowledge of the spirit sovereign, recognizes that the opportunity for advancement has arrived, and it is time to embark on this potent endeavor. He understands that transcending to the spirit sovereign realm is no trivial feat and necessitates meticulous preparation. He begins by consulting numerous ancient texts within the spirit sovereign assembly, learning from the experiences and lessons of past spirit sovereigns who have undergone similar breakthroughs. The texts reveal that transcending to the spirit sovereign realm requires not only an immensely robust spiritual power, but also a profound alignment with the energies of heaven and earth on a mental level, alongside an unprecedented closeness in the bond between the beast and its master. Yi subsequently began to adjust his state of being. In a tranquil location, he secluded himself in meditation, guiding his spiritual energy to circulate within, continuously refining its purity and resilience. During this process, he dismissed external distractions, focusing solely on the perception and mastery of his own spiritual energy, allowing it to flow as smoothly and tenaciously as silk. For his beast companions, Yi formulated tailored training regimens for each creature. The Qilin was assigned to a searing volcanic depth, where the dense fire energy would assist in honing its flames further. The Qilin was to compress its fire within the high-temperature environment, maximizing both the temperature and potency of the flames, while striving to merge its will with the fire, creating a more targeted form of attack. The white tiger ventured to an Arctic realm, resonating deeply with the ice energy present. In this extreme cold, the white tiger was to grasp the profound mysteries of ice energy, attempting to transcend conventional uses, developing formidable skills capable of instantaneously freezing vast areas and even influencing spatial energy. Bifang trained in the enigmatic sky realm, where the flow of energy was unique. Utilizing this special environment, Bifang sought to enhance its speed of flight and the precision of its flames. It aimed to learn how to accurately unleash azure flames during high-speed maneuvers, delivering lethal strikes to targets, while incorporating the sky realm's distinctive energy into its flames, bestowing them with new characteristics. The nine-tailed fox resided within the illusionary tower, rich in spiritual energy, enhancing its illusionary techniques and mental prowess. It was required to continually challenge the mental trials within the tower, strengthening its spirit's intensity and resilience, learning to cast deep illusions on multiple targets simultaneously, disrupting the soul of its foes. The Black Tortoise consolidated and fortified its defensive capabilities near the profound underground spiritual veins. It aimed to channel the energy from these veins into its defense system, ensuring that its protective shield could not only withstand various spiritual attacks, but also self-repair damaged areas, while also attempting to expand its defensive range to encompass the surrounding area, safeguarding the entire team. The Xuanwu and Bo engaged in combat within the forest of colossal spiritual stones, battling powerful energy boulders and mysterious forest guardians to augment their strength and combat skills. They were to learn to cleverly utilize the surrounding environment's power, adapting with agility in battle, mastering more lethal forms of attack, and enhancing their combat capabilities in complex settings. Faye delved into the abyss filled with toxic energy, exploring the limits of poison-based spiritual energy. Faye needed to attempt a perfect fusion of the toxic energy from the abyss with its own, developing a technique to instantaneously release a vast, highly toxic, and homing fog, while simultaneously enhancing its immunity to toxins, ensuring that it remained unharmed by its own poisonous skills during combat. Yi and his beasts diligently trained day and night, striving with all their might to break through to the Spirit King realm. However, the path to this breakthrough was fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Would they successfully achieve their goals and ascend to a more powerful realm? Chapter 117. Secluded Training and Breakthrough, fully concentrating on the power of advancement. After a period of preparation, Yi and his beasts finally arrived at the pivotal moment of their secluded breakthrough. In a meticulously chosen retreat, Yi has arranged a unique spiritual energy gathering formation, designed to harness the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, thus providing ample power for his breakthrough. Seated in the center of the formation, he gradually channels his spiritual energy, guiding it to circulate through the major meridians of his body. As the energy accelerates, the surrounding air begins to ripple, and the spiritual force within the formation surges towards him like a tidal wave. Yi remains wholly focused, acutely sensing every subtle change of energy within him, striving to compress and purify it. Throughout his cultivation, Yi encounters numerous challenges. A sudden surge of spiritual energy places immense pressure on his meridians, threatening to rupture them at any moment. Clenching his teeth, he relies on his indomitable willpower to stabilize the energy flow, utilizing techniques gleaned from ancient texts to store the excess energy in designated spiritual acupoints. Simultaneously, his beasts contribute their strength to aid his breakthrough in their respective realms. The Qilin, deep within a volcanic abyss, compresses flames with all its might, ultimately condensing the power of the flame core. This core, akin to a blazing star, radiates potent and stable fire energy within the Qilin's being. Through their mental connection, the Qilin transmits a portion of this flame core energy to Yi, assisting him in overcoming his bottleneck. The White Tiger, in a frigid expanse, successfully comprehends the cyclical laws of ice. The area around it is enveloped in a mysterious veil of icy spiritual energy, flowing in a remarkable cycle. The White Tiger transmits the fluctuations of this icy cycle to Yi, aiding him in stabilizing the structure of his internal energy and withstanding the surges encountered during his breakthrough. In the realm of the skies, the Bifang elevates its flying speed to the utmost, successfully integrating the unique spiritual energy of the celestial domain with azure flames, thus creating void azure flame. Harnessing the power of this flame, Bifang dispels the negative energy disturbances that arise during Yi's breakthrough, crafting a pristine environment for his ascent. Within the illusion tower, the nine-tailed fox, after arduous training, significantly enhances its mental prowess and masters the technique of spiritual imprinting. Through their mental link, the nine-tailed fox inscribes this imprint within Yi's spiritual sea, helping him maintain a lucid consciousness during his breakthrough, shielding him from external mental distractions. Near the underground spiritual veins, the Xuanwu perfectly integrates the spiritual energy of the veins into its defensive system, forming an indomitable guardian. It shares the energy fluctuations of this guardian with Yi, providing formidable defensive support to prevent external attacks during his breakthrough. In the forest of spiritual stones, the Xuanwu and Bo, after countless battles with the stones and guardian beasts, elevate their strength and combat skills to new heights. They master a natural power fusion technique, drawing on the surrounding energies of earth and wood to enhance their attacks, transmitting this force to Yi through their mental connection, amplifying his explosive power during the breakthrough. In the depths of the toxic energy abyss, the Fae successfully merges the abyssal toxic energy with its own, developing a skill of toxic spiritual curses. Through their mental connection, Fae conveys the purifying power of this curse to Yi, aiding him in eliminating impurities and negative energies generated during his breakthrough. Under the unwavering support of his spirit beasts, Yi diligently strives to harness the power necessary for a breakthrough. However, at the pivotal moment of transcending to the Spirit-Emperor realm, he must confront the most formidable surge of spiritual energy and a profound mental trial alone. Will Yi succeed in his breakthrough and ascend to the more potent Spirit-Emperor realm? Chapter 118. A successful breakthrough to the Spirit-Emperor. Accompanied by the vermilion bird in a secluded area dedicated to meditation, Yi fervently pushes against the boundaries of the Spirit-Emperor realm. The surrounding spiritual energy surges like a tangible torrent, wildly converging towards him under the guidance of a spirit-gathering array. At this moment, Yi immerses himself completely in the vortex of spiritual energy, his consciousness sharply focused, akin to a general commanding a vast army, adeptly directing the flow of energy coursing through his meridians. The spiritual energy within him compresses and refines incessantly, each cycle accompanied by immense pressure, as if his meridians bear the weight of 1,000 burdens, emitting mournful cries under the strain. Yet, with an ironclad will and the techniques of spiritual energy manipulation gleaned from ancient texts, Yi skillfully tames the surging spiritual energy, storing it in designated energy points, amassing the last reservoir of formidable power for his breakthrough. Simultaneously, the spirit beasts are exerting their utmost efforts in their respective training sanctuaries to assist Yi's ascension. The Qilin resides in the depths of a searing volcano, a nexus of fire energy, where the extreme temperatures could reduce most substances to ashes in an instant. The flames enveloping the Qilin, under the intense heat, transition from a vibrant orange-red to a profound dark red, symbolizing the sublimation of fire energy. The Qilin diligently compresses the flames, striving to coalesce the core of fire energy. Once formed, this core will become the Qilin's most potent offensive capability, with flames that not only possess immense power, but also exhibit remarkable stability and endurance. Amidst the fiery embrace, the Qilin's body quivers slightly, each compression of the flames accompanied by piercing pain, yet its resolute gaze remains unwavering. The white tiger, immersed in the frigid realm, deeply intertwines with ice energy. The waters of the ice spirit lake shimmer with layers of unusual blue light under the white tiger's influence, as though imbued with life. The white tiger endeavors to comprehend the cyclical laws of ice, a mysterious principle allowing ice energy to operate in a recurring manner. Upon mastering this principle, the white tiger will not only wield ice energy for offense and defense at will, but also manipulate the surrounding spatial energy, creating a combat environment advantageous to itself. Throughout this process of understanding the laws, the white tiger continuously infuses its own ice energy into the lake while drawing forth purer, more potent ice energy, gradually establishing a remarkable symbiotic relationship with the ice spirit lake. Meanwhile, the Bifang flits effortlessly among the storms of spiritual energy in the enigmatic sky realm. The flow of energy in the sky realm is uniquely dynamic, sometimes rushing like a torrent, at other times calm as a still lake. Utilizing this extraordinary environment, the Bifang relentlessly challenges its flight limits, enhancing both its speed and the precision of its flames. After countless trials and refinements, the Bifang successfully integrates the distinctive energy of the sky realm into its azure flames, creating the void azure flame. The void blue flame not only dazzles with its vibrant appearance, but also possesses the extraordinary ability to penetrate space, enabling it to breach the enemy's defenses in an instant and deliver a fatal blow. Within the ethereal tower, where spiritual energy is abundant, the nine-tailed fox traverses the labyrinth like an intrepid explorer, continuously confronting the mental trials set forth by the illusionary realm. Each layer of the illusion is rife with temptations and perils, designed to hone the nine-tailed fox's mental fortitude. Through relentless challenges, its spiritual power steadily grows, ultimately mastering the technique of spiritual imprinting. This technique leaves a unique mark on the enemy's mental realm, disrupting their thoughts, and can even induce chaos at critical moments, rendering the foe incapacitated in battle. Through a profound connection with Yi, the nine-tailed fox transmits the essence of this technique, providing formidable support for his mental defenses during his breakthrough. Nearby the deep spiritual veins, the black tortoise stands as a steadfast guardian of the earth, gradually channeling the spiritual energy of the veins into its defensive framework. The underground veins harbor boundless spiritual power, akin to the very lifeblood of the earth, After extensive integration and cultivation, the black tortoise successfully establishes an indomitable spiritual vein protection. This guardianship not only affords comprehensive defensive protection for itself, but also extends its protective reach to the surrounding area, creating a vast protective umbrella for the entire team. Additionally, the black tortoise harnesses the power of the veins to launch seismic attacks against nearby foes, delivering punishing blows. In the forest of colossal spiritual stones, the Xuanwu and Bo engage in fierce battles with formidable spiritual giants and mysterious forest guardians. Throughout these skirmishes, they draw strength from their environment, gradually mastering the skill of merging with the forces of nature. This skill allows them to infuse their attacks with the earth and with spiritual energies, enhancing both potency and versatility. For instance, they can amplify their strikes with the weight of earth energy or entangle foes with the binding effects of wood energy. Through their mental connection with Yi, Xuanwu and Bo convey this power to him, granting him powerful explosive force during his breakthrough. In the toxic depths of the abyss, Fei emerges as a mysterious researcher of venoms, relentlessly exploring the limits of toxin-infused spiritual energy. The abyss is saturated with lethal spiritual toxins, where a moment's carelessness can lead to corrosive harm. In this harsh environment, Fei, through countless trials and integrations, successfully merges the abyssal toxins with its own spiritual energy, developing the toxic spirit curse skill. This curse is not only highly toxic, but also possesses tracking capabilities. Once unleashed, the toxic mist relentlessly pursues the enemy, making escape nearly impossible regardless of their evasive maneuvers. Furthermore, Fei enhances its immunity to toxins, ensuring the unfettered application of poisonous abilities in combat. With the unwavering assistance of the spirit beasts, Yi finally approaches the pivotal moment of his breakthrough. He takes a deep breath, consolidating all his mental focus, and directs the surging spiritual energy within him, akin to a roaring tsunami, toward the threshold of his imminent breakthrough. As the surge of spiritual energy continued to crash around him, the space enveloping Yi began to twist and contort. The formidable waves of spiritual force radiated outward like seismic tremors, throwing the surrounding area into a state of utter chaos. Yi's body trembled slightly, each inch of his skin bearing the weight of immense pressure, yet his steadfast gaze shone like the brightest star in the night sky, emanating an unwavering conviction. In this critical moment, it seemed as though Yi's consciousness had forged a wondrous connection with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. He perceived the vastness and boundlessness of these celestial forces, as if he had become a pivotal node in this grand cycle of spiritual power. In this state, the spiritual energy within Yi underwent a qualitative transformation, the once chaotic currents gradually aligning into a more sophisticated and intricate structure. Finally, with a resounding roar of spiritual energy that shook the heavens, Yi successfully broke through the bottleneck of the Spirit-Emperor Realm, ascending to a more powerful level. At this moment, his spiritual energy was robust and pure, akin to a profound ocean, continuously radiating a formidable aura. His body and spirit underwent a comprehensive enhancement, as if he had been reborn, radiating an aura of strength and confidence. After this breakthrough, Yi sensed a mysterious and powerful force swiftly approaching. Soon thereafter, a vermilion bird, enveloped in vibrant flames, and a majestic caming beast, exuding an extraordinary presence, descended before him. The vermilion bird's multicolored flames danced like lively spirits, each flicker releasing waves of potent energy. Its eyes glowed with intensity, as if ablaze with two fiery orbs, exuding a sense of majesty and nobility. The caming beast, with its agile form and shimmering fur, bore a gaze that was both wise and profound, as though it could perceive the very essence of the world. The vermilion bird and the caming beast regarded Yi with eyes reflecting recognition and anticipation. The vermilion bird spoke in a clear and authoritative voice. "We have sensed the immense potential you displayed during your breakthrough and the unique affinity you possess with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. We have decided to accompany you on your journey to master the art of beast taming." Yi's heart brimmed with delight and gratitude, for he understood that the addition of the vermilion bird and caming beast would bestow new strength and opportunities upon him and his beast-taming team. The vermilion bird wielded potent flames, its fire infused with the power of the sun, 9 yang flames. This fire boasted an extraordinarily high temperature, capable of reducing even the most resilient spiritual shields to ashes, while also possessing formidable purifying abilities to cleanse various negative energies and malevolent forces. The caming beast, on the other hand, possessed exceptional perceptive abilities and formidable mental strength. It could keenly detect an enemy's weaknesses and lurking dangers, and its mental prowess allowed it to employ insight skills, aiding its allies in preparing for combat. With a heart full of reverence and curiosity, Yi engaged in profound spiritual communication with the vermilion bird and Qilin beast. Through this exchange, he gained deeper insights into their attributes and thoughts. Yi recognized that to fully harness the potential of the vermilion bird and Qilin beast, it was essential to understand them thoroughly and devise an appropriate training regimen. In the subsequent chapters, how shall Yi delve deeper into the enigmatic Xuanwu and the enlightened beast, unearthing their potential and formulating a feasible plan? Chapter 119. Understanding Xuanwu and the enlightened beast, unveiling potential, and crafting a strategy. Having successfully transcended to the Spirit-Emperor realm and welcomed Xuanwu and the enlightened beast as companions, Yi recognizes that to maximize the efficacy of these formidable allies within his beast mastery team, he must thoroughly explore their unique attributes and harness their latent potential. To this end, he embarks on an extensive and profound journey of understanding with Xuanwu and the enlightened beast. Yi initiates a meticulous mental communion with Xuanwu, who elaborates on the mysteries of the nine-yang flame. This flame, a fusion of solar power, derives its core strength from the primordial spiritual energy of the sun. When wielded, the nine-yang flame not only emanates a searing heat capable of incinerating all in its path, but also manifests in various forms according to Xuanwu's intent. For instance, Xuanwu can condense the nine-yang flame into fiery projectiles resembling shooting stars, which not only travel at remarkable speeds, but also unleash devastating explosions upon impact, generating tremendous force and purifying effects. Alternatively, Xuanwu can expand the nine-yang flame into a vast sea of fire, purging all negative spiritual energy and malevolent forces from its vicinity, akin to sunlight piercing through darkness, leaving no shadow behind. In terms of mental prowess, Xuanwu's soul subjugation skill transcends mere intimidation. By harnessing its formidable spiritual force, it resonates with the target's soul, thereby disrupting its normal functioning. For adversaries of weak will, the soul subjugation can induce a profound state of unconsciousness. Conversely, against those of strong will, it can induce temporary madness, preventing them from focusing on combat. To unlock Xuanwu's potential, Yi devises a comprehensive training regimen focused on its fiery capabilities. Utilizing the abundant resources of the Spirit Emperor Society, he identifies a mysterious location at the fringes of the Spirit King realm. This site, cloaked by a veil of enigmatic spiritual barriers, is imbued with an exceptionally rich solar spiritual energy. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight cascade down, Xuanwu absorbs this solar energy to enhance the nine-yang flame. During this absorption, Xuanwu must harmonize its own spiritual frequency with that of the solar energy, akin to the resonance between the strings of a lute and its body, allowing the nine-yang flame to undergo continuous refinement. As time progresses, the hue of the nine-yang flame becomes increasingly pure, transitioning from a kaleidoscope of colors to a brilliant incandescent white reminiscent of the sun's core, with temperatures escalating exponentially. Simultaneously, Yi orchestrates a series of intricate and challenging flame manipulation scenarios for Xuanwu. Within an expansive and desolate desert, he establishes various targets composed of diverse materials and varying intensities of spiritual power. These include an indomitable giant pillar of black iron, its surface imbued with formidable defensive energy, supple yet resilient strands of spiritual silk capable of deftly dissipating fiery impacts, and mysterious crystals infused with dark spiritual energy, presenting a significant challenge to the purifying abilities of the nine-yang flame. Xuanwu must adeptly adjust the temperature, form, and attack methods of the nine-yang flame in accordance with the characteristics of these targets. Confronting the colossal iron pillar, Xuanwu must compress the nine suns flame into a sharp blade of fire, capable of severing the pillar with its extreme temperature and formidable penetrating power. In dealing with the silk of spiritual energy, Xuanwu is required to expand the flames into a gentle curtain of fire, purifying any potentially negative spiritual energy without damaging the silk. Against the dark crystal, Xuanwu must unleash the purifying might of the nine suns flame with full force, eradicating the dark spiritual energy entirely. Through such rigorous training, Xuanwu's mastery over the nine suns flame has reached new heights, significantly enhancing both accuracy and adaptability. During simulated combat training, Yi created a myriad of complex and dynamic battle scenarios. Xuanwu is tasked with swiftly assessing the enemy's position, strength, and vulnerabilities on the ever-changing battlefield, then employing the nine suns flame for precise strikes. For instance, when faced with foes adept in spiritual shields, Xuanwu first employs fireballs to attack the shields, testing their strength and weak points. Then concentrates the power of the Nine Suns flame to breach the shield at its most vulnerable spot, inflicting devastating damage upon the adversaries. Alternatively, when allies are under attack, Zhuge quickly erects a fiery defensive barrier around them. This barrier not only withstands enemy assaults, but also incinerates approaching foes, while simultaneously utilizing purifying energy to negate any potential negative effects from the enemy's attacks. Regarding the Enlightened Beast, Yi engaged in profound communication and exploration. The Enlightened Beast showcased its remarkable perception abilities and unique mental insight skills. Its perception is extraordinarily acute, allowing it to detect even the slightest fluctuations in spiritual energy within the surrounding environment. Not a single anomaly escapes its awareness. This ability enables the Enlightened Beast to anticipate ambushes and traps during combat, providing timely warnings to the team. The mental insight skill is even more extraordinary. When the Enlightened Beast employs this skill, it can delve into the enemy's mental realm, discerning their battle strategies, weaknesses, and inner fears. During combat, the Enlightened Beast can relay this information to its teammates through a mental connection, enabling them to formulate targeted battle plans. For example, when confronted with a formidable magical beast, the Enlightened Beast, through mental insight, uncovers its fear of lightning energy. The team then exploits this weakness, skillfully employing lightning-based skills to successfully defeat the beast. To enhance the capabilities of the Enlightened Beast, Yi devised a specialized training regimen. In the realm of perception training, he established various hidden sources of spiritual energy fluctuations and traps within a mysterious forest. These sources vary in intensity from faint whispers to powerful surges, with diverse triggering conditions for the traps. The Enlightened Beast must navigate this forest, utilizing its keen perception to accurately identify these energy sources and avoid traps. As the training progresses, Yi continuously increases the number and complexity of the energy sources, as well as the concealment and danger of the traps, honing the Enlightened Beast's perceptual abilities. In training the mental insight skill, Yi utilized the special mental training facility of the Spiritual Sovereign Society, where the Enlightened Beast faces a variety of illusionary enemies with potent mental powers. The Enlightened Beast must harness its mental insight skills to penetrate the illusory defenses of its adversaries, discerning their vulnerabilities and combat strategies. Throughout its training, the Enlightened Beast continuously adjusts the output and frequency of its mental prowess to adapt to the distinct characteristics of different enemies' mental defenses. Through relentless practice, the Enlightened Beast's mental insight abilities have grown increasingly formidable, enabling it not only to detect enemy weaknesses with greater swiftness, but also to a certain extent, disrupt their mentality, causing them to err in battle. Yi also plans to orchestrate coordinated training sessions between the Vermilion Bird and the Enlightened Beast with other members of the Beastmaster team. The Vermilion Bird's 9 yang flames and the Qilin's fire can resonate with one another, creating a more formidable fiery offensive. The Qilin's flames are known for their ferocity and endurance, while the Vermilion Bird's 9 yang flames possess a higher temperature and purification capability. In training, the Qilin initiates a conventional fire attack to draw the enemy's attention and deplete their defensive energy, followed closely by the Vermilion Bird unleashing its 9 yang flames for a decisive strike. The synergy of their flames establishes a strategy of weakening before delivering a fatal blow, significantly enhancing the efficacy of their fiery assaults. Moreover, the Enlightened Beast's perceptive abilities and mental insight skills can complement the Nine-Tailed Fox's bewilderment techniques. The Nine-Tailed Fox employs its bewildering skills to ensnare the enemy in an illusion, while the Enlightened Beast utilizes its mental insight to further disrupt the enemy's psyche, making it increasingly challenging for them to extricate themselves from the delusion. Simultaneously, the Enlightened Beast, through its perceptive skills, aids the Nine-Tailed Fox in better grasping the enemy's mental state, thereby adjusting the intensity and direction of its bewilderment techniques to enhance their effectiveness. In addition, Yi has sought various rare spiritual materials and treasures for the Vermilion Bird and the Enlightened Beast. For the Vermilion Bird, Yi has procured the flame crystal grass, which flourishes in the realm of extreme sunlight. This spiritual herb is imbued with a rich solar energy that accelerates the Vermilion Bird's mastery of the 9 yang flames. For the Enlightened Beast, Yi has discovered a mysterious mental stone, which harbors potent spiritual power. Through contact and meditation with this stone, the Enlightened Beast can further fortify its mental strength. Yi is convinced that with the aid of these spiritual materials, both the Vermilion Bird and the Enlightened Beast will evolve more rapidly, providing formidable support to the Beastmaster team. Thus, under Yi's training regimen, How will the Vermilion Bird and the Enlightened Beast progress? How will the Beast Master team forge itself into an exceptional unit through the collective training of the 12 Beasts? Chapter 120. The 12 Beasts joint training to forge an extraordinary Beast Master team, having successfully transcended to the Spirit-Emperor Realm. Yi welcomes the addition of the Vermilion Bird and the Enlightened Beast, expanding the Beast Master team to 12 members. To construct a powerhouse team capable of commanding the Spirit King Realm, Yi begins to meticulously devise a comprehensive and in-depth training program. He thoroughly analyzes the unique talents and capabilities of each beast, precisely positioning them within the team according to their specialties. As the core offensive forces of the team, the Qilin and Xuanwu complement each other with their fiery abilities, emphasizing the enhancement of the fluidity and potency of their flame synergy. The Baihu, with its mastery over ice-based spiritual energy, is entrusted with battlefield control and the augmentation of the team's defenses. The Bifang, known for its swift flight and precise fiery strikes, undertakes crucial tasks of ambush and guerrilla warfare. The Xuanwu employs its deceptive skills to disrupt the enemy's minds, creating opportunities for the team. The Xuanwu, with its indomitable defense, serves as the team's steadfast support, capable of launching seismic attacks to intimidate foes. The Taowu and Bo, endowed with immense strength, take on the responsibilities of close-quarters combat and siege warfare. The Fei utilizes its toxic abilities to weaken the enemy's combat effectiveness and to secure vital areas. The Caming Beast, with its keen perception, forewarns of dangers and assists the team in formulating strategies through mental insight. The new member, Xuanwu, further enhances the flame and purification abilities, while the Caming Beast focuses on improving perception and mental disruption effects. With considerable support from the Spirit Emperor's assembly, Yi has selected a series of venues suited to the varying training needs of the summoned beasts. The Qilin and Xuanwu are assigned to a scorching wasteland abundant in spiritual energy, where the high temperatures and rich fire energy aid them in their flame fusion and enhancement training, boosting the power and coherence of their inferno skills. The Baihu, on the other hand, trains in the frigid ice plains, utilizing the pure and concentrated ice spiritual energy to enhance its control over ice abilities. Aspiring to develop more powerful area-wide ice attacks and profound freezing techniques, the Bifang challenges its limits in a realm ravaged by aerial spiritual storms, enhancing its flight speed and the accuracy of its fiery assaults, while also exploring the potential of integrating storm energy with flames. In a realm dense with mental spiritual energy, the Xuanwu sharpens its deceptive techniques through encounters with formidable mental illusions, striving to amplify its mental prowess to exert deep and lasting confusion even against powerful adversaries. The Xuanwu, situated near the underground spiritual veins, focuses on solidifying and expanding its defensive capabilities, experimenting with the incorporation of various spiritual attributes from the veins into its defensive framework to counter complex and dynamic assaults. The Taowu and Bo engage in fierce battles against mighty guardian beasts within the Spirit Stone Forest, enhancing their strength while learning to cleverly utilize the elemental energies of earth, wood, and water in their surroundings, thereby diversifying and refining their attacks. The Fei delves into the abyss filled with toxic spiritual energy, pushing the limits of its poison abilities and exploring new avenues to combine toxic energy with purification energy, developing more targeted and lethal poison skills. The Caming Beast trains in a mysterious perception venue, honing its sensitivity and the precision of its mental insight skills in complex environments to ensure timely and accurate detection of enemy movements and vulnerabilities. Yi has meticulously crafted a comprehensive training schedule for the summoned beasts. Each morning, they commence with spiritual energy cultivation, absorbing the essence of the heavens and the earth to fortify their foundational strength. Subsequently, they entered the skill training phase, where Qilin and Xuanwu diligently practiced the timing of their yin-yang burning world skill, mastering its power control and coordination with other beast attacks. Baihu endeavored to create new ice-based combination skills, such as the synergy between Ice Spike Storm and Ice Prison Trap. Bifang rehearsed various flame attack strategies in the air, including flame tracking and flame barrier breakthrough. Zhutail Fox challenged higher levels of mental illusions within a dreamscape, enhancing the intensity, range, and duration of its confusion techniques. Xuanwu continually fortified the defense of its spiritual pulse guardianship, attempting to extend the defensive range to encompass the entire team while simultaneously practicing counterattacks. Tiao and Bo engaged in intense combat simulations with forest guardian beasts, learning to harness environmental spiritual energy to amplify their attack effectiveness. Mastering techniques such as Earth Spirit Enhanced Charge and Wood Spirit Binding of enemies, Fei optimized its Poison Spirit Curse skill, increasing toxicity, tracking precision, and the purification capability against negative spiritual energies. Qilin Beast trained in a complex area filled with various sources of spiritual interference, enhancing the accuracy of its perception and the stability of its mental insight skills in chaotic environments. Each week, Yi organized team cooperative training, simulating a variety of complex and dynamic battle scenarios. For instance, when faced with a swarm of enemies, Zhuge and Qilin would initiate a fire attack to capture the foe's attention and disrupt their formation. Baihu swiftly employed ice barriers and ice blades to seal off the enemy's movement routes, restricting their mobility. Bifang executed a rapid flanking maneuver, delivering precise strikes to the enemy's vulnerabilities. Zhutail Fox utilized confusion techniques to disrupt the enemy's mental state, leading them into chaos or self-destruction. Xuanwu unleashed a formidable defensive shield to protect teammates from enemy assaults while preparing to launch an earthquake attack. Tiao and Bo charged into the enemy ranks, engaging in close combat to disrupt the foe's defensive arrangements. Fei released toxic mist to weaken the enemy's combat effectiveness and block their retreat. Qilin Beast utilized keen perception and mental insight skills to detect the enemy's weaknesses and tactical shifts, relaying this information to teammates so they could adapt their strategies according to the battlefield dynamics. Through relentless training day after day, week after week, the coordination among the 12 beasts became increasingly harmonious, gradually forming a tightly knit and powerful collective, fully preparing for future challenges. Chapter 121. A new beginning in the Spirit Emperor Realm. After successfully breaking through to the Spirit Emperor Realm, Yi welcomed a brand new starting point. He understood that in this realm teeming with formidable beings, to establish himself and achieve loftier goals, it was imperative to further enhance the combat prowess of the 12 beasts. Yi meticulously reassessed each beast's abilities, discovering that although they possessed substantial strength, there remained ample room for improvement. The flames of the Qilin, while significantly enhanced in collaboration with the Zhuge, exhibit a slight deficiency in endurance during prolonged, high-intensity battles. Moreover, their explosive power struggles to achieve a decisive blow against formidable defenses. The White Tiger's ice-based abilities demonstrate notable efficacy in controlling enemy movements. However, there remains potential for improvement in both the breadth of control and the depth of freezing capabilities, particularly against adversaries resistant to ice energy, necessitating the development of more targeted skills. The Bifang showcases remarkable speed in flight and precision in flame attacks, yet there exists further scope for diversification in its offensive strategies, such as integrating various elemental energies into its flames to create attacks with unique effects. The nine-tailed fox's bewildering techniques play a crucial role in disrupting the mental state of foes. Nonetheless, against those with formidable mental prowess, the effects often fall short of expectations, indicating a need to enhance the strength and stability of its confusion techniques. The Xuanwu boasts an impenetrable defensive capability, yet its existing strategies appear somewhat singular when confronted with mixed energy assaults, necessitating an optimization of its defensive approach to enhance overall resilience. The Taowu and Bo, leveraging their immense strength, dominate in close combat. However, their reliance on brute force renders them less adaptable and skillful, rendering them vulnerable against agile opponents. The Fei's poison abilities effectively diminish enemy combat effectiveness and secure areas, yet when compared to the Zhuge's Jiuyang, it falls short in purifying negative energies, highlighting the need for further enhancement in this area. The Qilin Beast's perception and mental insight skills are pivotal for early warning and tactical support within the team. However, their accuracy can be compromised in complex environments, such as areas of chaotic energy or under severe mental interference, necessitating an improvement in stability and resilience against disruption. The Zhuge's Jiuyang purification capacity is formidable, yet its integration with other beast skills lacks the necessary cohesion and efficiency, failing to fully capitalize on its purifying potential. For the newly joined Tingsha and Yuhong, Yi must delve deeper into their distinctive capabilities to tailor bespoke training regimens that thoroughly harness their potential. Based on the aforementioned analysis, Yi has devised personalized training plans for each beast. The Qilin is scheduled to train within an active volcano, where the tumultuous fire energy provides a continuous source of energy. The Qilin must continuously compress its flames within the volcano to enhance their density, thereby improving their endurance. Concurrently, through a relay training exercise with the Zhuge, where the Qilin initiates a conventional flame attack to deplete the enemy's defenses, followed swiftly by the Zhuge unleashing the Jiuyang for a lethal strike. The Qilin must continuously adjust the rhythm and intensity of its flame output to achieve perfect synergy with the Zhuge. thereby enhancing its explosive power. Meanwhile, the white tiger is to venture beneath a millennia-old glacier, where the rich and pure ice energy serves as an exceptional resource for augmenting its ice abilities. Here, the white tiger must delve deeply into the fundamental laws of ice energy, striving to develop a powerful skill capable of instantly freezing an entire spatial area. During the training process, the white tiger must continuously communicate and merge with the elemental power of ice from the glaciers, mastering the flow of this icy essence within the spatial continuum. By manipulating the ice energy, it can create formidable ice barriers in designated areas, ensnaring adversaries and subjecting them to profound freezing. In the enigmatic realm of the sky, the Bifang not only seeks to enhance its flight speed and the precision of its flames, but also endeavors to merge the unique spatial energies of this ethereal plane with its own fiery essence. By traversing the skies, Bifang can attune itself to the fluctuations of spatial power, guiding this energy to intertwine with its flames, thus crafting attack techniques that distort space. For instance, upon striking a target, the flames could induce a transient spatial distortion, exposing vulnerabilities in the enemy's defenses and amplifying the efficacy of the fiery assault. Within the illusionary tower, rich in mental energy, the nine-tailed fox confronts an elevated mental trial. The mental phantoms within the tower grow increasingly potent and intricate, necessitating fierce battles against these formidable apparitions to enhance the strength and scope of its bewildering techniques. During these confrontations, the nine-tailed fox must harness its own psychic power to delve deep into the enemy's mental realm, identifying their psychological weaknesses, which it can then amplify through its deceptive skills, plunging foes into deeper chaos. Concurrently, the nine-tailed fox should strive to execute profound illusions against multiple powerful adversaries simultaneously, skillfully adjusting the output and frequency of its mental energy to ensure each enemy is effectively ensnared in confusion. In proximity to the underground spiritual veins, the Xuanwu dedicates itself to integrating the various attributes of spiritual power from these veins into its defensive structure. It begins by drawing different attributes of spiritual energy from the veins, such as earth energy to bolster the rigidity of its defenses, water energy to enhance flexibility, and wood energy to bestow self-repair capabilities. Subsequently, through its adept control over spiritual power, Xuanwu skillfully fuses these diverse attributes with its own defensive energy, forming a composite shield capable of withstanding multifaceted spiritual attacks. When confronted with an enemy's assault, Xuanwu can dynamically adjust the intensity of the corresponding attributes within its composite shield based on the nature of the attacking energy, achieving optimal defensive effectiveness. In the forest of colossal spiritual stones, the Tao Wu and Bo not only continue their battles with guardian beasts to amplify their own strength, but also learn to artfully utilize the elemental energies of earth, wood, and water present in their surroundings, rendering their attacks more diverse and agile. For example, while battling a guardian beast, Tao Wu can harness earth energy to enhance the force of its collision attacks, generating tremors along its path to inflict additional damage on foes. Bo, on the other hand, can employ wood energy to cause vines to sprout from trees during its assault, binding the enemy's movements before launching an attack. Furthermore, they can also explore the application of water energy, imbuing their strikes with fluidity, making it difficult for enemies to anticipate their movements. In the depths of the toxic abyss, Fei focuses on discovering methods to amalgamate poisonous energy with purifying forces. By studying the characteristics of various toxic energies within the abyss, Fei endeavors to extract the inherent purifying power and merge it with its own venomous essence. In this process, Fei must continuously adjust the structure of its spiritual energy, harmonizing the poison and purification energies to develop a novel skill capable of purifying the negative energies of its foes while simultaneously inflicting toxic damage. For instance, Fei can release a toxic mist that, upon contact with adversaries, not only gnaws at their vitality with poison, but also purges the negative energies afflicting them, significantly diminishing their strength. The enlightened beast engages in training within a complex area rife with various sources of spiritual energy interference, aiming to enhance its perceptual accuracy and the stability of its mental insight skills amidst intricate environments. In this locale, the interference sources emit a cacophony of erratic energy fluctuations, disrupting the enlightened beast's perception and mental probing. It must incessantly adjust its perceptual frequency and the output of its mental prowess to eliminate these disturbances, accurately sensing the changes in its surroundings and the movements of its enemies. When employing its mental insight skills, the enlightened beast must learn to penetrate the depths of its adversaries' mental realms despite formidable spiritual disruptions, discerning their weaknesses and battle strategies. Through relentless training, the enlightened beast's perceptual and mental insight skills will become increasingly stable and precise, providing reliable support for the team in complex combat scenarios. The vermilion bird collaborates closely with other spirit beasts, endeavoring to integrate the purifying capabilities of the nine yang flames into the flames of the Qilin and the ice skills of the white tiger. For example, in conjunction with the Qilin, the vermilion bird can infuse the purifying power of the nine yang flames into the Qilin's fire before it launches an attack, enabling the flames to not only inflict formidable fire damage but also purify the enemy's defensive energies, thereby diminishing their defensive efficacy. While cooperating with the white tiger, the vermilion bird can enhance the ice blades created by the white tiger with the nine yang flames, ensuring that when these icy blades strike the enemy, they deliver not only physical and ice-type damage but also cleanse the adversary of negative states, amplifying the overall effectiveness of the ice skills. As for the thunder serpent, Yi discovers its adeptness in manipulating lightning energy and remarkable speed. Consequently, it is arranged to train in a tempestuous storm, where the potent lightning energy can bolster the thunder serpent's control over such forces. The thunder serpent must continuously absorb lightning energy in this environment, integrating it into its own energy system to develop a skill capable of unleashing a formidable lightning storm. During training, it must learn to precisely control the direction, intensity, and range of the lightning discharge, enabling the storm to envelop a broader area and deliver devastating blows to its enemies. Simultaneously, it can leverage its speed advantage in joint training with Bifang. In their collaborative practice, the Thunder Serpent and Bifang can execute rapid assault tactics, where the Thunder Serpent first approaches the enemy swiftly, unleashing lightning attacks to disrupt their defenses, followed closely by Bifang's fire assault, thereby enhancing the team's ambush and guerrilla capabilities. The Guardian Hound possesses formidable defensive and melee abilities, and Yi instructs it to train in a location inundated with powerful energy shocks to fortify its defensive capabilities. The Guardian Hound must endure various energy impacts here, continually adjusting its defensive structure to enhance its resilience against diverse energy assaults. Simultaneously, training alongside the Xuanwu and bow, one hones more intricate close combat techniques. Within the realm of melee training, Yuhong is afforded the opportunity to assimilate the attack rhythms and force application methods of the Xuanwu and bow, integrating these with his defensive advantages to cultivate a combat style that seamlessly blends offense and defense. For instance, when engaging an adversary, Yuhong can leverage his formidable defense to approach the foe, subsequently unleashing a fierce assault, all the while utilizing his defensive prowess to thwart counterattacks, thereby enhancing his prowess in close-quarters combat. Throughout the training process, Yi remains vigilant, meticulously monitoring the progress of each beast. He adapts the training regimen in response to their performances, ensuring that the efficacy and direction of the training consistently align with the developmental needs of the beasts. He is acutely aware that only through the continuous growth and empowerment of each beast can the entire team triumph over future challenges and achieve loftier goals. After a period of arduous training, the strength of the 12 beasts gradually escalates, and he eagerly anticipates their remarkable performances in upcoming missions, confident that they will shine resplendently on the stage of the Spirit King Realm. Chapter 122. Engaging in the grand mission of the Spirit Emperor to resolve a major global crisis after a period of diligent training. Yi and the 12 beasts have markedly enhanced their capabilities. At this juncture, the Spirit Emperor receives a significant mission concerning the survival of the Spirit King Realm. Yi, accompanied by the 12 beasts, arrives at the precipice of the Spirit King Realm, confronted by a harrowing scene. The encroachment of dark forces has transformed this once abundant land into a desolate wasteland, where life suffers grievously, spiritual energy is chaotic, and the air is thick with a nauseating stench of decay and darkness. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Yi immediately activates his spiritual perception, swiftly pinpointing the source of the dark forces, an ancient and ominous dark castle. This castle, ensconced within a dense barrier of dark spiritual energy, looms like a slumbering behemoth, exuding a malevolent and potent aura. After conferring with his beasts, Yi devises a combat strategy. The Qilin and Zhuke take the lead as vanguards, initiating the assault. The flames of the Qilin surge forth like a torrential red tide, striking the dark spiritual barrier first, while the Zhuke follows closely, unleashing the nine-yang flame infused with solar power. The two flames intertwine, generating formidable firepower in an attempt to breach the dark spiritual barrier. The Baihu stands ready in the rear, prepared to strike with icy blades the moment a gap appears, paving the way for the subsequent forces. The Bifang and Tengsha, Utilizing their rapid flight capabilities, launch an aerial assault to disrupt the defensive formations of the dark forces. The Jiuwei Fox employs deceptive techniques to weaken the willpower of the Dark Sentinels, hampering their movements. The Xuanwu and Yuhong are tasked with safeguarding the team's rear, ensuring they remain unassailable during the offensive. The Taowu and Bo stand poised to charge into the castle, engaging in close combat with the Dark Sentinels. While the Fey lingers at a distance, releasing toxic mist to diminish the overall combat efficacy of the dark forces. As the battle commences, the Qilin and Zhuke unleash their fiery onslaught. The Qilin's flames collide fiercely with the dark spiritual barrier, scattering black sparks of spiritual energy, followed closely by the Zhuke's nine yang flame, which pierces toward the dark spiritual barrier like a searing blade. Under the joint assault of the two, the dark spiritual barrier trembled violently, fissures appearing on its surface. However, the barrier proved to be remarkably resilient, swiftly initiating self-repair. Seizing the opportunity, the White Tiger unleashed a flurry of icy blades towards the densely clustered Dark Sentinels. The icy blades glimmered with a chilling light as they flew, accurately striking the Dark Guardians. Although the Dark Sentinels raised their weapons to defend themselves, many were still pierced by the icy projectiles, emitting anguished cries. The Bifang and Tung Shi surged towards the castle like lightning. Bifang unleashed cerulean flames, targeting the aerial defenses of the dark forces. Tung Shi harnessed the power of thunder, sending down robust bolts that struck the dark facilities within the castle, triggering a series of explosions. The nine-tailed fox concentrated intently. Employing her bewilderment technique, her eyes sparkled with a strange luminescence, gradually clouding the vision of the dark sentinels and slowing their movements. Meanwhile, Xuanwu and Yu Xiong vigilantly observed their surroundings from the rear, their bodies radiating a powerful aura, ever ready to thwart any potential ambush. Nevertheless, the dark forces retaliated with equal ferocity. The Dark Sentinels quickly regained their composure from the brief chaos and organized a counterattack. Beams of dark spiritual energy shot forth from the castle, aimed at Yi and his companions. Xuanwu and Yu Xiong immediately activated their defenses. Xuanwu's spiritual pulse formed a sturdy, earthen shield, while Yu Xiong enveloped himself in a golden glow, augmenting Xuanwu's barrier. The beams of dark energy struck the shield, producing a deafening roar as ripples cascaded across its surface, yet it steadfastly protected the team. Tao Wu and Bo charged towards the castle with roars, their muscles taut with power. Upon entering, they engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the Dark Sentinels. Tao Wu swung his colossal fists, each blow imbued with formidable strength, sending the Dark Sentinels flying. Bo used his sharp claws to rend their bodies apart. Fei, from a distance, released a cloud of toxic mist. Despite the interference from dark spiritual energy affecting its spread, the mist continued to expand towards the castle. Where the mist traveled, the Dark Sentinels covered their mouths and noses, succumbing to the effects of poisoning, and their combat effectiveness plummeted. Yi closely observed the unfolding situation amid the battle, constantly adjusting strategies. He noted that the dark spiritual energy countered Fei's toxic mist to a degree, and thus commanded Zhuke to utilize the purifying ability of the nine yang flames to assist Fei in cleansing the dark energy, allowing the mist to spread unimpeded. Zhuke soared above the toxic cloud, releasing the nine yang flames, whose golden flames weaved through the mist, gradually dispelling the dark energy's interference. The toxic mist rapidly enveloped a vast area of the castle, eroding the ranks of dark sentinels further. Despite the valiant efforts of the beast companions, the defenses of the dark forces remained tenacious, and the dark energy traps within the castle began to activate. Some beast companions inadvertently triggered the traps, suffering varying degrees of attack. Yi understood that to breach the dark forces' defenses, a more effective approach must be found. He simultaneously guided the beasts to evade the traps while contemplating countermeasures. In the midst of the fierce battle, Yi suddenly discerned an anomaly in the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the dark energy barrier after it had endured multiple assaults. Recognizing this as a potential critical breakthrough, he resolutely commanded the Qilin and Zhuke to concentrate their firepower on that specific area. Understanding his intent, the Qilin and Zhuke pooled their entire strength into the skill of Flame Sun Annihilation, unleashing a colossal pillar of fire that surged once more towards the anomalous region of the dark energy barrier. Under the force of the powerful flames, a significant breach finally appeared in the dark energy barrier. Seizing this opportunity, Yi shouted, "Beasts, charge in." The White Tiger swiftly cleared away the dark guards near the breach with its ice blades, paving the way for the team. Bifang, Tung Shi, Tao Wu, and Bo were the first to storm into the castle, engaging in a more intense battle with the Dark Guards. The nine-tailed fox followed closely behind, continuously employing its bewildering techniques to diminish the enemy's combat prowess. Xuanwu and Yuxiong protected Yi, steadily advancing into the castle's depths. Fei continued to unleash toxic mists, providing vital support for the team. However, within the castle awaited even more formidable foes and greater dangers. Would Yi and his beast companions successfully breach the Dark Force's defenses and resolve this significant global crisis? Chapter 123, a task encountering fierce enemies. Yi commands the beasts to courageously resist upon breaking through the dark energy barrier and entering the castle. Yi and his beast companions were immediately confronted by a formidable cadre of dark knights. These dark knights were enveloped in ominous black armor, the surface of which pulsated with sinister dark energy, emanating a chilling aura. Mounted upon gigantic dark beasts and wielding dark spears that glimmered with an eerie light. Each dark knight possessed the formidable prowess of a high-tier spirit sovereign and exhibited remarkable coordination, forming a potent combat force. Fully aware of the gravity of their adversaries, Yi swiftly devised a strategy in his mind. While observing the formation and movements of the Dark Knights, he communicated instructions to his beasts through their mental connection. The Qilin and Zhuke, as the main offensive force, launched another fiery assault. The Qilin's flames surged forth like tumultuous waves, radiating searing heat towards the Dark Knights, while the Zhuke followed suit, unleashing the nine yang flames. The vibrant flames instantly merged with those of the Qilin, creating a formidable force of flame-sun annihilation that swept towards the Dark Knights. Upon witnessing this, the Dark Knights raised their dark spears, forming a shield of dark energy before them. The flames of flame-sun annihilation collided with the dark energy shield, erupting in a dazzling display of light and a thunderous roar. The dark energy shield trembled violently under the impact of the flames, but managed to withstand the assault, albeit tenuously. Seizing the opportune moment, the White Tiger swiftly unleashed its ice-based skills under the cover of flames. In an instant, the castle's floor froze over, sharp ice spikes erupting from the ground, aimed at the mounts of the Dark Knights. Startled, the mounts began to writhe restlessly, compelling the Dark Knights to divert a portion of their focus to maintain control over their steeds. In the sky, the magnificent creatures Bifang and Tung Shi launched a sudden assault. Bifang unleashed azure flames, which sliced through the air like a multitude of sharp blades, targeting the exposed vulnerabilities of the Dark Knights. Meanwhile, Tung Shi wielded the power of lightning, sending down formidable bolts that struck the Dark Knights, causing flickering currents of electricity to dance around them. Although the Dark Knights possessed remarkable strength, the coordinated onslaught from the beasts began to sow seeds of chaos among their ranks. However, they swiftly regained their composure. Working in concert, a faction of the Dark Knights maintained their dark energy shields to fend off the flames and lightning, while another group urged their mounts towards Xuanwu and Bo fearless. Xuanwu and Bo charged forward to meet the Dark Knights head-on. Xuanwu swung his massive fists, crashing down upon the long spears of the Dark Knights, his overwhelming might sending tremors through their arms. Bo, with his razor-sharp claws, targeted the mounts of the Dark Knights, attempting to topple them. The two sides became embroiled in a fierce melee, locked in a struggle with no clear resolution in sight. From the rear, the nine-tailed fox exerted her full prowess in illusionary techniques. Her eyes shimmered with a mysterious glow, her mental energy weaving an invisible thread that ensnared the minds of the Dark Knights. Some of them began to exhibit signs of confusion, their movements growing sluggish. Yet among them emerged a leader who sensed the nine-tailed fox's interference. He rallied his comrades with a booming voice, exuding a formidable mental force that bolstered the resolve of the other Dark Knights against her beguiling arts. Meanwhile, Xuanwu and Yuhong safeguarded Yi while seeking opportunities to support the frontline combat. Observing the deadlock in battle, Yi recognized the necessity of identifying the Dark Knight's weaknesses to break the stalemate. He scrutinized the battlefield and noted that while the Dark Knight's dark energy shields were formidable, they exhibited brief moments of instability following each defensive maneuver. He immediately communicated this insight through their mental link to Qilin and Zhuke, urging them to seize the moment and unleash a powerful flame attack once more. Qilin and Zhuke concentrated their energy anew. The flames of the blazing sun surged forth with even greater intensity towards the Dark Knight's protective barriers. At the instant of the shield's fluctuation, the flames breached their defenses, striking the Dark Knights directly. Consumed by the fire, they emitted anguished cries. Seizing the opportunity, Baihu unleashed his ice-based skills, solidifying the ground beneath them and encasing the mounts of the Dark Knights in a frigid grip, rendering them immobile. Bifang and Tengshi intensified their assault, azure flames and lightning energy cascading relentlessly upon the Dark Knights, inflicting significant damage. Yet, the Dark Knights persisted in their valiant resistance. Under the leadership of their commander, they pressed on, undeterred by their wounds, continuing to engage the beasts in battle. Yi understood that this conflict would be exceedingly arduous, yet neither he nor his beasts harbored any thoughts of retreat. Amidst the fierce combat, Yi suddenly noticed a mysterious rune shimmering faintly upon the dark spear wielded by the Dark Knight leader. He surmised that this rune might hold the key to the Dark Knight's power. Thus, he commanded the Ming beast to employ its mental insight abilities to delve deeper into the secrets of the rune inscribed upon the dark spear. The enlightened beast concentrated its mind, directing its formidable mental power towards the Dark Knight leader. After a thorough investigation, it discovered that this rune was connected to a core of dark spiritual energy deep within the Dark Castle, from which the Dark Knights continuously drew their strength. Upon receiving this information, Yi devised a new plan. He decided to have his beasts continue battling the Dark Knights to divert their attention while discreetly sending Bifang and Tengshi deep into the castle to locate and destroy the dark energy core. Following their orders, Bifang and Tengshi swiftly flew towards the depths of the dark castle. However, the interior was fraught with various traps of dark spiritual energy and patrolling dark sentinels. Would they successfully find and obliterate the dark energy core? Could Yi and the other beasts endure the confrontation with the Dark Knights until Bifang and Tengshi completed their mission? The fierce battle raged on, and the situation grew increasingly tense. Chapter 124. Seeking breakthrough amidst fierce combat, Spirit Master ascends to the rank of Beast King. Bifang and Tengshi unite to defeat a powerful foe. Bifang and Tengshi cautiously ventured deeper into the dark castle. The castle's interior was dim and damp, suffused with a thick aura of dark spiritual energy, and every corner seemed to harbor danger. They remained ever vigilant of their surroundings, evading various traps of dark energy. Some traps would suddenly launch arrows of dark energy, while others unleashed powerful whirlpools of dark energy, threatening to ensnare the unwary. Meanwhile, Yi and the other beasts found themselves in a heated clash with the Dark Knights. Under the leadership of their commander, the Dark Knights attacked with increasing ferocity. The Dark Knight leader brandished a dark spear, its runes shimmering with an eerie glow, each thrust accompanied by a potent shockwave of dark energy. The Qilin and Zhu relentlessly unleashed fiery assaults, striving to suppress the onslaught of the Dark Knights. Yet, bolstered by the runes, the Knight's dark energy shields grew even more resilient. The White Tiger continuously utilized ice-based skills to control the battlefield, creating advantageous conditions for the beasts, but the Dark Steeds, influenced by dark energy, had also enhanced their resistance to ice attacks. Xuanwu and Bo engaged in close combat with the Dark Knights, sustaining multiple injuries yet displaying unwavering resolve, battling fiercely with their formidable strength. The Nine-Tailed Fox exerted her full charm techniques, and despite the Dark Knight leader's incessant attempts to disrupt her mental force, some Dark Knights fell prey to her enchantments, diminishing their combat effectiveness. Xuanwu and the Beast King steadfastly guarded Yi, repelling the occasional ambushes launched by the Dark Knights against him. In this arduous moment, Yi felt an unprecedented weight upon him, yet he understood retreat was not an option. He continuously encouraged his beasts while closely monitoring the battlefield for opportunities to break through. Suddenly, he noticed a slight flaw in the coordination among the Dark Knights during their attacks. It seemed that the Nine-Tailed Fox's charm techniques had begun to take effect, causing a brief disruption in communication among the Dark Knights. Seizing the opportunity, Yi commanded the Qilin and Zhu to concentrate their efforts on exploiting the vulnerabilities of the Dark Knights. The Qilin and Zhu unleashed a more potent inferno, their flames akin to a colossal torch, tearing through the defenses of the Dark Knights. While the battle raged fiercely on Yi's side, Bifang and Tengshi finally reached the depths of the dark castle. In a vast cavern, they discovered the core of dark spiritual energy, a massive orb radiating a sinister black light, surrounded by intricate runes of dark spiritual energy. The runes flickered incessantly, bestowing strength upon the Dark Knights. Without a moment's hesitation, Bifang and Tengshi launched their assault. Bifang unleashed azure flames, while Tengshi wielded the power of lightning. Both elements struck the core simultaneously. Upon being attacked, the dark energy core trembled violently, and the surrounding runes began to flicker erratically. However, the dark energy core possessed formidable self-repair capabilities. It swiftly released a wave of dark energy, repelling Bifang and Tengxi. Regaining their footing, they resumed their offensive. Yet each attempt was thwarted by the core's defensive power. Just as despair began to settle in, Tengxi noticed that the runes on the core dimmed briefly after each strike. Realizing this could be the key to dismantling the dark energy core, Tengxi conferred with Bifang and proposed a tactic of alternating strikes to gradually deplete the core's defenses. Bifang initiated an attack with flames, and when the runes dulled, Tengxi would immediately follow up with a lightning strike. This pattern continued, slowly weakening the core's protective strength. Just as the defenses of the dark energy core were on the verge of collapse, a horde of dark sentinels appeared in the cavern. These sentinels, guardians of the dark castle, rushed to the core's aid upon sensing the assault. They swiftly surrounded Bifang and Tengxi, launching their own onslaught. Caught in a predicament, Bifang and Tengxi had to fend off the dark sentinels while simultaneously preventing the dark energy core from regaining its power. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the dark castle, the battle between Yi and his beasts against the Dark Knights reached a critical juncture. Although the beasts fought valiantly, the Dark Knights, under their leader's command, maintained a substantial advantage. Aware that the situation for Bifang and Tengxi must be dire, Yi resolved to take a risk and commanded Yuxiong to join the fray. Yuxiong, who had been guarding Yi's side, had yet to unleash its full potential. In a moment of fury, it let out a fierce roar and charged at the Dark Knights. Yuxiong's form emanated a powerful radiance, its strength seemingly boundless. It surged directly towards the Dark Knight leader, engaging in an intense clash. With its formidable defense and close combat prowess, Yuxiong matched the Dark Knight leader blow for blow. Surprised by Yuxiong's overwhelming might, the Dark Knight leader, unwilling to accept defeat, redoubled his frenzied assaults. Just as the two sides reached an impasse, Yi suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from the depths of the dark castle. He understood that this might signify the successful destruction of the dark spiritual power core by Bifang and Tengxi. Instantly, he rallied the spirits of his beasts, commanding them to launch their final assault. Under Yi's guidance, the Qilin, Zhuke, Baihu, Tangwu, and Bo unleashed their full might. The flames of the Qilin and Zhuke, the ice-based abilities of Baihu, and the formidable strikes of Tangwu and Bo surged towards the Dark Knights. The Dark Knights felt an unprecedented pressure as their dark power shields finally succumbed to the united onslaught of the beasts. Without the support of the dark spiritual power core, their combat effectiveness plummeted. Under the relentless assault from the beasts, the Dark Knights fell one after another. Meanwhile, deep within the dark castle, Bifang and Tengxi successfully dismantled the dark spiritual power core at the last moment. The core exploded, releasing a powerful energy that obliterated all surrounding dark guards. The dark spiritual energy within the castle dissipated rapidly, allowing light to shine through once more. Yi and his beast triumphed over the Dark Knights, resolving the crisis. However, after the battle, Yi sensed a peculiar fluctuation in his spiritual power. To his astonishment, he realized that he had broken through the bottleneck of the Spirit-Emperor Realm during this fierce battle, successfully advancing to the Spirit-Venerable Realm. Simultaneously, the performance of Yuxiong and Tengxi in battle significantly enhanced their strength. Yi understood that this was merely a new beginning, with more challenges awaiting them in the future. What rewards would they reap upon completing their mission? What new opportunities would present themselves? Chapter 125. Completion of the mission earns acclaim. Fame spreads across the Spirit-Venerable world after Yi and his beast team successfully resolved the crisis of the Dark Forces. Their heroic deeds rippled through the Spirit King realm like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, quickly resonating throughout the entire Spirit-Venerable world. People from all corners praised their exploits, recounting the legendary tales of Yi and his beast team in every street and alley. To honor Yi and his team's exceptional contributions, the Spirit Emperor Association hosted a grand and solemn celebration. High-ranking officials from the association attended, and the president personally presented Yi with the Spirit Emperor Glory Medal, a symbol of the highest honor in the Spirit King realm. This medal, crafted from rare spirit crystals, was adorned with vibrant gemstones, emanating a soft yet powerful glow of spiritual energy, intricately engraved with patterns representing courage, wisdom, and protection. Additionally, the Spirit Emperor Association bestowed upon Yi a wealth of resource rewards, including rare spiritual items that grew in secret locations of the Spirit King realm. Imbued with unique and potent spiritual energy, capable of providing substantial support for the growth of his beasts. Also included were various natural treasures, such as Millennium Snow Lotuses and 10,000-year Spirit Ginseng, known for their miraculous effects in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks and enhancing the quality of spiritual power. Furthermore, numerous tomes detailing advanced spiritual cultivation methods and unique beast-taming techniques were provided, holding immense value for Yi Yi's cultivation in the Spirit-Venerable Realm and the development of his beast team. The news of Yi Yi's successful ascension to the Spirit-Venerable Realm caused a sensation throughout the Spirit-Venerable world. The realm of Spirit Sovereign stands at the pinnacle of the cultivation hierarchy within the Spirit King domain, symbolizing immense power and a revered status. It is undeniable that Yi Yi, having achieved this level at such a tender age, has become the focal point of attention for numerous formidable Spirit Sovereigns. Many esteemed elders from the Spirit Sovereign realm extended invitations to Yi Yi, hoping he would partake in various prestigious exchanges among Spirit Sovereigns. During these gatherings, Yi Yi shared his unique insights on breaking through to the Spirit Sovereign realm, as well as the remarkable strategies and collaborative experiences of his beast control team in combat. His profound and innovative perspectives garnered great admiration from the gathered Spirit Sovereigns, with several even expressing that they perceived a new direction for the future development of the Spirit Sovereign realm through Yi. In a fleeting moment, Yi Yi's name, along with that of his beast control team, became a hot topic within the Spirit Sovereign world, their reputation soaring to unprecedented heights. However, Yi Yi remained unperturbed by the accolades and glory. He understood that on the path to acquiring formidable strength, this was merely a new starting point. During one such exchange event, Yi Yi chanced upon a legend concerning a mystical place. It was said that in a remote area of the Spirit King realm, there existed a mysterious region shrouded in dense fog, concealing significant opportunities closely tied to the Spirit Sovereign realm. This place might hold the key to helping Spirit Sovereigns break free from the constraints of their current levels and achieve further breakthroughs. This rumor sparkled like stars in the night sky, instantly capturing Yi Yi's attention. He resolved to delve into the exploration of this enigmatic locale, seeking new avenues for advancement for himself and his beast control team. Upon hearing the tale of the mysterious place, Yi Yi's heart was consumed by a fervent curiosity and desire for exploration. He recognized the precious nature of such an opportunity for himself and his beast control team, potentially serving as the crucial factor in their advancement within the Spirit Sovereign realm. Thus, he commenced an exhaustive quest to gather information pertaining to the mysterious place. Chapter 126. The Legend of the Mysterious Place. A vessel of opportunities for the Spirit Sovereign realm. Yi Yi first sought out the erudite elders within the Spirit Emperor Association, inquiring about any clues regarding the enigmatic locale. Despite their advanced years, these elders possessed extensive knowledge of various hidden legends within the Spirit King realm. Nevertheless, their information regarding the mysterious place was limited. They only knew that it was situated in the far northern reaches of the Spirit King realm, surrounded by a formidable and enigmatic barrier of spiritual energy. This barrier not only shielded it from external scrutiny, but also prevented the internal leakage of spiritual power. Moreover, the entrance to the mysterious place was cleverly concealed, requiring specific conditions or fortuitous circumstances to be discovered. In pursuit of further information, Yi Yi delved into the archives of the Spirit Emperor Association, sifting through the mountain of ancient tomes in search of clues. He dedicated several days to poring over those dust-laden texts, and at last, he unearthed some vague references to the mysterious place within a tattered scroll. The scroll mentioned that the mystical region had once served as a cultivation ground for an ancient spirit sovereign, who, upon transcending to a higher realm, left behind many precious legacies and treasures. However, as time passed, the mysterious place gradually faded from memory, its precise location and means of entry becoming increasingly elusive. Meanwhile, Yi Yi dispatched the enlightened beast to utilize its acute perception abilities to gather rumors about the mysterious land across various regions of the Spirit King realm. The enlightened beast traversed countless towns and villages, engaging with diverse cultivators, merchants, and adventurers to collect a plethora of fragmented information. After meticulous organization and analysis, Yi Yi discovered that the interior of the mysterious land was fraught with peril, featuring powerful spiritual energy whirlpools capable of engulfing and shredding anything within, intricate traps that, with the slightest misstep, could trigger lethal assaults, and formidable creatures said to guard this enigmatic domain, possessing extraordinary strength to protect the sacred territory. Despite the daunting revelations regarding the dangers that lay ahead, Yi Yi felt no inclination to retreat. On the contrary, his resolve to explore the mysterious land was only fortified. Upon returning to his base, Yi Yi recounted the legends of the mysterious land and his plans in detail to his beast companions. The beasts, sensing Yi Yi's unwavering conviction, expressed their eagerness to embark on this journey into the unknown alongside him. The Qilin roared with excitement, brimming with anticipation for newfound powers. The white tiger's eyes sparkled with determination, ever ready to embrace challenges. The Zhuke unfolded its resplendent wings, emitting a melodious call to convey its support, while the other beasts rolled up their sleeves, fueled with enthusiasm for the impending adventure. Yi was acutely aware that the quest ahead would be laden with hardships and dangers, necessitating thorough preparation. He began to meticulously gather the required supplies and equipment. Utilizing the resources awarded by the Spirit Emperor Association, Yi crafted a series of specialized spiritual gear for his beasts. He fashioned a pair of flame-infused spiritual arm guards for the Qilin, designed to amplify and enhance its firepower, making its fiery assaults more formidable. For the white tiger, he created an ice-infused cloak, embedded with icy spiritual crystals, which not only bolstered its defensive capabilities, but also facilitated greater ease in executing ice-based skills. For the Bifang, he forged a pair of wind-infused wings, etched with wind runes, endowing it with enhanced flight capabilities and agility, allowing it to maneuver swiftly in battle and unleash devastating strikes. Simultaneously, Yi prepared a substantial supply of spiritual recovery elixirs and healing potions. These potions, crafted from precious spiritual herbs, could rapidly restore the beast's spiritual energy and heal their wounds in critical moments. Furthermore, Yi devised several specialized tools, such as a spiritual energy detector to sense nearby energy fluctuations and preemptively identify dangers, and a trap disarmament device for overcoming potential mechanisms. In parallel with gathering supplies, Yi delved deeply into the unique capabilities of his beasts, formulating a detailed and comprehensive collaborative combat strategy tailored to the anticipated dangers of the mysterious land. He envisioned various scenarios they might encounter and devised corresponding counter-strategies for each. For instance, when confronted with a formidable spiritual energy whirlpool, the Xuanwu and the Yuhuang would utilize their robust defensive prowess to establish a solid frontline, shielding the team from the whirlpool's effects. Meanwhile, the Qilin and Zhuke would jointly launch powerful fire attacks in an attempt to disperse the spiritual energy vortex. When confronted with mechanical traps, the enlightened beast adeptly utilizes its keen perception to detect the trap's locations and triggering mechanisms in advance. The nine-tailed fox employs its bewildering techniques to disrupt the operation of these traps, while the Tungsha and Bifang swiftly eliminate the threats posed by the traps with their agile movements. Faced with formidable creatures guarding the mysterious realm, Yi devises a plan for his beasts to adopt diverse attacking strategies based on their unique abilities, coordinating their efforts to unleash the full potential of their collective combat strength. Once all preparations are in place, Yi embarks on a journey to the northernmost reaches of the Spirit King Realm, accompanied by his 12 beasts. They step forth with unwavering resolve and eager anticipation of the unknown, taking their first stride into the exploration of the enigmatic land. However, they are acutely aware that numerous obstacles and unforeseen challenges await them ahead. Will they successfully locate the entrance to this mysterious domain and unveil its enigmatic veil? Chapter 127. Embarking on the quest for the mysterious land, encountering numerous obstacles, Yi and his 12 beasts advance towards the northernmost reaches of the Spirit King Realm. As they delve deeper, the surrounding environment grows increasingly harsh. The once warm sunlight is obscured by heavy clouds, and a biting cold wind slices through the air, permeated by an ominous atmosphere. Upon entering a vast expanse of ice, a fierce gale rises, accompanied by sharp ice shards that rain down upon them like a barrage of arrows. Yi swiftly issues a command, and Xuanwu positions itself at the forefront of the group, activating its Spirit Vein Guardian skill. A solid ochre shield rises instantaneously, repelling the howling wind and ice shards. The Yoxiong channels its full power, emanating a golden aura of spiritual energy that combines with Xuanwu's shield, fortifying the defense. The wind howls relentlessly, battering the shield with a cacophony of sound, causing ripples to form on its surface. Yet, bolstered by the efforts of Xuanwu and Yoxiong, it remains steadfast as a rock. However, the perils of this icy expanse extend far beyond this. Suddenly, a deep rumbling emanates from beneath the ice, followed by the emergence of several colossal ice beasts breaking through the surface. Towering several dozen feet high, these beasts are encased in a crystalline layer of ice. Exuding a bone-chilling aura, they unleash deafening roars as they charge towards Yi and his beasts. Yi maintains his composure, directing his beasts to engage in battle. The Qilin and Zhuke are the first to strike. The Qilin releases a torrent of searing flames, surging towards the ice beasts like a tidal wave of fire. closely followed by Zhuke, which unleashes the 9 yang flames imbued with solar energy. The two flames intertwine, generating a formidable force of blazing sunlight that ignites the surrounding air, sweeping towards the ice beasts. Sensing the threat of the flames, the ice beasts retaliate by expelling icy pillars in an attempt to thwart the fiery onslaught. The collision of ice and flame produces a thunderous roar, generating vast amounts of steam that envelop the battlefield. The white tiger also joins the fray, sprinting across the ice field, where it leaves a trail of sharp ice spikes that pierce towards the legs of the ice beasts. Wounded by the ice spikes, the ice beasts find their movements hindered, growing sluggish in their advance. In a sudden aerial assault, Bifang unleashed azure flames that shot forth like arrows, targeting the vulnerable eyes and critical areas of the ice beasts. She commanded bolts of lightning that cascaded down from its form, striking the ice beasts and igniting flickers of electrical currents. Enraged by the onslaught, the ice beasts roared ferociously, charging even more recklessly towards their adversaries. Amidst the fierce battle, Yi discerned a peculiar connection among these ice beasts. Their offensive and defensive maneuvers were remarkably synchronized. Realizing that a straightforward frontal assault would yield little decisive victory, he established a mental link with his beasts to devise a new strategy. The nine-tailed fox began to employ its enchanting techniques, concentrating deeply as mysterious light shimmered in its eyes, sending forth a formidable wave of mental energy toward the ice beasts. A portion of the ice beasts, ensnared by the illusion, exhibited dazed expressions and momentarily slowed their movements. Seizing this opportunity, Yi directed Qilin and Zhuke to intensify their fiery assaults, while instructing Baihu to conjure an icy labyrinth around the beasts to restrict their mobility. Bifang and Tung, she continuously altered their aerial positions, disrupting the ice beast's defenses. However, the ice beasts soon roused from their stupor, emitting furious roars as the icy layers enveloping them began to radiate a more blinding brilliance. In unison, they launched a powerful counterattack, a colossal ice-blue beam erupting from their mouths, hurtling toward Yi and his beasts. In a moment of urgency, Yi commanded Xuanwu and Yuxiong to bolster their defenses while urging the other beasts to seek shelter from the impending strike. The beam collided with their shield, producing a thunderous sound as the barrier shook violently, fissures appearing across its surface. In this critical moment, an idea struck Yi. He recalled the information he had previously gathered regarding the ice beasts, which indicated that their weakness lay in the crystalline core of their hearts. He swiftly relayed this intelligence to his beasts. Upon hearing this, Yuxiong, disregarding the imminent danger, charged toward one of the ice beasts. With its formidable strength and agility, it evaded the creature's attacks and successfully approached the heart's crystalline core. With a powerful leap, it raked its sharp claws through the ice layer, delivering a fierce blow to the heart's crystal. The crystal cracked, and the ice beast let out a pained roar, its power diminishing instantaneously. Witnessing Yuxiong's success, the other beasts escalated their assault. The flames of Qilin and Zhuke blazed even more fiercely, while Baihu's icy spikes rained down upon the ice beasts like a torrential downpour. The attacks from Bifang and Tung, she became increasingly ferocious as well. Under the united offensive of the beasts, the ice beasts ultimately could not withstand the onslaught and fell one by one. Having triumphed over the ice beasts, Yi and his companions pressed onward. Yet, they were acutely aware that greater perils awaited them ahead. This enigmatic ice field seemed to conceal countless secrets and dangers. Would they be able to navigate through the myriad obstacles and continue their journey toward the mysterious realm? Chapter 128. With the might of powerful beasts, they overcome obstacles and continue onward after successfully vanquishing the ice beasts. Yi and his team of beasts took a brief respite before resuming their quest toward the mysterious land. The icy winds of the glacial expanse remained biting, yet the eyes of the beasts sparkled with unwavering determination, untainted by fear. As they ventured deeper into the icy expanse, the surrounding landscape grew increasingly bizarre. The once flat ice surface began to fissure dramatically, with immense cracks intermittently releasing frigid gusts of air that seemed intent on freezing everything in their path. Yi commanded his beasts to proceed with caution, permitting the enlightened beast to utilize its keen senses to detect impending dangers ahead. The enlightened beast led the formation, vigilantly scanning its surroundings. Its ears quivered occasionally, capturing subtle sounds while its nose twitched, discerning the perilous essence in the air. Suddenly, the enlightened beast emitted a warning cry, causing Yi's heart to tighten as he immediately signaled for his beasts to halt. Beneath the ice, shadowy shapes lurked, and their numbers were substantial. Yi surmised these might be unknown entities concealed beneath the ice, poised to launch an attack. he swiftly devised a strategy, instructing the Xuanwu and the Yu-Hound to prepare a defensive front, while the Qilin, Zhuke, and Baihu gathered their strength in the rear. The Bifang, Tengshi, and Jiuwei Huli awaited in the air, with the Fei concealed nearby, ready to unleash a toxic mist. Moments later, a horde of serpentine ice snakes erupted from beneath the ice. Their elongated bodies were encased in a formidable layer of icy armor, their eyes glimmering with a chilling light as they bared their gaping maws, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged toward the beasts. Upon Yi's command, the Qilin and Zhuke simultaneously unleashed their assaults, the searing flames of the sun engulfing the icy snakes once more. The snakes, sensing the intense heat, writhed in an attempt to evade the flames. However, the inferno spread widely, and many were struck, emitting anguished hisses. Seizing the opportunity, Baihu conjured a thick wall of ice around the serpents, ensnaring some within its confines. The surface of the ice wall was exceedingly smooth, making it arduous for the snakes to climb, leaving them to struggle within. Bifang and Tengshi dove from the skies, with Bifang unleashing azure flames to target the heads of the ice snakes, while Tengshi wielded lightning energy to deliver electric shocks. The ice snakes found themselves in disarray, unable to coordinate their movements effectively. Yet, the ice snakes did not easily concede defeat. They coordinated their efforts, with some ramming into the ice wall in a bid to break through, while others continued their assault on the beasts. Observing this, the Jiuwei Huli employed a mesmerizing technique to disrupt the serpent's actions. Her eyes sparkled with an enchanting luminescence, her mental energy weaving an invisible thread that ensnared their minds. Some of the ice snakes fell under her enchantment, their movements slowing and their attacks losing vigor. At that moment, Yi noticed several ice snakes stealthily maneuvering to the rear of the formation, attempting to mount a surprise attack. He promptly commanded the Fei to release its toxic mist. The Fei opened its mouth, and a wave of green mist rapidly enveloped the area, engulfing the ice snakes from behind. As they inhaled the toxic vapors, the serpents began exhibiting signs of poisoning, their movements becoming increasingly laborious. Meanwhile, Xuanwu and Yu-Hound held steadfast at the forefront, fending off the oncoming ice snakes. The Yu-Hound, with its formidable close combat prowess, engaged the serpents with claws and teeth, inflicting significant damage with each strike. Xuanwu, employing its spirit vein protection skill, provided robust defense for the beasts, ensuring the ice snakes could not breach their line. Under the meticulous coordination of the spirit beasts, the ice serpents found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. As the battle raged on, their numbers dwindled until they were ultimately vanquished. Yi and his spirit beasts successfully breached this formidable obstacle and continued their journey across the icy expanse. After a protracted trek, they finally emerged from the frozen landscape, revealing before them a towering snow-capped mountain. Veiled in a shroud of mysterious mist, the summit remained hidden from view. At the mountain's base, a winding path led into its depths, and Yi surmised that the entrance to the enigmatic realm might lie within this snow-clad giant. He understood, however, that the closer they approached their destination, the greater the peril that awaited them. Yet, Yi and his spirit beasts showed no sign of retreat, with unwavering resolve. They embarked upon the path leading to the mountain, prepared to confront new challenges. What dangers awaited them in this mysterious snow-capped mountain? Chapter 129, Arrival at the Mysterious Realm. Exploration and discovery of ancient relics. Yi and his spirit beasts trudged laboriously along the serpentine path deeper into the mountain, the frigid air slicing against their cheeks like a blade, while the dense mist enveloped them, obscuring visibility. In this harsh environment, the enlightened beast, equipped with its acute perception, cautiously scouted ahead. Its ears twitched, capturing even the faintest sounds, while its nose quivered, discerning the intricate scents in the air. Suddenly, the enlightened beast tensed, emitting a low, rumbling warning. Yi immediately signaled for the group to halt, focusing intently on the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding them. A powerful and unfamiliar surge of energy emanated from ahead, akin to a tumultuous undercurrent, its instability hinting at an unknown peril. Yi's heart tightened. He understood that the closer they drew to the core of this mysterious realm, the more unpredictable the dangers became. The spirit beasts too sensed the tension in the air, entering a state of readiness for battle. The Qilin's flames flickered, the Zhuke unfurled its resplendent wings, the white tiger radiated icy energy, while the Bifang and Tengshi circled above. The nine-tailed fox focused intently, and the Xuanwu and Yu-Hound stood steadfast on either flank, the Taowu and bow brimming with tension, while the Fei concealed itself in the shadows, poised to unleash its toxic miasma. Yi led his spirit beasts forward cautiously, and as they drew nearer, the outline of a vast cavern gradually materialized. The entrance was shrouded in a luminous array of mysterious runes, their flickering light exuding a powerful and enigmatic spiritual energy. The runes pulsed with brightness and dimness, as if whispering ancient secrets. Yi approached, scrutinizing the runes with care. Their intricate and profound lines contained an archaic and mysterious power. He endeavored to decipher their meaning, searching for a way into the cavern. Yet these runes appeared to transcend any spiritual script he was familiar with, inscrutable and elusive, plunging Yi into contemplation. Just as Yi immersed himself in the study of the runes, a deep and thunderous roar erupted from within the cavern, reverberating through the valley and causing the surrounding snow to cascade down. Following this, a colossal snow creature burst forth from the cavern. The snow monster stood an imposing 10 zhang tall, its entire form cloaked in a thick layer of white fur, glistening with crystalline ice shards, resembling a natural armor. Its eyes shone like two enormous red lanterns, emanating a fierce and bloodthirsty glow, while its colossal claws left deep imprints upon the ground. Each step accompanied by tremors that shook the earth. The snow monster unleashed a thunderous roar, baring its gaping maw, and lunged toward Yi and his beast companions. Yi swiftly responded, commanding the Qilin and Zhuke to initiate the assault. The Qilin exhaled a torrent of searing flames, surging forth like a raging inferno towards the snow monster, followed closely by the Zhuke, which released a fiery force imbued with the essence of the sun, the Jiuyangyan. The two flames intertwined, creating a formidable conflagration that ignited the surrounding air, sweeping towards the snow creature. Despite sensing the overwhelming power of the flames, the snow monster showed no signs of retreat, swinging its massive claws to generate a powerful gust, attempting to disperse the flames. At that moment, the white tiger seized the opportunity, conjuring a thick layer of ice upon the ground beneath the snow monster's feet. The ice was flawlessly smooth, causing the snow monster to lose its footing and stumble. Bifang and Tengshi dove from the skies. Bifang unleashed azure flames, targeting the snow monster's eyes like arrows, while Tengshi manipulated bolts of lightning, striking down upon the creature, causing sparks to dance across its body. The snow monster roared in fury, regaining its balance before stomping the ground with tremendous force, resulting in sharp ice spikes erupting from the earth, aimed at the beast companions. Xuanwu and Yuho swiftly advanced. Xuanwu activated the Spirit Vein Guardian skill, raising a solid, earthy shield that effectively blocked the ice spikes. Yuho radiated a golden light, harmonizing with Xuanwu's shield to enhance their defensive strength. The ice spikes collided with the shield, producing a crisp sound. Yet the shield remained steadfast. From the rear, the nine-tailed fox employed a bewildering technique, concentrating her mind as mysterious light flickered in her eyes, unleashing a potent mental force that spread towards the snow monster. For a fleeting moment, the creature's gaze wavered in confusion, but soon its formidable willpower allowed it to shake off the enchantment and resume its frenzied assault on the beasts. Observing the skirmish, Yi noted the snow monster's exceptionally strong defenses. Mere attacks would scarcely inflict substantial harm. He scrutinized the creature's movements and discerned that its fur would bristle slightly before each strike. He surmised that this might signal the onset of a powerful attack. Thus, through a mental connection, Yi communicated with his beasts, instructing them to evade swiftly whenever the snow monster's fur stood on end. Indeed, as the snow monster prepared to strike once more, its fur bristled ominously, and a massive ice-blue energy sphere began to coalesce in its maw. Yi shouted urgently, "Beasts, take cover." The companions scattered quickly, and the snow monster expelled the energy sphere, which detonated upon impact, unleashing a wave of potent ice-based spiritual energy that uprooted trees and transformed the ground into a frozen expanse. However, the beasts were not intimidated by the snow monster's might. Yi directed them to alter their tactics, urging the Qilin and Zhuke to persist in their fiery assault on the monster's eyes and face. Aiming to divert its attention, the white tiger incessantly conjured ice walls and spikes around the snow beast, constraining its movements. The Bifang and the Tengshi continuously shifted their positions in the air, harassing the snow beast. The nine-tailed fox once again employed her enchanting techniques, this time amplifying her mental prowess in an attempt to ensnare the snow beast in deeper confusion. Under the concerted assault of the beasts, the snow beast gradually found itself in dire straits. Its actions were severely restricted, and it bore multiple scorch marks from flames and strikes of lightning. Ultimately, the snow beast emitted a defiant roar before collapsing to the ground. After Yi and the beast triumphed over the snow beast, they returned to the cave entrance. At this moment, The runes at the cave's mouth seemed to emit a softer glow. Yi diligently studied the runes, and after considerable effort, he finally discerned their pattern. It turned out that these runes needed to be touched in a specific sequence to unlock the passage into the cave. Yi carefully followed the discovered sequence to touch the runes, causing them to flicker with light as the spiritual barrier at the cave's entrance gradually dissipated, revealing a deep passageway ahead. Leading his beasts into the passage, a faint light pervaded the interior, with the walls adorned with an array of ancient patterns and inscriptions. These designs and writings appeared to narrate an ancient tale, yet due to their age, Yi could only comprehend a fraction. As they traversed the passage, they arrived at a vast chamber filled with peculiar structures and artifacts. Yi realized they had uncovered the remnants of a mysterious site. What secrets lay concealed within this relic? What new challenges awaited them? Chapter 130. The ruins trigger a powerful mechanism. Yi remains composed in response. Yi and his beast stepped into the expansive space of the enigmatic ruins, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloping them. The light on the walls flickered subtly, casting shadows that outlined the bizarre edifices and objects, as if recounting the vicissitudes of time. Yi cautiously guided his beasts forward, meticulously observing their surroundings. Upon reaching the center of the space, the ground suddenly trembled, and a multitude of runes materialized from the floor, exuding a potent surge of spiritual energy. Yi's heart sank as he realized they had activated a mechanism within the ruins. As the luminescence of the runes intensified, a myriad of spiritual puppets surged forth from all directions. These puppets, formed from pure spiritual energy, varied in shape. Some resembled warriors wielding energy weapons, while others took the form of ferocious beasts, brandishing their claws. Their eyes glinted with a chilling light as they rapidly advanced towards Yi and his beasts. Yi swiftly reacted, directing his beasts to form a battle formation. The Qilin and the vermilion bird positioned themselves at the forefront, poised to unleash devastating fire attacks. The white tiger flanked the sides, employing ice-based abilities to assist in assaults and control the battlefield. Bifang and Tung, she remained airborne, ready for surprise strikes. The nine-tailed fox lingered at the rear, casting confusion techniques to disrupt the puppets' movements. The Xuanwu and the imperial hound guarded the flanks, ensuring protection against flanking maneuvers. The Taowu and bow took central positions, prepared for close combat if necessary, while the Fey concealed itself in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to release toxic mists. The Qilin and Zhuke launched the first assault, unleashing the formidable flames of the blazing sun, which surged forth like a tempestuous tide, racing toward the spirit puppets. Wherever the flames touched, the spirit puppets ignited, emitting a crackling sound, with some dissipating into shards of spiritual energy under the onslaught of the inferno. Nevertheless, the sheer number of spirit puppets surged forth relentlessly towards the beastmasters. The white tiger acted swiftly, conjuring a thick layer of ice upon the ground, from which numerous sharp ice spikes protruded. The approaching spirit puppets were obstructed by the ice spikes, their movements restricted. Simultaneously, the white tiger unleashed a barrage of ice arrows that pierced through the bodies of the spirit puppets, wreaking havoc upon their spiritual structures. The Bifang and Tungsha swooped down from the skies. Bifang released azure flames that sliced through the air like daggers, penetrating the spirit puppets' forms, while Tungsha wielded lightning energy, unleashing bolts of thunder that struck the spirit puppets, igniting a flurry of electrical currents. The spirit puppets struck by the lightning trembled, their spiritual fluctuations becoming chaotic. The nine-tailed fox focused her mind, employing her bewilderment technique. Her eyes shimmered with an otherworldly glow, her mental power weaving an invisible thread that ensnared the spiritual essence of the spirit puppets. Some fell under her enchantment, their movements slowing, their attack rhythm disrupted. The Xuanwu and Yuhong steadfastly held the flanks of the formation, immediately launching their attacks whenever a spirit puppet attempted to flank them. Yuhong tore through the nearest spirit puppets with its razor-sharp claws and immense strength, while Xuanwu utilized its spiritual vein protection skill to form a robust shield, deflecting the assaults of the spirit puppets. The Taowu and bow positioned themselves centrally, engaging fiercely in close combat with any spirit puppet that breached the defensive line. Each punch from Taowu radiated tremendous power, sending spirit puppets flying. Bow, with its agile movements and sharp claws, struck at the spirit puppets with precision. Seizing the opportune moment, Fei released a cloud of toxic mist from the shadows. The mist rapidly enveloped a vast expanse of spirit puppets, who, upon inhaling it, found their spiritual energy corroded, their bodies gradually weakening. Yet, the spirit puppets seemed inexhaustible, continuously emerging from all directions. Yi realized that mere brute force would not suffice to resolve the dilemma. He must locate and destroy the core of the mechanism. He communicated with the Beastmasters through a mental link, urging them to remain vigilant of their surroundings while engaged in battle, seeking clues to the mechanism's core. Amidst the fierce skirmish, the Qilin beast, with its keen perception, detected an area in space where the fluctuations of spiritual energy were exceptionally intense. Yi's heart stirred with the suspicion that this might be the location of the mechanism's core. He directed the Beastmasters to concentrate their efforts and break through toward that direction. The Qilin and Zhuke intensified their fiery assaults, forging a path for the team. The White Tiger continuously erected ice walls to thwart the attacks of the spiritual puppets. The Bifang and Tungsha provided aerial cover, targeting the spiritual puppets attempting to obstruct their advance. The Nine-Tailed Fox employed its full array of confusion techniques to disrupt the maneuvers of the spiritual puppets. The Xuanwu and Yuhong safeguarded the front and rear of the group, preventing surprise attacks from the spiritual puppets. The Taowu and Bo fought valiantly in the center, clearing away the encroaching spiritual puppets. Fei unleashed toxic mists, diminishing the combat prowess of their adversaries. Through the collective effort of the spirit beasts, they ultimately broke free from the encirclement of the spiritual puppets, arriving at a location pulsating with exceptionally potent spiritual energy. Here, a colossal spiritual crystal stood, its surface inscribed with intricate runes, serving as the core of the entire mechanism. Yi commanded the Qilin and Zhuke to unleash their most formidable fire attack, and the flames of yin-yang scorched the spiritual crystal with ferocity. Under the relentless assault of the flames, the crystal developed fissures, and as these cracks widened, the movements of the spiritual puppets grew sluggish. Eventually, the spiritual crystal shattered, releasing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that dissipated the remaining puppets. Yi and the spirit beasts successfully navigated the perils of the mechanism within the ruins, yet they were acutely aware that further secrets and dangers lay concealed within. What challenges would they encounter next? Chapter 131. Overcoming mechanisms and seeking the secrets of the ruins, having successfully destroyed the spiritual crystal and resolved the crisis of the mechanism. Tranquility temporarily returned to the ruins. However, they understood that this was merely the commencement of their exploration of the enigmatic relic, with core secrets still shrouded in the depths of this ancient space. Yi led the spirit beasts deeper into the ruins. At this juncture, the light in the space grew increasingly dim, with the walls flickering ominously, as if they could extinguish at any moment. A profound and mysterious aura enveloped the surroundings, engendering a sense of vigilance. As they progressed, they stumbled upon a narrow passage, its walls adorned with a myriad of cryptic symbols and patterns. Yi meticulously scrutinized these markings, endeavoring to unearth clues pertaining to the secrets of the ruins' core. Yet, these symbols and patterns were obscure and inscrutable, starkly contrasting with any spiritual texts or designs he had previously encountered. The spirit beasts too sensed the enigmatic atmosphere within the passage, remaining on high alert. The flames upon the Qilin flickered gently, ever poised for unforeseen events. The Zhuke slightly unfurled its resplendent wings, its gaze intently surveying the surroundings. The White Tiger's ice-infused spiritual energy flowed, ready to launch an attack at any moment. The Bifang and Tungsha circled above, acutely attuned to the fluctuations of spiritual energy around them. The Nine-Tailed Fox concentrated, maintaining its confusion techniques in a state of readiness. The Xuanwu and Yuhong followed steadfastly at the rear, providing a solid support for the team. The Taowu and Bo stood tense with muscle, brimming with strength, prepared for any imminent danger. Fei lurked in the shadows, ready to release its toxic mists. Meanwhile, the Qilin beast led the way, utilizing its keen perception to detect potential threats and clues ahead. As he delved deeper into the passageway, peculiar patterns began to emerge on the ground, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy, seemingly guiding him in a specific direction. Yi resolved to follow the path indicated by these markings, convinced that they were closely linked to the secrets of the relic's core. Continuing onward, he suddenly encountered a colossal stone door. Intricate carvings adorned its surface, depicting what appeared to be a fierce battle between formidable spiritual practitioners and enigmatic creatures. At the center of the scene glowed an object radiating dazzling light, which Yi surmised to be the key to the relic's core secrets. Yet, the door remained firmly shut, devoid of any visible mechanism to open it. Yi scrutinized the carvings once more, searching for clues to unlock the door. At that moment, the enlightened beast emitted a low, resonant cry. Having discerned a correlation between certain carved lines on the door and symbols on the passage walls, following the beast's guidance, Yi compared the arrangement of symbols on the walls with the orientation of the carved lines on the door. After considerable effort, he uncovered a distinct pattern. By touching the carved designs on the door in a specific sequence, the stone door began to tremble and emit a deep, resonant sound. As it slowly opened, a surge of potent spiritual energy rushed forth, nearly unbalancing him. Beyond the door lay a circular hall, at the center of which stood a massive stone platform. Upon the platform rested an ancient tome, radiating a gentle glow, surrounded by peculiar crystals. Approaching the platform, Yi sensed the immense and mysterious spiritual power contained within the tome. He speculated that it might hold vital information regarding the relic's core secrets and the elevation of spiritual masters. Just as he prepared to seize the tome, a deep rumble resonated throughout the hall, and the ground began to tremble violently. From the corners of the hall surged four powerful pillars of spiritual light, coalescing into four enormous spiritual guardians. These guardians towered above him, exuding a formidable aura of spiritual energy, their eyes gleaming with a menacing red light that betrayed a strong hostility. Yi swiftly commanded his beasts to enter battle mode, understanding that to obtain the tome, he must first vanquish these guardians. An intense confrontation was about to unfold, and the question remained whether Yi and his beasts could triumph over the spiritual guardians and unveil the secrets of the relic's core. Chapter 132. Encounter with the Guardians of the Relic. A thrilling battle unfolds. As Yi positioned his beasts into a battle formation, the four spiritual guardians advanced towards them with heavy steps. Each guardian stood several dozen feet tall, their immense forms reminiscent of mountains, and the powerful waves of spiritual energy they radiated caused the entire hall to tremble. The Qilin and vermilion bird struck first, fully aware of the formidable foes before them, unleashing their might from the outset. The flames spewed forth by the Qilin surged like a torrent of molten lava, embodying the essence of annihilation as they charged at the spiritual guardians, while the vermilion bird's 9 yang flames followed in a vibrant display, intertwining with the Qilin's fire to forge an even more potent force of blazing destruction. The flames struck the spirit guardians, erupting in a dazzling radiance. However, the energy shield enveloping the guardians merely quivered slightly before effectively neutralizing the fiery assault. Observing this, the white tiger swiftly conjured a thick layer of ice beneath the guardians' feet, endeavoring to cause them to slip. The ice expanded rapidly, encasing the guardians' legs. Yet, the guardians possessed formidable strength. With a powerful stomp, they shattered the ice, sending shards flying in all directions. Bifang and Tung, she launched a surprise attack from the skies, with Bifang unleashing azure flames that resembled a flurry of sharp daggers aimed at the guardians' eyes and other vulnerable points. Tung, she wielded robust lightning, striking like a celestial dragon towards the guardians. Despite their colossal stature, the guardians moved with remarkable agility, swinging their massive arms to conjure a potent energy storm that repelled Bifang and Tung Xi's onslaughts. The nine-tailed fox concentrated her spirit, employing a bewildering technique to disrupt the guardians' movements. Her mental energy manifested as an invisible thread, entwining itself within the guardian's psyche. However, the guardians appeared to possess formidable mental resistance, momentarily pausing before breaking free from the enchantment and advancing menacingly towards the Beastmasters. Xuanwu and Yuhong swiftly positioned themselves at the forefront of the group, establishing a robust defensive line. Xuanwu activated the Spirit Pulse Guardian skill, enveloping the Beastmasters in a solid, earthen shield, while Yuhong emanated a golden glow that synergized with Xuanwu's barrier, amplifying their defensive fortitude. The Guardians' assaults rained down upon the shield like a torrential storm, causing ripples to dance across its surface. Yet, under the unwavering support of Xuanwu and Yuhong, the shield remained unbroken. Tao Wu and Bo charged toward the Guardians with fierce roars, engaging in close combat fueled by their immense strength and indomitable courage. Tao Wu swung his massive fists, striking at the Guardians' legs with each blow carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Bo, on the other hand, employed his razor-sharp claws in an attempt to rend the Guardians' energy shield. Nevertheless, the Guardians' defenses were remarkably robust, leaving only faint traces from Tao Wu and Bo's assaults. Fei lurked in the shadows, seizing the opportune moment to unleash a cloud of toxic mist. The mist rapidly spread, engulfing the Guardians. Upon inhaling the toxic fumes, the Guardians' energy shields exhibited minor fluctuations but swiftly returned to normalcy. During the fray, Yi discerned an underlying connection among the Guardians, their movements and defenses harmonizing seamlessly. Simple, dispersed attacks proved insufficient to inflict substantial damage. Thus, Yi communicated through a mental link with the Beastmasters to devise a new strategy. After keenly observing the battlefield, Yi promptly transmitted the new tactic through the mental connection. He instructed the Qilin and Zhu Ke to concentrate their fiery might on a single guardian, aiming to breach the defenses of one adversary first. Simultaneously, he commanded the White Tiger to erect ice walls around the other three guardians, temporarily restraining their movements and alleviating the pressure on Qilin and Zhu Quebec by Bifang and Tung. She continuously shifted their positions in the air, disrupting the other guardians to prevent them from aiding their beleaguered ally. The nine-tailed fox intensified its bewildering techniques, striving to create flaws in the coordination among the spirit guardians. Xuanwu and Yuhong steadfastly maintained their defensive line, repelling potential assaults from other spirit guardians to ensure the safety of the team. Taowu and Bo circled near the spirit guardians targeted by Qilin and Zhu Ke, seeking an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Fei concealed itself in the shadows, ever ready to unleash a miasma to disrupt the enemy. Upon receiving their orders, Qilin and Zhu Ke concentrated the flames of the blazing sun on a singular spirit guardian. The searing flames erupted like a colossal fire pillar, enveloping the guardian entirely. Under the onslaught of the flames, the guardian's energy shield flickered erratically, displaying the first signs of cracks. The White Tiger swiftly erected towering, thick ice walls around the other three spirit guardians, effectively trapping them momentarily. However, the guardian's immense strength compelled them to strike violently against the ice walls, causing them to tremble. Bifang and Tungsha weaved through the air, with Bifang unleashing azure flames to incessantly harass the other spirit guardians and divert their attention. Tungsha manipulated the power of lightning, targeting the vulnerabilities in the guardian's energy shields for assault. The nine-tailed fox focused intently, her eyes shimmering with intense light, as her mental energy surged towards the spirit guardians like a relentless tide. Through her efforts, one of the guardians exhibited noticeably sluggish movements, its rhythm of attack disrupted. The spirit guardian under assault from Qilin and Zhu Ke sensed an overwhelming threat, attempting to break free from the fiery bindings, and swung its colossal arm towards the Beastmasters. At that moment, Taowu and Bo seized the opportunity to charge forward. Taowu exerted all his strength, delivering a powerful punch to the guardian's arm, causing it to tremble slightly from the force. Bo then took advantage of the moment to slash through a crack in the guardian's energy shield with his sharp claws. At that instant, the spirit guardian, ensnared by the nine-tailed fox's illusions, suddenly lost control and crashed into the nearby ice wall. The impact caused a larger fissure to form in the ice. Observing this, the other two spirit guardians intensified their assaults on the ice wall, which began to teeter precariously. Yi realized that the ice wall was on the verge of collapse and immediately instructed Xuanwu and Yuhong to brace for defense. Indeed, the wall crumbled under the guardians' relentless assault. Three spirit guardians surged towards the Beastmasters, their eyes ablaze with furious red light, their attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Unfazed, Xuanwu and Yuhong unleashed their defensive abilities with all their might. The brilliance of Xuanwu's energy shield radiated magnificently, while the golden aura surrounding Yuhong became ever more resplendent. Together, they forged an impenetrable line of defense. The guardians' attacks collided with the shield, producing a deafening roar, yet the shield remained unyielding. Yi understood that they must swiftly eliminate the assaulted spirit guardian to turn the tide of battle. He once again conveyed commands to Qilin and Zhu Ke, urging them to amplify their fiery output without hesitation. Qilin and Zhu Ke unleashed their full might, the flames of the blazing sun becoming even more intense and potent, shattering the spirit guardian's energy shield completely. Exposed to the flames, the guardian emitted a tormented roar. Seizing the moment, Taowu and Bo launched another offensive. The monstrous creature leaped onto the shoulder of the spiritual guardian, delivering a flurry of fierce blows to its head, while another attacked the joints of its legs from below. Under the relentless onslaught of the beasts, the guardian could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed with a resounding crash, dissipating into a swirl of ethereal energy. With one guardian vanquished, the pressure on Yi and his beasts significantly lessened. However, the remaining three guardians became increasingly frenzied, their attacks intensifying. Yi swiftly recalibrated their strategy, commanding his beasts to launch a concerted assault on the remaining guardians. The Qilin and Zhu Ke continued to unleash fiery assaults, while the Baihu set traps and attacks of ice upon the ground. The Bifang and Tungsha executed swift aerial strikes, and the Jiuwei employed deceptive techniques to confuse the enemy. The Xuanwu and Yuhong held firm in defense, while the Taowu and Bo nimbly maneuvered across the battlefield to attack, and the Fei released a continuous cloud of toxic mist. Through their meticulous coordination, the remaining guardians gradually found themselves ensnared. Their movements were restricted by the varied attacks of the beasts, and their spiritual energy was steadily depleting. After a fierce struggle, another guardian fell. Yet, sensing the imminent threat of demise, the last two guardians began to merge, their forms coalescing into a singular, more formidable entity, the spiritual giant guardian. This colossal being towered over its predecessors, radiating an even more dazzling aura of spiritual energy. With a thunderous roar, it charged towards the beasts. Yi and his companions did not falter. They understood that this was the final hurdle to uncover the secrets of the relic's core, and they had to give their all. A more exhilarating battle was about to unfold. Could Yi and his beasts overcome this powerful spiritual giant guardian? Chapter 133. The 14 beasts collaborate to overcome the guardian and obtain the legacy confronted with the fused spiritual giant guardian. Yi swiftly assessed the situation, realizing that only by harnessing the collaborative combat capabilities of his beasts could they hope to triumph. At that moment, he sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy in the space around them, as if a new power was surging forth. Soon after, a peculiar radiance enveloped the bodies of Tangsha and Yuhong, their strengths amplified by the fervor of battle, infusing this arduous conflict with newfound hope. Yi decisively recalibrated their tactics. He commanded the Qilin and Zhuke to continue their formidable fiery assault on the front of the spiritual giant guardian, drawing its attention. Meanwhile, the Baihu persistently created ice traps and obstacles around them to slow the guardian's movements. Utilizing their speed, the Bifang and Tangsha flanked from either side to launch surprise attacks. The Jiuwei devoted itself entirely to employing deceptive tactics, disrupting the guardian's mental focus and causing its strikes to deviate. The Xuanwu and Yuhong formed a solid front line, resisting the guardian's onslaught while waiting for the opportune moment to counterattack. The Taowu and Bone navigated the periphery of the battlefield, seeking the guardian's vulnerabilities to deliver a decisive blow, while the Fey, from a distance, released toxic mists to diminish the guardian's spiritual power. The Qilin and Zhuke erupted in an even more powerful blaze, their flames roaring forth like an erupting volcano, surging towards the spiritual giant guardian. The spirit guardian sensed the formidable power of the flames and raised its colossal arm to shield itself. When the flames collided with its arm, they erupted into dazzling sparks, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. The white tiger swiftly conjured layer upon layer of ice beneath the spirit guardian's feet, creating a surface that was both smooth and hard, making each step for the guardian increasingly arduous, causing it to slip repeatedly. Bifang and Tung, she surged towards the spirit guardian from either side like twin bolts of lightning. The azure flames unleashed by Bifang sliced through the guardian's spiritual shield like a razor, while the lightning manipulated by Tung, she grew ever more potent. Wrapping around the guardian like a serpentine dragon, the flickering currents inflicting considerable damage. The spirit guardian attempted to pivot and retaliate against Bifang and Tung Shi, yet was hindered by the icy barriers erected by the white tiger, severely restricting its movement. The nine-tailed fox concentrated all her mental faculties, executing her bewilderment techniques to perfection. Her eyes sparkled with an otherworldly light, her psychic energy surging toward the spirit guardian like a tidal wave. In an instant, the guardian's gaze faltered, its aggressive assault rhythm disrupted. Seizing the opportunity, Xuanwu and Yuxiong bolstered their defenses, their spiritual auras radiating with vigor, steadfastly repelling the guardian's attacks. Meanwhile, Yuxiong identified the right moment to counterattack, charging fiercely at the spirit guardian and raking its sharp claws across the guardian's leg. The spirit guardian roared in pain, attempting to shake off Yuxiong, but the latter held on tenaciously, relentlessly clawing and leaving deep gashes on the guardian's limb. Wu and Bo observed the battlefield keenly, searching for an opening in the spirit guardian's defenses. At last, they discerned that the guardian's back was relatively vulnerable. Exchanging a knowing glance, Wu let out a thunderous roar to divert part of the guardian's attention, then swiftly charged toward its front. Bo seized the chance to stealthily maneuver behind the spirit guardian, using Wu's cover to leap onto its back. With all his might, Bo plunged his claws into the guardian's spiritual core located on its back. Simultaneously, Qilin and Zhuke intensified their fiery onslaught. While Bifang and Tung, she launched a more ferocious aerial assault. The white tiger created massive ice spikes on the ground, aiming for the guardian's legs. The nine-tailed fox persistently disturbing the guardian's psyche, and Xuanwu solidified the front line to prevent the guardian from breaking free. Fate elevated the concentration of his toxic mist to its utmost, enveloping the spirit guardian in a swirling green cloud. Under the synchronized assault of 14 spirit beasts, the spirit guardian could no longer endure. It let out a desperate roar, its body convulsing violently as its spiritual shield gradually dissipated. Ultimately, the spirit guardian crashed to the ground, disintegrating into countless fragments of spiritual energy that vanished into the air. Yi and the spirit beasts had triumphed over the guardian of the relic. At that moment, the hall erupted in radiant light, the ancient tome upon the stone pedestal glowing more intensely. Yi stepped forward cautiously to retrieve the tome. As he made contact with the ancient tome, a formidable yet gentle force surged into his being, simultaneously flooding his mind with information regarding the relic's legacy. It transpired that this site was a remnant left by an ancient spirit master, and the inherited power not only had the potential to elevate Yi's prowess within the realm of spirit masters, but also encompassed a unique method for taming beasts. Yi transmitted the information of this legacy through a mental connection to his beasts, who too felt the compelling call of this immense power. How would the inherited strength assist them in enhancing their abilities? What transformations awaited Yi and his companions? Chapter 134. The power of inheritance facilitates growth. Enhancing the realm of spirit masters, Yi and his beasts were enveloped in the wondrous sensations brought forth by the inherited power. This force flowed like a warm stream, gently coursing through their bodies, nurturing their spiritual energy while fortifying both their physical forms and souls. With his eyes closed, Yi concentrated, guiding this power to circulate within him. Following the unique cultivation methods delineated in the transmitted knowledge, he began to merge the inherited strength with his own spiritual energy. As the fusion deepened, Yi could distinctly perceive the richness and potency of his spiritual energy amplifying, while the realm of spirit masters he inhabited became increasingly stable and elevated. Techniques that had previously seemed nebulous within the early stages of his journey now crystallized with clarity, allowing him a more adept command over his powers. The beasts, too, underwent remarkable transformations under the influence of the inherited energy. The flames enveloping the Qilin grew ever more fervent and pure, with the edges of its formerly crimson flames beginning to shimmer with golden hues, a sign of the elevation of its fiery essence. Sensing its newfound strength, the Qilin roared with excitement, attempting to unleash its flames and discovering that their might had multiplied several-fold, now possessing greater penetration and explosive force. The Xuanwu's 9-yang flames experienced further enhancement, as the vibrant colors of its flames became even more resplendent, infused with an intensified solar essence. As it spread its wings, flames swirled around its form, forming a formidable shield of fire. Moreover, the Xuanwu's mastery over the 9-yang flames grew more intricate, allowing it to manipulate the flame shapes and attack patterns at will. The icy spiritual energy of the Baihu, under the baptism of the inherited power, became more crystalline and translucent, akin to the purest ice. Its ice-based skills saw tremendous improvement, enabling it to freeze vast areas in an instant, while the structures it created from ice became more resilient, imbuing its icy assaults with even greater force. With a gentle swipe of its paw, a flash of ice blue light coursed through the air, instantly transforming the ground ahead into a colossal ice sculpture. The azure flames of the Bifang, influenced by the power of inheritance, harmonized with mysterious spatial forces. While in flight, Bifang could now utilize its flames to carve out brief spatial passages, achieving instantaneous movement, thereby significantly enhancing its agility and ambush capabilities. Concurrently, Bifang's flame attacks became increasingly enigmatic, capable of inducing spatial distortions upon impact, inflicting additional damage upon adversaries. The lightning energy of the tongue, she surged forth with newfound ferocity and strength. The scales upon its body shimmered with a violet lightning, reaching unprecedented heights in its command over thunder and storm. The soaring serpent could summon colossal tempests of electricity, enveloping its foes within a tempestuous embrace. The might of the lightning potent enough to obliterate even the most formidable defenses. Furthermore, the serpent could amalgamate the essence of thunder with its own swiftness, achieving an astonishing velocity in its movements. The guardian hound's physique grew increasingly robust, experiencing a qualitative leap in its defensive capabilities. The power of inheritance manifested as an imperceptible armor of spiritual energy upon its surface, capable of not only withstanding formidable assaults, but also reflecting them back upon the assailants. Its prowess in close combat also saw significant enhancement, each swipe of its claws or collision infused with a surge of formidable spiritual energy. The beguiling techniques of the nine-tailed fox became ever more inscrutable, possessing the ability to delve into the mental realms of its adversaries, not only confounding their actions, but also implanting spiritual marks within their consciousness, allowing for manipulation of their thoughts at will. the fox's mental prowess intensified, enabling it to deploy its mesmerizing techniques against multiple formidable foes simultaneously, with effects that lingered longer. The tortoise's spirit vein protection skill underwent a comprehensive upgrade. The once earth-toned shield became more resilient and robust, endowed with self-repairing capabilities. Simultaneously, the tortoise could infuse various attributes of spiritual energy from the spirit veins into the shield, forming a composite defensive barrier capable of withstanding a multitude of elemental assaults. Additionally, it could harness the power of the spirit veins to unleash more potent seismic attacks, inflicting significant damage upon surrounding adversaries. Under the influence of the power of inheritance, the formidable beasts, Xuanwu and Bo, experienced a further amplification of their strength. Their forms expanded, becoming taller and more muscular, imbued with boundless might. They learned to better integrate the elemental energies of their surroundings into their assaults, rendering their attacks more diverse and formidable. For instance, Xuanwu could enhance its charges with earth energy, while Bo could ensnare foes using wood energy. The venomous skills of the flying creature transformed into a lethal force under the influence of the inheritance power. The toxic mists became not only more potent, but also acquired the capacity to purify negative spiritual energy. The creature could tailor its venomous mists to exploit the unique traits of its adversaries, maximizing the effectiveness of its toxins. Simultaneously, its mastery over venomous energy grew increasingly precise, inflicting substantial harm upon foes without endangering allies. The perceptive abilities and mental insights of the enlightened beast ascended to an entirely new echelon. It could detect exceedingly subtle fluctuations in spiritual energy, even discerning the intricate flow of energy within its foes, allowing for preemptive predictions of their attacks and maneuvers. Its mental insight skills also became significantly more formidable, enabling it to penetrate the weaknesses and strategies of its enemies while directly assaulting their mental defenses, thereby diminishing their combat efficacy. As the power of inheritance fused deeply with Yi and the summoned beasts, their strengths experienced a holistic enhancement. Yi understood that this was merely a new beginning. He would lead the beasts in mastering the unique techniques of the Spirit Sovereign, further unlocking their latent potential. What unique techniques would they learn next? Chapter 135, Mastering the Unique Techniques of the Spirit Sovereign. Unveiling new potential in beast mastery under the nurturing influence of the inheritance power, Yi and his beasts experienced a remarkable enhancement in their strength. He understood that to advance further within the realm of the Spirit Sovereign, it was imperative to delve deeply into the unique techniques of the Spirit Sovereign, thereby unlocking the latent potential of his beasts. Yi meticulously studied the various distinctive techniques documented within the inheritance information, tailoring specialized training regimens for each beast based on their inherent characteristics. For the Qilin, he discovered a technique known as flame spirit fission. This technique enabled the Qilin to undergo a fission of its own fiery spiritual energy, allowing its flames to manifest multiple small fireballs with independent tracking capabilities during an attack. Yi guided the Qilin through its training. The Qilin concentrated, channeling its internal fiery energy. Initially, despite numerous attempts, the Qilin struggled, with its flames merely intensifying without achieving fission. Yet, undeterred, the Qilin continuously adjusted the flow of its spiritual energy. After several days of diligent effort, it finally succeeded in executing flame spirit fission. A torrent of flames erupted from the Qilin, which instantaneously split into dozens of small fireballs that darted like lively sprites in various directions, striking distant targets with astonishing precision and power. Meanwhile, the Zhuke commenced its training in the Nine Suns aerial technique. This technique allowed the Zhuke to harness the power of the Nine Suns flame to manipulate the spatial spiritual energy around it during flight, achieving rapid movement and instant direction changes, while simultaneously launching formidable fiery assaults on foes below. In the expansive space of the mysterious ruins, the Zhuke practiced relentlessly, unfurling its vibrant wings and releasing the Nine Suns flame, striving to establish a connection with the spatial spiritual energy. Initially, the Zhuke found it somewhat challenging to control the spatial energy, resulting in an unstable flight path. However, with persistent practice, the Zhuke gradually mastered the technique, enabling agile turns during high-speed flight and unleashing meteoric flames upon enemies below, transforming the ground into a sea of fire in an instant. The White Tiger focused on mastering the ice prison technique. This technique allowed the White Tiger to compress and consolidate ice-type spiritual energy into a formidable icy prison, ensnaring adversaries within while continuously generating frigid air currents inside to inflict lasting damage. The white tiger trained in a glacial expanse, summoning its entire ice-type spiritual energy to coalesce a crystal-clear ice sphere before it. As the white tiger continually infused its energy, the ice sphere expanded, transforming into a vast icy prison. The white tiger attempted to draw some spiritual puppets into the icy prison, which immediately emanated chilling air, rendering the puppets immobile and leaving them marked with frost fractures. Through repeated practice, the white tiger became increasingly adept at controlling the ice prison, able to adjust its strength and range according to the enemy's capabilities. Bifang undertook the study of the Azure Flame illusory step. This technique, which intertwines the powers of fire and space, enabled Bifang to create illusory duplicates of itself in battle, disorienting enemies, while simultaneously utilizing spatial energy to instantaneously reposition itself for surprise attacks. Bifang practiced within the intricate terrain of the mysterious ruins, unleashing azure flames that twisted and morphed through the air, gradually forming several duplicates identical to itself. Bifang harnessed the power of space to vanish instantaneously, reappearing at another location, rendering it arduous for adversaries to discern the real from the illusion. Through relentless training, Bifang mastered the art of creating multiple clones, fluidly transitioning between the clones and itself, significantly enhancing its agility and ambush capabilities in combat. Tengshi delved into the technique of Thunder Shadow Blitz, which allowed it to fuse lightning energy with its speed, achieving unparalleled swiftness. When attacking, it manifested before foes like a flash of lightning, delivering a lethal strike. In a tempestuous realm of thunder and lightning, Tengshi cultivated its skills, channeling the electric energy to envelop its form before accelerating rapidly. Initially, it struggled to harmonize the fusion of lightning energy and velocity, often losing direction due to excessive speed. However, through persistent efforts, Tengshi gradually attained balance, darting through the storm with remarkable speed, attacking targets before they could react. Yuxiong focused on mastering the Diamond Guardian spell, a formidable defensive technique that allowed it to conjure a shield of impenetrable energy around itself, capable of withstanding powerful assaults while reflecting a portion of the damage. In the defensive training area of a mysterious relic, Yuxiong concentrated its spirit, mobilizing its inner energy to form a golden shield. When attacked by other spirit beasts, the shield trembled slightly under the onslaught, yet remained steadfast, reflecting some assaults back to their source. With continual reinforcement, Yuxiong's Diamond Guardian spell grew even more robust, enabling it to endure more formidable attacks. The nine-tailed fox concentrated on learning the soul enchantment technique, a skill that enabled it to delve deeper into the mental realms of its enemies, not only to bewilder them, but also to exert direct control over their actions and even seize their memories. In the mental training area of the mysterious ruins, the nine-tailed fox selected spirit puppets with a measure of mental strength as its targets. As it executed the technique, its eyes shimmered with an otherworldly glow, weaving its mental power like threads around the spiritual essence of the puppets. Initially, it could only maintain brief control over the puppets, but with relentless practice, it succeeded in exerting prolonged control and successfully extracted some information stored within the puppets. Xuanwu practiced the resonance technique, which allowed it to resonate with the Earth's spiritual veins, augmenting its defenses and attacks with their power. Near the subterranean spiritual veins, Xuanwu calmed its mind, attuning itself to the fluctuations of spiritual energy and attempting to establish a resonant connection. After numerous attempts, Xuanwu finally succeeded in resonating with the veins, radiating a yellowish glow around its body and significantly enhancing its defensive prowess. Simultaneously, it harnessed the power of the veins to unleash powerful seismic assaults, causing the ground to tremble violently and inflicting immense harm upon its foes. Tao Wu and Bo jointly studied the fusion of power and spirit technique, which enabled them to seamlessly merge their formidable strength with the surrounding elemental energies, amplifying the potency of their attacks. In the forest of spirit stones, they trained diligently, endeavoring to channel the surrounding earth and wood energies into their strikes. Initially, they struggled to master the rhythm of fusion, and their attacks appeared somewhat rigid. However, through relentless practice, they gradually became adept at seamlessly integrating elemental energy into their assaults. The collision attacks of the Tongwu were now imbued with formidable earth energy, while the claw strikes of the Bo were enhanced by the entangling effects of wood energy, significantly augmenting the diversity and potency of their strikes. Fei began to study the art of toxic energy purification. This technique enabled Fei to better merge toxic energy with purifying energy, enhancing the lethality of the toxic mist while also cleansing the negative energies afflicting adversaries and even corroding their spiritual energies. Fei practiced in the vicinity of a poison-laden abyss, attempting to intertwine toxic and purifying energies. After numerous trials, Faye successfully mastered the toxic energy purification technique, releasing a denser toxic mist that inflicted severe poisonous damage upon enemies while simultaneously purifying their negative energies, thereby substantially diminishing their strength. The Qilin beast focused on mastering the insightful perception break technique. This skill provided a comprehensive enhancement of the Qilin beast's perception abilities and mental insight, allowing it to more keenly detect enemy weaknesses and hidden dangers, as well as directly discern the core of enemy energy flows to launch targeted assaults. The Qilin beast trained in a perceptual training zone within a mysterious ruin, continually challenging itself with various complex perceptual environments to bolster its sensing capabilities. After a period of diligent training, the Qilin beast became adept at accurately perceiving minute fluctuations in enemy energy flows, anticipating their movements, and utilizing its mental insight to locate the enemy's energy core, thereby furnishing the team with crucial information for their assaults. As the Beastmasters honed their grasp of these unique techniques, their strength saw further enhancement. Yi eagerly anticipated that in the forthcoming Spiritual Sovereign Peak tournament, the Beastmasters would be able to showcase their formidable prowess. How, then, would Yi prepare for this highly anticipated tournament? Chapter 136. Preparing for the Spiritual Sovereign Peak tournament. Meticulously planning to conquer the championship, Yi understood the significance and challenges posed by the Spiritual Sovereign Peak tournament, an event that gathered formidable practitioners of the Spiritual Sovereign Realm, a prime opportunity to demonstrate strength and elevate one's reputation. To ensure that the Beastmasters performed at their utmost in the competition and aspired for the championship throne, Yi embarked on meticulous preparations. First and foremost, Yi devised a detailed training plan based on the tournament's rules and the characteristics of previous events. The competition typically encompassed individual contests, team battles, and special scenario matches, each demanding exceptional prowess, cooperation, and adaptability from the Beastmasters. In the realm of individual contests, Yi tailored specialized training programs for each Beastmaster according to their unique attributes. The Qilin focused on refining the precision and power of its flame energy fission technique, practicing relentlessly with various complex moving targets to enhance its tracking and striking capabilities with small fireballs. These targets not only moved at remarkable speeds, but also emitted disruptive energy, simulating the defensive tactics of opponents encountered during the competition. Through daily training, the Qilin gradually mastered the art of accurately maneuvering small fireballs in intricate environments, overcoming disruptions to strike its targets. Xuanwu devoted herself to the proficient application of the Nine Suns Sky Mastery technique. Yi crafted a simulated high-altitude arena, replete with various obstacles and virtual foes. Within this environment, Xuanwu diligently practiced high-speed flight, instantaneous turns, and aerial flame assaults. Through relentless self-challenge, she adeptly navigated the myriad obstacles at breakneck speeds, simultaneously launching devastating fiery attacks on the virtual adversaries below, significantly enhancing both her accuracy and power. Baihu's training in the ice prison enclosure focused on expanding the prison's range and augmenting its efficacy against adversaries of varying strengths. Yi instructed Baihu to employ the ice prison enclosure on spirit puppets of differing levels, continuously adjusting the prison's spiritual intensity and scope to accommodate the diverse opponents encountered in competition. Over time, Baihu mastered the skill of swiftly adapting the ice prison enclosure according to the enemy's strength, successfully confining powerful spirit puppets within the prison for extended periods, rendering them unable to escape. Bifang practiced the Azure Flame Illusion step in a specially designed arena filled with spatial fluctuations, further enhancing the quantity and quality of his clones, as well as the precision of his instantaneous movements. In this arena, spatial disturbances interfered with Bifang's spiritual perception, increasing the training's difficulty. Nevertheless, through unwavering determination, he gradually overcame these challenges, producing more lifelike clones within the complex spatial environment and adeptly utilizing spatial power to teleport behind enemies for surprise assaults. Tangsha relentlessly pushed the limits of his speed in a region abundant with lightning, challenging the velocity of the Thunder Shadow Strike. Yi devised a series of speed tests and attack drills, compelling Tangsha to engage multiple targets in rapid succession to improve the coherence and accuracy of his strikes. Throughout his training, Tangsha consistently surpassed his own speed limits, weaving through the tempestuous lightning to deliver lightning-fast attacks on multiple targets, leaving his foes nearly oblivious to his movements. Yuhong focused on fortifying the defensive strength and rebound effect of the Diamond Guardian spell. Yi arranged for other spirit beasts to launch various attribute attacks against Yuhong, compelling him to continuously adjust the shield's spiritual attributes and intensity to withstand different types of assaults. After extensive training, Yuhong's Diamond Guardian spell became virtually indestructible, effortlessly withstanding formidable attacks while reflecting a portion back, inflicting unexpected damage upon his enemies. The nine-tailed fox trained in the Spirit Charm soul capture technique within a space rife with mental disturbances, seeking to enhance the success rate and durability of her mental control over adversaries. This environment was saturated with diverse spiritual interference, and the nine-tailed fox needed to execute her techniques against spirit puppets with a certain degree of mental resistance. By continuously adjusting the output and frequency of her mental power, she gradually succeeded in controlling the spirit puppets within this intricate mental landscape, maintaining her hold over them for extended periods, and even delving into their memories. Xuanwu engaged in profound training of spiritual resonance near the underground spiritual veins, strengthening his connection with these veins and enhancing his utilization of their power. Yi guided Xuanwu in attempting to resonate with spiritual veins of various tiers, exploring additional methods of harnessing their formidable energies. In the course of cultivation, Xuanwu gradually established a connection with deeper spiritual veins, harnessing their power to unleash formidable seismic attacks and comprehensive defensive shields, significantly enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Taowu and Bo practiced the technique of unifying force and spirit within the forest of spiritual boulders, refining their proficiency and diversity in merging physical strength with elemental spiritual energy. Yi devised a variety of intricate combat scenarios for them, allowing the duo to adeptly apply the unified technique in real combat situations. Through their training, Taowu and Bo became increasingly proficient in integrating diverse elemental energies such as earth, wood, and water into their attacks, rendering their methods more varied and potent, enabling them to swiftly adjust their strategies according to different adversaries and battle contexts. Fei, in proximity to the abyss filled with toxic spiritual energy, delved deeply into the poison spirit purification technique, enhancing the toxicity and purifying capabilities of the poisonous mist. Yi instructed Fei to release toxic mist against various objects of differing spiritual attributes, observing its effects and continuously refining the application of the purification technique. Gradually, Fei learned to concoct targeted toxic mists based on the spiritual attributes of enemies, not only increasing their potency, but also effectively purifying the enemy's spiritual energy, inflicting severe damage. In the perception training area of the mysterious ruins, the enlightened beast further honed its insight-breaking techniques through training in extreme environments and complex scenarios. Yi created a setting rife with spiritual disturbances and concealed traps, compelling the enlightened beast to sense dangers, discern enemy weaknesses, and guide other spirit beasts in targeted assaults. Over time, the enlightened beast became adept at accurately perceiving enemy movements in highly complex environments, uncovering the core of their spiritual energy operations, thus providing vital intelligence support for the team. In terms of training for team competitions, Yi designed various simulated match scenarios, including ambushes, positional warfare, and breakout battles, fostering collaborative training among the spirit beasts in diverse contexts. He emphasized cultivating synergy and coordination among them, allowing for rapid reactions and mutual support during combat through repeated drills. For instance, in an ambush scenario, Qilin and Zhuke initiated fiery attacks to draw the enemy's attention, while Baihu swiftly created ice barriers to restrict enemy movements. Bifang and Tangsha launched aerial assaults, and Jitelu employed confusing techniques to disrupt the foes, as Xuanwu and Yuhong safeguarded the team's flanks. Meanwhile, Taowu and Bo plunged into close combat with the enemies. Fei released toxic mist to weaken them, and the enlightened beast observed the battlefield dynamics, providing timely intelligence and tactical adjustments. Simultaneously, Yi prepared an abundance of spiritual resources for the spirit beasts, aiding in their rapid recovery of spiritual energy during training to enhance their cultivation effects. Utilizing resources rewarded by the spiritual emperor's assembly and rare spiritual objects obtained from the mysterious ruins, he concocted a plethora of high-quality spiritual elixirs and potions. These substances not only swiftly replenished the spirit beast's expended energy, but also fortified their spiritual foundations, accelerating their cultivation progress. Furthermore, Yi conducted in-depth studies on the characteristics and combat styles of other powerful spirit masters' teams, amassing extensive intelligence regarding them. He meticulously analyzed the intelligence, identifying both the strengths and weaknesses of his adversaries in order to devise targeted tactics for his beasts. Against opponents proficient in long-range attacks, Yi formulated a strategy aimed at swift engagement to disrupt their rhythm. Conversely, for those with formidable defenses, he planned to exploit the unique skills of his beasts, seeking vulnerabilities to breach their fortifications. After a period of diligent preparation and rigorous training, the prowess of his beasts was significantly enhanced. With unwavering confidence, Yi and his companions eagerly anticipated the commencement of the Spirit Lord's Peak tournament, determined to showcase their abilities on the grand stage and contend for the championship title. What remarkable performances might Yi and his beast ensemble deliver in this highly anticipated event? Chapter 137. The Peak Tournament commences. Yi and his beast ensemble take the stage the day of the Spirit Lord's Peak tournament finally arrived, enveloping the entire Spirit King realm in a fervent atmosphere. Powerful spirit lords from every corner converged upon the competition venue, a colossal arena infused with spiritual energy, capable of accommodating thousands of spectators simultaneously. Surrounding the arena was a formidable energy shield, ensuring the safety of the audience while preventing the fluctuations of spiritual power during the match from causing any damage to the surroundings. On the day of the tournament, the arena was teeming with spectators, their cheers and discussions resonating in a vibrant symphony. As the pinnacle event of the Spirit King realm, the Spirit Lord's Peak tournament captivated countless onlookers, all eager to witness the thrilling confrontations between various Spirit Lords and their beast teams. Yi arrived early at the preparation area of the arena with his beasts. Each beast exuded vitality, their eyes gleaming with confidence and excitement. The flames on the Qilin danced joyfully, seemingly proclaiming its fighting spirit to the world. The Zhuke unfurled its vibrant wings, emitting a melodious call that showcased its strength. The Baihu's ice element energy flowed subtly, radiating a chill. The Bifang and Tung, she soared gracefully in the air, their forms agile. The Jiuwei, whose eyes sparkled with a lively brilliance, exuding an air of mysterious charm. The Xuanwu and Yuhong stood steadfastly to the side, projecting an aura of reliability. The Tao Wu and Bo were taut with muscular power. The Fei lurked in the shadows, poised for an ambush, while the Kaming beast vigilantly surveyed its surroundings, acutely sensing every subtle shift. As the opening bell of the tournament rang out, the host stepped onto the center stage to present the rules and procedures to the audience. The Spirit Lord's Peak tournament consisted of 4 phases: the preliminary round, quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. The preliminary round was conducted in a solo format, with each Spirit Lord dispatching one beast to compete. Through multiple elimination rounds, the strongest beasts would be selected to advance to the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals would feature team battles, where Spirit Lords led their beast teams into combat, also employing an elimination format to determine which teams would progress to the semifinals. The formats for the semifinals and finals would be adjusted based on the specific circumstances of the tournament, potentially encompassing individual matches, team battles, or special scenario contests. The inaugural match of the preliminary round was about to commence, and Yi sent the Qilin into battle. The Qilin strode onto the stage with a steady gait, its flames burning more fiercely, emanating an imposing aura. The adversary of the Qilin is a colossal creature known as the rock-armored beast, its body enveloped in a formidable shell of stone armor, endowing it with exceptional defensive prowess. As the whistle signaled the commencement of the contest, the rock-armored beast initiated its assault, charging towards the Qilin with the weight of a tank, causing the ground to tremble beneath its massive form. The Qilin, unfazed, swiftly exhaled a torrent of flames, conjuring a wall of fire that effectively obstructed the beast's advance. The rock-armored beast collided with the flames, its rocky armor sizzling under the intense heat, yet it did not waver, pressing forward in an attempt to breach the fiery barrier. Observing this, the Qilin unleashed the flame spirit split technique, causing the fire to instantaneously divide into dozens of petite fireballs that darted around the rock-armored beast's defenses, targeting its body from various angles. The beast attempted to evade, but the fireballs possessed a tracking ability, relentlessly pursuing it. Upon impact, the fireballs detonated against the rock-armored beast, creating a series of explosions that left numerous fissures in its stone armor. Enraged, the rock-armored beast roared, shedding fragments of its armor to reveal the sharp spikes hidden within. It swung its spiked arms towards the Qilin, which adeptly leaped aside while continuing its fiery onslaught. The flames clashed with the stone spikes, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Amidst the fierce confrontation, the Qilin continually adapted its strategy. It utilized the fireballs to divert the rock-armored beast's attention, then abruptly redirected the flames to launch an attack from below. The fire engulfed the beast's legs, scorching them and impairing its movement. Seizing the opportunity, the Qilin executed the flame spirit split once more, this time with even greater potency, striking the beast's vital points directly. The rock-armored beast was severely injured, crashing to the ground and losing its combat capability. The Qilin emerged victorious in the first round of the preliminaries, proudly striding off the arena as Yi and the other beast tamers rushed forward to offer their congratulations. Yi understood that this was merely the beginning, with more arduous battles awaiting them. In the subsequent preliminaries, which beasts would Yi dispatch to compete? Would they secure a smooth passage to the semifinals? Chapter 138, Triumphing Through Trials. Advancing to the finals, the Qilin's initial victory instilled a profound confidence within Yi and the beast-taming team. As the preliminaries progressed, Yi strategically sent forth different beasts in accordance with the characteristics of their opponents. In the second match, he deployed the white tiger. Its adversary was a wind spirit adept known as the Gale Leopard. The Gale Leopard moved with astonishing speed and agility, darting across the arena like a streak of green lightning. At the onset of the match, the Gale Leopard launched a fierce attack, using its wind-based powers to close the distance to the white tiger, its sharp claws aimed menacingly at its foe. The white tiger, composed and unflustered, instantaneously conjured a thick shield of ice around itself. The Gale Leopard's claws struck the ice shield, leaving only faint scratches in their wake. Seizing the moment, the white tiger invoked the ice prison technique, rapidly crystallizing a massive ice prison around itself, thereby ensnaring the Gale Leopard within. Within the confines of the frost prison, an overwhelming chill permeated the air, severely hindering the movements of the Gale Leopard. It endeavored to breach the icy confines using wind-based spiritual energy, yet the walls of the prison stood resolute as granite. Outside, the white tiger relentlessly infused the prison with icy spiritual power, augmenting its fortitude while simultaneously conjuring ice spikes that lunged towards the Gale Leopard. The Gale Leopard darted about within the prison, trying to evade the onslaught, but was ultimately struck by an ice spike, emitting a cry of agony. In the end, unable to withstand the relentless assault from the frost prison, the Gale Leopard conceded defeat. In the third match, Yi dispatched the mythical bird, Bifang. Its adversary was the formidable water pattern turtle, endowed with potent water-based spiritual energy. The turtle's shell could reflect a majority of attacks, and it wielded the ability to manipulate water elements to unleash formidable strikes. As the match commenced, the water pattern turtle initiated an offensive, spewing forth a colossal water dragon that surged towards Bifang. In response, Bifang unfurled its wings and soared into the sky, simultaneously employing the azure flame illusory steps. Bifang created several illusory duplicates to confound the water pattern turtle's vision, while it itself harnessed spatial energy to instantaneously reposition behind the turtle. Unleashing azure flames, Bifang targeted the turtle's back, sensing the impending danger. The water pattern turtle swiftly turned, using its shell to deflect Bifang's flames. However, Bifang was prepared, executing another instantaneous movement to evade the reflected fire and then attacking from an alternate angle. Through a series of relentless strikes and evasive maneuvers, Bifang gradually discerned the water pattern turtle's vulnerabilities. Concentrating its fiery essence, Bifang launched a fierce assault upon the turtle's head. The flames struck true, momentarily disorienting the turtle's spiritual energy. Seizing the opportunity, Bifang unleashed an even more powerful attack, ultimately vanquishing the water pattern turtle. As the preliminary rounds progressed, Ye's team, featuring the vermilion bird, tongue snake, Yuxiong, nine-tailed fox, Xuanwu, Taowu, Bo, Fei, and the enlightened beast, triumphed over their opponents through their unique abilities and formidable strength, earning resounding applause from the audience. Following the conclusion of the preliminaries, Ye's team emerged undefeated, successfully advancing to the semifinals. Aware of the heightened challenges posed by team matches, Yi meticulously analyzed the characteristics of other qualifying teams and devised a detailed strategy. In the first team match of the semifinals, Ye's team faced an opposing squad renowned for their expertise in earth-based spiritual energy and close combat prowess. At the onset of the match, the opposing beasts quickly formed a formation, using earth-based energy to erect a towering earthen wall in an attempt to obstruct Ye's team's advance. Yi commanded the Qilin and vermilion bird to unleash fiery attacks, the intense flames of the sun's blaze instantly melting the earthen barrier. Bifang and tongue snake swiftly broke through the defensive line from above, launching a surprise assault on the enemy's rear. On the ground, the white tiger set icy traps to hinder the movements of the opposing close combat beasts. The nine-tailed fox employed distraction techniques to disrupt the enemy's focus. Xuanwu and Yuxiong established a formidable frontline to thwart any retaliatory strikes from the opposing beasts. Capitalizing on the ensuing chaos, Taowu and Bo charged into the fray, engaging the enemy's melee beasts in fierce combat, while Fei released toxic mists to weaken the opponent's combat effectiveness. The enlightened beast observed the battlefield, providing timely intelligence and tactical adjustments for the team. With the close cooperation of the Beastmasters, Yi Yi's team gradually gained the upper hand. Although the opposing team fought valiantly, they ultimately could not withstand the formidable onslaught of Yi Yi's Beastmaster team and were defeated. In the subsequent matches of the semifinals, Yi Yi's Beastmaster team continued to maintain excellent form. Faced with opponents of varying characteristics, Yi Yi adeptly adjusted tactics, and the Beastmasters worked in perfect harmony, overcoming obstacles and successfully advancing to the semifinals. In the semifinals, the opponent was a formidable team, proficient in manipulating various elemental energies and exhibiting remarkable synergy. As the match commenced, the opposing team launched the first assault, unleashing elemental powers such as flames, lightning, and wind blades towards Yi Yi's Beastmaster team. Yi Yi quickly commanded the beasts to initiate defense. Xuanwu and Yuhong executed powerful defensive skills to withstand the elemental attacks. Qilin and Zhuke unleashed fiery assaults that countered the adversary's flames. Baihu utilized ice-based energy to freeze portions of the lightning and water elements. Bibao and Tungsha engaged in fierce aerial combat with the opponent's wind-type beasts. The nine-tailed fox employed illusionary techniques to disrupt the opposing team's tactical coordination. Tao and Bo sought opportunities on the ground to launch surprise attacks. Fei released a toxic mist to obscure the enemy's vision. The enlightened beast keenly observed the flow of the opponent's energies, searching for vulnerabilities. Amidst the intense battle, Yi Yi discerned a momentary gap in the opponent's elemental transitions. Despite their formidable strength, seizing this opportunity, he commanded the beasts to counterattack. Qilin and Zhuke intensified their fiery onslaught, while Bibao and Tungsha exploited the opening to breach the enemy's aerial defenses, targeting their core beasts. Baihu conjured massive ice spikes on the ground to restrict the movements of the opposing beasts. The nine-tailed fox exerted its illusionary skills to sow chaos in the enemy's tactical coordination. Under the united assault of Yi Yi's beasts, the opposing team began to falter, ultimately leading to Yi Yi's team triumphing over their adversaries and advancing to the finals. The stage for the finals lay before them, and Yi Yi and the beasts understood that this would be their greatest challenge yet. Their final opponents also comprised an extraordinary team, whose beasts possessed unique skills and exceptional combat prowess. How would Yi Yi and his beasts confront the challenges of the finals, striving to showcase their strength and seize the championship title? Chapter 139. Finals, Confronting a Strong Foe. Yi Yi dedicates himself to demonstrating his might. The atmosphere of the finals reached a peak of tension, ignited by the fervor of the audience in the arena. Yi Yi and his beasts stood upon the stage, facing their equally formidable opponents. The opposing team was led by a radiant unicorn, endowed with powerful light energy, while the rest of their beasts each possessed distinctive traits, excelling in dark, water, wind, and earth energies, forming a robust formation capable of both offense and defense. As the match began, the radiant unicorn launched the first strike, emanating a dazzling light energy that blazed like the sun, directing a colossal beam of light towards Yi Yi's Beastmaster team. Yi Yi swiftly reacted, commanding Xuanwu and Yuhong to unleash their most formidable defensive skills. Xuanwu's Spirit Vein Guardian manifested a robust earthen shield, while Yuhong radiated a golden aura that fused with it, creating an impregnable barrier. As the rays of light struck the shield, they erupted with a blinding brilliance and deafening roar, causing ripples to dance across its surface. However, with Xuanwu and Yuhong's unwavering support, the assault was temporarily repelled. Meanwhile, the adversary's beasts, adept in shadowy energy, stealthily melded into the darkness, aiming to ambush Yi Yi's team. Fortunately, the enlightened beast, with its keen perception, swiftly detected the movements of the shadowy creature and relayed the information to Yi Yi through their mental link. Yi Yi immediately directed the nine-tailed fox to employ its illusionary techniques. The fox concentrated, its eyes shimmering with an otherworldly glow, as its formidable psychic energy surged towards the shadowy beast. Momentarily ensnared by the illusion, the shadowy creature hesitated, revealing its location. Seizing this opportunity, Bibao and Tungsha dove from above, with Bibao unleashing azure flames and Tungsha wielding lightning energy to launch their assault. Forced to emerge from the shadows under duress, the shadowy beast engaged in combat with Bibao and Tungsha. In the center of the arena, the opposing water element beast summoned a colossal curtain of water, which morphed into various shapes as it surged towards Yi Yi's team. Yi Yi commanded the white tiger to counter with ice energy, swiftly erecting a thick wall of ice in the water's path in an attempt to thwart its advance. Yet, the water beast's power was formidable, as the curtain easily breached the ice barrier, continuing its relentless approach. Observing this, the Qilin and Zhuke simultaneously unleashed fiery attacks, their blazing flames colliding with the water curtain, generating a vast cloud of steam that enveloped the arena, momentarily hindering the water beast's offensive. The opposing wind element beast, cloaked by the steam, harnessed its powers to conjure a fierce tempest, seeking to disperse the mist and disrupt Yi Yi's team's vision. Yi Yi instructed the enlightened beast to sense the currents of wind energy, guiding the beasts to evade the storm's onslaught. Concurrently, he directed Xuanwu and Bo to seize the opportunity to close in on the wind element beast amidst the tempest. With their formidable strength and agility, Xuanwu and Bo navigated the storm, ultimately succeeding in approaching the wind beast. They launched their assault in unison, Xuanwu swinging its massive fists while Bo utilized its sharp claws, inflicting considerable damage on the wind creature. Meanwhile, the adversary's earth element beast covertly manipulated the earth elements beneath the arena, attempting to generate tremors to disrupt Yi Yi's team. Sensing the unusual vibrations in the ground, Yi Yi commanded Xuanwu to resonate with the earth's spirit veins, employing resonance techniques to stabilize the terrain and mitigate the earthquake's impact. Simultaneously, Fei released a noxious mist directed towards the earth beast, which, upon inhaling it, experienced a reduction in its power, causing its movements to slow. Amidst the fierce battle, Yi Yi continually observed the opposing team's coordination and energy application, searching for an opportunity to break through. He discerned that, although the opposing Beast-Tamer's team exhibited seamless cooperation, there existed transient disruptions in the synergy of their luminous spiritual energy with other elemental forces during collaborative assaults. Seizing this moment, Yi Yi conveyed directives to his beasts through their psychic connection. The Qilin and the Zhuke concentrated their fiery might, launching a fierce onslaught against the radiant unicorn. Concurrently, the white tiger crafted ice traps around the radiant unicorn, restricting its movements. The Bifang and Tung, she harried the radiant unicorn from the skies, disrupting its ability to channel luminous energy. The nine-tailed fox exerted its full capacity in employing confusion techniques, endeavoring to disorient the radiant unicorn. Meanwhile, the Xuanwu and the Yuhong stood resolute, thwarting any attempts by the opposing beasts to provide aid. The Xuanwu and the Bo, while engaged with wind element beasts, remained vigilant of the battlefield dynamics, poised to support the assault on the radiant unicorn. The Fei incessantly unleashed toxic mists, eroding the overall combat efficacy of the adversary. The Kaming beast closely monitored the fluctuations in the opposing team's spiritual energy, ensuring Yi Yi could promptly grasp the battlefield's evolving circumstances. With the beast's meticulous coordination, the radiant unicorn gradually found itself ensnared in a dire predicament. Its luminous energy, when attempting to harmonize with other elemental forces, faltered momentarily under the sustained interference. Recognizing this pivotal opportunity, Yi Yi commanded his beasts to execute their most formidable strike. The flames of the Qilin and Zhuchue's blazing sun intensified, directly impacting the radiant unicorn, which emitted a cry of agony as it sustained grievous wounds. Seizing the opportunity, the other beasts amplified their offensive, causing disarray within the opposing team. However, the adversaries did not yield easily. They swiftly recalibrated their tactics, uniting their strength to safeguard the radiant unicorn while attempting a counteroffensive. Fully aware that he must not grant them a moment's respite, Yi Yi urged his beasts to persist with unwavering fervor, maintaining the assault's momentum. Inspired by Yi Yi, the beast's morale surged, responding to the adversary with even greater ferocity. In this fierce finale, Yi Yi and his beasts fought valiantly against a formidable foe. Would they triumph at the last moment and seize the championship of the Spirit Sovereign Summit? The audience held their breath, anxiously observing every shift upon the arena. Chapter 140. Securing victory through unmatched strength in the Spirit Sovereign Summit under Yi Yi's command, the beasts' assaults descended upon their opponents like a torrential storm. As the radiant unicorn faced the overwhelming flames of the blazing sun, its luminescence began to flicker erratically, revealing minute fractures in its once impenetrable shield of light. Observing this, the opposing beasts endeavored to approach for rescue, only to be thwarted by the steadfast defense of Yi Yi's team. The ice traps laid by the white tiger rendered the approaching beasts hampered in their movements, as the water element beasts attempted to dissolve the icy barriers. Their efforts were evaporated by the flames of the Qilin and Zhuke. The wind element beasts sought to disperse the ice using gusts, yet Bifang and Tung Shi engaged them in aerial skirmishes, disrupting their maneuvers. Dark element beasts attempted to exploit the chaos to re-enter the shadows for a surprise attack. But the nine-tailed fox remained ever vigilant, its mental prowess firmly locking onto them, thwarting their ambitions. Meanwhile, the earth element beasts were preoccupied with countering the toxic fumes from Fey and the ground disturbances triggered by Xuanwu's resonance with the spiritual veins, leaving them unable to assist. As Yi beheld the imminent shattering of the Holy Radiance Unicorn's spiritual shield, he resolutely commanded his beasts to launch a final, all-out assault. The Qilin and Zhuke converged their entire fire-based spiritual energy, transforming the flames of Inferno into a colossal pillar of fire. Surging forth with an aura of annihilation aimed at the Holy Radiance Unicorn, Bifang and Tengshi simultaneously attacked from both flanks. Bifang's azure flames melded into the fire pillar, amplifying its destructive power, while Tengshi's lightning energy crackled around the pillar, eliciting a series of thunderous roars. The white tiger conjured massive ice spikes from the ground, targeting the legs of the Holy Radiance Unicorn to restrict its evasion. The nine-tailed fox employed its soul charm technique, striving to disrupt the unicorn's mental focus, rendering it unable to concentrate on its defense. Xuanwu and Yu Xiong formed a formidable frontline, preventing the opposing beasts from disrupting the coordinated assault. Tiao Wu and Bo momentarily extricated themselves from their entanglement with wind-based beasts and charged towards the Holy Radiance Unicorn from the rear, poised to deliver a lethal blow. Fate elevated the concentration of poisonous mist to its zenith, enveloping the Holy Radiance Unicorn and further diminishing its spiritual energy. Sensing an unprecedented peril, the Holy Radiance Unicorn struggled fiercely, attempting to gather its last vestiges of light-based energy for resistance. However, the onslaught from Yi's beast team proved too overwhelming, and the radiant energy shield shattered under the force of their assault. The pillar of fire struck directly at the Holy Radiance Unicorn, engulfing it in flames. Accompanied by a pained shriek, the unicorn collapsed heavily to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. The morale of the opposing beasts plummeted upon witnessing the defeat of the Holy Radiance Unicorn. Seizing the opportunity, Yi directed his beasts to pursue relentlessly. Under the combined attacks of his beasts, the opposing water, wind, dark, and earth-based creatures fell one by one. As the last beast succumbed, the shrill whistle signaling the end of the match echoed through the vast arena. Yi and his beasts had triumphed over their formidable adversary, securing victory in the Spirit Lord's Peak tournament. In an instant, the entire arena seemed to ignite with fervor, erupting into a thunderous applause and cheers. The audience rose as one, their faces alight with excitement, clapping vigorously and vociferously chanting, celebrating Yi and his team of beasts. Yi stood quietly in the arena, surrounded by his loyal beasts. His gaze swept over the jubilant crowd, his heart brimming with joy and pride. The cheers resonated like the most melodious symphony, a testament to their arduous journey and unwavering efforts. The beasts appeared particularly exhilarated. Some leapt joyously, while others affectionately nuzzled Yi, as if sharing in this moment of glory. In that instant, Yi understood that the years of dedication and toil he and his beasts had invested had finally borne fruit. Amid the expectant gazes of the crowd, the award ceremony commenced. The highest ruler of the Spirit King realm, clad in resplendent and solemn attire, ascended the stage amidst a retinue of attendants. The ruler's countenance exuded both authority and benevolence, cradling the champion's trophy crafted from precious spiritual crystals, which radiated a soft, yet potent aura of spiritual light, akin to a brilliant pearl shimmering under the lights, symbolizing the utmost honor of the Spirit Lord's Peak tournament. Yi stepped forward steadily and knelt on one knee, demonstrating his respect for the ruler. With a gentle smile, the ruler handed the trophy to Yi, kindly stating, "Young man, you and your beasts have exhibited unparalleled strength and unwavering spirit. This championship is truly yours. I hope you continue to forge ahead on your future path, bringing further glory to the Spirit King realm." As Yi accepted the trophy with both hands, he felt the warm spiritual energy emanating from it. A wave of warmth surged within him. Rising to his feet, he faced the audience and his opponents, lifting the trophy high before bowing deeply in reverence. During the award ceremony, the supreme ruler of the Spirit King realm personally presented Yi with the championship trophy, crafted from precious spirit crystals, radiating a soft yet powerful glow of spiritual energy, symbolizing the highest honor of the Spirit Master Pinnacle tournament. Yi acknowledged the audience and his opponents with respect, understanding that this championship was not merely an accolade but a recognition of the relentless efforts and dedication shared by him and his beasts, marking a significant step forward on their journey in the Spirit Master realm. Yet, Yi did not allow victory to cloud his judgment. He was acutely aware that higher realms awaited his exploration within the Spirit King realm, and that numerous challenges lay ahead for him to confront. With his victory in the Spirit Master Pinnacle tournament, his reputation resonated more loudly throughout the Spirit King realm, drawing the attention of various factions. How Yi would navigate this new situation and persist in his pursuit of greater heights remained to be seen. Chapter 141. The glory of the Spirit Saint attracts all factions to forge alliances. Yi recognized that this championship was not merely a dazzling honor, but a validation of the long-standing efforts and sacrifices made by him and his beasts. Throughout their journey, they had endured countless arduous training sessions and faced formidable opponents, with each battle testing their limits. Now, this trophy stood as testament to their perseverance and hard work. Nevertheless, he understood that this was only a firm step on their path in the Spirit Master realm, and within the vast and competitive world of the Spirit King realm. Even higher realms awaited his discovery, along with many unknown challenges to confront. Indeed, as news of Yi's victory in the Spirit Master Pinnacle tournament spread like wildfire throughout every corner of the Spirit King realm, his renown grew ever brighter, akin to a blazing inferno illuminating the entire realm. Various factions keenly sensed the immense potential within Yi and began to shift their focus toward him, quietly initiating an unspoken competition surrounding his rising prominence. The first to approach was the Lingfeng clan. The Lingfeng clan, a venerable and deeply rooted family in the Spirit King realm, boasted a multitude of formidable members, controlling numerous precious cultivation resources and mysterious cultivation techniques. The clan leader, Lingfeng Yichen, personally led a group of elite descendants to Yi's residence. Dressed in a light blue robe adorned with intricate wind-themed runes that shimmered softly as they fluttered, Lingfeng Yichen's attire reflected his distinguished status. Behind him, elite disciples carried several enormous treasure chests, adorned with a myriad of gemstones that radiated an alluring aura of spiritual energy. Upon seeing Yi, Lingfeng Yichen greeted him with a warm smile and promptly spoke. "Esteemed Yi, congratulations on securing the championship in the Spirit Sovereign Peak competition. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. I have come to extend my congratulations and also to invite you to join my Lingfeng family. With your remarkable talent and strength, should you become part of our family, you will receive our utmost support in your cultivation, sharing access to various resources and the family's numerous spiritual lands and secret manuals at your disposal. Furthermore, we can provide specialized training methods and precious spiritual items for your tamed beasts, assisting them in overcoming their power limitations." As he spoke, he gestured for the disciples behind him to open the treasure chests, and an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy enveloped the air. Inside the chests, rare spiritual herbs glimmered in vibrant colors, spiritual crystals piled high, alongside ancient manuals emitting a mysterious aura, their runes flickering as if they were narrating the potent techniques contained within. Soon after, Xing Yaotian, the president of the Starry Commerce Association, arrived, accompanied by senior members of the association. The Starry Commerce Association holds a pivotal position in the commercial realm of the Spirit King domain, with its influence stretching across every corner, controlling the majority of spiritual goods trading and circulation. Xing Yaotian, a towering figure clad in a black robe embroidered with golden star patterns, adorned with a crown encrusted with dazzling gems, exuded an extraordinary presence. Behind him, members of the association carried exquisite gift boxes filled with rare treasures. Upon seeing Yi, Xing Yaotian boisterously exclaimed, "Young friend Yi, congratulations. Your victory has resounded throughout the Spirit King domain. The Starry Commerce Association has always admired capable talents, and we are here to seek a partnership with you. Should you agree to collaborate with our association, we will offer you generous rewards, including a wealth of spiritual crystals and ores, as well as the crafting of a top-tier spiritual equipment set. This equipment, forged over years by our finest artisans, incorporates various rare materials, enhancing both your spiritual defense and offensive capabilities. In addition, we can provide comprehensive commercial support to help you amass greater wealth and resources, ensuring your path of cultivation remains unencumbered." Besides the Lingfeng family and the Starry Commerce Association, the enigmatic Lingyin sect also dispatched an envoy. Hidden within a mysterious valley of the Spirit King domain, the Lingyin sect is known for its elusive nature and minimal interactions with the outside world. The envoy sent was Lingyu, the sect's chief disciple, dressed in a pristine white robe, adorned with a light blue ribbon that fluttered gracefully in the breeze. He emanated an aura of tranquility and harmony, as if he were one with the surrounding environment. Upon meeting Yi, Lingyu slightly bowed and said, "Benefactor Yi, congratulations on your triumph in the Spirit Sovereign Peak competition. Although our Lingyin sect resides in a secluded area, we have heard of your remarkable deeds. The sect leader, recognizing your extraordinary talent and the affinity you share with our sect, has entrusted me with the honor of inviting you to join us. If you join, the sect leader will personally impart to you the unique cultivation techniques of the Lingyin sect. This method emphasizes the harmony between the mind and spiritual power, and upon reaching profound levels of mastery, one may perceive the subtle laws of the universe, significantly enhancing one's strength. Furthermore, within the sect lies a spiritual pool known as the Qilin pool, whose elixir possesses the remarkable ability to cleanse marrow and purify the bones, aiding both you and your beasts in refining spiritual power and enhancing your innate potential. In addition to these influential forces, numerous smaller families, spiritual cultivation groups, and representatives of various factions have also arrived, either extending olive branches in the hope that Yi will join their ranks, proposing collaboration to leverage Yi's reputation and strength for mutual benefit, or simply seeking to forge connections, aspiring to establish a favorable relationship with him. Confronted with the overtures from various factions, Yi fell into deep contemplation, fully aware that each choice would profoundly impact his and his beast's future development. He must deliberate carefully to make the decision that best suits him, continuing to advance steadily on the path toward higher realms. How will Yi ultimately choose? What transformations will this bring to his future? All remains shrouded in uncertainty and challenge. Chapter 142. Rejecting certain enticements. Focusing on elevating one's own strength faced with the olive branches extended by various factions, Yi found himself immersed in profound thought. The invitation from the Lingfeng family signifies abundant cultivation resources and the family's unwavering support, undoubtedly a tremendous boon for the enhancement of himself and his beast strength. The collaboration proposal from the Xingqian Chamber of Commerce could yield immense wealth and top-tier spiritual equipment, providing a robust material foundation for his cultivation journey. The allure of the Lingyin sect's invitation is even more tempting, with its exclusive cultivation techniques and the miraculous effects of the Qilin pool, which may enable him to achieve a significant breakthrough in his cultivation realm. However, Yi was acutely aware that each choice comes with its own corresponding costs and constraints. Although the Lingfeng family boasts formidable strength, its internal hierarchy is stringent, laden with numerous rules. Joining the Lingfeng family would require him to adhere to various regulations, potentially limiting his freedom for independent development. Moreover, the power struggles within the family are quite intricate, and becoming embroiled in them could bring considerable trouble for himself and his beasts. The Xingqian Chamber of Commerce, driven by profit, offers substantial material rewards through collaboration. Yet this may entangle him in commercial affairs, diverting his focus from cultivation. Furthermore, business partnerships often carry risks, if not managed properly. They could tarnish his reputation and future prospects. The Lingyin sect, while boasting unique cultivation methods and precious resources, has always been reclusive, and joining it might diminish his connections to the outside world, causing him to miss critical opportunities. After careful deliberation, Yi resolved to decline the invitations from the Lingfeng family, the Xingqian Chamber of Commerce, and the Lingyin sect. He recognized that maintaining independence and a free developmental space is paramount on the journey toward higher realms. Only by cultivating at his own pace and in his own manner can he truly unlock the potential of himself and his beasts. Yi expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lingfeng Yichun of the Lingfeng family, while candidly articulating his thoughts. Esteemed Lingfeng clan leader, I am profoundly thankful for the kindness and invitation extended by you and your family. The depth and resources of the Lingfeng clan have indeed stirred my heart, but I yearn to maintain an independent path of cultivation, exploring higher realms in my own way. I firmly believe that only in this manner can I and my spirit beasts unleash our utmost potential. I hope you can comprehend my decision. Although Lingfeng Yichun felt a tinge of disappointment, he admired Ye's resoluteness and independence, stating, Young Yi, since your mind is resolute, I shall not press further. I hope that should you ever require assistance in the future, you will keep the Lingfeng family in your cordial regard. In the face of Xing Yaotian from the Starry Commerce Association, Yi similarly conveyed his sincerity. President Xing Yaotian, I am grateful for the recognition and collaborative olive branch offered by the Starry Commerce Association. The conditions proposed are indeed enticing, yet my current focus lies in honing my cultivation, as I wish to avoid being overly entangled in commercial affairs. I trust that only by strengthening my own capabilities can I better confront the myriad challenges that lie ahead. I hope you understand. Xing Yaotian chuckled heartily, replying, Young Yi, I admire your decisiveness. Should you ever reconsider, the doors of the Starry Commerce Association will always be open to you. To Lingyu of the Lingyin sect, Yi remarked, Brother Lingyu, the invitation from the Lingyin sect is an immense honor for me. However, I believe I am not yet suited to join a sect so insular from the world. I wish to gain more experience within the realm of the Spirit King, encountering diverse people and matters, thereby enhancing myself. I hope the Lingyin sect does not take offense at my refusal. Lingyu smiled and nodded, saying, Aspirant Yi, each individual has their unique path of cultivation, and I understand your choice. Should you find yourself near the Lingyin sect in the future, I hope you will visit us. After declining the overtures from these powerful factions, Yi became even more resolute in his determination to focus on enhancing his own strength. He understood that in the realm of the Spirit King, where strength reigns supreme, only possessing formidable power allows one to traverse further on the path to higher realms. Thus, Yi and his spirit beasts embarked on a more rigorous training regimen. He devised a detailed cultivation plan for his spirit beasts. As one of the core combatants of the team, he placed particular emphasis on enhancing the fire spiritual energy of the Qilin. He took the Qilin to a place known as Flame Sun Valley, a locale characterized by perennial high temperatures and rich in fire attribute spiritual energy. There, the Qilin practiced, absorbing the valley's fire spiritual energy to continuously refine its flames. He stood by as a guardian, while also observing the Qilin's cultivation state and offering guidance as needed. Under the intense conditions of Flame Sun Valley, the Qilin's fire spiritual energy gradually became more refined and potent, with the color of its flames shifting from red to a vibrant orange-red, significantly increasing its power. Meanwhile, Yi led the White Tiger to the icebound wasteland, a place perpetually cloaked in snow and ice, where the chill is biting and the ice attribute spiritual energy is exceedingly rich. Here, the White Tiger trained in ice-based spells, engaging in combat with the ice spirit creatures inhabiting the wasteland to enhance its practical combat abilities. Additionally, the White Tiger endeavored to merge the ice attribute spiritual energy with its own mental strength, creating a novel attack technique known as Ice Soul Impact. During the arduous training in the frigid wilderness, the White Tiger's mastery of ice magic became increasingly refined, enabling it to conjure colossal walls or ice spikes in an instant, effectively defending against and assaulting foes. The Vermilion Bird undertook its training in a mysterious sanctuary for spiritual birds, where a multitude of ethereal avians congregated, each radiating a unique aura of spiritual energy. Engaging in discourse with these creatures, the Vermilion Bird assimilated their techniques for controlling spiritual power while absorbing the surrounding fire and wind energies to enhance its own prowess. Throughout this process, the Vermilion Bird unveiled a novel flight technique, Fiery Wind Ascendancy, allowing it to harness the dual forces of flame and wind, significantly amplifying its speed and agility. Meanwhile, the Black Tortoise engaged in its training near a spiritual spring close to Yi's encampment. This spring was imbued with abundant earth energy, and the Black Tortoise immersed itself for extended periods, drawing strength from the spring to bolster its defensive capabilities. Additionally, through resonating with the spring's energy, it refined its command over earth-based spells. Nurtured by the spring, the Black Tortoise's protective skills grew more formidable, enabling it to withstand even greater assaults. In parallel to the training of his beasts, Yi remained diligent, dedicating day and night to the study of various cultivation texts in search of methods to transcend into the spirit sovereign realm. He also endeavored to deepen the mental connection between himself and his beasts. Through this bond, he could more acutely perceive their emotions and thoughts, while they, in turn, gained a clearer understanding of his commands, fostering a more harmonious synergy. Amidst his training, Yi would engage in simulated battles with his beasts, orchestrating diverse combat scenarios to hone their adaptability to various situations. In one such simulation, he crafted a scenario wherein they faced multiple formidable adversaries. The beasts coordinated seamlessly during the encounter. The Qilin charged forth, its fiery attacks drawing the enemy's attention. The White Tiger created ice barriers on the flanks to hinder enemy movements. The Vermilion Bird unleashed aerial assaults, suppressing the foes with its firepower, while the Black Tortoise provided defensive support from the rear, ensuring the safety of the group. This exercise significantly enhanced their coordination and adaptability in complex combat scenarios. As time progressed, both Yi and his beasts experienced remarkable growth in their abilities. Yet, Yi was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Within the Spirit King realm lay myriad unknown challenges awaiting them. He firmly believed that as long as he and his beasts maintained unwavering conviction and ceaselessly pursued their cultivation, they would undoubtedly achieve greater breakthroughs in their quest for higher realms. Thus, as Yi and his beasts advanced in strength. What opportunities and challenges would they encounter along their journey? Chapter 143. Exploring uncharted territories in search of opportunities for breakthrough into the Spirit Saint realm. After a period of diligent training, Yi and his beasts had significantly enhanced their strengths. However, Yi understood that mere conventional cultivation would not suffice to break through to the Spirit Saint realm. He needed to seek new opportunities and points of breakthrough. After perusing a plethora of ancient texts and consulting with seasoned spiritual practitioners, Yi discovered that on the fringes of the Spirit King realm lies a mysterious and perilous unknown territory, rumored to conceal the crucial clues for transcending to the Spirit Saint realm. This enigmatic area is shrouded in a veil of mystifying fog, accompanied by strange sounds and powerful surges of spiritual energy. Legend has it that few who venture into this realm emerge unscathed. However, those fortunate enough to seize the opportunities within are destined for significant enhancement in their prowess. Aware of the inherent dangers, Yi resolved to lead his beast companions into this uncharted expedition in pursuit of Spirit Saint ascension. Before embarking on their journey, Yi meticulously prepared an array of supplies. He gathered an ample stock of healing elixirs, crafted from rare spiritual herbs, capable of swiftly restoring both vitality and injuries. Additionally, he equipped himself with various specialized talismans, each endowed with distinct functions of defense, offense, and detection, poised to play pivotal roles in moments of crisis. Furthermore, Yi ensured that his beasts were well provisioned with abundant spiritual sustenance, rich in spiritual energy, to facilitate their recovery after arduous training and battles. With all preparations complete, Yi and his beasts set forth toward the unknown region. After several days of arduous travel, they finally reached the precipice of the mysterious territory. Standing at the edge, Yi felt a potent and enigmatic aura enveloping him, infused with both peril and allure. Taking a deep breath, he turned to his companions, declaring, "Friends, the path ahead brims with danger, yet it may also harbor the opportunities we seek to transcend to the Spirit Saint realm. Regardless of the challenges we encounter, we must unite our efforts and face them together." His beasts responded in kind, their eyes alight with determination. Upon entering the unknown territory, the surroundings transformed into a realm of eerie strangeness. The sky, cloaked in dark clouds, was periodically illuminated by flashes of violet lightning, casting an ominous glow over the land. The ground was inscribed with peculiar runes, shimmering faintly as if whispering ancient secrets. Yi and his beasts advanced cautiously, with the Qilin leading the way, its flames burning ever brighter, illuminating the path while remaining vigilant against lurking dangers. Suddenly, a deep, menacing roar echoed from ahead. Yi's heart tightened, and he promptly signaled his beasts to remain alert. Soon, a colossal shadow emerged before them. This shadow resembled a panther, yet its size dwarfed that of an ordinary panther by several folds, exuding a formidable dark spiritual energy, its eyes glinting with an eerie crimson light. The panther unleashed a furious roar and lunged toward Yi and his companions. Yi reacted swiftly, commanding his beasts to engage. The Qilin unleashed a torrent of searing flames toward the panther. The panther deftly evaded the flames with a flicker of its form and, with astonishing speed, charged towards the Qilin, its razor-sharp claws poised to strike. The Qilin narrowly sidestepped the attack, but the panther's velocity was overwhelming, leaving several gashes upon the Qilin's side. Observing the plight, the white tiger swiftly conjured a thick wall of ice around the panther, attempting to ensnare it. The panther, however, crashed against the icy barrier with tremendous force, causing numerous cracks to mar its surface. The vermilion bird descended from the heavens, unleashing the Nine Suns flame to assault the Black Panther. Sensing the imminent threat posed by the vermilion bird's fiery onslaught, the Black Panther temporarily abandoned its attack on the Qilin and turned to roar at the avian foe. Seizing the opportunity, Yi scrutinized the Black Panther for vulnerabilities. He discerned that although the panther's eyes glimmered with an eerie red light, they would momentarily succumb to blindness when exposed to intense brightness. Thus, Yi communicated through their mental connection, urging the vermilion bird, "Focus your flames on the panther's eyes." Upon receiving the command, the vermilion bird swiftly redirected its assault, concentrating the Nine Suns flame towards the panther's dual orbs. The searing brilliance of the flame struck like a sharpened blade, piercing the panther's eyes. It emitted a pained howl, its body convulsing violently as its forepaws instinctively shielded its face. In this fleeting moment of distraction, the Qilin launched a renewed attack, its fiery spiritual energy reaching its zenith. Akin to a blazing meteor hurtling towards the Black Panther, colliding fiercely with it. The impact sent the panther careening backward several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The white tiger, showing no signs of hesitation, took advantage of the panther's fall to conjure sharp ice spikes beneath it. These spikes erupted from the earth, driving directly into the panther's abdomen. Racked with pain, the panther attempted to rise, but the relentless flame of the vermilion bird continued to assail its vision, hindering its ability to evade the white tiger's onslaught. The ice spikes pierced its belly, blood gushed forth, and in a fit of rage, it roared, dark spiritual energy surging wildly as it struggled to break free from its dire predicament. Yi, recognizing the panther's desperate fight, resolved to instruct his beasts to press the advantage. Everyone, unite and give it no respite, he urged through their mental link. The Qilin unleashed another torrent of flames, this time infused with the refined power it had garnered during its training in the fiery Sun Valley, resulting in an even higher temperature and greater potency. The white tiger, channeling its ice elemental energy into its claws, charged towards the panther like a descending tiger, poised to deliver a fatal blow. The vermilion bird circled above, continuously adjusting the angle of its fiery assault to ensure comprehensive suppression of the black panther. Feeling the overwhelming force of the beast's combined might, the panther summoned every ounce of strength, coalescing its dark energy into a colossal black orb, which it hurled towards the beasts. As the orb traversed the space, it appeared to warp reality itself, accompanied by a hissing sound in the surrounding air. Yi's heart raced at the sight, and he swiftly commanded his beasts to evade. The Qilin leapt to one side, while the white tiger rapidly erected multiple layers of ice shields before itself, and the vermilion bird adeptly altered its flight path. The black orb narrowly grazed the Qilin, striking the ice shields crafted by the white tiger. The shields shattered instantly, the force of the impact causing the white tiger to stagger back a few steps. Despite the shockwave, the beast showed no signs of retreat. Seizing the fleeting moment when the black panther's energy waned after its attack, Yi shouted, "Now is the time. Attack with all your might." The Qilin, white tiger, and vermilion bird launched their most formidable strikes simultaneously. The Qilin's flames, the white tiger's ice spells, and the vermilion bird's nine suns flame converged, creating a formidable torrent of spiritual energy that surged towards the black panther. Overwhelmed by this immense power, the panther could no longer resist. It let out a defiant roar before being engulfed by the torrent of energy. As the black panther fell, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to return to a state of tranquility. Yi and his beast companions exhaled in relief, yet they were acutely aware that the perils of this uncharted territory extended far beyond this encounter. Following the battle, Yi adopted a more cautious demeanor, proceeding with utmost care alongside his beasts. During their journey, Yi noticed a gradual transformation in the environment. The once ominous aura was supplanted by an ancient and enigmatic ambience. The runes etched into the ground grew increasingly intricate, while the dark clouds above began to dissipate, replaced by a soft, golden luminescence that appeared to beckon them toward a specific destination. Guided by this radiant light, Yi and his beasts advanced, soon arriving at the mouth of a vast valley. The walls of the valley were adorned with an array of bizarre patterns and inscriptions, emanating faint waves of spiritual energy. Yi scrutinized these symbols, but with his current repository of knowledge, he could only decipher fragments of information, hinting at a fierce battle that had once transpired here, seemingly linked to a breakthrough into the Spirit-Saint Realm. Upon entering the valley, Yi and his companions were met with an overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy. This force impeded their movements, yet Yi recognized that they were drawing closer to the opportunity for a breakthrough into the Spirit-Saint Realm. Deep within the valley, an unusual sound echoed, resembling an ancient call. Taking a deep breath, Yi encouraged his companions to press on. "Friends, we have come this far. What lies ahead may be the chance we have long sought. Just a little further." His beasts nodded resolutely, following Yi deeper into the valley. As they ventured further, the spiritual pressure intensified, compelling them to muster all their strength in resistance. Just as they neared the valley's depths, a pack of diverse monstrous creatures suddenly surged forth from the caves lining the valley walls. These beasts radiated varying attributes of spiritual energy, their eyes filled with hostility as they encircled Yi and his companions. A new battle was imminent. Could Yi and his beasts triumph once more over these foes and continue their pursuit of the breakthrough into the Spirit-Saint Realm? Chapter 144. Uncharted territories. Perils propel Yi forward. Yi and his beasts found themselves encircled by this unexpected horde of monsters, the atmosphere abruptly charged with tension. These beasts varied in form. There were agile, wind-powered flying wolves, their azure fur shimmering, surrounded by whirling gusts. Massive rock-armored rhinoceroses, their earthy-hued horns glistening with spiritual energy, shaking the ground with each step, and winged thunder serpents, resembling ethereal snakes, their bodies crackling with electricity and emitting a sizzling sound. Yi swiftly assessed these creatures, his mind racing to devise a tactical plan for combat. Through a mental link, he conveyed instructions to the beast companions. Remain calm, Qilin. You shall draw the attention of the rock rhinoceros and assault it with flames while evading its charges. Baihu, confront the flying wolves, utilizing your ice powers to hinder their speed and movements. Zhuke, engage the thunderwing serpents in the air, disrupting their lightning attacks with fire. I will seek opportunities to assist you from the sidelines. The beasts responded in unison, each adopting their battle stances, prepared for the confrontation. Qilin initiated the assault, charging toward the rock rhinoceros and unleashing searing flames. Unfazed, the rock rhinoceros fortified its rocky armor, charging headlong into Qilin's fiery onslaught. Its single horn glimmered with earthy energy, aiming directly at Qilin. With agility, Qilin sidestepped, focusing the flames on the rock rhinoceros legs in an attempt to diminish its mobility. Meanwhile, Baihu fixed its gaze on the flying wolves, raking its claws against the ground. Instantly, a thick sheet of ice spread beneath the feet of the wolves, causing their previously nimble forms to falter, their speed significantly reduced. Taking advantage of this, Baihu unleashed ice spells, sending sharp icicles erupting from the icy surface toward the wolves. The flying wolves flapped their wings, attempting to evade the icicles while retaliating with gusts of wind blades directed at Baihu. In the skies, Zhuke engaged in a dance with the thunderwing serpents, who unleashed bolts of lightning towards it. A web of electricity formed in the air, descending upon Zhuke. Soaring higher, Zhuke deftly evaded the electric net and unleashed the Nine Suns flame, a massive fire cloud descending upon the thunderwing serpents. Recognizing the intense heat, the serpents scattered to evade Zhuchue's onslaught. Yi observed the battlefield closely, searching for vulnerabilities among the beasts. He noted that while the flying wolves possessed great speed, their movement was hindered on the ice, and the damage inflicted by their wind blades on Baihu's ice shield was minimal. Thus, he instructed Baihu, continue to reinforce the ice surface, then attempt to ensnare the flying wolves with your ice spells. Following the command, Baihu amplified its ice energy, causing the icy expanse to expand rapidly, trapping more of the flying wolves within. Subsequently, Baihu cast a powerful ice spell, summoning a colossal ice cage that descended from above, ensnaring several of the wolves. Simultaneously, the battle between Qilin and the rock rhinoceros reached an impasse. The latter's formidable defenses rendered Qilin's flames incapable of delivering a fatal blow. After a moment's contemplation, Yi urged Qilin, endeavor to infiltrate the gaps in its armor with your fiery essence, undermining its defenses from within. Understanding Yi's intent, Qilin altered its approach, transforming the flames into slender tendrils that slithered into the crevices of the rock rhinoceros armor. The creature howled in agony as the intense heat penetrated its body, its movements becoming sluggish and its defenses faltering. On Zhuchue's front, it harnessed its agile flight and potent fire attacks to gradually gain the upper hand. The thunderwing serpent's lightning assaults waned in potency against Zhuchue's Nine Suns flame. The vermilion bird seized the opportune moment, channeling its fiery energy towards the head of a thunderwing serpent. The serpent, caught off guard, was struck by the flames and plummeted from the sky. However, just as Yi and his beasts began to gain the upper hand in the battle, an exceptionally large thunderwing serpent swooped down from above the valley. This serpent emanated a formidable electrical power, opening its gaping maw to unleash a massive bolt of lightning directed at the vermilion bird. Caught unawares, the bird was hit by the lightning and trembled as it fell from the sky. Alarmed, Yi hurried towards the direction of the falling vermilion bird while commanding his other beasts to continue the fight. Upon reaching the vermilion bird, Yi discovered that it had sustained significant injuries. Its feathers were singed from the lightning, and its spiritual energy had been greatly depleted. He swiftly retrieved a healing elixir and administered it to the bird. Gradually, under the influence of the potion, the bird's condition stabilized. Yi comforted the vermilion bird, assuring it, "Do not worry, my dear vermilion, rest for a while. We shall surely triumph over them." At that moment, the battlefield grew tense once more. The rock rhinoceros seized the opportunity while the Qilin was distracted by the care of the vermilion bird, launching another assault. The white tiger, facing the dual pressure of the flying wolves and the rock rhinoceros, found itself overwhelmed. Yi realized that he must devise a strategy to turn the tide quickly. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed a massive rock on one side of the valley, covered in mysterious runes. A thought struck him. Perhaps this rock possessed special properties. He dashed towards the stone, hoping to harness its power to aid his beasts in escaping their predicament and to continue their quest in this perilous, unknown realm. Seeking the opportunity to break through to the Spirit Saint realm. What secrets might this enigmatic rock conceal? Could Yi successfully leverage it to resolve the crisis at hand? Chapter 145. Encountering a powerful beast horde. Yi commands his beasts in battle. Yi hurried towards the enormous rock adorned with arcane runes. As he ran, he meticulously observed the arrangement and flickering patterns of the runes, endeavoring to uncover a means of deciphering their purpose. Meanwhile, the situation on the battlefield grew increasingly dire. The rock rhinoceros, taking advantage of the Qilin's momentary distraction, charged at the Qilin with unstoppable force, its massive horn radiating a golden-hued spiritual light, seemingly capable of penetrating any barrier. The Qilin swiftly sidestepped, but the rhinoceros's momentum was overwhelming. It grazed the Qilin's side, sending it flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. On the other side, the white tiger had managed to trap a few flying wolves, yet the remaining wolves coordinated with the rock rhinoceros. The wolves incessantly unleashed gusts of wind blades, disrupting the white tiger's efforts to maintain the ice surface and the ice cage, while the rhinoceros relentlessly trampled the ice, attempting to dismantle the white tiger's ice magic. The white tiger fought valiantly, but against the combined onslaught of both adversaries, it began to struggle, with cracks forming across the ice surface and the ice cage teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the thunderwing serpents, led by their enormous leader, reorganized their assault. They circled around the spot where the vermilion bird had fallen, continuously unleashing bolts of lightning in an effort to prevent Yi from approaching, while also ensuring that the vermilion bird would not rise again to join the fray. After Zhuke consumed the healing elixir provided by Yi, although its injuries had somewhat improved, it was still unable to engage in battle with full vigor in the short term. Yi finally arrived at the colossal rock, where he observed that the runes appeared to flicker in a rhythmic pattern, subtly intertwined with the surrounding fluctuations of spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, Yi endeavored to resonate with the runes through his perception and understanding of spiritual energy. He gradually infused his own spiritual energy into the rock, adjusting its output to align with the pulsating rhythm of the runes. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the summoned beasts continued their fierce struggle. The Qilin swiftly rose, its eyes ablaze with fury, charging once more at the rock rhinoceros. This time, the Qilin altered its strategy. Instead of confronting the rock rhinoceros head-on, it utilized its agile movements to circle around the creature, unleashing fiery assaults upon its vulnerable joints and abdomen. Despite its massive stature, the rock rhinoceros began to falter under the Qilin's nimble onslaught. The white tiger focused its spiritual energy, reinforcing the icy surface and ice cage. It understood that ice spells were crucial for restraining the flying wolves. As long as the ice surface and cage remained intact, the wolves would pose little threat. The white tiger continuously gathered the frigid spiritual energy around it, thickening the icy surface and fortifying the ice cage. At the opportune moment, it launched sharp ice spikes from beneath the surface, targeting the bellies of the flying wolves. A few were caught off guard, sustaining injuries from the ice spikes and howling in agony. Encouraged by Yi, Zhuke struggled to rise. It summoned its remaining spiritual energy, spread its wings, and took to the skies once more. Although it could not yet unleash the formidable Nine-Yang flame attack as before, it capitalized on its aerial advantage to disrupt the rhythm of the thunderwing serpent's attacks. Zhuke adeptly weaved between bolts of lightning, occasionally firing flames at the serpent, compelling it to divert its attention and preventing it from concentrating its power on Yi and the other summoned beasts below. As Yi continued to channel his spiritual energy, the runes on the rock flickered with increasing intensity, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly. Suddenly, the rock emitted a brilliant light, transforming into a colossal spiritual energy shield that enveloped Yi, the summoned beasts, and the surrounding area. The shield radiated a gentle yet formidable power, successfully repelling the onslaught of the aberrant beasts. The wind blades of the flying wolves, the charge of the rock rhinoceros, and the lightning of the thunderwing serpent struck the shield, only creating ripples of spiritual energy, without inflicting any harm upon Yi and his companions. Sensing the imminent danger, the aberrant beasts became more frenzied, intensifying their attacks. Yet, no matter their efforts, they could not breach this layer of spiritual energy protection. Yi recognized that this was merely a temporary defense. He needed to devise a plan to decisively vanquish these creatures. Through a mental connection, he urged his summoned beasts, "Do not let your guard down. the shield will not hold for long. We must seize this opportunity, adjust our states, and prepare for a counterattack. Qilin, continue to exploit the rock rhinoceros's weaknesses. White Tiger, reinforce the ice spells to prevent the flying wolves from escaping. Zhuke, look for an opportunity to deliver a lethal blow to the thunderwing serpent. Upon receiving the command, the beasts adjusted their states accordingly. The flames enveloping the Qilin blazed even more fervently as it timed its charge towards the rock rhino, directing its fiery assault towards the creature's eyes. The rock rhino instinctively shut its eyes, causing a brief pause in its movement. Seizing this opportunity, the white tiger conjured more sharp ice spikes beneath the rock rhino's feet, inflicting painful wounds that destabilized its balance, nearly causing it to topple. Meanwhile, the vermilion bird soared through the skies, searching for a weakness in the thunderwing serpents. It discerned that the serpents required a moment of charge before unleashing their lightning strikes. Thus, during one such moment, the vermilion bird swiftly dove down, grasped the thunderwing serpent with its claws, and forcefully hurled it to the ground. Observing this, the other thunderwing serpents converged upon the vermilion bird. It deftly maneuvered among them, relentlessly attacking with flames, throwing the thunderwing serpents into disarray. Just as Yi and the beasts prepared to further capitalize on their victories, the spiritual energy shield flickered ominously, signaling its impending shatter. Yi understood that the moment for counterattack had arrived. He shouted, "The shield can barely hold. Everyone, unleash your full strength." As the shield fractured, Yi and the beasts surged towards the horde of otherworldly creatures like tigers descending from the mountains, heralding the onset of an even more intense battle. Would Yi and the beasts succeed in repelling this formidable onslaught? What new challenges awaited them in this uncharted territory? Chapter 146, with wisdom and power. Successfully repelling the otherworldly assault as the spiritual energy shield flickered and shattered, Yi and the beasts charged forth towards the horde of otherworldly creatures, embarking on a heart-stopping showdown. With its blazing flames, the Qilin charged once more at the rock rhino, keenly aware that the creature was hindered by its leg injury. Channeling all its fiery power, the Qilin targeted the vulnerable neck of the rock rhino. Sensing the imminent threat, the rock rhino attempted to raise its horn in defense. But the Qilin's speed was overwhelming, and the flames swiftly engulfed the creature's neck. The rock rhino let out a pained roar, its body quaking violently before it collapsed to the ground. After repelling the flying wolves' destruction of the ice surface and cage, the white tiger seized the moment when the wolves were distracted by the injured rock rhino to unleash its most potent ice spell. The temperature around plummeted sharply, causing the moisture in the air to crystallize into countless sharp ice spikes, raining down upon the flying wolves. The wolves were caught off guard, succumbing to the barrage of ice. Those trapped within the ice cage also lost their combat capabilities under the relentless assault. Realizing the dire situation, the remaining flying wolves attempted to flee, but the white tiger would not grant them such an opportunity. With a flash of its form, the white tiger blocked their escape and cast an even larger ice prison to ensnare them. The battle between the vermilion bird and the thunderwing serpents intensified as well. The vermilion bird cleverly exploited the brief moments of charge the serpents required for their attacks, launching successive ambushes. Its flames gradually gained the upper hand against the serpent's lightning strikes. The vermilion bird seized the opportune moment, soaring above the massive thunderwing serpent leader before plunging downwards with great force, unleashing all of its fiery spiritual energy to form a colossal pillar of flame, aimed directly at the serpent leader. The thunderwing serpent leader, sensing unprecedented pressure, expended all its might to release a powerful bolt of lightning in an attempt to counter the vermilion bird's assault. However, the flames of the vermilion bird proved overwhelmingly potent, causing the lightning to dissipate under the fiery onslaught, and the pillar of fire struck the thunderwing serpent leader directly. It emitted a piercing cry of anguish as its body was engulfed in flames, crashing heavily to the ground. With the loss of their leader, the thunderwing serpents descended into chaos. Seizing the advantage, the vermilion bird, alongside the white tiger and the Qilin, launched a final offensive against the remaining serpents. Under the formidable assault of Yi and his beasts, the thunderwing serpents were swiftly vanquished. As the last of the aberrant beasts fell, tranquility finally returned to the battlefield. Although Yi and his beasts were utterly exhausted, their eyes sparkled with the light of victory. This battle not only showcased their formidable strength, but also enhanced their synergy. Yi approached each of his beasts, gently stroking them in gratitude for their bravery and contributions. After a brief respite, Yi and his beasts resumed their exploration of the valley. They followed a narrow path along the valley floor, noticing a gradual transformation in their surroundings. The once eerie valley began to brighten, revealing ancient murals on the walls flanking them. These murals were vividly animated, depicting a grand battle scene where powerful spiritual cultivators engaged in fierce combat with various extraordinary creatures. At the center of the conflict, a mysterious force seemed to surge. Yi meticulously examined the murals, seeking clues related to the breakthrough into the spiritual saint realm. In the murals, he observed that the spiritual cultivators employed a unique method of spiritual energy manipulation, one that perfectly fused their own spiritual energy with the surrounding celestial energy, thereby unleashing unimaginable power. A thought sparked within Yi. Mastering this method might significantly aid in his breakthrough to the spiritual saint realm. He shared this discovery with his beasts through their mental connection, and they eagerly expressed their desire to study the murals together, searching for hidden truths. After a thorough examination, Yi and his beasts recognized that the energy manipulation routes depicted in the murals greatly differed from their familiar cultivation methods. This approach emphasized the guidance and control of celestial energy rather than merely relying on the enhancement of one's own spiritual energy. Yi began to attempt to channel energy along the routes illustrated in the murals. However, the process proved challenging. Each time he endeavored to draw celestial energy into his body, the energy became chaotic, failing to follow the intended path. Just as frustration began to set in, the Qilin emitted a low hum. Yi turned to see the flames surrounding the Qilin brightening, as if it had grasped some profound insight. The Qilin began to gracefully circle Yi, releasing its own fiery spiritual energy, resonating with the surrounding celestial energy. Inspired by the Qilin, Yi made another attempt to guide the celestial energy. In this instance, with the assistance of the Qilin's fiery spiritual energy, Yi successfully guided a small stream of celestial energy into his body, following the path depicted in the mural for a short distance. Although it was merely a modest advancement, it ignited a flicker of hope within Yi. He persevered, continuously fine-tuning his spiritual state, and his synergy with the Qilin grew increasingly harmonious. Gradually, Yi was able to channel greater amounts of celestial energy into his being, skillfully maneuvering along the route illustrated in the mural. As the energy circulated, he sensed a significant enhancement in his mastery over it. Enveloped by a warm force that invigorated his body, the spirit beasts, witnessing Yi's progress, were equally inspired, eagerly attempting to draw insights from the mural to elevate their own abilities. The white tiger closed its eyes, merging its ice-based energy with the surrounding chill, striving to conjure a more potent ice spell. Meanwhile, the vermilion bird soared through the sky, attuning to the forces of wind and fire, endeavoring to amalgamate the two for improved flight speed and the potency of its fiery assaults. As Yi and the spirit beasts immersed themselves in their cultivation, the sky gradually darkened. A veil of mist enveloped the valley, imbuing it with an air of mystery. Recognizing that the nocturnal valley could prove more perilous, Yi resolved to lead the spirit beasts in search of a secure haven for rest, intending to resume their exploration at dawn. They proceeded along a narrow path and discovered a cave nestled against one side of the valley. Though modest in size, the entrance was etched with runes, seemingly offering some form of protection. Yi approached the cave with caution, probing it with his spiritual energy to ensure it posed no danger before guiding the spirit beasts inside. The cave was remarkably dry, with a flat floor, making it a suitable resting place. Yi assigned the spirit beasts to take turns on watch to guarantee their safety, while he himself took a moment to recuperate his strength and energy. On the following morning, sunlight streamed into the cave, and Yi, along with the spirit beasts, awoke rejuvenated. They emerged from the cave and continued their exploration of the valley. As they ventured deeper, they encountered a colossal stone door at the valley's end. The door was adorned with intricate carvings, featuring soaring phoenixes, galloping dragons, and various enigmatic runes. It emanated a powerful wave of spiritual energy, suggesting that the world beyond concealed profound secrets. Yi and the spirit beasts approached the stone door, scrutinizing the patterns and runes with care. He attempted to touch the runes with his spiritual energy, causing them to shimmer with light, and the door erupted with a deep rumbling sound as it slowly creaked open. Beyond lay a long corridor, suffused with a gentle white glow, as if leading to a mysterious realm. Taking a deep breath, Yi turned to his companions and proclaimed, "Friends, the world beyond this door may harbor the key to our transcending the spirit saint realm. Whatever lies ahead, we shall face it together." The spirit beasts nodded in agreement, following Yi as they stepped into the corridor. What awaited them at the corridor's end? Was it the opportunity for a breakthrough or a new challenge? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 147. Discovering the entrance to the mysterious ruins. Deciding to delve deeper, Yi and his beasts advanced cautiously along the passageway, illuminated by a gentle white radiance that suffused the surroundings. The walls on either side were inscribed with an array of spiritual cultivation knowledge and techniques, encompassing everything from the rudimentary perception of spiritual energy to the profound methods of energy merging. As Yi traversed the corridor, he meticulously studied the inscriptions, pausing intermittently to share his insights with his companions. Through their mental connection, the beasts exchanged thoughts with Yi, drawing nourishment from the ancient wisdom and gaining fresh perspectives on enhancing their abilities. As they ventured deeper, Yi discerned that the knowledge appeared to be organized in a certain sequence. The further they progressed, the more profound the content became. He realized that this might be an intentional guide left by predecessors, aimed at aiding future seekers in comprehending and mastering the mysteries of spiritual energy, thus transcending to higher realms. With this thought, anticipation filled Yi's heart, tempered by a growing caution, for he understood that the challenges would intensify as they approached the end of the passage. After a considerable journey, the passage finally culminated in a vast circular chamber. At its center stood a stone platform, upon which rested an ancient tome radiating a golden luminescence. Surrounding the book was a circle of energy barriers, adorned with intricate runes that seemed to safeguard the precious volume. Encircling the platform were 4 colossal statues, each depicting a dragon, phoenix, Qilin, and white tiger, their lifelike forms emanating a potent wave of spiritual energy, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Yi and his beasts approached the stone platform with utmost caution, striving to scrutinize the details of the ancient tome and the energy barrier. However, as they drew near, the 4 statues suddenly emitted a deep, resonant roar, their eyes igniting with brilliance, and the energy fluctuations around them intensified. Subsequently, torrents of spiritual energy surged forth from the statues, coalescing in the air into numerous energy tendrils that darted toward Yi and his companions. Reacting swiftly, Yi commanded the beasts to evade the onslaught. The Qilin unleashed a torrent of flames in an attempt to incinerate the energy tendrils. The white tiger erected icy walls to deflect the assault. The phoenix soared into the air, utilizing its aerial advantage to evade the attack, and Yi himself conjured a protective energy shield to safeguard both himself and the beasts. Nevertheless, the sheer number of energy tendrils, coupled with their remarkable resilience, meant that the Qilin's flames only temporarily stalled their advance, while the icy walls began to fracture under the relentless impact. Realizing that mere evasion and defense would not suffice, Yi understood he must discover a means to counter the statue's energy assault. While directing his companions to continue their resistance, he observed the statues and the patterns of the energy tendrils' movements. After careful scrutiny, Yi noted a close correlation between the rhythm of the energy tendrils' attacks and the flickering frequency of the runes on the statues. If he could decipher the pattern of the rune's illumination, it might unveil a way to dismantle the assault. Through their mental link, Yi communicated with his beasts. Everyone, hold steady. I am searching for a way to unravel these energy tendrils. Pay close attention to the flickering of the runes on the statues. We must discern the pattern and then seize the opportunity to strike back. Upon receiving the directive, the summoned beasts intensified their focus, resolutely resisting the onslaught of the spiritual energy ropes while remaining vigilant to the fluctuations of the statue's runes. After a period of intense observation and analysis, Yi finally discerned the pattern of the runes flickering. He noted that the flickering occurred in 4 distinct phases, each characterized by its own frequency and rhythm. Yi swiftly devised a strategy, addressing the summoned beasts. Qilin, during the first phase of the rune's flickering, unleash your fiery assault on the dragon statue to the left. Baihu, when we reach the second phase, employ your ice magic against the phoenix statue on the right. Zhuke, in the third phase, dive from above and unleash flames upon the Qilin statue ahead. I shall channel my spiritual energy to strike the Baihu statue in the 4th phase. We must coordinate our attacks to disrupt their rhythm of spiritual energy output. The summoned beasts prepared themselves, awaiting the runes to reach the corresponding phase. As the runes flickered into the 1st phase, Qilin initiated the assault, a searing fireball hurtling towards the leftward dragon statue. The dragon statue, upon receiving the blow, experienced a brief disruption in the flickering of its runes, causing the assault of the spiritual energy ropes to weaken. Following this, the runes transitioned to the 2nd phase, where Baihu unleashed a massive ice spear towards the rightward phoenix statue, which was similarly affected. In the 3rd phase, Zhuke descended from the skies, releasing a torrent of flames that struck the Qilin statue positioned before them. Finally, Yi concentrated all his spiritual energy, directing a forceful impact towards the Baize statue behind. Under the combined onslaught of Yi and the summoned beasts, the runes adorning the four statues were thrown into complete disarray, and the assault of the spiritual energy ropes abruptly ceased. The statues emitted a deep, resonant rumble, and the fluctuations of their spiritual energy gradually diminished. Yi and the summoned beasts successfully deflected the statue's aggression. However, they understood that this was merely the initial step into the ruins, and further challenges likely awaited them ahead. Yi turned his gaze once more to the ancient tome resting upon the stone platform, aware that this tome might hold the key to transcending the realm of the spirit sage. Yet, the spiritual energy barrier surrounding the tome remained intact, and the challenge of breaching this barrier to obtain the tome became the pressing concern for Yi and his summoned beasts. As Yi paced around the stone platform, meticulously examining the runes upon the spiritual energy barrier, he endeavored to uncover a method to dismantle it. The summoned beasts stood guard nearby, vigilant against any emerging threats. Thus, the question loomed: would Yi succeed in unraveling the spiritual energy barrier to acquire the tome? And what transformations would follow upon obtaining it? All remained shrouded in suspense. Chapter 148. The Mysteries Within the Ruins. Yi's cautious approach to the mechanisms. Yi circled the stone platform, wholly absorbed in scrutinizing the runes upon the spiritual energy barrier. These runes, with their intricate and interwoven lines, shimmered with a mysterious luminescence, seemingly harboring ancient and formidable power. Yi was acutely aware that a reckless touch could provoke unforeseen dangers, and thus he needed to discover the correct method to breach the barrier. He recalled the esoteric knowledge engraved upon the walls of the passage, seeking clues related to these runes. After considerable reflection, Yi discerned that the arrangement of these runes bore a resemblance to an ancient sealing technique of spiritual energy. This sealing technique employs specific fluctuations of spiritual energy and a combination of runes to restrict or safeguard certain objects. Yi speculated that to unravel this layer of spiritual barrier, it may be necessary to guide the spiritual energy in a precise sequence and manner, resonating with the runes. He began to experiment by touching the runes with various spiritual energy fluctuations. Each contact elicited different reactions from the runes. At times, the runes would flicker more brightly, and at others, they would emit a low, resonant hum, yet the barrier showed no signs of yielding. Undeterred, Yi continually adjusted the frequency and intensity of his spiritual energy, persistently trying again and again. Throughout his attempts to breach the barrier, his beast companions stood guard vigilantly around him. The flames on the Qilin blazed more fiercely, ever ready to confront any impending danger. The white tiger meticulously laid layers of ice defenses to ensure that no threat could approach Yi. The vermilion bird circled overhead, keenly observing the surroundings, prepared to sound the alarm at the first sign of anomaly. After countless attempts, Yi finally discovered a pivotal rune. When he touched this rune with a unique fluctuation of spiritual energy, it emitted a gentle glow and resonated faintly with the surrounding runes. A surge of joy filled Yi's heart. He knew he had found the right path. Subsequently, he touched the other runes in a specific order, and with each contact, the resonance among the runes intensified. As the resonance grew stronger, the spiritual barrier began to shift. The glow of the barrier softened, and the flickering of the runes became more rhythmic. Yi sensed that the power of the barrier was gradually diminishing. Just as he was on the verge of completing the sequence of rune touches, a sudden, powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from beneath the stone platform, crashing toward Yi. Taken unawares, he was struck by this wave of energy and propelled backward several meters. Seeing this, his beast companions rushed toward him. The Qilin unleashed flames in an attempt to thwart any subsequent attacks. The white tiger swiftly reached Yi's side to assess his injuries. The vermilion bird emitted an indignant cry from the sky, vigilantly watching the stone platform. With the white tiger's assistance, Yi quickly regained some vitality and spiritual energy. He understood that this was a trial imposed by the ruins as he endeavored to dismantle the barrier. Rising once more, a resolute gleam shone in his eyes. He approached the spiritual barrier again, determined to complete the remaining touches on the runes. This time, Yi was more cautious, ever aware of the fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy. Upon completing the last touch on the rune, the spiritual barrier finally radiated a burst of light before slowly dissipating. The ancient tome on the stone platform was now unshielded, quietly revealed before Yi and his beasts. He stepped forward and gently grasped the tome. It felt warm to the touch, emanating a faint fragrance of spiritual energy. As Yi opened the tome, he discovered it contained a cultivation method called the Holy Spirit Return to Origin technique. which was the key to transcending the Spirit Saint realm. However, just as Yi prepared to study the tome in detail, the interior of the ruins suddenly convulsed violently. The ground began to tremble, cracks appearing in the walls, and stones cascading from above. Yi realized that the disruption of the spiritual barrier had likely triggered other mechanisms within the ruins. He swiftly stowed away the ancient texts and cautioned his beast companions, urging them to be vigilant as the ruins were experiencing a disturbance. They needed to vacate the premises and seek a secure location to study their techniques. The beasts quickly encircled Yi, providing him with protection as they raced towards the passageway, only to find it barred by a massive stone door. Yi attempted to open the door with his spiritual energy, but it remained immovable. Meanwhile, the tremors within the ruins intensified, and more stones fell, rendering their surroundings exceedingly perilous. Yi and his beasts had to locate an alternative exit promptly while contending with potential hidden dangers. Would they successfully find a way out and escape the ruins? And how might the sacred spirit reversion technique assist them in transcending the Spirit Saint realm? All remained uncertain. Chapter 149. Unraveling mechanical puzzles and seeking treasures hidden within the ruins. Yi and his beasts found themselves ensnared within the violently trembling ruins. The passageway sealed by a stone door, while debris continued to fall around them, heightening the urgency of their situation. Yi understood the necessity of finding another escape route swiftly. Otherwise, they risked being buried within the ruins. He quickly surveyed their surroundings and observed peculiar patterns and symbols etched into the walls, which flickered with a faint luminescence amid the tremors, seemingly concealing some form of clue. Approaching the wall, Yi scrutinized the patterns and discerned that they outlined a map, albeit incomplete. He surmised that this might be a map leading to the exit of the ruins, and if he could restore the missing sections, they might uncover a path forward. Through a mental connection, Yi relayed his discovery to his beast companions, enlisting their assistance in seeking clues related to the map. The Qilin meticulously searched the vicinity, illuminating every corner with its flames, hoping to uncover hidden runes or patterns. The white tiger dug into the ground with its claws, sifting through rubble to see if any clues lay concealed beneath. Meanwhile, the vermilion bird circled above, surveying the expanse from its aerial vantage point, attempting to find hints regarding the missing parts of the patterns. As they anxiously searched for clues, Yi noticed a stone slab on the ground, its markings reminiscent of the patterns on the map. He exerted effort to overturn the slab, discovering inscriptions beneath it. These writings recounted an ancient tale and mentioned a mysterious mechanism said to unlock hidden passages within the ruins. According to the inscriptions, activating the mechanism required a specific input of spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, Yi began to follow the described method to initiate the mechanism. He guided his spiritual energy along a defined path, channeling it into a small hole adjacent to the stone slab. As the energy flowed in, a radiant light emanated from the hole, illuminating the wall, causing the map's patterns to shift. However, just as the map was about to reveal its complete form, a horde of mechanical puppets surged forth from the corner of the ruins. These towering mechanical puppets, forged from metal, emanated an icy aura. Their eyes flickered with a crimson glow as they brandished various weapons, charging towards Yi and his beast companions. Yi swiftly directed his beasts to engage in battle. The Qilin was the first to strike, unleashing a torrent of searing flames towards the mechanical adversaries. Upon contact, a hissing sound echoed as the flames licked the surface of the puppets, yet they appeared largely unaffected, continuing their relentless advance. The white tiger quickly conjured a wall of ice before the Qilin, attempting to impede the puppets' progress. The mechanical foes assaulted the ice barrier with their weapons, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. Descending from the skies, the Zhuke unleashed the 9 yang flames upon the mechanical entities. The intense heat began to melt their metallic exteriors, yet the puppets seemed tireless, pressing on with their frenzied assault. Yi understood that a direct confrontation with these mechanical beings would lead to disaster. He needed to swiftly uncover the key to the mechanism, complete the map, and find an escape route. While orchestrating his beasts to fend off the puppets' attacks, he endeavored to adjust the flow of his spiritual energy to activate the mechanism. Amidst the fierce combat, Yi discerned that the actions of the mechanical puppets seemed to be governed by a certain signal. Observing the runes inscribed on their forms, he noted a subtle correlation between the flickering frequency of the runes and the rhythm of the spiritual energy input into the mechanism. A spark of insight ignited within him. He surmised that by disrupting the signal of the runes, he could influence their movements. Consequently, Yi altered his approach, channeling a portion of his spiritual energy towards the mechanical entities, thereby interfering with their rune signals. Indeed, their movements began to slow, and their attack rhythm faltered. Seizing the opportunity presented by the puppet's sluggishness, Yi accelerated the activation of the mechanism. Following the newly discovered pattern, he precisely input his spiritual energy, and at last, the map on the wall revealed its complete form. The map indicated a concealed passage on the opposite side of the ruins, its entrance nestled behind a colossal statue. Yi quickly commanded his beasts to retreat towards the statue. After a brief delay, the mechanical puppets resumed their frenzied pursuit. As Yi and his companions defended against the puppet's onslaught, they drew closer to the statue. Finally, they reached the rear of the statue and discovered the entrance to the hidden passage. With a determined push, Yi shifted a stone at the entrance, and the portal slowly creaked open. He and his beasts swiftly entered the passage, sealing the door behind them. The mechanical puppets arrived at the threshold, battering against the door in vain. Its sturdy construction thwarted their entry. Continuing onward through the passage, Yi and his beasts were oblivious to where it might lead. However, he remained steadfast in his belief that with the sacred spirit return technique in their possession, they held the potential to transcend the Spirit-Sage realm. Regardless of the challenges they might face, at the passage's end, could there lie a pivotal treasure that would unlock their breakthrough? As they ventured deeper, an ancient and enigmatic atmosphere enveloped the corridor. The walls were adorned with crystals that emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating the path ahead. As they ventured deeper into the corridor, Yi noticed the emergence of alcoves on either side, each containing an artifact, ancient weapons, enigmatic spirit orbs radiating peculiar luminescence, and jade tablets inscribed with intricate runes. Pausing to examine these items, he picked up one of the jade tablets and infused it with his spiritual energy. Instantly, a wealth of information unfolded within, detailing an ancient technique for amplifying spiritual power. Yi felt a surge of joy. Though it was not the pivotal treasure they sought to break through to the Spirit-Sage realm, it would nonetheless aid in enhancing their strength. He carefully stored the tablet and continued his exploration. However, the beasts under his command sensed an unusual aura, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings. The flames on the Qilin flickered, as if sensing impending danger. The Baihu's ears perked up, attentively listening for any sound, and the Zhuke circled above with heightened caution, its gaze fixed firmly below. Aware of the beast's unease, Yi too heightened his alertness, understanding that peril could strike at any moment in this mysterious relic. Suddenly, a deep roar reverberated from the corridor ahead, echoing and causing the crystals embedded in the walls to tremble. Yi and the beasts immediately assumed combat stances, bracing themselves. Before long, a colossal beast materialized before them. It bore the semblance of a lion, yet its entire body was cloaked in shimmering metallic scales, and its tail resembled a robust steel whip, producing a tearing sound as it swung through the air. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, exuding an overwhelming pressure. A shiver ran down Yi's spine, for he realized this beast was no ordinary foe. Through a mental connection, he swiftly communicated with the beasts. Be cautious. This creature is formidable. We must coordinate our efforts. Qilin, you shall take the lead, using fire spells to draw its attention. Baihu, flank it and seek opportunities to exploit its weaknesses with ice spells. Zhuke, find a moment to launch a surprise attack from above, disrupting its movements. The beasts responded affirmatively, their eyes filled with determination. The Qilin struck first, unleashing a torrent of flames that shot forth like a blazing meteor towards the beast. Unfazed, the creature opened its maw wide, drawing in the fire with a powerful suction, absorbing it entirely. Then, it expelled the flames, now infused with its own spiritual energy. Back at the Qilin with even greater force. The Qilin swiftly sidestepped, the flames grazing its form and leaving a deep scar on the corridor wall. Seizing the opportunity while the beast was distracted, the Baihu quickly conjured a thick layer of ice beneath the creature's feet, attempting to send it sprawling. Sensing the shift beneath it, the beast stomped down forcefully, shattering the ice instantaneously. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the Baihu struck with precision, launching several sharp ice spikes from beneath the surface towards the beast's abdomen. The creature reacted with remarkable speed, twisting its body to evade most of the spikes, though a few still pierced its scales, ringing out with a metallic clang. The vermilion bird, soaring through the skies, discerned the opportune moment and dove toward the head of the monstrous beast, unleashing the 9 yang flames. The creature, sensing the imminent threat above, lashed out with its tail, akin to a steel whip, aiming for the vermilion bird. With remarkable agility, the bird altered its flight path to evade the tail's assault, simultaneously directing the 9 yang flames toward the beast's eyes. The creature hastily shut its eyes and tilted its head back, narrowly avoiding a direct hit from the flames. However, The intense heat still caused it considerable discomfort. Yi observed the battlefield intently, noting that while the beast's scales were formidable, its underbelly and the joints of its legs were comparatively vulnerable. He communicated this revelation to the beast tamers through their mental link, urging them to concentrate their attacks on these weak points. The Qilin launched another offensive, this time condensing the flames into a concentrated beam aimed at the beast's leg joints. The white tiger collaborated with the Qilin, conjuring an array of ice spikes directed at the creature's abdomen. Meanwhile, the vermilion bird continued to bombard the beast with flames from above, hindering its ability to focus on the ground-based assaults. Under the relentless barrage from the beast tamers, the creature began to falter. It roared in fury, the metallic sheen of its scales intensifying, as it summoned a powerful spiritual energy shield to encase itself. The attacks from the beast tamers struck the shield, creating ripples of energy, yet failing to inflict any substantial damage. Yi realized that a strategy was needed to breach the beast's protective barrier. Recalling the items from the niche in the passageway, he suddenly remembered a particular spiritual orb that might possess the ability to dismantle the shield. Swiftly returning to the earlier niche, Yi retrieved the orb, which emanated a soft blue glow, its surface inscribed with enigmatic runes. Infusing his spiritual energy into the orb, its brilliance intensified as he hurled it toward the beast's energy shield. Upon impact, the orb unleashed a formidable wave of energy, causing cracks to appear in the shield. Seizing the moment, the beast tamers launched a concerted attack. The Qilin's flames, the white tiger's ice spikes, and the vermilion bird's 9 yang flames struck the shield simultaneously. And under the weight of their combined force, the shield finally shattered. Deprived of its protective barrier, the beast descended into a frenzy, recklessly charging at the beast tamers in a desperate attempt to take them down with it. Would Yi and the beast tamers succeed in overcoming this frenzied creature and continue their quest for the treasures hidden within the ruins? Furthermore, could this treasure truly assist them in transcending to the realm of the Spirit Saint? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 150. Encounter with the guardian beast of the ruins. Engaging in a grueling battle as the creature's spiritual energy shield crumbled, it succumbed to madness, heedlessly charging toward Yi and the beast tamers with astonishing speed, resembling a bolt of black lightning as it closed the distance in an instant. The Qilin, taking the brunt of the assault, fearlessly confronted the beast, its flames reaching their zenith, forming an immense wall of fire in an attempt to halt the creature's advance. However, the beast showed no sign of retreat. It barreled into the fire wall, its metallic scales sizzling within the flames, yet fueled by its immense physical strength. It broke through the barrier and continued its relentless charge toward the Qilin. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, the Qilin swiftly evaded to the side, simultaneously clawing at the neck of the otherworldly beast. The creature reacted with remarkable agility, raising its tail like a robust steel whip, striking fiercely towards the Qilin. Caught off guard, the Qilin was hit by the tail, propelled away like a cannonball, and crashed heavily against the corridor's wall. Seeing the Qilin injured, the white tiger let out a furious roar, unleashing a torrent of ice energy. It conjured a fierce blizzard within the passage, where countless sharp ice blades whirled through the storm, sweeping towards the beast. The creature struggled to advance amidst the blizzard. As the ice blades relentlessly struck its scales, though they could not inflict fatal wounds, they hindered its movements. Seizing the opportunity, the white tiger approached the beast, its claws imbued with powerful ice energy, and lunged towards its abdomen. The beast, sensing the impending attack, twisted its body to block the white tiger's claws with its shoulder, simultaneously opening its maw to bite at the white tiger. The vermilion bird, anxiously calling from above, timed its dive perfectly as the beast turned its attention to the white tiger. It descended like a colossal burning meteor, the 9 yang flames aimed at the beast's back. Feeling the intense heat radiating from its back, the creature was forced to abandon its assault on the white tiger and turned to fend off the vermilion bird's attack with its tail. The tail collided with the 9 yang flames, producing a thunderous sound, and the resulting energy wave reverberated through the corridor, shaking the air itself. Yi, observing the fray with mounting anxiety, understood that if the battle continued in this manner, the spirit beasts would soon succumb to exhaustion. He keenly noted that before each powerful attack, the beast's scales emitted a specific glow. Through their psychic connection, he urged the spirit beasts, everyone, take heed. The beast's scales will glow before it unleashes a formidable attack. We must dodge its frontal assault during this moment and retaliate. Upon receiving his command, the spirit beasts became increasingly vigilant of the creature's movements. Indeed, it was not long before the scales of the beast shimmered once more. The Qilin, white tiger, and vermilion birds swiftly dispersed, avoiding the beast's potent strike. Following Yi's instructions, they launched their counterattacks from different angles. The Qilin breathed flames at the creature's legs. The white tiger summoned ice spikes to pierce its abdomen, and the vermilion bird used fire to obscure the beast's vision. Under the relentless onslaught of the spirit beasts, the creature gradually began to falter. However, at that moment, it emitted a deafening roar, its body swelling as its scales hardened further, exuding an even more formidable aura of spiritual power. Yi's heart sank. He realized the beast was invoking a powerful secret technique, preparing for a final struggle. Once the technique was complete, the creature's eyes glimmered with a frenzied light, charging once again at the spirit beasts. This time, it moved with greater speed and strength, each attack imbued with cataclysmic force. The Qilin's flames, the white tiger's ice spells, and the vermilion bird's 9 yang flames appeared feeble in comparison as the spirit beasts were forced to retreat, sustaining various degrees of injury. Witnessing the wounded spirit beasts, Yi felt a deep sense of sorrow and frustration. He was acutely aware that if he could not devise a means to conquer this monstrous beast, not only would they be unable to uncover the treasures concealed within the ruins, but they might also meet their demise in this endeavor. With gritted teeth, Yi resolved to exert every ounce of his strength to confront this final challenge alongside his summoned beasts. He swiftly retrieved all the elixirs capable of enhancing his spiritual energy from his storage space and consumed them, elevating his own spiritual power to its zenith. Armed with a spiritual longsword, he charged toward the beast, ready to engage in the ultimate battle alongside his companions. Would Yi and his summoned beasts prevail against the guardian deity of the ruins in this arduous confrontation? And would they secure the key to transcending into the realm of the Spirit Saint? What unforeseen twist would the ensuing battle unveil? Chapter 151. The 16 beasts unite their strength to overcome the guardian beast and claim the treasure with the spiritual longsword in hand. Yi surged forward toward the beast. Upon witnessing this, the summoned beasts rallied their spirits, preparing to join Yi in the climactic showdown. The flames upon the Qilin rekindled with fervor, undeterred by its wounds. It unleashed a torrent of searing fire upon the beast, this time infused with its indomitable spirit and fervent desire for victory. The white tiger was enveloped in a swirling aura of icy energy, its eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, poised to unleash a fierce ice attack at any moment. The vermilion bird soared above, condensing the 9 suns flame to its utmost potency, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Just as Yi was nearing the beast, it abruptly pivoted and unleashed a powerful wave of spiritual energy directed at him. Yi hastily swung his longsword, attempting to counter this surge. However, the force was overwhelming, sending him hurtling backward and nearly dislodging the sword from his grasp. Seeing Yi in peril, the summoned beasts charged forward without hesitation. The Qilin shielded him with its flames, thwarting any subsequent attacks that could inflict harm, while the white tiger swiftly positioned itself beside Yi, protecting him from behind. The vermilion bird launched an aerial assault, the 9 suns flame raining down like a tempest, compelling the beast to divert its attention for defensive maneuvers. Under the protection of the white tiger, Yi quickly recalibrated his strategy. He understood that engaging the beast head-on was not a prudent course of action. He must identify its vulnerabilities. Observing the beast once more, he noted that although its power surged after executing its secret technique, its movements became somewhat sluggish, particularly when turning, where it exhibited a brief moment of hesitation. Communicating this revelation through their mental link, Yi relayed the information to his allies and devised a new tactical plan. Qilin, continue to draw the beast's attention with your flames, ensuring it remains oriented toward you. White tiger, when the beast turns and pauses, unleash your most formidable ice attack from the side, targeting its flank. Vermilion bird, await the precise moment as the white tiger strikes. You shall simultaneously rain down the 9 suns flame from above, disrupting its defensive strength. I shall wait for the right moment to deliver a decisive blow. Yi meticulously orchestrated their strategy. Upon receiving their orders, the summoned beast sprang into action. The Qilin unleashed a barrage of robust flames toward the beast, which, incensed by the fire, fixated all its attention on the Qilin, relentlessly employing its spiritual energy and body to fend off the fiery onslaught. As the otherworldly beast prepared to turn and charge at the Qilin once more, Yi shouted, "White tiger, now is the moment." In an instant, the white tiger unleashed a formidable surge of ice-based spiritual energy, and a colossal ice blade sliced through the air, aimed at the beast's flank. Sensing the lateral attack, the beast attempted to pivot and defend itself, but its sluggishness hindered its response time. At that very moment, the vermilion bird also launched an offensive. Its 9 suns flame descended like a massive, blazing meteor toward the creature's back. The beast was compelled to divert part of its strength to counter the vermilion bird's assault, which weakened its defenses against the white tiger's ice blade. The blade struck heavily against the beast's waist, leaving a deep gash in its scales, from which blood began to seep. With a pained roar, the beast spun around in anger, preparing to retaliate against the white tiger and the vermilion bird. Seizing the opportunity, Yi dashed toward the beast with remarkable speed, channeling all his spiritual energy into his long sword, which gleamed with a brilliant light. Reaching the creature, he thrust the sword with all his might into the vulnerable junction between its neck and shoulder, a spot where its defenses were relatively weak. Coupled with the prior injuries inflicted by the spirit beasts, the creature's resistance had significantly diminished. The sword penetrated the beast's body, causing it to convulse violently. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi twisted the sword to widen the wound. The Qilin, white tiger, and vermilion bird seized the moment to unleash their final onslaught. The flames of the Qilin, the ice spells of the white tiger, and the 9 suns flame of the vermilion bird struck the beast simultaneously. Under the combined might of Yi and the spirit beasts, the creature could no longer endure, unleashing a final, defiant roar before collapsing to the ground. With the beast's fall, tranquility returned to the passageway. Though exhausted, Yi and the spirit beasts gleamed with the joy of victory. They had triumphed over the guardian beast of the ruins and could finally resume their quest for the hidden treasures of the relics. Approaching the fallen beast, Yi noticed its form gradually dissipating, leaving behind a radiant spirit orb emanating a spectrum of light. Grasping the orb, he immediately felt a surge of powerful and pure spiritual energy flood into him, suggesting that this orb held great potential for breaking through to the Spirit Saint Realm. Yi and the spirit beasts continued along the passage, and at its end, they discovered a secret chamber. Inside lay a massive stone coffin, intricately inscribed with mysterious runes. Cautiously, Yi and the spirit beasts approached the coffin, unaware of the secrets it concealed or whether it contained the key treasure they had long sought to transcend into the Spirit Saint Realm. What mysteries lay within the coffin? How would it aid Yi and the spirit beasts in their ascension? All would soon be revealed. Chapter 152. The treasure contains mighty power. Breaking through the Spirit Saint Realm with trepidation, Yi and the spirit beasts slowly approached the stone coffin adorned with enigmatic runes. The runes flickered with a faint glow, as if whispering ancient tales, and an aura of mystery and power emanated from the coffin, instilling a sense of reverence in Yi and his companions. Yi meticulously examined the runes inscribed upon the stone coffin, endeavoring to uncover clues that would unlock its secrets. These runes bore a distinct complexity, unlike any he had previously encountered in the ruins, exuding a profound power. He attempted to engage with the runes through various fluctuations of spiritual energy, yet they remained unresponsive. Just as he began to feel at an impasse, a recollection of the vibrant spirit orb he had acquired earlier surged to the forefront of his mind. Yi retrieved the multicolored orb and brought it close to the stone coffin. In an instant, the orb radiated a brilliant glow, resonating powerfully with the runes upon the coffin. The luminescence of the runes intensified, flickering in a rhythmic pattern. A surge of joy welled up within Yi as he realized that the orb was indeed the key to unlocking the stone coffin. As the runes pulsated, the coffin gradually opened, releasing a dazzling beam of light that illuminated the entire chamber. Once the brilliance subsided, Yi and his beast companions beheld a treasure within the coffin, emanating a gentle glow. This artifact resembled a key, entirely crystalline and transparent, its surface shimmering with a spectrum of spiritual energy, each hue embodying formidable power. As Yi grasped the key, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. The data revealed that this treasure was named the key to the sacred domain, a pivotal instrument for unlocking the gateway to transcend the Spirit Saint Realm. It not only aids spiritual practitioners in refining their energy channels and enhancing purity, but also resonates with the mysterious forces of the cosmos, guiding practitioners to comprehend the laws of the Spirit Saint Realm. Elated, Yi understood that after enduring countless trials, he and his beast companions had finally discovered the essential key to transcendence. However, to genuinely utilize the key to the sacred domain for this purpose was no simple task. Yi needed to be in a specific location, following a precise ritual to harmonize the key's power with his own and that of his beasts. According to the information, this designated site lay deep within the ruins at an ancient altar. Yi shared this newfound knowledge with his companions through a mental link, and they too were filled with exuberance over the discovery. After a brief respite to regain some strength and energy, They set forth toward the ancient altar nestled within the depths of the ruins. Along the path, they encountered scattered traps and guardian beasts. However, armed with their prior experiences and the key's mysterious aura, which seemed to instill a sense of trepidation in the guardians, they advanced without incident to the altar. The ancient altar, circular in form, was constructed from massive black stones, intricately carved with various enigmatic patterns and runes. At the center lay a recess that perfectly matched the shape of the key to the sacred domain. As Yi and his companions stood before the altar, the moment the key was embedded in the recess, an invisible force stirred the very fabric of the space. The runes upon the altar erupted in brilliance, darting across the dark stone surface like bolts of lightning, enveloping Yi and his beasts in a powerful tide. Yi instantly felt his spiritual energy surging uncontrollably, akin to a wild stallion breaking free from restraint, as though it yearned to transcend the confines of his body. At this critical juncture, two radiant beams suddenly emanated from the corners of the altar. As the light dissipated, two enigmatic divine beasts, Baize and Xuanwu, materialized before the gathered assembly. Baize, with its elongated and graceful form, radiated a soft and sacred white luminescence, reminiscent of moonlight cascading down. Its eyes, clear and profound, seemed to harbor boundless wisdom. Each blink appeared to convey the ancient mysteries of the spiritual realm. In contrast, Xuanwu presented an imposing and robust figure, its body encrusted with a layer of resilient scales that shone with a metallic luster, akin to a natural suit of armor. Its gaze exuded authority and dominance, and a deep, resonant roar sent tremors through the surrounding air. Baize regarded Yi and the summoned beasts with a gentle demeanor, its voice tender yet imbued with strength. Your arrival at this place, encountering the sacred realm's origin key, is indeed a momentous fortune. However, the process of transcending the Spirit Saint realm is fraught with peril. The power encompassed within the sacred realm's origin key is overwhelmingly formidable, and should you attempt to forcibly merge with it in your current state, it may very well lead to a backlash, resulting in the disintegration of your spiritual energy. Yi felt a jolt within, fully aware that Baize's words were not to be taken lightly. He hastily bowed respectfully to both Baize and Xuanwu, imploring, "I earnestly hope that the two divine beasts may extend their assistance, granting me and my summoned beasts a helping hand. I am deeply grateful." Baize nodded slightly, sweeping its forepaw, as a stream of pure white light floated forth like a ribbon, gently enveloping Yi and his companions. This luminescence possessed an almost magical soothing quality, immediately calming their restless spiritual energy. Concurrently, Xuanwu unleashed a thunderous roar, its scales glowing fiercely, as a torrent of robust energy surged into Yi and his summoned beasts, significantly enhancing their capacity to withstand the power of the sacred realm's origin key. With the support of Baize and Xuanwu, Yi steadied his mind and began to guide the power of the sacred realm's origin key to merge with his own spiritual energy. He focused all his attention, meticulously following the energy flow pathways delineated in the information previously gleaned from the sacred realm's origin key, cautiously channeling the potent force into his being. The Qilin, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise harmonized closely, adjusting their spiritual energy fluctuations to maintain perfect synchrony with Yi's rhythm. As the fusion progressed, Yi distinctly sensed his spiritual energy meridians being cleansed by the power of the sacred realm's origin key, akin to undergoing a baptism. The previously narrow and fragile channels gradually transformed into resilient and expansive conduits, allowing the flow of spiritual energy to become increasingly smooth. Meanwhile, the spiritual energies of the summoned beasts also underwent astonishing transformations. The Qilin's fiery essence intensified, its hue shifting from a warm orange-red to an extraordinary purple flame. Seemingly embodying the forces of destruction and rebirth, the white tiger's ice-based energy coalesced into crystalline armor, enhancing both its defense and bestowing it with more formidable offensive capabilities, exponentially increasing the potency of its ice spells. The vermilion bird's feathers shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, achieving a new zenith in flight speed. As the powers of wind and fire harmoniously fused within it, each flap of its wings igniting a tempest of flames, the black tortoise's shell revealed mysterious runes that glimmered, rendering its defensive energy unassailable while also enabling it to unleash powerful earth-based spells, reminiscent of cataclysmic earthquakes. However, just as the fusion was on the verge of success, a formidable backlash erupted from the sacred realm origin key, akin to a volcanic eruption. This force, imbued with boundless fury and rage, sought to break free from Yi and the Beastmaster's control, aiming to utterly dismantle their spiritual power system. Yi Yi's expression shifted dramatically. He understood that this was the most critical trial in the process of transcending to the Spirit Saint realm. Should he falter, not only would all prior efforts be in vain, but he and his Beastmasters could also suffer severe spiritual injuries, potentially endangering their very lives. Yi Yi swiftly conveyed a message to the Beastmasters through their mental connection. Everyone, steady yourselves, do not panic. Focus all your spirit and resist this backlash with all your might. Together, we shall persevere and surely succeed in our breakthrough. The Beastmasters responded resolutely, elevating their spiritual powers to the utmost limit to combat this overwhelming backlash alongside Yi. Bai Yi and Zheng, witnessing the dire situation, also intensified their efforts. Bai Yi's radiant white light grew increasingly brilliant, akin to a full moon suspended high in the sky, erecting a formidable barrier of protection for Yi Yi and the Beastmasters. Zheng roared continuously, his mighty strength flowing like an unceasing river, aiding them in withstanding the backlash. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, Yi Yi suddenly recalled the ancient spiritual knowledge he had glimpsed within the relic passage. An idea struck him. He attempted to employ a unique spiritual guidance technique to channel and transform the backlash. Yi Yi adeptly guided the backlash, allowing it to flow along specific spiritual veins, then harmonizing it with his own spiritual energy. This method proved effective. Gradually, the backlash came under the control of Yi Yi and the Beastmasters, beginning to serve their purpose. As the backlash integrated with them, Yi Yi and the Beastmasters experienced a qualitative leap in their spiritual powers, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through their beings. At last, through their collective efforts, the power of the sacred realm origin key seamlessly merged with Yi Yi and the Beastmaster's spiritual energies. Yi Yi successfully transcended to the Spirit Saint realm, his demeanor undergoing a profound transformation, radiating an ethereal aura. His gaze became deep and piercing, as if he could perceive the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy throughout the universe. The Beastmasters, too, were revitalized, their powers significantly enhanced. Following their ascension to the Spirit Saint realm, Yi Yi and the Beastmasters gained a newfound understanding of their abilities. However, Bai Yi and Zheng did not take their leave. Bai Yi regarded Yi Yi with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Yi Yi, although you and the Beastmasters have transcended to the Spirit Saint realm, this is merely the beginning of a long journey. Within the Spirit Saint realm, opportunities and challenges coexist, and you must continuously forge and refine yourself. We wish to formalize a contract with you, to walk alongside you in facing all that is yet unknown. Yi Yi's heart soared with joy. To form a pact with Bai Yi and Zheng was undoubtedly akin to gaining wings. Without hesitation, he consented. Subsequently, a solemn contract ceremony was conducted between Yi Yi, Bai Yi and Zheng. Upon completion of the ceremony, a profound and mysterious bond was established among them. Yi Yi and the Beastmasters bid farewell to the relics and embarked on their journey home. Upon returning to their base, they prepared to solidify their standing in the Spirit Saint realm while simultaneously learning advanced Spirit Saint skills to further enhance the combat prowess of the Beastmasters. At this brand new juncture, what remarkable adventures and challenges await them? In the following narrative, as Yi Yi and his beast companions embark on the journey of mastering advanced spiritual skills, what unforeseen occurrences will they encounter? Chapter 153. Mastering advanced spiritual skills to enhance beast combat prowess upon returning to their encampment. Yi Yi and his beasts immediately immersed themselves in the rigorous training aimed at consolidating their spiritual realm and acquiring advanced spiritual skills. To enhance the combat capabilities of his beasts more effectively, Yi Yi meticulously devised detailed learning plans tailored for each one. For the formidable attacker in the team, the Qilin, Yi Yi resolved to teach it an advanced skill known as the Celestial Flame Prison. This technique requires the Qilin to unleash its purple flame's spiritual energy to the fullest, creating an expansive area engulfed in violet flames. Once an adversary steps into this space, they are subjected to relentless scorching from the purple fire, while the spiritual energy within the area is disrupted, hampering the enemy's movement and ability to wield their powers. Yi Yi began guiding the Qilin to comprehend the principles behind this skill, simulating aspects of the Celestial Flame Prison's effects through spiritual energy, allowing the Qilin to perceive the fluctuations and operational dynamics of the energy. The Qilin observed intently, its eyes ablaze with purple flames, glimmering with focus. However, manifesting this skill proved to be a formidable challenge. The Qilin attempted numerous times, only managing to create a small, unstable zone of purple flames, far from achieving the complete effect of the Celestial Flame Prison. Undeterred, Yi and the Qilin collaboratively analyzed the issues present in each attempt. After extensive research, they discerned that the Qilin struggled with controlling the range and stability of the purple flame energy. Consequently, Yi instructed the Qilin on how to release and diffuse its energy with greater precision. Through relentless practice, the Qilin gradually mastered the technique. After several arduous days of training, the Qilin finally succeeded in executing the celestial flame prison. A magnificent spectacle unfolded as the Qilin enveloped itself in radiant purple flames, instantaneously forming a vast expanse of violet fire, its intense heat distorting the surrounding air. Meanwhile, the white tiger commenced its training in the ice soul-shattering slash, a formidable technique that amalgamates ice energy with mental force. In its execution, the white tiger must concentrate ice energy upon its claws while simultaneously infusing its mental power, creating a blade imbued with the essence of ice and mental impact, capable of rending space and inflicting severe damage upon foes. Initially, the white tiger encountered difficulties in merging the ice energy with its mental force. The disparate properties of these energies made perfect integration a daunting task. Despite numerous attempts, the blade it formed was consistently unstable. Either the ice energy was overpowering, preventing the mental force from adhering, or the mental force dominated, causing the ice energy to dissipate. Yi delved into extensive ancient texts, seeking solutions. He discovered that by employing a unique method of spiritual energy guidance, the ice energy could first be stabilized within the body before the mental force was cautiously integrated. Following this approach, the white tiger began its endeavors anew. Calming its mind, it followed Yi's guidance, slowly channeling the ice-type spiritual energy to coalesce into a translucent ice orb upon its claws, delicately infusing the orb with strands of mental energy. After countless attempts and adjustments, the white tiger ultimately succeeded in merging the two, executing the ice soul-shattering slash, a blade of ice, exuding a chilling aura and formidable mental fluctuations, shot forth from the tiger's claws, instantaneously tearing through the fabric of space and leaving behind a dark fissure. Its power astounding. The advanced skill of the vermilion bird is the phoenix dance of 9 heavens. This ability necessitates the perfect amalgamation of its fire-type spiritual energy with wind-type energy, unleashing a powerful firestorm while soaring through the skies, enveloping a vast area and delivering a devastating blow to its foes. Although the vermilion bird is naturally adept at manipulating both fire and wind energies, achieving their maximum potential through fusion requires continuous refinement. It spiraled through the sky, experimenting with various methods of energy integration. At times, it would first release flames, guiding them with the wind. At other times, it would encase the flames within the wind-type energy. After numerous trials, the vermilion bird finally discovered an optimal fusion technique. It first concentrated the wind-type energy into a colossal vortex, then infused the core with fire-type energy. As the vortex spun rapidly, the flames were swiftly disseminated and intensified. When the vermilion bird unleashed the phoenix dance of 9 heavens, a magnificent fire phoenix materialized in the sky, roaring with the howling winds as it gracefully descended, engulfing the land below in a blazing inferno. Meanwhile, the black tortoise focused intently on mastering the black tortoise earth shield. This skill enables it to combine its defensive spiritual energy with the power of the earth, forming an indomitable giant shield capable of withstanding tremendous attacks and rebounding a portion of the damage. The black tortoise first needed to sense and channel the earth's energy, presenting a novel challenge. It buried itself deep underground, striving to establish a connection with the earth, continuously releasing its spiritual energy. It attuned itself to the profound power embedded within the ground. After a lengthy endeavor, the black tortoise finally became aware of the flow of earth energy. Subsequently, it began the process of learning to fuse this energy with its own defensive powers. Through repeated attempts, the black tortoise gradually mastered the art of fusion. When it invoked the black tortoise earth shield, a massive, earthen-hued shield rose from the ground, its surface inscribed with mysterious runes, emanating a formidable defensive aura. As the summoned beasts gradually mastered these advanced spiritual skills, their combat prowess experienced a significant enhancement. Yi, observing their progress, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, he was acutely aware that the world of the spiritual sage realm was vast and teeming with challenges yet to come. In order to better prepare the summoned beasts for future trials, Yi resolved to lead them into an exchange event within the spiritual sage realm, where they would engage with other adept practitioners, gleaning insights from these interactions to further refine their training methods. Thus, what formidable experts would they encounter during the exchange event in the spiritual sage realm, and what inspiration would they derive? Chapter 154. Participating in the Spiritual Sage Realm Exchange. Sparring with experts to broaden horizons. Yi led his summoned beasts to a bustling venue of exchange within the Spiritual Sage Realm, the Radiant City. In this gathering, skilled practitioners from all corners of the Spirit Sanctum converge, each accompanied by their unique spirit beasts, showcasing their distinctive spiritual techniques and cultivation insights. Upon entering the Radiant City of Lingyao, Yi immediately felt the profound atmosphere of spiritual cultivation. The streets bustled with practitioners who radiated varying attributes and intensities of spiritual fluctuations. Numerous spirit shops and training venues lined the thoroughfares, and the air was permeated with the fragrant essence of various spiritual items. As Yi and his spirit beasts traversed the streets, they curiously observed the vibrant surroundings. In the central square of the city, a spirited competition of spirit beasts was underway. Yi maneuvered through the crowd with his beasts to the edge of the contest area to observe. On the field, two spirit beasts of the Spirit Sanctum were engaged in a fierce clash. One resembled a dragon, encircled by swirling blue water energy, unleashing torrents of water dragons toward its opponent. The other was a massive golden gorilla, emanating a radiant golden glow, wielding its robust arms to generate powerful spiritual storms that effortlessly countered the water dragon's assaults. Yi meticulously studied the combat styles of the two beasts and discerned that the water dragon beast exhibited exquisite manipulation of its water energy, adeptly altering the form and trajectory of the water dragons in response to its adversary's attacks for precise strikes. Conversely, the golden gorilla relied on its formidable physical strength and spiritual storms, simultaneously defending while seeking opportunities to counterattack. This battle illuminated for Yi that spirit beast combat requires not only formidable spiritual skills, but also adaptable strategies and impeccable timing. After witnessing the match, Yi continued his exploration of Lingyao City. He arrived at a spiritual training venue, where numerous practitioners engaged in the exchange of cultivation experiences. Entering the venue, he found a spot to sit and attentively listen to the ongoing discussions. An elderly man with silver hair was imparting his unique insights on the fusion of spiritual energy. He posited that spiritual fusion transcends the mere amalgamation of disparate energies. It necessitates a profound understanding of the essence of each type of energy, identifying their commonalities to achieve a more perfect synthesis. Inspired by this, Yi contemplated how his spirit beasts could also approach the mastery of advanced skills through the lens of energy essence and fusion. While Yi was engrossed in the discourse, the venue's door was abruptly pushed open, and a group of uniformly attired practitioners entered. They exuded a powerful and synchronized spiritual presence, unmistakably not ordinary individuals. One of the leading youths scanned the crowd, his gaze eventually resting on Yi. Approaching with a smile, he inquired, "You must be here to partake in the exchange gathering, I presume? I have heard of your remarkable spirit beasts. Would you be willing to engage in a friendly spar, that we might witness their prowess?" Yi felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed an excellent opportunity for his spirit beasts to train and learn. Nodding in agreement, he replied, "If you have such a noble interest, I would be delighted to oblige." Subsequently, both parties moved to an open area outside the venue. The opposing team dispatched a spirit fox as their sparring partner. This spirit fox radiated a pink luminescence, with mysterious runes shimmering on its ears and tail, appearing both agile and perilous. Yi dispatched the Qilin. As the Qilin emerged, its purple flames ignited with a fierce blaze, distorting the very air around it with an intense heat. The spirit fox was the first to strike, darting forward in a flash, transforming into a pink silhouette, its speed so remarkable that it was nearly imperceptible. The Qilin, however, remained unperturbed. It opened its mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of purple flames, forming a wall of fire to thwart the spirit fox's advance. The nimble spirit fox leapt gracefully, effortlessly evading the fiery barrier, before charging at the Qilin from the side, its claws imbued with pink spiritual energy aimed at the Qilin. The Qilin deftly dodged, simultaneously sweeping its tail towards the spirit fox. In a display of agility, the spirit fox evaded the tail strike and executed a bewildering technique, conjuring countless pink phantoms that encircled the Qilin. Momentarily disoriented within the illusions, the Qilin found itself at a loss. Observing from the sidelines, Yi employed their mental connection to advise the Qilin, "Do not be deceived by the phantoms. Concentrate and attune yourself to the spirit fox's spiritual energy fluctuations." Heeding Yi's counsel, the Qilin closed its eyes and calmed its mind. Through the perception of the spirit fox's spiritual energy, it swiftly discerned the true form of its opponent. The Qilin abruptly opened its eyes, directing a beam of purple flames towards the genuine spirit fox. Caught off guard by the Qilin's rapid realization, the spirit fox was unable to evade and was struck by the flames. Some of its fur was singed, yet it quickly regained composure and launched a renewed assault. This time, the spirit fox executed a formidable binding technique, causing pink energy ropes to surge from the ground, ensnaring the Qilin. The Qilin struggled to break free, but the energy ropes tightened their grip. Seeing the Qilin in peril, Yi swiftly devised a strategy. He noted that the spirit fox's defenses weakened while it employed the binding technique. Thus, he communicated through their mental link. Qilin, do not force your escape. Await my signal and unleash the celestial flame prison. Turning to his beasts, he instructed, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, be prepared. Once the Qilin activates its skill, we shall coordinate our efforts. The White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise nodded in agreement. Yi attentively monitored the spirit fox's condition, and upon observing a fleeting fluctuation in its spiritual energy, he shouted, Now, Qilin. Instantly, the Qilin unleashed the celestial flame prison, enveloping the spirit fox in a searing expanse of purple flames. Within this fiery domain, the spirit fox was scorched, and the strength of the energy ropes diminished. Seizing the opportunity, the White Tiger unleashed the Ice Blade Slash, a razor infused with icy power and mental force, aimed at the spirit fox. The Vermilion Bird summoned the Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens, conjuring a colossal flaming phoenix that swooped towards the spirit fox. The Black Tortoise erected the Earth Shield, providing defense for the team against any potential counterattack from the spirit fox. Under the combined onslaught of Yi's beasts, the spirit fox ultimately succumbed, defeated. This exchange of skills afforded Yi and his companions numerous insights. He gleaned valuable lessons from the tactics and techniques employed by his adversary, realizing the importance of astutely observing an opponent's weaknesses and fully harnessing the collaborative capabilities of his beasts. Following their victory, applause resonated around them. The young leader stepped forward, a look of admiration gracing his features. Your prowess, esteemed one, along with that of your spirit beasts, is indeed remarkable. This exchange has imparted us with invaluable lessons. Your application of teamwork and timing is truly commendable. Yi humbly replied, You flatter us. Our interactions have been equally enriching. Following this exchange, Yi's reputation in Lingyao City began to spread, prompting many spiritual cultivators to seek him out for discourse. Seizing this opportunity, Yi engaged in further sparring with other adept practitioners, observing their combat styles, techniques of spiritual energy application, and tactical strategies. During one particular spar with a practitioner skilled in wind-based spirit beasts, Yi witnessed the wind wolf manifesting a shield of wind blades at its surface, capable not only of deflecting attacks, but also retaliating against approaching foes. This inspired Yi to contemplate whether he could encourage his White Tiger to fuse ice-based energy with the fiery essence of the Qilin, thereby creating a dual elemental shield that would harness both the defensive properties of ice and the scorching intensity of flames, enhancing the shield's potency and versatility. On another occasion, he observed a battle between water-based and earth-based spirit beasts. The water spirit beast manipulated the flow of water to create quicksand beneath the earth beast, ensnaring it in a predicament. From this, Yi gleaned insights, believing he could instruct the phoenix to utilize wind energy to modify the battlefield environment, such as generating sandstorms to obscure the enemy's vision, thus increasing the likelihood of victory in conjunction with the spirit beast's assaults. Through these exchanges with various experts, Yi and his spirit beasts experienced continual growth. He became increasingly aware of the multitude of powerful figures within the Spirit Saint realm, each possessing a unique cultivation method and combat technique. He recognized that only through persistent learning and adaptation could his spirit beasts become more adept in battle. As the exchange conference drew to a close, Yi resolved to return to his base with his spirit beasts. This journey to Lingyao City had proven to be immensely fruitful, yet Yi understood that these gains were merely the beginning. The pressing question was how to integrate these experiences and insights into the daily training of his spirit beasts, further refining their training methodologies. Upon returning to his base, Yi immediately immersed himself in enhancing his training techniques for the spirit beasts. Drawing from the inspirations garnered during his time in Lingyao City, he devised more targeted training plans for each spirit beast. For the Qilin, he aimed to strengthen its burning sky purple flame prison skill while also exploring new skill combinations. He paired the Qilin with the White Tiger to investigate the potential for merging the Qilin's purple flame energy with the White Tiger's ice-based energy. Initially, their energies repelled each other, making fusion challenging. However, Yi and the spirit beasts remained undeterred, persistently adjusting the output methods and fusion ratios. After numerous trials, the Qilin and White Tiger finally discovered a method to integrate ice energy within the foundation of the burning sky purple flame prison, creating a unique space where ice and fire intertwined. As adversaries intrude into this realm, they are met not only with the searing intensity of violet flames, but also with the chilling assault of ice, significantly amplifying the potency of skills. In addressing the White Tiger, Yi focused on enhancing both the proficiency and power of its Ice Shatter Slash, while simultaneously improving its synergy with other summoned beasts. He discovered that during combat, the White Tiger's ice abilities could create optimal conditions for the Phoenix's fiery assaults. For instance, the White Tiger could first conjure ice walls around the enemy, restricting their movements, after which the Phoenix would unleash its Phoenix Dance of 9 Heavens, allowing flames to strike from multiple angles as they reflected off the ice walls, creating a three-dimensional assault. Yi arranged extensive cooperative training sessions for the White Tiger and the Phoenix, fostering a deeper familiarity with each other's rhythms and skill sets. The training of the Phoenix was directed towards further refining the Phoenix Dance of 9 Heavens, enabling it to adapt more fluidly to diverse combat scenarios. Drawing inspiration from the wind-controlling techniques observed in Lingyao City, Yi taught the Phoenix to manipulate its fire's shape and trajectory using wind energy while executing the Phoenix Dance of 9 Heavens. Through relentless practice, the Phoenix gradually mastered this skill, allowing it to coalesce flames into fiery tornadoes or disperse them into myriad fire projectiles, flexibly selecting the method of attack based on the enemy's position and defenses. Simultaneously, Yi facilitated cooperative training between the Phoenix and the Black Tortoise, with the latter employing its Earth Shield to provide defensive cover for the Phoenix, thereby enabling it to launch attacks with greater confidence. The focus of the Black Tortoise's training was to enhance the defensive strength and damage reflection capacity of the Earth Shield. Yi encouraged the Black Tortoise to delve deep into the earth, forging a closer bond with the power of the land. Through continuous cultivation, the Black Tortoise became capable of sensing deeper layers of Earth energy, integrating this power into the Earth Shield. Consequently, the Earth Shield not only grew more resilient, but also became adept at reflecting damage tailored to the intensity and attributes of incoming attacks. For instance, when confronted with fire assaults, the Earth Shield could convert fire energy into Earth energy, rebounding it to harm the enemy. In perfecting the training methods for his summoned beasts, Yi also emphasized the cultivation of their combat awareness and adaptability. He devised a variety of intricate simulated combat scenarios, allowing the beasts to learn to flexibly employ their skills and make sound tactical decisions in diverse environments and against various foes. Moreover, Yi strengthened his mental communication with the beasts. Through a deeper psychic connection, he could more accurately discern their feelings and challenges during training, promptly adjusting the training regimen. As the training progressed, the beast strengths consistently grew, and their teamwork became increasingly harmonious. Observing their development filled Yi with a sense of satisfaction. However, tranquility did not linger for long. One day, while engaged in his own training, Yi suddenly caught wind of rumors regarding a mysterious organization. Allegedly, this enigmatic group sought to disrupt the peace of the sacred spirit realm, sowing chaos across various regions. Yi realized that a new crisis might be looming. What precisely were the intentions and capabilities of this mysterious organization? How would Yi and his summoned beasts confront this impending threat? Chapter 156. Hearing of a mysterious organization attempting to disrupt the peace of the spirit sanctuary while cultivating at his encampment, Yi learned of rumors surrounding a mysterious organization from a visiting spiritual practitioner. The practitioner, with a grave expression, recounted the troubling events he had come to know. In some remote areas of the spirit sanctuary, there had been a surge of unusual spiritual energy fluctuations, and numerous spiritual villages had fallen victim to attacks by an unidentified force. The villagers' spiritual resources were plundered, and some practitioners had even vanished without a trace. All indications suggested that a clandestine organization was orchestrating these disturbances. As Yi listened attentively, the gravity of the situation became increasingly apparent. He inquired in detail about the events from the practitioner. According to the accounts, the assailants were clad in black robes, their faces obscured by eerie masks, rendering their features unrecognizable. They moved with remarkable swiftness and coordination, displaying formidable strength as if they possessed an intimate understanding of the weaknesses of the spiritual practitioners. Following each attack, a peculiar black mark resembling a distorted eye was left behind at the scene, emanating faint yet malevolent waves of spiritual energy. Determined to delve deeper into this matter, Yi sought information from the practitioner regarding several locations that had suffered severe assaults, preparing to investigate them personally. Before embarking on his journey, he informed his beast companions, who eagerly expressed their willingness to confront this looming crisis alongside him. Yi was acutely aware that this investigation could be fraught with peril, yet for the sake of peace in the spirit sanctuary, he could not remain idle. Yi and his companions first arrived at a spiritual village that had been attacked. The sight before them was harrowing. The village lay in ruins, homes collapsed, and the villagers bore expressions of sheer terror. Yi approached an elderly survivor to inquire about the sequence of events. The elder, still trembling from the ordeal, recounted. That night, we were all fast asleep when we were suddenly roused by a cacophony outside. By the time we awoke, the figures in black had already stormed into the village. Without uttering a word, they began seizing our stored spiritual ores and herbs, even abducting some of our strong young practitioners. We were utterly powerless to resist. Yi meticulously searched the village and eventually discovered the ominous black mark on a wall. Upon probing it with his spiritual energy, he felt an insidious force pulsating within. This power was eerily familiar. He racked his mind and suddenly recalled a similar malevolent aura he had encountered in the ruins, though at the time, he had paid it no heed. Yi realized that this mysterious organization might be linked to the ruins in some capacity. After departing from the village, Yi and his companions proceeded to several other attack locations. The circumstances were strikingly similar at each site, featuring the same method of assault and identical black marks. Yi became increasingly convinced that this was a calculated and organized operation. What could this mysterious organization be plotting? What were their intentions in seizing spiritual resources and abducting practitioners? Yi's mind swirled with questions. During the investigation, Yi uncovered a crucial lead. A survivor had witnessed a towering figure among the assailants wielding a black staff, the top adorned with a red gemstone that radiated an unsettling glow. The figures clad in black appeared to harbor a profound reverence for this individual, whose every action seemed to command the entire assault. Yi speculated that this person was likely one of the core members of the enigmatic organization. He understood that to completely resolve this crisis, it was imperative to uncover the lair of the mysterious group and discern the nature of their schemes. However, the clues at his disposal were still exceedingly scant, making the search for the organization a daunting task. Nevertheless, Yi did not waver. He resolved to pursue his investigation with unwavering determination. Despite the arduous challenges that lay ahead, how would Yi and his companions uncover the veil of the enigmatic organization with such limited information? What dangers and trials would they encounter in the course of their inquiry? Chapter 157. The decision to investigate the mysterious organization and unravel its conspiracy after obtaining a few leads. Yi and his companions resolved to delve deeper into the investigation of the mysterious organization, following the faint traces left by the figures in black. Yi was acutely aware that this undertaking was fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet for the sake of peace in the spirit sanctuary, he felt compelled to give his all. Based on previously gathered intelligence, Yi surmised that the organization might be concealed within a mystical forest located at the fringes of the spirit sanctuary, known as the Forest of Shadows. This forest was reputed to be teeming with perilous spirit creatures and enigmatic energy traps. However, Yi noted that several attack sites seemed to subtly point toward this forest. And from the accounts of some survivors, he learned that the assailants typically retreated in the direction of the Forest of Shadows after their assaults. Yi and his companions cautiously stepped into the Forest of Shadows. Upon entering, a chilling aura enveloped them. The towering trees surrounding them were dense and imposing, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patches of light and shadow. The Qilin led the way, its purple flames burning ever more fiercely, illuminating the path ahead while remaining vigilant to the dangers lurking nearby. After traversing a distance into the forest, Yi and his companions were suddenly met with a deep, resonant roar. The sound echoed ominously through the tranquil woods, sending shivers down their spines. Yi signaled for his companions to remain alert as they cautiously approached the source of the sound. As they circled a thicket of enormous bushes, a colossal black bear emerged before them. The bear emanated a formidable dark energy, its eyes glinting with a menacing red light, fixed intently upon Yi and his companions. Yi quickly assessed that this bear was the guardian of the forest. To avoid revealing their presence, he resolved to minimize any confrontation. Through their mental connection, he communicated to his companions, "Let us not act rashly. We shall retreat slowly and strive to avoid provoking it." However, the bear seemed unwilling to let them pass. With a fierce roar, it charged toward Yi and his companions. The Qilin was the first to strike. unleashing a torrent of purple flames in an attempt to impede the bear's advance. The bear, undeterred, conjured a shield of dark energy that effortlessly absorbed the Qilin's flames. Observing this, the white tiger swiftly crafted a thick layer of ice beneath the bear's feet, hoping to cause it to slip. Despite the icy surface, the bear's immense strength allowed it to maintain its balance, leaving deep scratches in the ice as it stood resolute. The vermilion bird descended from the heavens, unleashing a dance of flames, as a colossal fire phoenix surged toward the gigantic bear. Sensing the threat posed by the fiery avian, the bear swung its massive paw in an attempt to strike the phoenix. Although the fire phoenix dissipated under the force of the bear's blow, the vermilion bird seized the opportunity to attack the bear's eyes with flames. Instinctively, the bear shut its eyes, causing a momentary pause in its movements. Taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity, Yi urged Xuanwu, deploy the Xian Turtle Earth Shield to ensnare it. Swiftly, Xuanwu conjured the Xian Turtle Earth Shield, a massive ochre barrier rising from the ground to confine the bear within. The bear crashed violently against the barrier, yet its formidable strength proved futile against the impenetrable shield. Yi and his beasts pressed onward into the depths of the forest. Along their journey, they encountered various spiritual traps, such as sudden vortices of energy and hidden spikes lurking beneath the earth. However, with Yi's keen perception and the formidable prowess of his beasts, they adeptly evaded these dangers. After a challenging exploration, Yi and his companions finally stumbled upon a concealed valley deep within the forest. A faint black mist enveloped the surroundings, emanating sinister waves of spiritual energy. Yi realized they might have discovered the lair of a mysterious organization. Cautiously, he and his beasts approached the valley, where a colossal black castle loomed, its grand entrance tightly shut, with several figures clad in black patrolling the area. Hiding at the periphery, Yi observed the patrol patterns of the dark-clad figures. He noted that they changed shifts at regular intervals. Seizing this opportunity, Yi resolved to infiltrate the castle and uncover the organization's sinister plots. Yet, the interior of the castle likely harbored further dangers and uncertainties. Would Yi and his beasts succeed in breaching the castle and unveiling the enigma of the mysterious organization? Chapter 158. Obstacles in the investigation. Yi and his beasts break through the dilemma. Yi and his beasts concealed themselves at the valley's edge, meticulously monitoring the movements of the black-clad sentinels at the castle's entrance. After a period of observation, Yi had deciphered their shift schedule. He decided to lead his beasts into the castle during the next change of guard. At last, the time for the shift change arrived. Through their mental link, Yi whispered to his beasts, "Prepare for action, remain silent, and stay close to me." The beasts nodded, their eyes gleaming with determination. As the new shift of sentinels took their posts, still not fully alert, Yi guided his companions stealthily across the valley, approaching the castle's grand entrance. Just as they neared the door, an intense black light suddenly illuminated the castle's upper reaches. Following this radiance, a massive black rune materialized in the air, pulsating with an eerie glow and releasing formidable waves of spiritual energy. Immediately thereafter, a swarm of shadowy figures surged forth from the castle, rapidly advancing toward Yi and his beasts. Yi's heart raced. He realized they had likely triggered the castle's defensive mechanisms. The shadows swiftly approached, and only then did Yi discern that these silhouettes were humanoid monsters formed from dark spiritual energy, devoid of facial features and exuding a chilling aura. Yi promptly commanded his beasts to engage in battle. The Qilin unleashed violet flames in an attempt to disperse the shadows. However, the shadows exhibited a certain resistance to the violet fire. While it could inflict damage upon them, it could not eradicate them entirely. The white tiger swung its claws, executing the ice spirit slash. The icy blades, imbued with formidable ice energy and mental shock, struck towards the shadows. Upon impact, the shadows experienced a brief halt. Yet they quickly regained their mobility, continuing to lunge at Yi's beasts. The vermilion bird spiraled in the air, releasing the phoenix dance of the nine heavens flames. The fiery phoenix darted through the throng of shadows, igniting several of them. Yet, the sheer number of shadows rendered the vermilion bird's assault merely a temporary suppression of their onslaught. The black tortoise swiftly conjured the earth-settling shield, safeguarding Yi and his beasts. The shadows collided against the shield, producing a series of muffled thuds, but the shield momentarily withstood their assault. Inside the shield, Yi rapidly contemplated a strategy. He realized that although the shadows appeared formidable, their movements seemed to be controlled by the black rune above. If the rune could be destroyed, perhaps the threat posed by the shadows could be lifted. Through a mental connection, Yi conveyed to his beasts, listen closely. These shadows are controlled by the rune above. We must find a way to destroy it. Qilin, unleash your violet flames with full force against the rune. White Tiger and Vermilion Bird continue to attack the shadows to create opportunities for Qilin. Black Tortoise, ensure the shield remains intact and do not let the shadows approach us. The beasts immediately sprang into action as directed by Yi. The Qilin concentrated all of its violet flame energy towards the black rune. The violet flames shot forth like a purple meteor, striking the rune. The rune flickered uncertainly upon being attacked, yet it remained undamaged. Sensing the threat to the rune, the shadows grew increasingly frantic in their assault on the Black Tortoise's shield. The White Tiger and Vermilion Bird intensified their attacks on the shadows, with icy blades and flames raining upon them, momentarily halting the shadows' further attempts to breach the shield. Observing the ineffectiveness of the Qilin's assault, Yi realized that mere violet flames were insufficient to destroy the rune. Recalling some knowledge of spiritual energy acquired in the ruins, he suddenly conceived the idea of merging the Qilin's violet flame energy with the Vermilion Bird's fire energy to potentially amplify their assault. He swiftly communicated through their mental link. Vermilion Bird, merge your fire energy with Qilin's violet flames and strike the rune together. The Vermilion Bird promptly complied, soaring above the Qilin and infusing its fire energy into the violet flames. The Qilin sensed the Vermilion Bird's energy and initiated another attack. This time, with the fusion of violet flames and fire, a more potent fiery force surged toward the black rune. Under this powerful fiery onslaught, the rune's radiance gradually dimmed, ultimately shattering with a resounding explosion. With the shattering of the rune, the shadows lost their control and dissipated into the air. Yi and his beast companions successfully overcame this obstacle, yet they were acutely aware that further dangers might lurk within the castle. Leading his beasts, Yi cautiously advanced towards the castle's grand entrance. Upon pushing open the massive doors, they were met with a lengthy, dimly lit corridor, pervaded by a pungent odor. Taking a deep breath, Yi urged his companions, "Let us delve deeper and unveil the machinations of this enigmatic organization." The beasts resolutely followed him into the passageway. What challenges awaited them at the corridor's end? Chapter 159, Successfully Obtaining Crucial Intelligence. Preparing to annihilate the mysterious organization, Yi and his beasts proceeded slowly down the dark corridor, the acrid scent intensifying, while strange black luminescence flickered upon the walls. Yi sensed that the deeper they ventured, the more potent the waves of malevolent spiritual energy became. The beasts heightened their vigilance. The Qilin's purple flames blazed more fiercely, illuminating the path ahead, while the White Tiger's piercing gaze scanned the surroundings, icy energy swirling about its form. The Zhuke circled above, poised to strike, and the Xuanwu steadfastly trailed behind Yi, its massive shell radiating a robust spiritual shield. Suddenly, black runes materialized upon the walls, shimmering ominously as dark energy tendrils shot forth from them, entangling Yi and his beasts. Yi swiftly commanded his companions to respond. The Qilin unleashed its purple flames in an attempt to incinerate the tendrils. The White Tiger employed ice spells to freeze them. The Zhuke dove from the air, launching fiery assaults upon the runes, while the Xuanwu remained a steadfast guardian by Yi's side, thwarting the tendrils' advance. After a fierce confrontation, the beasts succeeded in dismantling the runes, causing the tendrils to dissipate. Yi and his companions pressed onward, ultimately arriving at the corridor's terminus. Before them stood an immense stone door, adorned with intricate, cryptic designs and inscriptions, emanating a formidable aura of malevolence. Carefully examining the door, Yi discerned that the patterns seemed to narrate an ancient ritual, while the inscriptions detailed the manipulation of a potent dark force. Realizing the potential connection to the mysterious organization's scheme, he attempted to channel his spiritual energy towards the door, which slowly creaked open, unleashing a wave of formidable dark energy. Beyond the door lay an expansive hall, at the center of which stood a black stone altar, upon which rested an ancient tome radiating an ethereal glow. Encircling the tome were several cloaked figures, who immediately assumed aggressive stances upon noticing Yi and his beast's intrusion. Unfazed, Yi commanded his companions to launch an offensive. The Qilin led the charge, spewing forth purple flames toward the cloaked adversaries. The figures rapidly dispersed, brandishing black staffs that shimmered with eerie light, releasing dark energies to counter the Qilin's fiery assault. Seizing the opportunity presented by the scattered foes, the White Tiger unleashed its ice shard cleave, sending icy blades hurtling toward them. The cloaked figures hastily raised their staffs to defend, the icy projectiles colliding with a resounding roar. The Zhuke ascended into the air, invoking the Phoenix Dance of Nine Heavens. As a colossal fiery phoenix surged towards the cloaked adversaries, the figures cloaked in black concentrated their dark spiritual energy, forming a shadowy shield that temporarily repelled the onslaught of the vermilion bird. Meanwhile, the black tortoise stood beside Yi, continuously adjusting the protective barrier to thwart any potential ambush by the black-clad assailants. In the midst of battle, Yi discerned that although these adversaries possessed considerable strength, their coordination revealed certain vulnerabilities. He communicated telepathically with his summoned beasts. Let us coordinate our efforts. The Qilin will draw their fire, while the white tiger and vermilion bird will exploit opportunities for flanking attacks to disrupt their defenses. Obeying Yi's command, the summoned beasts altered their strategy. The Qilin intensified its output of violet flames, capturing the majority of the black-clad fighters' attention. The white tiger and vermilion bird then launched their assaults from both flanks, causing disarray among the enemy ranks. Under the relentless joint offensive of the summoned beasts, the black-clad figures gradually succumbed, falling one after another. Yi stepped forward to seize an ancient tome from the stone pedestal. This tome chronicled the sinister plans of the mysterious organization, revealing their intent to awaken an ancient dark power. Should this power be roused, it would bring catastrophic calamity to the spirit sanctuary. Aware of the grave implications, Yi resolved to immediately dismantle the enigmatic organization and thwart their nefarious schemes. After departing from the castle, Yi returned to his stronghold and began to analyze the current situation. Although the mysterious organization had suffered a setback, their core forces might not have been entirely eradicated, and they could hasten the awakening of the dark power at any moment. Yi decided to summon several righteous individuals from the spirit sanctuary to collaboratively devise a plan to obliterate the mysterious organization. Through various channels, Yi contacted several esteemed spiritual practitioners within the spirit sanctuary. Upon learning of the organization's plot, they expressed their willingness to ally with him. Yi engaged them in detailed discussions regarding the distribution of the organization's strongholds, their defensive capabilities, and potential escape routes. After a thorough analysis, they established a preliminary framework for a plan, though finer details required further refinement. Yi understood that dismantling the mysterious organization would not be a simple endeavor. They needed to consider all contingencies and formulate the most meticulous strategy to ensure a decisive strike that would entirely eliminate the threat to the peace of the spirit sanctuary. Moving forward, how would Yi and his companions refine their plan and launch a decisive attack against the mysterious organization? Chapter 160. Formulating a meticulous plan to strike the mysterious organization, Yi convened with several adept practitioners of the spirit sanctuary in a tense and meticulous atmosphere within a secure chamber. They gathered around a massive stone table upon which lay a detailed map of the spirit sanctuary, meticulously marking the potential locations of the mysterious organization's strongholds and the surrounding terrain. Yi began, based on the information we currently possess. The core stronghold of the mysterious organization lies deep within the shadowy forest in that black castle. However, they may also have established smaller outposts in the surrounding areas for communication and resource storage. We must simultaneously launch assaults on these outposts to prevent them from providing mutual support or escape. A practitioner clad in a cerulean robe nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the fortress boasts formidable defenses, and we must devise appropriate strategies to breach its protective mechanisms." Yi, having previously infiltrated the castle, possesses considerable insight into its interior. What are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Yi replied, "The castle is fortified with potent dark runic defenses, which, upon activation, summon grotesqueries born of concentrated dark energy. We could dispatch a contingent to infiltrate the castle and dismantle these runes, thereby paving the way for our subsequent assault. Concurrently, we must position skilled individuals around the fortress to prevent any members of the mysterious organization from escaping." An elder practitioner with flowing white hair added, "Furthermore, the members of the enigmatic organization are not to be underestimated. We must judiciously organize our attack teams to ensure that each stronghold is adequately fortified. I propose we divide our forces into several smaller groups, each tasked with a specific stronghold, operating in unison and supporting one another." The assembly expressed their concurrence, subsequently engaging in discussions regarding the composition of each group. Yi meticulously arranged the teams according to the practitioner's specialties and the attributes of their summoned beasts. Those adept in wind-based energy led one group, tasked with swift incursions and reconnaissance. Practitioners skilled in water-based energy formed another group, utilizing the properties of water energy to dismantle certain defensive mechanisms, while Yi himself commanded the core team, poised to launch a direct assault on the Black Castle. Regarding the timing of the offensive, Yi remarked, "We shall choose to act under the cover of night, as the darkness will aid our stealth. Moreover, I have observed that the mysterious organization tends to lower its vigilance during the night. Prior to the operation, we must conduct rigorous training for each group to ensure familiarity with the plan and their respective duties." In the ensuing days, Yi and the practitioners immersed themselves in intense preparations. They engaged in rigorous training to enhance their summoned beasts' combat capabilities and teamwork. Additionally, Yi prepared various specialized tools, such as crystals capable of disrupting dark energy and keys infused with energy to dismantle the runes. During the final meeting before the operation, Yi reiterated the crucial points and precautions of the plan. It is imperative that we remember our objective is to utterly obliterate the mysterious organization and thwart their attempts to awaken dark forces. During combat, we must remain composed and adhere to the plan. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, do not panic. Communicate and collaborate promptly with the other groups. At last, the day of action arrived. As night fell, the sacred realm of spirits was enveloped in darkness. Yi and the practitioners, accompanied by their summoned beasts, split into various groups and stealthily advanced toward the stronghold of the mysterious organization. Yi's core team arrived at the exterior of the Black Castle, cloaked in shadows, awaiting the signal from the infiltration group. The interior of the castle lay shrouded in silence, yet Yi understood that beneath this calm facade lay profound peril. As time elapsed, his heart swelled with both anticipation and trepidation. Would they succeed in breaching the castle's defenses and capturing the entire mysterious organization? An intense battle was on the brink of unfolding. Chapter 161, Assault on the Mysterious Organization. Yi and his beasts showcased their might outside the Obsidian Castle. The core team led by Yi awaited the signal from the infiltration unit, every breath held in anticipation, the atmosphere thick with tension. At last, a faint blue glow illuminated the castle's apex, signaling the successful disruption of the runes by the infiltration team. A surge of joy coursed through Yi's heart as he whispered to his companions, the beasts by his side, "Partners, it is time to act." The Qilin surged forth first, its purple flames blazing like a colossal violet meteor, illuminating the darkened night sky. It unleashed a torrent of purple fire towards the castle's entrance, the intense heat swiftly melting the metal lock, causing the grand doors to crash to the ground. Yi and the other spiritual practitioners, accompanied by their beasts, charged into the castle with haste. Inside, the members of the mysterious organization were evidently taken aback by the rapid breach of their defenses. In a state of disarray, they scrambled to mount a resistance, but Yi and his beasts descended upon them like a tempest. Yi commanded the Qilin to continue forging a path with its purple flames, which ravaged everything in their wake, reducing the makeshift defenses erected by the organization to mere ashes. The white tiger followed closely behind, unleashing its ice blade, a fierce slash infused with potent ice energy and mental shockwaves, directed at the members of the mysterious organization. The adversaries attempted to counter with their wands and energy shields. Yet the ice blade's might was overwhelming. Those of lesser strength were struck down, collapsing to the ground. The vermilion bird soared above, continuously unleashing its phoenix flames, weaving through the castle and igniting a sea of fire wherever it traversed. The members of the organization found themselves fleeing in panic, their dark energies proving inadequate against the fierce inferno conjured by the vermilion bird. The black tortoise stood guard beside Yi, its earth shield not only providing robust defense, but also reflecting some of the enemy's assaults. The dark energy attacks from the organization rebounded against the shield, inflicting harm upon their own ranks. As Yi orchestrated the battle, his keen eyes surveyed the interior of the castle. He discerned that at the heart of the Grand Hall, a vast dark energy formation had been established, seemingly in preparation for a nefarious ritual. Yi realized that this formation could be instrumental in awakening dark forces, and it must be destroyed post-haste. He led his beasts towards the center of the hall. Sensing Yi's intent, members of the mysterious organization converged to intercept him. In that moment, Yi and the beasts of the other spiritual practitioners coordinated seamlessly. The beasts unleashed an array of formidable energy skills, restraining the surrounding foes and clearing a path for Yi and his beasts. The Qilin expelled its purple flames, repelling the adversaries ahead. The white tiger employed ice magic to freeze the enemy's movements, while the vermilion bird continuously suppressed their attacks with its fiery onslaught. Under the relentless offensive of their beasts, Yi and his team successfully breached the enemy's lines, arriving before the dark energy formation. Gazing upon the malevolent aura radiating from the formation, Yi was acutely aware of its perilous nature. However, To thwart the sinister designs of the mysterious organization, he resolutely commanded his beasts to launch their assault. As the Qilin, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise unleashed their powers, the purple flames, ice blades, and a formidable defensive spiritual energy surged toward the formation. The array trembled violently under the immense assault, its brilliance flickering erratically. Observing this, the members of the mysterious organization intensified their spiritual energy input, striving to sustain the formation. An intense confrontation unfolded before the array, leaving Yi and his beasts with the pivotal task of dismantling the formation and thwarting the nefarious plans of the mysterious organization. In Chapter 162, the members of the mysterious organization resisted, while Yi calmly directed his beasts in battle. Yi and his companions launched an assault on the dark spiritual energy formation, while the members of the mysterious organization exerted their utmost to maintain it, resulting in a fierce stalemate. The air surrounding the formation seemed to be torn asunder, with the light and thunderous sounds generated by the collision of various spiritual energies reverberating incessantly. The leader of the mysterious organization emerged beside the formation, clad in a flowing black robe, adorned with a crown embedded with red gemstones, and wielding a staff that emanated a dark aura. His eyes glinted with a fierce light as he bellowed, "We cannot allow them to breach the formation. Everyone, attack with all your might to thwart them." At his command, the members of the mysterious organization launched a more frenzied assault against Yi and his beasts. Dark beams of spiritual energy shot toward Yi and his companions from all directions. Maintaining his composure, Yi directed his beasts to respond, instructing the black tortoise, "Fortify our defenses. We must hold our ground." The black tortoise amplified the defensive spiritual energy of its earth shield to its utmost, producing a massive ochre barrier that radiated a blinding light, successfully repelling the onslaught of dark energy beams. Meanwhile, the Qilin continued its relentless assault with fierce purple flames, akin to a surging torrent, relentlessly battering against the formation. Yet, the formation's defense was extraordinarily robust. The Qilin's flames merely induced minor fluctuations but failed to dismantle it entirely. The white tiger employed ice-based skills, generating a thick layer of ice around the formation, attempting to hinder the approach of the mysterious organization members and disrupt their spiritual energy input. However, the members countered by melting the ice with dark energy, continuing to fuel the formation. The vermilion bird darted through the air, changing positions continuously, unleashing the phoenix dance of flames from various angles to attack the formation. The flaming phoenix blazed upon the formation, creating a clash between the surrounding dark energy and the flames, resulting in a stalemate. Yi recognized that maintaining this deadlock was detrimental to their cause and resolved to devise a strategy to break it. Observing the members of the mysterious organization, he discerned a critical node in their spiritual energy connections. Dismantling this node would weaken the formation's defenses. Through a mental link, he communicated with his beasts, "Everyone, focus your attacks on that leader in the black robe and crown. He is the key to their energy connection. Defeating him will shatter the formation's defenses." The beasts promptly redirected their attacks, with the Qilin expelling a concentrated burst of purple flames toward the leader of the mysterious organization. Sensing the formidable power of the Qilin's flames, the leader swiftly brandished his staff, conjuring a dark energy barrier to counter the purple inferno. Seizing the moment, the white tiger conjured sharp ice spikes beneath the leader's feet, but the leader, aware of the impending peril, narrowly evaded the icy assault. The vermilion bird seized the opportune moment, diving from the sky to grasp the leader's shoulder with its claws. With a vigorous toss, it flung the leader aside, causing the staff in his hand to drop and interrupting the connection to his spiritual power momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Yi called out to the beast companions, urging them to launch a full-scale assault on the formation. The Qilin, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise simultaneously unleashed their formidable spiritual energy, directing powerful attacks toward the formation. Stripped of its crucial spiritual support, the formation could no longer withstand the onslaught, erupting with a thunderous noise as it shattered. In the instant the formation crumbled, a potent recoil surged forth, impacting Yi, his beast companions, and the members of the mysterious organization to varying degrees. Yet, Yi understood that this was merely a temporary victory in their battle. The mysterious organization would undoubtedly not yield easily and would mount a more vigorous resistance. Quickly regaining his composure, Yi commanded his beasts to continue fighting, preparing for the impending counterattack from the mysterious organization. What strategies would the mysterious organization employ in their resistance? Would Yi and his beasts be able to utterly defeat the mysterious organization and fulfill their mission? Chapter 163. After a fierce confrontation, the mysterious organization is successfully destroyed. With the collapse of the dark spiritual formation, the mysterious organization was momentarily thrown into disarray. But they quickly regrouped under the leadership of their leader. Although the leader had been flung aside by the vermilion bird, he swiftly retrieved his staff, his eyes blazing with fury and defiance. He brandished the staff while chanting incantations, and the surrounding dark spiritual energy surged violently once more. On the walls of the castle, an array of black runes began to materialize, and as they flickered, a horde of dark puppets emerged from the ground. These puppets were imposing figures, formed from pure dark spiritual energy, exuding a chilling and malevolent aura. Armed with black long swords, they charged toward Yi and his beast companions. Yi observed the unfolding scene with calm determination, swiftly devising a strategy. Qilin, use your purple flames to disrupt the puppets' movements and identify their weaknesses. White Tiger, create icy barriers among the puppets to hinder their speed. Vermilion Bird, launch aerial attacks targeting the puppets' heads. Black Tortoise, safeguard our rear to prevent any stragglers from mounting a surprise attack. The Qilin unleashed a torrent of purple flames, weaving through the ranks of puppets and causing their movements to slow under the intense heat. The White Tiger slammed its claws onto the ground, causing a vast expanse of ice to spread rapidly, significantly impeding the puppets' advance. The Vermilion Bird dove down from the sky, unleashing its fiery assault upon the heads of the puppets, some of which began to show signs of disintegration under the flames. Yi noted that while the puppets appeared formidable, their joints were relatively weak. Through their mental connection, he instructed the Qilin and White Tiger, focus your attacks on the joints of the puppets to incapacitate their movement. The Qilin and White Tiger promptly adjusted their assault. The Qilin scorched the puppets' joints with its purple flames, while the White Tiger slashed at them with icy blades. Under their relentless assault, the joints of several puppets began to fracture, their bodies swaying precariously. Seeing his puppets in distress, the leader once again wielded his staff, unleashing a powerful wave of dark spiritual energy that surged toward Yi and his companions. Yi quickly directed Xuanwu to strengthen its defenses, and the Light of the Earth shield surged magnificently, successfully resisting the onslaught of dark spiritual energy. However, the force of the dark spiritual wave still caused Yi and his beasts to stagger back a few steps. At that moment, other spiritual practitioners, accompanied by their beasts, breached the mysterious organization's defenses and hastened to support Yi. Their beasts unleashed various formidable spiritual skills, joining the fray against the dark puppets and members of the mysterious organization. In an instant, the castle was aglow with spiritual energy, and the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. Under the combined assault of the group, the dark puppets fell one after another, and the number of mysterious organization members dwindled. Realizing the tide had turned against him, the leader of the mysterious organization attempted to flee. Yi would not allow him to succeed. He commanded Zhuke to pursue swiftly. Zhuke spread its wings, dashing after the leader like a fiery meteor. The leader unleashed an attack of dark spiritual energy with his staff, but Zhuke nimbly evaded the strike and seized the leader's arm with its claws, bringing him back to the battlefield. Standing before the leader, Yi declared sternly, "Your schemes will not prevail. Today marks the end of the mysterious organization." The leader, struggling fiercely, retorted with malice, "Do you think destroying this place will be the end? We have other plans. The sacred spirit realm will eventually succumb to darkness." Yi disregarded his threats and, alongside the spiritual practitioners, thoroughly eliminated the remnants of the mysterious organization within the castle. After this intense confrontation, the mysterious organization was finally dismantled, and the sacred spirit realm was momentarily freed from peril. Yet Yi understood that the leader's words hinted at potential hidden dangers. He resolved to further investigate the organization's stronghold to eradicate any lingering threats. Thus, what discoveries awaited them in their exploration of the stronghold? Chapter 164. After resolving the crisis. Exploring the stronghold of the mysterious organization following the successful destruction of the mysterious organization's core stronghold within the Black Castle, Yi and the spiritual practitioners remained on high alert. He was acutely aware that the leader's threatening words were not without merit. They likely harbored other concealed plans and strongholds. Therefore, Yi and the practitioners resolved to conduct a comprehensive exploration of the organization's additional strongholds in the surrounding areas. Yi summoned his beasts and addressed them. "Companions, although we have successfully dismantled this core stronghold, the crisis may not yet be fully resolved. We must now explore the mysterious organization's other strongholds, so remain vigilant. The beasts nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting determination. The purple flames flickering on the Qilin's body seemed eager for further combat. The ice energy of the white tiger flowed around it, ready to respond to any unexpected developments. Zhuke circled above, its keen gaze scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, Xuanwu followed closely behind Yi, its massive shell radiating a robust spiritual energy shield. Using the clues they had previously gathered, Yi and the spiritual practitioners commenced a thorough search in the shadowy forest and its adjacent areas. They meticulously examined every suspicious location, carefully investigating any traces the mysterious organization may have left behind. After several days of searching, they discovered a hidden stronghold in a secluded valley within the shadowy forest. The stronghold was veiled by a mysterious barrier of spiritual energy, making it difficult to discern its presence unless one possessed the acute spiritual awareness of Yi. Cautiously, he and his beast companions approached the outpost, signaling the spiritual practitioners to ready themselves for combat. As they neared the barrier, a group of remnants from the enigmatic organization surged forth from within the stronghold. Though few in number, their strength was formidable, indicating their role as guardians of something significant within the outpost. Yi swiftly commanded his beasts to engage. The Qilin initiated the assault, opening its maw to unleash a powerful torrent of violet flames that surged toward the adversaries. The flames, akin to a blazing meteor, swiftly consumed several foes, engulfing them in searing heat. Meanwhile, the white tiger conjured a thick layer of ice beneath the enemies, hampering their movements. The vermilion bird descended from the skies, unleashing the phoenix dance of 9 heavens, a colossal flaming phoenix that charged at the enemies, forcing them to retreat under the relentless heat. Beside Yi, the black tortoise continuously adjusted the protective energy shield, safeguarding against any surprise attacks. As Yi orchestrated the battle, he keenly observed the enemy's actions, realizing they seemed intent on stalling for time to protect something hidden within the stronghold. A thought struck him. He surmised that an important secret lay concealed within. He instructed his beasts, urging them to quicken their assault, insisting they could not afford to let the enemies delay them. They needed to breach the defenses swiftly and infiltrate the stronghold. Upon hearing Yi's directive, the beasts intensified their offensive. Under their formidable onslaught, the remnants of the mysterious organization began to falter. Yi and the spiritual practitioners finally breached the enemy's defenses. Arriving at the threshold of the stronghold, Yi probed the energy barrier with his spiritual force, discovering that, while robust, it was not insurmountable. Drawing on his knowledge of the spiritual runes previously employed by the organization, he identified a means to dismantle the barrier. Infusing his spiritual energy into several key runes on the barrier, they flickered momentarily before the energy shield gradually dissipated. Yi, his beasts, and the spiritual practitioners successfully entered the stronghold. Inside, the dim light was tinged with a sense of antiquity, an air thick with a musty scent. They cautiously advanced, uncertain of what awaited them within this enigmatic stronghold. Chapter 165. Discovery of a mysterious artifact. Said to aid the spiritual emperor's breakthrough as Yi and his companions stepped into the lair of the mysterious organization. They were greeted by an atmosphere of darkness and dampness, permeated by a decaying odor. Black lanterns, emitting a faint glow, hung from the walls, barely illuminating the path ahead. Yi and his beasts proceeded with utmost caution, vigilant for any lurking dangers. Venturing deeper into the stronghold along a narrow passage, they observed the walls intricately inscribed with mysterious runes and patterns. Yi scrutinized these symbols, noting their resemblance to the dark energy formations he had encountered in the Black Castle, yet they seemed to convey more complex information. Upon reaching the end of the passage, they were confronted by a colossal stone door. On the stone door, a magnificent black phoenix is intricately carved, its eyes glimmering with an eerie red light, as if observing every soul that dares approach. Yi attempted to touch the stone door with his spiritual energy, which responded with a deep, resonant rumble, slowly swinging open. Behind it lay a circular hall, at the center of which stood a black stone pedestal. Upon the pedestal rested a crystal orb radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, encircled by a faint halo, within which countless tiny runes flickered in rhythmic motion. As Yi approached the pedestal, he observed the orb closely, sensing the powerful waves of spiritual energy emanating from it, distinctly different from any he had encountered before, infused with an aura that was both mysterious and ancient. Just as he prepared to grasp the crystal orb, a low growl reverberated from the corner of the hall. A colossal shadow emerged, revealing itself to be a guardian beast. This creature resembled a lion, yet its body was cloaked in a layer of black scales, inscribed with enigmatic runes. Its eyes glowed with a haunting green light, exuding an intense pressure. Yi swiftly commanded his summoned beasts to assume battle stances. The Qilin was engulfed in blazing purple flames, the intense heat warping the air around it. The white tiger gathered icy spiritual energy upon its claws, poised to strike. The vermilion bird soared overhead, preparing to unleash its most potent flames, while the black tortoise quickly conjured the earth shield to protect Yi and his companions. The guardian beast initiated the assault, opening its maw to unleash a beam of black spiritual energy directed at Yi and his beasts. The Qilin expelled its purple flames in an attempt to counter this onslaught. The clash of the purple flames and the energy beam erupted with a deafening sound, sending powerful shockwaves rippling through the air. Seizing the moment, the white tiger created a thick layer of ice beneath the guardian beast, hoping to make it slip. The guardian beast's claws etched deep marks upon the ice, yet it remained steadfast, its immense strength holding it upright. The vermilion bird dove from the skies, releasing its fiery attack. The massive flaming phoenix surged toward the guardian beast, whose scales gleamed ominously as it summoned a formidable spiritual shield to deflect the fiery assault. In the midst of battle, Yi discerned that while the guardian beast's shield was robust, a brief vulnerability appeared in its abdomen at the moment of activation. He communicated through his mental link to his beasts. Everyone, take heed. Qilin, continue to draw its attention with your purple flames. White tiger and vermilion bird. Wait for it to deploy its shield, then concentrate your attacks on its abdomen. Obeying Yi's command, the beasts launched another wave of attacks. The Qilin unleashed an even more ferocious stream of purple flames towards the guardian beast, which indeed activated its spiritual shield once more. In that instant, the white tiger and vermilion bird struck simultaneously. The white tiger's icy energy morphed into countless sharp ice spikes, while the vermilion bird's flames coalesced into a fiery beam, both aimed at the guardian beast's vulnerable abdomen. The guardian beast, caught unawares, was struck by the ice spikes and flames, letting out a pained roar as its spiritual shield dissipated. Yi seized the opportunity and commanded the beast companions, attack with all your might. The Qilin, white tiger, and vermilion bird launched their assaults once more, unleashing formidable spiritual energy towards the guardian beast. Under the combined onslaught of the beasts, the guardian beast finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. Yi approached and picked up the crystal ball from the stone platform. At that moment, a spirit practitioner suddenly interjected. I have heard of an ancient legend about a mysterious crystal ball, said to contain the power to aid spirit practitioners in breaking through to the Spirit-Emperor Realm. Could this be the fabled crystal ball? Yi felt a surge of joy within. If what this practitioner said were true, then this crystal ball could represent a tremendous opportunity for him. However, how to utilize this crystal ball and when to employ it for optimal effect required further exploration. Yi resolved to return to the base with the crystal ball, collaborating with other practitioners to study it and seek methods and opportune moments for its use. Would this enigmatic crystal ball truly assist Yi in transcending to the Spirit-Emperor Realm? What challenges would they encounter during their research? Chapter 166. Investigating the mysterious artifact. Seeking methods and opportunities upon returning to the base with the mysterious crystal ball, Yi immediately summoned the practitioners who possessed profound insights into spiritual energy, gathering them to discuss the usage and timing of the crystal ball. They seated themselves around a grand stone table, upon which the crystal ball radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, capturing everyone's attention. Yi spoke first. Behold, this crystal ball harbors immense and enigmatic spiritual energy, which may aid in the breakthrough to the Spirit-Emperor Realm. Yet, our current understanding is limited. We must collaborate to uncover its usage methods and the appropriate moments for its application. An elderly practitioner, with hair as white as snow, picked up the crystal ball and scrutinized the shimmering runes on its surface. From the arrangement of these runes and the fluctuations of spiritual energy, it seems this crystal ball is linked to an ancient lineage of spiritual power. I have encountered similar accounts in ancient texts, though the specifics of its application remain elusive. Another young practitioner chimed in. I propose we commence by analyzing the spiritual attributes of the crystal ball. Its emanating energy is remarkably unique, embodying both the essence of light and a hint of darkness, as if it is a fusion of two extreme forces. As he spoke, he gently infused his own spiritual energy into the crystal ball, attempting to discern its internal structure. However, upon contact, a formidable force rebounded, causing him to stagger back several steps. Observing this, Yi swiftly moved to support him, cautioning, everyone, exercise caution. The power of this crystal ball should not be underestimated. We must avoid reckless attempts to prevent any potential harm. Subsequently, Yi instructed the Qilin, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu to each use their respective spiritual energies to probe the crystal ball. As the purple flame energy of the Qilin approached the crystal sphere, the vibrant colors on its surface intensified, suggesting a certain affinity for the fiery power. When the White Tiger's ice energy made contact with the sphere, the surrounding air instantaneously turned frigid, yet no other noticeable changes occurred. Upon the infusion of the Phoenix's flame and wind energies, flowing runes manifested on the sphere's surface, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. As the defensive energy of the black tortoise neared the crystal, the sphere seemed to tremble slightly. Through the efforts of the beast-tamers, Yi and the cultivators discerned that the crystal sphere reacted differently to various types of energy. After a moment of contemplation, Yi remarked that the operation of this crystal sphere likely required a harmonious blend of multiple energies, with specific sequences and ratios of infusion being of paramount importance. Thus, they embarked on a series of experiments, endeavoring to channel the energies into the crystal sphere in various orders and proportions. However, despite numerous attempts, aside from minor shifts in light and runes, no substantial reaction was elicited from the sphere. As their research hit a stalemate, Yi suddenly recalled the runes and patterns he had observed on the walls of the mysterious organization's base. He surmised that these symbols might hold the key to unraveling the secrets of the crystal sphere. Promptly, he sketched the runes and designs on paper and, alongside the cultivators, began to analyze them. After thorough examination, they discerned that the runes and patterns seemed to depict a process of energy circulation, suggesting that the usage of the crystal sphere necessitated the infusion of energy in accordance with this cyclical order. With excitement, Yi exclaimed, "Look! If we follow this sequence, first the Qilin infuses the purple flame energy, followed by the Phoenix with its flame and wind energies, then the White Tiger with ice energy, and finally the Black Tortoise with defensive energy, we may just trigger the sphere's latent power." The cultivators concurred with Yi's hypothesis, and they prepared for another attempt. Yi directed the beasts to channel their energies in the proposed order and ratios. The Qilin began by gently infusing the purple flame energy into the sphere, causing its colorful glow to become even more resplendent. Next, the Phoenix infused its flame and wind energies, prompting the runes on the sphere to flow rapidly. The White Tiger then added its ice energy, leading to a sharp drop in temperature around the sphere. Finally, the Black Tortoise infused its defensive energy, and the sphere erupted in a brilliant radiance, seemingly imbued with a mysterious force. However, just as they believed they had successfully activated the sphere's power, the light abruptly vanished, and the sphere returned to a state of tranquility. Although Yi and the cultivators felt a twinge of disappointment, they recognized that, despite the setback, they were inching closer to the truth. They resolved to continue their research, seeking any potential details they might have overlooked. Would they ultimately discover the correct method and timing to unleash the crystal sphere's power, aiding in the breakthrough to the realm of the Spirit Emperor? What new developments might arise in their ongoing studies? Chapter 167. Preparing to challenge the Spirit Emperor. Entering seclusion to break through the bottleneck despite the previous attempt failing to activate the power of the crystal sphere, Yi and the cultivators remained undeterred. They continued to delve into the mysteries of the crystal ball and the clues associated with it. After several days of arduous exploration and analysis, they finally uncovered some pivotal details. Yi discovered that during the infusion of spiritual energy, beyond adhering to a specific sequence and proportion, the practitioner's own spiritual power must resonate deeply with the crystal ball. This resonance was not merely a superficial contact of energies. It required the practitioner to enter an intense state of focus and ethereal clarity, aligning their consciousness with the energy fluctuations of the crystal ball. Yi shared this revelation with the other practitioners, who unanimously felt this was likely the key to success. Consequently, Yi resolved to seek a tranquil and spiritually abundant location within their base to enter seclusion and prepare to once again attempt to harness the crystal ball to break through to the Spirit Emperor realm. Yi summoned his spirit beasts, stating, "Companions, I shall now enter seclusion to attempt to transcend to the Spirit Emperor realm with the aid of the crystal ball. During this process, I require your protection to ensure I remain undisturbed by external influences." The spirit beasts nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting unwavering support and trust in Yi. The Qilin's purple flames blazed even more fiercely as it proclaimed, "Rest assured, Master, with us here, no one shall disturb you." The White Tiger resolutely affirmed, "We will safeguard the surroundings, ensuring your safety." The vermilion bird circled once in the air before landing gently on Yi's shoulder, softly chirping in response. The black tortoise stood resolutely nearby, its massive shell emanating a formidable spiritual shield. In a secluded chamber of their base, Yi meticulously arranged the training area, placing the crystal ball before him. He calmed his mind and began to adjust his spiritual energy state. First, he circulated his internal energy until it reached a balanced and vibrant state. Then slowly closed his eyes, entering a profound meditation. Within this meditative state, Yi endeavored to merge his consciousness with the surrounding spiritual energies, attuning himself to their ebb and flow. After a period of preparation, Yi sensed that the moment had arrived. Following the sequence they had previously researched, he guided the Qilin to infuse its purple flame energy into the crystal ball. The Qilin concentrated, channeling its energy into the crystal ball in a gentle and stable manner. The surface of the crystal ball shimmered with vibrant hues, and the runes began to flicker. Next, the vermilion bird infused its fire and wind energies, which intertwined within the crystal ball, creating a wondrous resonance. The white tiger followed, injecting ice energy, the chill of which harmonized beautifully with the preceding energies, enriching the crystal ball's spiritual power. Finally, the black tortoise contributed its defensive energy, providing a stabilizing conclusion to the entire process. As the spirit beasts infused their energies, Yi endeavored to synchronize his consciousness with the energy fluctuations of the crystal ball. He could feel the immense power within the crystal ball gradually awakening. Yet to fully harness this power and utilize it to transcend to the Spirit-Emperor realm, he had to surmount one final obstacle. Yi concentrated all his mental faculties, closely intertwining his consciousness with the spiritual energy of the crystal ball. It was as if he had entered a realm suffused with radiant light and mystical forces, where everything around him was in a constant state of flux and transformation. In this world, Yi could sense the collision and fusion of his spiritual energy with the power of the crystal ball. Each fusion elevated his spiritual prowess. Yet the journey to transcendence was fraught with challenges. He encountered a formidable barrier, as if an invisible wall obstructed his path forward. This wall was constructed from the limitations of his own spiritual energy and his lack of comprehension of the principles governing the realm of the spiritual emperor. Yi understood that to surmount this barrier, he required not only robust spiritual energy, but also a profound insight into the essence of the spiritual emperor realm. In the realm of consciousness, Yi embarked on a relentless quest to discover a method to break through this impasse. He reflected on his training journey within the spiritual sage realm, recalling his initial perceptions of spiritual energy and the subsequent mastery of various skills. Each stage granted him new insights into the nature of spiritual power. Yi realized that the key to overcoming the barrier lay in dismantling his ingrained perceptions of spiritual energy, embracing a fresh perspective to comprehend and wield it. He adjusted his state of consciousness, striving to adopt a more open and inclusive mindset to perceive the power of the crystal ball and the surrounding spiritual energy of the world. By merging his spiritual energy with that of the crystal ball, he ceased to differentiate between them, allowing them to flow freely within his realm of consciousness. In this state, Yi gradually sensed the wall of the barrier beginning to loosen. He intensified the output of his spiritual energy, launching a concerted assault on the wall alongside the power of the crystal ball. Under the force of this powerful impact, fissures began to appear in the barrier. Yi persevered, and ultimately, with a resounding crash, the wall collapsed. He successfully transcended the barrier, his spiritual energy surging to an entirely new level, a formidable power coursing through him. Yi realized he had successfully harnessed the crystal ball to reach the brink of the spiritual emperor realm. Now, he merely needed to stabilize his newfound status to truly enter this exalted realm. Would Yi manage to solidify his position and become a genuine spiritual emperor? What new transformations and challenges awaited him after breaking through the spiritual emperor realm? Chapter 168. Successfully breaking through to the spiritual emperor. The Taodai and the three-legged bird come to assist, having ascended to the spiritual emperor realm. Yi emerged from the chamber to be greeted with joy and congratulations from his beast companions. Simultaneously, the Taodai and the three-legged bird descended, sensing the powerful fluctuations of his breakthrough. The three-legged bird, its iridescent feathers shimmering, conveyed its mastery over flames and spatial power, capable of opening spatial passages to ambush foes and unleashing devastating fiery energy for widespread destruction. The Taodai proclaimed its ability to devour all, capable of absorbing enemy spiritual attacks and wielding them as its own, while also diminishing the strength of weaker foes. Both entities expressed their willingness to fight alongside Yi, who gladly accepted their alliance. reflecting on the 16 divine beasts he had previously contracted in the Qilin realm. Qilin, surrounded by auspicious radiance. It wielded purple flames and possessed a tenacious and valiant character. Its purple flames were immensely destructive, capable of forming a domain of purple fire to continuously assail enemies. Bifang, resembling a single-legged red-crowned crane, it was enveloped in azure purifying flames, adept at cleansing negative spiritual energy. It flew swiftly, striking with precision and alleviating negative states for its allies. In the realm of spiritual beings, there exists the Xuanwu, a creature embodying both tortoise and serpent. Its formidable defenses, akin to a fortified shell, can withstand assaults while also harnessing earth-based spiritual powers to shield allies and reflect a portion of attacks. The nine-tailed fox, adorned with 9 vibrant tails, excels in enchantment and manipulation of wind-based energies, capable of disorienting foes and executing swift wind-infused strikes. Within the realm of spiritual warriors, the Xuanwu stands as a colossal entity, reminiscent of a tiger, with resilient fur and formidable close combat prowess. Its immense strength and aggressive fighting style unleash devastating impacts. The boar, resembling a horse with a striking white body and black tail, possesses serrated teeth and incredible speed, able to emit a fearsome roar that intimidates adversaries while adeptly disrupting their focus with wind energies. Ascending to the realm of spiritual generals, the Baize, resplendent in pure white, possesses profound wisdom and mental acuity, capable of discerning enemy vulnerabilities and providing tactical insights, alongside unleashing psychic assaults. The Qiongqi, with its winged tiger-like form, thrives on devouring malevolence, wielding dark energies that allow it to stealthily ambush foes, corroding their equipment with its ominous powers. In the esteemed realm of spiritual kings, the white tiger, a majestic and agile creature of ice, commands formidable ice energies, capable of altering the battlefield by erecting ice walls that hinder and harm enemies. The Fae, akin to a bovine with a serpentine tail, resonates with a thunderous voice, possessing powers of calamity that can transmute into specialized attacks to weaken adversaries. Reaching the apex of spiritual sovereigns, the vermilion bird, enshrouded in flames, flaunts resplendent plumage while mastering both fire and wind energies. Its skills are versatile and swift, enabling aerial assaults. The Kai-Ming beast, colossal with 9 heads and human faces, safeguards arcane powers, possessing spatial perception and manipulation abilities to constrain enemy movements. In the sacred realm of spiritual saints, the Baize, elongated and encircled by a holy radiance, specializes in healing and support, enhancing allies' energies and mending wounds. The Zheng, robust and armored with formidable scales, showcases immense physical offensive and defensive capabilities, charging into battle to withstand powerful strikes. Now, with the addition of the Taotai and the 3-legged bird, Yi's beast-taming team has achieved new heights of strength. Yi understands that this elevation brings forth greater responsibilities and challenges. He must delve deeply into the abilities of the Taotai and the 3-legged bird, unearthing their potential and formulating more effective strategies to forge an invincible lineup of 18 divine beasts, prepared to confront the myriad challenges of the Spirit-Emperor realm. Thus, how will Yi come to comprehend the Taotai and the 3-legged bird, and what strategies will he devise? Chapter 169. Understanding the Taotai and the 3-legged bird. Uncovering potential and formulating strategies following the acceptance of the Taotai and the 3-legged bird. Yi resolved to swiftly deepen his understanding of their capabilities to unveil their potential and devise appropriate strategies. He selected a spacious and spiritually rich area within the encampment, preparing for profound communication and trials with the 2 divine beasts. Initially, Yi engaged in dialogue with the Taotai, a colossal being radiating a mysterious and potent aura. Yi remarked, "Taotai, I wish to delve deeper into your abilities, so that we may better coordinate in battle. Could you elaborate on the specific applications and limitations of your devouring power?" Taotai responded in a low tone, "My devouring ability is not without its constraints. When faced with formidable spiritual attacks, the conversion and absorption process requires a certain amount of time. If I am attacked during this period, it may compromise the effectiveness of the transformation. Furthermore, direct consumption of an enemy individual may result in backlash if their strength is overwhelmingly superior. However, in group combat, I can prioritize devouring weaker foes to swiftly enhance my own power before launching an assault on stronger adversaries. Additionally, the spiritual energy I consume can temporarily bolster my defenses and offensive capabilities, allowing for flexible utilization based on the battlefield dynamics." After a moment of contemplation, Yi formed an initial strategy in his mind. During team combat, he could have other summoned beasts restrain the powerful enemies, creating an opportunity for Cao Tai to consume the weaker ones. Once Cao Tai had fortified himself, they could jointly mount an offensive against the formidable foes. Simultaneously, Yi cautioned Cao Tai to synchronize his devouring of spiritual energy with the defensive and offensive rhythms of his comrades, avoiding potential peril due to the energy transformation. Next, Yi approached the three-legged bird, its resplendent plumage fluttering in the breeze, shimmering with brilliance. Three-legged bird, he inquired, please provide a detailed account of how you wield your powers of flame and space, so that I may contemplate tactical coordination. The three-legged bird preened its feathers before responding. My fiery spiritual energy can be adjusted in form and temperature according to the demands of battle. For instance, it can manifest as a flaming shield to protect my allies or coalesce into fiery blades for piercing attacks. Regarding space manipulation, creating spatial passages for ambushing enemies requires a preparation period, and the duration of the passage is limited. Additionally, I can distort spiritual energy within the realm of space to disrupt enemy attacks and movements. Yi considered that in combat, the three-legged bird's flame shield could provide vital defense for allies, particularly against widespread assaults. The spatial ambush could serve as a surprise tactic, deployed when the enemy's defenses falter or when an incursion against a key adversary is necessary. He also envisioned the three-legged bird seeking opportunities in battle to use spatial distortion to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. To foster better synergy, Yi organized simulated battles involving Cao Tai, the three-legged bird, and the other 16 divine beasts. In these mock encounters, the purple flames of the Qilin resonated with the fiery energy of the three-legged bird, creating a formidable barrage of fire. The icy skills of the white tiger complemented Cao Tai's defenses, as the ice walls not only obstructed enemy attacks, but also provided opportunities for Cao Tai to absorb spiritual energy from foes. After numerous simulations, Yi discerned that while the individual capabilities of the 18 divine beasts were indeed powerful, maximizing their potential required closer cooperation and clearly defined roles. Thus, he devised initial strategies based on the unique characteristics of each divine beast. When confronting groups of enemies, the Zhuke and Bifang would unleash powerful fire skills from the sky, delivering extensive strikes to draw the enemy's attention. The nine-tailed fox would employ charm techniques to disrupt the minds of some foes. Meanwhile, Cao Tai would swiftly penetrate the enemy ranks to devour weaker adversaries and strengthen himself. At the same time, the melee-oriented divine beasts such as Xuanwu, Bo, and Zheng would launch close-range attacks under the cover of the lightning powers wielded by the hound and tongue snake. Through the power of his mental acuity, Baize discerned the weaknesses of their adversaries, offering invaluable tactical advice to his comrades. The fiery and icy skills of the white tiger, Qilin, and the three-legged bird harmoniously intertwined, establishing dominion over the battlefield and thwarting any attempts of the enemy to flee. Meanwhile, Xuanwu and Baize positioned themselves at the rear. One fortified their defenses with a formidable protective shield against ranged assaults, while the other remained ever ready to heal and replenish the energy of injured allies. In facing a formidable single opponent, the enlightened beast employed its spatial manipulation abilities to confine the enemy's movements. Xiongqi and Fei wielded the powers of darkness and calamity, effectively diminishing the enemy's strength. Yi orchestrated the actions of the other divine beasts, launching targeted assaults based on the identified vulnerabilities of their foes. Qilin and Zhuke spearheaded the offensive, with the white tiger providing crucial crowd control, while Cao Tai seized the opportune moment to devour the enemy's attacking energy, converting it into an advantage for their side. Yi understood that, although a preliminary strategy had been devised, it required continuous testing and refinement in the crucible of battle. As his understanding of Cao Tai and the three-legged bird deepened, and the synergy with the other divine beasts grew more profound, Yi was confident that this formidable team of 18 divine beasts would manifest unparalleled strength within the realm of the Spirit Emperor. What challenges in real combat would await Yi and his team of beast-tamers next? Chapter 170. Training the 18 beasts to forge an invincible beast-taming force. Having established a preliminary strategy, Yi resolved to lead the 18 divine beasts into rigorous training, aiming to enhance their cohesion and individual combat prowess, thereby constructing an invincible beast-taming force. At the onset of training, Yi discovered a natural valley nearby their encampment, characterized by a complex terrain and abundant spiritual energy, ideal for tactical simulations. He gathered the 18 divine beasts and solemnly declared, "Companions, from this day forth, we shall engage in arduous training here. Only through relentless practice and improvement can we emerge victorious against all challenges." The divine beasts responded with fervent enthusiasm, their eyes ablaze with determination. The first exercise focused on teamwork. Yi devised a series of intricate scenarios to simulate various battle types, such as engaging an enemy with formidable ranged attackers and resilient melee defenders. During the training, Qilin, Zhuke, and Bifang launched the initial offensive, unleashing a torrent of fiery spiritual energy to suppress the enemy's ranged combatants. Qilin's violet flames surged like a mighty tide. Zhuke's phoenix dance in the nine heavens boasted overwhelming power, while Bifang's azure purifying flames disrupted the enemy's spiritual force. Concurrently, the white tiger employed its icy skills to erect walls of ice around the enemy's melee defenders, impeding their movements. The nine-tailed fox cast enchantments to disturb the mental state of these foes. Seizing the moment, Taotai plunged into the fray, devouring the weaker supporting characters, rapidly augmenting its own strength. Meanwhile, Tonglu, Bo, and Zheng exploited the confusion wrought by the ice walls and mental disturbances to launch ferocious close-range assaults. Hound and Tangsha unleashed a tempest of raging lightning, inflicting damage while also disrupting the enemy's energy transmission, creating vulnerabilities in their defenses. In the rear, Xuanwu upheld a robust defensive shield, safeguarding his comrades from potential ranged counterattacks. Baize employed healing and supportive abilities, vigilantly monitoring the injuries of his allies, promptly restoring energy and healing wounds for the beleaguered divine beasts. With his formidable mental prowess, Baize discerned the tactical intentions of the adversary, providing Yi with real-time intelligence and counter-strategies. The enlightened beast utilized its spatial manipulation abilities to confine key enemy figures within a spatial prison, rendering them incapable of aiding their comrades. Xiongqi and Fei traversed the battlefield's periphery, employing the powers of darkness and calamity to diminish the overall strength of their foes. After each simulated battle, Yi would convene with the divine beasts to reflect on their experiences and lessons learned. For instance, if during a particular training session, Taotai fell into the enemy's encirclement out of eagerness to devour his opponents, Yi would engage in discussions with him on how to better time his consumption and coordinate with teammates to ensure his safety during the act. Similarly, if the three-legged bird were interrupted by the enemy while attempting to open a spatial passage due to an excessive preparation time, Yi would collaborate with it to devise more clever uses of the battlefield environment and the cover provided by allies to successfully execute its spatial abilities. In addition to team coordination training, Yi also focused on enhancing the individual capabilities of each divine beast. For the Qilin, he guided it to experiment with compressing the purple flame's spiritual energy, thereby elevating its temperature and destructive power. Through relentless practice, the Qilin gradually learned to condense the purple flames into diminutive fireballs, each containing terrifying energy that unleashed astonishing power upon detonation. The white tiger dedicated itself to honing the precision and speed of its ice-based skills. Yi designed a series of challenging training exercises for it, such as accurately striking distant targets with ice spikes while in rapid motion. After extensive training, the white tiger's ice skills became increasingly refined. The ice spikes not only traveled at remarkable speeds, but also adeptly tracked the enemy's evasive maneuvers. The vermilion bird diligently worked on enhancing the fusion of fire and wind spiritual energies, aiming to elevate the might and agility of its phoenix dance in the nine heavens. Through continuous practice, it learned to transform its fiery essence mid-flight, scattering into numerous fiery feathers to strike from various angles or coalescing into a more potent flaming blade to deliver a lethal blow to its foes. As their training progressed, the synergy among the 18 divine beasts grew increasingly harmonious, and their individual strengths saw significant enhancement. Observing the burgeoning power of his beastly team, Yi felt a swell of confidence within him. He recognized that after such arduous training, they had acquired the capability to confront a myriad of challenges. What formidable Spirit-Emperor Realm tasks awaited Yi and his team, and what daunting obstacles would they encounter in the course of their mission? Chapter 171. Engaging in Spirit-Emperor Realm tasks and resolving major beast challenges after a period of rigorous training. The reputation of Yi and his 18 divine beasts began to spread throughout the Spirit-Emperor Realm. One day, he received an urgent task notification from the Spirit-Emperor Realm Task Release Center. It turned out that in a remote area of the Spirit-Emperor Realm, a mysterious phenomenon of spiritual energy disruption had arisen, driving numerous divine beasts into a frenzy, posing a severe threat not only to other beings, but also to the nearby spiritual cultivation villages. If not addressed promptly, this disruption could potentially spread throughout the entire Spirit-Emperor Realm. Yi fully understood the gravity of the situation and accepted the task without hesitation. He swiftly led his 18 divine beasts to the mission site. Upon their arrival, they were met with a scene of utter chaos. In the once serene mountain forest, chaos erupted as frenzied beasts rampaged unchecked, toppling trees and leaving the ground riddled with cracks. Villagers from nearby spiritual cultivation settlements cowered in their homes, terror-stricken as they beheld the turmoil outside. Yi first summoned Baize, leveraging its formidable mental prowess to sense the condition of these wild beasts. Seeking the source of the spiritual disruption, Baize closed its eyes, allowing its spiritual energy to expand like a tidal wave. After a brief interval, Baize reported to Yi, "Master, the spiritual energy of these beasts appears to be tainted by an unknown dark force, which ravages within them and drives them to madness. Furthermore, I sense a powerful and malevolent spiritual fluctuation deep underground in this area, which may be linked to the origin of this chaos." After contemplating for a moment, Yi resolved to stabilize the agitated beasts. He commanded Zhu, Qilin, and Bifang to channel their fiery spiritual energy, creating an immense barrier of flames to isolate the frenzied beasts from the cultivation village, preventing further destruction. Simultaneously, Baize employed healing and supportive abilities in an attempt to purify the dark forces within the beasts. However, the malevolent energy was remarkably tenacious, and Baize's purification efforts yielded little effect. At this juncture, Cao Tai stepped forward, stating, "Master, allow me to attempt to devour the dark energy within these beasts." Yi nodded cautiously, advising, "Exercise caution against backlash. Cease immediately if danger arises." With that, Cao Tai opened its mouth wide, a powerful suction emanating from it as the dark energy within the frenzied beasts was drawn forth, surging towards Cao Tai. After consuming the dark energy, Cao Tai began the process of transformation within itself. Initially, its body trembled slightly, as if under immense pressure, yet through its formidable devouring capacity, it gradually converted the dark energy into usable spiritual energy. While Cao Tai absorbed the dark forces, Yi directed the other divine beasts to remain vigilant, guarding against any unforeseen occurrences. Huang and Tung Shi unleashed lightning spiritual energy, forming an electric net around the flaming barrier to prevent the frenzied beasts from breaching it. Baihu and Xuanwu established defensive measures around the cultivation village to ensure the safety of the villagers. As Cao Tai continued to devour the dark energy, some of the frenzied beasts began to regain their sanity. Yet, Yi understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. It was imperative to locate and eradicate the source of the malevolent spiritual fluctuation deep underground to resolve the issue permanently. Thus, Yi led the divine beasts toward the direction of the spiritual disturbance sensed by Baize. They descended underground and arrived at the entrance of a vast cavern. The cave was shrouded in black mist, exuding a pungent odor and malevolent spiritual energy. Yi inhaled deeply and addressed his companions. "Friends, the true challenge awaits us. We must enter the cave, locate, and obliterate the source of this evil power." The divine beasts responded with deep growls, expressing their unwavering determination. Cautiously, they stepped into the cave, unaware of what awaited them in this enigmatic and perilous domain. Chapter 172. Encountering a formidable foe during the mission. Yi commanded his beasts to overcome the challenges. Yi and the 18 divine beasts ventured into the cavern enveloped in black mist, where darkness and dampness reigned, and the malevolent spiritual energy surged through the air as if it were a tangible force. They advanced cautiously along the narrow passage, their vigilance attuned to the surroundings. Suddenly, a horde of enormous dark puppets surged forth from the depths of the cave, exuding a potent aura of darkness. Their eyes glimmered with an eerie crimson light, and they brandished black long knives as they lunged toward Yi and the divine beasts. Yi reacted swiftly, commanding, "Qilin, Zhu, and Bifang, unleash your fiery spiritual powers to disrupt their formation." Qilin was the first to breathe forth violet flames, crashing like a tumultuous wave upon the dark puppets. Zhu followed suit, summoning the Phoenix Dance of 9 Heavens, a colossal flaming phoenix that collided with devastating force into the throng of puppets. Bifang released azure purifying flames, attempting to weaken the malevolent spiritual energy enveloping the dark puppets. Under the onslaught of flames, the movements of the dark puppets were momentarily hindered, yet they tenaciously pressed on toward Yi and his companions. Yi then shouted, "Baihu, Zhang, and Taowu, take advantage of their sluggishness and launch close-range attacks." Baihu roared, its claws coalescing with ice elemental power, dashing toward the puppets like lightning, each swipe shattering their limbs. Zhang, with its formidable physique and hardened scales, barreled into the cluster of puppets, rending them with sharp claws and teeth. Xuanwu, not to be outdone, wielded its immense strength to send the approaching puppets flying with powerful sweeps of its limbs. However, the sheer number of dark puppets was overwhelming, continuously emerging from the cavern's depths. Yi realized that mere brute force would not suffice to resolve the battle swiftly. He needed to uncover their vulnerabilities. Through a mental connection, he urged the divine beasts, pay close attention and seek out the weaknesses of these puppets. We must strike decisively. At that moment, Baize, using its psychic abilities, carefully perceived the dark puppets and discovered that their joints were relatively defenseless. Baize promptly relayed this revelation to Yi, who quickly adjusted their strategy. Qilin, Zhuke, concentrate your fiery assaults on the puppets' joints. Baihu, employ your ice abilities to freeze their joints, immobilizing them. Qilin and Zhuke altered their focus, directing their flames toward the joints of the dark puppets, the intense heat causing them to begin melting. Baihu seized the opportunity to unleash its ice abilities, instantly freezing the molten joints. As a result, the movements of the dark puppets became increasingly sluggish, some even collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Just as Yi and the divine beasts began to gain the upper hand, a low, rumbling roar echoed from the depths of the cave. A colossal dark puppet, towering over the others, emerged, emanating a far more potent malevolent spiritual energy and wielding a massive black battle axe. Upon its appearance, the giant dark puppet swung its axe toward Yi and the divine beasts, unleashing a fierce tempest of dark spiritual energy. Yi's heart raced. Recognizing the formidable adversary before him, he swiftly commanded Xuanwu, activate the Xian Turtle Earth Shield to protect us. Instantly, Xuanwu conjured a formidable defensive skill, raising a gigantic, earthy yellow shield that intercepted the giant dark puppet's attack. Nevertheless, the assault's might was staggering. The Xian Turtle Earth Shield quaked violently under the impact, and cracks began to spiderweb across its surface. Yi understood that the black tortoise could not endure for long on its own. He swiftly surveyed the battlefield and called out to the other divine beasts, Taotai, consume the energy from the attacks of the giant dark puppet to alleviate the pressure on the black tortoise. Hound, Tingsha, unleash your lightning energy to disrupt its movements. With a gaping maw, Taotai unleashed a formidable suction towards the energy emanating from the giant dark puppet's attacks, devouring the malevolent force within. Simultaneously, Hound and Tingsha released a barrage of ferocious lightning, striking the giant dark puppet and causing its movements to falter slightly. At that moment, Yi addressed the nine-tailed fox and Baize, nine-tailed fox, use your charm to confuse its mind. Baize, unleash a mental assault on its soul. The nine-tailed fox swayed its tail gently, its eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light, as an invisible charm surged towards the giant dark puppet. Baize focused its mental energy, forming a piercing psychic impact directed at the soul of the giant dark puppet. Under the influence of the charm and the mental attack, the giant dark puppet's movements became sluggish, but it soon summoned its formidable dark power to dispel these effects. Nevertheless, this brief moment of hesitation afforded Yi and the divine beasts an opportunity to recalibrate their strategy. Observing the giant dark puppet, Yi pondered a course of action. Although Taotai had consumed part of the attacking energy, the giant dark puppet remained immensely powerful. Mere defense and disruption would not suffice to bring it down. Yi resolved to launch an all-out offensive to shatter its rhythm. Vermilion Bird, Qilin, merge your fire energies and unleash the most powerful strike. White Tiger, prepare your ice abilities to follow up immediately after the fire attack, utilizing the principle of fire and ice to amplify the damage. Yi conveyed his commands through a mental link to the divine beasts. The Vermilion Bird and Qilin exchanged glances, each gathering their fire energy. The flames of the Vermilion Bird intertwined with the purple flames of the Qilin, coalescing into a colossal sphere of multicolored fire, imbued with terrifying heat and destructive power. This inferno surged toward the giant dark puppet like a meteor. Sensing an unprecedented threat, the giant dark puppet raised its black battle axe in an attempt to withstand the impending strike. Just as the flames were about to make contact, the White Tiger unleashed its ice abilities, sending countless sharp ice spikes flying toward the giant dark puppet, striking after the flames. The collision of these two extreme forces resulted in a violent explosion. The giant dark puppet roared in fury amidst the explosion, its body sustaining numerous damages, and its dark energy became chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, Yi shouted to all the divine beasts, everyone, attack together and utterly defeat it. 18 divine beasts unleashed their might simultaneously. The purple flames of the Qilin, the fire of the Vermilion Bird, the ice spikes of the White Tiger, the purifying flames of Bifang, The powerful melee strikes of Tao Wu and Zheng, the lightning of Hound and Tungsha, the wind blades of the nine-tailed fox. The devouring power of Tao Tai, the psychic impact of Baize, the defensive counterattack of the black tortoise, the spatial confinement of the Kai Ming beast, the dark vortex of Qiongqi, the calamity power of Fei, and the supportive energy enhancement of Baize. All these formidable forces converged and surged toward the giant dark puppet. Under the relentless assault of the divine beasts, the colossal dark puppet finally succumbed, its form crashing to the ground, dissipating into a swirl of vanishing dark spiritual energy. With the fall of the giant dark puppet, the ordinary dark puppets lost their source of power and disintegrated as well. Yi and the divine beasts successfully overcame this formidable obstacle, yet they were aware that the source of the malevolent power deep within the cave remained undiscovered, and the true challenge still loomed ahead. Leading the divine beasts, Yi pressed onward into the depths of the cavern, where unknown dangers awaited them. What trials would they encounter in the forthcoming exploration? Chapter 173. Completing the mission and gaining recognition. Yi's fame in the Spirit-Emperor Realm grows brighter. Yi and the 18 divine beasts ventured deeper into the cave, and as they advanced, the surrounding malevolent spiritual energy thickened. Eventually, they arrived at a vast underground chamber, at the center of which stood a massive spirit crystal radiating a sinister black light. This crystal was the source of the dark energy, influencing the surrounding beasts. Yi understood that destroying this crystal was imperative to resolve the issue entirely. However, a formidable dark energy shield enveloped the crystal, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Yi observed the shield and instructed the divine beasts, "Do not rush to attack. We must discover a method to breach this shield." At that moment, Baize utilized its mental prowess to carefully sense the structure of the shield. Discovering that the energy source of the shield seemed connected to a unique rune within the crystal itself, Baize conveyed this revelation to Yi, who pondered briefly before directing the Kaming Beast. Kaming Beast, utilize your spatial manipulation abilities to disrupt the energy connection between the shield and the crystal. The Kaming Beast nodded and unleashed its spatial skills, unleashing waves of spatial ripples toward the energy connection between the shield and the crystal. As the Kaming Beast interfered, the shield's brilliance began to flicker erratically, revealing subtle vulnerabilities. Yi seized the opportunity, instructing the Qilin and Zhuke, "Now, unleash your fiery attacks, focusing on the shield's weaknesses." In unison, the Qilin and Zhuke expelled formidable flames, striking the fissures in the shield, which resulted in a visible crack. Yi immediately called to the other divine beasts, "Everyone, attack the crack together and widen the breach." The 18 divine beasts unleashed their skills, their powerful spiritual attacks converging on the fissure, causing it to rapidly expand. Ultimately, the shield shattered with a resounding crash. With the shield's protection gone, the black spirit crystal lay exposed before them. Yi commanded the Tao Tai, "Tao Tai, consume this crystal and eradicate the dark power within." The Tao Tai opened its maw wide, an overwhelming suction enveloping the black spirit crystal, which gradually succumbed to its voracious appetite. As the crystal was devoured, the surrounding malevolent energy swiftly dissipated, restoring tranquility to the entire cave. Yi and the divine beasts successfully accomplished their mission, resolving the issue of the frenzied beasts. Upon exiting the cave, they were met with a warm welcome and heartfelt gratitude from the villagers of the local spiritual cultivation hamlet. News of their deeds quickly spread throughout the Spirit-Emperor Realm, and Yi and his beastly companions gained widespread renown. Upon learning of these events, the governing body of the Spirit-Emperor Realm decided to bestow honors upon Yi. In the heart of the Spirit-Emperor Realm, a grand award ceremony was held, inviting numerous spiritual practitioners to witness the event. During the ceremony, the overseer of the Spirit-Emperor Realm personally bestowed upon Yi a spirit crystal medal, symbolizing honor and contribution, along with a substantial reward of spiritual resources and precious cultivation tomes. The overseer extolled, "Yi, you and your beast companions have, through formidable strength and indomitable courage, resolved a long-standing dilemma that has plagued us, making a significant contribution to the peace and stability of the Spirit-Emperor Realm. You are the pride of our realm." Receiving the medal and rewards, Yi humbly replied, "None of this could have been achieved without the efforts and cooperation of my beast partners. We merely did what was expected of us. In the future, we shall continue to strive for the tranquility of the Spirit-Emperor Realm." Following this event, Yi and his beast team gained considerable renown, garnering admiration and envy from many spiritual practitioners. However, Yi remained grounded, aware that greater challenges awaited them. After the award ceremony, he learned of an ancient legend that seemed to point towards a place veiled in mysterious power. Yi resolved to embark on a journey to seek out this enigmatic location. What secrets lay hidden in this mysterious realm? And what formidable obstacles would they encounter along the way? Chapter 174. Hearing of an ancient legend. Seeking the mysterious land of myth after successfully calming the frenzy of the beasts and receiving accolades, Yi's reputation soared within the Spirit-Emperor realm. By chance, he met a venerable elder with a snowy head at a gathering of spiritual practitioners. Upon hearing of Yi and his beast team's exploits, the elder pulled him aside and spoke in hushed tones about a little-known ancient legend. The elder recounted that in the far northern reaches of the Spirit-Emperor realm, there exists a mysterious domain shrouded in perpetual mist, known as the Spirit Illusion Abyss. According to legend, the Spirit Illusion Abyss was born from the primordial fusion of celestial and earthly spiritual energies, harboring an exceptionally pure and powerful mysterious force. This force not only aids spiritual practitioners in breaking through their own limitations and significantly enhancing their spiritual cultivation, but also holds the potential to unveil the ancient mysteries surrounding the birth and evolution of spiritual energy, guiding practitioners into an entirely new realm. Upon hearing this, a profound desire for exploration surged within Yi. He recognized that for himself and his beast team, this could be an extraordinary opportunity. Should they harness the mysterious power within the Spirit Illusion Abyss, they would take a more solid step on their path of cultivation. After conferring with his 18 divine beasts, they unanimously decided to embark on the quest to seek the Spirit Illusion Abyss. Before their departure, Yi began to gather clues regarding the Spirit Illusion Abyss. He traversed the libraries of various spiritual practitioners, poring over ancient tomes cloaked in dust, and wandered through numerous spiritual villages, listening to the fragmented tales recounted by the elders. However, information about the Spirit Illusion Abyss proved exceedingly sparse and obscure. The few leads suggested that the journey to the abyss was fraught with peril, requiring passage through a vast, boundless ice field, a forest thick with eerie miasma, and a tumultuous river swirling with spiritual energy. Along the journey, not only were there various peculiar spiritual traps, but also formidable guardian beasts lay in wait. Despite the myriad dangers ahead, Yi and his beast companions were undaunted. They dedicated several days to meticulously preparing ample supplies of spiritual energy, crafted from rare spiritual materials capable of swiftly replenishing energy losses. They gathered an array of healing elixirs, ranging from the Jade Dew Regeneration Pill, which heals external wounds, to the Essence Restoration Pill, which mends spiritual injuries, ensuring they had everything required. Additionally, they equipped themselves with special tools to counter diverse threats, such as spiritual incense to dispel miasma and the Fire Lin cloak to fend off the cold. With all preparations complete, Yi and his beasts embarked on their expedition. Their first destination was the vast ice field. The biting winds howled across the expanse, and the temperature plummeted, causing their breath to freeze instantaneously. The Xuanwu donned specialized ice claws, forging a path through the icy terrain, leaving deep footprints with each mighty step. The Qilin, enveloped in violet flames, warded off the chill while vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any lurking dangers beneath the ice. Gradually, the perils of the ice field revealed themselves. A pack of monstrous creatures resembling ice wolves charged from the distance, their bodies encased in thick ice crystals, with teeth sharp as daggers and eyes gleaming with an eerie blue light. Swift as the wind, the ice wolves quickly surrounded Yi and his beasts. Yi swiftly devised a strategy. Zhuke, weaken their icy armor with fiery energy. Baihu, disrupt their formation with ice techniques. Taotai, prepare to devour the weakened ice wolves. Zhuke soared high, unleashing a torrent of searing flames like a blazing pillar aimed at the pack. The flames collided with the ice armor, hissing as cracks began to form on the icy surface. Baihu followed suit, casting an ice technique that created a slick surface beneath the ice wolves' feet, causing them to stumble and their formation to collapse. Seizing the moment, Taotai opened wide, its powerful suction drawing several ice wolves into its maw, devouring them in an instant. Witnessing this, the remaining ice wolves became frenzied, disregarding the fate of their companions as they lunged at Yi and his beasts. Yi commanded the melee-type divine beasts, Tao and Zheng, to engage. Tao, with its immense strength, sent the charging ice wolves flying with its robust limbs, while Zheng agilely navigated through their ranks, rending the ice wolves with its sharp claws. Jiang and Tengsha unleashed arcs of lightning, illuminating the pack with flashes as the ice wolves trembled and howled under the strikes. After an intense battle, the ice wolves were finally repelled. Yi and his beasts took a brief respite before continuing onward. They understood that the ice field was merely the beginning. Countless unknown dangers awaited them ahead. Upon traversing the ice field, what crises would the forest, shrouded in sinister miasma, conceal? Chapter 175. En route to the mysterious realm, encountering various trials and tribulations. After successfully repelling the ice wolves, Yi and his beasts continued their arduous trek across the ice field. As they delved deeper into the frozen expanse, the temperature grew increasingly frigid, even dimming the violet flames of the Qilin to a certain extent. However, Yi and his mystical beasts did not falter. They encouraged one another, and through unwavering belief and tenacious resolve, they ultimately emerged from the icy expanse. Before them lay a forest shrouded in an eerie miasma. This noxious fog exhibited a murky green hue, exuding a pungent odor, as if concealing untold dangers. Yi was acutely aware of the terror that this forest harbored, prompting him to instruct the divine beasts to maintain a tight formation, providing mutual support. The Qilin shook off its lethargy, its purple flames rekindling with vigor, dispersing some of the miasma for the party. Barely having entered the forest, they encountered a horde of creatures resembling birds, yet possessing human faces. These monstrosities emitted piercing, shrill cries, their voices slicing through the air like daggers, painfully assaulting the eardrums. With a flap of their wings, they unleashed arrows of green miasma, hurtling towards Yi and his companions. Yi swiftly issued commands. Xuanwu, activate the Xian turtle's earth shield to protect everyone. Bifang, use purifying flames to disperse the miasma arrows. Xuanwu immediately summoned a formidable defensive skill, raising a massive, earthen shield that enveloped Yi and his mystical beasts. Bifang, undeterred, expelled azure purifying flames that clashed with the miasma arrows. The purifying flames exhibited remarkable cleansing power, gradually dissipating the toxins and malevolence within the arrows. However, these creatures proved to be exceptionally cunning, continuously shifting positions and launching attacks from various angles. Baize utilized its mental prowess to keenly perceive the creature's trajectories, providing precise intelligence to its allies. Heeding Baize's guidance, Yi directed the nine-tailed fox to employ its enchanting techniques. The nine-tailed fox's eyes sparkled with an unusual radiance, an invisible charm force surging towards the monsters. Some of the creatures fell under the spell, their attack rhythm disrupted, leading to collisions among themselves. Seizing the opportunity, Yi commanded Zhuke and Qilin to launch a counterattack. Zhuke unleashed the phoenix dance of the nine heavens, and a colossal flaming phoenix soared through the forest, igniting trees in its wake, eliciting anguished cries from the monsters. Qilin exhaled purple flames, harmonizing with Zhuchue's inferno to create a sea of fire that surrounded the creatures. Taotai, observing the moment, devoured those ensnared by the flames, thereby augmenting its own strength. Just as Yi and his mystical beasts believed they were on the verge of repelling the horde, a deep, resonant roar echoed from the depths of the forest. A colossal trant emerged, its form entwined with thick vines, its bark as hard as iron, radiating formidable wood elemental energy. The trant swung its massive branch-like arms towards Yi and his companions. Yi quickly shouted, "Everyone be cautious, scatter, and evade. Hound and Tungsha, unleash lightning energy to strike its joints. Baihu, create ice spikes beneath its feet to hinder its movement." Hound and Tungsha unleashed furious bolts of lightning, striking the trant's joints with formidable force. Baihu utilized ice magic to instantaneously form sharp ice spikes at the trant's feet. The trant's movement was somewhat constrained, yet it forcibly broke free from the ice spikes, empowered by its robust wood elemental energy. Yi realized that this trant was immensely powerful. Mere assaults would not suffice to inflict a fatal wound. Observing the trant's actions, he noted a brief charging motion preceding each of its attacks. Through a profound mental connection, Yi conveyed to the divine beasts, "Everyone, pay close attention to the trant's charging movements. We shall unleash our most potent attacks in this moment, aiming to shatter its defenses in a single strike." The divine beasts nodded in unison, poised for the opportune moment. The trant raised its branch-like arms once more, preparing to strike. At the instant it gathered its energy, Yi shouted, "Now is the time, attack." The Qilin, Zhuke, Baihu, and other divine beasts launched their assaults simultaneously, an array of formidable spiritual skills converging toward the trant. Would this overwhelming onslaught be sufficient to vanquish the trant? Could Yi and his companions successfully traverse this perilous forest? Chapter 176. Advancing against adversity with the might of divine beasts at Yi's command. The Qilin unleashed its violet flames like an unstoppable tidal wave, surging toward the treant. The Zhuke transformed its phoenix dance into a colossal flaming phoenix, imbued with cataclysmic power. Charging directly at the treant, the Baihu concentrated its ice-based spiritual energy into countless sharp ice spikes, akin to a frigid rainstorm, hurling them toward the treant. Concurrently, the melee-oriented beasts, such as the Taowu and Zheng, dashed towards the treant, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The treant sensed an unprecedented threat, its vines thrashing wildly in an attempt to withstand the impending assault. However, the collaborative strike from the divine beasts proved overwhelmingly powerful. The treant's vines began to snap under the relentless barrage of flames, ice spikes, and thunderbolts. The Qilin's violet flames seared the treant's form. The Zhuqiue's fiery phoenix collided fiercely with it, charring its once resilient bark, while the Baihu's ice spikes penetrated its body, slowing its movements. In that critical moment, Taowu seized the opportunity, opening its maw wide, a formidable suction enveloping the treant. Portions of its body began to be consumed, eliciting a pained roar as its wood-based spiritual energy surged chaotically, striving to escape Taowu's grasp. Yet, Taowu remained undeterred, exerting its full strength to absorb the treant's energy and form. With Taowu's relentless consumption, the treant's power gradually waned. Yi seized this moment to command Baize to execute a mental assault, further diminishing the treant's will. Baize concentrated its psychic energy, forming a potent mental shockwave that surged toward the treant's essence. Under the impact of this mental force, the treant trembled, its once mighty wood-based spiritual energy spiraling into disarray. Ultimately, through the concerted efforts of the divine beasts, the treant collapsed, reduced to a heap of shattered wood and dissipating energy. Yi and his companions triumphed over the treant, temporarily averting the crisis. They paused for a brief respite, recovering some of their spiritual and physical vigor. However, Yi remained acutely aware that other dangers lurked within the forest. They continued their cautious advance, ever vigilant. Along their path, they encountered various minor spiritual traps, such as sudden whirlpools of energy and hidden spikes beneath the ground. Yet, with Yi's keen perception and the formidable strength of the divine beasts, they skillfully evaded these perils. Just as they believed they were nearing the forest's exit, a vast river appeared before them. The water shimmered with vibrant hues, flowing with an eerie luminescence and accompanied by unusual ripples. Yi could sense the potent and chaotic spiritual energy within the river. Realizing that recklessly attempting to cross could lead to peril, he instructed Baize to utilize his mental prowess to probe the river's conditions. Closing his eyes, Baize gradually infused his spiritual energy into the water. After a while, he opened his eyes, a grave expression on his face, and said to Yi, "Master, the spiritual energy in this river is exceedingly tumultuous. Beneath the surface, there appears to be a formidable vortex of spiritual power, and the flow of the river lacks any fixed pattern, making crossing exceedingly challenging." After a moment of contemplation, Yi resolved to observe for a while longer in search of a crossing method. He and his beasts set up camp by the riverbank, closely monitoring the fluctuations of the water. During this observation, Yi noticed that at intervals, patches of relatively stable spiritual energy would manifest on the river's surface, resembling safe passageways through the tumultuous waters. However, these safe passages appeared for only brief moments and shifted continuously, making it a daunting task to seize the opportunity to cross. Yi shared this discovery with his beasts and then declared, "We must seize these fleeting moments to cross the river swiftly. Xuanwu, you shall construct a temporary bridge with your earth-based spiritual energy, aiming to prolong the duration of the safe passage. Qilin, use your purple flames to stabilize the surrounding spiritual energy and prevent the currents from disrupting our path. All other divine beasts, be ready to pass through as soon as the bridge is complete." The divine beasts nodded in agreement, each preparing for the task ahead. As the safe passage re-emerged, Yi shouted, "Move." Xuanwu immediately unleashed his earth-based energy, forming solid platforms that extended toward the opposite bank. Qilin released streams of purple flames, encircling the platforms to stabilize the surrounding energy. Yi and his beasts swiftly stepped onto the platforms, racing toward the other side. However, the river's spiritual force was exceptionally powerful, causing the platforms to develop cracks under the relentless onslaught. Would Yi and his beasts successfully traverse this river and continue their journey? Chapter 177. Upon arrival at the mysterious realm, uncovering hidden mystical powers, Yi and his beasts advanced rapidly across the platforms, but the river's spiritual energy surged violently, causing the cracks to widen. Anxiously, Yi called out, "Everyone, quicken your pace." The platforms cannot hold much longer. The divine beasts exerted their utmost strength, racing toward the far bank. Just as the platforms were on the verge of collapse, Yi and the last few divine beasts successfully reached the opposite side. Turning back, they saw the platforms swallowed by the raging waters, vanishing without a trace. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. Yet they were acutely aware that what awaited them ahead was the Linghuan Abyss, a mysterious realm shrouded in unknown mystical powers and challenges. Yi led his beasts onward, and as they drew nearer to the Linghuan Abyss, the fluctuations of spiritual energy intensified and grew increasingly peculiar. A faint luminescence enveloped the air, as if the entire space were cloaked in an enigmatic force. At last, they arrived before the Linghuan Abyss. The abyss resembled a colossal basin, surrounded by steep cliffs, with clouds of mist swirling at the bottom. From time to time, powerful columns of spiritual energy erupted into the sky, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the heavens. Yi could feel that the legendary mystical power lay hidden at the abyss's depths. However, descending to the abyss is no simple feat. The cliffs are steep and smooth, and the surrounding spiritual energy is in turmoil. A moment's carelessness could lead to being drawn into a vortex of spiritual power. Yi allowed the enlightened beast to utilize its spatial manipulation abilities, endeavoring to carve a safe passage to the depths of the chasm. The enlightened beast focused intently, wielding the power of space to create stable platforms along the edge of the cliff, extending like steps down to the abyss. Yi and his beasts cautiously descended the spatial staircase. The further they went down, the greater the pressure of the spiritual energy became, requiring immense effort with each step. Yet, Yi and his beasts showed no signs of retreat. They encouraged one another, resolutely advancing toward the bottom. Upon finally reaching the depths, the sight before them left them in awe. At the center of the abyss stood a colossal crystal pillar, within which light flowed and shimmered as if countless stars were twinkling. The aura of mysterious power emanated from this crystal pillar. As Yi and his beasts approached the pillar, a group of guardian spirits, formed from condensed spiritual energy, suddenly appeared around it. These guardian spirits took on diverse forms. Some resembled great dragons, while others appeared as phoenixes, exuding a formidable spiritual pressure that prevented Yi and his beasts from getting closer to the crystal pillar. Yi swiftly commanded his beasts to assume battle stances. He instructed the Qilin, use your purple flames to test their strength. Baihu, prepare your ice abilities for support. The Qilin unleashed its purple flames, charging at a dragon-like guardian spirit. The collision between the flames and the guardian spirit produced a dazzling light, yet the guardian spirit remained largely unaffected, flapping its massive wings and unleashing a powerful storm of spiritual energy toward the Qilin. Observing this, Baihu immediately conjured an ice wall in front of the Qilin, successfully blocking the spiritual storm. Yi noted the movements of the guardian spirits and realized that although they were powerful, their actions were relatively sluggish. He directed Zhu Ke and Jiawei, saying, Zhu Ke, use your fire energy to restrain them from the air. Jiawei, cast your charm technique to disrupt their minds. Zhu Ke soared into the sky, releasing the phoenix dance of nine heavens flame, a gigantic flaming phoenix that charged toward the group of guardian spirits. Meanwhile, Jiawei employed its charm technique, attempting to throw the guardian spirits into disarray. However, the guardian spirits exhibited a certain resistance to the charm, with only a portion experiencing slight disturbances in their movements. Realizing that defeating these guardian spirits necessitated a more potent attack, Yi commanded all the divine beasts, listen closely, everyone, concentrate your spiritual energy and launch our strongest assault. Qilin, Zhu Ke, fuse your fire energy. Baihu, Xuanwu, enhance our defenses to guard against the guardian spirit's counterattacks. Tao Tai, prepare to devour the guardian spirit's energy. The divine beasts complied with Yi's directives, each unleashing their respective abilities. The Qilin and Zhu Ke merged their fire energies, forming a more powerful multicolored flame that surged toward the group of guardian spirits. Baihu and Xuanwu maximized their defensive energies, standing resolutely at the forefront of the group. Tao Tai opened its mouth wide, ready to consume the weakened guardian spirits. With the united attack of the divine beasts, would the guardian spirits be vanquished? And would Yi successfully uncover the mysterious power hidden within the crystal pillar? Chapter 178. Successfully harnessing mysterious power. Dramatic enhancement of beast mastery under the command of Yi. The fusion of the Qilin and the Zhu Ke produced a radiant, multicolored flame that surged forth like a colossal meteor, exuding an aura of total annihilation as it hurtled towards the guardian spirits. The air warped and crackled as the flames passed, creating a sizzling sound. the guardian spirits sensed an unprecedented threat, swiftly conjuring their respective energy shields in a desperate attempt to withstand this formidable assault. As the multicolored flames collided with the energy shields, a dazzling explosion of light and intense energy waves erupted. For a moment, the depths of the spirit abyss were illuminated, and the overwhelming energy shock caused fissures to appear in the surrounding ground. Some of the guardian spirit shields began to crack under the onslaught of the flames, and with a resounding boom, several of the weaker spirit shields shattered, devoured by the inferno. The white tiger and the black tortoise worked in unison, elevating their defenses to the utmost. The massive shell of the black tortoise radiated a warm, earthy glow, complementing the crystalline ice shield of the white tiger, thus forming an impregnable line of defense. Following the fiery assault, the guardian spirits attempted a counterattack, unleashing beams of energy towards Yi and his beasts. Yet these were effortlessly intercepted by the defenses of the white tiger and the black tortoise. Meanwhile, the gluttonous Taotai stood poised, waiting for the opportune moment. Upon witnessing the weakening of certain guardian spirits by the flames, it immediately opened its maw wide, a powerful suction akin to a black hole, consuming the injured spirits. After devouring the guardian spirits, Tao Ye's aura intensified, emitting a satisfied roar as if to intimidate the remaining spirits. Under the joint offensive of the divine beasts, the guardian spirits gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. The remaining spirits, realizing their inability to withstand the onslaught of Yi and his beasts, began to panic, their energy shields wavering in stability. Seizing this opportunity, Yi commanded the divine beasts to launch another assault. Everyone, let us exert ourselves further and utterly defeat them. With Yi's renewed guidance, the fused flames of the Qilin and Zhuke surged forth once more like a relentless tide towards the guardian spirits. This time, the temperature and potency of the flames surpassed all previous instances, directly shattering the already precarious energy shields of the remaining spirits. The guardian spirits emitted mournful cries as their forms gradually dissipated within the flames. As the last guardian spirit fell, the surrounding energy fluctuations began to subside. Yi and his beasts had finally breached the defenses of the guardian spirits, arriving before the colossal energy crystal pillar. Observing it up close, the luminous flow within the crystal became even clearer, and the aura of mysterious power grew increasingly dense, as if beckoning Yi. Taking a deep breath, Yi slowly placed his hand upon the crystal pillar. Instantly, a surge of powerful and pure energy coursed through his arm, enveloping his body. Yi felt as though his meridians were being cleansed by a warm force, his previously fatigued energy revitalizing and showing signs of further enhancement. However, this mysterious power was not easily tamed. The energy within the crystal pillar roared like a wild beast, thrashing within Yi's body, attempting to break free from his grasp. With gritted teeth, Yi concentrated all his mental faculties, guiding the energy to flow gently through his meridians. He was acutely aware that a moment's inattention could result in grave harm from the formidable spiritual energy coursing through him. The beast companions anxiously observed Yi, sensing that he was undergoing a rigorous trial. The purple flames on the Qilin flickered restlessly, ever ready to assist Yi. The white tiger's ice energy circulated protectively around it, maintaining vigilance. The Zhuke soared overhead, its gaze fixed intently on Yi, not daring to slacken its focus. As time inexorably passed, Yi engaged in a fierce contest with the mysterious power within him. He continually adjusted the flow of his spiritual energy, striving to achieve a delicate balance with this enigmatic force. Ultimately, after prolonged effort, he gradually mastered the art of guiding this energy, allowing the mysterious power to flow in an orderly manner through his meridians in accordance with his will. With this newfound control over the mysterious energy, Yi experienced a remarkable enhancement in his strength. He sensed that not only had the quantity of his spiritual energy increased significantly, but its quality had also become more pure and potent. He gently waved his hands, and beams of spiritual light shimmered forth, showcasing an unprecedented level of might. Furthermore, Yi discovered that this mysterious power seemed to possess a remarkable connection with his beast companions. He channeled a portion of this energy into them, and after being bathed in its essence, their abilities were markedly amplified. The Qilin's purple flames grew even more intense and powerful, now tinged with a hint of golden radiance. Its strength multiplied several times over. The white tiger's ice energy became increasingly refined. With a mere stomp, it conjured an ethereal domain of crystal-clear ice, where temperatures plummeted to such lows that any enemies venturing within could be instantaneously frozen. The Zhuchue's flames fused more seamlessly with its wind energy, soaring majestically. Its flames radiant like a phoenix reborn. Not only did its speed increase, but the might of its phoenix dance in the 9 heavens ascended to new heights, distorting the very space it traversed. The Xuanwu's defensive prowess reached new heights as ancient runes emerged upon its shell, emanating a formidable earth energy. At this moment, the Xuanwu's earth shield could not only withstand powerful assaults, but also rebound them, forcing adversaries to face the consequences of their actions. The other beast companions also experienced varying degrees of enhancement. The Taotai's devouring abilities became even more terrifying. The Baize's mental acuity sharpened. The nine-tailed fox's charm techniques became increasingly irresistible, while the combat-oriented divine beasts like the Tonglu and Zheng also saw significant boosts in both strength and speed. Yi and his beast companions successfully harnessed the mysterious power, achieving a qualitative leap in their abilities. Yet, Yi remained unsatisfied. Upon returning to the Spirit-Emperor Realm, he learned of an important event. The Spirit-Emperor Realm competition was about to commence. This grand tournament would assemble numerous elite spiritual practitioners and beast teams, providing an exceptional platform to showcase their prowess. Yi resolved to lead his beast team into the competition, striving wholeheartedly for the championship. How would they prepare for the contest? What formidable opponents awaited them in this grand tournament? Chapter 179. Preparing for the Spirit-Emperor Realm competition. Striving for the championship. Upon deciding to lead his beast team into the Spirit-Emperor Realm competition, Yi immediately commenced a rigorous preparation process. He was acutely aware that this competition would gather the elite from across the Spirit-Emperor Realm, and the rivalry would undoubtedly be fierce. To secure an outstanding performance and vie for the championship title, he devised a comprehensive and meticulous training regimen. Firstly, Yi focused on the unique characteristics of his beasts, further excavating and enhancing their abilities. The Qilin's purple flame had begun to subtly emit a golden hue, and Yi guided it to attempt compressing this enigmatic purple flame, thereby augmenting its potency. Through repeated practice, the Qilin gradually mastered the ability to condense the purple flame into golden fireballs, each imbued with terrifying energy, capable of delivering devastating blows to foes when unleashed. The white tiger concentrated on diversifying and enhancing the flexibility of its ice-based skills. Yi crafted a series of challenging training exercises for it, such as swiftly creating various ice weapons, including ice swords and ice spears, and adeptly employing these arms for both offense and defense during combat. After a period of training, the white tiger had become proficient in executing an array of ice skills, its ice attacks evolving into an unpredictable torrent, leaving adversaries defenseless. Building upon the integration of fire and wind elemental powers, Yi taught the vermilion bird to incorporate spatial energy into its skills. Through continuous reflection and practice, the vermilion bird gradually learned to distort the trajectory of flames during its signature technique, the phoenix dance in the 9 heavens, enabling it to launch fiery assaults from unexpected angles, significantly amplifying the skill's lethality and stealth. In addition to enhancing the individual capabilities of his beasts, Yi placed a strong emphasis on their cooperative training. He simulated various complex battle scenarios, allowing the beasts to engage in practical drills across diverse environments to elevate their synergy. During one such simulated training session, Yi set the stage with an enemy possessing formidable ranged attackers and a robust melee defense formation. As the battle commenced, the Qilin and Vermilion Bird launched their assaults first, with the Qilin's golden fireballs and the Vermilion Bird's spatially infused flames striking the enemy ranged attackers from different directions, disrupting their rhythm. Simultaneously, the white tiger created a field of ice traps before the enemy's melee defense, impeding their advance. The nine-tailed fox employed its charm techniques to destabilize the mindset of the enemy's melee personnel. Seizing the opportunity, the Taotai plunged into the enemy ranks, devouring the weaker support characters, swiftly enhancing its own strength. The melee divine beasts, including the Tengu and the Zhan, launched a ferocious assault on the enemy's front lines, shielded by the thunderous powers of the Hound and the Tanger. In the rear, the Xuanwu erected a formidable defensive shield, safeguarding its allies from potential ranged counterattacks. The Baize, leveraging its potent spiritual energy, discerned the enemy's tactical intentions, providing Yi with real-time intelligence and strategic responses, while the healing and supportive abilities of the Baize remained vigilant, tending to the wounded and restoring their spiritual power and healing their injuries. The enlightened beast adeptly employs its spatial manipulation abilities to confine key adversaries within an inescapable spatial prison, rendering them incapable of aiding their comrades. Xiongqi and Fei glide along the fringes of the battlefield, harnessing the powers of darkness and calamity to diminish the enemy's overall potency. Following each simulated combat session, Yi diligently convenes with his beasts to reflect on the lessons learned. Should any missteps in their coordination arise during training, he collaborates with them to dissect the reasons, identify the issues, and formulate corresponding improvement strategies. Through relentless training and reflection, the synergy among his beasts grows increasingly harmonious, significantly enhancing their collective combat prowess. Moreover, Yi gathers intelligence regarding other competing teams. He dispatches Baize and the nine-tailed fox across various locales to engage with fellow spiritual practitioners and collect insights about potential rivals. Through their diligent efforts, Yi uncovers distinct traits and tactics of several formidable competing teams. Notably, he learns of a team named the Spirit Wind Squad, whose beasts primarily wield wind-based spiritual energy, excelling in guerrilla tactics that leverage their speed to launch swift assaults and distractions. Another team, the Flame Abyss Squad, boasts beasts imbued with potent fire spiritual energy capable of unleashing a myriad of devastating fire skills, creating a veritable inferno that wreaks havoc on their foes. In response to this intelligence, Yi devises tailored counter-strategies. Against the Spirit Wind Squad, he plans for Baihu and Zhuke to utilize ice and spatial powers to curtail their speed. For the Flame Abyss Squad, he instructs Xuanwu and Baize to bolster their defensive and healing capabilities while allowing Qilin and Tao Tai to consume the enemy's fire spiritual energy, thereby diminishing its potency. As the grand tournament approaches, Yi and his beasts enter the final phase of their preparations, brimming with confidence and eager to showcase their formidable strength in pursuit of the championship title. As the tournament officially commences, what challenges will Yi and his beasts encounter on the grand stage? Chapter 180. The tournament unfolds. Yi and his beasts brave the trials. The Ling Emperor Realm tournament has finally commenced amidst the eager anticipation of the masses. The competition venue, located in the heart of the Ling Emperor Realm's central city, features a colossal circular arena surrounded by tiered spectator stands that are now filled to capacity. As spiritual practitioners from far and wide gather to witness this premier event of the spiritual realm, Yi leads his team of beasts into the arena, exuding an aura of confidence and strength that captivates numerous spectators. The tournament is structured in multiple phases, beginning with the preliminary rounds, which adopt a knockout format. Numerous teams will compete fiercely, with only the victors advancing to the next stage. In the preliminary round, Yi's team faces their first opponent, a group known as the Rock Solid Team. This team's beasts primarily harness earth-based spiritual energy and excel in defensive maneuvers. As the match commences, the beasts of the rock-solid team swiftly erect a massive earthen wall at the center of the arena, its formidable thickness and solidity radiating with the gleam of Earth's spiritual energy. Observing this, Yi promptly devises a strategy. Qilin, unleash a golden flame ball to test the strength of the wall. Zhuke, prepare to launch an aerial assault. The Qilin opened its great maw, expelling golden fireballs that shot forth like meteors, colliding with the earthen wall and erupting in dazzling brilliance accompanied by a thunderous roar. Though the wall bore some cracks, it remained steadfast. Yi quickly recognized that a straightforward frontal assault would not suffice to breach the adversary's defenses. Through a mental connection, he commanded his beasts, White Tiger, create ice ladders around the earthen wall to facilitate the ascent of our melee-oriented divine beasts, Taowu and Zheng. Once the ice ladders are formed, swiftly charge the wall and launch close-range attacks. The White Tiger unleashed its ice abilities, conjuring a series of ice ladders around the wall. Taowu and Zheng ascended the ladders with the agility of leopards, attacking the divine beasts stationed atop the wall. The beasts of the rock team quickly turned to respond, and an intense melee ensued. Simultaneously, Yi directed the Vermilion Bird to unleash the Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens, with flames infused with spatial power striking from unexpected angles at the beasts within the earthen wall, disrupting their defensive rhythm. Under the combined assault of Yi and his beasts, the rock team's wall ultimately could not withstand the pressure, collapsing with a resounding crash. Bereft of the wall's protection, the rock team's beasts fell into disarray, and Yi seized the opportunity to command Tao Tai to devour the spiritual energy released by the opposing beasts, further diminishing their strength. In the end, Yi's team triumphed over the rock team, advancing smoothly to the next round. In the subsequent matches, Yi and his beasts, bolstered by their formidable strength and harmonious coordination, navigated through each challenge with ease, eliciting waves of cheers from the audience as their renown rapidly spread throughout the competition. However, as the tournament progressed, Yi's team faced a formidable opponent, the Spirit Wind team. As Yi had previously surmised, the Spirit Wind team's beasts exhibited remarkable speed. At the outset, they transformed into fleeting shadows, darting across the arena in a dazzling display. Yi calmly observed their movements and swiftly issued commands. White Tiger. Release ice mist around the arena to slow their speed. Vermilion Bird. Utilize spatial power to lock onto their positions and initiate an attack. The White Tiger promptly executed its ice abilities, enveloping the arena in a thick layer of ice mist, visibly hampering the Spirit Wind team's beasts. Meanwhile, the Vermilion Bird, harnessing spatial power, accurately pinpointed the positions of the opposing beasts and unleashed a fiery assault infused with spatial energy. The members of the Spirit Wind team were evidently unprepared for such a countermeasure from Yi's squad. Their beasts fell into disarray under the dual onslaught of ice mist and flames. Seizing the moment, Yi commanded the Qilin, Xuanwu, and other melee-oriented divine beasts to charge forth and engage in close combat with the Spirit Wind team's beasts. Although their speed was curtailed, the opposing beasts valiantly resisted, leveraging the agility afforded by their wind-based spiritual energy. The two sides found themselves locked in a fierce stalemate, the match escalating to a fever pitch. Would Yi be able to lead his team of divine beasts to breach the Spirit Wind team's defenses and continue their ascent? What stronger adversaries awaited them in the matches to come? The audience within the arena held their breath, anxiously watching every movement on the field. Chapter 181. The Spirit Emperor Tournament's Fierce Battle. Yi triumphs with his beast combination in the midst of an intense standoff with the Lingfeng team. Yi realized that further delays were untenable. He must swiftly identify a breakthrough. Observing the battlefield meticulously, he noted that although the beasts of the Lingfeng team were hindered by the icy mist, they had formed a flexible and adaptive defensive formation by resonating through wind-based spiritual energy. Yi quickly revised his tactics, communicating mentally with his beasts. Baize. Use your mental power to disrupt their spiritual connections. Xuanwu. Employ your charm technique, focusing on the lead beast of the opposing team to confuse their command. Baize concentrated his formidable mental energy, transforming it into intangible waves that spread towards the Lingfeng team's beasts, disrupting their spiritual links. Meanwhile, Xuanwu's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as she unleashed her charm technique on the wind-type divine beast belonging to the opposing leader. Under the influence of the charm, the leader's beast became disoriented, revealing a flaw in their previously tight defensive formation. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yi shouted, Qilin, unleash your most powerful golden flame ball at the weak point. Zhuke, follow Qilin's lead and use the fire infused with spatial energy to pursue. Qilin gathered all its strength, expelling a massive golden flame ball, akin to a miniature sun, hurtling towards the breach in the enemy's defense. Zhuke trailed closely behind, transforming its flames into a serpentine fire dragon that surged along the path cleared by the flame ball, bearing down on the Lingfeng team's beasts. The Lingfeng beasts attempted to reorganize their defense, but under Baize's mental interference, their coordination descended into chaos. The golden flame ball and the fire infused with spatial energy successfully breached their defenses, striking multiple beasts. Overwhelmed by the formidable assault, these beasts experienced a tumult of spiritual energy, faltering in their stance. Yi pressed the advantage, commanding the melee-type divine beasts, such as Xuanwu and Zheng, to launch a final charge. Like tigers descending from the mountain, the melee beasts plunged into the enemy ranks, engaging in close combat with the remaining Lingfeng beasts. Under the relentless assault of Yi's team, the Lingfeng beasts could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to fall back. Yi's team triumphed over the Lingfeng team, advancing smoothly to the semifinals. This breathtaking match ignited the audience, their cheers and applause resonating throughout the venue. Yi and his beasts gained renown in the Spirit Emperor Tournament, becoming the focal point of attention. In the subsequent semifinals and finals, Yi and his beasts encountered equally formidable opponents, yet they persevered with their continuously enhancing strength, seamless cooperation, and Yi's adaptable tactical command, overcoming each challenge. In the finals, facing the formidable Bibao team renowned for their water-based spiritual energy, Yi devised targeted strategies in advance. He instructed Xuanwu and Baihu to utilize earth and ice spiritual energy to construct robust fortifications against the opposing water-based attacks. Simultaneously, beasts like Qilin and Zhuke, known for their powerful fire spiritual energy, awaited the opportune moment to unleash fierce fire assaults on the Bibao team's beasts. In the midst of heated confrontations, Yi astutely seized upon an opponent's misstep commanding his beast to devour the abundant water-based spiritual energy unleashed by the adversary's creatures, thus turning the tide of battle. Ultimately, Yi Yi's team triumphed over the Baibo team, securing the championship of the Spiritual Emperor Realm competition. As Yi Yi and his beast stood upon the victor's podium, the audience erupted into a deafening roar of applause. The radiance of glory enveloped them, and Yi Yi emerged as the unequivocal pinnacle of spiritual cultivators in the Spiritual Emperor Realm, his legendary tale swiftly spreading throughout the realm alongside that of his beasts. However, beneath this veneer of glory, a crisis was stealthily approaching. Chapter 182. After the glory of victory. A sudden onslaught of otherworldly beasts following Yi Yi and his beast team's victory in the Spiritual Emperor Realm competition. The entire realm was immersed in a wave of joy and celebration. The populace extolled Yi Yi and his companions, with stories of their valiant performances and splendid battles echoing through the streets and alleys. Yet, this honor and jubilation proved fleeting, as an unforeseen peril began to loom ominously. On a tranquil night after the competition, the once starry sky was abruptly shrouded by dark clouds. These heavy clouds surged like a black tide, engulfing the world in a stifling darkness. Soon after, the earth began to tremble violently, as if an immensely powerful force stirred deep beneath the surface. Accompanying the tremors were deep, terrifying roars emanating from all directions, as if countless slumbering beasts had been roused from their slumber. Reports of urgency poured in from the spiritual cultivation villages, as a multitude of previously unseen otherworldly beasts surged forth like a relentless tide. These creatures varied in form. Some were colossal like mountains, while others were small and agile, yet exuded an eerie aura. Wherever they roamed, homes were instantly obliterated, and farmlands were trampled beyond recognition. The spiritual cultivators and their beasts found themselves powerless against the onslaught of these beasts, fleeing in desperation while emitting cries of despair. Upon receiving this news, Yi Yi felt a tightening in his chest, instantly recognizing the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he summoned his 18 beasts, his gaze resolute as he proclaimed, "Companions, the world of beasts faces a tremendous crisis. We must rise to protect everyone." The beasts responded with fervor, their eyes shimmering with the light of battle, mirroring Yi Yi's unwavering determination. Yi Yi and his beasts swiftly made their way to the areas most severely affected by the disaster. Upon arrival, they were met with a scene that left them utterly astonished. The once thriving spiritual cultivation villages had transformed into desolate ruins, with raging fires consuming the debris and illuminating the darkened sky. Villagers fled in all directions, their faces etched with fear and despair. The otherworldly beasts rampaged through the wreckage, relentlessly attacking everything around them, driven by some frenzied force. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Yi and his beasts plunged into the fray. With a mighty roar, the Qilin unleashed a volley of golden fireballs, which, akin to cannonballs, soared towards the horde of beasts with blistering heat and tremendous impact. The fireballs detonated amidst the throng of creatures, erupting into colossal fireballs that sent the surrounding beasts flying in a gruesome display. The vermilion bird spread its wings and soared high, unleashing flames infused with the power of space. The flames transformed in midair into a colossal phoenix, descending with cataclysmic force, consuming the aberrant beasts in its path as they emitted anguished cries. Meanwhile, the white tiger executed its ice-based abilities on the ground, its claws dancing with precision as crystalline ice spikes erupted from the earth, piercing toward the monstrous creatures. These ice spikes were not only exceedingly sharp, but also imbued with potent icy spiritual energy, severely restricting the movements of any beast struck by them. The fierce and valiant Xuanwu and Zhong, among other melee divine beasts, charged into the throng of aberrant creatures with the ferocity of tigers descending from the mountains. Engaging in close combat with their sharp claws and teeth, each strike inflicted substantial damage upon the beasts. However, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming, pouring in relentlessly from all directions. Despite Yi Yi and his beasts' valiant resistance, they gradually began to feel the strain. Yi Yi realized that their strength alone would be insufficient to withstand the tidal wave of aberrant beasts. Thus, while directing his beasts to continue the fight, he instructed Baize to utilize its formidable psychic power to relay a message to the nearby spiritual practitioners, urging unity in their struggle against the monstrous tide. Under Baize's psychic influence, the nearby practitioners responded to Yi Yi's call. They arrived from various directions, accompanied by their own beasts, joining the ranks to resist the aberrant creatures. Although the practitioners' combined strength coalesced, the situation remained dire in the face of such a massive onslaught. Yi understood that they needed to devise an effective strategy to confront this crisis. Otherwise, the entire realm of beast-tamers would plunge into irreversible ruin. Amidst this chaos, would Yi be able to uncover a solution to lead everyone in successfully withstanding the tide of aberrant beasts? Chapter 183. Yi steps forward to lead the resistance against the aberrant tide, observing the relentless wave of aberrant beasts. Yi recognized that stabilizing the hearts of the people was of utmost importance. He promptly ascended a prominent boulder, calling out to the panicked practitioners around him, "Do not be afraid. If we unite our hearts, we shall surely repel these beasts." His voice was resolute and powerful, resonating through the night like a resounding bell, imbuing the practitioners present with a sense of reassurance that alleviated their fears. Yi understood that to effectively counter the onslaught, he needed to organize and allocate roles among the crowd. He swiftly assessed the attributes and abilities of the practitioners' beasts, methodically establishing a defensive line. He gathered those adept in defense and placed them at the forefront. The Black Tortoise, as the core of the defense, led a group of earth and water-based beasts. Utilizing its formidable earth-based spiritual energy, the Black Tortoise erected towering and solid earthen walls. These walls were thick and sturdy, shimmering with the light of earth energy, forming an insurmountable barrier. Simultaneously, the water-based beasts created a thick water curtain on the surface of the earthen walls, enhancing their protective capabilities while also slowing the beast's momentum, causing them to expend considerable energy before reaching the defensive line. Behind the defensive line, Yi meticulously positioned his beast companions, primarily composed of aggressive elemental powers such as flames and lightning. The mythical creatures, Qilin, Zhuke, Hound, and Tengsha, stood ready for battle. Yi commanded Qilin and Zhuke to merge their fiery energies. The golden flame sphere of Qilin intertwined with Zhuchue's flame, infused with spatial power, creating a formidable blaze. Should the monstrous beasts breach the front lines, this overwhelming fire would surge forth like a relentless tide, delivering a devastating blow. Meanwhile, Hound and Tengsha unleashed torrents of ferocious lightning, with thick bolts crackling and leaping amidst the throng of beasts, causing them to tremble in agony. The lightning not only inflicted direct harm upon the creatures, but also disrupted their movements and perceptions, throwing their attack rhythm into disarray. Baize, employing its formidable mental prowess, constantly sensed the patterns and vulnerabilities of the beast's actions. It relayed the gathered information to Yi, providing crucial insights for tactical adjustments. The nine-tailed fox and Baize darted through the ranks. The nine-tailed fox utilized its enchanting arts to bewilder the beasts encroaching upon the defenses. Her captivating gaze and graceful form emanated a mysterious force, ensnaring some creatures in fleeting confusion, even leading to instances of self-inflicted harm. Baize, on the other hand, harnessed her healing and supportive abilities to restore the vitality and mend the wounds of injured beasts and cultivators alike. Wherever her gentle light shone, the suffering of the wounded gradually diminished, and their energies swiftly replenished, enabling them to rejoin the fray. Under Yi's methodical command, the resistance of the cultivators began to yield results. Although the monstrous horde was vast and relentless, their advance slowed under the robust defenses and fierce counterattacks. Yet, the beasts appeared tireless, fervently assaulting the line with no signs of retreat. Yi keenly observed that while the creatures' actions seemed ferocious, they bore a mechanical and blind quality. As if manipulated by some formidable force, he contemplated the urgent need to uncover the source of this control to fundamentally resolve the crisis. Thus, he remained vigilant, directing the battle while scrutinizing every detail of the battlefield for clues. As the conflict dragged on, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. The beasts continued their relentless assaults, while the cultivators steadfastly held their ground. Yi recognized that this stalemate was untenable. A proactive strategy was essential to break it. He resolved to lead his 18 beasts into the heart of the monstrous horde, seeking the key to disrupting their control. In this perilous encounter with the beasts, what trials would Yi and his companions face? Could they uncover the crucial element to triumph and repel the tide of beasts? Chapter 184. 18 beasts unite to engage in fierce combat. Yi, resolute, ventured into the midst of the monstrous horde with his 18 beasts, igniting a breathtaking battle. Qilin, akin to a brilliant meteor, surged forward into the throng of beasts. It opened its cavernous maw, unleashing golden fireballs that rained down upon the surrounding beasts like a tempest. Each fireball harbored terrifying energy, and when they detonated amidst the throng of creatures, they unleashed a deafening roar. The immense force of the explosion sent the nearby beasts tumbling, their flesh and blood scattering, momentarily creating a void within the chaotic horde. Following the Qilin, the vermilion bird soared gracefully, its flames harmoniously intertwined with the power of space. The flames, infused with spatial energy, transformed into countless razor-sharp fireblades that sliced through the beasts with merciless precision. These fiery blades seemed to possess a life of their own, deftly weaving through the creatures, igniting them and eliciting anguished cries. The searing heat not only inflicted direct harm, but also rendered the surrounding air intolerably hot, severely hampering the beast's movements. The white tiger, with its agile form and lithe grace, navigated through the throng as if it were in its natural element. Its ice-based abilities manifested like relentless, biting winds, continuously unleashed with precision. With a flurry of its paws, it sent sharp ice spikes shooting forth like arrows, each imbued with potent ice energy. Upon impact, they left deep wounds, causing the icy power to swiftly spread, freezing the beast's muscles and veins, thereby slowing their movements. The white tiger also created large ice traps upon the ground, ensnaring many unwary beasts that unwittingly stepped into them, rendering them immobile in their icy confines. The fierce and fearless Xuanwu and Zheng engaged in close combat with the beasts, charging into the fray like ferocious wild animals, unhesitatingly confronting their foes. Xuanwu, with its immense strength, wielded its robust limbs, generating powerful shockwaves with each strike that sent nearby beasts flying. Zheng, armed with sharp claws and deadly fangs, darted in and out among the creatures, delivering swift and lethal attacks that inflicted grievous wounds with every bite and scratch. Their ferocious fighting style instilled a deep-seated fear in the surrounding beasts. The gluttonous Taotai opened its enormous mouth, resembling an abyss, voraciously devouring the weakened beasts. As the number of consumed creatures increased, the aura emanating from Taotai grew ever more formidable, its devouring power becoming increasingly terrifying. With each beast it consumed, a strange radiance flickered across its form, as if it were absorbing their essence. Its very presence instilled profound dread among the surrounding beasts, some of which began to consciously avoid its range of attack. The white sovereign utilized its formidable mental prowess, enveloping the entire battlefield in an invisible net. It could not only perceive the movements and intentions of the surrounding beasts, but also keenly identify potential vulnerabilities and critical points within the horde. The white sovereign relayed this information to Yi in a timely manner, providing invaluable intelligence for the command of the battle. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox stood by. Employing her enchanting abilities, her captivating eyes sparkled with an otherworldly light, emanating a mysterious force that spread towards the nearby beasts. Some of the weaker-willed aberrations, influenced by the charm technique, became dazed and sluggish in their movements. They began to deviate from the coordinated assault of their kind, even resorting to infighting, effectively dispersing the collective force of their attacks. The canine and the serpent unleashed a tempest of violent lightning energy, with thick bolts erupting from their forms, wreaking havoc among the aberrations. The flashes of lightning shimmered with a blinding brilliance, accompanied by a deafening roar, leaving the aberrations trembling from the electric onslaught. This lightning not only inflicted direct damage upon the aberrations, but also disrupted their communication and coordination, rendering their attacks increasingly chaotic and disordered. The azure purifying flames of the Baize also played a crucial role on the battlefield. Its flames not only harmed the aberrations, but possessed formidable purifying capabilities, cleansing the strange auras emanating from them. Those aberrations struck by the purifying flames gradually saw their bizarre powers dissipate, leading to a reduction in their frenzied actions, thereby alleviating a considerable amount of pressure from Yi and his beasts. The Xuanwu silently safeguarded everyone from behind, employing its powerful defensive energy to form a solid shield around Yi and the other beasts. This shield emanated a glow of earth-based energy, resembling a colossal eggshell that encased them in protection. Whenever an aberration attempted a sneak attack from behind, the Xuanwu's shield effectively warded off the assault, ensuring everyone's safety. However, the aberrations sensed the threat posed by Yi and his team of beasts, and they began to converge frantically upon them. These massive creatures, in overwhelming numbers, surged forward like a dark tide, intent on engulfing Yi and his beasts. Soon, they found themselves encircled, with aberrations lunging from all directions, the situation growing increasingly dire. In the face of such adversity, Yi did not waver. Through a mental connection, he urged his companions, "Friends, we must not retreat. Maintain formation and work together. We will surely break through." The beasts responded to Yi's call, their eyes brimming with determination and courage. The Qilin and Zhuke once again fused their fiery energies, creating a colossal wall of flames to temporarily ward off the surrounding aberrations. The white tiger and other melee-oriented divine beasts stood back to back, launching all-out assaults on the encroaching aberrations. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Yi discerned that the aberrations seemed to be deliberately herding them in a particular direction. A thought struck him. Perhaps that direction held the key to controlling the aberrations. He commanded his beasts to break through towards this target. However, the aberrations, having sensed their intent, obstructed them with even greater fervor. Would Yi and his beasts successfully break free and uncover the key to overcoming their foes? The battle intensified, the atmosphere thickening with tension, enveloping the entire battlefield in a palpable sense of urgency. Chapter 185, The Battle Stalemates. Yi seeks the key to victory. Yi and his beasts struggled to break free from the overwhelming encirclement of the aberrations, which seemed frenzied in their relentless attempts to thwart them. The conflated flame barrier of the Qilin and the Zhuke, while temporarily repelling the frenzied assaults of the surrounding monstrous beasts, gradually dwindled in potency as time progressed, allowing the creatures to slowly breach the defenses. Minute fissures appeared across the flame barrier, spreading like a spider's web, threatening to shatter completely at any moment. The melee-oriented divine beasts, such as the white tiger and the Xuanwu, began to feel overwhelmed in their close-quarter skirmishes against the relentless tide of monstrous foes. The sheer number of adversaries surged forth in waves, leaving them with scarcely a moment to breathe. The stamina and spiritual energy of the divine beasts rapidly diminished, and they bore several wounds upon their bodies. Nevertheless, they fought tenaciously, each strike imbued with an indomitable spirit. Meanwhile, the Taotai, though continuously consuming the weakened beasts, found it increasingly difficult to do so amidst the dense onslaught of surrounding creatures. It was compelled to intermittently cease its feeding to evade attacks, which hindered its ability to absorb power swiftly and bolster its strength to alter the tide of battle. Yi recognized that this stalemate could not persist. He had to swiftly uncover the key to overcoming the enemy. While calmly directing his beasts in combat, he remained intensely observant of the movements of the monstrous foes. Suddenly, he detected a slightly smaller beast exuding a unique aura, seemingly orchestrating the actions of the other creatures. Whenever this particular beast emitted an unusual call, the surrounding monsters would instantly alter their attack patterns or intensify their defenses, as if the entire horde's movements revolved around it. A spark of intuition ignited within Yi, suggesting that this beast might hold the key to breaking the enemy's resolve. Through a mental connection, he communicated to his divine beasts, "Everyone, focus your attacks on that creature radiating a unique aura. It may be the linchpin controlling the horde." Upon receiving the command, the Qilin swiftly redirected its trajectory, channeling all its might to unleash a colossal golden fireball towards the target. The fireball, imbued with the force to obliterate all, shot forth like a miniature sun. However, the other beasts seemed to sense Yi's intentions, rushing forth recklessly to shield the pivotal creature. The golden fireball detonated amidst the horde, erupting in a dazzling display of light and a thunderous roar, sending the surrounding beasts flying in a gruesome spectacle. Yet, due to the overwhelming numbers, they managed to absorb the brunt of the explosion with their bodies, leaving the crucial beast largely unscathed. Observing this, the Zhuke summoned the power of the fused spatial flames, attempting to circumvent the other beasts and strike directly at the target. The flames slithered through the mass of monsters like a serpentine fire, deftly evading some of the obstacles in its path. Just as the flames were poised to strike the pivotal beast, a colossal creature interposed itself, blocking the attack with its formidable presence. This enormous beast exuded a powerful aura, its defenses impenetrable. The Zhuchua's fiery assault merely left faint marks upon its robust form. Yi realized that to reach the key beast, they must first breach the layers of protection surrounding it. He swiftly recalibrated their strategy, instructing the Baize to disrupt the actions of the surrounding monsters with its mental prowess. Baize concentrated all his mental energy, unleashing a formidable wave of psychic force that pierced the minds of the otherworldly beasts like an invisible blade. This wave caused their movements to slow, disrupting their thoughts and introducing chaos into their previously tight-knit defensive formation. Simultaneously, Yi instructed the nine-tailed fox to employ her bewitching technique to divert the attention of the beasts. The nine-tailed fox utilized all her charms, her eyes shimmering with an enchanting brilliance as a mysterious and alluring power spread toward the surrounding creatures. Those with weaker wills fell immediately under her spell, their gazes becoming dazed as they began to wander aimlessly, even turning against their companions. This effectively weakened the protective strength surrounding the key beast. Additionally, Yi commanded the Hound and the Sky Serpent to unleash more potent lightning energy, sowing further chaos among the ranks of the otherworldly beasts. Both creatures exerted themselves fully, unleashing thick bolts of lightning that ravaged through the horde. The lightning flickered with dazzling brilliance, accompanied by deafening roars, causing the beasts to tremble in agony. Under the relentless assault of the lightning, the beasts emitted pained howls, their movements becoming increasingly erratic, plunging the entire group into disarray. Under Yi's command, the Qilin, Zhuke, and Baihu charged with all their might toward the location of the key beast. The golden fireballs of the Qilin exploded like cannonballs within the throng, scattering those that attempted to obstruct the advance. The flames of the Zhuke followed closely, transforming into a massive fire serpent that rampaged through the beasts, leaving a trail of inferno in its wake. Meanwhile, the Baihu continuously conjured ice spikes, launching them like concealed weapons at the approaching beasts, clearing a safe path for the charging group. However, the otherworldly beasts sensed the impending crisis and fought back with desperation. Some of the larger beasts shielded their comrades with their massive forms, enduring the onslaught of fireballs and flames, gritting their teeth to buy time for the key creature. Witnessing this scene, Yi understood that delay was no longer an option. A breakthrough was imperative. Through their mental connection, he urged his beasts, "Everyone, exert yourselves further. This is the key to breaking the stalemate." Xuanwu and Zheng flank from the sides and target the weak points of those large beasts. Taotai, intensify your devouring to weaken the overall strength of the horde. Xuanwu and Zheng heeded the command, darting like phantoms toward the larger beasts. They skillfully evaded frontal defenses, attacking the vulnerable joints of legs and bellies. Taotai, too, ceased holding back, opening his immense maw as a powerful suction erupted like a black hole, drawing in the surrounding beasts under assault, growing ever more formidable in presence. Under the combined assault of the beasts, the defenses of the otherworldly horde began to reveal greater vulnerabilities. Seizing the moment, Yi, alongside the Qilin, Zhuke, and Baihu, surged forward toward the key beast. Just as they were nearing their target, a powerful surge of dark energy erupted from the key beast, forming a black barrier that barred Yi and his beasts from advancing. Yi could sense the potency of this dark energy, replete with an aura of malevolence and chaos. The barrier shimmered with enigmatic runes, emanating a power that sought to erode the spiritual energy of Yi and his beasts. Yi promptly commanded his beasts to maintain their positions, while instructing Baize to analyze the vulnerabilities of the barrier. Baize focused his mental energy, meticulously perceiving the structure of the barrier. After a moment, he spoke. "Master, this barrier is composed of a unique form of dark spiritual energy, with the runes being pivotal to its strength. However, identifying the flaw in the runes will require additional time." Yi understood that, in this critical moment, they had little time to squander. The alien beasts could launch another assault at any moment. At that juncture, the surrounding beasts, invigorated by the dark spiritual energy, began to close in on Yi and his beasts once more. Yi calmly contemplated a strategy. As he gazed at the encroaching beasts, an idea suddenly struck him. He addressed the nine-tailed fox, saying, "Nine-tailed fox, employ your charm technique to disrupt the movements of the surrounding beasts, drawing their attention. Hound, serpent, unleash your lightning spiritual energy upon the barrier to attempt to interfere with the power of the runes. Qilin, Zhuke, prepare to unleash your most potent strike when the barrier shows a weakness." The nine-tailed fox swiftly enacted her charm technique, her eyes glimmering with an otherworldly light. As an invisible allure spread towards the surrounding beasts, many were affected, halting their attacks and descending into chaos. Hound and serpent expended their full might, sending thick bolts of lightning crashing against the black barrier. The collision resonated with thunderous roars, and the runes upon the barrier flickered uncertainly, seemingly perturbed to a degree. Yi fixated on the barrier, awaiting the emergence of a flaw. With the continuous bombardment of lightning, the runes on the barrier finally exhibited a hint of looseness. Yi shouted, "Now? Qilin, Zhuke, attack!" Qilin and Zhuke unleashed their powers simultaneously, intertwining a golden flame sphere with the force of spatial energy, creating a formidable impact aimed at the area where the runes had loosened. Would this powerful assault shatter the black barrier? Could Yi and his beasts successfully strike the pivotal alien beast, thereby breaking the stalemate of the battle? The atmosphere on the battlefield was at a fever pitch, with everyone holding their breath, fixated on this crucial moment. Chapter 186, Breaking Through the Spirit God at a Critical Moment. Uncovering the mastermind behind the alien beasts, the combined assault of Qilin and Zhuke struck the black barrier at the vulnerable point of the runes like a heavy bomb. The golden flame sphere and the fire infused with spatial energy fused together, erupting in a dazzling brilliance, with the overwhelming force causing the surrounding air to tremble. The black barrier emitted a series of cracking sounds under this fierce onslaught, the glow of the runes dimming as fissures began to appear across the barrier. As the cracks widened, a resounding boom echoed, and the barrier finally shattered. Seizing this hard-won opportunity, Yi and his beasts surged forward like tigers, descending a mountain towards the pivotal alien beast. However, just as they were about to close in on it, a more potent wave of dark spiritual energy erupted from the alien beast. This dark energy surged forth like an awakened demon, rampaging wildly through everything in its vicinity. Yi and his beast companions were relentlessly pushed back by the surge of dark spiritual energy, while the horde of aberrant creatures, influenced by this force, surged forward with even greater frenzy, heedless of everything as they attacked once more. Aware of the dire situation, Yi concentrated all his faculties, seeking a strategy to counter the threat. At that moment, the spiritual energy within him began to undergo a remarkable transformation under the extreme peril. The years of diligent cultivation and the mysterious powers acquired in the spirit illusion abyss seemed to be ignited by this formidable dark energy, colliding and merging in an extraordinary manner. Yi felt his spiritual energy swell like a torrential flood, surging through his meridians, relentlessly battering against the barriers of his previous realm. In this life-and-death moment, he gritted his teeth and channeled this energy with all his might. Finally, with a resounding roar, his spiritual energy shattered the confines of his limitations, and he successfully ascended to the spirit god realm. In the instant of his breakthrough, a dazzling radiance erupted from Yi, with mysterious runes flickering within the light, as powerful waves of spiritual energy radiated outward from him. The aberrant creatures nearby, overwhelmed by this surge, recoiled, temporarily deterred from advancing. Just then, two thunderous roars echoed through the sky. Two enigmatic figures raced towards him from the distance, their speed so swift it seemed to tear through the fabric of space. One was a colossal being, its scales shimmering with a verdant glow, its dragon-like head held high, the legendary divine beast, the Azure Dragon. The other resembled a lion, adorned with resplendent multicolored light and crowned with a single horn, known as the Pishio. Sensing the immense and pure spiritual energy emanating from Yi, along with his unwavering resolve to protect the world of beasts, the Azure Dragon and Pishio decided to forge a pact with him. In the moment of their covenant, an even greater power surged into Yi's being, elevating his mastery of spiritual energy to a new pinnacle. With this newfound strength, a glimmer of determination shone in Yi's eyes. He immediately commanded his beasts to launch another assault. The Azure Dragon opened its mighty jaws, unleashing a powerful azure spiritual storm that swept forth, sending the aberrant creatures flying and clearing a path for Yi and his companions. Meanwhile, the Pishio utilized its unique abilities to devour the surrounding dark energy, diminishing its influence over the aberrant beings. Yi and his beasts raced along the path carved by the Azure Dragon, swiftly approaching the pivotal aberrant creature. At that moment, Yi discerned that this crucial foe had sustained some injury from the earlier onslaught, its dark energy fluctuations no longer as stable as before. Recognizing a golden opportunity, he shouted to his companions, "Now is our chance. This is the key to defeating it." Under Yi's guidance, the Qilin, vermilion bird, white tiger, and other beasts unleashed their most potent abilities. The Qilin's golden fireball intensified, radiating a cataclysmic aura as it hurtled towards the pivotal aberrant creature. The vermilion bird's flames harmonized flawlessly with spatial energy, transforming into a colossal phoenix that swooped down upon the target. The white tiger condensed its icy energy into a massive ice sword, piercing swiftly towards the foe. Amidst the overwhelming assault from his beasts, the pivotal aberrant creature let out a harrowing roar of anguish. It attempted to resist, but it was already beyond salvation. Ultimately, the pivotal aberration succumbed to the joint onslaught of Yi and his beast companions, collapsing with a resounding thud, dissipating into a cloud of vanishing dark energy. With the fall of the key aberration, the frenzied aura surrounding the beasts gradually waned, their movements becoming sluggish and no longer characterized by the previous manic aggression. Yi exhaled a sigh of relief, yet he understood that the ordeal was far from over. While surveying the battlefield, he discovered a peculiar mark upon the key aberration, seemingly a sigil of some dark power. Through Baize's analysis of the mark, Yi learned that these beasts were under the manipulation of a mysterious force lurking in the shadows. The leader of this enigmatic force was the mastermind behind all the ensuing crises. Yi resolved to pursue the puppet master, determined to eradicate the source of this turmoil. Thus, how would Yi and his beasts track down the puppet master? What perils would they encounter as they delved deeper into the enemy's lair? Chapter 187. Pursuing the Puppet Master. A grand confrontation in the enemy's stronghold. Yi was resolute in his quest to trace the puppet master and completely extinguish the roots of this crisis. Together with his beasts, he embarked on a journey, following the faint aura emitted by the mysterious mark. Along their path, they traversed desolate deserts, foreboding forests, and treacherous mountains, diligently tracking the faint clues left by the mastermind. As their pursuit deepened, they arrived at a valley shrouded in dark mist. An oppressive and malevolent atmosphere pervaded the valley, sending chills down their spines. Yi knew that the puppet master was likely concealed within this very valley. He cautiously led his beasts into the depths of the valley, remaining ever vigilant. Shortly after their entry, a cadre of grotesque dark sentinels surged forth from the surroundings. These sentinels radiated dark energy, wielding black blades. With cold and ferocious gazes, they swiftly encircled Yi and his beasts, igniting an intense battle. Yi quickly devised a strategy. Qilin, unleash your azure energy storm to disperse this dark mist, allowing us to discern our foes' movements. Pixiu, consume the dark energy from these sentinels to weaken their might. Qilin let out a thunderous roar, a colossal azure energy tempest erupting forth from its maw, sweeping through like a tornado, rapidly dispersing the dark mist. Pixiu then opened its jaws wide, its powerful suction drawing forth the dark energy from the surrounding sentinels, significantly diminishing their strength. The other beasts, Qilin, Xuanwu, and Baize, sprang into action as well. Qilin expelled golden fireballs that detonated amidst the dark sentinels, flames soaring high as they sent the warriors tumbling in disarray. Xuanwu harnessed the flames infused with spatial power, transforming them into countless fiery whips that lashed at the sentinels, igniting them in a blaze. Baize wielded an ice sword, charging into the fray, leaving deep, chilling wounds on the dark sentinels as the icy aura instantly froze the gashes. However, the dark sentinels appeared inexhaustible, relentlessly advancing towards Yi and his beasts. Yi realized that these dark sentinels were merely the vanguard of the enemy. The true challenge lay ahead. Through their mental connection, he addressed the beasts. Steady yourselves, my companions. These are but mere minions. We must not squander our energy here. Maintain formation and seek an opportunity to break free from the encirclement. As the beasts valiantly resisted, cracks began to appear in the dark sentinels' surrounding ranks. Seizing this moment, Yi commanded the beasts to swiftly break through. They advanced along a narrow path in the valley, ultimately arriving before a colossal dark fortress. The gates loomed shut, emanating a formidable wave of dark spiritual energy. Yi understood that the mastermind lurked within these walls. Drawing a deep breath, he rallied his companions. Friends, the true battle is upon us. We must give our all to defeat the mastermind and rescue the world of beasts. A fervent chorus of determination echoed from the beasts, their eyes shimmering with resolute light. As Yi approached the castle gates, poised to attempt their opening, the doors creaked open, unleashing a torrent of potent dark energy. A figure stepped forth from the shadows of the fortress, the mastermind himself, towering and cloaked in a black robe, his face concealed behind a menacing mask. Only his eyes shone with an eerie crimson glow. He surveyed Yi and the beasts, emitting a chilling laugh. You possess remarkable audacity to pursue me here. However, this shall be your tomb. With a flourish of his hands, a multitude of dark creatures surged forth from the castle. Massive shadow wolves, grotesquely contorted dark treants, and a plethora of bizarre monsters encircled Yi and the beasts once more. Unfazed, Yi regarded the mastermind with calm resolve. Your scheme shall not prevail. Today marks your doom. Thus commenced a decisive battle that would determine the fate of the beast world. Would Yi and his companions triumph over the architect of malevolence and shatter his nefarious plans? In this fierce confrontation, what challenges would they encounter? Chapter 188. The power of the spirit realm unleashed. Yi and the beasts overcome the mastermind. Surrounded by countless dark creatures, Yi and the beasts stood undeterred. He recognized the urgency of formulating a strategy, leveraging each beast's strengths to navigate this arduous conflict. His gaze resolute, he conveyed through their mental link. Partners, heed my command. Azure Dragon, harness your spiritual energy to create a protective azure shield around us, deflecting the onslaught of dark creatures. Paixio, continuously devour the dark energy to weaken these monsters while disrupting the mastermind's spiritual output. The azure dragon let out a resounding roar, its body aglow with azure light as it swiftly coalesced a robust shield around Yi and the beasts. The shield radiated a gentle azure luminescence, repelling the attacks of the dark entities. Meanwhile, Paixio opened its maw wide, voraciously consuming the surrounding dark energy, causing the dark creatures to dim and slow in their movements. The aggressive beasts, Qilin, vermilion bird, and white tiger, were not idle either. The Qilin unleashed an even more fervent golden fireball, seemingly imbued with the formidable power of the divine realm, its might multiplied several-fold. The fireball erupted amidst the horde of dark creatures, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shattered many of the surrounding foes, the powerful shockwave toppling numerous monsters in the distance. The vermilion bird conjured flames that harmonized the forces of space with the spiritual might of the divine realm. The flames morphed into a colossal, resplendent phoenix, not only vast in size, but also ablaze with vibrant, multicolored flames, each feather glimmering with enigmatic runes. The phoenix surged into the throng of dark creatures with an earth-shattering presence, incinerating its path while the dark beings emitted anguished cries. The white tiger maximized its ice elemental prowess. Its ice sword, infused with the essence of the divine realm, became crystalline and immense. With each swing of the ice sword, the white tiger unleashed formidable waves of ice energy, manifesting colossal blades that swept across the dark creatures. Where the ice blades passed, the dark entities were cleaved into fragments, a chilling aura swiftly spreading, freezing the surrounding foes. However, the mastermind behind the dark creatures, witnessing his minions being relentlessly vanquished by Yi and his beasts, revealed a glint of malice in his eyes. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, the dark energy surrounding the castle surged violently, coalescing into a massive torrent of darkness that rushed towards Yi and his companions. This torrent, laden with potent malevolence, carved deep trenches into the ground as it advanced. Yi felt a tightening in his chest, sensing the grave threat posed by this dark tide. He immediately commanded the black tortoise to initiate its strongest defense, coordinating with the azure dragon's protective shield. The black tortoise's shell radiated brilliance as the dense earth energy merged with the azure dragon's blue energy shield, forming an even more formidable barrier. The dark torrent collided with the defensive shield, producing a deafening roar, the barrier trembling violently, flickering with light. Yet, with the full support of the black tortoise and azure dragon, it momentarily withstood the onslaught. Simultaneously, Yi discerned a fleeting vulnerability in the mastermind's defenses while he manipulated the dark tide. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, he urged the Qilin, vermilion bird, and azure dragon, "Now, let's unleash our most potent attack, targeting the mastermind." The Qilin, vermilion bird, and azure dragon, understanding the urgency, gathered their collective strength. The Qilin expelled a colossal golden fireball, embodying the pinnacle of divine realm power. The vermilion bird's fiery phoenix merged with the fireball, infused with even greater destructive force. The azure dragon exhaled a robust azure energy beam, converging with the fireball and the flaming phoenix, forming an unparalleled surge of power directed at the mastermind. Upon witnessing this formidable assault approach, the mastermind's visage betrayed a flicker of terror. He attempted to evade, but the speed of the attack was too swift, leaving him no option but to hastily conjure a dark energy shield for defense. However, the combined assault from Yi and his beasts proved too overwhelming, shattering the dark energy shield upon contact with the attack. The assault struck the mastermind directly, resonating with a deafening sound that reverberated through the dark castle. As the smoke dissipated, the figure of the mastermind emerged before the crowd, his tattered black robe and cracked mask radiating a sense of weakness. Yi gazed at him and declared, "Your nefarious scheme has come to an end." The mastermind, unwilling to concede, bellowed in fury, "I shall not be defeated so easily." With that, he prepared to launch another attack. Yet, Yi would not afford him that opportunity. He commanded the spirit beasts to initiate their final offensive. The Qilin, Zhuke, and Baihu unleashed their formidable abilities, targeting the mastermind. Would the mastermind be vanquished once and for all under the might of the spirit beasts? Could Yi and his companions successfully rescue the world of spirit beasts? With the demise of the mastermind, the chaotic wills of the dark-controlled beasts evaporated instantaneously. Clarity returned to their eyes as they dispersed. Yi and the spirit beasts exited the valley, witnessing the land, once ravaged by the beasts, gradually regaining its tranquility. The cultivators emerged from their shelters, their faces aglow with the joy of survival. The Qilin and Bifang circled above, the golden flame orb upon the Qilin still shining brightly, while Bifang's azure purifying fire gradually subsided. They gazed upon the rejuvenating land with profound satisfaction. On the ground, Xuanwu and the nine-tailed fox provided stability and reassurance. The massive form of Xuanwu inspired confidence, while the agile nine-tailed fox leaped gracefully beside him, assisting the cultivators in clearing the debris and aiding injured companions. Tao Wu and Bo charged powerfully through the afflicted villages, using their robust bodies to lift fallen stones, contributing to the reconstruction of homes. Baize and Xiongqi employed their mental prowess to soothe the frightened cultivators and spirit beasts. Baize's gentle mental waves dissipated fear, while Xiongqi subdued his former ferocity, aiding in restoring order. Baihu and Fei arrived at the riverside, where Baihu utilized ice-based spiritual energy to freeze debris obstructing the waterway, while Fei employed its unique abilities to cleanse the murky waters, allowing the river to flow freely once more. Zhuke and Caming Beast soared to greater heights, Zhuke illuminating the dark corners with flames, while Caming Beast, utilizing its spatial abilities, facilitated the transport of heavy construction materials to expedite the rebuilding efforts. Jiang and Tung Shi released gentle bolts of lightning into the sky, these bolts possessing a peculiar purifying effect that cleansed the lingering darkness from the air. Bai Yi and Zheng busied themselves in the medical area. Bai Yi employed healing spiritual energy to mend the wounded, while Zheng stood guard, ensuring no further mishaps occurred. Tao Tai and the three-legged bird gathered the scattered remnants of dark spiritual energy. Tao Tai consumed and purified these remnants, while the three-legged bird transformed the cleansed energy into nourishment for the scarred earth. Qinglong and Pishio patrolled the entire area, their formidable presence deterring any potential threats. As he observed the spirit beasts and cultivators working in unison to restore their homeland, his heart swelled with pride. After a period of relentless effort, the Beast Mastery world gradually regained its former vitality. The once devastated spiritual cultivation villages were reconstructed, fields once more began to be sown, and the bond between the spiritual cultivators and their beasts grew ever closer. Yet, a persistent question lingered in Yi Yi's mind. During his confrontations with the Yishuk, he had observed peculiar phenomena that seemed to be linked to a mysterious Bagua birthmark on his body. This unique mark had emitted faint glimmers ever since his arrival in the Beast Mastery world, though he had previously paid it little heed. In retrospect, these luminous occurrences appeared to correlate with the emergence of Yisho and certain unusual fluctuations in spiritual energy. Yi Yi resolved to delve into the secrets of the Bagua birthmark once the Beast Mastery world had fully stabilized. He understood that this enigma might not only pertain to himself, but could also wield significant implications for the future of the Beast Mastery world. Thus, how would Yi Yi embark on his exploration? What tales would the Bagua birthmark unveil? Chapter 190. Post-war exploration of the world in search of the Bagua birthmark through the concerted efforts of Yi Yi and his companions. The Beast Mastery world gradually returned to its former prosperity. The spiritual cultivators rebuilt their homes, while the relationship between the beasts and humans flourished. However, Yi Yi did not cease his quest. The secret of his Bagua birthmark weighed heavily on his heart. He began to traverse the realm, seeking out sages and elders in every corner of the Beast Mastery world to inquire about the birthmark and the strange phenomena associated with it. His first destination was the Lingyun Peak in the northern region of the Beast Mastery world, rumored to be the abode of an elder known for his knowledge of ancient secrets. Accompanied by his beasts, Yi Yi ascended Lingyun Peak. The path was rugged and shrouded in mist, yet his resolve to uncover the truth remained unwavering. After several days of arduous climbing, they finally arrived at the dwelling of the Lingyun elder. The elder, with his flowing white hair and kindly demeanor, possessed an air of wisdom in his gaze. After respectfully bowing to the elder, Yi Yi eagerly revealed the Bagua birthmark on his body, recounting its occasional luminescence and the strange phenomena encountered during battles. The Lingyun elder scrutinized the birthmark, pondering deeply before speaking. This mark is indeed peculiar. Although I have not seen it before, I have heard tales from ancient legends within the Beast Mastery world that speak of mysterious marks. It is said that in a distant past, outsiders descended bearing such enigmatic marks, seemingly linked to a formidable power or a special mission. However, the specifics remain elusive to me. From the elder's words, Yi Yi gleaned some clues and resolved to journey to the sacred library of the Beast Mastery world, the Lingyuan Pavilion, which housed countless ancient tomes that might yield further insights into the Bagua birthmark. Without delay, Yi Yi and his beasts hastened to the Lingyuan Pavilion. This grand edifice comprised a colossal ancient structure and numerous book halls, containing a vast ocean of texts. With the assistance of the pavilion's curator, Yi commenced a lengthy search. Qilin and Bifang took to the heights, diligently scouring the upper levels where ancient texts were stored. Utilizing their ability to fly to swiftly navigate between the various halls, Xuanwu and the nine-tailed fox meticulously sifted through the lower shelves, with Xuanwu steadily turning the pages of ancient tomes while the nine-tailed fox, guided by its keen intuition, sought potential clues. The formidable Taowu and the burly beast aided in transporting the weighty, time-worn volumes. Baize and Xuanwu harnessed their mental prowess to swiftly peruse the texts, filtering out potentially valuable information. Meanwhile, Baihu and Fei stood guard, ensuring that no one disturbed Yi's search, while Fei utilized its sensitivity to unique auras to uncover hidden clues within the tomes. Zhuke and the enlightened beast explored the secret chamber of the library, with the enlightened beast employing spatial abilities to unveil concealed entrances, while Zhuke illuminated the chamber with flames, inspecting for relevant records. Huang and Tungsha patrolled outside the pavilion, safeguarding the surroundings, their electric powers deterring any ill-intentioned individuals from approaching. Bai and Zheng organized the already examined texts, ensuring that no information was overlooked. Taodai and the three-legged bird were tasked with documenting critical clues, the latter inscribing with its sharp beak on specially prepared hides, while Taodai stood guard over the recorded insights. After several arduous days of inquiry, Yi finally discovered references resembling the Bagua-shaped within a severely damaged ancient volume. The text suggested a potential connection between the Bagua-shaped and a mysterious transdimensional event, albeit with vague details, merely alluding to a place called Lingshu, which seemed pivotal in unraveling the secrets of the Taiji. Yi resolved to journey to Lingshu in pursuit of the enigma behind the Bagua-shaped. What secrets lay concealed in Lingshu? What encounters awaited Yi there? Chapter 191. Through hardships, discovering the mysterious ancient relics upon learning that Lingshu might be the key to unlocking the secrets of the Bagua-shaped. Yi led the beast companions on a quest to find Lingshu. According to the ambiguous accounts in the ancient tome, Lingshu was located in the far western reaches of the Beast Master world, a realm fraught with mystery and peril. They traversed the vast, boundless desert, where the blazing sun hung high, and the scorching sands seemed capable of melting all in their path. Qilin advanced at the forefront, its violet flames not only dispelling the oppressive heat, but also forming a sturdy firewall against impending sandstorms. Bifang circled above, utilizing its sharp eyesight to monitor the surroundings for any lurking dangers hidden beneath the sands. Xuanwu employed its formidable earth-based spiritual power to carve a stable path through the sand, preventing the party from becoming ensnared. The nine-tailed fox, using its enchanting abilities, bewitched desert creatures that attempted to approach, dissuading them from aggression. Taowu and Bu, with their robust physiques, assisted in transporting essential supplies, playing a crucial role in the arduous desert journey. Baize and Xuanwu utilized their mental prowess to sense the surrounding environment. Baize's mental force acted like a finely woven net, detecting subtle fluctuations in spiritual energy, while Xuanwu could sense the ominous presence of dangers lurking in the shadows. On either side of the team, the white tiger and the flying insect stood vigilant. The white tiger occasionally manifested its icy spiritual energy upon the sandy ground, forming blocks of ice that provided a fleeting respite from the heat, while the flying insect employed its unique abilities to disperse the disease-laden sands. The vermilion bird and the enlightened beast remained poised to confront unforeseen circumstances. The flames of the vermilion bird illuminated the shadowy corners, while the spatial prowess of the enlightened beast allowed for swift relocation of the team in the face of peril. The howling beast and the soaring serpent patrolled the skies, their unleashed lightning serving as a deterrent to any approaching aerial monstrosities. The White and the Beast of Fury tended to the other members of the group. The White utilized healing energy to restore vitality, while the Beast of Fury protected her, ensuring her safety. The gluttonous beast and the three-legged bird scoured the desert for potential sources of spiritual energy. The gluttonous beast consumed sand crystals rich in spiritual power, while the three-legged bird sought out energizing herbs. After a prolonged and arduous journey, they finally reached the edge of the desert, where a dense and ominous forest loomed ahead. Enshrouded in a veil of mysterious mist, the towering trees twisted unnaturally, exuding an eerie aura. Leaf, fully aware of the forest's dangers, instructed his beasts to maintain a tight formation as they cautiously stepped into the woods. Shortly after their entry, a pack of creatures resembling wolves but covered in sharp spines surged forth from all directions, their eyes glimmering with an ominous green light, and emitting low, guttural growls as they lunged at Leaf E and his beasts. The Qilin was the first to strike, launching a golden fireball like a cannonball into the throng of creatures, which detonated upon impact, sending the surrounding beasts flying. The Bifang followed closely, its azure purifying flames transforming into towering pillars that ignited the approaching beasts, cleansing them of their malevolent essence. The black tortoise promptly erected its earth shield, a massive earthen-colored barrier that shielded Leaf E and his beasts from the onslaught. The nine-tailed fox employed its allure, attempting to disrupt the beasts' minds and incite them to turn upon one another. The Tangle Beast and the hybrid engaged in fierce close-quarters combat, wielding claws and sharp horns against the encroaching foes. The White Marsh analyzed the weaknesses of the beasts with its mental acuity, relaying vital information to Leafy. The Qiongqi unleashed dark energies, sowing chaos among the ranks of the beasts. The White Tiger and the Flying Insect joined the fray. The White Tiger's icy skills froze the ground beneath the creatures, hindering their movements, while the Flying Insect utilized its calamity power to diminish their combat effectiveness. From the air, the Vermilion Bird and the Enlightened Beast launched their assault, combining flames and spatial energy to deliver widespread devastation to the horde. The Howling Beast and the Soaring Serpent released torrents of furious lightning, illuminating the battlefield and causing the beasts to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, the White E and the Beast of Fury remained at the rear, tending to the wounded. The healing energy of the White E swiftly revitalized the beasts, while the Beast of Fury vigilantly guarded against surprise attacks. The gluttonous beast consumed the fallen foes, augmenting its own strength, while the three-legged bird assisted by scorching the wounds of the defeated beasts to prevent regeneration. After a fierce battle, they successfully repelled the marauding creatures. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they finally stumbled upon an ancient ruin hidden within the depths of the woods. The ancient relic, weathered by the passage of time, appeared dilapidated yet still hinted at its former grandeur. The entrance was adorned with enigmatic runes, emanating faint waves of spiritual energy. Yi sensed that they might have uncovered a crucial element related to the secret of the Bagua birthmark. What mysteries lay concealed within this enigmatic relic? What challenges would Yi and his beast companions confront within its depths? Chapter 192. Seeking Clues Within the Relic. Gradually unveiling the truth of time travel, Yi and his beast stood before the grand entrance of the mysterious relic, their hearts a blend of exhilaration and trepidation as they gazed upon the intricately inscribed runes. He understood that these symbols might be the key to unraveling the secrets of the Bagua birthmark and the truth behind their time-traveling journey. Baize stepped forward, focusing his mental energy to perceive the information embedded within the runes. His consciousness, akin to a delicate thread, gently intertwined with the symbols. After a considerable duration, Baize furrowed his brow and spoke, "Master, these runes are exceedingly ancient, and the information they contain is intricate and obscure. I can only preliminarily interpret that this relic is linked to an ancient ritual, which appears to be intricately connected to the concept of traversing time and space." After a moment of contemplation, Yi resolved to attempt to open the grand door. He instructed the enlightened beast to utilize its spatial abilities to seek a connection between the runes and the realm of space, hoping to unlock the door through the power of spatial manipulation. The enlightened beast circled the entrance, radiating a gentle spatial force that resonated harmoniously with the rune's spiritual energy. With the creature's diligent efforts, the runes gradually illuminated, and the door creaked open, releasing a wave of ancient and mysterious energy. Yi cautiously led his beasts into the relic. The interior was shrouded in dim light, with walls embedded with gemstones that emitted a soft glow, barely illuminating their path. They advanced along a narrow corridor, flanked by walls etched with an array of peculiar patterns, stars, mythical beasts, enigmatic formations, and scenes depicting humanoid figures wielding formidable spiritual power. Qilin and Bifang led the way. Qilin's golden flame illuminated the path ahead, while Bifang's azure purifying fire dispelled the pervasive stench of decay within the corridor. Suddenly, a phalanx of spectral guardians materialized, formed from condensed spiritual energy. These sentinels wielded weapons, their ethereal forms radiating potent waves of spiritual energy as they charged towards Yi and his companions. Yi swiftly commanded his beasts to engage in battle. Xuanwu raised the earth-settling shield, clashing with the spectral guardians' assault, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. The nine-tailed fox employed its enchanting arts, seeking to disrupt the spectral guardians' movements. Yet they seemed impervious to such charm. Taowu and Bo engaged in close combat, their strikes passing through the guardians' forms, failing to inflict tangible harm. Baize again harnessed his mental prowess, scrutinizing the spectral guardians and discovering that their spiritual cores were concealed within specific parts of their ethereal bodies. Sharing this revelation with Yi, he promptly ordered Zhuke and the enlightened beast to launch an offensive. Zhuke unleashed flames infused with spatial energy. The fire slicing through the air like a razor, aimed directly at the spiritual core of the spectral guardians. The enlightened beast harnesses the power of space to lock onto the movements of the phantom guardians, rendering them incapable of evasion. Under the combined assault of the vermilion bird and the enlightened beast, several of the phantom guardians' core spiritual essences are struck, dissipating into a cloud of ethereal energy. Seizing this opportunity, the gluttonous beast devours the essence, augmenting its own strength to better confront the ensuing challenges. As they venture deeper into the ruins, they arrive at a vast circular hall. At the center of the hall stands an enormous stone platform, intricately inscribed with complex runes and patterns. Yi steps onto the platform, scrutinizing these inscriptions. Suddenly, the runes upon the platform blaze with radiant light, and a beam ascends skyward, forming a peculiar image in midair. The image reveals an ancient scene. A group of individuals endowed with formidable spiritual power engages in a mysterious ritual. They encircle a colossal Bagua array, continuously infusing it with their spiritual energy. The array flickers with light, seemingly connecting disparate dimensions of time and space. At the heart of the Bagua array, an emblem identical to the Bagua birthmark on Yi's body materializes. As the image unfolds, the mysteries within Yi's heart begin to unravel. It becomes evident that the Bagua birthmark he bears is a product of this ancient ritual. At a particular temporal juncture, an unforeseen incident during the ritual caused a distortion in time and space, resulting in Yi's inadvertent entanglement with the beast-taming world. What then lies at the core of this ritual's purpose? How has Yi's crossing affected the beast-taming world? As the truth gradually emerges, what choices will Yi ultimately make? Chapter 193. Understanding the origin of the crossing, a special arrangement of fate. Yi gazes intently at the bizarre image formed by the radiant runes in the air. As the scene slowly unfolds, revealing a long-buried secret before him and the beasts. The image depicts a distant era, when the beast-taming world was rich in spiritual energy, and practitioners were devoted to exploring the limits of their power. Among them, a particularly powerful and adventurous group of practitioners sought to transcend the constraints of time and space, delving into the profound mysteries of the cosmic spiritual energy. They gathered elite individuals from all quarters, expending countless rare materials to orchestrate an unprecedented grand ritual in a mysterious locale. This ritual centered around a grand and intricate Bagua array, encircled by numerous practitioners, who continuously injected their spiritual energy into the array, striving to open a passage to unknown dimensions. However, at the most critical juncture of the ritual, an irresistible and enigmatic force surged forth like a tumultuous tide, abruptly intervening. This power instantaneously disrupted the order of spiritual energy within the ritual, causing time and space to undergo severe and uncontrollable distortion. At that moment, Yi, by some mysterious twist of fate, found himself at the very core of this temporal distortion, unwittingly swept into the beast-taming world. The Bagua birthmark upon Yi's body was formed at the instant of the ritual's chaos, merging with his soul through a unique spiritual imprint. This birthmark is no ordinary mark. It has become the crucial link for his passage through time and space, carrying the remnants of the mysterious power encountered during his crossing. Baize gazed intently at the unfolding scenes, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Master, the information presented in these images suggests that your crossing into this realm is no mere coincidence, but rather a carefully woven arrangement by fate. The power and mission encapsulated within this Bagua birthmark have guided you to the Beastmaster world, perhaps to confront the multitude of crises looming ahead, akin to the severe trials posed by the recent onslaught of the alien beasts. Yi fell into a profound reverie, memories of his time in the Beastmaster world flooding his mind like a relentless tide. From his initial, bewildered encounters with the beasts to the unwavering support shared through countless trials, and ultimately to their united efforts in rescuing the world from peril. What once seemed like disparate experiences now appeared to be intricately linked by an invisible thread of destiny. He clearly recognized that his arrival was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the fabric of this world, profoundly and undeniably influencing its fate. The imagery continued to shift, revealing the subtle yet profound changes in the once stable balance of spiritual energy in the Beastmaster world following Yi's arrival. Malevolent forces, lurking in the shadows, had keenly sensed this shift. Like wolves scenting blood, they sought to exploit the upheaval caused by Yi's crossing to disrupt the existing peace and balance, striving to fulfill their insidious ambitions of domination over the Beast-Master world. The recent large-scale invasion of alien beasts was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated scheme by these dark forces, aiming to harness the chaotic power of the beasts to significantly weaken the strength of the spiritual cultivators and their companions, thus easily seizing control of the entire realm. Yi clenched his fists, a resolute flame igniting in his eyes, as a profound sense of mission welled up within him. He understood that although his arrival had inadvertently triggered a series of crises, it had simultaneously become a pivotal factor in resisting the machinations of the dark forces. With unwavering determination, he turned his gaze towards his companions, speaking with calm authority. "Friends, we now comprehend the reasons behind my crossing, and we fully grasp the sacred mission I bear in this place. The Beast-Master world has plunged into crisis due to my arrival. Fortunately, we have successfully repelled the alien beasts. However, the dark forces undoubtedly lurk in the shadows, poised to strike. We must not allow ourselves a moment of complacency. We must steadfastly protect this world." The beasts responded with fervent enthusiasm, the Qilin letting out a resounding cry as its golden mane danced in the wind, while the Bifang screeched, azure flames blazing fiercely, as if proclaiming their unwavering resolve to safeguard the Beast-Master world. The heavy shell of the Xuanwu shimmered with the glow of earth-based spiritual energy as the agile nine-tailed fox circled nearby, its eyes reflecting vigilance and determination. The Taowu and the bow rumbled deep growls, muscles taut, ready to face new challenges at any moment. Baize and Xuanwu exchanged resolute glances, their spiritual energies intertwining as they seemed to devise strategies for the impending trials. The white tiger stepped forward with commanding presence, closely followed by Fei, as the powers of ice and calamity subtly coursed around them. The Zhuke soared high, the Kai Ming beast responding with spatial energies, their brilliance illuminating the skies. The hound and the Tungsha spiraled in the air, crackling with the power of thunder. Bai and Zhen's gazes were resolute, their powers of healing and protection poised for action. Tao Tai and the three-legged bird stood ready, prepared to unleash their devouring and unique abilities at a moment's notice. The air around Qinglong and Pishio crackled with spiritual energy, an overwhelming aura that intimidated all who approached. Their eyes brimmed with unwavering determination, pledging alongside Yi to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the Beast-Master world. Yi understood all too well that the path ahead would be fraught with peril and challenges, yet, united with his beasts, his resolve to protect their realm was as steadfast as granite. How then would Yi leverage the strength of himself and his beasts to preserve the peace of this world? In the face of the looming threat posed by dark forces, what bold and effective actions would he undertake? Chapter 194. Yi decides to stay and safeguard the peace of the Beast-Master world. Yi returned to the town inhabited by spiritual practitioners, where life had gradually begun to flourish once more, though the scars of the beastly calamity remained vividly etched. He recognized that to protect the peace of the Beast-Master world, it was imperative to first enlighten the practitioners about the situation and foster unity among them. He summoned all the spiritual practitioners in the town and stood upon a high platform in the town's center, recounting the tale of his journey through dimensions and the insidious threat posed by dark forces. The practitioners gathered below, their faces awash with shock and concern. Yi raised his voice, resolutely declaring, "Though we have repelled the beasts, the dark forces have not dissipated. They may strike again at any moment. We must unite to safeguard our homeland." To bolster the practitioner's strength, Yi decided to commence by fortifying their defenses. He instructed Xuanwu to lead a group of defensive beasts to teach the practitioners how to utilize their environment and spiritual energy to construct formidable fortifications. Xuanwu's immense form loomed at the town's edge, demonstrating the application of Earth-type spiritual energy to reinforce the walls. Its heavy paws struck the ground, sending ripples of Earth-type energy that instantaneously fortified the walls, creating a protective shield of earthy hues. The nine-tailed fox wove through the practitioners, imparting techniques for confusing and disrupting enemies. She employed her enchanting arts, allowing those around her to experience its effects firsthand, while instructing them on how to cleverly employ such tactics in battle to disorient their foes. Qilin and Bifang soared through the skies, exhibiting their formidable offensive skills. Qilin expelled a golden fireball that traced a brilliant arc through the air, striking its distant target with precision and igniting a fierce explosion. Bifang enveloped a designated area in azure purifying flames, cleansing it of malevolent energies. Yi advised the practitioners to keenly observe their enemies' weaknesses and select appropriate methods of attack. Xuanwu and Bo showcased their formidable close combat capabilities, engaging in mock battles with simulated foes. Xuanwu, with its robust limbs and sharp claws, effortlessly tore through enemy lines. Bo utilized the sharp horns atop its head to deliver powerful blows, repelling adversaries with sheer force. The practitioners gleaned invaluable lessons in close combat techniques and the timing of their strikes. Baize and Xuanwu employed their mental prowess to enhance the practitioners' perceptual abilities. The gentle spirit of Baize caressed the minds of the practitioners like a spring breeze, guiding them to sense the ebb and flow of spiritual energy around them. Qi unleashed a dark spiritual force, simulating the mental attacks of adversaries, enabling the practitioners to learn the art of defense and counterattack. The White Tiger and the Fae collaborated, showcasing the fusion of ice and calamity. The White Tiger conjured ice spikes from the ground, while the Fae imbued these spikes with the power of disaster, ensuring that any foe who approached would not only be pierced by the ice, but would also suffer the corrosive effects of calamity, impacting both their physical form and spiritual essence. The Vermilion Bird and the Kai Ming Beast demonstrated the synergy of space and flame. The flames of the Vermilion Bird intertwined with the spatial power of the Kai Ming Beast, distorting and transforming within the fabric of space, attacking targets from unexpected angles, thus revealing the potency of such unique offensive methods to the practitioners. The Huan and the Tingshi unleashed thunderbolts in the sky, illustrating how to wield lightning for extensive attacks and disruptions. The lightning flickered across the heavens, illuminating the entire town, with powerful currents capable of incapacitating foes in an instant, while simultaneously disrupting their flow of spiritual energy. Baize and Zheng imparted teachings on healing and protection. Baize utilized healing energy to mend the wounds of injured practitioners. Showcasing rapid recovery techniques, Zheng stood guard nearby, demonstrating how to shield allies during combat, preventing ambushes from enemies. Tao Tai and the three-legged bird conveyed knowledge on the absorption and transformation of spiritual energy. Tao Tai illustrated how to devour objects imbued with spiritual energy, converting it into personal power. The three-legged bird instructed practitioners on how to harness and utilize special spiritual energies to enhance their own abilities. The Azure Dragon and the Pai Xiao instilled a sense of awe with their formidable presence, allowing practitioners to feel the weight of immense power. Baize urged everyone to continually cultivate their skills and strengthen their abilities to withstand the encroaching darkness. In addition to imparting skills to the practitioners, Baize organized patrols composed of seasoned practitioners and beast tamers who would guard the town day and night against incursions by agents of dark forces. Concurrently, he tasked Baize and several adept informants among the beast tamers to establish a network for gathering intelligence on the dark forces. Baize recognized that safeguarding the peace of the beast-taming world was not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight, but rather a pursuit requiring sustained effort and unwavering persistence. Nonetheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that as long as the practitioners and their beasts stood united, they could thwart the threats posed by the dark forces and protect their beautiful world. Under Baize's diligent efforts, the practitioners gradually enhanced their strength and heightened their vigilance against the dark forces. However, would the dark forces merely stand idly by and allow Baize and his companions to flourish? How would Baize respond to the potential new wave of attacks from the dark forces? Chapter 195, Sharing the Experience of Beast Tamers. Cultivating the next generation of talented beast tamers. As the practitioners' awareness of the dark forces grew stronger, Baize realized that the long-term stability of the beast-taming world necessitated the cultivation of a new generation of exceptional beast tamers. Therefore, he resolved to establish a beast-taming academy within the town, sharing his wealth of experience unreservedly with the younger generation. The academy was situated in a spacious courtyard, surrounded by serene surroundings and abundant spiritual energy. Yi personally assumes the role of chief mentor, with his 20 mystical beasts undertaking various educational responsibilities. The Qilin and Bifang are entrusted with imparting knowledge on the utilization and mastery of Flame's spiritual energy. The Qilin demonstrates how to condense Flame's spiritual energy into a golden fireball, adjusting its angle and potency according to the enemy's position and defenses. Bifang instructs on the techniques of employing Azure purification flames, teaching the students to harness the purifying force to eradicate the malevolent spiritual energy of adversaries and to utilize the properties of flames for tracking and striking during combat. The students gather around the arena, their eyes fixed on the displays of Qilin and Bifang, diligently noting down the essential points. Xuanwu and the nine-tailed fox focus on teaching defensive and deceptive techniques. Xuanwu's massive form serves as the quintessential teaching tool, as it elaborates on how to wield Earth-type spiritual energy to construct robust defensive barriers and how to adjust defensive strategies in response to various types of attacks. The nine-tailed fox employs her agile and multifaceted charm techniques, allowing students to experience the sensation of enchantment firsthand, thereby deepening their understanding of the principles and countermeasures of such arts. She also instructs them on how to leverage their surroundings and personal allure in combat to deploy charm techniques that disrupt their enemies' judgments. Tao Wu and Bo emphasize the importation of close combat skills. Engaging in simulated duels with the students, they showcase how to exploit strength and speed advantages in melee encounters. Tao Wu's powerful limbs and sharp claws, coupled with Bo's pointed horns and agile form, serve as exemplary models for the students. Throughout the simulated battles, they promptly identify the students' shortcomings and provide tailored advice. Baize and Xiongqi are responsible for teachings related to mental prowess. Baize, with its formidable yet gentle mental force, guides the students to perceive their own mental energy and teaches them how to utilize it for detection, communication, and defense. Xiongqi, by unleashing dark mental energy, allows students to experience various forms of mental attacks, thus learning to resist and counteract them. Baize also shares invaluable insights on interpreting enemy mental fluctuations and discerning their intentions, enabling students to seize the initiative in combat. Baihu and Fei jointly instruct on the synergistic application of ice and calamity powers. Baihu demonstrates the creation of ice spikes, ice walls, and other ice-based offensive and defensive maneuvers, while Fei showcases how to enhance these ice techniques with calamity energy, amplifying their lethality and destructiveness. The students attempt to replicate these techniques, experiencing the extraordinary effects of the fusion of the two powers. Concurrently, Baihu and Fei teach the students how to flexibly employ the combination of ice and calamity powers according to diverse combat scenarios to achieve optimal results. Zhu Ke and Kai Ming Beast impart the fusion techniques of spatial and flame spiritual energies. Zhu Ke illustrates how to merge flames with spatial forces, causing the flames to distort and leap through space, achieving unexpected assault effects. Kai Ming Beast utilizes spatial capabilities to help students comprehend the mysteries of space and instructs them on how to employ spatial power for evasion, ambush, and trapping enemies during battles. The students exhibit a profound interest in this wondrous fusion of powers, eagerly anticipating their turn to experiment. Huan and Tung Shi concentrate on the teachings of lightning's spiritual energy. They unleashed a myriad of lightning forms in the sky, demonstrating the mastery over the direction, intensity, and range of lightning. The trainees learn to harness the ethereal power of lightning, applying it in practical combat scenarios, whether for widespread assaults or precise strikes on individual targets. The Hound and the Soaring Serpent shared insights on utilizing the paralyzing effects of lightning to restrict enemies' movements, thereby creating advantageous conditions for their side in battle. The White E and the Zheng were responsible for teaching healing and protective techniques. The White E employed healing energy to mend the injuries of the trainees, elaborating on the methods and precautions necessary for effective healing. Meanwhile, Zheng demonstrated how to shield allies during combat, discerning the direction and timing of enemy attacks to provide timely protection. The trainees not only acquired healing skills, but also grasped the significance of protection within team combat. The Glutton and the Three-Legged Bird imparted knowledge on energy absorption and transformation. The Glutton showcased how to devour objects imbued with spiritual energy and convert them into one's own strength, while instructing the trainees on how to identify the attributes and value of various spiritual energy items. The Three-Legged Bird taught how to guide and utilize special energies to enhance personal abilities and how to strengthen the synergy and cooperation between beast tamers and spiritual practitioners through energy transformation. The Azure Dragon and the Pishio, with their formidable presence and authority, inspired the trainees to relentlessly pursue strength. They recounted their experiences and insights gained during their guardianship of the beast world, instilling in the trainees an understanding of the responsibilities and missions borne by beast tamers and spiritual practitioners. Throughout the teaching process, Yi not only emphasized the impartation of theoretical knowledge, but also arranged an abundance of practical courses. The trainees continuously enhanced their abilities through actual interactions with their beasts and simulated combat scenarios. Yi encouraged them to unleash their creativity, combining their unique traits to develop distinctive beast combat techniques. As time progressed, the Beast-Tamer Academy cultivated numerous exceptional talents. These young spiritual practitioners, armed with the knowledge and skills imparted by Yi and the beasts, thrived in every corner of the beast world. They not only possessed formidable strength, but also disseminated their learning to others, invigorating the peace and development of the beast realm. Chapter 196. Exploring the mysteries of the world. Seeking new methods to enhance beasts. As the new generation of beast tamers gradually matured under Yi's guidance, the overall strength of the beast world saw a remarkable enhancement. However, Yi remained unsatisfied, acutely aware that dark forces lingered in the shadows, poised to present new crises. To ensure that the beasts and spiritual practitioners held an advantage in future battles, Yi resolved to lead the beasts in a profound exploration of the mysteries of the beast world, seeking novel methods to augment their powers. Yi and the beasts first ventured to the misty forest at the edge of the beast world. This forest, shrouded in perpetual mist, exuded an air of mystery, rumored to conceal many unknown spiritual secrets. Upon entering the forest, Yi sensed a special fluctuation of spiritual energy permeating the air, a wave that felt distinct from ordinary energy, more gentle and vibrant. The Qilin and the Bifang forged ahead, their flames illuminating the shrouded mist and dispelling some of the latent dangers lurking within. The Qilin, with its acute senses, discerned that certain flora within the forest harbored unique spiritual energies, which could be absorbed by the beast tamers to enhance their fiery prowess. Meanwhile, the Bifang uncovered that specific regions of the mist contained elements capable of purifying spiritual energy, significantly benefiting the enhancement of the beast tamer's spiritual purity. During their exploration, the Xuanwu and the nine-tailed fox stumbled upon ancient caves, adorned with mysterious runes and patterns that seemed to narrate tales of yore. The Xuanwu employed its earth-based spiritual energy to stabilize the cave's structure, preventing a collapse, while the nine-tailed fox utilized its alluring techniques to attempt communication with the ethereal entities hidden within, seeking clues to bolster the strength of the beast tamers. After considerable effort, the nine-tailed fox learned that these caves had once served as sanctuaries for ancient spiritual practitioners, who had devised a method to enhance their beast strength through resonance with nature's spiritual forces. The Tao Tai and the boar encountered a peculiar assembly of exotic beasts within the forest. These creatures possessed formidable powers and unique abilities. Their physical structures and spiritual energy flows markedly different from typical beast tamers. Engaging in amicable sparring, the Tao Tai and the boar gleaned distinctive melee techniques and methods of harnessing power from these extraordinary beings. Baize and Xuanwu, employing their mental prowess, analyzed the spiritual characteristics of these beasts, providing valuable insights for the beast tamers. Deep within the forest, the white tiger and the fae discovered a mysterious lake, its waters shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors and emanating potent waves of spiritual energy. The white tiger attempted to infuse the lake with icy spiritual energy, realizing that the lake's essence could harmonize with its own, thereby amplifying the potency of its ice-related abilities. The fae, on the other hand, discerned an element within the lake that could enhance the calamity's power, rendering it more enigmatic and deadly. Soaring above the forest, the vermilion bird and the Qilin beast came upon an area rich in spiritual energy, swirling like a colossal vortex. The vermilion bird entered the eye of the vortex. Feeling the fire energy within greatly intensified, the Qilin beast utilized its spatial abilities to explore the vortex's internal structure, discovering a unique spatial law that could assist the beast tamers in transcending their spiritual limits. In the course of their exploration, the hound and the ting snake encountered an unexpected thunderstorm. However, they discerned that this tempest was not a natural occurrence, but rather triggered by a peculiar mineral within the forest. This mineral had the capacity to absorb and store thunderous spiritual energy, releasing it once a certain threshold was reached. The hound and the tongue snake, recognizing the uniqueness of this thunderous domain, chose not to evade, but to forge a connection with the power of lightning. The hound unleashed its own thunderous energy, resonating with that released by the mineral, guiding the lightning's course to render it more controllable. The tongue snake, with its agile form, weaved through the arcs of lightning, attuning itself to the fluctuations of power, seeking the optimal method to absorb and transform the thunderous energy. After numerous attempts, they discovered the ability to channel the lightning's spiritual energy from the or into their own meridians. Through the harmonization of their innate spiritual power, they could not only enhance the potency of their lightning skills, but also imbue the lightning with unique attributes. In a tranquil corner of the forest, Baize and Zhen uncovered an ancient medicinal garden. This garden was home to a variety of rare spiritual plants, emanating a rich aura of spiritual energy. With keen sensitivity to spiritual power, Baize discerned which plants possessed healing properties and could fortify the constitution of beast companions. Meanwhile, Zhen diligently guarded the garden, ensuring that no other creatures could harm these precious plants. Baize selected several suitable plants, using healing energy to stimulate their vitality, and researched ways to better integrate the plant's spiritual energy into the bodies of the beast companions, thereby enhancing their physical attributes and self-healing capabilities. During their exploration, Tao Tai and the three-legged bird encountered a peculiar phenomenon. Each night, certain regions of the forest would witness a convergence of spiritual energy, forming vortices of power. Tao Tai attempted to consume these vortices, discovering that the energy within was both pure and potent, significantly amplifying its devouring ability and overall strength. The three-legged bird observed that the formation of these vortices was linked to the positions of the stars. By resonating with the celestial energies, it found a method to guide the formation of the vortices, controlling their size and position to create a more favorable training environment for the beast companions. With their heightened perceptive abilities, Qinglong and Pishio sensed a mysterious force hidden deep within the forest. They led Yi and the other beast companions toward the source of this power. After a challenging journey, they finally uncovered a cave sealed by an ancient formation. The formation surrounding the cave radiated powerful waves of spiritual energy, seemingly guarding something of great importance. Qinglong employed its formidable spiritual power to communicate with the formation, attempting to decipher its secrets. Pishio assisted by stabilizing the surrounding energy environment with its unique abilities, preventing any chaotic disruptions during the formation's unraveling. After a prolonged effort, Qinglong successfully dismantled the formation. The cave illuminated with a brilliant glow, revealing an ancient tome filled with mysterious runes and patterns. Baize used its mental prowess to interpret the contents of the tome, discovering it contained a manual on the cultivation of beast companions, detailing a method known as spiritual source fusion. This technique allows the beast companions to forge deep connections with special sources of natural spiritual energy, integrating this power into themselves for a significant enhancement in strength. Yi and the beast companions cherished this newfound treasure, deciding to linger in the misty forest to delve deeper into the study and practice of these methods to elevate their powers. Qilin and Bifang began to absorb the special spiritual plants within the forest, merging them with their own fire energy in an effort to increase the temperature and might of their flames. Xuanwu and the nine-tailed fox focused on the cultivation methods inscribed in the cave's runes that resonated with natural spiritual energy, continuously adjusting their own energy flow. Tao Wu and Bo drew inspiration from the close combat techniques of extraordinary beasts, repeatedly practicing to integrate these skills into their own fighting style. Baize and Xiongqi delved into the mystical properties of the enchanted lake and the lightning ore, providing precise cultivation guidance for Baihu, Fei, Hong, and Tengxi. Baihu and Fei endeavored to merge the spiritual essence of the lake with their innate abilities, striving to forge a more formidable skill that intertwines ice with calamity. Meanwhile, Hong and Tengxi continuously refined their absorption and application of the lightning ore's energy, rendering their lightning skills increasingly unpredictable. Zhu Ke and Kai Ming-shou centered their training around the vortex of spiritual energy. Zhu Ke harnessed the vortex to amplify its flames, while Kai Ming-shou further explored the interplay between spatial laws and spiritual energy, enhancing its spatial capabilities. Bai Yi and Zheng utilized the spiritual flora from the medicinal garden to concoct potions that bolster the physique of their beasts, investigating ways to enhance the training efficiency of their companions through these elixirs. Tao Tai and San Zhu Niao perpetually explored the mysteries of the spiritual energy vortex, perfecting methods to guide and control the vortex, thus aiding other beasts in utilizing it for training. Qinglong and Pishio safeguarded the surroundings, ensuring the safety of the training process. Simultaneously, they nourished themselves from the residual mystical powers within the cave, augmenting their own strength. As time progressed, the beasts experienced considerable enhancement in their abilities, thanks to these novel methods. However, Yi understood that merely augmenting their strength would not suffice in confronting the dark forces. It was imperative to disseminate these methods, allowing the entire realm of beasts and spiritual cultivators to reap the benefits. How would Yi propagate these newfound techniques to elevate the strength of more individuals? What challenges might he encounter in the process of promotion? Chapter 197. Discovering the source of mysterious power to aid beasts in breaking through limits. Yi was acutely aware that in order to elevate the overall strength of the beast realm, it was vital to share the new methods discovered in the misty forest with a broader audience of spiritual cultivators and beasts. He returned to the town with his companions and immediately commenced preparations for this initiative. First, Yi organized a grand assembly, inviting representatives of spiritual cultivators from various regions of the beast realm to attend. During the gathering, he elaborated on his explorations in the misty forest and the various methods of enhancing beast strength that he had uncovered. The beasts demonstrated these techniques firsthand, allowing the cultivators to witness their effects firsthand. Qilin and Bifang showcased the remarkable enhancement in flame potency after absorbing the essence of special plants. The golden fireball emitted by Qilin swelled in size and temperature, instantly leveling a distant hillock to the ground. Bifang's azure purification flames not only eradicated malevolent spiritual energy, but also infused the flames with unique healing properties from the forest, creating a fire that possessed restorative capabilities, leaving the audience in awe. Xuanwu and Jiawei, who demonstrated the cultivation methods that resonated with natural spiritual energy. Xuanwu guided the earth's soil energy to form a formidable spiritual shield around itself, which not only boasted incredible defensive capabilities, but also possessed the ability to self-repair its damaged areas. Jiawei, who merged with the surrounding natural energy, becoming ethereal and capable of instantaneously appearing in different locations, making it elusive to adversaries. Tao Wu and Bo exhibited the transformation in their combat style, inspired by the unique close combat techniques of extraordinary beasts. Their assaults have become increasingly ferocious and powerful, with movements synchronized in a harmonious manner. In simulated combat, they easily triumphed over a formidable team of powerful spiritual beasts controlled by spiritual practitioners, showcasing their extraordinary prowess in close combat. Baize and Xiongqi elucidated their analyses of the mystical lake and the spiritual attributes of thunderstone, along with corresponding cultivation methodologies. Baihu and Fei demonstrated a novel skill that melds the powers of ice with calamity, achieved through the fusion of lake water's spiritual energy. Baihu conjured a massive ice cage, entrapping their foes within, while Fei's calamity energy instantly infiltrated the icy prison, allowing the captured enemies to experience overwhelming pressure and spiritual erosion. Jiang and Teng Shi showcased their adeptness in harnessing the power of thunderstone. The lightning they unleashed no longer adhered to simple linear attacks, but instead freely traversed through the air, forming intricate networks of electricity that delivered comprehensive assaults on their adversaries. Zhu Ke and Kai Ming Shou exhibited the fusion of fire and spatial abilities after their cultivation in the vortex of spiritual energy. Zhu Ke's flames could leap through space, executing unexpected strikes against foes, while Kai Ming Shou utilized spatial forces to confine enemies within designated areas, rendering them unable to escape. Bai Yi and Zheng introduced methods for enhancing the physical constitution of spiritual beasts through the concoction of potions using spiritual plants from their medicinal garden, demonstrating the effects live by administering potions to several spiritual beasts, which visibly improve their physical capabilities in a short span. Tao Tai and Sanzu Niao showcased techniques for guiding and controlling the vortex of spiritual energy, creating a richly concentrated environment for cultivation for the spiritual beasts present. However, the promotion process was not without challenges. Some spiritual practitioners expressed skepticism towards these new methods, fearing potential harm to the spiritual beasts. Additionally, certain regions possessed spiritual environments that differed from the misty forest, making direct application of these methods difficult. In response to these concerns, Yi and the spiritual beasts resolved to personally visit various regions, adapting and guiding the practitioners in the implementation of these new techniques based on local conditions. Yi and the spiritual beasts divided into several small groups, each venturing to different areas of the spiritual beast realm. Qilin, Bifang, Baize, and Xiongqi formed one group, journeying to the frigid northern lands. Here, amidst the icy expanse, the predominant spiritual energy was of the ice and cold attributes. They assisted local practitioners and spiritual beasts in transforming the methods for enhancing fire spiritual energy from the misty forest into suitable cultivation techniques for ice attributes. By guiding the resonance of ice spiritual energy with special minerals, they fortified and empowered the ice skills of the ice spiritual beasts. Xuanwu, Jiaweihu by Yi, and Zheng formed another group, arriving in the lush tropical rainforest of the south. This region was rich in complex spiritual energy, with various attributes interwoven. They instructed local practitioners on how to utilize the resonance of natural spiritual energy to untangle and amalgamate different spiritual attributes, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the spiritual beasts. Simultaneously, they crafted potions tailored to the physical constitution of local spiritual beasts, utilizing the abundant plant resources of the tropical rainforest. Tao Wu, Bo Zhuke, and Kai Ming Shou constituted yet another group, traveling to the vast plains of the east. This terrain, open and expansive, was conducive to the execution of close combat and wide-ranging attack skills. They aided local spiritual beasts and practitioners by applying borrowed close combat techniques and the fusion of fire and spatial abilities to the combat scenarios within the plains, instructing the beasts on how to swiftly approach adversaries in open terrains and launch lethal assaults, as well as how to harness the forces of space for extensive defense and offense. The White Tiger, Fey Hound, and Tung Snake formed a group and ventured to the Thunder Valley in the west. This locale frequently endures rampant thunderstorms, rendering it an exceptional site for enhancing thunderous spiritual energy. They guided the local spiritual practitioners and beasts in better absorbing and utilizing the thunderous energy within the valley, amalgamating techniques learned from the Misty Forest regarding the manipulation of thunder or energy, thereby diversifying and augmenting the beast's thunder skills. Meanwhile, the group comprising Tautai, the three-legged bird, the Azure Dragon, and the Pishio remained in the town to provide rear support. They were tasked with gathering feedback from various teams and researching further optimization methods to enhance their capabilities. Simultaneously, they safeguarded the town, ensuring that the promotion process remained undisturbed by dark forces. After a period of diligent effort, Yi and the Beast successfully disseminated these novel methods across the corners of the Beast realm. An increasing number of spiritual practitioners and beasts began to employ these techniques to elevate their strength, leading to a comprehensive enhancement of the entire Beast realm's power. However, Yi understood that the dark forces would not remain idle. As they augmented their strength, constant vigilance against potential counterattacks from the dark forces was imperative. How would the dark forces respond to the elevation of power within the Beast realm? How would Yi and the Beasts confront these new challenges? Chapter 198. Assisting various factions for the joint development and prosperity of the Beast realm as the innovative methods for enhancing the strength of beasts proliferated throughout the Beast realm. The power of spiritual practitioners and beasts across various regions witnessed remarkable improvement. Nonetheless, Yi recognized that the prosperity of the Beast realm depended not solely on the augmentation of strength, but also on the collaborative development of diverse factions. Fostering a harmonious and stable environment, Yi resolved to proactively establish connections with various factions within the Beast realm, aiding them in addressing developmental challenges and promoting collective prosperity. His first destination was the Spirit Emperor City, situated at the heart of the Beast realm, recognized as one of its most formidable powers, harboring numerous distinguished practitioners and invaluable resources. Upon meeting the city lord, Yi articulated his thoughts. The city lord appreciated Yi's vision but noted that despite the city's formidable strength, there were issues concerning resource allocation and talent cultivation. Engaging in a thorough discussion, Yi proposed a series of solutions. He advised the city lord to establish a more equitable and rational resource distribution mechanism, allocating resources according to the actual needs of practitioners and beasts, thereby preventing waste and excessive concentration of resources. Regarding talent cultivation, Yi suggested that the city lord adopt the educational model of the Beast Academy, emphasizing the integration of practical experience and theoretical knowledge to nurture well-rounded talents in beast mastery. To assist Spirit Emperor City in effectively implementing these strategies, Yi enlisted the aid of Baize and Qilin to collaborate with the city lord in formulating specific plans. Baize, with his extensive knowledge and keen insight, provided detailed recommendations for establishing the resource distribution mechanism. Meanwhile, Qilin, with his formidable strength and esteemed reputation, inspired the practitioners of Spirit Emperor City to actively engage in the new talent cultivation initiative. Simultaneously, Yi arranged for several outstanding students from the Beastmaster Academy to visit the Spirit Emperor City, where they shared their academic experiences to foster the growth of beast tamers in the region. After departing from Spirit Emperor City, Yi journeyed to the Lingfeng tribe, situated on the fringes of the Beast Master world. This tribe, renowned for its mastery of wind-based spiritual energy, faced significant limitations due to its remote location and lack of resources. Upon learning of the tribe's plight, Yi resolved to assist them in harnessing the surrounding resources. He summoned Xuanwu and Taolu to leverage their formidable strength in mining the subterranean wind energy ore. Concurrently, he enlisted the aid of the nine-tailed fox and Bifang to instruct the tribe's spiritual practitioners in the finer control of wind energy, enhancing their wind-based skills. With Yi and the beast's support, the Lingfeng tribe gradually flourished. They engaged in trade, exchanging the mind wind energy or for essential resources needed for their development. Under the tutelage of the nine-tailed fox and Bifang, the tribe's practitioners became increasingly adept in utilizing wind energy, greatly enhancing their prowess. Next, Yi arrived at the Lingshui sect, a faction primarily focused on water-based spiritual energy, boasting numerous adept beasts skilled in water techniques. However, the Lingshui sect continually grappled with conflicts involving neighboring factions, impeding its development. After conversing with the sect's leader, Yi decided to mediate the discord between the Lingshui sect and its surrounding rivals. He commanded Qinglong and Pishio to utilize their formidable presence to subdue those factions attempting to instigate conflict with the Lingshui sect. At the same time, he directed Baize and Zheng to employ their healing and protective powers to assist the injured beasts and spiritual practitioners from both the Lingshui sect and the neighboring forces during skirmishes. Yi also orchestrated a peace negotiation between the Lingshui sect and the neighboring factions. During the discussions, he meticulously analyzed the interests of all parties involved and proposed a mutually beneficial cooperative plan. Ultimately, the Lingshui sect and its neighboring factions reached a reconciliation, embarking on collaborative projects related to water-based spiritual energy, such as irrigating fields with spiritual energy and purifying water sources, thereby achieving collective advancement. In addition to these larger factions, Yi remained attentive to various smaller groups of spiritual practitioners and villages within the Beastmaster world. He instructed Taodai and the three-legged bird to help these areas discover and develop hidden spiritual resources, thereby enhancing their economic strength. Furthermore, he tasked Jiang and Tengxi with establishing defensive mechanisms to shield them from dark forces and other threats. Through the concerted efforts of Yi and the beasts, the diverse factions within the Beastmaster world gradually set aside their grievances, strengthening cooperation and communication. Trade relations between regions became increasingly frequent, and cultural exchanges flourished. The entire Beastmaster world radiated a scene of prosperity and development. Yet, Yi remained acutely aware that dark forces continued to pose a latent threat to the realm. Behind the facade of flourishing prosperity, were the dark forces conspiring a greater scheme? How would Yi and the beasts respond to this looming threat? Chapter 199. Yi becomes a legendary figure. His tales reverberate far and wide. Through the relentless efforts of Yi and his beasts, the Beastmaster world welcomed an unprecedented era of prosperity and harmony. Under Yi's guidance and assistance, various factions not only resolved their conflicts, but also achieved collaborative growth. Yi's name shines like a brilliant star, illuminating every corner of the Beastmaster world. His tale is passed down through generations, inspiring countless spiritual cultivators and beast companions, becoming a legendary saga. In taverns frequented by cultivators, elders gather by the hearth, recounting Yi's naive arrival in the Beastmaster world and how he forged profound bonds with his beasts. Children listen with rapt attention, their eyes sparkling with admiration, dreaming of the day they might also become heroes who save the world, much like Yi. In the town schools, teachers weave Yi's experiences into their lessons, motivating students to diligently cultivate and nurture their rapport with beasts. Stories of Yi exploring the mysteries of the misty forest and pushing his limits in battles against exotic creatures frequently adorn students' essays. In remote villages, during harvest celebrations, villagers enact through dance and song the scenes of Yi, aiding them in fending off ferocious beasts and flourishing. Murals depicting Yi's likeness grace the village walls, capturing him and his beasts in vivid detail, as if guarding the land. Yi's legendary story has even reached the fringes of the Beastmaster world, where mysterious races have heard of his deeds. Some races have sent emissaries on long journeys to the town where Yi resides, hoping to engage with him and learn the ways of beast mastery. Yi welcomes these emissaries with warmth, generously sharing his experiences and wisdom. As Yi's fame spreads, he becomes a symbol of courage, wisdom, and unity within the Beastmaster world. Cultivators look up to him as a model, constantly striving to improve themselves and contribute to the advancement of the Beastmaster world. The beasts, too, are inspired by the profound emotions shared between Yi and his companions, enhancing their synergy with the cultivators and fortifying their bonds. However, as Yi's story permeated every corner of the Beastmaster world, dark forces did not cease their scheming. Concealed in the shadows, they envied Yi's prestige and influence. The leader of these dark forces summoned his minions, plotting a greater crisis aimed at Yi and the Beastmaster world. They began to sow chaos throughout various regions, inciting uninformed factions to rise against Yi. They spread malicious rumors, tarnishing Yi's reputation in an attempt to undermine the hard-won peace and unity of the Beastmaster world. Some misguided cultivators and factions began to question Yi, even instigating minor provocations. Faced with these challenges, Yi did not falter. He recognized this as a test from the dark forces, a challenge to the very essence of the Beast-Master world. Yi resolved to confront these doubts and provocations head-on, determined to prove his unwavering commitment and loyalty to the Beast-Master world through undeniable facts. He first ventured to the areas most deeply influenced by the rumors, patiently explaining the truth to the local cultivators and showcasing his efforts and contributions to the Beast-Master world. The beasts stood by, demonstrating their profound trust in Yi and their formidable prowess, allowing the spiritual practitioners to witness firsthand the fruits of Yi's leadership guiding them toward prosperity. Through Yi's relentless efforts, an increasing number of misled spiritual practitioners came to recognize their errors and return to his side. However, Yi understood that merely dispelling these rumors and misunderstandings was insufficient. The dark forces must be eradicated entirely to truly achieve lasting peace in the Beast-Master world. How would Yi rally the various factions of the Beast-Master world to confront the dark forces in a final showdown? How would this climactic battle shape the future of the Beast-Master world? Chapter 200. A New Life Begins. A brighter future for the Beast-Master world. Conclusion. Yi was acutely aware that to completely eliminate the threat posed by the dark forces, it was imperative to unite all factions within the Beast-Master world. He sent out a call for assembly, meticulously outlining the dark forces' schemes and the peril they posed to their realm. Once enlightened to the truth, the various factions responded to Yi's summons. Arriving with their elite forces, Yi, standing at the forefront alongside his beasts, was flanked by representatives from the Spirit Emperor City, the Spirit Wind Tribe, the Spirit Water Sect, and other factions. They collaboratively strategized, assigning roles based on the unique characteristics and abilities of their respective beasts. The mighty Qilin and Qinglong took charge of the frontal assault, while the nine-tailed fox and Baize provided support and intelligence through their special abilities. On the day of the decisive battle, dark clouds gathered ominously and fierce winds howled. The dark forces emerged in full force, their eyes gleaming with malevolence as they sought to obliterate the resistance of the Beast-Master world in one fell swoop. At Yi's command, the beasts surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains to confront the enemy. The Qilin unleashed a torrent of golden flames, while the Zhuke spread its fiery wings, clashing with the dark energies of their foes in a dazzling display of light. The battle was intensely fierce, with both sides exerting their utmost strength. Yet, the coalition led by Yi gradually gained the upper hand through their close coordination and unwavering conviction. Baize harnessed his mental prowess to discern the energy weaknesses of the dark forces leader, prompting Yi to swiftly direct the Pishio and Tao Dai, who unleashed their formidable devouring capabilities in a relentless pursuit of the dark leader. United in their assault, they ultimately vanquished the dark forces leader, causing the malevolent forces to scatter like monkeys fleeing a fallen tree. With the annihilation of the dark forces, the Beast-Master world was finally graced with true peace. Sunlight poured down upon the land, dispelling the long-standing gloom. Yi emerged as the undisputed hero of the Beast-Master world, earning the admiration of all. After the dark forces were decisively defeated, the Beast-Master world welcomed the long-anticipated tranquility and serenity. The sun shone unreservedly upon this land that had endured countless trials, banishing the shadows that had long hung over it, and all living things thrived under the warm embrace of sunlight. Yi became a legendary hero known far and wide, his name shining like a brilliant star, inspiring generation after generation of spiritual practitioners and beasts. Yet, rather than basking in the glory, Yi remained resolute, committing himself to the continued development and enhancement of the Beast-Master world, determined to forge an even brighter future for this cherished land. The reconstruction of the Beast-Master world is progressing systematically through the collaborative efforts of Yi and various factions. Towns and villages once ravaged by dark forces are gradually regaining their former splendor. Yi and his beast companions tirelessly traverse different regions, actively engaging in every aspect of the rebuilding process. The Qilin and Bifang wield their formidable fire elemental powers to assist artisans in forging construction materials, thereby accelerating the reconstruction timeline. Their flames, with an extraordinarily high temperature, swiftly melt ores to create robust and durable building components. The Xuanwu employs earth elemental energy to stabilize foundations, ensuring that newly erected homes are resilient against various natural calamities. The nine-tailed fox, with its agile form and enchanting charm, organizes villagers to collaborate, making the reconstruction efforts more efficient and orderly. The Taowu and Bo exert their immense strength to transport heavy stones and timber, tirelessly shuttling between the forests and construction sites, providing a solid material foundation for the restoration. Baize and Xuanwu utilize their mental powers to soothe the traumatized souls affected by the war, assisting individuals in overcoming fear and darkness, rekindling their hopes for life. The White Tiger and Fei assist in clearing debris, with the White Tiger's ice elemental power rapidly removing snow and clutter, while Fei employs its unique abilities to purify lingering dark energies, restoring the land to its pristine state. The Zhuke and Kai Ming beast harness spatial abilities to expedite the transportation of supplies, significantly enhancing rebuilding efficiency. The Hound and Tung Shi patrol the skies, ensuring that the reconstruction process remains undisturbed by any potential threats. Bai Yi and Zheng are busy in the medical area, tending to the wounds of both injured individuals and beasts. Bai Yi's healing powers are akin to a gentle spring rain, swiftly mending wounds and restoring vitality. Zheng stands guard, ensuring the safety of the medical area and preventing unforeseen incidents. Tao Tai and the three-legged bird assist in gathering and organizing resources, with Tao Tai consuming useless dark matter and transforming it into usable energy, while the three-legged bird guides people in the judicious use of resources to avoid wastage. Amidst the reconstruction, Yi remains mindful of the importance of education. The Beastmaster Academy has further developed and expanded in the aftermath of the war, attracting young scholars from all corners of the Beastmaster world. Yi personally serves as the chief mentor, imparting his wealth of experience and combat skills to the next generation without reservation. The Academy's curriculum has become more diverse and enriched, incorporating not only traditional beast mastery skill training, but also teachings on elemental theory, historical culture, and teamwork. The Qilin and Bifang continue to oversee instruction in fire elemental energy, employing captivating demonstrations and patient guidance to help students deeply comprehend the mysteries and applications of fire elemental power. Xuanwu and the nine-tailed fox teach defensive and deceptive techniques, instructing students on how to protect themselves and disrupt adversaries during battle. The Taowu and Bo showcase their formidable close combat prowess, imparting techniques and strategies for hand-to-hand fighting. Baize and Xuanwu elucidate the use of mental powers, aiding students in enhancing their perception and communication abilities. The White Tiger and Fei share their experiences of combining ice and disaster powers, enabling students to learn how to maximize the impact of both forces in combat. The Vermilion Bird and the Enlightened Beast imparted the art of integrating spatial and fiery spiritual energies, broadening the combat perspectives of the students. The Hound and the Ascending Serpent taught the mastery and application of lightning spiritual energy, enabling the students to adeptly wield this formidable offensive technique. The White E and the Fierce Beast shared the skills of healing and protection, fostering a spirit of teamwork and responsibility among the learners. The Gluttonous Beast and the Three-Legged Bird elucidated the principles of spiritual energy absorption and transformation, guiding students on how to judiciously harness spiritual energies to enhance their own capabilities. The Azure Dragon and the Pai Xiao, with their commanding presence and authority, inspired the students to establish lofty aspirations and unwavering convictions. As time progressed, the Beastmaster Academy nurtured a steady stream of exceptional beast tamers. These youthful spiritual cultivators, armed with the knowledge and skills imparted by Yi and the beasts, ventured into every corner of the beast realm, becoming the backbone of its development. Beyond the reconstruction of homes and the advancement of education, Yi actively promoted cultural exchanges and economic growth within the beast world. He organized a variety of spiritual energy technology exhibitions and cultural festivals, allowing spiritual cultivators and beasts from diverse regions to learn from one another, engage in dialogue, and collectively explore the mysteries of the beast realm. In terms of economics, Yi facilitated trade between various locales, establishing a more comprehensive market system. The abundant spiritual energy resources and unique products from the beast realm circulated in the marketplace, contributing to economic prosperity. The wind-type spiritual energy ores from the wind tribe and the water-type spiritual energy crafts from the water sect became sought-after commodities, bringing substantial economic benefits to various regions. Yi and his beasts did not cease their explorations. They frequently delved into the uncharted territories of the beast realm in search of new spiritual resources and enigmatic powers. During one such expedition, they stumbled upon a hidden garden nestled within a valley. This garden was home to an array of extraordinary spiritual flowers and herbs, each infused with potent and distinctive spiritual energy. Yi and his beasts conducted thorough research on these plants, discovering their potential for developing new spiritual potions and enhancing the abilities of the beasts. Consequently, Yi collaborated with experts in spiritual energy technology from the beast world to devise methods for utilizing these plants. After a period of diligent effort, they successfully formulated a series of innovative spiritual potions, capable not only of rapidly restoring the physical and spiritual energies of the beasts, but also of enhancing their potential to a certain degree. As the beast realm continued to flourish, the tales of Yi and his beasts became timeless legends among the people. On tranquil nights, elders would gather in courtyards, recounting to children the thrilling adventures of how Yi fought alongside the beasts to save their world. The children listened with rapt attention, their eyes shimmering with dreams and aspirations. Yi remained inseparable from his beasts, traversing the mountains and rivers of the beast realm, witnessing the prosperity and flourishing of this land. Under the joint efforts of Yi, all spiritual cultivators, and the beasts, the beast realm strides confidently toward an even brighter future. Children joyfully chased and played in the vibrant fields, spiritual cultivators diligently practiced in serene environments, and the beasts freely roamed and soared across the boundless skies. The beast mastery world has ushered in an entirely new era, one brimming with hope, peace, and prosperity. The end of the book.